Chapter 1. The Genesis before the birth of all things, at the dawn of the universe. The expanse of space lay shrouded in indistinguishable darkness and chaos. Rules intertwined in a convoluted manner. Time and space were in disarray, and life was both nurtured and incessantly obliterated in the tumult until one fateful day, the will of chaos awakened. He is chaos, the embodiment of disorder, the primordial essence of all existence. He sensed the nascent divine essence stirring within him with unparalleled power. He catalyzed the formation of this tender divine essence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Under the impetus of chaos, they completed their self-gestation. Finally escaping the clutches of annihilation, the newly born divine essences bore unique laws of their own, emerging from the darkness as 5 primordial deities of creation. Thus, from the chaos, the world began. Gaia, the mother of the earth, animated the divine essences, and the chaos transformed the boundless murk sank to form a solid expanse of earth. This earth, mingled with darkness, became the eternal and unshakable pillar of the world, vast yet desolate, its surface starkly revealing a skin of earthy brown. Gaia furrowed her brow, contemplating that the world ought not to be so monotonous, but what could be added? My brothers, do you have any suggestions? As darkness embraced the night, they intertwined inseparably, and Eros and Nyx manifested their forms cloaked in darkness and night. Their deep and enigmatic gazes settled upon Gaia, their consciousness quietly grasping the tale of what is known as fate. My sister, spoke Nyx, the embodiment of night. Our rightful place lies in the depths of the underworld. In endless darkness, only your desolate earth remains here. Perhaps you should create beings to accompany you with this. She exchanged a knowing smile with Eros. Eros, the deity of love and desire, nestled beside the dark and the night, exclaiming, "The taste of love is truly exquisite, dear brother and sister. Have you considered becoming companions, to unite and procreate?" The divine essence within Eros revealed all truths of divinity to him. He was the primordial god of love and desire even in the absence of intention. All beings in the world would be influenced, including the primordial deities themselves. As darkness and night were of a single essence, they were first and foremost affected by Eros' divine influence. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, they would likely have engaged passionately in the depths of darkness. As the progenitors of all, it was their destiny to give birth to everything. How they would do so was a matter for them to determine. Eros was restless with anticipation. The darkness once more enveloped the night, concealing its form as if reluctant to share it. Gaia gazed upon the earth that extended from her very being, lost in contemplation. She had to concede that Nyx was indeed correct. They favored the freedom of gliding through darkness and the abyss rather than being exposed upon the barren earth. But how, then, could she create new beings? My beloved father, Gaia seeks your guidance. How may I cultivate the earth to no longer remain desolate? From the chaos, the essence of the worlds will emerge, seemingly vanished. Yet omnipresent. Upon hearing Gaia's fervent prayers, the fateful gears began to turn, and a response was granted. A radiant speck of hope descended from the heavens. Gaia smiled, exclaiming, "I praise you, my great father." As the light settled upon her fingertips, the sky, symbolizing hope in the future, was born. Its expanse grew boundless, matching the vastness of the earth beneath. With this triumphant beginning of the sky, Gaia, utilizing the undulations of the land, sequentially gave rise to oceans and mountains. However, despite the immense expenditure of her divine power, it was insufficient to populate the earth with life. Gaia found herself in a quandary, until Eros, with a flourish of divine strength, caused the sky and earth to unite, igniting emotions that surged forth in primal action. So, how exhilarating! Eros exclaimed, covering his eyes as he drifted back to his domain of desire, sprawling and overwhelming. This realm proved to be rather unwelcoming for the solitary deity. Initially believing that darkness and night would precede the creation of progeny, it became apparent that the sky and earth were poised to take the lead. Uranus, the sky, became enraptured by the earth's vast form, for only Gaia could bear the entirety of his essence. They were both as limitless as the cosmos itself. Aside from maintaining the celestial order of the stars and universe, the sky remained steadfastly upon the earth, tirelessly tilling the land, seeking to merge completely with Gaia and expending his surplus energy through the sky's relentless efforts. Together they birthed 12 formidable offspring known as the Titans. Following their emergence, Uranus became increasingly obsessed with fathering more children, yearning for supreme power. He, as the divine king, ruled over the gods. As their progenitor, the children were to obey their father, for the king's authority was unassailable. Consequently, Uranus incessantly pressed upon Gaia, compelling her to produce more progeny. As their numbers multiplied, Uranus, the father god, selfishly denied them the opportunity to bask in the light of the sky. Child, upon birth, was ruthlessly imprisoned within Gaia's form by Uranus, who held particular disdain for the hideous yet powerful Cyclopes and Cinemanes, often returning them to the womb almost immediately. This caused Gaia immense anguish and horror. Uranus was insatiable, fixated on compelling Gaia to bear even more offspring to fortify his dominion. The earth, Gaia, endured excruciating torment, but Uranus' strength eclipsed her own, allowing him to ascend to the infinite celestial expanse as the steadfast foundation. The earth could not encroach upon the realm of the sky, but Gaia was unwilling to suffer in silence any longer. Children, who will save me? She cried. Thus, Gaia incited her imprisoned offspring, encouraging them to revolt against the tyrannical Uranus and overthrow his celestial reign. She promised the position of the next divine king to the one who would rise to the challenge. Regrettably, the children oppressed by Uranus dared not defy their tyrannical father. Even in the face of their mother's pleas, each was filled with intention, yet paralyzed by fear, unable to utter a word. Gaia, in a fit of emotion, declared, "Listen, you can no longer endure this torment. You must rise against it." Silence ensued. Her heart was heavy with profound disappointment. Did she have to seek aid from her brothers? No. Once, she had reveled in her sole authority before them, and the thought of seeking their assistance would surely invite ridicule. As a primordial deity of equal standing, Gaia could not afford such humiliation. After a prolonged silence, a faint voice emerged. "Dearest mother, I am willing to assist you, yet my strength is but feeble. Do you possess a means to subdue our father?" Chapter 2. The king of God's disturbance in the abyss. Gaia was momentarily taken aback. Only to be engulfed by elation, she gazed upon the diminutive speaker within her, the last of the 12 Titan gods. "Oh, my beloved son, Cronus, thank you for your willingness to stand up for your mother. I certainly have a plan, provided you possess the courage to resist. Fate, even for the primordial Mother Earth, cannot be defied. The earth may not challenge the sky, but it can manipulate destiny to overturn it." This endless cycle of birth and proliferation had left the offspring bound within their own confines. Uranus had grown excessively cruel, showing a diminishing regard for himself, completely devoid of the respect he once commanded. His inevitable downfall was clear. The king of the gods was destined to be overthrown by his own progeny, as a trait of Eros. Consequently, Gaia utilized a rare mineral from deep within the earth, entrusting it to a masterful Cyclops to forge an exceptionally sharp sickle. She handed the sickle to Cronus, and that very night, they commenced their meticulously crafted plan. As the sky fulfilled its cosmic duty, embracing the earth in preparation for another cycle of endeavor, a piercing scream reverberated through the realms. In times past, the sky had freely immersed itself in the broad expanse of the earth. Yet this time, it seemed to recoil from some unseen threat. With a swift motion, it distanced itself from the earth, as if fleeing a peril that compelled it to retreat into the high heavens. The blood of the sky splattered upon the earth. Gaia gave birth to the monstrous giants, the Furies, and the 3 goddesses of the white oak. This was the scheme of Gaia and Cronus. She concealed Cronus within her form, waiting for Uranus to lower his guard in his moment of greatest revelry, ready to strike with the sharp sickle at Uranus' weakness. Ultimately, their plan succeeded. The loss of his weakness inflicted unspeakable pain upon Uranus, who gazed with his immense eyes. Cursing fiercely, the sky was compelled to separate from the earth, suspended in the cosmos, transformed into an endless galaxy, rendered immobile. The weakness derived from the sky was casually discarded by Cronus into the Aegean Sea. The surface of the sea surged with waves, pristine bubbles like pearls clustering around a colossal shell. Rising from the depths, a goddess emerged from the shell. Her skin resembled fine porcelain, her golden hair shimmered with an enchanting radiance, and her azure eyes exuded a softness akin to water, while her lips bloomed with the vibrant hue of roses. A diaphanous garment enveloped her flawless form, elusive and tantalizing, drawing one into a realm of mystery. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, embodied desire and personified exquisite allure. Wherever her bare feet graced the earth, blossoms of breathtaking beauty erupted. As the goddess of seasons had long awaited her arrival, she was adorned with a golden crown, donned elegant attire, and a golden girdle symbolizing love, enhancing Aphrodite's resplendence. Born to ascend to the throne of the gods, even the very laws celebrated her emergence, while the deities looked on in all love, desire. These were the dominion of Eros. It seemed an eternity had passed since Eros had stirred, as if he had long ceased to echo in the realm of creation and law. The hues in Gaia's gaze flickered, hinting at unspoken thoughts, and once her emotion settled, She gazed upon her liberated children from the earth's confines, her heart swelling with immense relief and joyous promised, "My dearest son Cronus, you shall be the new king of the gods, yes. Mother goddess, my glory shall be intertwined with yours." As the victor, Cronus relished the fruits of his endeavors, employing cunning yet unimpeded in his enjoyment at this moment. He paid due respect to the Earth Mother, but once he claimed the throne, all siblings would be bound to his command, unable to defy him. He successfully usurped his father, wielding formidable powers over the heavens, and with his ascension to kingship, the creative and destructive forces of time were now safeguarded and augmented by divine law with divine energy coursing through him. Cronus became a captive of strength, blissfully unaware having overthrown Uranus. Cronus ascended to the throne of the gods, seeking to better uphold his dominion. He extended an invitation to his sister Rhea to become his wife and assume the role of goddess consort. "My sister, come forth." Rhea gazed upon Cronus' handsome visage, a blush gracing her fair cheeks, as she placed her hand upon his, receiving a crown from the great Earth Mother. All the gods were their siblings, basking together in divine light, while Gaia watched with a heart full of gratitude and emotion indeed. With Uranus gone, it was a welcome change compared to the tyranny of the skies, the gentler embrace of the sea. Pontus was far more soothing. It was now the era of the Titans as the highest-ranking and most venerable Earth Mother. All gods were Gaia's offspring, leading to the establishment of temples dedicated to her across the land. The Mother Goddess was omnipresent. The world above the earth and below the sky bore no relation to the endless abyss that lay beneath. That realm was one the gods shunned. Darkness accompanied the abyss. The underworld they collectively forged was harsh and uninviting, deprived of sunlight and rain, devoid of flora and fauna. There were no handsome male gods or beautiful goddesses sharing laughter and joy. Only eternal coldness and solitude reigned among the original 5 primordial deities. The Earth Mother is the most active, her achievements evident to all. Beneath the earth lies darkness, and beneath that darkness, an abyss within this realm. The darkness and night birth the cosmos, daylight, and the ferryman of the underworld. In her quest to perfect the laws of the underworld, Nyx, the embodiment of night, birthed a multitude of deities belonging to the realm of the dead. These beings are unlike the revelers of the surface world. In the vast expanse of the underworld, they diligently fulfill their divine duties, working tirelessly without complaint, never squandering their divine existence. Alas, the tasks at hand are overwhelming despite Nyx's relentless efforts to manifest underworld deities. Many positions remain unfilled within the established laws. Furthermore, the underworld, shrouded in perpetual darkness and accompanied by the abyss, is loathed and feared by the deities of the surface. The ominous titles of the underworld deities, though undeniably powerful, render them akin to figures on the fringes of existence. The cold, mysterious, and terrifying realm of the underworld and its deities have always been objects of reverence and distance for mortals. They too are neighbors to the abyss. The Sea of Desire, however, belongs to Eros, the youngest of the primordial gods. This realm exists as an independent space between darkness and the abyss, adjacent yet separate from the underworld. After all, desire is intangible. Eros himself moves freely and joyously, unlike Tartarus, who remains hidden in the depths, or the entangled Eros. And Nyx, as the youngest sibling among the primordial 5, Eros often wanders through the worlds of his elder siblings, carrying his sea of desire, sowing love to encourage the proliferation of life. Recently, however, the reclusive Tartarus discovered an unsettling issue. Eros, who frequently disrupted his solitude, had suddenly gone silent for an extended period. In Tartarus' domain, he found no trace of Eros' essence, as if he had vanished entirely. This was a peculiar occurrence for a primordial deity emerging from the abyss in a manifestation of consciousness. Tartarus furrowed his brow, extending his divine power to search meticulously, stirring the entwined darkness and night. His siblings hastily arrived at the abyss. "My formidable and aloof brother, what compels you to exert such effort in wielding your divine power? Your might has frightened many of my poor, obedient children," Nyx queried. Chapter 3. The search for Eros. The disturbance within the abyss caused the deities of the underworld to cease their labors as a significant part of the underworld composition. Darkness was also affected. Night, who often lingered within the shadows, supported her husband and sought the source of the abyss' divine power to demand answers. Tartarus explained, "I did not intend to disrupt the underworld. I merely grew weary of solitude and acted without forethought." Would Nyx believe his assertion that it was unintentional? He chose to shift the conversation instead. "I'm searching for Eros. Have any of you seen him?" Eros. Eros shook her head regrettably. "We have not been in contact with him for quite some time." Nyx suddenly realized. Could something have happened to Eros? Oh, our youngest brother. Let me see, where exactly are you? Wherever the night could reach, Nyx's influence extended, and there were few secrets in the world that could elude her grasp, as long as she desired to pursue the truth. Now, the affairs of Eros had stirred the interest of the primordial triad. Awakening Nyx's curiosity, she immediately invoked her dominion as the embodiment of night. Silently searching every corner of the world, I have found him, our brother is here. Desire is formless. Eros, in his essence, is free and scattered. Perceiving the emotions of the earth as far too chaotic, it is for this reason that he chose to dwell in proximity to darkness, the ethereal, and the endless abyss. Yet this does not imply that he is fixed to a single abode. Due to the unique nature of his essence, the sea of desire can shift at will, but among the five primordial deities, Gaia exhibits remarkable prowess in the expansion and dominion of her territory. The sky has become the possession of Cronus, along with the celestial expanse of Uranus. Eros, endowed with formidable divine power, shuns conflict with other deities and thus retreats into shadows. Most of the time, he remains in slumber, for even in his inactivity, the desires of love and passion in the world bestow upon him energy. One day, however, Eros perceives a decline in his divine strength, and as time progresses, this diminishment accelerates to a pace he can sense. Alarmed, he awakens and conducts a thorough examination of himself, only to uncover a startling revelation. Within him lies a small entity, nurturing a divine fetus sustained by his own essence. This divine fetus has taken on a complete form, awaiting the awakening of consciousness to emerge as a new deity. Eros is astounded by the earth-shattering news of his own gestation. As a primordial god, he has always maintained purity, never indulging in the reckless escapades of his siblings. How could he possibly be with child? No, he refuses to accept this. Eros firmly believes he has been unwittingly ensnared. Perhaps some infatuated rogue has conspired to taint him, or maybe certain gods engaged in indiscretion led to this unintentional consequence. In any case, should he uncover the lineage of the child, Eros vows to exact severe retribution. Worst case scenario, he will implore his siblings to drag the guilty party into the underworld, subjecting them to the torment of hellfire and the immersion in the toxic river of the dead. Immortal gods endure an eternity of suffering. Cursing vehemently, Eros expends divine energy to trace the child's lineage. A robust connection links to the void, while several others tether to the primordial five deities, and his strand proves notably more resilient than the others. Father? Siblings? Eros is taken aback, and it takes him a considerable time to untangle the relationships, exhaling in relief as he gazes once more at the divine fetus within. His demeanor softens considerably. It turns out to be his little brother. From the chaos birthed the original five founding gods, the primordial foundations of the world. Subsequently, their inherent laws collided, giving rise to everything in existence. As the power of chaos was distributed among the five primordial deities, the Mother of Earth and the darkness of night poured their divine duties into nurturing the future, while the abyss remained distant. Only Eros, wandering the world, became the chosen vessel for the divine fetus, utilizing his power to facilitate its gestation. Chaos nudged him toward this realization. Otherwise, Eros might still be oblivious to the small being within him. Days turned into weeks. The divine fetus flourished, and Eros's depletion of divine energy became increasingly apparent, igniting his suspicions and prompting a period of introspection. How shall I deal with you? I pity my unborn younger brother. Eros, who has ascended to the status of an elder brother, is in remarkably high spirits. Despite the god's distant kinship, it does not hinder him from seeking joy in the interminably long expanse of his divine existence. Now, the yet-to-be-born sibling, lacking any agency, has become a source of honor and amusement for Eros. He has relocated the divine embryo close to his own essence, amidst a small enclave of chaotic power. Being the youngest, Eros has adeptly garnered the affection of the father god through cunning and a fade of fragility, as well as the scant care from his elder siblings. Throughout his adventures across the world, he has collected numerous delightful treasures, which will undoubtedly become the playthings of his dear brother. Surely, the younger sibling will be overjoyed. Eros is both blindly confident and self-assured. In the sea of desire, he expands his essence to occupy every available space, with the central position meticulously safeguarded, finding fault with the pace at which the divine embryo absorbs power. He proactively channels energy to his brother. Gazing at the sibling enveloped in his divine energy, Eros squints and smiles. Grow well, and come out to play with me. The divine embryo flickers, seemingly in response. Ah, my beloved brother. I cannot contain my excitement. Eros revels in the closeness, inhaling deeply, and if he could manifest a form, it would surely be one of sheer bliss. My dear brother. The world outside evolves with each passing day, yet the sea of desire remains eternally unchanged. Eros, emulating his brother Tartarus, has chosen to recline in seclusion, devoting most of his divine power to nurturing his brother, unwilling to let the little one develop poorly. He even drew upon his own essence, causing the sea of desire to surge, releasing the power of love and longing. Eros, momentarily disregarding the ramifications of his diminished strength, succumbed to a period of slumber, until one day he sensed a strand of his authority branching out to another deity, stirring him from his sleep. Love and beauty. Incarnations of desire? Eros squints, a mysterious smile gracing his visage. Isn't that just the chosen deity of labor? I knew Father God loves us. His gaze softens as he observes the increasingly robust divine embryo. Just a bit more energy, and my dear brother will be born. Should I borrow some from our siblings? Before Eros could reach a decision, a force from the night began to wander closer. Chapter 4. The Great Revelation. The younger sibling night, darkness, and the abyss. The three primordial gods graced the scene, and the weakened sea of desire struggled to endure. Eros felt speechless. Why did it seem as though they had come to disrupt the gathering? The master of the domain had yet to speak. Night, with a flourish and a black-feathered fan, dramatically exclaimed, "Chaos above, what do I behold? Our idol brother is even learning to reproduce like our sisters in solitude." It is well known that desire is both formless and asexual. If it wished to procreate with the Earth Mother, akin to the night birthing its offspring, such a phenomenon would not be beyond possibility. Witnessing this astonishing revelation, Nyx was utterly exhilarated, grateful that she had not missed such an intriguing event. Indeed, she felt she had arrived at the right moment. Erebus has always regarded Nyx as his sovereign, while Tartarus, with his profound gaze, was equally taken aback. He studied the direction of Eros with keen scrutiny, as if to reassess his understanding, sensing that if he did not intervene, Nyx's rumors might soon be regarded as truth. Eros smirked. "Oh, my wise sister, please employ your divine power to examine. The connections linked to the divine fetus are not solely mine. All of you share in this." Our offspring. Nyx, engrossed in the unfolding drama, inadvertently let slip a word, feeling her husband's grip around her waist tighten. She covered her mouth and obediently utilized her divine power to investigate. 6 connections were vividly revealed before her. Nyx blinked. What an unexpected surprise. It turns out it is not a child, but a brother. Excellent, most formidable. Tartarus, nearly losing his composure, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his innocence was preserved. As a remnant of historical issues, the divine fetus evidently lacked the energy required for its maturation, coincidentally with 4 of the primordial deities present. They communicated silently, summoning one another. Soon after, the graceful and nurturing goddess arrived in the sea of Eros's desires. "What brings you all here?" Gaia was taken aback to find them all present. She felt somewhat marginalized, arriving late, which tugged at her heart. Eros, however, had no intention of indulging her. Swiftly conveying the information regarding the divine fetus, "Kind and benevolent sister Gaia, please lend your strength for the birth of your brother. If the poor little one does not emerge soon, he shall become a deficient deity, lacking in primordial essence." Gaia was not easily swayed. The depletion of her essence would require extensive time to replenish. She felt little affection for the nascent divine brother, still merely a fetus. Yet, at that moment, the chaotic chaos suddenly sent a message to the 5 primordial deities, urging them to unite in aiding the birth of the divine fetus. This was a command from the Father that could not be disobeyed. Though Gaia felt a pang of resentment, she chose to contribute a portion of her essence, inevitably harboring jealousy towards the other 4, akin to thorns buried deep within the earth. Perhaps one day she would personally uproot them. Eros gently prodded the soft and resilient outer layer of the divine fetus. To have the 5 primordial creator deities assist in your birth with their essence is indeed a stroke of fortune for this little one. In the present moment, the 4 primordial deities have separated their essence, merging it into the divine embryo nurtured by Eros's essence. The divine embryo, enriched by the quintessence of the 5 gods, radiates with an overwhelming brilliance, akin to a surge of vitality. The presence of the ocean of desire becomes exceedingly pronounced, while the power of Kronos in the sky seeks to probe, only to be effortlessly dismissed by the 5 exalted beings. Kronos gazes down upon the earth. the embodiment of the mother goddess whose expanse rivals that of the heavens, the origin of the gods. One day I shall tread upon it. Whether in the skies or on the earth, ultimately, all shall belong to the king above all deities. Gaia remains blissfully unaware of the audacious ambitions harbored within her beloved offspring, as her gaze and thoughts are consumed by the infant emerging from the divine embryo. How diminutive he is. Nyx, seizing the moment of Eros's distraction, deftly takes the little one into her arms, albeit with a touch of clumsiness. So small, soft, and fair. His eyes, as dark as the night, are crystal clear, reflecting the entire world, with long, curled lashes resembling tiny fans. They flutter adorably. Unable to bear Nyx's handling any longer, Gaia, assuming the role of a sister, gently scoops the infant into her embrace, her skilled movements imbued with tenderness. Exuding the essence of motherhood. Giggling, the little one laughs, his large eyes curving into crescent moons, his tiny mouth breaking into a grin, with no teeth yet to show. Nyx gazes in astonishment at the infant cradled in Gaia's arms. Although she has borne many children, deities are born with knowledge, and they typically emerge in the forms of adults or adolescents. There is no experience of such a fragile and tender stage. The assembled beings, all of great respect and power, can sense through their divine consciousness that their brother's soul is a pristine white, as innocent as those newly born. Yet the body infused with the quintessence of 5 deities is far from weak. Chaos reigns above. Must our brother endure a normal growth phase like an ordinary infant? Nyx feels overwhelmed. She can give life, and nurturing seems plausible, especially given how adorable he is. Gaia possesses an innate affection for younglings. Should she undertake the role of a temporary foster mother for her brother, she believes her extensive experience would suffice. Have you forgotten about me? A formless force snatches the little one from Gaia's embrace, as Eros envelopes his brother in the softest clouds, shifting him through a series of tender embraces. Remarkably, the little one shows no fear. However, as time passes, fatigue sets in, his eyes grow heavy, and his tiny mouth unconsciously bubbles. Ah, brother. Come closer. Eros yearns for a moment when his siblings are absent, allowing him to lavish affection upon his adorable brother in whatever manner he pleases. Eros. Dissatisfaction arose from Gaia and Nyx, while Eros remained unperturbed, for they were all beings of equal stature, as long as they did not engage in a full-blown confrontation. Their strengths were essentially evenly matched. Hush, the little brother is asleep. Do not make a sound. The 2 goddesses quelled their anger, though their captivating eyes fixed upon their once-beloved sibling, now somewhat distasteful in appearance. The Sea of Desire, after all, was Eros's domain. Even though the 5 gods emerged from chaos, they could not linger indefinitely in one another's territories. Observing Eros's protective stance over his younger brother, they realized there was no time to wait for an opportunity to seize him, leading to their acceptance of defeat. One returned to the earth, while the other embraced the shadows, journeying back to the underworld. And what of Tartarus? Why have you yet to depart? Surely, you too wish to claim my brother for yourself. Eros, without any pleasantries, addressed the abyss directly. Tartarus raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. However, his divine power surged forth, overwhelming Eros unexpectedly, rendering him immobile. Eros exclaimed, "What are you up to, Tartarus?" He had taken every precaution against the earth and night. Yet he was unprepared for the seemingly innocuous abyss, a being that never engaged with the divine. Tartarus approached without comment, disregarding the temporarily subdued Eros. He reached out and gently poked the infant's cheek. Indeed, it was quite soft. Take good care of him, Eros. The authoritative tone of that statement displeased Eros, who emphatically asserted, "You need not tell me. He is my brother." "No, he is our brother." "Ah, Abyss, your ambitions have finally surfaced, have they not? Just like the earth and night, you too intend to snatch away my brother. I shall not allow you to succeed." Once Tartarus departed, Eros could finally move freely. To prevent any future incursions, he fortified his Sea of Desire with several layers of powerful seals. Should those beings return, it would not be so easy for them. Having completed these measures, he transformed back into his true form, merging with the waves of the Sea of Desire, with his core essence vigilantly guarding his brother's side, accompanying the tender infant into the realm of dreams. Ah, the newborn, with a soul untouched by malice, possessed a remarkable capacity for learning due to his divine nature. Within days, he began to comprehend Eros's words through their interactions, despite still grappling with many concepts. Without hindrance, he gracefully waved his delicate, ivory arms. Ah, our little Joel is truly clever, swiftly recognizing the arrival of his brother, earning a sweet kiss in return. The form taken by Eros is that of an exquisite beauty, adorned with flowing pink hair, Clad in a robe of pristine white, accented with pink satin, he adds a lively charm to the immaculate hue, captivating little Joel's attention. Each time his tiny hands reach out while being held, they inevitably brush against a strand of pink upon Eros' shoulder, drawn by this allure. Eros' attempts at stealing kisses are always met with success, rather than being warded off by Joel's small hands, leaving him with an expression of delightful helplessness. Obedient Joel. Endearing Joel belongs solely to Eros. Forgive your brother for his uncontrollable affection. You are a treasure bestowed by chaos, truly one of a kind. Yet, the earth and night watch with keen eyes, and the abyss casts a lingering gaze. How shall I conceal you properly? For now, you rest in my embrace. In the future, as you grow, running and jumping, how shall I preserve your essence? Eros, the master of emotions, finds himself ensnared by feelings. Experiencing a delightful blend of sweetness and tang, a rare sensation indeed. Resting his chin in contemplation beside Joel, he muses softly. A mere glance at the river of fate reveals a future of devoted toil for this little one, completely devoid of the carefree existence he once knew. Is it worth it? A life born from an unexpected twist of fate. A soft pop escapes the sleeping Joel, bursting like a bubble. One can only wonder what delightful adventures he encounters in his dreams, his lips curling into a carefree smile, embodying tranquility, possessing a power that grants solace to the soul. Eros finds comfort in this wondrous, gentle force. Even without the manifestation of divinity, can miracles of healing emerge? Little Joel, may you grow well. The delicate grip of a small hand around his finger instilled in Eros a tranquil gentleness. As his form dissipated, the sea of desire yielded to his will. Safeguarding his most treasured possession, time gradually drifted away. The earth flourished with a myriad of species, manifestations of the divine's vocation, where the collision of living beings' wisdom ignited sparks, heralding the birth of subordinate deities. From the void, existence emerged, refining the loss. The primordial chaos of chaos generously bestowed equal divine power and status upon those who contributed, a reward for their offerings. During the reign of Cronus, the gods complied with the demands of the loss. Together, they crafted the first generation of beings known as humanity, an era now referred to as the Golden Age. Humans were shaped in the likeness of the deities, molded from the essence of heaven and earth. Endowed with noble virtues and immense strength, favored by the gods, they resided alongside the divine, free from burdensome toil. As the earth provided an abundance of delectable fruits and herds of cattle roamed the meadows, they did not age, their bodies retained the vigor of youth. And they were free from illness, living their lives in joyous feasts and bountiful harvests with the deities. Even death approached them with serenity. The humans of the Golden Age were cherished by the gods. When they gracefully embraced death and departed from the earth, their souls transformed into heroic spirits. Becoming guardians of all creation, they upheld justice and morality, punishing all evils, embodying strong moral integrity and order, and were the most devout and loyal followers of the gods. However, upon their transformation into heroic spirits, they served in the temples as subordinate deities, in a sense forcibly escaping their soul's destined journey to the underworld. The god of death, Thanatos, and his twin brother, Hypnos, the god of sleep, were birthed from the dark goddess of night through parthenogenesis. He sensed the approach of death as dark wings fluttered, casting a shroud of deathly mist. Yet the Reaper's scythe had yet to descend. Instead of transforming into a pale, ghostly essence upon leaving the corporeal form, he was instantly enveloped in a soft golden light, becoming a divine subordinate heroic spirit. Thanatos halted his scythe, casting a cold glance at the heroic spirit before turning away. It was not that he could not forcibly take the spirit, but anything shielded by divine protection would only provoke the gods on earth. How tiresome. His duties were demanding, leaving no time for debates with those deities, particularly as the current god-king, Cronus, seemed to have certain designs on the realm of the dead. To avoid further complications, he relinquished the soul without hesitation, knowing he would need to reap hundreds to compensate. As the god of death departed, the transformed heroic spirit exhaled in relief, prostrating himself on the ground to bid farewell to Thanatos, once again singing praises to his revered deity. However, something unexpected collided with him, sending him soaring through the air. The heroic spirit was bewildered. Although transformed into a spiritual entity, his form and physique remained robust, comparable to the strength of a deity, making it improbable for him to be so easily struck down. "Are you all right?" Just as I emerged, I noticed a small figure clad in a black cloak dashing towards me. The spirit lay on the ground, and as the little cloaked figure approached, I had initially speculated it to be a creature akin to a goblin or gnome. However, upon closer inspection, the youthful and tender visage revealed itself. It was certainly not a creature of such lowly stature. How strikingly beautiful he was, melting hearts with his charm. Whose precious child are you? The golden humans have a brief infancy, and most possess a robust physique, rarely displaying such an endearing appearance. Whose child are you? The little figure tilted his head. His eyes as dark as the night, filled with twinkling stars. I am from the family of Eros. Hiki, don't tell him, or I'll be sent back to learn, and Joel disliked studying. Satisfied to see that the spirit remained unharmed, young Joel waved goodbye and hopped away. It took a moment for the spirit to comprehend the situation. He slapped his forehead in exasperation. Damn it, allowing a child to roam outside. Which irresponsible guardian permits this? Although the Earth is safe, it harbors numerous hidden dangers. Captivated by Joel's appearance, a charming creature with rosy lips and pearly teeth, one cannot fathom who would heartlessly expose him to peril. Thus, the spirit began to call upon his deity. O wise and benevolent prophet God, please assist the lost child. Wandering alone upon this earth, fraught with unpredictable dangers, I beseech you to grant the power of protection, that he may return home safely. Chapter 6, Night. To the underworld, the fervent power of faith, rich and devout, flows through the connection between the divine and the believer to the deity of their worship. Prometheus, the child of the Titan Iapetus and one of the sea goddesses, Clymene, is a god of foresight and prophecy. The divine king, seeking to solidify his dominion, has grown increasingly blatant in his oppression of the gods. Fearing the golden humans whose power rivals that of the divine, and thus has devised a plan for the extinction of humankind. As one of the deities who shelters humanity, Prometheus, the prophet, serves in the temple of the earth, allying with those gods who are kind to humankind. Together, they sought and attained the honor that allows golden humans to transform into spirits upon death, upholding all justice and order. One day, within the temple of the Earth Mother, he sensed the fervent prayers of the golden humans and opened his mind to receive the message. Let me see what my most devout follower requires. Oh, the child of that great god. As a second-generation Titan, Prometheus, though not favored by the king of gods, led a life that was not entirely unfortunate. Yet, he had never heard of that great deity having progeny. Over the years, the only notable connection seemed to be the goddess born from the depths of the Aegean Sea. A natural sovereign, but Cronus forbade the emergence of any formidable gods. Thus, Aphrodite remained concealed within the sanctuary near the ocean, safeguarded by the minor sea deity, Nereides. So, what is the identity of this newly emerged child? The visions of the future reveal no information about the child. Yet the ability to utter the name of the great deity without facing repercussions clearly indicates a significant connection. The divine power he seeks eludes precise location. Adding an intriguing twist, Prometheus gazed at the statue of the Earth Mother within the temple, formulating a plan. O great and benevolent Earth Mother, I, Prometheus, son of Iapetus, beseech your assistance. A young visitor has arrived on the land, with danger lurking in the shadows. My divine abilities cannot locate him. Please guide me. For the primordial deities, Gaia, the goddess of the earth, undoubtedly possesses absolute dominion over her own form. Prometheus, in his plea for help, also subtly sought to probe the child's identity. For that great deity is of equal standing to the Earth Mother. Gaia accepted Prometheus's request. She closed her eyes to attune herself to the information of the earth. With the connection of Prometheus, she swiftly located her target. A small figure, bounding joyfully across the land, clad in a cloak that concealed his identity. Yet, Gaia sensed a trace of primordial desire emanating from him. It must be that child of Eros, without a doubt. Gaia's mood brightened. And the land beyond the temple blossomed with lush grass and beautiful flowers. She had found him. From this moment onward, I shall safeguard the little one on earth. Well done, Prometheus. Convey the child's information to him. The statue of the Earth Mother within the temple radiated light, and shortly thereafter, a small orb of divine essence appeared before Prometheus. This is a reward. That child is my recently born little brother. Should you and your companions encounter him, take good care of him. After all, the earth cannot constantly watch over the little one. There will always be places where attention may falter. As a second-generation Titan, Prometheus may not be the strongest, yet he possesses many friends, owing to his prophetic identity and his amiable nature. A sagacious and approachable figure, he can thrive in any environment. Thank you for your bestowal. I sing praises to the benevolent earth. Having concluded the dialogue with Prometheus, Gaia prepared to bring the little one forth. after finally departing from the Sea of Desires to arrive upon her sacred earth. It was only fitting that its master should receive a warm welcome. However, upon her return to check, she found to her dismay that the little cloak had vanished, leaving only shadows and the ominous breath of death, a presence belonging to the underworld. Gaia's countenance darkened. Could it be that the little one had followed the Grim Reaper into the realm of the dead? The Reaper, a direct descendant of the night, possessed the authority to unlock the gates of hell, while the little one's cloak concealed its identity. Thus, the gates of the underworld had not detected any signs of life, granting the little one the opportunity to slip in unnoticed. Realizing this possibility, Gaia felt an overwhelming urge to rush and retrieve the little one. Yet the underworld lay deep beneath the earth, a domain beyond her reach. There dwelled the murky darkness, the boundless night, and the abyss of hell. Except for their previous gathering in the Sea of Desires, these 5 primordial deities had never ventured into the realms of their fellow gods. This was a balance, a constraint imposed upon them by the laws of existence. It seemed that the only course of action was to wait for daylight to pass, and when night fell, to contact Nyx, wishing the little one all the best. Unbeknownst to the Earth Mother's worries, little Joel, having found an opportunity to sneak away while Eros succumbed to slumber, had ascended to the surface of the earth. There, he beheld an endless sky, vast and unbounded land, undulating mountains, and a plethora of flora and fauna, teeming with life. This vibrant nature, so starkly different from the stagnant Sea of Desires, was refreshingly new to little Joel. Yet, as he journeyed onward, he caught sight of a dark, ominous figure soaring through the air, cloaked in shadows. Joel, a towering figure clad in a grand cloak, wielded a massive scythe, undeniably conspicuous under the daylight. Young Joel found the silhouette remarkably striking and instinctively followed, racing along until the cloaked figure had harvested the souls of the area and opened a foreboding gateway. The atmosphere was dark and eerie, as if concealing great terrors. Young Joel, in a state of bewilderment, did not recognize the ominous door that brimmed with death. Unbeknownst to him, crossing that threshold led to hell, a realm unwelcoming to the living. Perplexed by the world around him, Joel was merely aware that the cloaked figure had entered, and the door was about to close. He hurriedly scampered over, and at the very moment the hellish portal shut, he successfully tumbled inside. However, his forceful entry resulted in a collision with Thanatos' calf. Feeling the impact on his leg, Thanatos looked down at the diminutive figure in a similar dark cloak. Who is this? A goblin or a gnome? Just then, the small figure also lifted its head, allowing the hood to slip away, revealing a youthful and delicate visage. Their eyes met in silence. Youngling, still alive. Where did this little one come from? Did it follow him in? Thanatos was bewildered yet profoundly astonished. He had diligently performed his duties for years, never missing a strike with his scythe, boasting a commendable record that ranked within the top 5 of the underworld. Yet, his illustrious divine existence faltered before a mere infant. The underworld was never a place for the living. The realms of life and death were governed by rules even deities could not defy, only finding loopholes elsewhere. Now, he faced a dilemma. Should he abandon his task to return the youngling, or continue with the mission while bringing the child along? Chapter 7. The Caregiver and the Twin. How about I open the door and you leave? Thanatos suggested impassively, though inwardly he felt increasingly anxious, which only reflected in his stoic demeanor. Young Joel, being a cherished offspring of Eros, sensed the hesitation emanating from the imposing figure before him. His eyes, although dark, shone with an unusual clarity in the shadows. He did not respond to Thanatos' proposition. Instead, he suddenly embraced Thanatos' calf, lifting his head to reveal a radiant smile. It was profoundly touching, leaving Thanatos with no choice. He could not afford to delay further as his responsibilities loomed. The grand black cloak reached down to gather the little black cloak into his embrace. From now on, you will follow me and refrain from speaking. Do you understand? Little Joel was lifted and cradled within the embrace of the great black cloak, the murmurs from outside barely reaching his ears. He was only aware that this enveloping darkness bestowed upon him a sense of tranquility. His little head tilted to one side as Thanatos traversed the river of the dead, exchanging pleasantries with the ferryman, when he heard the gentle sounds of soft breathing emanating from within his cloak. He lifted the cloak to take a glance and was astonished to find the tiny creature fast asleep, seemingly too trusting of his care. Indeed, it is but a mere cub. Indifferent as the Grim Reaper, an unknown emotion unfurls within as the movements of the hands grow languid. Efforts are made not to disturb the slumber of the cub. Beyond the river of oblivion lies an expansive field of darkness, adorned with white wild tulips. Here, light is absent, hope is lost, and only the weightless souls of the deceased wander aimlessly. The eyes of the phantoms are hollow, numb, for in death, They have been stripped of all joy, beings of various races deprived of the right to live due to misfortune or punishment. The fates of life and death are governed by the three goddesses of destiny. Clotho, the weaver of the thread of life, responsible for spinning the thread from the spool to the spindle, weaving the lifeline of each being from the moment of their birth. Lachesis, the distributor of the lifeline, measuring with her rod to determine its length, and Atropos, the cutter of the lifeline, wielding her scissors to sever it, thus deciding the moment of death. Thanatos guides a procession of souls to the hall, where a seat for the judgment of evil ought to be. Yet, no matter how hard Nyx strives, the laws of the underworld remain incomplete. One must plant seeds to harvest a crop. Perhaps weary of the chaos, Nyx took a slumber essence from Hypnos, crafting the 3,000 dreams, known collectively as the Oniroi, who bear black wings. They contribute their strength to the vast underworld. Thanatos entrusts the souls gathered from the earth to Morpheus, the leader of the Oniroi, who can manifest various figures and dreams with exquisite realism. His two brothers assist him, Phantasos, the illusionist skilled in conjuring inanimate forms like earth, stone, and water, and Isolos, the imitator adept at portraying birds and beasts, known to humanity as the terrifying Phobter. Without a judgment established, the souls cannot discern good from evil. Now, under the watch of the 3,000 dreams, they can transform into all manner of worldly forms, sufficiently subduing this congregation of ordinary souls. Divinity does not preside over death, and the golden humans are sheltered by the gods. True death befalls only common beasts, fairies, and such. Thus, the operations remain within a manageable domain. Once Thanatos has fulfilled his duties, there remains a span of time to freely allocate before the next tasks arrive. It is daylight, and Hypnos has yet to commence his work. He decides to seek out his brother. Upon a bed crafted from black jade, adorned with soft, dark feathers, Hypnos lies in slumber. For when night falls, he must traverse the earth, guiding all beings into the embrace of dreams. This realm of dreams is also the abode of the 3,000 Oniroi. As Thanatos approaches his brother, a stir is felt in his embrace. Almost forgotten is the little one. From within his cloak, he retrieves a small mantle. The nocturnal goddess, inadvertently witnessing this scene, suddenly grasps the arm of darkness beneath her, eliciting surprise from the Lord of Shadows. Nyx, momentarily taken aback, lacks the time to explain to her husband. Instead, she discreetly divides a portion of her divine essence, as if peering into a secret with a thrill of excitement. Of course, this is a mother's profound affection for her son. Thanatos, my beloved child, from where have you stolen this little one? Or perhaps, like me, you engage in parthenogenesis? Nyx mused. She could never quite recall whether Thanatos was capable of producing offspring. But as his progeny, the realm of possibilities was boundless. Unbeknownst to her, the mother goddess observed from the shadows. Thanatos loosened his cloak, revealing a striking visage beneath the darkness, his cold silver eyes devoid of emotion, locking gazes with the round, black feline orbs. The juxtaposition was oddly comical, dispelling the chilling aura that surrounded Thanatos. Little Joel, emboldened by the absence of threat from Thanatos, perceived the warmth concealed beneath his aloof demeanor and felt a fondness directed towards himself. It is said that those who are favored possess an audacity that knows no fear. He had experimented countless times under Eros as watchful eye, mastering the art of lowering defenses and evoking boundless affection. Greetings, my friend. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Joel from the House of Eros. What is your name? The little one appeared both enthusiastic and audacious, unperturbed by Thanatos' coldness, immediately offering two cheerful greetings. Yet, the implications of his words were profound. A youngling from the House of the Great Eros? Thanatos could not help but acknowledge that Joel's words were indeed potent, especially for one aware of Eros' stature. Thanatos nearly forgot his intention to return the little one to the mortal realm until Hypnos stirred awake. Whose offspring is this? The god of sleep and the god of death were twin brothers, originating from the same source. Initially, Hypnos suspected that Thanatos had inadvertently sired a child during his missions, until he used divine power to trace the bloodline. He sensed a familiar essence, albeit not belonging to his brother Thanatos, which calmed his heart. Thus, the question arose. Thanatos, you have brought back a living child. So small, yet so vibrant. Most importantly, he was alive. Hypnos, I understand your urgency, but please, do not rush me. I am preparing to return him to the mortal realm, Thanatos patiently explained, unusually verbose for one who typically favored brevity. Only those of shared origin and twinship were granted such a privilege. Hypnos, lost in thought, overlooked the significance of his brother's breach of the underworld's regulations. This realization unsettled him. Despite the child's captivating appearance, he merely wished to swiftly rid himself of the impending trouble. As night was set to envelop the world, it was time for him to fulfill his duties, and he intended to send the youngling to the earth. By the way, where does he reside? Chapter 8. The night's cherub. Nevertheless, Hypnos, being kind-hearted, could not bring himself to abandon the innocent child carelessly. After all, what would it serve to send him up only for Thanatos to retrieve him again? Such efforts would be in vain. Thanatos' silver gaze met Hypnos' golden one. Laden with significance, as he stated, he dwells in the sea of desire. The sea of desire? Is that so? Hypnos gazed in astonishment at Thanatos, then glanced at the small creature beside him, who placed immense trust in his older brother. You actually managed to take the offspring of the great deity. How did you manage such a feat? When the time comes for punishment, not even the mother goddess will be able to save you. He began to ponder whether it was still timely to seek the mother goddess's protection for his brother. He could not simply stand by and watch his brother endure a beating. A light chuckle echoed, "Don't worry. When the moment arrives, entrust the little one to me, and I shall ensure the safety of both you brothers." A dark shadow surged forth like a tide, enveloping all existence in an endless night. Mother goddess, you are the embodiment of night, the enchanting silhouette of darkness. The moon adorns you with new garments, and the stars embellish your skirts. We praise you. Goddess of the night, our mother. Her layered yet unembellished gown traced graceful arcs in the air, shimmering subtly as she moved, hidden in brilliance. The veil upon her head rendered her features indistinct, yet her exposed chin revealed a delicate outline. She was the primordial night, the goddess Nyx. Cold and uninteresting Thanatos. The most satisfying deed you have accomplished is bringing this little one to the underworld. Nyx made her entrance. Her focus not on her two sons, but gliding gracefully to the front of little Joel, enveloping the obedient child in her embrace. My dear little brother. What is your name? I am Joel of the Eros family. Little Joel blinked, his large, round cat-like eyes clear and innocent, exuding an aura of such innocence that it tugged at the heartstrings, even of deities. Nyx raised an eyebrow. Of the Eros family? That cannot be right. You are of the great father Chaos's lineage, and also our shared little brother among the five of us. Eros desires exclusivity? Impossible. Joel found himself in a state of confusion, as he bore the essence of 5 primordial deities, which fostered a sense of familiarity with Nyx. Yet, his understanding remained shrouded in obscurity. Eros had never spoken, but I trust you would not deceive a child, so I shall refer to you as sister. Indeed, my astute little brother, you are quite perceptive. Holding the young Joel, Nyx effortlessly disregarded the presence of her 2 elder sons standing nearby. Hypnos wore a complex expression. Brother, you are truly remarkable, managing to bring home a youngling and still manage to impress an elder. Thanatos interjected. No, he entered on his own accord. Enough of this. You need not linger. Those with duties should attend to them, as I must bestow the tranquility of night upon the earth. With the little Joel in her arms, Nyx felt no inclination to oversee the whereabouts of her elder sons. She melded into the night, soaring towards the earth. Hypnos donned a black cloak, concealing his radiant visage, and grasped a flute to play a lullaby, following the darkness towards the earth. Quietly accompanying him was Thanatos, unfazed by Hypnos' astonished gaze. He calmly stated, "Creatures shall succumb to eternal slumber in the embrace of night. Is it too much to ask for a little overtime? Huh, with a brother by my side, I am most delighted." Thus, the night parades through the cosmos, accompanied by the grim reaper and the god of sleep. Unbeknownst to the multitude of souls, many shall never awaken from this slumber. This intertwining of death and sleep weaves a tapestry of ominous legend, casting a shadow so profound that even the deities tremble in fear. Though the gods are impervious to death, they cannot evade the grasp of fate. When the threads of destiny, spun by the Moirai, descend, even the divine may face the specter of annihilation. Nothing remains immutable. The formidable might of the night and its progeny is terrifyingly potent, counterbalancing the order of the gods. Thus, Kronos harbors a profound apprehension towards the night, intensifying his oppression of his siblings, denying them any opportunity to rise. The Titans reside upon Mount Othries, and in contrast to the eternal darkness, they cherish the semblance of freedom afforded during Kronos' reign, albeit limited. This does not diminish their gratitude towards their brother, Kronos, whose tyranny grows more oppressive with each passing day. They remain withdrawn within the stronghold of Mount Othries, fulfilling their divine duties while refraining from provocation, demonstrating their harmlessness and obedience to the God King. This does not apply to Rhea, Kronos' wife, the goddess who governs the passage of time. When their father Uranus imprisoned her in the abyss, it was her youngest brother, Kronos, who rose to lead their siblings in the overthrow of their cruel progenitor. Ascending as the new god-king. In Rhea's heart, Kronos is her savior, her great hero, and she loves him deeply. However, the fair and gentle goddess now covers her mouth. Huddled in a corner, witnessing her husband commit the most dreadful acts. Tears stream silently down her face as the light in her eyes dims. Kronos, my beloved husband. How could you perpetrate such deeds? This cannot continue. You are more ruthless than our father. I shall put a stop to you. Resolutely. She resolves in her heart that one day she will dare to deceive the trust of Kronos. Perhaps he never envisioned that the gentle, beautiful goddess, who loves him so dearly, would one day summon the courage to oppose him. Perhaps he underestimated the power that a woman can wield when motivated by love. Once, Rhea's love was directed at Kronos. In the future, it shall evolve into something else entirely. Joel donned his little black cloak, embraced by the night, wandering through the vast expanse of the world. His curious black eyes gazed upon the earth. The creatures of the night succumbed to the soothing melodies of Hypnos' flute, while Thanatos brandished his scythe, harvesting the names on his list of the departed. Even the monsters silenced their roars, deterred from disrupting their solemn duty. As darkness enveloped the land in profound stillness, only Joel's occasional, clear laughter resonated through the night, prompting Nyx to tenderly place several kisses upon his small forehead. Nyx, dear sister, please refrain from such affections. Joel, seated in the nocturnal chariot, roamed the world freely, sparing his little legs from strenuous pursuits. It was indeed a joyful affair. Yet his sister, the embodiment of night, Nyx, seemed to have an inexplicable urge to shower him with kisses, though her lips were delightfully soft. Joel often felt a sense of being taken advantage of, trapped in the hands of the night, unable to voice his displeasure. It was evident that the little one was somewhat vexed. After a moment of self-reflection, Nyx soothed him with her words. All right, little Joel. If you do not wish for kisses, I shall comply. However, should he refrain from initiating, it did not deter Joel, who was quite capable of taking the lead. Nyx narrowed her mysterious, night-like eyes, pondering her secret schemes. Suddenly, a chill crept up Joel's spine as he sensed an aura of danger, prompting him to cling tightly to his sister. Nyx's lips curled into a playful smile. See, there are many ways to encourage little Joel to take the initiative. Chapter 9. Cherished, the great one with the child. The cold wind howled fiercely. As the harbingers of death, they ruthlessly traversed the earth, seeking the unfortunate chosen by demise. The night journeyed forth, akin to a sovereign surveying his realm. The heavens and the earth lay shrouded in darkness. Whether it was the godly monarch Cronus, blessed by the heavens, or the earth mother Gaia, in the face of the night as formidable presence, they were compelled to yield. For in the primordial chaos, darkness nearly rivaled chaos itself. Yet, chaos ultimately triumphed, choosing to evolve and give birth to the primordial five gods, the foundation upon which the world continuously developed. Nyx of the night, Erebus of darkness, and Tartarus of the abyss inherited the vast majority of the essence of darkness. These three were inherently of the same faction. Even Gaia, as the elder sister, occasionally acknowledged the unfathomable power of darkness. Fortunately, under the eternal witness of chaos, they had established a pact. Outside their own domains, none could disrupt the existing order. This preserved Gaia's absolute authority among the deities. As dawn approached, the goddess of the earth lifted her skirts, searching each inch of the land, finally arriving just before the night retreated to the underworld. Nyx, my sister, wait. Nyx paused at the threshold of the infernal gates, her foot halting mid-step as she regarded the hurriedly approaching goddess with an air of serenity. Gaia, my ever-busy sister who seldom takes the initiative, is there something of great import compelling you to urge me to halt? Speak if there is something to discuss, otherwise, do not linger unnecessarily. Her tone was anything but courteous. Gaia had intended to articulate her thoughts, but the words were swallowed back, as her gaze met Nyx's from afar. This tense confrontation between the two deities was abruptly shattered by the sound of a small yawn, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere that had loomed like a tempest. Sister Nyx, why have you not moved on? Joel was oblivious to the current state of affairs. He rubbed his eyes and asked, have you lost your way just like me? Upon his initial arrival on Earth, he had dashed about aimlessly, unable to discern any path. It was only the captivating figure of Thanatos, shrouded in a dark cloak, that drew his attention, leading him to traverse through the gates of the underworld into the realm of the dead. Ah, dear little Joel, I am not lost at all. It is merely a noisy little bird that happened to obstruct my path. A bird? Where is it? All of Joel's understanding stems from Eros's dissemination of knowledge, alongside the innate perception of all things possessed by the divine. While he may be aware of the existence of birds, he has not genuinely seen or touched them in a meaningful sense. Thus, his curiosity is entirely natural upon hearing of the emergence of sentient creatures. Joel clung to Nyx's arm, his little head spinning incessantly, yet he could only catch sight of a beautiful older sister. With no trace of the bird that Nyx had mentioned, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Had it flown away? Nyx suppressed a smile, her lips pressed together. Meanwhile, Gaia could hardly contain her displeasure. Were Nyx to genuinely laugh aloud, the two goddesses might very well engage in a fierce battle right there. All over a mere bird? That would be utterly undignified. Nyx managed to maintain her composure and, glancing at Gaia, raised an eyebrow slightly. They exchanged friendly glances, ultimately agreeing to step back from the brink. Joel was lifted up, and Gaia approached with a gentle smile. "Little Joel, I am your sister, Gaia." The name you two was emphasized by her. Humph. Nyx scoffed disdainfully, not intending to engage in a verbal spar with Gaia. After all, little Joel might not remain in the underworld forever. It would be far safer under Gaia's protection on the surface of the earth. For the sake of the little darling, he allowed Gaia to come a tad closer, just a smidgen, nothing more. Gaia yearned to reach out and touch him, but Nyx quickly retreated 2 steps, evading her advance. As Gaia struggled to maintain her gentle and loving expression, Nyx provocatively chuckled. "Dawn has arrived. Little Joel and I must return home. Until next time, Gaia you." Wait. Gaia stood at the vanishing threshold of the underworld, silently stamping her foot in frustration. That Nyx was surprisingly swift. Next time? Who knows when that might be? The night would surely not relinquish Joel until its interest waned. "My poor little brother, I hope to see you lively and healthy next time." Cursed Nyx, that wretched Nyx. Aha. The mere thought of Gaia's expression made Nyx burst into hearty laughter upon returning to the underworld. The ghosts lining the banks of the river Styx trembled, their flames of spirit dimmed by a third. They huddled together, uneasy. Only the ferryman by the river wore a look of delight. "You are the embodiment of the endless night, the origin of the world's miseries. Neither the heavens nor the earth can rival the darkness." "You are Sharon?" Nyx paused at the banks of the river Styx, cradling Joel, concluding a night of revelry on earth, now ready to explore the underworld with him. Beyond the gates of hell lay the outer realms of the underworld, a desolate expanse devoid of life. Spirits lingering here too long would be consumed and assimilated by the rules. To retain their essence, they must enter the underworld proper. Before that, they must navigate the River of Woe, one of the 5 great rivers encircling the underworld. This river, being the outermost, had waters lighter than those in the living world. Physical bodies could not cross, and souls would be eroded by the river's currents, only able to traverse by special vessels. Sharon, son of Nyx, was the ferryman of the River of Woe, demanding a fare from the deceased. Without funds, one could only wander the riverbank. As for confronting Sharon, he would unceremoniously cast insolent souls into the river, coldly watching as they were utterly consumed and transformed into part of the waters. The elderly figure of Sharon, having tossed a few troublesome spirits into the river, was regarded by the souls on the bank as a fearsome demon. Yet his radiant smile astonished the spirits watching from the shore. "I praise you, my mother, the supreme goddess." Sharon placed a hand upon his chest, bowing his head. Were it not for the limited space of his small, rickety boat, he would have knelt to kiss the tips of the goddess's shoes. "Sister Nyx, is this the boat?" Joel's mind only conjures specific information when he directly observes or interacts with things, yet this knowledge resembles mere data, devoid of any genuine sensation. The little creature fidgeted with excitement, blinking his large, innocent eyes at Nyx, resembling a cat in both roundness and naivety. It was truly difficult to resist. "Come down to play," Nyx gently suggested. "Sharon, let little Joel enjoy some time. Today as passage fee is waived." With a casual gesture, she bestowed upon him a fragment of dark essence. Sharon accepted it, and being a progeny of darkness himself, he swiftly assimilated it, significantly enhancing his divine stature. "I am grateful for your generosity and benevolence," Sharon said, bowing his head in deference. His reverence towards the supreme goddess was never excessive. Meanwhile, little Joel gazed up at Sharon, his innocent eyes filled solely with curiosity, devoid of any disdain or contempt often found in other deities. What a delightful child he was. A smile flickered in Sharon's eyes. "Esteemed young prince, would you care to try your hand at rowing?" Chapter 10. Amusement. A tour of the underworld rowing, yay! Exclaimed 3-year-old Joel, who was yet smaller than the oar itself. With Sharon's guidance, he symbolically paddled a few strokes, thus partaking in the experience of rowing. Nyx watched the little one play with affection. The peril of the river Styx was such that even deities dared not approach it lightly. However, the river's laws held no sway over her. The entire underworld was a manifestation of the evolution of Erebus and Tartarus existing as equal entities. While certain laws of the underworld could pose challenges, they would never affect her, the embodiment of night. She relished the joy of rowing to her heart's content. Joel and Sharon have become well acquainted, reaping the lifelong benefit of free passage across the river. Listen, the mournful cries of souls by the riverbank have grown louder. Steeped in envy, having traversed the river of torment and set foot upon the dark fields, the white tulips sway melancholically. Akin to the restless spirits adrift in this vast expanse, untried and unjudged. Beyond the most heinous of sins, there are souls condemned by the divine, cast into the abyss to endure the searing agony of the infernos. The remaining souls wander across the fields, awaiting the return of the god of judgment, destined to be allocated either to the land of dreams or the realm of suffering. Joel stood by the riverbank, waving farewell. Until we meet again. Sharon also waved, a smile adorning his face as he hummed an unknown melody, turning to fulfill his divine duties across the river. Free, his sanity returned, and the greed for wealth surfaced within him, yet he lacked the courage and audacity to act. Gazing at the souls eagerly awaiting on the riverbank, Sharon let out a heavy scoff. Honor my merciful night, benevolent goddess. Today, you impoverished souls may receive the privilege of crossing the river for free, of course. Those who pay the fare shall board first. The once numb souls were suddenly infused with light, each one vying to board the vessel. A sudden clap. An unfortunate soul was cast into the river by Sharon, his aged face shrouded in shadows, a sight foreboding. With this cautionary tale, the others obediently formed a queue. Though their turn had not yet arrived, anticipation began to swell within them. The grace of free crossing was limited to a year, and it so happened that this period had recently elapsed. The souls could only linger on the opposite shore for a year, should they fail to reach it in time. The consequences would be dire. At best, their souls would be eroded, perhaps retaining some semblance of consciousness. At worst, they would be assimilated by the rules, left as mere fragments or entirely obliterated. Only the deceased harbor an obsession with the afterlife. They often lament their failure to cherish life while they lived, yearning for what they once possessed, now forever out of reach. Joel stood beside a tulip of his own height, tiptoeing in an attempt to savor its fragrance. No scent? He maintained his posture, lifting his small face, his large eyes reflecting an innocent bewilderment. Nyx embraced his younger brother, playfully tousling him until Joel gently pushed him away, prompting Nyx to reluctantly cease his antics. The white tulips of the underworld were shaped by design, meant to allure wandering souls and preserve their ethereal existence. If one were to speak of fragrance, Nyx gazed across the field of spirits. Would little Joel like to experience the taste of a soul? No, no. Joel quickly shook his head, fearful that Nyx might truly attempt to procure a few undead for him to sample. The thought was utterly terrifying. The pale, ghastly appearance of the undead suggested they would be quite unpalatable, and Joel resolutely refused to partake. Is that so? Very well then, Nyx replied, a hint of disappointment evident on her face. This expression startled Joel, prompting him to grasp her finger and hastily depart. Rushing ahead, Joel remained oblivious to the sly smirk that had crept onto Nyx's lips. Her interest piqued. With the slight force exerted by Joel, they traversed the entire dark expanse, circumventing several of the 5 great rivers of the underworld, until they unwittingly arrived at a fractured patch of shadowy terrain. The smile faded from Nyx's visage. Sister? Joel found himself unable to move Nyx, and turning around, he beheld her expressionless visage, prompting him to inquire anxiously. Nyx blinked, regaining her relaxed demeanor. Joel, dear, the path ahead is treacherous. Let us take an alternate route. Before she could finish her sentence, the ground ahead fissured more rapidly, forming a narrow path. Come, brother. Nyx was eager to whisk Joel away from this place, back to her and Erebus's abode. Had she known they would attract attention, she would not have wandered aimlessly. In the absence of Erebus, Nyx gazed upon the path leading to the depths of the underworld, her eyes dark and profound. Alone, she was capable of fighting, yet she could not traverse the perilous terrain unscathed. It was imperative to remember that the abyss still held many monsters, emerging from unknown origins, feeding on the world. If a skirmish between her and Joel were to ensue, the chaos may allow them to escape. Not to mention, Gaia and their father Chaos would surely come seeking them. After contemplating the situation, Nyx made her decision. Little Joel, do you wish to enter? That is one of your brothers, Tartaros of the Abyss. If you choose not to, Do not blame your sister for bringing the little darling home. Unfortunately, reality did not align with Nyx's intentions. Joel harbored an insatiable curiosity towards all that was unknown, reminiscent of a typical child, possessing an innate propensity for exploration. The path ahead was shrouded in mystery, concealing secrets that even Sister Nyx regarded with trepidation. Joel yearned to venture within and uncover what lay hidden. Joel, following his heart's desire, finds that his elder siblings generally do not refuse his requests. Eros, now in a state of both indulgence and concern, reluctantly restrains his protective instincts to allow young Joel to traverse the earth, seeking to provide him with more opportunities. It is worth mentioning that numerous protective measures set by Eros envelop the little one, should any danger arise. His formidable divine power will swiftly return young Joel to the Sea of Desire, without delay. Nyx perceives this and is not worried about young Joel encountering any mortal peril. It presents an opportunity to visit the Moirai and inquire after Joel's threat of fate. The Moirai govern the destinies of all gods and beings, save for the primordial five. Should young Joel's fate not be entwined with theirs, it would signify the obscurity of his divinity. He remains an eternal primordial deity, destined to endure even when all other gods face their final moments. Very well, I shall wait for you outside. Just remember not to forget your sister now that you have a new brother. Joel felt the pinch on his cheek, meeting Nyx's perilous gaze, and reluctantly uttered, "Do not worry, sister. Joel shall not forget." Alas, with Nyx's eyes brimming with danger, how could he dare to claim otherwise? She was as formidable as Eros. Oh, speaking of which, Eros had advised him not to linger outside for too long. But how long was that exactly? It mattered little. He would let Eros escort him home when the time came. It was only after stepping outside that Joel realized the lamentable truth of being utterly directionless. He adjusted his little black cloak, which, though it could not conceal anything from the primordial deities, served as a legendary artifact before the eyes of other gods. With his short legs, young Joel ventured step by step along the narrow path leading straight to the heart of the abyss. The piercing cold wind howled mercilessly. Yet upon reaching Joel, it softened into a gentle caress. The breeze playfully stirred his robes, providing a refreshing coolness as he walked. Sturdy blackthorns stood sentinel on either side, forming a protective corridor, safeguarding his journey. In the distance, there seemed to echo mournful wails, a haunting sound that added a touch of eeriness to the atmosphere, just beyond Joel's sight. The impenetrable blackthorns ensnared peculiar monsters, intertwining them into a tangled web that obstructed their advance. In a secluded corner, the one-eyed giants and the hundred-armed giants were trapped, sharing a singular trait, their grotesqueness. Their hideousness belied a formidable strength that instilled deep fear in Kronos, leading him to deliberately forget them in the depths of the abyss. While their siblings roamed freely, they languished in solitude within the dark void. Each time they were startled by the terrifying battles between the monsters and the abyssal deities, their resentment towards Kronos deepened. And what of the Titans? Why, after starting from the same place and contributing their might, were they the only ones to be forsaken? Such indignation, such loathing, such bitterness. The giants' fury, intertwined with the anguished cries of the imprisoned monsters, coalesced into a chilling wail that reverberated throughout the unfathomable darkness, rendering it all the more sinister and terrifying. Deep within Joel's heart, there lingered a sense of trepidation. Soon, a flicker of crimson fire illuminated the darkness, causing the temperature to soar to an unbearable heat, as if the sun itself were drawing ever closer. This was the core of the earth, where the temperature rivaled that of the sun's surface. As Joel approached, the divine vessel began to exhibit signs of discomfort. Although it shared a common origin with the primal deity, it was inherently deficient. Despite possessing the primal essence that fostered its growth, it remained incapable of developing like a conventional deity, its divinity obscured and its true form unclear. This was the crux of Eros's genuine concern. It is quite warm. Joel lifted his hood, revealing a delicate, fair face flushed with heat, with dark strands of hair clinging to his skin due to perspiration. He traversed a narrow passage illuminated by the flickering flames. The further he ventured towards the Earth's core, the more arduous the journey became. Yet this path seemed inescapable. Having already come so far, would it be unwise to turn back now? He had anticipated encountering something delightful within. Yet all he found was either darkness or the relentless torment of searing heat. Joel finally came to the realization that the abyss was indeed a dismal place, far more desolate than the underworld. The cruel environment, suitable for tormenting criminals, was undoubtedly the epitome of hell. Why did Brother Tal prefer to reside here? He was once again beset by new questions. The small creature, lost in contemplation, failed to notice the gentle caress of a cool breeze enveloping him. shielding him from the searing heat of the Earth's core as he traversed the exceedingly uncomfortable passageway. Deep within the inferno, an unassuming black palace stood sentinel, its rear dropping into the endless abyss. Should Joel choose to continue his descent, he would find no end in sight. It is said that within the abyss lie countless layers of space, and if one were to inadvertently wander into them, escape by one's own strength would be an impossibility. Joel gazed at the path beneath his feet, which led directly to the grand entrance of the palace. As he approached, the doors opened automatically before his hand could make contact, silently welcoming his arrival. Within the hall, the ethereal blue flames of the candles provided the sole illumination, casting a serene solitude that mirrored the figure upon the elevated throne. Cloaked in black, he seemed to be a companion of the darkness, his pale and exquisite visage radiating a lustrous hue as he sensed Joel's presence. He opened his eyes, both large and small, a pair of dark orbs that bore an uncanny resemblance. Joel? Indeed, dear brother Tal, as the cherished offspring nurtured by Eros. Joel is acutely aware of the state in which he can most readily evoke compassion. Indeed, he has matured. The siblings of Tartarus are not known for their benevolence, so the sudden appearance of such an innocent little being as Joel is particularly intriguing. Furthermore, having received the essence of their primordial nurturing, in a sense, Joel can be regarded as a shared child among the five. This inexplicably instills within Tartarus a sense of paternal affection. Aside from Eros, the other three have all welcomed their own offspring, while he, the sovereign of the abyss, currently possesses only this singular little one. The first, after all, is often imbued with a unique significance. Come here, Tartarus intoned, his voice softened, though the long absence from the outside world rendered his expression somewhat rigid. Fortunately, Joel sensed the goodwill radiating from him, along with a profound closeness emanating from the depths of his soul, which encouraged him to approach boldly. With his short legs, he scampered up the obsidian steps. Before he could reach the vicinity of the throne, Tartarus's large hand swept him into his embrace, placing him upon the lap of the abyss. Joel was perplexed, wondering why these older siblings were so fond of embracing him in the sea of desire. Eros, on the other hand, was not so clingy. He wandered about, his essence floating effortlessly, accompanied by a multitude of offspring. He was relatively obedient. Tartarus squinted his eyes, concerned that with just a little force, he might inadvertently harm the delicate little brother. Is this what it means to be a youngling? More fragile than any life in existence, indeed. Joel may appear youthful in visage, yet his form is forged from chaos, catalyzed by the essence of the five primordial deities. In a comparison, the gods that followed the primordial ones may find it challenging to breach Joel's corporeal defenses. However, there exists a certain affection, one that arises from the concern of loved ones who perceive you as fragile, cold, and in need. Joel remained silent, held in the embrace of Tartarus, motionless for an extended period. The latter's eyes were half closed, exuding a drowsy demeanor, merely tightening his grip, resting his chin atop Joel's head. The juxtaposition of the robust and the delicate in the dim azure candlelight resembled a pair of exquisite, unmoving dolls. Eventually, Tartarus's languor seemed to seep into Joel, and his eyelids began to flutter. When a soft sigh escaped him, Tartarus suddenly opened his eyes, sparkling with starlight, radiating an unexpected joy that warmed even the surrounding oppressive darkness. He gently nudged his chin before resuming his tranquil repose. In the palace of the goddess, Rhea had just given birth. Before she could even glance at her child, Cronus, adorned in splendid attire and crowned, approached wielding his scepter, ignoring Rhea entirely as he coldly advanced toward the bedside. No, Cronus, you mustn't. Rhea, whose divine powers were primarily expended on childbirth and nurturing the divine offspring, had yet to regain her strength. Even moving proved arduous, rendering her helpless to thwart Cronus's actions. Indifferent to Rhea's plight, Cronus seized the newborn lying on the bed. With a gaping maw, he swallowed the child whole. As he felt the infant descend within him, a trace of relief washed over Cronus's icy demeanor. He turned to Rhea, his tone laced with warning. Rhea, my wife, remember that I am your husband. Cease your futile struggles. Cronus, fear lay buried in Rhea's eyes. You are nothing short of a demon. They are your children. How could you harm your own offspring? Her voice, filled with sorrow, still bore a hint of hope, yearning to awaken her partner's compassion. Rhea could not forget the day Cronus extended his hand to her, the handsome god-king who had once promised to share his achievements and glory. I am the king of the gods. You are my one and only queen. Rhea's gaze was steeped in despair. She could not comprehend how their relationship had deteriorated to this point. Or was this truly the essence of Cronus? She refused to accept it. Chapter 12. The Curse Escape. Ha ha ha. Children? They are merely obstacles to my ascent to the throne. Besides, I have not killed them. They remain within me, becoming a part of my very being. Cronus rarely displayed warmth, yet a flicker of his former self emerged. Rhea, do not be so naive. Is our existence not as splendid as it once was? I am the king of the gods. You are my one and only queen. Seeing Rhea's lack of intention to serve him, Cronus's expression darkened. I shall grant you time to recuperate. My queen must not appear so feeble. Upon finishing his words, he turned and departed. As his true nature became increasingly evident, his significance in Rhea's heart gradually diminished. Conversely, on the other side of the scale, their children grew heavier as weights, and perhaps one day, Rhea would find herself unable to endure the burden. She would be faced with a choice, to remain with her increasingly cruel and unfeeling husband, or to embrace the child she had yet to meet. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon. Rhea's children had been swallowed by Cronus, 5 in total, their once bright eyes now devoid of luster. Now, she was expecting another child. Within the palace, she tenderly caressed her belly, the vessel of her lineage and her youngest offspring. Suddenly, she felt a movement within. Her hand resting on her abdomen could sense the lively little one greeting her, its mother. The lost radiance in her eyes flickered back to life. Rhea's instinctual maternal love surged forth, and her wavering heart finally made a resolute decision. Child, I shall protect you. In the palace of the God King, a bed of white marble was adorned with soft and warm exquisite furs, the patterns still vividly alive. The formidable and majestic figure of the God King lay upon it. Though his countenance was dark, his brow furrowed, as if troubled by dreams. The sky was overcast, thunder crashing ominously. The handsome youth, Cronus, wielded a miraculous scythe, hidden within the depths of the earth, thanks to the protection of the Earth Mother. He evaded the Father of Heaven's perception while the latter was engrossed in battle within the Earth Mother's embrace, his vigilance waning. Cronus seized the opportunity, severing the Father's vulnerability with one swift motion, causing excruciating pain that forced the Father and the Earth Mother apart, blood spilling upon the ground, giving birth to new siblings. Hidden in the Earth Mother's bosom, Cronus felt the Father's vengeful gaze upon him, a son underestimated. He dared not look back. Only hearing the Father's furious curse, "You will pay for what you have done. Soon, you too shall be overthrown by your own son. I await that day." With that, the father departed from the earth. The wretched Gaia, seizing the moment of his weakness, stripped the God King of his divinity and a portion of his dominion over the skies. Helpless, he returned to the heavens, bound by the laws of fate. He was condemned to remain forever within this celestial domain, maintaining the universe's rhythm and the sky's immortality. Cronus, my cunning and deceitful son, your ambition exceeds even my own. I await the fate that befalls you, you little scoundrel. Ah, the pain. You will pay for all you have done. You will be overthrown by your own son. Cronus. Cronos opened his eyes, the golden canopy of his bed exuding an air of opulence, yet within his heart echoed the venomous curse of the father, repeating incessantly. Ever since Rhea bore her first child, Cronus had been haunted day and night by dreams that transported him back to the moment he severed the Father's weakness with his own hands. That was the pinnacle of his divine existence, and the time when the Father's curse instilled the most dread in him. The throne of the King of Gods, painstakingly acquired, was not to be obstructed by any means, neither by fate nor by his progeny. Cronus, filled with unease, calculated the imminent arrival of his 6th child, casting a bloodthirsty and terrifying gaze towards Rhea's palace. Rhea, I hope you are not too foolish. Thunder rumbled, nearly cleaving the sky in two. Startled, Cronus rose. A primal instinct linked to his bloodline informed him that the 6th child had arrived. He grasped the scepter that symbolized his sovereignty and strode towards Rhea's palace, his towering figure reminiscent of a ferocious beast. Cronus, no? Rhea sprinted desperately towards her child, only to be sent flying by a brutal kick from Cronus. Without a glance, he seized the tightly wrapped swaddling blanket and swallowed it whole. As the child settled within him, the tension in his heart eased, and he mocked Rhea. You cannot stop this. Remain obedient in your palace and do not incite my wrath, understand? Ha ha. The King of Gods shall forever be me. Rhea, rising from the ground, fixated her icy gaze filled with a hint of hatred upon Cronus's arrogant back. Do not blame me. If blame is to be cast, let it be upon your cruelty. She approached the balcony of the palace, where the realms of mortals lay beneath the clouds, the territory of the Earth Mother. Oh, my beloved mother, I hope you will care for him, my poor son Zeus. The prophecy foretold of a destined child. He was born. A simple yet elegant gown adorned with a platinum thread of fate trailed as three goddesses walked alongside one another. One of the goddesses wrapped a pale golden thread from the spool onto the spindle. The sound of the wheel turning echoed, and through the river of time. The majestic figure could be seen, seated upon a throne atop a mountain, ever accompanied by thunder. A slender, alabaster finger pressed down upon the pale golden thread of fate, tracing back to the origins, revealing a life of grandeur and turmoil. The goddess of night chuckled softly. How intriguing. The three fates, with reverence, bowed their heads in silence. Yet their hands continued their weaving with unwavering diligence. Before long, the lengthy strands of life accumulated at the hem of their skirts. Lachesis, adhering to the divine decree, meticulously measured and apportioned the tribulations of fate, serving as a trial for heroes. Those who persevere shall be rewarded by destiny. Those who falter shall face the merciless snip of Atropos as sharp scissors, stripping them of a glorious future and relegating them to mediocrity. The goddess of night cast a fleeting glance before returning her focus elsewhere, most of her divine essence lingering along the dark paths of the underworld, awaiting the return of a certain wayward soul. Forgetful little Joel, should you return, your sister shall impart upon you the importance of respecting time. Tardiness or forgetfulness will not go unpunished. A sense of impending danger merely startled Joel, while only Tartarus stirred from his slumber, silently adjusting the temperature with divine power. He then cradled the little one, gently drifting back into the realm of dreams, while the 3,000 dream-weaving deities trembled, reluctantly crafting more delightful dreams for the pair. Upon the earth, a woman clad in a tightly woven cloak hurriedly ran, cradling something in her arms, carefully avoiding any encounter with the precious burden she carried. Despite her urgent pace, she traversed forests, scaled mountains, and crossed rivers, always evading the glaring daylight, daring to walk only when the night draped its inky veil. Due to her unique status, she concealed her identity, driven by a sense of duty and mission. At last, she arrived before Gaia, the mother of the earth, and bent low, intending to kiss the earth goddess's toes in a gesture of respect and humility. Yet, the infant in her arms let out a couple of cries, as if the heavens themselves trembled. Gaia, wielding her divine power, shielded the anomaly, contemplating the child in the woman's embrace. Is he the offspring of Rhea? Indeed. He is named Zeus. Chapter 13. Growing up, the young god, it turned out the woman was a handmaiden of the goddess Rhea, tasked with the mission of taking her young charge away from the dominion of the king of gods. She journeyed to the earth, seeking the protection of the earth goddess and a safe haven for Zeus to thrive. Gaia sighed. I understand. You shall take Zeus to the vast ocean, where Oceanus and Tethys will nurture him. I shall conceal your passage along the way, with the protection of the mother of the earth. The handmaiden need no longer endure the weariness of her ceaseless travels. She joyfully expressed her gratitude. I praise your compassion, O supreme mother of the gods. Go forth and swiftly deliver Zeus to the ocean, a place where Cronus cannot spy upon him. Yes, thank you for your guidance, for it has illuminated my path. The maid, having discovered her precise destination, regained her determination and vigor. Under the deliberate concealment of the earth, she evaded the divine surveillance of the sky, hastening her pace until she finally arrived at the shores of the vast ocean. It unfolded before her, an endless expanse of blue, tranquil in demeanor yet tempestuous enough to obliterate all in its path when roused. Waves crashed against the rocky shore. The magnificent ocean god, tall and handsome, emerged alongside the gentle and beautiful goddess of the sea from the boundless waters. They halted, for the capricious ocean possessed its own temperament. One must tread carefully to avoid being ensnared by its depths. Their presence was endearing, softly reminding the maid, as the sea goddess leaned slightly toward her. You bear the essence of the earth mother, little sprite. Whence do you hail? True to the legacy of the primordial titans. She discerned the maid's disguise and her true identity as a fairy with a mere glance. Esteemed ocean god, sovereign of the waters, I am but a handmaiden to the queen of the gods, guided here by the earth goddess. The maid unveiled her cloak, revealing a charming infant with silver hair and azure eyes. He is Zeus, the son of Rhea and the king of the gods, whom his father, cursed by fate, devoured in his insatiable hunger. This is the youngest of the children. I beseech your compassion and protection, that he may grow up safely, she implored, kneeling upon the ground. The revelation in her words sent shivers down the spines of the ocean's divine couple, for they had unwittingly opposed the heavenly ruler. Exchanging glances, Thetis cradled Zeus in her arms, The little one gazed up with watery blue eyes reminiscent of the clearest skies and the deepest seas. The mother of the ocean, who had birthed the 3,000 ocean nymphs and numerous rivers, felt her maternal instincts stir as she looked upon Zeus with profound affection. Poor child, destined for turmoil. Oceanus, let us adopt him. Let Zeus become our son, one whom no one will suspect. The tenderness in Oceanus's demeanor softened his authoritative visage. As you wish, he replied. Thus, the sixth child of the goddess Rhea was embraced by the divine couple, growing up in the secluded sanctuary of the island of Crete. The island was home to ancient tree spirits and numerous nymphs and sprites, where Zeus blossomed from a swaddled infant into a handsome and stately young god. He possessed smooth, soft silver hair, and his blue eyes, reminiscent of the sky and sea, were gentle and affectionate. When he spoke, his rose-tinted lips uttered words that stirred the heart. Beautiful Métis, you truly live up to your name of wisdom, hidden here for me to find with great difficulty, yet I have been drawn to you, Zeus. Métis, tilting her chin slightly, revealed her exquisite and charming visage, her deep blue eyes sparkling with a wisdom that surpassed his own. According to the decree, I am yours. The proud and astute goddess rendered Zeus's heart tender. He stepped forward, taking her outstretched hand and gently pressing a kiss upon it. Indeed, you are mine. Perhaps the sun shines just right. The handsome god and the beautiful goddess, entranced by the divine Eros, find their souls entwined on the lush green meadow. After a tempest of passion, Métis nestles in Zeus's embrace, savoring the lingering echoes of their fervent union. Dear Zeus, which flower or spirit has whispered secrets to you this time? Although the outcome aligns perfectly with her desires, Métis, enticed by Zeus's allure, scoffs inwardly at the lesser spirits vying for his affection. She harbors no qualms about punishing a few as a cautionary measure. Zeus, well aware of Métis's sentiments, has flitted among the blossoms like a diligent little bee since his awakening to desire. Métis, the daughter of his foster parents, is not only the goddess of the ocean but also the embodiment of wisdom and thought, and in name, she remains his sister, blinking with feigned innocence. Zeus lifts Métis's chin and gently kisses her, proclaiming, My beautiful goddess, how can those sprites possibly compare to you? Your wisdom shines like the radiant moon, with the stars merely orbiting your brilliance, subdued by your luminance. Pay no mind to those insignificant spirits. Your heart and mind belong solely to me, Zeus, now and forever. Cunningly, Zeus effortlessly resolves the impending crisis. Though the floral spirits lack Métis's beauty and intellect, they share a bond from their upbringing together. Their pure and enchanting visages can bring joy merely through their presence, and their disappearance would indeed be a loss. At this moment, Zeus has yet to become the callous deity of the future. 18 years have passed, and he has matured into a charming and handsome young god, adored by the island's fairy spirits. His tenderness and passion deeply captivate the ocean goddess, Métis, who quietly observes among the crowd. With her beauty and intellect, she draws Zeus. And with the secrets gleaned from her divine parents about his lineage, she places her bets, ultimately achieving her heart's desire and fully claiming her beloved. After all, how could Métis, renowned for her wisdom, easily lose a wager? It was merely a matter of willing consent. Métis, is everything you said true? I am indeed the child of the goddess Rhea, but why do I find myself in the ocean? Zeus was nurtured under the affectionate care of the ocean deities, who doted on their adopted son more than their own myriad offspring of water sources. This indulgence caught the attention of the nearest ocean goddess, who set her sights on Crete. Their fateful encounter forged an unbreakable bond between them, and the goddess's initial intentions to find fault were gradually overshadowed by their enchantment with the handsome youth, igniting jealousy among them. The tranquility of the ocean was disrupted. Punished by their divine parents, the sisters' camaraderie lost its former intimacy. However, Métis remained indifferent. Having grasped the principles of wisdom and contemplation, she ascended from a goddess to a deity in her own right, already distanced from her sisters. Zeus was her choice. As for her affections, whether they blossomed before or after learning the secret, it mattered not. She had wholly claimed him now. A wise person does not lay bare all their thoughts, rather. They reveal some, act on others, and conceal a portion. This is true wisdom. Chapter 14. The Plan, Journey to the Earth. O handsome Zeus, my beloved, the secret should be unveiled by your own hands. Perhaps the goddess of the earth will provide you with the answers you seek. In Métis's eyes shone the light of wisdom. The mysteries of the king of gods could not be divulged by her. In terms of status and power, she would only meet a merciless fate in the game. To become cannon fodder? No, wisdom lurks in the shadows rather than risking oneself. The goddess of the earth. The mother of the gods, observed Zeus's blue eyes, profound as the sea. Yet upon meeting Métis's gaze, he beamed with a smile, unabashedly brushing against her. Thank you for your reminder. With wisdom's assistance, I will uncover all the answers. On Crete, Zeus was not devoid of knowledge, merely frolicking amidst the spring flowers and autumn moons with beautiful goddesses. On the contrary, he was exceptionally intelligent and eager to learn all that was unfamiliar to him, thus captivating the attention of the goddesses with his novel pursuits. Curiosity often marks the inception of emotions. For an entity like Métis, Zeus had undoubtedly strategized, effortlessly winning her over. After all, when they were together, his intentions were utterly sincere, devoid of pretense. Being a powerful descendant of the Titans and a destined one, Zeus's prowess was formidable. At the very least, the sea monsters lurking near Crete met with his fierce blows, meeting unfortunate ends. Who could resist the allure of a handsome youth triumphing over grotesque beasts? Such displays of valor stirred the hearts of women, and Zeus's charm was undeniably enhanced by these attributes. It is no wonder he was so charismatic. With numerous nymphs and goddesses enamored by him, a handsome youth who was both gentle and strong. Who could possibly resist such allure? After all, the majority of deities are imbued with arrogance and pride. When they encounter someone they fancy, they resort to forceful acquisition rather than investing time and energy to win a woman's affection. With little regard for the feelings of others, they seek only their own gratification. In stark contrast, Zeus emerges as the sole desirable figure amidst them. The youthful deity, with his silver hair and azure eyes, offers a gentle smile filled with affection, causing countless nymphs and goddesses to blush. A heartfelt thanks to his companions for their flattering presence. Bidding farewell to his beloved, Zeus embarks on a journey across the earth. Under the watchful gaze of his anxious adoptive parents, he seeks to uncover the mysteries of his lineage from Gaia, the mother of earth. A quest that promises daunting challenges ahead. Yet, heroes never shy away from adversity. As his silhouette fades into the distance, Oceanus casts a meaningful glance at his daughter, imparting a subtle warning. Métis, displaying her wisdom, may ultimately entrap herself. I hope you come to realize what you truly desire. Unfazed, Métis meets her father's gaze and replies with unwavering confidence. Yes, father, I have always been quite rational regarding the outcome of choices. There are but two possibilities, failure and success. My aim is unequivocal, that is to attain the supreme position of power, which can only be achieved through the identity of Zeus. Métis, confident in her wisdom, is undoubtedly beautiful and radiant. However, in the eyes of Oceanus, she has become ensnared by her own intellect. Yet, this is her choice. The oceanic deities, being parents to many offspring, find their love dispersed, rendering each child insignificant, save for the most exceptional among them, who will be duly recognized. Thus, the current warning stems from a natural parental concern for their progeny. Regarding whether or not the recipient heeds it, Oceanus remains indifferent. He would rather spend time with his wife, for recently, certain sea deities seem to harbor ambitions towards the ocean. After all, compared to the sunken earth, the expanse and depth of the ocean governed by Oceanus are far more vast. The ocean and the sea are perilously close. Let us hope that future matters do not disturb the tranquility of the ocean. After a prolonged journey, Zeus arrived at a mountainous region, where he heard from nearby inhabitants tales of a fearsome beast that frequently assailed passing travelers. In his current disposition, Zeus is still quite benevolent. During his travels, he has also accepted the kindness of humanity. To repay this goodwill, he resolved to slay the beast, thereby alleviating the dangers and unease in the area. Indeed, the truth is that deities who vanquish rule-breaking monsters are rewarded by the world, which aids in the comprehension of fundamental laws and enhances their strength. However, during the reign of Cronus, deities representing martial prowess and divine might dared not to step forward. Even as the chaos wrought by the beast caused the Earth Mother great distress, only those deities who tread upon the earth and are commissioned by the Earth Mother would dare to slay such monsters. Thus, Zeus journeyed onward, primarily engaged in battles with beasts or traversing paths towards such conflicts. Through the frequent use of divine power, he acquired the ability to command the weather, earning the title of the God of Thunder. When the colossal beast fell, the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. Zeus, Zeus, Zeus. Standing atop the immense carcass of the beast, Zeus raised his hand high, reveling in the adulation of the people. Clouds drifted, and birds scattered flowers, creating a fragrant rain of blossoms. Amidst this floral deluge, The youthful deity appeared exceptionally valiant, capturing the admiration of the goddesses who found their hearts stirred. Sweet voices laden with longing whispered on the wind, quietly racing towards the heart of that young god. "Oh, my handsome and valiant beloved, you have triumphed over the fierce beast that terrorized the people. You have earned their cheers and worship. As the clouds drift and birds shower you with flowers, we, the enamored goddesses, cannot help but be drawn to your allure. Young god, our beloved, how is it that your beauty and strength captivate our hearts? Let us yearn to draw near to you with an insatiable desire, yet shyly refrain from doing so. May the gentle breeze convey our sentiments. The soft wind caresses his form, as if bestowing cherished kisses upon him. Zeus beams with a smile, radiating warmth akin to sunlight and clarity reminiscent of crystal, intoxicating all who behold him and igniting longing within their hearts. If he were to take a more proactive stance, perhaps he could orchestrate a delightful rendezvous that would bring immense joy to both body and soul. However, the atmosphere is perfectly set. Just as Zeus felt assured of success, he was suddenly taken aback. The appearance of a small figure in a black cloak interrupted his discourse with the goddesses, shattering his ephemeral romantic encounter. "Who might you be, little one?" Zeus inquires, lifting the diminutive figure clad in black, whose tender and delicate physique is even softer than that of an ordinary 3-year-old, prompting him to exercise caution in his grip, lest he inadvertently provoke tears from the child. Yet, is this indeed a child? After all, the diminutive stature resembles that of dwarfs, goblins, and gnomes, races not particularly favored in appearance. With the proliferation of deities and diverse races across the world, some gods possess unique proclivities, resulting in a plethora of hybrids, including the very beasts slain by Zeus himself. It is conceivable that there is even a trace of divine blood within them. Alas, the situation is quite chaotic. Zeus does not endorse their indiscriminate preferences. To seek a lover or companion, one must possess a degree of beauty to achieve the utmost pleasure for both body and spirit. "Put me down, you naughty one." A soft, indignant voice calls out, prompting Zeus to feel relieved that this is not one of the more peculiar species. So, whose little one has ventured out in secret? Chapter 15, The First Encounter with the Little Ancestor. Joel kicked his short legs in midair, his hood having slipped due to his antics, revealing an exquisitely delicate face. His charming visage, with rosy lips and pearly white teeth, effortlessly stirred boundless affection in the hearts of those who beheld him. Puffing out his cheeks in annoyance, his dark eyes seemed to blaze with an inner fire, shining with remarkable brightness, akin to a lively little creature. Zeus felt a playful itch in his heart, and teasingly remarked, "Little cubs who wander outside may be caught and devoured by monsters. How about calling me brother, and I'll take you on an adventure to slay those beasts." "Brother?" Joel ceased his struggles, his eyes scrutinizing the silver-haired, azure-eyed youth before him, vibrant with youthful energy and brimming with divine power, yet not yet at his zenith. A being of tremendous potential. However, why was it that he was perpetually seized by older siblings upon his emergence? With a look of skepticism, Joel addressed him. "I am Joel of the Eros family. The earth goddess Gaia is my sister. The goddess of night Nyx is my sister. The realm of shadows Erebus is my brother. The abyssal hell Tartarus is my brother." Observing the increasingly rigid expression on Zeus's face, his confidence grew, and by the end of his proclamation, a broad smile adorned his youthful visage. "So, which of my esteemed brothers are you?" "Ah, Nephankai." Joel was taken aback by the sight of the exquisitely handsome youth before him, who, surprisingly, seemed unable to handle the situation and instinctively covered his mouth. The diminutive figure, constrained by its own size, was effortlessly subdued. His large, round eyes widened with innocence, sparkling with a layer of dew-like moisture. Zeus exclaimed, "Please do not cry." He merely wished for the little one to cease his incessant chatter that could incite enmity, yet here he was, witnessing the onset of tears. There was no doubt regarding the authenticity of the little one's words. The presence of such a deity was undeniable, for uttering their full name would inevitably draw their awareness. And there existed a possibility of attracting their attention. Given that the child had spoken the entire name yet received no response, it was evident that they were indeed a formidable individual not to be trifled with. Zeus felt the weight of an extraordinary burden resting upon his young shoulders. Life was truly arduous. "You can consider me your elder brother. Let's not shed tears," he cooed, ever mindful of comforting the distressed. Joel did not genuinely wish to weep. Rather, he was profoundly affected by the emotions intertwined with Zeus, leading him to a sudden bout of sentimentality. "I did not cry, and I am not your brother." The generational gap makes me your nephew or grandson. Zeus responded, why not reflect on your own words? Although it is indeed possible that Gaia, the goddess of the earth, is my grandmother, the dynamics of relationships in this world do not conform to such simplistic notions. Zeus's expression gradually grew darker. Joel's smile gradually brightened, of course. Considering the serendipity of our encounter, my dear uncle can indulge your desire to be a dove. After all, it is merely a term of endearment. Before the dove could utter a sound, its mouth was covered once more. Joel's feline eyes widened in astonishment. What is the matter with you, young one? Are you so easily offended that you would silence yourself at the slightest disagreement? Can you not handle the heat? Zeus, scanning his surroundings for any signs of disturbance, hastily set down the little creature in his grasp, using a broad leaf as a makeshift blanket. He initially presumed it to be a mere stray cub. But little did he know, it was a true little sovereign. Regardless of whether its strength was apparent or not, the 5 figures standing behind it commanded an undeniable presence. In both heaven and earth, they could traverse with impunity. Joel was comfortably attended to, cradling the fruits brought by Zeus, savoring them with a delightful crunch. His eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Truly remarkable, he was indeed a prodigy in the making. Zeus's thoughts were astute, noticing the little one's contentment. He employed the gentle allure that endeared him to goddesses. Dear little Joel, are you out here playing all by yourself? In the face of darkness and the abyss. He would begrudgingly accept such familial titles as uncle or granduncle to foster a closer bond. The pure light radiating from Joel's eyes revealed his youthfulness, unmistakably mirroring his outward appearance. To address the charming little one with such familial terms? Zeus was not so brazen, to enhance his masculine charm. The persona of a handsome and valiant young hero must remain intact. Joel failed to perceive Zeus's true intentions, just as the latter had surmised. He was still a nascent entity, having had limited exposure to the world and nurtured from a pristine white canvas by his elder brother. Zeus treated him with great kindness, and the benevolence emanating from him was unmistakable to Joel's emotional sensibilities. His demeanor bore a resemblance to that of his siblings, which diminished his apprehension and wariness. He replied in a childlike voice, I returned from the abyss to seek Sister Nyx. But I was startled by a monster from hell along the way and inadvertently lost my path. I am unsure which route I took, but suddenly, I found myself on the surface. Zeus was well aware of the events that followed, and he raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing he was dealing with an adorable little one who had merely lost his way. This suggested that various powerful figures might indeed be observing this place, for it seemed that young Joel shared a certain affinity with several deities. At this thought, Zeus could not help but commend his own cleverness. Truly, he was astute. His objective on this journey was to find Mother Earth, Gaia, to unlock the secrets of his lineage. However, every hero must endure countless trials and dangers before attaining the rewards of opportunity and success. Initially, Zeus intended to confront monsters and follow the conventional path of a hero. Yet Joel's emergence revealed to him a shortcut. The youthful deity bore the blessings of the goddess of wisdom, and the azure depths of his eyes sparkled with the light of intelligence. Did young Joel possess a means to find the earth goddess? Indeed, he did. Joel tilted his head innocently. Before Zeus could utter a word, he continued with the ensuing topic. Do you wish to seek out Sister Gaia? Upon mentioning this, Zeus's emotion spilled forth, so evident that it was nearly impossible for Joel to overlook. Fortunately, the other party was not unlikable. Should assistance be required, he was more than willing to oblige. After all, it was for an elder. With his concerns laid bare, Zeus recognized that young Joel was not easily swayed. For his innocence belied a keen intellect, he retracted his usual tactics. Indeed, my dear divine being, I earnestly beseech your aid in unraveling the enigma of my lineage, so that I may be free from my distress. Please assist me in locating the earth goddess, Gaia. A wisp of pale golden intent transformed into a luminous point, drifting toward Joel, who chose not to absorb it. Instead, it coalesced within his palm, taking the form of a 5-pointed star. Joel's cheeks flushed with excitement. Do I really have followers now? The wish in his hand was undeniably genuine. He joyfully patted his chest, proclaiming, Rest assured, I shall take care of your matters. Without further ado, he continued on his way. Joel summoned the primordial deity, invoking the essence of the earth that resided within him. As the power of the land surged abruptly, both Joel and Zeus gazed towards the source of the overwhelming force. The goddess of the earth, Gaia, had arrived. In Chapter 16, Methods, Confrontation, the bronze-hued skin of Gaia symbolized the earth's abundance and fertility, while her golden tresses represented wheat and harvest. Her attire was both simple and dignified, a brown robe, reflecting the colors of the earth, adorned with intricate embroidery of flora and fauna, underscoring her profound connection to nature. The broad belt at her waist signified her dominion and control over the world. The goddess exuded an air of solemnity, kindness, and inclusiveness. Her serene expression and wise gaze inspired a sense of stability and security, engendering trust and reliance among those before her. In her presence, individuals felt diminutive, yet they could sense her respect and regard for them. "Ode to you, beloved goddess." Gaia smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have embraced her handsome grandson with great warmth. However, at this moment, her attention was captivated by another cherished younger sibling. The eager, excited gaze focused upon her was undeniable. Joel could not help but softly call out, "Sister Gaia." Yet, he instinctively retreated behind Zeus. In the next instant, Zeus lifted him with both hands and presented him before the goddess. "Joel." Gaia joyfully took the little one into her embrace, tenderly caressing him, her demeanor towards Zeus visibly benevolent. Indeed, he is a clever child. The current outcome brought satisfaction to Gaia, while Zeus found himself bewildered amidst a sea of abundance. He averted his gaze from Joel's incredulous expression, dispelling an inexplicable sense of guilt, and respectfully bowed to the earth goddess, articulating his intentions. Gaia sighed softly, "Zeus, my dear grandson, your parents are indeed the supreme god and goddess. Yet, out of fear of the curse from your celestial father, the king devoured all your siblings. As for you, the last remaining child, Rhea devised a plan to deliver you to the earth, and I guided the handmaiden to bring you to the shores of the ocean." "Siblings? I have brothers and sisters?" Zeus initially felt joy, only to be swiftly followed by furrowed brows and deep anger. He was too cruel. "I must rescue all my siblings." Bathed in Gaia's admiring gaze, Zeus bowed once more. "I am profoundly grateful for your guidance and enlightenment. Should I one day ascend to greatness, I shall extol your divine name throughout the heavens and the earth, erecting temples in your honor." This was both a promise and a test. Gaia merely smiled in silence. For the Zeus before her bore a striking resemblance to the Kronos of yore, differing only in his confidence and composure. The youthful spirit, unaware of the vastness of the world, was filled with fervor and a sincere heart. "Child, go forth. If ever you truly manage to rescue your brothers and sisters, the earth shall become a source of strength for your ascent. Before that day arrives, I shall keep watch over you." The goddess did not grant direct agreement, yet offered a response to the promise, establishing an understanding. As long as Zeus possesses the capability, what matter if another claims the throne of the god king? Kronos, now increasingly aligned with the celestial father, no longer heeding the words of the earth. In the dialogue of the wise, clarity need not be overly explicit for the entirety to be discerned. Zeus and Gaia shared a tacit understanding. Joel watched helplessly as his companions departed, remaining nestled in Gaia's embrace, unable to move. He puffed out his cheeks, thinking, "Cursed Zeus, how wicked he is." Just then, his face was pinched playfully by Gaia, who chuckled and said, "Now that you have graced the earth with your presence, it is only fitting that I, your landlady's sister, host you. I hope my little brother does not mind the humble offerings I have in store." Joel still wished to struggle, but Sister Nyx is waiting for me. "Nyx?" A cold glimmer flashed in Gaia's eyes, yet when Joel turned to look, only warmth remained. "When night descends, she will ride in her chariot to cloak the world in darkness, and then you shall see her." To see, indeed, was to encounter her. As for returning, impossible. Not to mention the turmoil stirred by the desire to rescue his frail, helpless younger brother. At that time, Zeus, having returned to the shores of the ocean, first paid homage to his foster parents. Alas, the ocean could not lend him strength. It was only responsible for stabilizing the foundation of the world and must not interfere in the power struggle. Regarding the salvation of his siblings trapped within Cronus, the wise goddess Métis devised a plan. "Dear Zeus, I can concoct a special emetic. Once that individual consumes it, your siblings shall be expelled." Zeus was overjoyed, embracing Métis fervently. "My dear, how fortunate I am to have you by my side." Métis shyly lowered her gaze. "Of course. You must find a way to make him drink the potion. I cannot assist with that." "Do not worry, I have already devised a plan." Zeus smiled confidently. He possessed his own wisdom, not inferior to Métis's, for otherwise, he would not have captured her attention from the outset. As for the plan he conceived, ever since Cronus swallowed all his children, he felt that no entity in this vast world could threaten his position. Recently, he had taken up a new pastime, crafting a chariot in which he could traverse freely, personally surveying the realms, the majesty of the king of gods resplendent. Not even the dazzling sun could rival its brilliance, retreating in shame behind the clouds. Thunder rumbled as the divine chariot rolled forth, occasionally striking the earth with resounding force. Merely to assert his supreme authority as the king of gods, Gaia held Joel tightly, though she was in her own domain. She was shaken unsteadily by the attacks descending from above. Sister Gaia. Joel grasped Gaia's collar, his expression tinged with concern. For the other had indeed shown him kindness in recent days. Gaia's gaze turned cold as he looked at the sky, yet when he turned back to Joel, it radiated warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Do not worry, I am unscathed. Ha. Gaia, your chosen deity increasingly resembles his father. Perhaps he will evoke long-forgotten memories for you. Are you not moved? Such audacious words were a blatant provocation. Sister Nyx. Both Gaia and Joel called out her name in unison, as the delicate black veil enveloped her graceful form, her dark eyes exuding an ancient chill. Nyx paid Gaia no heed, directing her lament towards Joel instead. Ungrateful wretch, I nearly ventured into the abyss to rescue you, and what did I find? You are thriving in the embrace of the earth. Her words held a tone of superiority. Joel lowered his head, feeling guilty. I apologize, Sister Nyx. It was not my intention. Well, I do not hold it against you, she replied. Had it not been for that wretched earth detaining my beloved little brother, I would not have embarked on this journey. Nyx, with a knowing glance at Gaia's furious expression, covered her lips with a smile. Would you not agree, dear sister? The goddess of the earth? Joel affectionately called his sister Joy, while in the dark of night, he referred to her as misfortune. Gaia's expression shifted repeatedly. As this time he was prepared, ensuring that the night would not employ the same tactics to seize Joel for the third time. Earth and night faced off. With Joel caught in the midst of their conflict, neither deity was willing to yield. In this tense standoff, it was Joel who bore the brunt of their clash. His small frame was ensnared by two formidable entities, and he found himself powerless to resist. He gazed skyward, praying for a divine intervention to save him. A pink mist wafted through the air, momentarily affecting the emotions of both goddesses, allowing Joel a brief reprieve from their contention. They engaged in a battle of strength. A visceral confrontation that was difficult to behold. Familiar voices from his childhood echoed in his ears, urging him, good child, it's time to return home. Chapter 17. Induction and sibling bonds. As Kronos galloped through the heavens with reckless abandon, the palace of the goddess Rhea welcomed a mysterious visitor, cloaked in obscurity. Yet, the familiarity of blood ties allowed Rhea to discern the identity of her guest almost instantly. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered, "You are my child." Knowing that discretion was paramount, any careless words could be detected by Kronos, endangering her only surviving offspring. The visitor, aware of this gravity, bowed respectfully, addressing her, esteemed goddess. I wish you well. Rhea's countenance reflected her anxiety as she cautioned, you must be careful. Do not let him see you. I will exercise utmost caution to remain undetected. Goddess, I implore your assistance. Please rescue your innocent children. The mysterious guest struck a chord deep within Rhea, who was burdened by guilt for her progeny, yet reluctant to harm Kronos, as such actions would only exacerbate her suffering. It is simple. You must administer the emetic potion to him. Fear not. It will not harm his body. It will merely compel the innocents to be expelled, the visitor coaxed, their words resonating like an enchanting melody. Rhea, yearning to alleviate her anguish, found herself easily ensnared by this proposition. Very well. I wish you success, revered goddess, my mother. From beneath the hood, a single shimmering strand of silver hair slipped free, revealing the audacious Zeus, whose plan hinged on Rhea's cooperation. Initially, he was overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of meeting his biological mother, yet a single glance revealed the depth of her sorrow and unwavering love for her husband. Although Rhea, the mistress of time, could not vanquish the god of space, it seemed almost too effortless for her children to be consumed time and again. There was but one answer. Rhea had previously been unwilling to defy her husband. The question remained, what had ultimately compelled her to relinquish her own offspring? The thoughts within one's heart are not immutable. Once aloof and proud, the goddess, after succumbing to love, developed an ever-increasing desire for control and a sense of exclusion, often directing her ire towards the charming nymphs. Zeus, notorious for his amorous escapades, possessed a remarkably clear mind. He was adept at uncovering others' weaknesses and exploiting them. Much like playing a game of decryption, identify the target, approach the target, comprehend the target, and ultimately conquer the target. With Rhea's assistance, the plan would unfold seamlessly. Zeus sought merely to implement his arrangements and await developments, perhaps to unite with his siblings in a rebellion against Cronus. At that juncture, Those who currently aided him might very well become adversaries. He harbored trust in his mother while simultaneously remaining wary of her. Otherwise, he would not have leveraged the freedom of his siblings to exploit Rhea's vulnerabilities, entirely omitting any mention of their intent to revolt. Those individuals, imprisoned for countless years, surely bore an abundance of resentment. Were he to lead them in toppling Cronus' regime, ascending to leadership would be a natural progression. The youthful deity tread upon the path of his destiny, his thoughts and aspirations predetermined, akin to a return to one's roots. The wisdom of the goddess of wisdom would aid him in analyzing all possibilities, while his formidable strength would render him immensely powerful, culminating in unparalleled glory in the ensuing confrontations. Unbeknownst to Rhea, her beloved son harbored such intricate thoughts. As the queen of the gods, she was well acquainted with the palace's intricacies. First, she dismissed the attendants. With her own hands, she poured the emetic into the wine that Cronus frequently consumed. Having discreetly tested the effects of the potion, which only induced sleep and vomiting, she was not overly concerned. Cronus, one must blame your indifference towards me and your cruelty towards the children. When Cronus returned from his wanderings, his towering figure remained as formidable and imposing as ever. He strode confidently into the palace and reclined upon his throne, while the attendant deftly poured wine. Yet it was not sufficient. Cronus shoved the attendant aside and raised the wine jug, consuming copious amounts of the potent divine liquor. His mind began to swirl, and his legs felt unsteady. Boom! With a resounding crash, a colossal figure collapsed to the ground, soon followed by the thunderous sound of snoring. After a moment, the drowsy Cronus felt a tumult in his stomach and opened his mouth, retching violently. Gurgling sounds echoed as 5 small orbs rolled out in succession, and as time passed, the growth that had been suppressed was finally liberated. A golden radiance shimmered as 5 exquisite deities emerged. Hestia, adorned in a flowing robe and holding a torch, possessed a figure that was both voluptuous and harmonious, exuding a gentle and approachable aura. Demeter, grasping golden ears of wheat, was both beautiful and dignified, her eyes brimming with compassion and care. Hera, clad in splendid attire, bore a striking visage that conveyed solemnity and authority. Her bright gaze fixed ahead as if nothing could escape her scrutiny. Hades, draped in black robes, possessed deep and handsome features, his piercing gaze resembling an unfathomable abyss, embodying an inscrutable and formidable mystique. Poseidon, in a blue robe that appeared to be drenched in seawater, emanated a humid essence, his deep blue hair cascaded like seaweed, and his handsome face was graced with charming, twinkling eyes that hinted at an affinity with kindred spirits, evoking a sense of mutual disdain. "Who goes there?" Hera inquired, and the other 4 pairs of eyes followed her gaze, fixating on a corner. The pressure was palpable. Having just regained their freedom, the escalating divine power demonstrated that their apprehension by Cronus was not unfounded. Zeus stepped forward, lowering his hood with a charming smile. "My dear siblings, welcome to your newfound liberty. I am your younger brother, Zeus." The 5 deities regarded the youthful and handsome god with curiosity. Due to the varying emphasis on divine power and attributes, their initial appearances differed significantly. The eldest, Hestia, spoke on behalf of her siblings. "I am Hestia. Thank you for granting us our freedom. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them." They did not perceive their brother's goodwill as devoid of ulterior motives. One by one, the deities introduced themselves: Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon. Zeus beamed with delight. "Siblings, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have but one ambition." With that, the ambition in his eyes became unmistakable. He gazed at the slumbering Cronus and declared, "I seek to utterly overthrow the reign of the king of the gods and establish a new order. I humbly ask for your assistance." Chapter 18. Establishing Olympus. The gods were momentarily taken aback. Zeus's request resonated deeply within their hearts as they confronted the cruel Cronus, who had once devoured them whole. Their eyes ignited with a blazing fury. In that dark confinement, as deities, they were not destined to perish. Rather, they were acutely aware of their imprisonment. Languishing through the ages, lost in an endless haze, oblivious to the passage of time. Such a profound solitude, steeped in neglect, was enough to drive one to madness. Now, with Zeus's reminder, their pent-up hatred surged forth, intertwining in the 5 pairs of eyes that mirrored the same resentment and wrath. Zeus himself was likewise consumed by this fury. Were it not for Cronus, he would have been the esteemed prince among the gods, never to be separated from his kin, nor to live in fear of being devoured one day. Thus, another avenger was born. Rhea, sensing the prolonged silence, was filled with unease. She approached the palace of the king of gods and beheld 6 towering figures surrounding her husband, intent on treachery. "What are you doing?" The bond of blood allowed her to recognize her 6 children, yet, In that moment, the six deities, driven by vengeance, had no regard for their mother. Each one of them boldly conspired against their father, the king, unleashing a torrent of assaults upon him. Cronus was violently awakened, his consciousness slowly returning to the painful reality of his injuries, his divine power diminished to a mere fraction. Without time to comprehend the situation, he summoned his supreme might to eradicate those who dared to confront him, only to be met with the united force of the six gods, which cast him down from the celestial palace. Cronus. Rhea had envisioned her children regaining their freedom and returning to her side. But she never fathomed they would unite to cast her husband down to the mortal realm. This was a reality she could not accept. Gazing deeply at her children, she mourned the time lost. They had all grown into adulthood. There was a sense of loss, regret, and an underlying apprehension. You must be cautious, understanding Cronus's true strength. She could not believe her husband would be so easily vanquished. He had merely fallen victim to an ambush. Had he been prepared, the next encounter would surely descend into a genuine conflict between father and sons, a sight Rhea most dreaded. Thus, she chose not to remain with her children nor seek out the whereabouts of the elusive Cronus, but rather return to the Titan stronghold on Mount Othries. There resided her siblings and countless descendants of the Titans, all endowed with formidable power. If Cronus were to regain his strength, he would undoubtedly return there. What shall we do next? Poseidon clutched his injured arm, which bore the lingering remnants of Cronos' temporal power, necessitating a period of time to eradicate the affixed force before he could heal autonomously. Among the goddesses, the one with the most formidable strength and strategic acumen was undoubtedly Hera. Furrowing her brow, she stated, "We can barely contend with Cronos through ambush and a 6-against-1 strategy. If we allow him to recover, bolstered by the staff of time, even our combined efforts may prove futile against him." It must be acknowledged that her analysis was astutely accurate. The Titan deities were born from the union of the sky and the earth, endowed with immense divine power. Among them, Cronos wielded the enigmatic force of time. In the thousands of years since ascending to kingship, he had accumulated an unknown reservoir of power. Enhanced by his divine status, their recent victory had been a stroke of fortune, as their opponent had underestimated them, still reeling from the effects of the drug, and had not yet deployed his formidable artifact, the Staff of Time. Were any of these conditions absent, it was likely that all 6 of them would meet their demise here. For a moment, the atmosphere grew somber. "My dear siblings, do not succumb to despair," Zeus proclaimed. "The cruel Cronos is destined to be overthrown by us. It is the will of fate." Zeus could not bear to witness the despondency among his kin. Should they lose hope, their subsequent battles would be rendered futile. Furthermore, given that they had already committed to action, what purpose did lamentation serve? His words offered some solace, alleviating the spirits of the 3 goddesses. Poseidon, observing Zeus ingratiating himself with his 3 beautiful sisters, felt a surge of discontent. Easier said than done. "Do you possess a solution?" Zeus squinted and smiled. "A solution? Indeed, I do." Noticing that he had captured their attention, he did not hold back and spoke candidly. "First, we shall select a divine mountain as our stronghold. Then, we will invite those discontented with Cronos' reign to join us, with the Titans of Mount Otris being our primary target for recruitment." Upon hearing this, Hera pondered. That is indeed a commendable strategy. Several individuals convened to deliberate and promptly set forth on their respective missions. They aimed to persuade several deities to join their cause before Cronos regained his strength. Zeus was tasked with seeking a stronghold on Mount Olympus, while Hestia and Demeter sought powerful goddesses who valued peace. Hera was to pursue goddesses inclined toward power and conflict. Hades sought deities of the underworld, and Poseidon looked for gods of the sea. They endeavored to appeal to emotions, reason, and mutual benefits. Coupled with the Titans' dissatisfaction regarding Cronos' oppressive reign, they successfully rallied a faction of deities to oppose him. Zeus also identified Mount Olympus as their base of operations. This natural treasure, born from the very essence of the earth, brimmed with rare resources and exuded beauty, embodying perpetual spring. It catered to the deities' most cherished desires: joy, peace, and prosperity. To distinguish themselves from the Titans, they named themselves the Olympian deities, representing a new generation succeeding the Titans, symbolizing a renewal. At that moment, within the grand hall of Mount Olympus, the gods convened, led by Zeus, to meticulously discuss their strategy for assaulting Mount Othries. It was rumored that Cronos had returned to Othries to consolidate his forces, and a great war was imminent. All were acutely aware of the gravity of their choices. Should they falter, Cronos' vindictive nature would surely cast them into the abyss, subjecting them to eternal torment. The current Titans were divided into three factions, one loyal to Kronos, another maintaining neutrality under Oceanus, and the third aligned with Zeus' Olympian deities. The sage Prometheus, known for his prophetic wisdom, had joined the Olympian faction, and the circumstances were ripe for their allegiance to be solidified. Thus, he stepped forward. Our current strength and resources still fall short compared to Mount Othries. Why not seek the imprisoned Centimanes and Cyclopes in the abyss? As kin to the 12 Titans, the power of the giants is unparalleled. The Centimanes, in particular, possessed the ability to forge formidable artifacts that could greatly enhance our capabilities. Chapter 19. Allies. The Titan War Prometheus proposal was indeed a promising direction, and Zeus mentally rehearsed it. The likelihood of success appeared exceedingly high. Most importantly, having been imprisoned by Kronos for so many years, the giants would likely be eager to collaborate with them. Joy radiated from Zeus' eyes. Then, I entrust this mission to my brother Hades and Prometheus. May your journey be fruitful. Indeed, Prometheus replied, his gaze calm and confident. As a prophet, he undoubtedly glimpsed fragments of the future. Towering mountains rose majestically through the sea of clouds. At the summit, the gods serenaded in the temple, a hymn of exaltation for the newly appointed divine monarch. Here, there existed no pain or sorrow, only joy and happiness, as kind, benevolent, and pure souls gathered in harmony. I beheld the supreme king, staff in hand, surrounded by thunder. His gaze just and imposing, embodying the essence of what all beings yearn for. As I journeyed towards the realm of the underworld, I humbly requested Lord Hades' protection. Prometheus, too, showed great reverence towards Hades, for this individual's future promised another pinnacle of greatness. Hades' demeanor remained unchanged, cold and serene, yet he nodded in acknowledgement of Prometheus' goodwill before decisively departing. The prophet silently followed. Mount Otris, the abode of the Titans. Cronus sat upon a lofty throne, crowned and wielding a scepter. His eyes filled with a sinister and perilous glint. Wherever his gaze fell, the Titans bowed their heads, unwilling to meet his stare, further accentuating his authority and control. While harboring fury towards the traitors who had defected to Olympus, should they cross paths again, he vowed to mete out harsh punishment to those betrayers. With even the Earth Mother unable to intervene. Silence. Cronus commanded, casting a disdainful glance at Rhea beside him, the woman who had rendered all his efforts futile. Rhea, I have never doubted you, yet you have deeply disappointed me. When the war concluded, he would ensure Rhea faced her due retribution, though not at this moment. Despite their past bond, her transgressions were sufficient to obliterate any lingering affection. Cronus, capable of displacing his predecessor, possessed cunning and strength of the highest caliber. Having lived a life of privilege for many years, coupled with self-assurance and contempt for the audacity of those younglings who dared to ambush him, Cronus did not believe that. Should a true battle ensue, the Olympians would emerge victorious. Rhea, disheartened, averted her gaze, standing quietly beside Cronus, for she remained his wife. Once, she had betrayed her husband for the sake of her children. Now, she had forsaken her children for her husband. Should Cronus fall, the glory of the Titans would fade with the ascendancy of the Olympian deities. The fate of the vanquished was dire. She could no longer afford to be swayed by emotions. This was a war between two factions, and the future of the Titans could not be compromised by Rhea's tenderheartedness, regardless of their sentiments. The assault from the Olympian gods came swifter than they had anticipated. The resounding horns echoing across the horizon. The thunderous roars mimicked the beating of war drums. Cronus led the Titans into the fray, their formidable powers on full display. One side Titans, the other Olympus, a tempestuous force coalescing. The tension of the standoff was surprisingly balanced. How could this be? Kronos widened his eyes, his divine power radiating from them as he gazed upon the Olympian deities. Among them, aside from the traitorous Titans, were the familiar giants. Once imprisoned in the abyss out of fear of their might, it was no surprise that Zeus's artifacts were forged by the Cyclopes, just as he had once severed the weakness of his father with a scythe. Humph. Yet, what of it? His strength was at its zenith, and unlike his father, he had not lost his vulnerabilities. Kronos was resolute in his belief that he would emerge victorious in battle, the ultimate victor of the world. I am the eternal and sole king of the gods. Charge. Seizing them. With a thunderous roar, Kronos led the charge of countless Titan offspring. The Olympians did not falter. Their numbers no less formidable, the means by which Zeus had rallied his allies remaining a mystery. However, before the Titan offspring could advance, the Olympians paused oddly for a moment, followed by the 100-handed giants hurling massive peaks. Their fierce power crushed many Titan offspring, while some, startled, trampled their comrades in confusion. This chaotic scene only fueled Kronos' rage. He could hardly contain himself, eager to join the fray alongside his formidable siblings. Witnessing this, Zeus entered the battlefield with his own brethren, soldier against soldier, general against general, king against king. Only Kronos faced his own children. After all, it was he who had initiated this tumultuous war, and it was his responsibility to bring it to a close. Kronos regarded his offspring, each distinct yet imbued with formidable power, his gaze icy and laced with malice. I should never have merely kept you within. Mercy and hesitation invite calamity. But after the war, things shall be different. I will rectify my mistakes with my own hands. Zeus, clad in striking armor that seemed to gather the world as radiance, lifted his chin defiantly. The source of this battle is your cruelty. We follow the guidance of fate. You shall pay for your deeds. Beside him stood Themis, the goddess of justice born of Titans, and Nike, the goddess of victory. In the name of justice, with victory bestowed upon us, surrounded by thunder, abundance, raging flames, roaring waves, and the wails of the dead. Out with the old, in with the new. We are the new rules and order. The formidable powers of the Titans and the Olympian deities collided in a cataclysmic struggle. The battle raged on, shrouding the heavens and earth in darkness, blurring the boundaries of day and night, and even causing a corner of the universe to collapse, nearly leading to its annihilation. The sky was no longer serene, and the earth was no longer stable. Numerous lesser gods, rendered vulnerable by the disruption of cosmic laws, teetered on the brink of collapse, with some tragically reverting to their primal essence to mend the rifts in existence. Both the Titans and the Olympians paid a grievous toll for their conflict, which persisted for over a decade before reaching its conclusion. Ultimately, it ended in the Titans' defeat, with Kronos falling to the ground in disarray, covered in dust. He gazed incredulously at his advancing children, his expression frenzied. I refuse to accept this. I will not be overthrown by you. I am still the king of the gods. The curse of Uranus shall never come to fruition. The sky trembled, seemingly echoing the mockery of Uranus, as Zeus coldly raised his thunderous scepter. Preparing to pass judgment on Kronos, the earth split open, and the Earth Mother emerged. Chapter 20. The finale. Division. Her visage radiated compassion and sorrow, her eyes filled with grief as Gaia implored Zeus to stay his hand. My valiant grandson, please spare Kronos. He is your father. Do not allow the tragedy of paternal conflict to repeat itself, lest you too bear the mark of fate. The cyclical nature of history often mirrors itself. Yet, victory lay tantalizingly close. Failing to resolve the fate of Kronos would grant the Titans a chance to rise again. One must eradicate the roots of the problem. Zeus would not let this opportunity slip away. Gaia, under the impression that Zeus might heed her plea and spare Kronos, was taken aback when, in the next moment, he raised a scepter high, unleashing a tremendous bolt of thunder that cast Kronos deep into the abyss of hell. I pronounce judgment, as the vanquished, the Titan lineage, led by Kronos, shall be exiled to the depths of the abyss, never to tread upon the surface again. No. At that moment, Gaia realized it was too late to intervene. She had not anticipated that the seemingly obedient Zeus held no genuine respect for her authority. Enraged, she found her actions were already futile. As the victor, Zeus possessed the right to determine the fate of the vanquished. And the oppressive breath of the abyss engulfed the Titans, consigning them to eternal imprisonment. You shall pay dearly for your actions. Gaia left these words behind and turned away. The departure of the Earth Mother did not concern Zeus. He smiled and returned to Mount Olympus with the other gods to engage in the final division of property. The primordial power extracted from the Titans could seamlessly integrate with the corresponding divine laws, facilitating a promotion to a higher echelon, aside from the fated 12 chief deities. Countless laws exist, yet they converge upon a singular truth. The laws that exert the most significant influence upon the world evolve into higher divine ranks, and the power bestowed upon the deities becomes increasingly potent. Based on the contributions made during the war, the goddess of justice, Themis, produced her accompanying artifact, a golden scale, designed to measure the contributions of the gods against the wealth they would receive. Should any deity receive something they deemed unnecessary, they could privately negotiate exchanges with their peers or return to Themis for a reassessment using the scale. The principle at play was one of fairness and impartiality. The goddess of justice, clad in a white robe symbolizing moral purity and unwavering integrity, wore a veil over her eyes, representing absolute rationality devoid of bias towards any being. The golden scale signified that, in the face of justice, all beings are measured equally, neither more nor less. The sword she wielded indicated her uncompromising stance on punishment, showing no leniency. Everything distributed by Themis, the embodiment of justice, was reasonable and lawful, leaving no room for dissent among the gods, who acknowledged her authority and fairness. Once the gods' interests were settled, the three sons born of Cronus would inherit his domain, signifying the delineation of celestial and terrestrial powers and establishing the future order of the world. Guided by fate and the consensus of the gods, the realms of heaven, sea, and earth were delineated. The king of the gods reigned over all deities, governing the skies and the land. Poseidon ruled the seas, commanding the vast oceans. And Hades presided over the underworld, governing the shadowy realms of the dead. The harshness of the underworld is well known, with each god of the abyss being increasingly difficult to approach. Three primordial overlords reside in the depths, and it remains uncertain who truly holds dominion. The oceans, teeming with numerous deep-sea monsters, are largely dominated by the progeny of the primordial seas, making any attempt to seize power a considerable challenge. In contrast, the king of the gods controls the skies and the earth, basking in immense wealth and glory. As the son of the former king of the gods, Poseidon, with his claim to the throne, set his sights firmly on the kingship. Unfortunately, Zeus harbored the same ambitions for the throne. Hades remained as taciturn as ever, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Presently, Zeus and Poseidon stood at odds, while the gods of Olympus subtly displayed their own discord, reluctant to allow internal strife to erupt following the conclusion of the war. They sought Themis as their arbiter. "O goddess of justice," they lamented, "we are troubled by a pressing dilemma and beseech your wisdom to offer a fair resolution. For this, we would be eternally grateful." The radiant Themis addressed the three sons of the former king of gods with an air of solemnity, as sons of the divine ruler. "Your prowess displayed during the Titan War is nearly indistinguishable. Since neither of you is willing to concede, why not resolve this matter through a draw? Let fate determine the outcome." This proposal, put forth by Themis as a paragon of fairness, was deemed practical. Under the watchful eyes of the deities, the three former sons of the god king stepped forward to draw lots. The most eager among them was Poseidon, who hesitated momentarily, unsure of which lot to select. With all eyes upon him, he ultimately relied on instinct and drew one at random. Alas, his expression darkened. A glimmer danced in Zeus's eyes, accompanied by a gentle smile that rendered many goddesses utterly captivated. When Hades approached, he seemed to sense an underlying issue upon touching the box, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet he chose to remain silent. Upon revealing the white jade lot, it was indeed confirmed. His dark eyes turned frosty, locking with Zeus's gaze, who merely blinked in response. It appeared they had reached some clandestine agreement. Hades sat quietly to one side, while Poseidon, still perplexed and seething with frustration, cast a dubious glance at Hades before turning his attention back to Zeus. As Zeus prepared to pick up the final jade lot, the answer was revealed: King Zeus. "See King Poseidon and king of the underworld Hades." With gritted teeth, Poseidon ceded, "It's you, Zeus." To which Zeus replied with a teasing tone, "Indeed. Dear brother of the sea, do you have any suggestions for the upcoming divine celebration?" Zeus had already embraced his identity as the king of gods. The deities bore witness. The decision was irrevocable. No matter how resentful Poseidon felt, he was powerless against the decree of fate. He contemplated the arduous task ahead of gradually consolidating his influence in the oceans. The divine celebration now seemed utterly mundane. Suggestions? The audacious Zeus had seized the position Poseidon coveted most, yet he dared to inquire about his recommendations for the coronation of the god king. "To Tartarus with you." Poseidon stormed away from Mount Olympus, heading towards the vast expanses of the earth's seas. Zeus remained indifferent to Poseidon's absence from the celebration, for the status of the three kings was equal. The title of god king encompassed the ruler of all deities. Should a command be issued in the name of the god king, even Poseidon and Hades could not disregard it. After ousting Poseidon, Zeus inquired, "Will you, dear brother of the underworld, remain to partake in the divine celebration?" No. The underworld remained shrouded in uncertainty. He must venture forth to witness the state of affairs, particularly concerning the original trio of deities and the progeny of darkness. Hades mourned silently for himself, nodding towards Zeus upon his lofty throne, and resolutely departed for the realm of the dead. From that moment on, the age of Olympus commenced. Chapter 21. Conception and theft. After ascending to the throne of the gods, Zeus did not forget the contributions of the formidable giants. However, their fierce prowess displayed during the war instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Learning from the fate of Cronus, he refrained from confining the giants to the abyss of hell. Instead, he allocated them a vast territory characterized by a harsh environment to guard. given their capabilities. They would manage well in such a place, far preferable to the stringent conditions of hell. The expanse of this land was ample enough for the giants to roam freely. With relatively simple minds, the giants expressed their gratitude to Zeus and swiftly returned to their newly acquired domain, their speed akin to that of a pursued prey. The divine celebration unfolded like a splendid dream, replete with an abundance of exquisite delicacies and fine wines, as well as fresh fruits presented by the enchanting nymphs to the gods. Beneath the throne, assembled were the inebriated deities, their faces flushed and eyes glazed with merriment. Only Zeus's three sisters and the dignified Themis managed to retain a semblance of decorum. Although Zeus had become the king of the gods, he observed that the deities held greater respect for Themis than for him, constrained as he was by the fact that she was both his aunt and his second wife. Most of the strategic planning during the Titanomachy had been orchestrated by her, Métis, and a cadre of wise deities, her stature rivaling his own. Following the festivities, Themis instituted a series of laws that demanded compliance not only from humanity but also from the divine. Meanwhile, Métis harbored ambitions for power. At this juncture, Gaia, angered by Zeus's disregard for her reputation, sought to elevate her own standing and teach Zeus a lesson by plotting against the abyss. She relinquished a portion of her dominion over the earth and, guided by the night, ventured to the entrance of the underworld. In the pitch-black depths of the abyss, her children, whom she had painstakingly borne, languished in bondage, deprived of their freedom. They were destined to suffer eternal confinement in the abyss, tormented by the flames of the earth and the encroaching darkness. "Mother, please save us." Their cries shattered Gaia's heart. "My poor children, I am sorry, I cannot rescue you. This is the judgment of the king of the gods, an imprisonment recognized by the laws of fate. Should she engage in combat, she would surely be overpowered by the abyss." With a heavy heart, Gaia turned away and directed her steps towards the source of the abyss's power, the consciousness of Tartarus. No trespassers allowed. The abyss is forbidden. Gaia's endeavor was fraught with difficulty. She had scarcely approached the periphery of the abyss's essence when she was detected and issued a grave warning. "Brother Tartarus, I have urgent matters to discuss with you." In her moment of desperation, Gaia's tone softened, attempting to appeal to their shared bond and gain entry. Alas, Tartarus remained cold and unyielding. "We were nearly born at the same time, and I have always identified myself as the elder sister, addressing matters as they arise. Do not suddenly refer to me as brother, it is rather distasteful." Gaia's dark skin seemed to deepen in hue within the shadows, and Tartarus's refusal to allow her passage rendered her powerless to force her way through. This was infuriating. "Tartarus, do you truly disregard our sibling bond? The abyss is populated solely by colleagues, not kin. The Earth Mother should not linger in the underworld. Please, return. What kinship is there? Given the chance, they would only consume one another's essence. Remember your words today, for do not come to me seeking favors in the future, Tartarus." With no other recourse, Gaia uttered a harsh remark and resolved to depart, lest she be shamefully expelled by the abyss itself. "Gaia, the goddess?" A chilling, resonant voice echoed, akin to the clash of metal. Gaia raised her gaze to see a figure draped in darkness, obscuring his form. Yet, she recognized the profoundly handsome visage with its deep-set eyes. This was one of her three grandsons, Hades, the lord of the underworld. "Ah, goddess," Hades replied coolly, appearing perfectly suited to the realm of the dead, as if his selection as the lord of the underworld was indeed destiny's design. He was, after all, the fated monarch of the underworld. Gaia's eyes narrowed slightly as she noticed the abyss's mark upon Hades, a secret known only to the primordial gods. It seemed the abyss held great expectations for this young descendant. However, burdened with her own matters, she had no time for prolonged discourse with Hades and nodded curtly before hastening away, her retreat tinged with a hint of apprehension. Hades watched her leave in silence until a magnetic chuckle reached his ears. "You've arrived." It felt as if the words brushed against his ears, evoking a slight itch. A faint blush appeared on Hades's pale face, as if infused with a touch of vitality. After departing the underworld, Gaia swiftly returned to her temple, sealed by her divine power, feeling a sense of safety before extracting a small fragment of black, the essence of the abyss. "Tartarus, since you have chosen to ignore my goodwill, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands." With a piercing gaze, Gaia directed the abyssal essence toward her core, anticipating the fusion of the abyss with the Earth's primordial power to conceive a new being. Simultaneously, Tartarus, who had been conversing amiably with Hades, sensed an unfamiliar aura of abyssal offspring, intertwined with the essence of the Earth. Tracing this energy, the cause became evident. "Gaia, How dare you? The abyss roared with fury, causing a terrifying tremor throughout the underworld, shaking the very ground. Lord Tartarus, what is happening? Hades found himself perplexed, still listening to the wrath of the deity who orchestrated the underworld. The intensity of his anger seemed almost uncontrollable, as if poised to obliterate everything in its path. In the midst of Hades' frigid tone, Tartarus struggled to regain a semblance of reason, calming the tempest of fury within. Yet, he soon realized that he was bound by the laws of existence, unable to leave at will. Should he, in a fit of rage, ascend to the surface to seek vengeance, even his conscious incarnation might be eternally confined within the depths of hell. However, Gaia, the embodiment of the earth, had become a being eternally shunned by the abyss. Should she dare to tread upon its domain again, Tartarus would not hesitate to unleash a lesson of unforgettable consequence upon her, empowered by the very backlash he endured. But of course, the apprehensive Gaia did not dare challenge the abyss's formidable might, choosing instead to seclude herself within the temple that housed most of her divine essence during her gestation. This retreat led her to miss much of the commotion atop Mount Olympus. For instance, the notoriously charming Zeus seemed to have set his sights on a new prize, the breathtakingly beautiful Hera, a goddess of immense power and authority. She adorned herself in a gown woven from gems, the vibrant hues of which paled in comparison to her stunning visage. Her sharp features and regal bearing suggested an unyielding nature, evoking a desire in others to conquer her. To reveal a softer side of this noble goddess would surely provide a sense of accomplishment far beyond that of typical divine beings or nymphs. Once Zeus's heart was stirred, he took action, and thus began the chase of love upon Olympus. Chapter 22. Marriage. The Queen of Gods Hera endured 5 uninterrupted years of Zeus's relentless pursuit. No matter how often she rebuffed him, the silver-haired, blue-eyed youth would invariably appear at her palace the following day, bearing flowers and treasures, his radiant smile seemingly impervious to her rejections. Truth be told, Hera did not harbor disdain for Zeus. In fact, she felt a slight fondness for him. Yet, reason cautioned her that Zeus's flirtations would never remain solely with her, for she desired a singular devotion. Moreover, not long ago, Zeus had devoured the pregnant Métis, as if Kronos had returned, leaving Hera wary. On this particular day, intending to take a stroll to clear her mind, she reached the palace entrance only to find the familiar youth, flowers in hand, gazing at her with the same deep affection he had shown for 5 years. Hera momentarily lost her focus, quickly regaining her composure. Zeus, I shall not become another Métis. Do not think that after 5 years, 10, or even 100, my answer will change. What does it matter if my heart stirs? If I choose to marry, my loyalty shall be unwavering. The beautiful Hera, you are certainly not Métis. You are uniquely yourself, the noble and majestic goddess, Hera. Zeus, undeterred by yet another rejection, exhibited a trace of melancholy in his deep blue eyes, imbuing his handsome visage with an enigmatic allure that made Hera's heart flutter. Effectively maintaining her composure, she veered past Zeus, making her way towards a different forest path. Behind her, Zeus inhaled deeply the fragrance of the bouquet in his grasp, as if it were a representation of Hera herself. Even his silhouette bore an exquisite beauty. After walking a short distance, realizing that Zeus had not pursued her, Hera found it difficult to articulate her emotions. The unwavering pursuit of a powerful and handsome young god for 5 years instilled a sense of pride within her, yet the moment he seemed to truly relent, she felt an unexpected pang of discontent. The divine power of Eros, the god of love, truly epitomized one of the primordial forces of the universe, capable of swaying even the will of deities. How terrifying! Suddenly, the clear sky darkened with gathering clouds. The little creatures of the forest scattered in alarm, as the gentle drizzle transformed into a fierce downpour. Hera lifted the hem of her gown, seeking refuge from the rain. A faint chirp from the grass caught her attention. Despite her typically formal and serious demeanor, she found herself unexpectedly tender-hearted towards the vulnerable young creature. Ignoring the rain-soaked underbrush, she parted the leaves to discover a small bird, particularly disheveled in the tempest. As Hera extended her hand to shield it from the rain, the bird gazed up with its glossy, dark eyes, weakly chirping once more. Cheap. Such a pitiful little thing. Come inside. Its frail and pitiable appearance melted Hera's heart completely, and she disregarded the bird's disarray. With one hand, she tucked the little creature into her sleeve, then sought a makeshift shelter from the rain. At that moment, Hera utilized her divine power to dry the bird, transforming its feathers into a fluffy, adorable ball of fluff. Cradling it gently, her eyes sparkled with affection. Clever little one. Do you wish to accompany me and become my messenger? You shall stay with me from now on. Cheap. Yes. A golden light enveloped them, and within the embrace of her divine energy, the small bird elongated into a tall, handsome youth. Hera gasped, "Zeus, it is I, your sister Hera." Zeus grasped her hands in his own. Perhaps still entranced by the miraculous transformation, Hera did not withdraw her hand, allowing Zeus to seize the opportunity. He leaned closer, nearly pressing their faces together. His eyes, filled with profound affection, mirrored both the sky and the ocean, a deep expanse of blue that ensnared Hera, rendering her emotions inescapable. She found herself unwittingly ensnared. "No, please." A solitary tear cascaded down. Hera found herself ensnared in the tumultuous whirlpool of passion, her body entwined with another's. Her nails digging into Zeus's taut flesh, leaving indelible marks. The skies cleared. The ominous clouds receded, and sunlight cascaded down from the heavens, cloaking the rain-soaked earth in a sacred veil. The fresh, natural beauty left Hera, who had just emerged from a fervent encounter, breathless, the scent of damp earth lingering beneath her nostrils. Yet, her mood was far from delightful. Ultimately, she had been unable to resist temptation. "Hera, will you be my goddess?" A warm body pressed against her back, causing Hera to shudder, swatting away Zeus's wandering hands. "Do not touch me indiscriminately. Ah, my dear. You have indulged in all of me. How can you then turn your back on me?" "Zeus." Hera's cheeks flushed as she gently pushed him aside, preoccupied with donning her garments and arranging her attire. Only Zeus lay unabashedly bare, reclining as she adorned herself with elegance. "Hera, I am earnest. You are the sole goddess, my only wife. What say you?" Hera hesitated, her movements pausing as a conflict arose within her heart, prompting her to inquire, "What of Themis? Is your reluctance due to her?" Observing Hera's mix of urgency and ire, which only heightened her allure, Zeus chuckled and replied, "Do not fret, my dear. Themis and I have made a pact. She will be the arbiter of Olympus, devoid of personal entanglements. Should you acquiesce, I shall immediately prepare the grandest wedding the world has ever seen. Our union will solely comprise you and me." Is this a promise?" Hera, well aware of Zeus's infidelities, found it challenging to dismiss the notion that she might be his only love at that moment, especially when those deep blue eyes gazed at her with tenderness. This illusion was beguiling. Uncertain if she could trust him or whether to accept, her voice lost its earlier confidence. "You promise that once you marry me, you shall not take another, that I will be your only wife forever." "Indeed, I promise." Zeus approached with a smile, his attire already donned, though the collar was wide open, revealing his robust, muscular chest, exuding a potent masculine aura that made Hera blush. "Do not come near me. We shall meet again when you come to propose." In a veiled manner. Hera's face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily departed from the space suffused with the profound essence of herself and Zeus, aware that if any other deities were present, they would undoubtedly uncover their secret. Shortly thereafter, Mount Olympus was graced with a celebration more extravagant than any of the divine festivals, a wedding belonging to the king of gods, Zeus, and the queen, Hera. In the presence of the gods, the king relinquished half of his power as a bridal gift, beseeching the goddess Hera to become his eternal consort, pledging that she would forever remain the sole queen. Upon this declaration, the watchful deities turned their gazes toward Themis, the goddess seated beside them, her veiled visage betraying no hint of emotion. Yet, as Zeus and Hera affirmed their bond, Themis, holding her scales as she had done in past judgments, spoke with indifference. "I witnessed the union of King Zeus and Queen Hera. Their marriage ought to be pure and safeguarded by law, wherein the husband must not unjustly harm or abandon his wife. Furthermore, family is a shared obligation, demanding loyalty and responsibility from both parties." Chapter 23, Family, Infidelity. Zeus and Hera had completed their marital declaration. The force of law coalesced into a divine essence representing family, resting beside Hera's divine form, thereby designating her as the protector of family, governing marriage and fertility, and affirming her status as Zeus's only legitimate wife. Initially, Hera held respect for Themis, concerned that the goddess might harbor resentment. Yet, faced with Themis's indifferent demeanor, it seemed that the goddess did not care for Zeus as Hera had anticipated. With a sigh of relief, Hera acknowledged that among the goddesses, only justice commanded her respect. She dismissed the others aside from a modicum of deference to the older divinities. Following the wedding, Hera and Zeus enjoyed an extended period of blissful intimacy, her heart wholly captivated by Zeus, leaving no room for others. However, that which is too easily obtained is seldom cherished. Zeus had devoted much time to win Hera's affection, thus valuing it for a considerable duration. Yet, by nature, the bee does not linger indefinitely upon a single blossom, even the most precious beauty fades in significance over time. Zeus indeed loved Hera, yet this did not diminish his appreciation for other beauties, nor his inclination to pursue each one. As the guardian of family and the protector of marriage, Hera began to harbor doubts as she sensed Zeus's growing indifference. Quietly, she followed him, witnessing him in the company of a delicate goddess, entwined upon the grass, sharing kisses and engaging in all the tender acts once reserved for her. Ultimately, Hera could bear it no longer. Her divine power struck like a blade, resounding with a thunderous crash. Dust swirled and trees toppled. Zeus, having swiftly evaded the chaos, remained unscathed. Alas, the beautiful goddess lay trapped beneath the fallen tree, sobbing upon the ground. Hera, caught red-handed in an affair, felt a twinge of vulnerability despite her formidable demeanor, for the one who had betrayed her was none other than her recognized husband, who shared half of her power. Should she unleash her wrath, even Zeus, the king of the gods, would need to consider the consequences. "Who are you?" Hera inquired, her expression void of emotion. Yet the calmness belied an impending storm. Zeus blinked, attempting to defuse the tension. "I assure you we are discussing serious matters. Do you believe that?" A scoff escaped Hera's lips as she regarded him, her gaze challenging. He felt the thunderous energy surrounding her, fearing her divine fury might erupt. In haste, he drew closer, showering her with endearing words, nearly swearing by the bitter waters of the river Styx. Since Hades had descended to the underworld, the activities of the underworld deities had intensified, and the mysteries of the realm had begun to surface as legends among mortals. To swear by the river Styx and then betray that oath would invite the judgment of the just king of the underworld. The laws would bind him, and the corresponding deities would come to apprehend the oathbreaker. Such a promise would hold more weight than one made to chaos itself, who only glanced upon the world in moments of grave disruption. Zeus, astute in understanding Hera's emotions, was adept at justifying himself on the precipice of her true rage. Yet, the beautiful goddess bore the brunt of a primordial deity's wrath alone. Zeus turned his head, unable to witness the fate of the goddess, believing that his silence was the greatest protection he could offer her, regardless of whether Zeus acted of his own volition or was compelled. Hera's focus remained solely on her husband's betrayal of his vows and the feeble goddess who had intruded upon her marriage. They had dared to provoke Hera, the guardian of the home, undermining her divine power and trampling upon her dignity as queen. Should word of this transgression spread, it would undoubtedly become fodder for ridicule among the gods. Hera's heart was a tumult of pain and fear. The seething anger transformed into divine energy, transmuting the seductive goddess into an odd-looking Venus flytrap. "You wish to entice? Then let this be your eternal existence. Deities cannot slay one another." Hera could only bestow upon her rival the perpetual torment of unfreedom, a fate even Zeus could not alter, unless he chose to confront Hera directly. Yet, as the king of the gods, such a course was unthinkable. If discord arose between the king and queen, it might present an opportunity for those with ulterior motives, like Poseidon across the seas or the Titans lurking in the abyss. At this moment, Zeus still harbored feelings of affection for Hera, refraining from chastising her too harshly. Instead, moving to embrace her. "My dear, let us return home." Hera despised his nonchalant demeanor, for he could treat others with such indifference, and she knew he could do the same to her. Having seen through Zeus's true nature, Hera found herself unable to simply walk away. She had invested too much in their relationship, and the thought of relinquishing it felt unbearable. Moreover, at this juncture, even if Hera wished to depart, Zeus would never allow her to leave. He would be foolish to release a powerful goddess who could rival his own strength. Thus, through a game of persuasion and softened hearts, the couple restored their outward harmony, entering yet another phase of their honeymoon. When Hera discovered she was with child, her once imposing demeanor softened, imbued with a tender maternal grace. This sight ignited a fervor within Zeus, who exerted every effort to seduce her into his embrace. However, upon realizing Hera's condition, his handsome visage turned grave, concealing his emotions. Hera's heart skipped a beat, and her tone grew ominously dangerous. "Zeus, you promised I would not become the next Métis. You swore it." Her sharp tone was accusatory, and her commanding presence overshadowed Zeus, stirring his displeasure. "Of course, Hera, you are my only wife. Doubt not my devotion to you." Yet, concerning the child, he recalled the turmoil caused by his consumption of Métis, which had incited fear among the gods, apprehensive that he might become as tyrannical as the former king of the gods. A sudden headache seized Zeus, persisting since the day he had swallowed Métis. Regardless of the means he employed, nothing seemed to alleviate it, not even the remnants of Métis within him. He could not confess that Métis resided within him, sharing a singular intellect. Hera would surely erupt in fury. She undoubtedly would. Very well, rest assured, my love. This is our first child, and I eagerly anticipate their arrival. In order to appease Hera, Zeus reluctantly accepted the child, holding his breath until its birth. Hera, noticing Zeus's favorable demeanor, grew increasingly hopeful for her offspring, believing that a perfect family must consist of a father, mother, and children. If her child proved to be exceptional, it would surely secure a paramount place in Zeus's heart, surpassing the fleeting affections of others. All of Hera's emotions coalesced into profound maternal love for her firstborn, leading her to overlook Zeus's infidelities. However, when her expectations were shattered, the stark contrast was enough to drive this proud goddess to despair, intensifying her volatile temperament. Chapter 24. Gossip and brotherly banter in the Sea of Desire. The ivory palace stood majestically, adorned with climbing pink roses that spiraled around its columns, adding a touch of natural elegance. The sky was a soft blue, and the sea shimmered in shades of pink. On a bed of white jade lay a beauty with cascading pink tresses, while the charming young Joel nestled in her embrace. A mirror of pink clouds stood by the bedside, offering a view of the scenes beyond the Sea of Desire, a remarkably convenient tool. No wonder you always manage to catch me. Joel finally comprehended the reason behind his repeated captures, his small face puffed up resembling that of a pufferfish. Do not concern yourself with trivial details. Do you still wish to continue? Coincidentally, something amusing took place at Olympus. Eros playfully rubbed Joel's tender little face, causing his inflated cheeks to deflate instantly as if air had escaped. What amusing event has transpired, Eros? As Joel observed Eros' silence, he leaned in closer and urged, Brother, please tell Joel. Go. Stop. Eros could no longer endure this little rascal's antics. He truly knew how to create a commotion. I will tell you. Just be quiet for a moment. All right then. Joel resumed his former, docile demeanor, quietly listening to the tale, exuding a sense of tranquility. Previously, Zeus had devoured his first wife, Metis, but for reasons unknown, he subsequently fell victim to an excruciating headache, which intensified with the passage of time. Unable to endure the torment any longer, he struck with lightning and cleaved with an axe, revealing a partially open cranium from which a goddess emerged. A goddess? Joel's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it the resurrection of Metis, returning to exact vengeance upon the scoundrel? As for Zeus, with whom he once shared a connection, he had known from the moment of his betrayal that the young man was no virtuous soul. Now, having swallowed his wife whole, he resembled the unworthy figures from Eros's tales. No sympathy here. Let us not digress. Continue listening. Eros's nurturing of the offspring is not merely indulgence. Discipline is necessary to prevent the little one from becoming too unruly. The goddess is the child of Zeus and Metis, emerging from Zeus's very brow, her eyes sparkling like stars. I am Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, she proclaimed to the gods, seeing he could not prevent Athena's birth. Yet unwilling to relinquish such a powerful ally, Zeus declared a grand celebration among the gods to honor her arrival. Wow, how impressive. A goddess so formidable that even Zeus wishes to align with her must possess immense divine power, Joel mused as he absorbed Eros's gossip about the deities. There was much to learn. Yet, one peculiar detail nagged at Joel's intellect. Eros, dear brother, why the stark contrast in Zeus' demeanor? Despite Athena's prowess, she is but a newly born goddess. As the king of the gods, Zeus could not simply alter his stance without reason. There must be secrets he had undisclosed to him. Eros tousled Joel's raven hair. You are quite perceptive. Zeus's intentions are transparent. The 12 principal deities of Olympus, as victors of war, command the world's authority, with the highest divine positions totaling 12. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Poseidon, Zeus, and Aphrodite are all favored by the laws, inherently occupying a seat among the principal gods. Now, there is one more, Athena. As he concluded, Eros's lips curved into a mischievous grin, and with a swift motion, his hand came down playfully. Oh, Eros, you smile so unattractively. If you wish to hear a story, call me brother. If you have no business, simply call me Eros. Have you grown bolder, Joeljo? Joel, now affectionately dubbed Joeljo, cradled his own adorable face, beaming with delight. Dear Eros, I apologize. However, I have another question. Zeus, his sister, and Poseidon all hold divine positions. Yet why does Hades not? Are they not all brothers born of the same mother? Joel had not overlooked Hades, the ruler of the underworld, whom he had previously glimpsed through the cloud mirror. Cloaked in a dark robe that enveloped his tall and slender figure, Hades possessed a strikingly handsome visage akin to jade, exuding an air of aloof majesty. In his silent demeanor lay the embodiment of regal nobility, a manifestation of Joel's most exquisite imaginings of his own adult form. This admiration for Hades was undeniable, causing Eros considerable vexation as he restrained the young one from venturing into the sea of desire, fearing the consequences of letting go. It was perplexing how this offspring of the sea of desire consistently yearned to roam the underworld. Despite his irritation, Eros recognized the necessity of addressing the matter at hand. The underworld was unique, an independent realm beneath the sky and the earth, governed by its own authority. Hades, as the lord of the underworld, was, in essence, distinct from the pantheon of Olympian deities. Upon Eros's mention, Joel began to comprehend the intricacies: the divine king, the sea god, and the lord of the underworld. Was there a possibility of clandestine manipulation among the three sovereigns? What purpose did the young one have in knowing so much? Was it mere curiosity? Joel deftly manipulated the cloud mirror, and the scene shifted to reveal a stunning goddess giving birth to a girl on an uncharted island. With each passing day, the child blossomed a year older. By the 9th day, the girl assisted her mother in delivering her brother. As the sun in the heavens bestowed its blessings upon the newborn, granting the child dominion over light, Joel gazed with curious eyes, inquiring, "Who are they?" Eros, with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, replied, "They are the offspring of Zeus and Leto, the Titan goddess, the sister, Artemis, and the brother, Apollo. From birth, they have been under the protection of divine law, indicating that their futures are destined to be part of the pantheon of deities. However, their attributes lean towards the sun and the moon, and the divine seats of these celestial bodies are already occupied. This will surely present a dilemma for our king of the gods." Joel appeared to grasp the situation. Yet he understood that Zeus had once again betrayed his wife during Hera's pregnancy. The little fellow was visibly upset, his face reflecting his displeasure. How heart-wrenching it must be for Hera, the guardian of marriage and family, to witness Zeus's breach of promise. In contrast to Eros's coldness, Joel seemed more capable of empathy. His heart filled with compassion. Alas, Eros tightened his embrace around Joel. "You must understand, Joel, that while Zeus may have loved Hera at some point, his affections were largely driven by a desire to solidify his own position. Among his siblings, Hestia remains chaste, aspiring to be a virgin goddess. Demeter, though powerful, is somewhat inferior to Hera and possesses a tranquil disposition that clearly disqualifies her from the role of queen. Thus, it is Hera alone, with her cunning, means, and divine stature, who is most suited for the position of goddess consort." Joel, he seems to understand, yet also appears bewildered, his round feline eyes reflecting a clear confusion. Simply listen to this without needing to grasp every detail. After all, with the Father Chaos above, no one would dare to trouble you, our dear brother. Just be happy and carefree. Chapter 25. Discarding Hephaestus. Joel's little mind seems incapable of grasping the burdensome concerns of adulthood, and Eros takes care to shield him from such pollution, intentionally steering their focus toward whimsical tales. Thus, the little one remains unburdened by the realities lurking behind the stories, preserving his innate innocence. Recently, Eros has been sleeping for increasingly extended periods, and once Joel realized this was a normal state, he felt reassured. However, his desire to wander the earthly realm while clutching the cloud mirror became ever more uncontrollable. On one occasion, as Eros succumbed to slumber, Joel, with his tiny legs, stealthily crawled through the opening he had created during playtime, his little bottom bobbing with each movement. He paid no heed to the sleeping Eros, casting a fleeting glance at the spot where he had departed. "Hey, it's me, Joel, back again." Joel stood with his hands on his hips, proclaiming his return to the heavens and the earth. His youthful, melodious voice startled a flock of birds into flight. He covered his mouth, his eyes wide and round, yet hidden beneath the hood, rendering him invisible to onlookers. "I must be quiet. I cannot let my elder siblings discover me, or else I would be subjected to their affectionate embraces and squeezes. Oh, how frightening." Tentatively, he ventured a short distance, gradually unleashing his innate spirit. Joel plunged into the grass to catch rabbits or chased after butterflies dancing upon the blades. That little black cloak stood out vividly against the vibrant earth, for he was the only small, wandering dark figure, flitting about like a speck of dirt. A golden light streaked across the sky. Coming to a halt after pouncing on a small gray rabbit, Joel lifted his gaze and beheld a golden chariot, along with the visage of Hera, the goddess he had glimpsed in reflections of the clouds. Hera? Where might she be headed? Could it be that Zeus has been caught in a rendezvous with another goddess? Joel was captivated by the spectacle of gossip unfolding before him, so much so that he remained oblivious to the escape of the little gray rabbit nestled in his arms. He instinctively followed the shimmering golden light, pursuing it with fervor. Upon reaching his destination, however, he found no sign of Hera, nor did he encounter Zeus and his paramour. Only a peculiar presence seemed to stir within the grass. Joel stepped forward and parted the grass, revealing a pair of eyes brimming with sorrow. Aside from Joel, who possessed a unique and pristine beginning, most deities were born with innate knowledge. Zeus, unaware of his own origins, had been entrusted to a maid by Rhea at the moment of his birth. To avoid detection by Cronus, his lineage had been deliberately sealed upon his arrival on Earth. As he gradually matured, the layers of his identity would slowly unravel. Joel was bewildered. Hera? The child? Has she abandoned her own offspring? Why? The lingering aura of Hera's divine power indicates that she departed not long ago. The child in the grass appeared rather ordinary compared to the stunning beauty of the gods, and by the standards of Zeus's other progeny was certainly not remarkable. Wait a moment, could it be that Hera cast him aside due to his lack of beauty? Joel locked eyes with the infant, and a profound realization dawned upon him. His initial sympathy for Hera morphed into a deep compassion for the child, who was even smaller than he, still just a mere babe. Joel could not leave the child in the desolate wilderness. The earth was teeming with monstrous hybrids, offspring of the Earth Mother, rendering the presence of an innocent child in such a place perilous. Though a pure-blooded deity, he was still far too young. He feared that Hera, perceiving the abandonment as unsafe, would return to check on the little one's well-being. He raised his arm and cradled the child. Joel, emulating his sister Gaia, donned a benevolent smile and reassured the child, "Fear not, for I shall safeguard your growth." The tender visage, almost akin to that of an infant, bestowed a sense of comfort upon the little one. The sorrow and trepidation stemming from abandonment had nearly drained his every ounce of resilience. By the time Joel glanced back, the tiny creature had already puckered its lips and succumbed to slumber. His gaze softened. What an adorable little being. To him, this child he had found was akin to his own offspring, regardless of its appearance not surpassing that of other young ones. To Joel, his own progeny was the most enchanting, and he would hear no dissent. Thus, he relinquished his plans of traversing the earth. Joel sought a picturesque mountain in the opposite direction, charming the robust river god with his delightful appearance to assist in constructing a quaint wooden cabin at the foot of an uncharted mountain. Joel embarked on his daily routine of nurturing his offspring. The spring water cascaded melodiously, and the droplets that splashed into the air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sunlight. Joel still appears to be a mere 3 years old, unchanged in the slightest, for no amount of supplementation can compensate for the lack of his origin. It seems he must perpetually maintain this youthful visage. Fortunately, the little one possesses a buoyant spirit, never troubled by the notion of never growing up, instead facing each day with optimism and enthusiasm. At present, he is not adorned in his small black cloak, but rather dressed in exquisite garments of white with green trim. His princely attire is entirely provided by the woodland fairies and the nymphs of the springs. Since Joel moved to these woods with Hephaestus and came to know the warm-hearted river deity and the nearby fairies and elves, he has captivated all with his striking appearance. In a world where beauty is highly esteemed, he is simply enchanting. "Hi, little Joel." "Hi, Edith, have you seen Hephaestus?" As Joel wandered by the water's edge, a beautiful water nymph greeted him, her bare torso adorned with a vest woven from aquatic plants, her skin a delicate shade of porcelain. "Hephaestus?" she inquired, her gentle voice caressing the air. Edith flicked her light blue tail, shimmering with golden hues, and after a brief exchange with her companions, she replied, "Lily has seen him ascend that mountain peak. Thank you for your assistance. May you remain forever radiant and blissful." Joel raised his hand and waved goodbye to the enthusiastic water nymphs who longed for his affection. With his short legs, he trudged up the mountain, humming softly. The mountain to the west was a temperamental volcano, though it had not erupted in quite some time. The surrounding area was lush with verdant grass and teeming with life. However, as he ascended towards the summit, the temperature began to rise, and the terrain grew increasingly desolate. The sound of metal striking metal echoed in the air, causing Joel's eyes to brighten as he confirmed Hephaestus's location. He quickened his pace, and as he neared the mountain's peak, he spotted a tall, robust figure wielding a large hammer, engaged in some unknown task. "Hephaestus!" Joel shouted with exuberance, darting forth like an excited young creature, plunging headlong into Hephaestus's sweat-drenched embrace. The firelight illuminated his delicate, fair visage, rendering his charming features all the more striking. However, Hephaestus furrowed his brow and remarked, "Joel, please refrain from approaching me under such circumstances in the future." He then retrieved a clean cloth from his waist to wipe Joel's face, saying, "You've gotten yourself quite dirty." "Oh, it's not dirty at all," Joel responded cheerfully. Joel lifted his head, a silly grin adorning his face, which melted Hephaestus's stern demeanor, prompting him to don a similar smile. Though their features were distinctly different in that moment, they bore a striking resemblance. Truly, he was a product of Joel's nurturing. "Hephaestus, what delightful creation are you crafting?" Joel gazed curiously at the unfinished embryo crafted by Hephaestus, a shapeless mass devoid of definition. It was utterly indiscernible. Based on previous experience, Hephaestus began creating various toys exclusively for Joel as soon as he was capable of wielding a mighty hammer. This exceptional hammer, capable of forging anything, was a gift Joel procured from the god of sleep, Hypnos, in exchange for it from the Cyclopes, having observed Hephaestus's passion for smithing. Over the years, Hephaestus's craftsmanship had become increasingly refined, with completed creations accumulating in Joel's personal sanctum, forming a veritable hillock. "I am preparing to forge a chair." "A chair?" Chapter 26, Encounter with the North Wind. Indeed, a magnificent chair, one that no deity could resist. At the mention of this, Hephaestus's gaze deepened. Imbued with an undercurrent of resentment, Joel discerned the target of his animosity. He was aware that Hephaestus had long harbored resentment over his abandonment. Yet it seemed he was powerless to assist. The little fellow sighed dejectedly, his despondency rendering Hephaestus at a loss. "Joel, I am truly sorry, but it appears I cannot aid you. Brother Eros forbids me from intervening in the threads of fate. Were it not for their prior agreement, Eros would never allow Joel the freedom to roam, for if trouble were to arise, his concern lay not in Joel attracting misfortune, but rather in the possibility of the young one being ensnared by destiny. To undertake certain endeavors only to realize their futility brings forth a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow. Eros wished to shield his beloved brother from enduring such misfortunes, to spare him from the cruel lessons of fate. Joel is a well-behaved child. Once he makes a promise, he refrains from transgressing any taboos. Much like Eros's concern for him, he is also considerate of his brother's feelings. It matters not. Hephaestus harbors a deep-seated animosity towards that woman. Yet he also feels a sense of gratitude toward her. Had she not callously abandoned him, he would never have had the fortune of encountering Joel. Throughout the years, Hephaestus has come to regard Joel as his own kin. As time passes, Joel grows taller and more robust with each passing year, while he himself remains perpetually at the tender age of 3. Gradually, Hephaestus has shifted from viewing Joel as a mere child to treating him as such. His rugged visage and pronounced features render him undeniably handsome, albeit not conforming to the divine aesthetic, appearing too wild and unkempt for many to find appealing. Nevertheless, Joel remains indifferent. To him, his own child is always the finest. The deities and fairies he encounters in the forest find a bridge of communication in Joel, which mitigates any resistance they might have toward Hephaestus. Over time, Hephaestus's silent demeanor has earned him goodwill, as he offers assistance whenever troubles arise. Were it not for his preference for solitude, many fairies would likely express their fondness for him. Joel often indulges in gossip, even partaking in the tales of his own offspring, Hephaestus, displaying a rather indiscriminate nature. "By the way, is there something you wish to discuss?" Hephaestus inquired, noting that Joel usually enjoyed the company of nymphs, waiting for Hephaestus to return before dusk rather than visiting him directly. There is news regarding the aquamarine you asked the sprites to search for last time. It has been located in the waters of the Aegean Sea. However, the sprites are somewhat feeble and dare not approach due to the presence of deities in that vicinity. I intend to make the journey myself." Joel's words conveyed a spirit of adventure, as he harbored a desire to frolic in the Aegean Sea, a locale steeped in legend, as recounted in the tales of Eros. How could one resist the allure of experiencing it firsthand? Hephaestus harbored no concerns for Joel's safety. After all, he had raised him single-handedly. Although he remained unaware of the full extent of Joel's powers, he knew that no ordinary deity could inflict harm upon him, not even Hephaestus himself. Moreover, Joel bore the blessings of the primordial deities, and only a fool would dare to challenge him. Nonetheless, as playful as the notion was, caution was paramount. The world is rife with peculiar abilities, and one must remain vigilant against any potential threats. "Joel, should you linger too long without returning, I shall come in search of you." Hephaestus, despite his conviction in Joel's security, could not quell his anxiety. Before departing, he fussed like a concerned mother, admonishing him. "The toys I bestowed upon you possess formidable defensive capabilities. Should you encounter peril, deploy them. Your safety is of utmost importance." I know. Joel donned his little black cloak once more, a cheerful smile gracing his face as he embraced Hephaestus. I'm off now, dear Hephaestus. We shall meet again. Very well. Go ahead. Hephaestus watched Joel's lively figure bounce away, a sense of emptiness washing over him. This was their first separation in over a decade, and such partings may occur again in the future. Hephaestus steadied himself, channeling his emotions into the creation of divine artifacts, awaiting the day of retribution. In Joel's next journey, he too would partake. Before their voyage to the Aegean Sea, Joel stood in the forest, gazing at the plump, glistening fruits hanging from the branches above. They hung heavily, bending the limbs of the trees, yet remained tantalizingly out of reach. He leapt with determination, but still fell short, just a fraction away. The unattainable fruit weighed heavily on his spirits, halting his journey, which was destined for the Aegean Sea. In Joel's eyes, there was nothing but longing, a slurp of regret. Had he known better, he would not have allowed the elves to depart. It would not have been too late to savor this meal together. It was entirely his fault for constantly yearning for solitary adventures, only to be distracted by various occurrences along the way. Joel sat cross-legged on the grass, deep in contemplation. Unwilling to concede defeat, he rose, took a few steps back, and then sprinted forward, leaping into the air. Alas, he still fell just short. Inadvertently colliding with the tree trunk, Joel's body swayed unsteadily, overwhelmed by a myriad of stars. Ha ha, whose little one is this? So adorably foolish. A sudden gust of icy wind swept through, revealing the imposing figure of a robust deity, adorned with a bushy beard, a rugged visage, and eyes that sparkled with an untamed spirit. Joel was certainly not foolish. Who are you? As the dazzling stars before him faded away, he caught the laughter of an unknown deity mocking him, prompting him to glare back in indignation. Unbeknownst to him, the delicate features of his fair visage, with lips as red as rubies and a pair of glistening, round cat-like eyes straining to widen, resembled a young cub trying to appear fierce, which was rather endearing. I am Boreas, the god of the north wind. Despite the north wind's fearsome appearance, its demeanor towards the soft and adorable Joel was unexpectedly amiable, devoid of the mercilessness typically associated with the taking of life. The north wind? The north wind. Joel had heard of this deity in the tale of Eros. It was mentioned that the north wind is the most frigid and piercing, often ravaging the barren northern lands, leaving no blade of grass in its wake. Yet here, in this bounteous forest, deep within the earth, how could you possibly appear in this realm? The forest harbors numerous delicate lives, unable to withstand the harshness of the north wind. Alas, how shall we deceive the north wind into departing? Joel pondered this dilemma. However, the dire scenario he had envisioned did not materialize. The god of the north wind before him appeared unexpectedly benevolent. You wish to pluck the fruit, do you not? Indeed. Boreas extended his hand and effortlessly retrieved the fruit that Joel could not reach. 1, 2, 3. Joel, cradling a bounty of fruits in his arms, soon realized and exclaimed, enough, enough. He merely sought a novel experience, while in truth, the spatial equipment crafted for him by Hephaestus was already brimming with an assortment of delicacies, all preserved for freshness. Chapter 27. First Love, Aphrodite. Crunch, crunch. Beneath the fruit trees, Joel sat cross-legged on the ground, savoring the fruits, which were indeed as sweet as he had imagined. He squinted his eyes in delight, his gaze crescent-shaped, radiating sheer happiness. Boreas had seldom encountered a being so easily content. The faces he had witnessed were often etched with fear, perpetually marked by dread, sorrow, and resentment. The northern winds howled mercilessly, their formidable divine power sweeping away countless lives, only for Thanatos, the god of death, to emerge and claim the departed souls. Consequently, the denizens of the northern wilderness harbored a profound fear of the northern winds, coupled with an intense resentment toward their merciless chill. Joel is indifferent to these matters. There exists no sanctuary more secure than his presence in this world. When peril befalls the earth, he can summon Sister Gaia to ensure his safety. Furthermore, he is adorned with various divine artifacts bestowed by Hephaestus, along with the instantaneous teleportation abilities granted by Eros. Additionally, he alone can sense the blessings and attention from his ancient father, Chaos. Should he encounter insurmountable challenges, he can effortlessly call for assistance. In the realm of connections, Joel emerges victorious. Snap, snap. Joel cradled the fruit he had nibbled upon, tilting his head in curiosity. Why do you keep staring at me? Do you wish to partake as well? There are plenty more on the tree for you to gather. Boreas, bemused by the little one's audacity, could only chuckle at his brazen disregard. Everything you are consuming now is from my own harvest. Such an ungrateful little creature. Joel nervously blinked his eyes. as if what he said held a semblance of truth. Hesitantly, he selected the smallest fruit. Here, have a taste. Boreas, captivated by Joel's eager gaze, accepted the fruit and took a bite. The sweet juice spread throughout his mouth. Accompanied by Joel's pained expression, the flavor of the fruit was exceptionally delightful, prompting a triumphant smile to grace his lips. Humph. Joel possessed a remarkable sensitivity to emotional nuances. He was acutely aware that Boreas was acting with intention, yet he found himself unable to retaliate. Shifting his position, he turned away in silent protest. Observing the little one's apparent anger, Boreas felt a sudden sense of disorientation. For in comparison, he loomed like a giant, while the diminutive creature appeared as fragile as a cub, accustomed to the ruthless dominance of the northern wilderness. Boreas had never learned the art of gentle persuasion. How wretched, indeed, was he. The little one was merely a delicate youngling. What was he striving for? Even a victory would bring him no honor, only ridicule and scorn from his brothers for bullying a mere cub. Joel chose to disregard the oaf beside him, planning to continue on his journey after finishing the fruit in his hand. Suddenly, a loud crack resounded nearby. Startled, he jumped up to find an array of various fruits surrounding him, followed by the rugged and boisterous visage of Boreas, adorned with an ingratiating smile. I apologize for the disturbance. Please do not be upset. Joel's expression was somewhat nuanced. What a remarkable individual this clumsy giant is, possessing a heart of gold. Very well. Since you have sincerely offered your apology, the kind-hearted Joel shall grant you his forgiveness. Claps hands gently. Joel lost interest in continuing to munch on the fruits and stored the entire gift basket from Boreas into his spatial gear, his belly round and already half full. It was time to set off. Boreas observed the little one leaving on his own and followed closely behind. Little Joel, where are you headed? I am going to see the sea, the Aegean Sea. As Joel walked, he responded earnestly regarding the direction of their journey. I recall that the Aegean Sea lies to the west. You are heading in the wrong direction. Joel, it appears my navigational ineptitude has been laid bare. He gazed thoughtfully at Boreas, rubbing his cheek and offering his most proficient healing smile. Kind northern wind, Boreas, could you escort me to the Aegean Sea? Your friend Joel seeks your aid. Naturally, Boreas would not refuse. He bent down to lift Joel onto his shoulders, saying, hold on tight. Let us depart, northern wind. The magnificent Aegean Sea stretched endlessly before them, its steadfast shores playfully assaulted by frothy waves, while white seabirds soared gracefully above. Whenever a fish broke the surface, it was swiftly snatched away by the keen-eyed seabirds, leaving no chance for escape. A goddess, clad in a diaphanous garment, leaned against a pristine boulder by the shore, her golden hair shimmering like the sun, and her skin as delicate as white jade. Her azure eyes, pure and deep, gazed tenderly upon the sea. Rising from the depths was a handsome god, his deep blue hair concealing the bare skin of his chest. Nereus, born of the sea and the earth, was the son of the ancient sea god Nereus and the sea goddess Doris. Despite his title as a minor sea deity, his strength was not formidable. He resided near the Aegean Sea alongside Aphrodite, his childhood love. Aphrodite, I heard your call and rushed to you. Why did you seek me again just the day before yesterday? Nereus recalled the wild day he shared with Aphrodite, a blush creeping onto his handsome face, enhancing his already striking beauty, which made Aphrodite unable to resist reaching out to lift his chin. My little sea god, my beloved, do you not delight in my visits? Is it because of whom? Poseidon, that roguish fellow? Nereus's countenance suddenly paled as he gazed adoringly at Aphrodite's exquisite beauty, his heart brimming with tender affection. No, you are my greatest love. You know I have never concealed my feelings for you. You embody love and beauty, and emotions can never deceive you. Aphrodite affirmed his words, initially applying pressure to his chin, but then softening her grip to caress him gently. Nereus, I am bound for Mount Olympus. As the embodiment of all love and beauty, I rightfully belong among the 12 Olympians. Will you accompany me? Without Poseidon, you shall not face the wrath of Amphitrite. Amphitrite, the daughter of Nereus and Doris, was captivated by Poseidon's beauty and grace during their first encounter, prompting her to transform into a dolphin and pursue him relentlessly. Only when she was utterly exhausted, unable to flee, did she concede and settle upon the dolphin, becoming Poseidon's queen. However, this sea deity was far from demure. He often indulged in fleeting romances with enchanting nymphs, his domineering nature leaving no one, not even the nymphs, unscathed. Aphrodite herself had endured several unwelcome advances. Yet her formidable strength and unique status spared her from being forcibly taken. Alas, the youthful god of the sea was less fortunate. Aphrodite gazed upon the handsome visage of Nereides, a face she herself admired. Naturally, Poseidon would not let this opportunity slip. He first summoned a charioteer on his behalf, and then indulged in infidelity. The aura of desire surrounding him could not escape Aphrodite's notice, leading her to regard Poseidon with increasing disdain, opting to avoid him whenever possible. As for Nereides, although love had faded, the bond of years spent together still lingered. In a rare moment of kindness, Aphrodite sought to take him away, for if he remained, the wrath of Queen Amphitrite would soon follow. She was reluctant to part with his striking features. Yet, her benevolent intentions were met with hesitation from him. In Chapter 28, titled Sea Conch Sea King, Aphrodite's gaze turned icy. Ah, men, who profess love with their words yet take no tangible action. How foolish of her to cherish their past camaraderie. Was it Poseidon he could not relinquish, or the dominion over the ocean? As long as Amphitrite refrained from intervening, Nereides would remain under Poseidon's protection as a lover. The depths of the ocean were not Aphrodite's realm, which explained Nereides' reluctance. Aphrodite bore no grudge against him. However, betrayal of love inevitably invites retribution. The once loving gaze of the golden-haired, blue-eyed goddess had turned indifferent and frigid. With a wave of her divine power, she transformed the young sea god into a conch shell. Since you choose not to be with me, then remain here forever, guarding your ocean. Aphrodite released her pent-up frustration, her spirits lifted. Her gown billowing as she embodied the essence of beauty. Countless flowers bloomed at her feet, and birds serenaded her with their sweetest melodies. The shore lay tranquil, as if nothing had ever transpired. My Eros, how formidable is this goddess, who acts decisively. Joel concealed his presence beneath a cloak, while Boreas, the invisible wind, could vanish without a trace. Thus, they witnessed the preceding scene in its entirety. Boreas concluded, one must never underestimate any goddess harboring a desire for vengeance, particularly one possessing the power to enact it. As soon as Joel touched down, he dashed to the beach, picking up a seashell cast aside by Aphrodite. A grown man transformed into a colossal seashell. Boreas, can you restore him to his former self? Boreas attempted to do so, but shook his head, lamenting, alas, that goddess's rank surpasses my own, and I am unable to revert him. It matters not. Joel gazed intently at the conch shell, yet could discern no remarkable features within it. I shall venture to the depths of the ocean in search of aquamarines. Boreas, where do you intend to go? Time is drawing near. I will summon the northern winds to sweep across the vast northern wilderness, little Joel. Come seek me again next time. Very well, Boreas. Farewell. Joel bid farewell to Boreas, leaving him alone on the shore, where the tide lapped gently at his feet, while a few crabs scuttled at his side, tossing sand as they excavated a hole to bury themselves within. Whose household do you belong to? I am Joel of the house of Eros. Joel did not wait for the speaker to finish before responding. He was well accustomed to such inquiries, as each deity posed the same question. A solitary child in the wilderness. How peculiar. How utterly absurd. Well then, young Joel, do exercise caution while standing upon the shore, for the rising tide may engulf you. Joel, does the sea consume children too? He raised his gaze to the man seated upon the carriage, whose unruly blue hair cascaded freely, and whose countenance was undoubtedly handsome. Most striking were his enchanting, peach blossom eyes. The depths of his gaze overflowed with tenderness and mystery, capable of ensnaring one's heart unwittingly, only to be profoundly engulfed thereafter. The sea, of course, does not devour children. Yet, the seemingly tranquil ocean harbors a temperament that is ever capricious. Even I, Poseidon, the king of the sea, cannot ensure its perpetual calm. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, dear little Joel. He appeared quite amiable. Yet Joel discerned Poseidon's true nature through the shifts in his emotions, from initial indifference to a newfound gravity following the revelation of Eros's name. It was clear that this sea deity harbored many thoughts. Joel grew up listening to Eros recount the gossip of the gods, and with the aid of the divine cloud mirror, he was privy to many secrets of the deities, truly an eye-opening experience. Although numerous segments unsuitable for children were omitted, he became acquainted with the charming and tempestuous Poseidon, the sea king, who was on par with Zeus. Unlike Zeus, who would employ sweet words to beguile, Poseidon exuded an irresistible dominance and forcefulness. This is a common trait among the male deities. Joel did not forget the purpose of his journey to the Aegean Sea. While revelry was one aspect, the more pressing matter was to bring back aquamarines for Hephaestus. He spoke softly, "O mighty king of the sea, I seek the deep-sea aquamarines. And in exchange, you may choose any artifact from here at your leisure." The artifacts presented by Joel possess remarkable quality, undoubtedly rivaling the value of the azure sapphires. With even a surplus remaining, in a trade, Poseidon would certainly not incur a loss. However, as the sovereign of the vast oceanic realm, treasures and artifacts are of little scarcity to him, provided they are not one of a kind. Instead, it is the self-proclaimed descendant of the great deity Eros, young Joel, who piques his curiosity. One wonders what lineage this little fellow hails from, whether he is indeed a progeny of the divine, as one of the primordial 5 deities. The earth is most vibrant, embodying darkness, with the night as its consort. Each time dusk descends, one can behold the chariot of the night deity racing from the edge of the heavens towards the nether, returning to the underworld. The abyss, which confines sin, also suppresses the vanquished gods of the Titan War, a realm with which Poseidon is well acquainted. Yet, it is the enigmatic Eros, the embodiment of love and desire, who remains the most elusive. He appears to have never manifested, yet his power permeates all existence. Now, with the emergence of young Joel, closely linked to the divine, Poseidon harbors no intention of exploiting the charming youth for any ulterior motive. Instead, establishing a friendly rapport could serve as a fine exchange. I shall forego the artifacts. Let us trade azure sapphires for our friendship. In the name of the Sea King, I bestow my blessing. Joel shall gain the camaraderie of the ocean, ensuring that he receives aid and protection whenever he enters the maritime domain. Oh, how generous this Sea King is. Joel's eyes crinkled into a smile, his small mouth parting to reveal teeth as lustrous and white as pearls. May our friendship endure forever, Poseidon echoed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Before long, the attendants accompanying Poseidon returned, bearing several large chests filled to the brim with aquamarine gemstones. Joel stored everything in the space. If it was offered, it would be foolish to refuse. Taking it back would certainly suffice for Hephaestus, as forging entails its own losses. As Poseidon prepared to depart, he set forth to traverse the seas and eradicate the perils lurking within. Joel suddenly recalled the conch shell he had forgotten. Previously, while eavesdropping, the beautiful blonde goddess had mentioned that the conch was the lover of Poseidon. Alas, the world of the divine is indeed chaotic. Fortunately, he is spared from the scrutiny of gods and goddesses. Reflecting on this, remaining youthful does have its advantages. Ah, my friend from the sea. It seems this conch belongs to your realm. He has been transformed into this state by a goddess. Can you rescue him? The conch? With a sweep of his divine power, Poseidon sensed the presence of Nereides and Aphrodite. He narrowed his eyes slightly. The choice of Nereides as a lover was not solely based on his beauty, but also because he was the son of the former sea god, Nereus. Possessing considerable dominion over the seas, he was referred to as a minor sea god, and now that dominion had been claimed by Poseidon himself. Although it was regrettable to lose such beauty, with Amphitrite at home, not particularly pleased, perhaps it would be best for him to vanish into the depths of the ocean. Poseidon shook his head in regret. I am sorry, but the conch is bound by the special laws of that goddess, and I am powerless to intervene. Joel gazed at him, a sense of regret etched upon his face, while he sensed an underlying joy within him that momentarily rendered him silent. It was quite remarkable. Truly reminiscent of a sea king. Chapter 29, The Seed of Tribute. Ultimately, Joel returned home alone, carrying the large conch shell. He had arrived with the brisk northern wind at his back, but now he was compelled to rely on his own 2 short legs to make the journey back. Joel struggled to ascend the clouds, gliding back at a leisurely pace, still unaccustomed to the speed of cloud travel. Though the billowing clouds drifted slowly, even slower than his own running, they afforded him the luxury of relaxation. Having predetermined his route home, he propped his hands beneath his head and succumbed to slumber. Hypnos sensed the presence of the little one and summoned the 3,000 dream deities to weave a splendid dream for him. The soft, fluffy clouds floated from the heavens to the mouth of the volcano. Hephaestus paused his hammering, a relaxed smile gracing his face. Joel. Ah, Hephaestus, did you miss me? Joel awakened upon returning to familiar territory, perched upon a cloud, greeting Hephaestus with a cheerful demeanor while guiding the fluffy formations downward. Did you have a smooth journey? Hephaestus inquired. Had you delayed your return any longer, I would have ventured out in search of you. Ha, it seems I have returned just in time. Joel proudly presented the box containing aquamarine, puffing out his little chest. Look, these are all my treasures. Hephaestus's gaze softened. Our Joel is truly impressive. By the way, are you unscathed? He prioritized Joel's safety over the gems, lifting the little one up and inspecting him from every angle. Upon confirming that he was in perfect condition, he let out a sigh of relief. I have so many treasures on me, I'm perfectly fine. Joel laughed foolishly, now that safety was assured. Hephaestus instead worried that the little one might be deceived by others. If you encounter any individuals or situations along the way, do share with me so I may provide you with an analysis. Sounds good. Joel remained oblivious to Hephaestus's concerns and recounted everything he had encountered on the road, ultimately revealing a conch shell he had taken from his possession. Hephaestus, this is the conch shell I mentioned. Isn't it marvelous? Hephaestus silently etched the names of the goddess Aphrodite and the sea god Poseidon into his memory. One, uncertain about how the conch shell would treat Joel, and the other, a deity whose intentions appeared dubious, left Hephaestus pondering the implications of approaching Joel. He cast a fleeting glance at the conch shell in Joel's hand. Transmutation was an advanced divine art. As long as one possessed a profound mastery of the laws and sufficient divine power, it could be performed. In truth, I possess this ability as well, Hephaestus remarked, transforming the tools at his disposal into a myriad of vividly animated creatures. A few gemstones morphed into dazzling beauties. Yet due to their origin as inanimate objects devoid of souls, these gemstone maidens appeared rather lifeless, akin to puppets. Joel widened his eyes, exclaiming, "Why can't I?" Hephaestus, observing the little one's dejection, offered words of solace. "You have yet to grasp the essence of divinity and the laws that govern it. It is only through the divine essence of the god of Forge that I have been able to deepen my understanding of these principles and wield divine power effectively." This revelation left Joel feeling even more despondent, as even his 5 elder siblings were unable to assist him. Very well, he conceded. Yet, the feeling of disappointment was fleeting. Soon he regained his pride, declaring, "Perhaps I am a deity even without divine essence. My father Chaos still loves me, heh." Under normal circumstances, lacking divine essence would mean forfeiting the foundational law support and the special authority to influence the world. More often than not, beings like the nymphs, despite possessing formidable lineage, find themselves relegated to the status of mere fairies. Their divine power is weak, and they are subject to aging and mortality. Hephaestus was uncertain of the unique circumstances surrounding Joel, but ultimately, they bore no adverse effects on him. Although devoid of divine essence and the ability to wield powers and laws, Joel remained indistinguishable from other deities. Deities are immortal. They can coexist until the world's end, a span of time that promises to be exceedingly long. Hephaestus resumed his work at the tool bench, while Joel, reluctant to return to his small abode alone, chose to float beside him. At that moment, only the final step remained in his labor, the inlaying. The task at hand was to embed treasures of every attribute into a magnificent throne, ensuring that these diverse properties could coexist harmoniously. Upon Joel's awakening from slumber, the unparalleled and resplendent throne had been crafted. With a foundation of gold and adorned with precious gems, it bore intricately carved patterns that reflected the essence of all creation. This chair was not only opulent and exquisite. The myriad gems adorning it were rare treasures capable of amplifying divine power while preserving one's reason and youth eternally. As for its shortcomings, those were secrets Hephaestus kept hidden, a grand gift he intended for the goddess Hera. Joel harbors a profound affection and tenderness for the offspring he has raised. Although his progeny has surpassed him in both height and strength, the memory of Hephaestus's early, unsteady attempts at walking, characterized by a charming limp, lingers in his mind. Joel permitted Hephaestus's revenge. Even as Hephaestus orchestrated his plan, he cleverly utilized the cloak's ability to conceal his presence. He assisted in placing this opulent chair in Hera's path, with intelligence gathered from the gods of Olympus and corroborated by the north wind and his brethren. Everything was in readiness. All that remained was to await the moment. The noble and majestic goddess Hera felt an overwhelming discomfort due to Zeus's incessant infidelities. Particularly vexing was the recent arrival of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, who captivated all the male deities, including her own son, Eros. Angered, Hera found little solace on Mount Olympus and instead wandered amidst the clouds to alleviate her troubled heart. In her solitude, she exhibited a vulnerability she would not allow others to witness. She remained the proud goddess Hera. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of golden light caught Hera's attention. She lifted her gaze to behold an exquisitely magnificent chair, shimmering with gold and adorned with dazzling jewels. It embodied all the opulence and beauty of the world, amplifying divine power. Merely approaching it invigorated her own divine essence. Hera delightfully circled the chair. Who had placed it here? Confusion stirred within her. Yet a note affixed to the chair extolled her virtues. Esteemed goddess, your majesty and grace, beauty and radiance render the gods hesitant to approach, leaving them to silently admire from afar. In homage to your unparalleled glory, we present the world's most precious throne, one of a kind, just as you are unmatched. An anonymous admirer, in reverence. An admirer? Hera raised an eyebrow, her hand caressing her stunning profile. Before Aphrodite's arrival on Olympus, she had reigned as the foremost beauty among the deities. Thus, as the goddess of beauty captivated the attention of her husband, son, and nearly all the gods of Olympus, Hera felt an acute wariness and aversion towards her. Yet, given that Aphrodite had not entangled herself with Zeus, Hera refrained from expressing her ire. Though her displeasure towards the goddess who overshadowed her beauty grew, no goddess is indifferent to her own appearance. Therefore, after reading the letter that lavished her with such exquisite praise, Hera relaxed her guard. With a smile, she seated herself upon the throne, remarking to herself that at least one among the gods had the sense to recognize her worth. Wait, what is happening? Chapter 30, Trapped and Rescued. Hera had scarcely begun to relish the sensation of enhanced divine power when a mechanism suddenly clanged, binding her in place. What is this? Someone, come quickly. I need assistance. Encountering matters beyond her comprehension, Hera was filled with alarm, her voice rising in desperate pleas for help, yet for an extended period, no divine being arrived. Above the clouds lay Hera's domain, a place where few deities dared to tread. However, fortune favored Hera, as Hermes, the messenger of Zeus, happened to be passing through the celestial realm and overheard her cries. His mother, the nurturing goddess Maya, had been deceived by Zeus in a cavern. Leading to their union and his birth, both had suffered at Hera's hands. In truth, Hermes harbored a deep-seated aversion towards Hera. Just as he contemplated slipping away unnoticed, Hera caught sight of his figure. Hermes, are you attempting to sneak away and feign ignorance of my plight? Hera unabashedly exposed his intentions. As queen of the gods, she exuded an air of pride and authority, having suffered only at the hands of Zeus. How could she possibly endure such humiliation today? Hurry and assist me. Release me from this chair. Her tone, demanding and imperious, prompted Hermes to smirk and, turning around, donned a facade of flattery. Ah, it is our most esteemed and resplendent queen, Hera. My apologies, I truly did not notice you. It was merely the dense, pink-hued clouds that obscured your unparalleled figure. I humbly seek your forgiveness. As the protector of thieves and the god of cunning, Hermes' words were to be taken lightly. It was unclear which of his statements bore truth. Hera regarded him with skepticism. I shall assume your words are sincere. Come, help me untie the bindings of this chair. It was then that Hermes noticed that the illustrious queen was indeed ensnared by a chair, an expression of mockery briefly flickering in his eyes. What a curious predicament. However, as he attempted to intervene and found himself unable to dismantle the mechanism, the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. My apologies, esteemed queen. My limited divine power proves insufficient to unlock this mechanism. It seems we must summon the king of the gods for assistance. Zeus? No. Hera, already harboring grievances against Zeus, was unwilling to allow him to witness her embarrassment. Hermes, quick-witted, feigned difficulty. Alas, the craftsmanship of this chair is truly extraordinary, leaving me powerless against it. The festivities on Olympus cannot proceed without your presence. Surely, some deity will become curious about your absence. Hera clenched her fist upon the armrest of the chair, her expression turning fierce. Do not flaunt your rhetoric before me. Go and summon Zeus, but ensure no one else is aware, or rest assured, I shall not spare you once I am free. Very well, my revered queen. After bowing, Hermes swiftly departed from the clouds, heading towards Zeus's temple. Although he was tempted to delay and keep Hera ensnared, he understood that succumbing to such impulses could lead to the dual wrath of the king and queen of the gods. After all, the artifact capable of confining the queen would not be overlooked by the king, and during his time as a messenger for Zeus, Hermes could discern some of his father's thoughts. Zeus sat upon his throne, yawning in boredom. With Hera unusually absent, he pondered whether to seek out some exquisite beauty. As he stood, someone entered the hall. It was his child Hermes, bearing a staff entwined with two serpents and adorned with a crown featuring delicate wings. Father of the gods, sovereign divine, Hermes greets you. Zeus resumed his seat. Hermes, do you bring me important news? Hermes displayed a hint of anxiety and urgency. Dearest father, the queen is trapped above the clouds by an artifact, unable to free herself. My feeble divine power is insufficient to break it. What? Zeus exclaimed, rising abruptly. Where is Hera? Lead the way. His concern was not for Hera herself, but for the object that held her captive. One that possessed half of her powers and could wield even thunderbolts. If such a force could subdue Hera, it could pose a significant threat to Zeus as well. Upon reaching the clouds, he beheld Hera, pale and tormented by the chair. The once proud queen now exhibited a vulnerability that stirred a rare feeling of compassion within Zeus. Hera, are you well? Feeling the concern in Zeus's voice, Hera's icy heart momentarily warmed. Zeus, please release me. This wretched chair is tormenting me. The sensation of having lost her divine powers was unbearable, particularly with the chair's awakening function constantly reminding her of her humiliating predicament. Thankfully, only Hermes and Zeus were privy to this disgrace. If she were to appear before the other gods in such a state, it would surely drive her to madness. Seeing Hera's distress, Zeus spoke no further and acted decisively, channeling his divine power. The thunder roared and transformed into sharp lightning, directed towards the chair while meticulously avoiding Hera's form. This small detail reignited Hera's feelings for Zeus. It was these glimmers of hope that made her betrayal all the more intolerable, leading her to unleash her fury upon Zeus's lovers. This chair resists divine power. It is ineffective, Zeus said darkly, his expression grim. We must find the one who forged this chair. If left outside to be collected by the Titan, it would spell immense trouble for Mount Olympus. Cronus had not relinquished his opportunity for resurgence. Hera remained silent, her face a mask of indignation. Who dares to insult me so? Infuriating. A mechanical bird of metal swooped in, clutching a letter, only to be struck down by a flash of lightning, disintegrating into vapor. Only the special paper, crafted from unique materials, floated down. I am Hephaestus, the child discarded by Hera. To liberate Hera, send someone to negotiate at the caldera of Morola. I will articulate my demands. Zeus enunciated each word deliberately, turning his gaze to Hera. What is the meaning of this? Is it our firstborn? Did you not say he had been devoured by a monster? Hera turned her head away, ignoring Zeus's inquiries. Her feelings a tumult of anger and complex emotions regarding that child. For reasons inexplicable, she refused to bow her head. Yet the circumstances no longer allowed her that luxury. Considering Hera his wife, Zeus addressed the seemingly deaf Hermes. Go to the caldera of Morola and assess the situation, as long as their demands are not too outrageous. Acquiesce to them. At your command, great king of the gods. Chapter 31. The god of fire and the grant of marriage. Hermes rode the clouds to Morola's volcano. The forest below was rich with divine energy, verdant and flourishing, indicative of the benevolent deities that cherished life in this realm. As he ascended, the vegetation gradually diminished, eventually giving way to hardy grasses that clung tenaciously to the earth, adding color to the bare rocks. Clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal echoed loudly in the tranquil caldera, easily discernible without effort. Following the sound, Hermes spotted a large figure alongside a smaller one, correctly surmising that the larger was the one he sought, for it was unlikely that the adorable smaller figure was at fault. Are you Hephaestus? His guess proved accurate. Hephaestus halted his work with a mighty hammer, placing a golden butterfly beside Joel to keep him company. Yes, I am Hephaestus, son of Hera and Zeus, and also the forsaken child. He spoke calmly, his emotions inscrutable. Until this moment, Hermes had never heard of Hephaestus, being more familiar with Eros, the god of war, who was favored by Hera. Both were her own children, yet their treatment was starkly different. Hermes could not comprehend why Hera had abandoned such a formidable son, and sought to establish rapport. Greetings, I too am a son of Zeus. In a way, we are brothers. Hephaestus disregarded Hermes' attempt at camaraderie, diving straight into the matter at hand. To rescue Hera, you must fulfill my two conditions. Please, proceed. Hermes possessed an exceptional talent for reading expressions. He feigned attentiveness with a demeanor that appeared remarkably earnest. Firstly, he sought Hera's acknowledgement of her transgression in forsaking me, and secondly, the recognition of my divine status as the supreme god of Olympus. What? Hermes blinked and, with a smile, replied, that is beyond my authority. I am merely the messenger of Olympus, able to convey your words to the king and queen of the gods. Hephaestus nodded. Then I shall await your response. Should you refuse, let Hera be eternally bound to her chair, which was uniquely crafted for her. What a singular fate. Would Hera not be driven to madness were she present? Hermes chuckled inwardly, relishing the thought of Hera becoming the subject of ridicule. He found her amusing and considered that perhaps, as fellow deities, they might become friends in the future. Until we meet again, brother Hephaestus, in the ethereal heights. Upon hearing Hermes' account, Zeus and Hera exchanged complex glances. Hera was concerned about admitting her fault. Was that not akin to exposing her humiliation for all the gods to witness? Zeus, on the other hand, was preoccupied with the position of the supreme god. The 12 Olympian deities wielded the most significant powers in the world, safeguarding Olympus itself. Currently, the roles of the sun and moon were held by Helios and Selene, both of Titan lineage. To secure his eternal dominion, Zeus intended to gradually replace these Titan-born deities with descendants of his own bloodline. Hephaestus' demands came at an opportune moment. With a plan forming in his mind, Zeus noted Hera's discontent and anticipated her refusal. To further his scheme, he urged, Hera, you are aware of the rumors circulating on the mountain, suggesting you are hiding out of jealousy towards Aphrodite. If you remain trapped here, would those whispers not become truth? Jealous of her? How could that be? Hera retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation, her chest heaving with emotion. She almost fell for Zeus' ploy. But a flicker of clarity prevented her from succumbing entirely. Why are you so concerned about Aphrodite? Zeus, sweating nervously, stammered. Well, Hera, gritting her teeth, realized that Zeus would not so easily abandon his nature. Did he think her a fool? With her intellect returning, Hera raised her chin with pride. I shall admit my fault, but on one condition, Aphrodite must be wed to Hephaestus as my form of atonement. Now it was Zeus' turn to feel discontent. He had yet to savor Aphrodite's allure, and now she was to be offered to his son? Observing his displeasure, Hera found the prospect of her own apology less intolerable. For Zeus had certainly embarrassed her enough in the past. The deities are observing their own farce. In the perpetual pursuit of infidelity, even she shall grow weary. Zeus, you must not overlook Hephaestus' unparalleled craftsmanship. If wielded against Olympus, my current fate could very well become your own. Hera understands Zeus. Upon uttering these words, Aphrodite appeared less significant. Zeus concealed his emotions, presenting himself with the regal dignity befitting the king of gods. Hermes, convey our response to Hephaestus, if he consents. We shall make immediate arrangements. As you command, great king of the gods. Without delving into Hermes' discourse with Hephaestus at the summit of Mount Morola, the outcome was favorable. As Hephaestus acquiesced to Hera's third condition, the king and queen of the gods had both agreed to the two conditions. Thus, only the bewildered Aphrodite suffered, becoming a bargaining chip between the two parties. When she eventually learned of it, King Zeus had already proclaimed her betrothal to the newly appointed god of fire atop Olympus. Witnessed by Queen Hera, it was deemed lawful. Even Aphrodite could not annul the marriage, as one of the foremost deities representing love and beauty. Her divine power paled in comparison to that of the gods of war, leaving her no choice but to accept her fate. Conversely, the god of war, Eros, was indignant on her behalf. The palace grounds were adorned with pure white roses, and within the main hall, a large shell radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, with translucent white veils drifting, enhancing the already enchanting and dreamlike scene. The goddess of love and beauty reclined upon it, her long golden hair cascading like shimmering golden sands. Aphrodite, do you truly intend to wed that obscure god of fire? It sounds grand to call him a god of fire, but in reality, he is merely a blacksmith. Clad in golden armor, his robust physique embodied strength and beauty, Eros stood handsome and towering, exuding a heroic aura far surpassing the delicate beauty favored by the contemporary goddesses. Ever since Aphrodite ascended to Olympus, he had been utterly captivated by her, yet she lingered among the company of other handsome gods, maintaining a respectful distance from Zeus. However, due to Hera's antagonism, Aphrodite's demeanor towards Eros was not particularly warm. She twirled a strand of her golden hair around her slender fingers. In the heat of Eros' gaze, Aphrodite let out a light laugh. This is all orchestrated by your dear mother goddess. What is it? Will you defy the king and queen of the gods for my sake? Upon hearing this, the imposing figure of Eros instantly softened. Aphrodite, it must be that Hephaestus has clouded my mother's judgment. If you are unwilling, I shall immediately shatter the legs of that ugly, filthy craftsman and compel him to withdraw from this betrothal. Chapter 32. The wedding scene. A grandiose speech elicited peals of laughter from Aphrodite, leaving Eros perplexed as to the cause of her amusement. However, her movements caused the delicate fabric draping her to slip away, revealing an enchanting glimpse of springtime beauty. His eyes widened in astonishment, reminiscent of a calf's gaze. Eros, much like his mother Hera, bore those large, bovine-like eyes, though he was decidedly less graceful in appearance. Begone. Aphrodite's demeanor shifted rapidly. With Hera scheming in play, her interest in teasing Eros evaporated. Those who possessed power yet lacked courage were hardly worth her consideration. Presently, her curiosity was piqued by the prospect of her future husband, one whom Hera had deemed worthy enough to involve herself with, a man of undeniable merit. Aphrodite's intrigue lingered only until the moment she stood before the assembly of Olympian deities, solemnizing her union with Hephaestus. His rugged and unrefined visage, while acceptable in ordinary circumstances, starkly contrasted with the goddess of love and beauty, rendering him almost grotesque by comparison. Not to mention, he walked with a limp. Aphrodite's beautiful blue eyes were imbued with a chilling detachment. She had always been the center of attention among the gods, and this occasion was no exception. Upon the elevated platform, Hera wore a smile tinged with disdain as she extended blessings to Hephaestus and Aphrodite in the name of the guardian of marriage. "May your union be eternally splendid." Aphrodite scoffed inwardly at the insincerity of it all, confronted with her nominal husband. She sensed that his initial awe of her beauty had faded, leaving an unsettling stillness akin to the depths of a tranquil sea. As she exchanged glances with Hephaestus, she noted not only his plain appearance but also his limp. Yet, he possessed a robust physique, befitting a craftsman. How else could he forge those divine artifacts? Aphrodite had always prided herself on her beauty. While she could dismiss the deities enchanted by her allure, she could not tolerate being overlooked. Yet, Hephaestus now seemed to tread upon the very concern that mattered most to her. Despite it being their wedding, his gaze frequently wandered elsewhere. Was he perhaps yearning for an old flame? With a malicious intent brewing within her, Aphrodite too cast her gaze aside, seeking the source of Hephaestus's disregard for her beauty. When her cerulean eyes fell upon a modest figure cloaked in black amidst the throng of deities, her heart swelled with confusion. As the goddess, a focal point for all, she had captured the attention of Zeus, Hera, and the rest. That small black cloak, could it belong to him? Zeus, recognizing the familiar silhouette, was struck by a wave of nostalgia. "Ah, the charming little Joel," he mused. "The gods of Olympus are amiable and welcoming. There is no need for you to hide. Should you wish to visit, feel free to seek me out. You are always welcome here." The demeanor of Zeus left the gods utterly astonished. When had they ever witnessed the formidable king of the gods display such affability? It was akin to conversing with a familiar companion. "Who, pray tell, is this figure cloaked in black?" Amidst the gods' uncertainty, Hephaestus had already forsaken Aphrodite, positioning himself protectively in front of Joel. Upon witnessing his offspring's displeasure with his newlywed wife, Joel, perceiving himself as the elder, wished to avoid jeopardizing Hephaestus's happiness. He gently tugged at the corner of Hephaestus's garment. "Fear not, for Zeus dares not bully me." Realizing he had been discovered, Joel saw no need for further concealment. He unfastened his cloak and then stored it away in his domain. His diminutive figure and exquisite features, once unveiled before the eyes of the deities, elicited admiration from numerous goddesses. Even the male gods cast curious glances, drawn to his charm. After all these years, how is it that you remain so small?" Joel stood with his hands on his hips, his eyes wide with disbelief. "After all these years, how can you still be so insufferable? You are a god now. Shouldn't you embody seriousness and gravitas? And yet, is this all there is?" His disdain caused Zeus to blush deeply, prompting him to cover his mouth with his fist in an attempt to divert the conversation. Within the hallowed halls of Mount Olympus, "You are the most esteemed guest, deserving of the utmost respect from the gods, and they must not bully Joel." As the wedding drew to a close, Zeus was reluctant to pursue Aphrodite in Joel's presence, for the ramifications could easily attract the attention of Joel's parents. Zeus was not keen on experiencing the true power of the 5 great deities, notwithstanding his ascended status as king of the gods. With both the god king and goddess queen having departed, the other deities gradually followed suit. However, a considerable number of goddesses remained fixated on Joel, who quietly savored the delectable fruits, reluctant to part ways. Once all the gods had left, Ares, yearning to converse with Aphrodite but met with indifference, could only depart in disappointment, though his simmering resentment was difficult to conceal. Joel furrowed his brow as he observed Ares' retreating figure. "Hephaestus harbors significant negative sentiments towards you. Exercise caution." "Fear not, I shall not be defeated," came the confident reply. Hephaestus had been dutifully attending to Joel's every need, entirely disregarding the other host of the day's wedding. Aphrodite, who typically paid little mind to Hephaestus, found herself irked by his dismissive demeanor. Yet, with such an endearing little one like Joel around, she felt capable of enduring it. A radiant smile blossomed on her exquisitely beautiful face, akin to a flower in full bloom. "Darling, what is the nature of your relationship with Hephaestus?" Joel had grown accustomed to Eros' unparalleled beauty. For as the embodiment of primal desire, he was the very essence of beauty in the world, rendering him immune to the allure of Aphrodite's charms. Joel's impression of her still lingered from the previous incident in the Aegean Sea. However, Apho had since become Hephaestus's wife. He cast the conch shell into the void, signifying a distance that varied with kinship. Aside from his elder siblings, Hephaestus was the one closest to Joel. "Hephaestus was a child I had taken in and raised with care," possessing a devoted nature and the remarkable ability to forge many intriguing creations. Therefore, you must never dare to bully him. Joel's serious demeanor was utterly charming, captivating even Aphrodite, who seemed oblivious to his words, continuously affirming with a fervent yes, yes, yes. Hephaestus, with a furrowed brow, discreetly intervened to prevent Aphrodite from drawing closer to Joel, undeterred by the ire of his ostensibly wedded wife. That evening, the couple deliberated on matters unknown to Joel. As dawn broke and daylight supplanted the shroud of night, Helios drove his chariot from east to west. When Joel bid farewell, he had transformed into a couple of venerable deities, the god of fire and the goddess of beauty. Their emotions were subdued, resembling not the intimacy of a devoted couple, but rather the coexistence of two housemates. Yet, between them lingered an unspoken understanding of mutual non-interference. Joel speculated that they undoubtedly harbored secrets. However, it was of no concern to him. As long as his beloved Hephaestus achieved his desires, he had no other pursuits. While Hephaestus toiled in his workshop, crafting his creations, it was Aphrodite who entertained Joel, owing to her relationship with Hephaestus. Joel reluctantly acknowledged that Aphrodite was half a member of his family, and importantly, this goddess of love and beauty possessed a portion of Eros' authority, which made him feel a sense of familiarity. On the grand shell bed of the goddess of beauty, it was no longer solely her exquisite form that occupied the space. Joel nestled in a corner, surrounded by an abundance of fruits. Aphrodite gazed at him with affectionate eyes, truly delightful. Chapter 33. Rarity, expectation. Having resided on Mount Olympus for several years, Joel mostly dwelled within the palace of Aphrodite. Hephaestus, as the god of fire and craftsmanship, was preoccupied with constructing magnificent palaces for the divine and forging artifacts for the principal deities, leaving him little time to accompany Joel. In order to assure Hephaestus of Joel's well-being, Aphrodite severed ties with her lovers, thereby managing to secure the guardianship of Joel. Each day, she took Joel on leisurely escapades across the mountain, and her relationships with other goddesses inexplicably improved. Among them was Hestia, the goddess who could not endure the harassment from male deities, who vowed to lead a life of solitude as a virgin goddess, maintaining eternal purity. Whether she broke her vow or another deity did, the consequences would be severe. Consequently, she preferred solitude amidst the revelry of the divine mountain, finding natural allies in Athena and Artemis, who had also pledged themselves to virginity. The three virgin goddesses, one the elder sister of Zeus, the other two his most cherished daughters, shared a mutual disdain for the hedonistic Aphrodite, who often roamed the mountain with Joel. In the same divine abode, encounters were inevitable. Once, twice, the three virgin goddesses found themselves unable to resist the charm of the adorable and gentle young one, gradually initiating conversations with Aphrodite. The goddess of beauty appeared nonchalant on the surface, yet internally, she reveled with wild glee. I knew Joel was like me. Charm, an irresistible force. Those who once looked down upon her finally bowed, abandoning their lofty demeanor. Aphrodite stood tall and proud, akin to a triumphant general, basking in a sense of unparalleled pride. Surrounded by the three divine goddesses, Joel was enveloped in warmth and concern. He cradled the sweet nectar of the icy spring, gazing at Aphrodite, who, resting her chin in her hand, appeared lost in a realm of profound thoughts, her expression adorned with a curious smile. It was unclear what occupied her mind. Her emotions soared to their zenith, bubbling with exuberance. The three goddesses exchanged glances, each filled with a sense of resignation. As former rivals, they were acutely aware of Aphrodite's contemplations, which revolved around Joel's presence. Otherwise, they would not be so accommodating. Hestia, drawing a flicker of fire from her divine flame, encased it in glass, crafting a lantern. Her flame symbolized familial harmony and the supplications of sacrifice, as long as the flame was kindled and her name whispered. The goddess's protection would be bestowed upon them. Joel curiously felt the flames. Hephaestus' fire leaned towards extreme heat and melting, unlike the goddess flame, which exuded warmth and purity. Hestia smiled gently, saying, "The flame carries my blessing, symbolizing that our friendship shall never extinguish." As she spoke, she extended a lantern towards him. "Is this for me?" The emotions of goddess Hestia were as pure and warm as the flame itself, and Joel, pleasantly surprised, accepted it gratefully. "Thank you, I truly love it." Athena, not to be outdone, pondered for a moment before producing a green seed. "Little Joel, I too have a gift for you," she said, capturing the little one's attention. She continued, "This is the seed of life, imbued with the blessing of wisdom, and it holds the potential to blossom into a being of great intellect." In Joel's eyes, little stars sparkled. Artemis, undeterred, brandished a wooden bow, her fair visage radiating with youth and vitality. This bow, crafted by my own hands, is imperishable. The quiver is eternally full of arrows. Moreover, with my hunting boon, every arrow you release from this bow will strike with unwavering precision. The goddess lifted her head high, her aura of confidence dazzling and beautiful. Joel cradled the gifts from the three goddesses, his eyes curving into charming crescents. Once he had placed the treasures within his space, he picked up a cup and proclaimed, "To our friendship, cheers." The three goddesses raised their cups in unison, exclaiming, "To friendship." The atmosphere was filled with warmth, as Aphrodite languidly fanned herself with a broad banana leaf. It was no wonder she refrained from intervening as the three goddesses endeavored to win Joel's affections. Their offerings were so generous that even Aphrodite found it impossible to decline. However, after the gathering, upon returning to her palace, Aphrodite narrowed her eyes and spoke earnestly. "Little Joel, all three goddesses have vowed to remain maiden goddesses. Though you are still young, it is wise to be cautious about getting too close, as it may tarnish your reputation. This is something your brother Eros failed to mention." Joel truly believed it. "Is that so? I understand now. I shall endeavor to keep my distance from the three goddesses henceforth. While friendship is indeed delightful, it would not be in Joel's nature to cause adverse effects upon his friends. Indeed, it is as such." Aphrodite, with her crescent eyes, wields dominion over emotions. And through their recent interactions, she has discerned Joel's exceptional aptitude in this realm. Thus, her words bore subtle implications that Joel, unsuspecting, fell into Aphrodite's linguistic snare. This trap was specifically designed for the three virgin goddesses. She twirled a strand of hair around her finger, her lips curving upward, reveling in her delightful mood. Resources were exchanged for the opportunity to draw closer to Joel, yet she made no indication of being unable to obstruct, having previously faced exclusion. She was now reclaiming her ground. Aphrodite's demeanor towards Joel had warmed a few degrees. "Truly, my little lucky star." Time flies swiftly, and the years pass silently. The opportunities for the three goddesses to encounter Joel have diminished significantly. Previously, this was due to Joel heeding Aphrodite's counsel and deliberately avoiding them. As for the future, these are the most nourishing fruits cultivated by Demeter, perfectly suited for you and the little one. Joel returned, cradling a basket of milky white fruits. Yet after several years, his form remained unchanged, just as Zeus had proclaimed, utterly devoid of transformation. The deities paid him no mind. Instead, they regarded the diminutive Joel with everlasting affection, their maternal instincts overflowing. Even the male gods were imbued with tenderness towards the little one. Aphrodite remarked, "Thank you, dear Joel, for your hard work." Joel chuckled softly, remarking that it was Hephaestus who had endured the toil, crafting baby items for their child and spending an entire day and night in the forge. To foster the bond between the couple, Joel endeavored to win Aphrodite's favor for Hephaestus, yet his efforts yielded little fruit, leaving him puzzled about where the misstep lay. Aphrodite, with a serene smile as she savored the sweet fruit, deftly sidestepped Joel's remarks, and though the transaction with Hephaestus was not explicitly disclosed to him, she tenderly caressed her abdomen, her smile deepening. This child would divide the mantle of love, and when he matured, he would become her most formidable ally, a prospect worth anticipating. The news of the goddess's pregnancy stirred a pang of sorrow in many a god, for their dreamlike deity had ultimately been sullied by the unseemly Hephaestus. Eros, the god of war, seethed with the desire to confront Hephaestus, as if victory would grant him Aphrodite's affection. Hephaestus, however, paid no heed to such provocations. Engrossed in preparing new toys for Joel, a portion of which were intended for the yet unborn child, given their nominal roles as wife and child, Joel afforded the goddess special care, inciting Hephaestus's jealousy, a stark reminder that he had once been the recipient of such meticulous attention. Chapter 34. The birth of the little god of love carrying the gifts he had brought back. Joel utilized a wondrous net crafted from special materials to halt the mindless charge of Ares. Hephaestus arrived at Aphrodite's palace, where he beheld the pristine rose bushes adorned in a delicate blush, their fragrance imbued with the essence of love. Stepping into the grand hall, he encountered a plump, naked child with golden hair and blue eyes, wielding a bow and arrow, flitting about the hall with flapping wings, occasionally launching arrows at the nymphs. Hephaestus observed that the nymphs struck by the arrows seemed to be ensnared by some mysterious force, succumbing to the urge to embrace one another amid the chaos. "Hephaestus, please assist in capturing this mischievous little rascal." As soon as Joel spoke, Hephaestus locked eyes with the chubby child, whose blue eyes sparkled with mischief. With a wicked grin, the boy aimed a golden arrow at Hephaestus. Whoosh! The arrow was released, only to fall to the ground with a thud. Hephaestus activated a protective shield, thwarting the chubby child's shot, which ignited his frustration. Puffing out his cheeks, the boy unleashed a rapid succession of 3 arrows, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each one fell harmlessly to the ground with a series of thuds. Hephaestus, unyielding to the child's antics, summoned a flash of golden light. Sensing danger, the child attempted to flee, only to be ensnared by a net-like artifact that swiftly captured him. However, the chaotic scene had yet to settle, causing Hephaestus to frown. He reached out, pulling the approaching Joel into his embrace, firmly pressing his hand atop the boy's head. "Do not look, it is too chaotic for you." Joel struggled, but could not break free. Never mind, one must indulge one's own child, so he decided to relax and lie back. The plump child was ensnared by a divine artifact, bound like a caterpillar, with only his head peeking out, having narrowly escaped. Whimpering, he lamented his predicament. His tear-filled eyes conveyed a pitiable charm. Yet, the chaotic scene around him was compounded by the bodies of the entwined fairies. This turmoil was the result of seemingly harmless beings creating a great mess. "Eros, restore the fairies at once, or I shall punish you by binding you eternally with the heavenly net." Aphrodite, having regained her divine powers after childbirth, emerged, exuding an alluring grace that epitomized femininity. Hephaestus cast his gaze downward, feigning ignorance. Aphrodite arched an eyebrow in disdain. He truly was a dullard. Eros, realizing there was no escape, sulked with a pout. "As you wish, my most beautiful mother." Once Aphrodite released him from his bindings, Eros picked up his companion artifact and shot leaden arrows at the fairies who had been struck by golden arrows. Amid the chaos, the overwhelming affection within the fairies waned, returning to a normal threshold. They gazed at their disheveled forms, their faces oscillating between pallor and blush, and hastily bowed to the 2 deities before exiting the grand hall to cleanse themselves in the hot springs. The disorderly hall was restored to its usual pristine state by Aphrodite's divine power, and only then did Hephaestus relinquish his grip on Joel. However, due to his disdain, he still held him, refusing to let him down. Wait, is his name also Eros? Joel became acutely aware that the situation was rather delicate. The true names of deities have been endowed with laws since their inception. To chant a true name is to invoke a response from the divine, resulting in either blessings or calamities. Typically, a true name is unique. However, the fact that the cherubic child born of Aphrodite also bore the name Eros was difficult for Joel to overlook. He carefully attuned his senses and indeed detected the essence of his elder brother Eros. Unbeknownst to the plump child Eros, his large, innocent eyes were fixated on Joel's exquisite and charming visage, a familiarity that brought forth a sense of shyness and bashfulness. "Beautiful little deity, what is your name?" "I am called Joel." In the presence of the diminutive god of love, who might be his brother, Joel remained amicable, noting that the striking features of the child bore a resemblance to those of his elder brother Eros, particularly the golden pink locks that adorned his head. Joel sought evidence from the youthful Eros. Aphrodite, having learned her child's name, was enveloped in uncertainty, observing Joel's demeanor. Her long lashes fluttered, and a flicker of ambition ignited within her. Regardless of the circumstances, the diminutive god of love, Eros, was her flesh and blood. Bound by lineage, they shared an innate closeness. With the divine connection at play, the prospect of garnering more of Joel's attention appeared to be an assured gain. The goddess of beauty felt elated, while the god of fire simmered with discontent. Hephaestus turned slightly away, unwilling to allow Joel to bestow further attention upon Aphrodite and her son. Though he had tolerated her during her pregnancy, he would not permit her to vie for Joel's affection now that she had her own charming child. Surely, she would not seek to contest for Joel any longer? To ensure matters remained undisturbed, Hephaestus strode purposefully towards his palace, cradling Joel in his arms. Having completed all transactions with Zeus and Hera, he now had ample time to devote to Joel, rendering Aphrodite's oversight unnecessary. Despite their marital bond, the distance between their palaces was considerable, and they typically led separate lives. Yet, Hephaestus had underestimated one variable. "Joel, I'm here to play with you. Come out now," echoed the lively voice of the young god of love from outside the palace. Joel gazed at Hephaestus, who stood with his arms crossed, facing the corner, seemingly sulking. Suppressing a chuckle, he approached and gently tapped Hephaestus on the shoulder, saying, "Be good. My dear, I shall return with a gift for you." This was always Joel's refrain whenever he left the reluctant Hephaestus behind to embark on his outings. Fortunately, Hephaestus was easily appeased. "Come back soon, or I shall come looking for you." "Indeed. See you later." Upon parting ways with Hephaestus, Joel stepped outside and immediately encountered the playful Cupid flitting about in the air. When Eros finally laid eyes on Joel, he darted towards him with the swiftness of lightning, landing upon him with a sudden swoop. Slightly larger than Joel, he resembled a child embracing their cherished doll. Joel finds it somewhat overwhelming to endure Eros's fervor. Although his brother Eros also enjoys their intimate closeness, this sense of familiarity indeed embodies Eros. Where shall we venture today? Eros gazes at Joel's adorably tilted head, his azure eyes sparkling with pink hearts. How utterly charming Joel is. Let us embrace. A soft sound follows. Joel ultimately succumbed to Eros's fervor, and they both collapsed into the grass, entwined in a passionate embrace. Joel pressed his hand against the encroaching Eros, declaring, "If you do not respond, I shall cease to accompany you in our playful endeavors." Eros puffed up his cheeks, conceding, "Very well." His eyes darted mischievously as an ingenious idea suddenly struck him. It was said that the king of the gods often surveyed the earth from the highest peak of Mount Olympus, his thunderbolts radiating an awe-inspiring ferocity, rendering the vastness of heaven and earth incapable of concealing his presence. Joel, so? Eros embraced Joel, his uplifted little face brimming with supplication. "I have yet to visit that place. Will you take me there, Joel? Zeus is far more lenient towards you than he is with me." Joel did not immediately acquiesce. Eros intended to offer himself in servitude. Henceforth, "I shall heed your every command, if it pleases you." "Very well." Chapter 35, Watchtower of the Earth at the pinnacle of Olympus, the mountain of the gods. The landscape was both sublime and formidable, shrouded in thick layers of clouds. Parting these clouds would reveal the vast and fertile earth below. Caw! The thunderbird soared through the dim storm clouds, flashes of lightning illuminating all that lay ensconced in darkness. With this fleeting brilliance, Zeus gained the power to peer into the shadows, standing upon his exalted platform. The thunderbird, having traversed the clouds, alighted upon his shoulder. There was no indulgence in revelry, nor did he occupy the throne of the king of the gods. Yet, in this moment of austere dignity, none could deny the regal authority of Zeus, the sovereign deity. Crash! A tremendous bolt of lightning descended, incinerating the monstrous creatures of the earth into mere ash, a truly terrifying sight. The electric brilliance rendered all things visible. With azure eyes aglow in the lightning's radiance, Zeus cast his gaze upon a specific point, his deep voice resonating with formidable authority. "Who dares to approach?" It was Joel. The soft, endearing tone rang out boldly. In the depths of darkness, Joel, with wide cat-like eyes, stared in disbelief at a certain chubby child. Feeling the might of the thunder, he could no longer linger on settling matters with Eros. He cast off his cloak, revealing his full form. "It is I, Joel." The slight tremor in his voice betrayed the trepidation within, as if he sensed that the fierce and piercing lightning would strike should he remain silent. Joel did not wish to personally experience the might of thunder and lightning, nor to test the defensive sigil bestowed upon him by his brother Eros. Having been devoid of any messages from the Sea of Desire for quite some time, returning now might result in an inability to escape its grasp. Eros would remain in slumber for no less than several centuries. Joel is capable of existing in solitary surroundings yet cannot genuinely acclimatize to solitude. How utterly dreary that is. Fortunately, there is a certain grandeur in being the cherished one. Upon sighting Joel, Zeus relinquished his thunderous scepter, and the surrounding lightning, poised for attack, withdrew its menacing grasp, returning to encircle their supreme sovereign. What brings young Joel to the Watchtower today? This is hardly a place for you little ones to wander. Joel found a sense of familiarity in Zeus. Indeed, the essence of this playful deity evoked a feeling of liberation. He took a few steps forward. "I have yet to gaze upon the earth from the Watchtower, Zeus. May I ascend to see it?" The child looked up at him with wide, innocent eyes, exuding an adorable innocence that stirred something within Zeus's heart, which had weathered countless storms. "Of course, come here, I shall lift you up. And little Eros, do not hide. Your wings cannot be concealed. Henceforth, do not incite Joel to undertake perilous endeavors." The young god of love trailed behind Joel, his wings drooping. Though they shared the same youthful appearance, their treatment was decidedly different. Eros would not cast blame upon Joel. Rather, it was the deities who irked him that often fell victim to his mischief, such as the incessantly misfired golden arrows of love. Unbeknownst to Zeus, the seemingly innocent Eros harbored mischievous thoughts within. He cradled Joel in the best vantage point of the Watchtower, where the clouds parted, revealing an unobstructed view of the earth below. The vast expanse of the fields, the endless greenery adorned Gaia's new attire, concealing large swathes of her brown skin. Beyond the flatlands lay undulating mountains, the very essence of Uranus. As the most tranquil and introverted of sons, Uranus silently accompanied his mother Gaia. Even though the Earth Mother often overlooked him, Aside from the brown expanse of land, there lay the ocean occupying the Earth's depressions and the vast sea surrounding the world. How abundant the resources below, indeed. Zeus mused seemingly absent-mindedly in Joel's ear, yet the child could sense an ambition lurking within his emotions, gazing upon the realms beneath. The earth is truly beautiful. Joel heeded the words of his brother Eros, refraining from engaging in the struggle for dominion over fate, to either be eternally confined, akin to the Titan deities imprisoned in the abyss, or to labor for a lifetime, reminiscent of Atlas, who was punished to uphold the heavens and the earth after his defeat. Neither fate appealed to him. Zeus, unperturbed by Joel's avoidance, sat quietly alongside him, both gazing at the earth. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted, causing the very ground to quake. The heavens trembled, and several stars extinguished. "Joel, let go of me," Zeus exclaimed helplessly, as the little one, startled, clung tightly to his head, losing all sense of vision, feeling lightheaded and acutely aware of weightlessness. "Forgive me, what just transpired?" Joel's cherubic face flushed with color, while the clever little Eros clung tightly to Zeus's leg. The two youngsters hung from the divine figure, transforming the mighty king of the gods into a mere plaything. At this moment, Zeus could not spare a thought to soothe the little ones. His gaze turned grave as he surveyed the earth. Terrible monsters had emerged from the ground, and he commanded, "You two should return. I must conduct a thorough search." Joel, "Very well, Zeus, until we meet again." He was grasped by Eros, and as they exited the watchtower, Eros hastily quickened their pace. "Do not run so swiftly, Eros. Are you frightened by the recent tremors?" The monster Zeus spoke of has yet to reveal itself. Joel misunderstood Eros's reaction, believing that the latter was afraid due to the presence of monsters. However, Eros merely playfully patted Joel's face. "Silly Joel, I am actually terrified of Zeus. His thunderbolts possess an overwhelming power, and I constantly feel as though one might strike me down. I simply cannot allow my irresistibly charming visage to be marred here." After playfully stroking Joel's face, Eros cradled his own face with a look of rapturous delight, prompting Joel to respond with a deadpan remark. "I believe the reason you might be struck is due to your mischievous nature. Let us move on to another location for fun. Olympus is vast, and I have discovered numerous divine treasures hidden away." Joel expressed his admiration. "Eros, you truly are remarkable. It would hardly be surprising if one day the gods were to hang you up for punishment. However, with Aphrodite, Hephaestus, and the ever-persistent Ares, who trails behind Aphrodite, as your protectors, you possess ample backing. Among the 12 major deities, 3 are already on your side, granting Eros the audacity to act without restraint." On the other end of the watchtower, after the two little ones had departed, Zeus wore a grave and impassive expression. He gazed upon the earth, his eyes flashing with the fury of a thunderstorm. Gaia. The silence of the Mother of Earth not only made Zeus forget the existence of this goddess, but also stirred within him a desire to encroach upon her dominion. The king of the gods, supreme and unparalleled. His divine might, as formidable as thunder and hellfire, inflated Zeus's arrogance. Though he harbored concerns regarding the prophecy of his sons usurping his power, the astute Zeus opted to father even more exceptional offspring. He aimed to bestow upon them glory and blessings, thus securing his rightful place while contributing to the stability of the world. Regardless of which child might challenge him, there would always be numerous others ready to rise in defense of their beloved father. In both sentiment and reason, Zeus embodied righteousness. Chapter 36. Provocation. The chaotic banquet. After discovering that Gaia was in turmoil, all celestial bodies transformed into the eyes of the king of the gods, closely monitoring every movement of the earth. Nightfall descended. Gaia stood atop the mountains, gazing at the twinkling stars above, a cold, merciless smile gracing her lips. "Zeus, my dear grandson, your audacity has angered the earth. Your ambition and insolent actions are the harbingers of calamity. I warned you that you would pay a price." A tremendous roar erupted, accompanied by successive earthquakes, as volcanoes belched forth scalding lava. Fear mingled with panic. The creatures of the earth trembled and felt unrest. Danger swiftly spread, and many lives perished in confusion, while Gaia remained indifferent to their plight, seeking vengeance against the king of the gods. Maintaining the stability of the world is one of the most vital responsibilities of the king. Once the balance is disrupted, the king would lose the favor of the laws. A fact Gaia understood all too well. She was willing to inflict harm upon herself to ensure that Zeus learned this lesson. The mountains of Urea remained silent. No matter what the Earth Mother did, even if this disaster caused the destruction of dozens of peaks, Urea quietly stayed by Gaia's side, protecting his mother. Boom. Another section of land collapsed. Malevolent flames devoured all life in their path, unyielding even to the rain. Furthermore, the rain gathered into rivers, filling the sunken earth. Propelled by the power of the water deities, one by one, the Mediterranean islands emerged. Gaia clenched her fists. Not only Zeus, but does the ocean, Poseidon, also wish to stake a claim on the earth? Such folly. Typhon, go forth and sow further chaos. I command you to use every means to disrupt the order of the world. The monstrous Typhon, adorned with a multitude of dragon heads, possesses dark serpentine tongues that incessantly writhe and flicker, occasionally unleashing flames from its eyes, its roars shifting in timbre, like that of a bull, a lion, or a dog. Wherever it treads, the earth succumbs, transforming into treacherous quagmires, its toxic saliva hissing as it drips, exuding a terrifying might. This creature is a progeny birthed from the fusion of Gaia's primordial forces of earth and abyss. It wields a formidable power capable of unsettling the very foundations of the world, and serves as Gaia's clandestine weapon to undermine the authority of the king of gods. Obeying the commands of the Earth Mother, Typhon rampages across the land, twisting once fertile territories into realms rife with miasma and mire, corruption, venom, and pollution abound. Zeus, as the king of gods, stands as the closest entity to the primordial laws, apart from the original 5 deities. Yet, due to Typhon's wanton destruction, the once stable order of the laws begins to unravel. The thunderbolts become restless and difficult to control. Zeus wields his authority to stabilize the laws of lightning against the encroaching chaos, transforming the thunder into a colossal eye in the sky. Inch by inch, it surveys the expanse of the earth. He soon discerns the troublesome creature, Typhon. The cold, unyielding eye of the thunder unleashes a deluge of divine retribution upon him. However, Gaia herself provides sanctuary to the earth, causing Zeus's lightning to be obstructed by countless mountains. Countless peaks have been obliterated by the strikes, while the celestial fire accompanying the thunder ignites untold flora. A vast multitude of earthly beings perish, their demise summoning the emissaries of the underworld. When Thanatos witnesses the ever-expanding realm of death, teeming with souls, he is momentarily overcome with darkness at the sight before him. This monumental workload, had he known, he would have summoned his brethren to assist. Such carelessness. Concerning Thanatos' lamentation over the burden of labor, one of the protagonists of this event, Zeus, once again lost his awareness of Typhon, a monstrous being born from the essence of the earth and the abyss. Typhon is the progenitor and sovereign of all creatures, capable of concealing himself in the shadows of night, rendering Zeus incapable of pursuit, accustomed to a life of ease and triumph. The inability to vanquish this singular beast left Zeus in a state of profound vexation, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Nearly a single Typhon was insufficient to undermine his dominion. On Mount Olympus, where joy reigns and worries are but a distant memory, Zeus and the gods soon became enraptured in yet another lavish banquet. As for the hidden monster, Typhon, that could wait until his emergence. The world is vast, and one must not neglect the pleasures of fine wine and enchanting beauty. Moreover, the presence of Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, adds the most vibrant and exquisite hue to the divine festivities. Although he could not partake in her allure, merely gazing upon her was a delight. After giving birth, Aphrodite appeared even more voluptuous and splendid, yet regrettably, she was a woman he could not possess by force. Sipping the crystalline amber liquid, Zeus's azure eyes deepened with intensity as he savored the sensations upon his tongue. His gaze fell upon a particularly stunning nymph, and he approached her discreetly. The young nymph felt a flush of shyness at the proximity of the king of gods, whose handsome visage and noble lineage were undeniable. Despite his notorious romantic escapades and the queen's intolerance, most of the nymphs remained captivated by his charm. In the pursuit of affection, the proficient king employed various methods to fulfill one's fantasies of a partner: seduction, coaxing, deception, and even coercion. If one's will is not resolute, or if one lacks the requisite strength, no woman can escape the king's relentless hunt. Aphrodite, however, stood as an exception, as the embodiment of desire herself. Her allure surpassed even Zeus's cunning, making her impervious to his charms. Furthermore, as one of the 12 Olympian deities, she possessed a husband from the same divine circle and a fervent admirer among the gods, not to mention a powerful son capable of influencing the emotions of the deities. At the banquet, Hera's gaze fixated on the seemingly more radiant Aphrodite, a blend of vigilance and the inherent competitiveness among women. She remained ever watchful, sometimes lost in thought as she observed the child beside Aphrodite, a boy who effortlessly garnered the affection of the goddesses, even stirring Hera's own maternal instincts. The pride of the queen goddess forbade her from conceding to what she perceived as a rival. Nevertheless, her eyes would often drift towards Aphrodite, acutely sensitive to emotions. Aphrodite quickly perceived the source of Hera's gaze. With a smile gracing her lips, she continually shifted her posture to showcase her enchanting form, brimming with charm. Hera's attention was inevitably drawn to her. In a discreet corner, Zeus placed his hand upon the blushing nymph's shoulder, and her lack of resistance signified acquiescence. A glimmer of triumph flickered in his eyes, deepening the allure of his passionate gaze. Just as he sought to advance further, a roar erupted. A hoarse roar reverberated through the land, shaking the very mountains. The monstrous Typhon was drawn by the enchanting melodies of the flute, while on Mount Olympus, the gods celebrated in joyous revelry. Suddenly, a multitude of dragon heads emerged, their serpentine tongues flickering menacingly. The ground, slick with their drool, was rendered desolate, and their myriad eyes spewed forth venomous flames. Chaos erupted amidst the festivities. Chapter 37, Divine Might and Mounts. The scene was a cacophony of confusion and disorder. Hephaestus swiftly shielded Joel behind him, while Aphrodite furrowed her brows in disbelief, questioning how such a vibrant beauty could be so easily overlooked. Despite their nominal union, she could not help but suspect that something was amiss with Hephaestus. The onslaught of Typhon swept across Mount Olympus, forcing many deities of a non-combat nature to flee to the mortal realm. With little Joel absent, and to escape Typhon's toxic flames, Aphrodite cradled her son Eros and bound them together with her golden girdle. The mother and son transformed into fish, plunging into the depths of the nearby Nile. The strength of the beast Typhon was formidable, its power wielding a persistent corruptive influence. The goddess of love and beauty, ill-suited for combat, could only seek refuge. How audacious! Zeus roared with fury. Out of respect for Gaia, he had refrained from a thorough search, yet Typhon had the audacity to present himself, not only disrupting the banquet but also brazenly challenging the authority of the king of gods. Arcane violet lightning converged from all directions, forming a formidable pillar of thunder that barred Typhon's escape. The king of gods stood face to face with the king of monsters, an air of tension enveloping the battlefield. As the clash of titans loomed imminent, perhaps due to Zeus's previous failed attempts at capturing him, Typhon's arrogance grew unchecked. Coupled with his formidable strength, he boldly revealed himself. The two sovereigns stood opposed. Typhon's numerous dragon heads writhed violently, an unmistakable display of menace. His massive form nearly obscured the sky, dwarfing Zeus by several magnitudes. Even though Zeus's thunderous might could obliterate some of Typhon's heads, a relentless stream of new heads would swiftly emerge to replace them. As descendants of primordial deities, Typhon possessed astonishing defensive and regenerative abilities. Whenever a portion of his heads was shattered, new ones would sprout rapidly from the gaping wounds. Under the combined assault of toxic mists, poisonous flames, and venomous spittle, Zeus struggled to withstand the onslaught, yet he was not without recourse. Hera, as queen of the gods, shared half of his dominion. Observing Zeus being assailed by Typhon, her gaze sharpened. Seizing the moment while Typhon was focused on combating Zeus, she wielded her power, dispersing the darkness with a thunderous force. Those heads that had yet to regenerate were once again obliterated, cleaving Typhon's visage into two halves. He glared at the divine couple, unleashing a roar of defiance. At that moment, the war god Ares, the goddess of wisdom and warfare Athena, the embodiment of justice Themis, and the personification of victory Nike, among other deities, arrived on the scene. The gods, standing upon the clouds, emanated an immense aura that instilled trepidation within Typhon. However, Zeus had already been thoroughly beleaguered by Typhon's assaults, and in a bid to uphold his absolute authority, he resolved to personally punish this instigator. Before the assembly of gods, Zeus prepared to unveil his might. In the distance, Gaia sensed an unsettling foreboding. Although Typhon was her creation, designed as a weapon against Zeus, it did not imply that she, as a mother, wished to witness her son suffer defeat at Zeus's hands once more. Such an outcome would signify her own failure. What dignity would the earth possess then? Typhon, flee at once. The Earth Mother commanded decisively, but it was already too late. With a resounding crash, the confrontation began. A tremendous roar echoed as Zeus consolidated half of Hera's dominion, the full might of thunder uniting in a singular force. The ensuing explosion possessed the capacity to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Of Typhon's countless dragon heads, only one remained, a mere remnant clinging to his form, while the rest lay reduced to charred remains by the fury of thunder. This ferocious king of beasts was utterly subdued by Zeus. And as Mother Earth sank into yet another crushing defeat, Zeus prepared to banish the vanquished into the depths of the abyss. Just as Zeus was about to wield his power to cast Typhon into the void, a small black orb suddenly tumbled forth. Zeus, wait. Joel clung to Zeus's leg, his unhood visage appearing exceptionally delicate and charming. His crystalline feline eyes shimmered with a glimmer of vulnerability. Any plea he uttered was simply irresistible. "What troubles you?" Zeus instinctively reined in his thunder, concerned that he might inadvertently harm Joel, for the little one seemed so fragile. Joel blinked and asked, "Zeus, may I raise Typhon?" "I promise he won't cause any trouble. I will speak with Sister Gaia." At that moment, Zeus recalled the bond between Joel and the Earth Mother. Remembering how she once showed affection towards Joel, he hesitated for a moment. However, Hera expressed her disapproval. "Typhon's power is far too perilous, and he is not suited for a young one. What if I were to give you a unicorn instead?" Zeus looked at her in astonishment. He had never observed Hera being close to Joel and had thought her distance stemmed from dissatisfaction with him, leading to her indifference towards Joel. Ignoring Zeus's reaction, Hera eagerly coaxed Joel, "What do you think?" As the goddess of fertility, Hera was particularly tender-hearted towards young ones. Several times, she had yearned to approach Joel, but his two formidable guardians, Hephaestus and Aphrodite, always kept a vigilant watch over him, watching the other goddesses play with the little one. Hera's heart brimmed with longing and envy. Joel sensed Hera's benevolence. His intuition informed him that she was a person who, even if he were a bit willful, would not take offense. He obediently remarked, "However, if I possess greater prowess, it would safeguard me, allowing me to venture to other places without fear of danger. May I be permitted to nurture Typhon?" When Joel pouts, no one can resist. Is that acceptable? Indeed. Hela, experiencing Joel's affectionate proximity for the first time, felt somewhat dazed and was entirely oblivious to her own words. Zeus, with his noble and sagacious demeanor, remained composed, yet as Joel clung to his leg, his upturned face radiated a tender smile, a joyful expression that rendered it impossible to shatter the moment with cruelty. Thus, Zeus acquiesced. Joel leaped up in astonishment, exclaiming, "Thank you, great Zeus, beautiful Hera." Having achieved his objective, he swiftly turned and dashed towards Typhon, his speed so remarkable that the gods scarcely had time to react. Hephaestus felt a surge of urgency within him. Alas, Joel had already reached Typhon's side. The gods remained on high alert for any signs of Typhon's fury. Fortunately, until Joel placed his hand upon Typhon's cold scales, the monstrous creature remained still. Perhaps Mother Earth had instructed him not to harm Joel and to heed his words, which rendered this king of beasts unusually compliant. At that moment, the dragon head that had been obliterated was already restored. Hundreds of heads hung low, and countless eyes locked onto Joel's, one immense and fearsome, the other diminutive and innocuous. It was unclear what silent understanding they had reached. Among them, Typhon's most agile head, the only one not destroyed by Zeus, lay submissively against the ground. Joel squinted and smiled, placing his palm upon it. A radiant light, emblematic of their covenant, flickered as Typhon became exclusively bound to Joel. Thus, a sense of collective joy prevailed. In the aftermath of the battle, the deities sought out the lost gods, displaced by Typhon's onslaught, and utilized their divine authority to restore the ecosystem of Mount Olympus. Hephaestus reforged the ravaged temples, enhancing their defenses significantly to prevent future incursions by entities akin to Typhon. By the banks of the Nile, Zeus discovered the concealed goddess of beauty and her child, sensing a shift in the fortunes of Olympus that bolstered his own power as the king of the gods. The feedback from the cosmic laws allowed him to harness greater celestial energy through the refinement of constellations. He directed his scepter towards the heavens, forming a celestial alignment of Pisces, centered around the goddess of beauty and her child, which illuminated the night sky. Uranus, noticing a fraction of his power siphoned away, though minuscule, felt a twinge of displeasure, for the dominion over the heavens was not easily relinquished. Yet, his essence had become fixed as one of the foundations of the world, rendering him incapable of freely wielding his might. Cursed be Cronus. In the depths of the infernal abyss, Cronus, having just endured the searing flames of hell, suddenly felt a chill wash over him. He looked up, and after a moment of confusion, an epiphany struck him. Could it be that I have become vulnerable? Chapter 38. The Harvest. The arrival of death. The crisis on Olympus has temporarily subsided. However, the aftermath of Typhon's influence has left many lands tainted, transformed into ominous realms. Furthermore, Typhon, in his unholy union with the monster Echidna, has sired a multitude of bizarre and fearsome creatures, each endowed with diverse abilities. These beasts, inherently inclined towards chaos and destruction, revel in annihilating all semblance of order, and even Typhon finds himself unable to restrain them. In their frenzy, they may even turn upon one another. To reclaim the faith of the mortals, the gods embark on a quest to eradicate these monsters, in gratitude for divine assistance. The mortals compose hymns extolling the gods' valor in vanquishing the malevolent beings, thus giving rise to the earliest myths. These tales, woven from the memories and records of myriad races, evolve into a shared cultural heritage, perpetually celebrated and reinterpreted by future generations. In a field marred by Typhon-esque corruption, dismembered limbs and pale, listless spirits linger, guarding the remnants of their corporeal forms in a state of stupor. A black cloak drifts gracefully above the desolate landscape, and with a gentle sweep of the scythe held in his hand, the Reaper claims dozens, even hundreds of souls who follow in his wake, bound by ropes to be taken away. The long procession is both awe-inspiring and terrifying. No soul wishes to join this dreadful line. Wherever the specter of death appears, it becomes a realm devoid of life, marked by reverence and fear. Thanatos, the personification of death, is accustomed to such scenes, his gaze unwavering as he moves from one task to another. Beneath his hood, a striking visage is etched with frost. Cursed Typhon, how he has forced me into overtime. Having traversed numerous locations, he gazes upon a sea of souls, countless and densely packed. There are simply too many. The mere act of cross-referencing the list induces a headache. Thanatos possesses an obsessive-compulsive disposition towards his work, unable to tolerate any omissions from the list, ensuring that no being may escape the grasp of death. Like a diligent bee, the Reaper toils. At long last, he compiles the death list. As the veil of night, drawn by the goddess of darkness, begins to wane, the light of the dawn goddess heralds the approach of day. With a snap of the list, he declares, "All done, time to clock out." Opening the passage to the underworld, he steps across the threshold between life and death. Yet, he suddenly senses an anomaly, halting in his tracks as a small, black, rolling figure approaches. "Hey, Thanatos, what a coincidence." The little creature rushes forward, clinging tightly to the Reaper's leg. Looking up, it reveals an irresistibly adorable face, with large, innocent eyes sparkling and a slight upward curve of its lips, effortlessly melting the heart of even a deity. Not even the Grim Reaper is immune. Thanatos chuckles softly. "Joel, why have you followed me in again? You possess the key bestowed by the Mother Goddess, granting you free passage to the underworld." Joel skillfully extended his arms, inviting an embrace. Only the little one was unafraid of the aura of death that surrounded him, apart from his brother Hypnos and the goddess Nyx. Joel is the first to boldly approach the embodiment of death. It is said that the underworld has welcomed a new lord of the underworld. Although I can freely traverse the realm of the dead, I still feel a twinge of hesitation about visiting unannounced. I have just acquired Typhon as a pet from Zeus and wish to consult my brother Tartaros on how to replenish the bloodline of the abyss for the little one, in order to restore balance to its chaotic state and prevent it from spiraling into madness once more. Joel elaborated on his intentions in great detail. Tip on. Thanatos' heart suddenly quaked, followed by an overwhelming fury, yet he restrained his wrath due to little Joel being in his embrace. For Joel's sake, he chose to suppress his rage. After all, it was merely a pet. Humph, what of Thanatos? Joel sensed the wrath of Thanatos. Noticing the long string attached to the rope held by the ladder, a spark of realization ignited within him, and he swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. "Do not be angry. I shall have Typhon work for you. Once he manages to harness his powers effectively, he will undoubtedly become an exceptional aide, boasting hundreds of heads, each possessing unique abilities." Joel brushed against Thanatos' cheek. The soft and warm sensation evoked a flicker of tenderness within Thanatos, his fury dissipating like steam in a soothing hot spring, enveloping him in a comforting sensation that seemed to melt his very heart. "All right, I shall heed your words." At that moment, they arrived at the banks of the river Styx. The ferryman Sharon diligently maneuvered his boat, transporting the lonely souls from the shore to the other side and back again. Upon noticing the small black cloak beside Thanatos, his face lit up with surprise. "Ah, is that little Joel gracing us with his presence?" Joel greeted Sharon. "Sharon, it has been quite some time." Among the deities of the underworld, camaraderie is often rather aloof. Although Sharon and Thanatos are both offspring of Nyx, the goddess of night, their interactions have been limited to a handful of brief exchanges. More often than not, they merely acknowledge each other with polite nods, lacking deeper connections. Thus, despite their professional ties, Thanatos is still required to pay a fare each time he crosses the river. However, with the arrival of Joel, this rare little fellow, Karen's weathered face beamed with joy like a blooming chrysanthemum. "It has been a while. I am here to ferry you across." He cheerfully invited Joel and Thanatos aboard, typically averse to parting with his coin. This time, however, he did not even inquire about payment. With a stroke of the oars, the rickety little boat traversed the river of the dead, swiftly reaching the opposite bank. Thanatos was taken aback by the apparent closeness between Joel and Sharon, recalling that during his first crossing with Joel, Sharon had not exhibited such enthusiasm. It was Nyx's sister. Joel exclaimed, "Last time, Nyx's sister treated me to a free ride, and Sharon declared that I am now a special guest of the river, with passage forever free." Joel stood with his hands on his hips, exuding a sense of pride. After all, this journey with Thanatos had allowed him to bask in the glow of his presence, relishing a rare experience of crossing the river for free. It felt rather delightful. Thanatos's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Thank you, little Joel." With silver hair and silver eyes, he was undeniably the formidable god of death, yet his true visage radiated a chilling beauty akin to the serene glow of moonlight. Joel shyly covered his face. Although Eros possesses an exquisite beauty, the gods exhibit a diverse array of styles. Beauty is inherently personal. While the deities of Olympus tend towards radiant and resplendent appearances, those of the underworld embody the essence of eternal night, cool, composed, and taciturn. Only those close to them discern that these gods are more devoted than their capricious and flirtatious counterparts from Olympus. After all, a god of the underworld, if enamored, desires to have their beloved eternally by their side. Yet, all living beings instinctively fear death, apprehensive that the deities of the underworld might whisk them away from the vibrant and bustling earth. Thus, the reputation of the underworld gods generally suffers. The sparse temples dedicated to them upon the earth starkly illustrate this notion. Upon reaching the fields across the river of the dead, one is greeted by an endless sea of white tulips, accompanied by countless white spirits drifting within. As life flourishes on earth, so too do the departed souls increase. For the lifespans of most ordinary creatures are fleeting, easily severed by monsters or natural disasters. Once their life threads are cut, they find themselves on the list of the deceased. When souls are harvested by Thanatos himself, they are directly sent to the judgment hall, where they receive rewards or punishments commensurate with their earthly deeds. As for those who meet untimely ends, they do not appear on Thanatos's list of the departed. Instead, such souls linger on the banks of the river of the dead. If they possess wealth, they may pay the fare to cross. If not, they must patiently await the arrival of a free crossing day. On that day, whether their souls are preserved ultimately depends on their fortune. Chapter 39. The Hellhound. Beyond the field of white tulips stands a towering and formidable gate, inscribed with the characters for hell. Before this gate lies a fearsome hound. Its massive form, adorned with sharp fangs that glint menacingly, reveals a dark tongue that drips with drool. Even more astonishing, the hound possesses 3 heads. Each pair of fierce eyes fixates upon you, as if ready to pounce and rend you asunder. This 3-headed creature, known as Cerberus, is one of the offspring of Typhon and Echidna. Owing to its attributes aligning with the underworld, imbued with the loyalty and obedience characteristic of canines, it has been appointed by Hades to guard the gates of the underworld. Joel. Cerberus permits each soul of the departed to enter the realm of the dead, but forbids any from exiting, nor does it allow the living to enter. So caution is paramount. Its sense of smell is extraordinarily keen. Over there, Thanatos is carefully advising Joel while providing a brief overview of the current state of the underworld. Meanwhile, Cerberus, bored and sprawled before the gates of hell, simultaneously sniffed with the 3 noses atop its heads. A living scent. Woof, woof, arf. The dog suddenly paused, and the other 2 heads of Cerberus turned to the central head. "Brother, what is the matter with you?" inquired one head. The central head replied with a playful tone. "Hee, is this truly Cerberus? How adorable." Joel, with a smile that belied his true feelings, overlooked the fearsome exterior of Cerberus and uttered words that were quite insincere. This elicited a curious response from Thanatos, who began to circle the 3-headed beast, pondering where its charm could possibly lie. As he drew closer, Cerberus detected the living essence emanating from Joel, mingled with the scent of the godly father and the earlier compliments. With a howl that echoed through the underworld, the fearsome hellhound wagged its tail. Had Joel not been cradled by the god of death, Cerberus might have bounded forth to shower affection upon the aesthetically pleasing newcomer. Such treatment was reserved solely for the master of Hades. Guided by Thanatos and protected by the mark of authority that adorned Joel, Cerberus allowed them passage through the grand gates after being patted on its 3 heads. As for those who sought to exploit the chaos, a resounding growl erupted from the 3 heads of Cerberus, which then opened wide to seize a hapless soul, tearing into a leg and devouring it in mere moments. The unfortunate, disabled spirit cried out in agony, its tears of despair scattering and being absorbed by the surrounding souls, while its own spiritual energy dwindled. For a time, the area beyond the gates of hell fell into a quieter state. Upon traversing the threshold, they had truly arrived in the realm of the underworld. Thanatos, well-versed in the pathways, proceeded to deliver the assigned task to the court of judgment. The names inscribed on the list of the deceased were those awaiting judgment. And per tradition, the ropes binding the souls were entrusted to Eros, the overseer of dreams. The pale souls were dutifully guided into an orderly queue. Thanatos refrained from entering. Wary of being caught by Lord Hades and burdened with additional tasks, work was the last thing he desired. However, the newly appointed ruler of the underworld was indeed a workaholic. Though he did not enter, Thanatos took the opportunity to enlighten Joel about the governance structure of the Court of Judgment. Originally, the court was to be presided over by impartial judges of the underworld, who would assess the souls based on their virtues and sins to determine their fates. Yet, with the judges absent, this responsibility now fell upon Lord Hades himself. A gentle reminder, during official hours, one must never disturb Lord Hades, lest dire consequences ensue. As for the terrifying matter, Thanatos did not elaborate, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. This served as a poignant reminder for Joel, who etched it firmly into his memory. Unbeknownst to him, outside the judgment hall, the very Thanatos who deceived children was also indelibly noted by their lord of the underworld. Upon the judgment platform, Hades utilized a golden scale to weigh the virtues and vices of souls, rendering his verdict based on their earthly deeds. This miniature golden scale was a replica of the divine artifact belonging to Themis, the goddess of justice, who, recognizing the needs of the underworld, graciously bestowed a fraction of her authority's mark. Its functionality closely resembled that of the original, enhancing Hades' efficiency in his duties. As he concluded the judgment of one soul, he inadvertently overheard the transgressions of Thanatos outside the grand hall. Hades pressed his lips together, his aura growing increasingly formidable. It was time to entrust the judgment hall to Thanatos. He mused that as the capable right hand of the lord of the underworld, Thanatos ought to exert himself as diligently as his superior. Suddenly, a sense of impending danger surged forth, prompting Thanatos to make a swift decision to vacate the confines of the judgment hall. Curious, Joel inquired, why not go and ask Hades? Behave, Joel. Lord Hades is currently occupied. You may visit him later. By the way, you do know the way, don't you? It would be unfortunate if you were directionally challenged. Thanatos certainly would not wish to be caught by Lord Hades while merely leading the way. That would undoubtedly be a lamentable tale. Joel puffed his cheeks in affirmation. I know the way. Ha ha ha. That's splendid. Next time, you may come on your own. I am quite eager to witness the expression on Lord Hades' face in response to you. I simply cannot fathom him exhibiting gentleness. It must be quite terrifying. Thanatos cleverly withheld the final remark, for there are few places in the underworld that are both intriguing and devoid of peril. Allow me to take you to the fields of truth. The fields of truth? Joel expressed his curiosity. What place is this? Thanatos, for the moment, refrained from answering. Instead, guided by the watchful gaze of the dark sentinels of the underworld, he led Joel along a concealed path, circumventing the court of judgment, until they arrived at an expansive gray plain. This realm is known as the Field of Truth, also referred to as the Land of Perpetual Blossoms. Here, souls that have undergone the scrutiny of the court of judgment face divergent fates. The malevolent souls are banished to suffer in the depths of hell, while the virtuous and meritorious souls are ushered into the Field of Truth. In this domain, souls remain untainted by the corrosive laws of the underworld, allowing them to endure for eternity. A brief introduction. Joel observed intently. In the expanse of white tulips, the vitality of the soul experienced no further depletion. For the white tulips served a nurturing purpose, stabilizing the spirit. However, the realm of truth lacked such constraints. Here, the soul could achieve a lasting permanence. From another perspective, isn't that akin to eternal life? Joel stroked his chin, pondering. This is a splendid place, albeit devoid of the earthly splendor. In this era, both humanity and the deities, along with various races, instinctively yearned for joy, reveling in carefree delight. Their nature inclined more towards innocence and benevolence. The gods frequently descended from Mount Olympus, cohabiting with humans and diverse beings, hosting one lavish banquet after another. Each day was filled with laughter and merriment, an embodiment of bliss. In stark contrast, the underworld remained shrouded in silence, monotonously dull, driving its inhabitants to madness. Thus, all beings regarded it with trepidation, making it a taboo for the living. A palpable fear lingered. Chapter 40, Elysium and Mist and Light of Joel's Lament. Thanatos smirked, choosing silence as he guided Joel toward a certain direction of the fields of truth. Upon reaching the edge of the gray plains, they arrived at another boundary. This realm was imbued with tranquility, where every soul wore a visage of comfort. Though it lacked the boundless joy of the earthly realm, it offered a profound sense of peace and elation emanating from the very souls. There was a serene detachment from excessive emotional fervor, a blissful haven far removed from the mundane. After Hades assumed dominion over the underworld, he, through the dual forces of laws and authority, crafted a paradise for virtuous souls, aptly named Elysium. Here, there was no suffering, no aging, and the essence of spring lingered eternally, a testament to the compassion and singular warmth of Hades. The ground was adorned with blooming roses, their fragrance rich and inviting, while delicate soul butterflies fluttered gracefully amidst the flower fields, symbolizing the happiness of the souls. Joel's eyes, resembling those of a feline, widened in astonishment, clearly unprepared for the breathtaking beauty that rivaled that of the earthly realm, even amidst the dark and desolate underworld. He scampered forward with innocent glee, his pure soul drawing the ethereal butterflies to dance around him. Thanatos remarked from the side, "The Elysian fields serve as a reward for the virtuous and just, while the wicked, steeped in their malevolence, are condemned to suffer in the depths of hell." In stark contrast, these two extremes exist. It must be said that the Lord of the Underworld possesses a certain dark humor within him. Joel was momentarily captivated by the picturesque scenery, but soon his attention was drawn to the wild fruits flourishing within the paradise. Those luscious, crimson fruits appeared so succulent. "Tata, may I partake in this fruit?" he inquired. "What does Tata signify?" Thanatos gazed in silent exasperation at the little one who had already popped the fruit into his mouth, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. "Go ahead, indulge yourself. The food of Elysium is the only sustenance fit for consumption in the realm of the dead. Avoid anything beyond this paradise, otherwise, should you be tainted by the laws, you shall remain trapped in the underworld." Thanatos imparted this wisdom earnestly, uncertain whether Joel, engrossed in his fruit, had absorbed any of it. "Do exercise some caution." "Caution? What kind of caution?" Joel lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with excitement. On Mount Olympus, the goddess of the hearth, Hestia, and the goddess of agriculture, Demeter, collaborated to create a delicacy known as flatbread. When adorned with honey, it exudes a delightful sweetness. Alternatively, when paired with a slice of roasted beef, it proves to be equally delectable. As he became well acquainted with the two goddesses, he frequently indulged in feasts within their palatial abodes. Those days were truly splendid. Thanatos cleared his throat, affectionately tousling Joel's soft hair. "No, you carry on with your fruit." "Oh, very well then." Joel experienced a fleeting moment of disappointment. He never turned his nose up at delicious food and soon became engrossed in the act of devouring the fruits. A hasty glance revealed that the paradise offered several varieties he had yet to taste, causing him to momentarily forget his purpose for being there. All that mattered was the incessant desire to eat. As Joel reluctantly exited the Elysian fields, he cradled several fruits he had personally verified to be delightful. Snap, snap. The messengers drifting above the underworld could not help but fixate their gaze upon the singularly focused Joel. Even Thanatos, the often overlooked god of death, relished in the rare sensation of being the center of attention. A blush crept beneath his hood, adding a touch of vibrancy, though alas, no one was there to witness it. He could no longer linger with Joel, for the underworld would soon buzz with whispers that the formidable god of death had transformed into a guardian of children. At that moment, a message from the mother goddess arrived. Thanatos hastily informed the little one, "Joel, the father god and mother goddess wish to see you. Shall I escort you to the abode of darkness? It is the very foundation of the underworld. Are you eager to meet brother Erebus and sister Nyx?" "Sure," agreed Joel. With that, Thanatos lifted the small figure and floated deeper into the underworld. Erebus, one of the primordial deities, embodies the essence of shadowy darkness, and much of the underworld's expanse has evolved from his being, though his true will lies dormant in the depths of the realm. The goddess of night accompanies him. Endless mists abound in the darkened corners, appearing deceptively simple while concealing terrifying dangers. They watch the visitors carefully. Any sign of offense would summon the dark guardians to consume all, leading to a directionless, hopeless void. Thanatos halted before the mist. Despite being one of the most powerful offspring of the deities of darkness and night, even the god of death could not confront the mist directly. "Joel, you bear the mark granted by the mother goddess, which will guide you through the mist to the correct path. I cannot accompany you further. May your journey be safe." Joel gently set him down, his fingers tentatively probing the mist, which felt both chilling and slightly damp. His essence contained the primal forces of darkness and night, rather than being diminished by a diluted lineage like that of offspring. Thus the mist evoked within him a blend of curiosity and familiarity, albeit with an air of uncertainty. The moment Joel withdrew his hand, the mist instinctively coiled around him, devoid of any ferocity one might attribute to Thanatos. It was almost obedient, verging on endearing. How absurdly charming. Thanatos harbored deep resentment, haunted by the memories of past mischief inflicted upon him by the very mist. Joel bid farewell to Thanatos and stepped alone into the shroud of darkness, the mark of the night within him guiding his steps in the right direction. Though the distance was not particularly long, it felt as if he had walked for an eternity. Gradually, the mist began to dissipate, revealing a grand palace before Joel's eyes. Crafted from the largest and finest obsidian, its surface gleamed a deep black, seamlessly reflecting an unknown light source that emitted a dark, ethereal glow. "Come in, little Joel." A deep, resonant, yet delicately alluring feminine voice floated through the air, strikingly prominent against the backdrop of darkness. Thankfully, Joel was aware of whose abode this was. Otherwise, he might have believed he was under attack by a specter, displaying any semblance of fear would surely invite the laughter of Sister Nyx. As he stepped into the palace's entrance, a wisp of ghostly blue flame drew nearer. Upon closer inspection, it was Nyx, adorned in a flowing black gown, approaching him gracefully. The silver chains upon her body jingled softly with each step, reflecting the flickering light and scattering blue luminescence, an exquisite sight to behold. "Sister Nyx." Joel trotted over, obediently extending his small, tender hand as Nyx reached out. A satisfied smile graced Nyx's crimson lips, and the eyes beneath the black veil sparkled with approval. "Very well." He seems to possess a modicum of understanding. As he led Joel further inside, he spoke softly. "Erebus does not favor candlelight. This cluster of blue flames is the ghostly fire of the underworld, sustained by the essence of souls. Approach with caution, for without protection, it can be perilous. However, the mark I have bestowed upon you grants immunity to most of the underworld's afflictions." Joel discerned the subtle yearning for praise in Nyx's words and enthusiastically supported her, exclaiming, "Sister, you are truly remarkable. How impressive." Nyx squinted her eyes and smiled, graciously accepting her brother's compliments, a hint of pride gracing her features. The warm scene before them caused Erebus to furrow his brow, unable to resist intervening. Chapter 41. Darkness. The Lord of the Underworld. Erebus, the embodiment of darkness, was the very foundation of the underworld, accustomed to tranquility, save for the presence of his wife, Nyx. He seldom engaged with the outside world, finding solace only in the embrace of night, where darkness received all its tenderness and affection. "I am here," Nyx declared, handing Joel a lamp filled with ghostly flames. As she took a couple of steps forward, she was enveloped by a shroud of darkness. The manifestation of Erebus' consciousness appeared as a man clad in the same black robe as Nyx, towering in stature, with his features obscured by shadows. Yet, judging by the extraordinary beauty shared among the primordial deities, it was clear that Erebus, as the embodiment of darkness, was indeed a remarkably handsome figure, capable of captivating the nocturnal goddess. Erebus drew his wife back into his embrace with a sigh, recognizing their inseparable bond. The intensity of their emotions rendered Joel bashful. He covered his eyes with his chubby little hands, though the gaps between his fingers betrayed an understanding that silence spoke louder than words. Nyx turned her head to glance at him and chuckled. "You little rascal." Joel lowered his hands, revealing a foolish grin. Hee, a bit daft, yet all the more endearing. However, his body was firmly embraced by his husband, rendering him immobile. Nyx allowed Erebus to envelop him, adopting a comfortable position in this embrace. There was no escape. Her husband was exceedingly clingy. Nyx, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Weren't you eager to see our youngest brother earlier? Now that he has arrived, why do you choose to ignore him? Are you perhaps afraid?" This thought sparked an idea within her. Nyx delicately lifted Erebus's chin, hidden in shadows, and his mesmerizing eyes, which captivated the night, narrowed slightly. A faint blush graced his handsome, pale visage. "Huh." Nyx chuckled, realizing her assumption was correct. Erebus was not averse to venturing out, but rather fearful of doing so. For millennia, apart from their 5 siblings, this was the first time he had encountered Joel since his growth. Not to mention the other deities. Even their children had only been glimpsed at birth, more often than not succumbing to slumber in her embrace. Erebus harbored an unwavering trust in Nyx, nuzzling against her delicate neck. Once he had gathered sufficient strength, he finally directed his gaze towards Joel. Their youngest brother was a delightful surprise, an unexpected miracle. Had any part of the initial process been omitted, it would have been nearly impossible for Joel to come into being, merging the essence of the primordial 5 deities. Joel is not merely a younger brother. but also a descendant. Brother, come here. Joel tilted his head, gazing at the brother he had never encountered before, feeling the kindness emanating from him. He trotted over to stand before the couple of darkness and night, and as soon as he halted, a gentle hand ruffled his hair. Joel looked up, bewildered. I am your brother, Erebus. The Dark Sovereign uttered but this single phrase as the mark of darkness descended beside the night emblem on Joel's form, enveloping it in a semblance of embrace. Joel was unaware of Erebos' domineering possession over Nyx, not even sparing the form of the mark. He noticed a fleeting expression of satisfaction in the other's eyes, and when their gaze shifted back to him, it softened considerably. There was an almost palpable sense of a fatherly affection as one would regard a beloved child. Joel appeared utterly bewildered. Nyx, with a gentle smile, pinched Joel's fair, delicate cheek. The sensation was exquisite. Were it not for Erebos' presence beside her, she could have indulged in this playful gesture for an entire day. This simple act drew Erebos to wrap his arms around Nyx's waist from behind, resting his head on her shoulder as he observed Joel lost in thought. Erebos, gaze. The large and small beings exchanged silent glances. One was a husband and brother, while the other was the youngest sibling, both cherished by Nyx. His eyes reflected a tender affection as he shook his head, interrupting their seemingly eternal exchange of stares. Just as darkness possesses an overwhelming desire for the night, the night has perpetually claimed the essence of eternal darkness. Joel, while both Erebos and I are in a state of awakening, it is time for you to learn how to wield the powers concealed within the mark of darkness. Joel grasped the essence. What is your state of awakening? This implies there exists a state of slumber as well. Indeed, Nyx elucidated to Joel, as the laws of the world gradually refine. Deities of all magnitudes and varieties emerge one after another. As primordial deities, we shall slowly succumb to slumber. Responsibilities will be delegated to various related deities to fulfill on our behalf, while the paramount authority will be the automatic operation of the power derived from the extraction of divine essence. In essence, the laws fear that our overwhelming strength might disrupt the increasingly stabilized world, reverting order back to chaos. Thus, they impose restrictions upon us, compelling us into a state of dormancy. Upon hearing this secret, Joel wrapped his arms around himself, sobbing, Must I also succumb to slumber? Oh, I implore you, no. There remains so much delectable food, exquisite drink, and delightful experiences yet to savor. A chuckle escaped Nyx at the sight of Joel's woeful demeanor. Fear not. It does not concern you. Only those endowed with formidable strength capable of influencing the world hold significance in this matter. You, dear one, lack even a clear divine essence or a defined role. You have fortuitously evaded a calamity, yet once we enter our slumber, we shall be unable to safeguard you. Thus, during this interval, it is imperative that you devote yourself to learning and fortify your own capabilities. Do you understand? At this moment, Nyx exuded an air of authority rivaling that of her brother Eros, causing Joel to shudder with trepidation. The seriousness of her admonition rendered him isolated and vulnerable. Moreover, Erebus would forever accompany Nyx, their expressions and demeanor strikingly similar. Learn. What more can Joel do? Joel, QEQ. Everything on Earth undergoes the cyclical changes dictated by the three goddesses of time, yet the underworld remains perpetually shrouded in darkness, where the passage of time is scarcely perceptible. Recently, there has been an increase in souls arriving from the realm of humanity, compelling Hades, the lord of the underworld, to extend his hours of labor. Meanwhile, the brothers Thanatos, the god of death, and Hypnos, the god of sleep, have discreetly withdrawn at the first sign of trouble. In the vast expanse of the underworld, few possess the strength and wisdom to think independently, and the only two reliable aides happen to lack a penchant for industriousness. Despite his efforts to cultivate a loyal following through his own strength and charisma, Hades finds his subordinates disinclined to work, leaving him in a state of profound silence, which is unusual for him, as he is not particularly talkative by nature. Once the judgment is concluded, Hades rises from his desk, ready for his patrol of the underworld. He ascends into his chariot drawn by 4 magnificent horses. Summoning his divine power, he calls forth Cerberus, who adeptly leaps onto the chariot to stand guard beside the lord of the underworld. The chariot races through the skies of the underworld, and Hades' discerning gaze sweeps across every inch of the realm, for no soul can evade the watchful eye of the king. The 5 rivers of the underworld are normal. The ferrying at the banks is normal. The gates of hell are normal. The fields of truth are normal. The Elysium is normal. The abyss. After completing his circuit, everything in the underworld appears as it should, resulting in a buoyant mood for Hades as he concludes his arduous work. It is time to return to his palace for rest. He sends Cerberus back to the gates of hell to continue his vigilance while he makes his way home. However, en route, he notices a suspicious shadow moving beneath the pomegranate tree. Hades narrows his eyes. Who goes there? Chapter 42. Pomegranate invitation to the shadow first hesitates, then rolls out from beneath the pomegranate tree, shaking itself off to reveal an exquisitely adorable little face in the faint light. Are you Prince Joel? As the youngest brother among the original 5 deities, he first gained fame on Mount Olympus. Later, when Hades assumed his role as the lord of the underworld, he garnered the loyalty of the god of death and the god of sleep. From the twin gods, he had heard whispers of this little one. Now, in the domain of the underworld, adorned with the unique divine marks of the gods of darkness and night, and possessing such striking beauty, it can only be the special existence of Joel. Joel held the fruit he had painstakingly acquired, lifting his gaze to the imposing and solemn presence of Hades, the lord of the underworld. Ah, it is indeed I. Are you Lord Hades? Having encountered Zeus, the king of the gods, and Poseidon, the god of the sea. This marked Joel's inaugural meeting with Hades. Unlike Zeus and Poseidon, who would reveal a portion of their robust physiques, Hades' tall and muscular form was shrouded beneath a black cloak, his collar fastened tightly, exuding an air of austere restraint. His gray hair was gathered into a single, and his eyes, akin to those of Zeus and Poseidon, were a striking blue. Yet, unlike Zeus's clear azure reminiscent of the sky, or Poseidon's profound oceanic blue, Hades' Helian gaze was calm and deep, laced with a hint of alluring purple, complemented by his strikingly pale visage. Upon closer inspection, there was an undeniable beauty to him. However, the inherent majesty of the Lord of the Underworld often deterred other deities from daring to scrutinize his countenance directly. Joel's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of realization. Perhaps he was one of the few deities among the pantheon. Such a strikingly handsome figure as Hades was a rarity on Mount Olympus. The god of death wielded a gentle demeanor alongside his scythe, while the god of sleep remained indifferent to all except for the harbinger of death. The gods of darkness were taciturn, and those of the abyss, though subtly enigmatic, possessed a peculiar sense of dark humor. It was rare to encounter a god so upright and solemn. Joel had once believed that deities were frivolous beings, indulging in feasts and merriment. Their emotional essences were a tapestry of complexity, yet uniformly unfaithful. Was it the seclusion of the underworld, beneath the earth, far removed from the clamor of the mundane world, that bestowed an air of tranquility? Yet, the existence of Elysium suggested that even the terrifying realm of the dead harbored a paradisiacal sanctuary. The souls that had departed this life bore no distinction from their living selves. In fact, the soul was eternal. Within the paradise, one could attain all desires without toil, serving as the ultimate destination of all aspirations. Joel did not comprehend, yet this did not diminish his fondness for the underworld. He relished this secluded haven of tranquility. Unbeknownst to him, he had garnered Hades' increasing favor, who acknowledged him with a restrained nod. Accepting his identity, Hades set aside his divine trident and extended an invitation for Joel to ascend the carriage. The underworld, in truth, harbors regions that are forbidden to the living. I shall escort you back to the goddess's palace. However, Joel, having slipped away from the shadows, could hardly entertain the notion of returning. No. There is no need to trouble yourself. Furthermore, please refrain from using honorifics when addressing me. It sounds rather peculiar. Zeus calls me Joel, and you may do the same. Joel clutched the large pomegranate tightly in his hands, shaking his head repeatedly, his face a portrait of refusal. Hades discerned his reluctance to return to the shadows. It was a rare occurrence for 2 primordial deities to be met with such disdain. The pomegranates of the underworld were inedible. If Joel desired fresh fruit, he could venture to the Elysian fields. Beyond Elysium, any food from the underworld, once consumed, would bind one eternally to the realm of the dead. It mattered little that Joel had previously overlooked the pomegranate in his grasp, but upon its revelation, Hades solemnly cautioned him. Did Thanatos not enlighten you on these matters? His serious tone, combined with the imposing aura of a sovereign, imparted a sense of awe and trepidation, reminiscent of the watchful gaze of his elder siblings as they observed Joel's learning. Joel, unable to restrain himself, voluntarily surrendered the pomegranate. Hades stared at him in astonishment. At that moment, tears brimmed in Joel's eyes, creating a pitiful visage that seemed to evoke the sensation of bullying a child. Hades, feeling helpless, remarked, "If you wish to avoid returning to the shadows, would you care to visit my palace? There, you should find an array of normal fruits." He was not entirely certain, for the Lord of the Underworld held a profound devotion to his duties, leaving matters of sustenance and comfort to be managed by the nymphs. Nevertheless, being the domain of the Lord of the Underworld, it ought to possess the finest offerings of the Underworld. This privilege stemmed from his exalted status and also reflected the earnest aspirations of many who sought the vacant throne of the Queen of the Underworld. Although the Lord of the Underworld spent far more time attending to his responsibilities than resting in his palace, the nymphs still harbored hopes that fortune might one day smile upon them. As for whether to accompany the Lord of the Underworld, Joel's gestures conveyed the answer clearly. He opened his arms, eager for an embrace, showing no signs of shyness. The towering chariot was beyond his reach. Hades sighed softly and lifted Joel onto his war chariot. "Sit tight. We are returning to the temple now." With a sharp command, the 4 black horses whinnied loudly, their long forelegs kicking into the air, and soon their hooves thundered across the expanse of the underworld. The realm of Hades was predominantly adorned in black, a color that defined the underworld. Hades' palace, too, was draped in darkness, but upon entering the grand hall, one would discover intricate details embellished with various rare and precious stones. All resources from the depths belonged to the underworld. Thus, as the Lord of the Underworld, Hades stood as the most affluent among the gods. His black throne, accented with gold, harmonized with the realm's primary hue while reflecting the grandeur befitting the deity of wealth. It was an embodiment of understated opulence. Joel was cradled by Hades as he approached the throne, where he commanded the underworld nymphs to present the most exquisite fruits of the earth. At Hades' nod of approval, Joel felt at ease as he indulged in the delectable fruits, blissfully disregarding Thanatos' earnest warnings. The fruits were truly fragrant, sweet, and utterly delicious. It was evident that he had been starving. Hades could not help but feel a surge of anger. What was Thanatos thinking? Leading the young one without imparting crucial reminders could have led to dire consequences had he arrived a moment too late or failed to notice anything amiss. Joel consumed the pomegranate of the underworld and thus remained in the realm of the dead. This delicate and fragile little creature lingered in the sunless abyss, akin to flowers and plants deprived of sunlight and rain, easily withering away. Therefore, it seems reasonable to impose a 3-year term of service in the court of judgment upon him as a punishment upon Thanatos' return, does it not? There is no need for the will of the god of death. The Lord of the Underworld has already recorded this debt against him, accounting for both old grievances and new. Hades sat upon his throne, contemplating deeply. A wisp of black mist approached, born from the void of darkness, a branch of the authority of the shadows. It possessed the ability to perceive all within the darkness and was a gift from the primordial blackness since Hades ascended as the ruler of the underworld. Since his arrival, the pressure upon the goddess of night had eased, and the underworld's various duties proceeded in an orderly fashion, allowing the night not to be burdened by her responsibilities and thus unable to accompany the darkness. The great deity, isolated in solitude, felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Chapter 43. Destruction and Hope. Thanatos has returned. Hades turned his gaze toward Joel, who had previously been indulging amidst a pile of fruits. The little one lifted his head, fixating on the black mist. Hades was not surprised that Joel discerned the message brought by the mist. After all, the little creature bore the marks of both darkness and night. He was not only under the protection of 2 primordial deities but also possessed the ability to wield fragments of their powers. Distinguishing the news of the nightmare was merely a trivial matter. Yes, do you wish to meet him? After his harvest of souls, there will be a brief respite, allowing Thanatos to bring you along, which would put my mind at ease. Hades did not spend much time resting in his palace. After a brief respite, he would have to resume his duties anew, including the batch brought back by Thanatos and another delivered by Sharon. The overworked king of the underworld was indeed quite busy. Joel was at a loss as to how he, along with a substantial bundle of fruit, had been packaged and delivered to Thanatos. As he regained his senses, his eyes were met with the strikingly ethereal visage of Thanatos, radiant like flawless white jade, yet excessively pale to the point of seeming overly translucent. It was only then that Joel recalled the transfer order Hades had issued to Thanatos just before his departure. As the primary deity of death and a part-time judge, Thanatos was now tasked with a heavier burden until the rightful judge ascended to power. It was indeed a tale that evoked silence and sorrow. Stop laughing. Ever since I emerged, you've been covering your mouth and giggling. Those tiny hands can hardly conceal anything. Thanatos cast a disapproving glance at Joel, striving to rein in his emotions and refrain from rolling his eyes completely. The fact that the taciturn god of death could exhibit such irritability seemed a testament to the rigorous nature of the underworld, which indeed sharpened the divine spirit, contrasting sharply with the idleness of Olympus. Joel, since I have been discovered, I shall no longer pretend. He beams openly, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Excellent. Splendid. In that case, let us engage in a battle to the death. How fares your progress? Thanatos, with a subtle smirk, uttered such chilling and emotionless words from his countenance of ethereal beauty, a truly frightful sight. Joel took a step back, exclaiming, "How do you know?" Just emerged from the depths of darkness, and the first deity I encountered was Hades. Yet, within the confines of the underworld, he spoke not a word beyond indulging in his feasts. A tempest raged within Joel's mind, a tingling sensation as if something long dormant were on the verge of emergence. The sight of Joel's anxious demeanor amused Thanatos, who feared that the little one might be frightened to tears, necessitating his own efforts to console him. The marks of darkness and night, while safeguarding Joel, also had the capacity to reflect upon the scene. Should the father god and mother goddess discover that their cherished younger sibling had been wronged, it would not matter that Thanatos was their own son. As a deity of warfare from the realm of the dead, Thanatos was clearly no match for Eros, the god of war from Olympus. The term bravery without intellect was best reserved for the latter. With kindness, Thanatos sought to clarify Joel's confusion, as the favored offspring of darkness and night. Your circumstances have already been divulged to us by the mother goddess. Earlier, you expressed a desire to consult the god of the abyss. Do you still wish to proceed with that? He mentioned not a word of his own concern for the little one, which had prompted him to seek assistance from the goddess of night, only to receive a reprimanding kick from the great father in return. Being the most cherished child of the night, the mother goddess had always been responsive to the brother's requests, yet this had also incited the ire of the father god. After all, among the deities, procreation and union were never contingent on familial ties, with the most notorious example being the Lord of Olympus. At the very least, whenever Hypnos inadvertently drifted to Olympus, the dreams of the goddesses were predominantly filled with that sovereign, while the dreams of the gods were largely consumed by the goddess of love and beauty. Ahem, Thanatos' extensive knowledge was entirely attributable to his brother's influence. Once privy to such gossip, one inevitably feels compelled to share. As the most intimate of twin deities, Thanatos was the ideal confidant. Thus, the god of death found himself bearing the secrets of the gods. Each encounter with those divine beings left his brother's words echoing in his mind, rendering him unable to confront the seemingly solemn visages of the deities. Over time, the god of death's aloofness and pride became well known. Whenever Joel thinks of studying, he feels disheartened. It's not that he is incapable of learning, rather, he is too intelligent. Observing his older siblings grasping knowledge with such swiftness, they relentlessly burden him with an insatiable load of academic demands. Study, they insist, with a fervor that borders on obsession. Joel, utterly fatigued and overwhelmed, let out a soft whimper. Who could have anticipated that Brother Tal would, upon discovering this, unceremoniously conjure a doppelganger into the abyss without waiting for him to seek assistance? Thus, Joel acquired yet another mentor. Initially, he sought guidance regarding the nurturing of Typhon, but the price for such knowledge was a relentless few months of frenzied study on his part. It was almost enough to make him retch. The world is so splendid. Wouldn't it be better with less conflict and more joy? He truly is not the type of deity driven by ambition. Speaking of which, I believe I sensed Brother Tal's presence quite distinctly in Hades' palace just moments ago. It was rather potent. Joel's small hand rested thoughtfully on his chin. What? Thanatos inquired. Having not heard clearly, Joel shook his head, dismissing any lingering concerns. It's nothing. All my troubles have been resolved. Tana, shall we take a stroll upon the earthly realm? His words diverted attention. Thanatos' lips twitched slightly, to wander the earth accompanied by the harbinger of death. What a peculiar notion you entertain. Moreover, refrain from bestowing whimsical titles upon others. As he spoke, Joel continued forward, oblivious to Thanatos' protests. Faced with the prospect of allowing the little sovereign to venture forth alone, Thanatos felt compelled to follow. The potential for misfortune loomed large. As one of the three great rulers of the underworld, alongside the newly appointed lord of the underworld, he recognized the fragility of his own being. Even if he were the mightiest force in the realm, he could not afford to be complacent. The duration of any punishment he might endure would only be prolonged. He drew his head low to obscure his striking visage. Who among the divine would willingly seek out confrontation? Bah! Upon their arrival in the earthly realm, the spectacle that unfolded before them was nothing short of astonishing. Joel stood there, his mouth agape in a daze. Which deity has set out to annihilate the world? Thanatos, with a composed demeanor, replied, I am uncertain. When I departed, there was no such matter at hand. Wait a moment. Let me peruse the list of the deceased. He retrieved a small booklet from his person, flipping through its pages. As he pieced together the sequence of events, he irritably snapped the booklet shut and drew forth his formidable scythe. This is the work of the divine monarch. I must attend to my duties now. Joel, amuse yourself in the meantime. Should you encounter peril, you may summon me. After handing over the token to Joel, he hurriedly departed, leaving Joel to stamp his feet in frustration. Thanatos, you haven't provided me with any specifics. His gaze fell upon the scorched earth surrounding him, where a faint trace of green struggled to survive. Joel cautiously approached the soil, gently parting it to bestow a thread of divine energy upon the resilient little grass. Oh, tenacious little one, may you endure through this catastrophe. With a flicker of divine power, he transformed the surrounding area into a suitable habitat, finding solace in the act before departing. Once he had left, the grass began to grow robustly. In truth, it was a small sapling that, with the passage of time, blossomed into a young tree and eventually matured into a towering giant. Centered around this grand tree, the land evolved into a verdant oasis of life. The tree awakened a faint divine essence associated with life, using its celestial power to nurture and give birth to a lineage of sprites. Their deities included the mother tree of life and the revered primordial god. This deity was an unexpected encounter, an embodiment of hope, bestowing vitality and miracles upon the despairing beings. Praise be to the Most High. Chapter 44. Silver. Annihilation in the Olympus temple. The king of gods, Zeus, sat upon his resplendent golden throne. Beside him the noble and beautiful Queen Hera. His azure gaze swept across the assembly. With a voice of authority, he proclaimed, "Esteemed assembly, the silver race is no match for the golden humanity. They are wild and unrestrained, wreaking havoc everywhere, and most importantly, they show no reverence for the divine." As Zeus spoke, Prometheus, the wise prophet, placed his hand upon his chest in a gesture of respect. "I salute you, great king of gods." The justice and noble character of golden humanity were bestowed upon them by the deities, granting them immortal souls so they need not traverse the underworld upon death, but rather become the guardian spirits of the earth. Humanity exists within the realm of laws, serving as the greatest source of faith for the gods. Thus, the second generation of humanity emerged, heralding the arrival of the Silver Age. However, they have betrayed the expectations of the gods, the Silver Race. Arrogant rulers endowed with formidable strength have instead chosen to commit malevolence. Therefore, I humbly petition our most supreme king to decree the annihilation of the silver humanity. I, the prophet Prometheus, shall create a new humanity, ensuring that sacrifices and faith are offered to the gods for generations to come, until the end of life itself. The sagacious Prometheus, having foreseen Zeus's triumph in the Titanomachy, resolutely allied himself with the pantheon of Olympus. Regrettably, in the present realm of Olympus, Zeus is poised to replace the ancient Titan deities with his own progeny, driven by a father's dominion and control over his offspring. In his quest for a notable achievement to secure his legacy, Prometheus, upon discerning Zeus's wrath towards the silver race's irreverence and his boundless murderous intent, stepped forth to bear the burden of destruction. For no matter the perspective, destruction is an ill-fated term. Zeus could wield it to intimidate the gods, instilling fear of his majesty. Yet, subjugation through force does not equate to genuine allegiance. Upon the high dais, Zeus's divine gaze remained fixed upon Prometheus. And after a prolonged silence, as Prometheus nearly faltered, he nodded, "I consent." Now, the gods would cast their votes to determine the fate of the Silver Age. The goddess Themis, her eyes veiled in white fabric, adorned in formal attire, exuded both sanctity and authority, her scales symbolizing the heavy downfall of the irreverent and arrogant. Without uttering a word, she cast her vote for destruction. The scales, resting upon the silver race, foretold their destiny. It was indeed tragic that their power paled in comparison to the golden humanity, yet they dared to defy the divine. Not only Zeus felt anger. The gods were equally offended. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, with her blue eyes reflecting a hint of emotion, remained unfazed as the silver race's king audaciously proclaimed intentions to include the goddess in his harem. Men were merely fish in her vast ocean. Those who dared to defy her would be summarily dealt with. She too cast her vote for destruction. Subsequently, the gods expressed their stances, the majority favoring destruction, while a scant few remained indifferent and disinterested in humanity, adopting a neutral position. A handful of oblivious onlookers voted for survival. Zeus cast a casual glance at these few, marking them in his memory for the future. Terrifying thunder raged amidst the ominous clouds, the formidable divine power quelling any thoughts of resistance among the gods. As the voting concluded, he declared, "By the name of the God King, I decree the end of the silver race." A voice, authoritative and resounding, echoed from the clouds above. All beings of the world fell silent in obedience. The silver race, under the dominion of their human king, reveled in the company of a voluptuous woman, basking in fleeting joy. Yet, such happiness was destined to be short-lived. The command of the divine monarch struck like a thunderclap. The arrogance of the silver race, having yet to manifest into action, was met with swift retribution. The divine might surged forth, a celestial grandeur illuminating the heavens. Terrifying thunderbolts descended like hellfire upon the stronghold of the silver race, transforming the land into a desolate wasteland, a realm devoid of life. In the face of divine authority, humanity appeared pitifully feeble. One could only ponder the audacity and courage that led them to defy the divine, even daring to plot against the very fabric of existence. The judgment of the gods had been rendered, the final decree of the divine monarch pronounced. The fates, the Moirai, descended upon the silver race, severing their destiny with ruthless precision. In an instant, the list of the deceased was inscribed with the names of the entire silver lineage, not a single soul spared, along with the unfortunate lives caught in their wake. As Thanatos arrived on Earth with Joel, they found themselves amidst the ruins of devastation. The grieving and helpless Thanatos busied himself with his solemn duties. Joel sensed the lingering divine power of thunder and followed the aura to Mount Olympus. During his day spent in the underworld, he was unaware of the events he had missed, such as the emergence of an entity capable of inciting Zeus's wrath, compelling him to unleash his thunderous might in punishment. Could it be that a new monster had appeared? The caliber of such a beast would need to rival that of Typhon, for even Gaia's formidable strength was insufficient to bear another progeny of such power. What could possibly be the reason behind this? A profound curiosity blossomed within Joel, prompting him to quicken his pace in search of unknown answers. Cloaked in a small black cape, he ascended the towering divine mountain, foraging for berries along the way. Taking a moment to rest, Joel glanced upward and observed two formidable deities hurrying through the heavens. "O celestial beings, whither are you bound?" With newfound purpose, his heart brimming with inquisitive exploration. Even the sweet and tart berries in his grasp lost their allure. Without hesitation, he discarded the berries and summoned a tiny white cloud to pursue the two deities above. Upon their encounter, he recognized them as the prophet Prometheus and Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare, two seemingly unrelated deities united by their shared intellect. Prometheus, tasked by Zeus with the creation of mankind, had brought Athena along for safety, given the multitude of monsters that roamed the earth. Just as they were about to leave the confines of Olympus, they were called to a halt by another divine presence, prompting them to turn back. The small cottony cloud, carrying Joel, drifted leisurely toward them. The little one's frame sank deep into the soft cloud, and were it not for his familiar black cloak, Prometheus and Athena might not have recognized him. "Little Joel, you've returned," Athena exclaimed, immediately abandoning her companion to sweep Joel into her embrace. The softness before him nearly stifled him, and he struggled to lift his head. "Athena, you're holding me too tightly. I can scarcely breathe. My apologies," she replied. Yet she did not release him. Instead, she adjusted her hold to afford him greater comfort. Prometheus squinted, chuckling softly. "Ah, women. By the way, you both seem in quite a hurry. Where are you headed?" Joel had not forgotten his curiosity. Just as Athena shifted into a more comfortable position, he chose to remain indifferent. Prometheus, observing Athena playfully teasing Joel, sighed inwardly and, with a serious demeanor, proclaimed, "The silver race has shown disrespect towards the deities and has thus provoked their wrath. Consequently, the gods have unanimously resolved to bring about the annihilation of the silver lineage. However, according to divine law, humanity constitutes the most substantial source of revenue for the gods. Therefore, the illustrious king of the gods has decreed that I shall create a new humanity, one that learns to offer worship and faith to the deities." He spoke candidly, revealing these truths without reservation. As the most favored among the gods on Olympus, little Joel was not a stranger to the concept of faith. Though his divine essence was not overtly apparent, the notion of belief held little significance for him. Yet, he had witnessed, both directly and indirectly, the enhancement that faith bestowed upon the deities through the close proximity of the divine beings around him. This faith could confer immense power to the gods. Mortals would venerate them, and in return, the deities granted protection, enabling these beings to navigate the perils of existence. Furthermore, Formidable beings could become the chosen ones of the gods or even demigods, fighting in the name of the deities they served. To create humanity? Joel swiftly grasped the most pivotal word, his eyes sparkling like those of a feline. May I join? I wish to see. How delightful it would be. He certainly could not afford to miss such a novelty. Upon returning, he could boast to Hermes and Cupid, who had undoubtedly never witnessed the creation of man, let alone participated in it. In this realm, no one could refuse a request from Joel, not even the gods, as those large, pleading eyes gazed imploringly. Who could possibly bear to deny such a plea? Prometheus endeavored to disregard Athena's authoritative glare, and with a gentle demeanor, he acquiesced, of course. Only after averting his gaze did he exhale a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped disaster. Soon, Athena, accompanied by Joel, followed Prometheus to a fertile expanse of land. The terrain was slightly elevated, abundant in species, and adequately met the survival needs of a community of life. As the three deities descended, a tall and robust male god approached to welcome them. Brother Prometheus, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for several days. My dear brother, it has been quite some time. Your efforts are appreciated. The two embraced warmly, and then Prometheus introduced, Athena, this is young Joel, and my brother, Epimetheus. Epimetheus placed his right hand upon his chest in a gesture of respect. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed goddess Athena, and you as well, young Prince Joel. Unlike his brother, Epimetheus lacked formidable prowess. His acquaintances were all esteemed figures, while he was merely one of the average titans endowed with moderate divine abilities. Fortuitously, he had aligned himself with his brother in support of Zeus, thereby escaping the final reckoning, which further solidified his resolve to follow Prometheus's example. As his innate divine abilities were rather unkind, Epimetheus, the one who understands only after the fact, was born a step behind, realizing everything only after events unfolded, rendering any desire for repentance futile. Familiarity breeds understanding. Prometheus had grown accustomed to managing the aftermath for his absent-minded brother. Over time, their bond had flourished within the realm of the gods, and their relationship was regarded favorably. Joel did not dwell on the details. As soon as Athena released her grip, he swiftly dashed to the side of the two brothers. Prometheus, you must work diligently. His small face wore a serious expression, yet his true thoughts were unmistakably evident. Only Epimetheus believed Joel had come to supervise and urged his brother, I have prepared the tools. They are in the cave ahead, but I have not begun without you. He gazed at his brother with wide, clear eyes, filled with the same anticipation as Joel's. In the cave, Prometheus surveyed the empty gifts from the gods, alongside a multitude of ordinary beasts. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, Epimetheus, is this what you call not yet started? You have exhausted the gifts from the gods. And what shall I use to create humanity? Bravery, speed, acuity, none remained for him to utilize. Epimetheus, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, scratched his head in confusion. But you told me to mold ordinary beasts that humans could conquer for sustenance. When I was molding, I found the animals too adorable to resist. I used up an entire bag of gifts. Who knew they would be so ineffective? I'm sorry, brother. His belated realization struck him. The gifts bestowed upon the animals granted them the ability to survive in the perilous wilderness. When it came time for humanity, there was nothing left. The present humans were not akin to the initial creations by the gods. The first batch of golden humans had received the greatest blessings, endowing them with powers almost divine. However, the arrogance of the silver humans displeased the gods, resulting in blessings that were considerably weaker and fewer than before. And now they had all been squandered on animals by Epimetheus. Prometheus, without the need for foresight, could surmise the impending predicament. Shaking his head, he resolved, it is what it is, let us begin our work. Epimetheus, you are not to interfere. Safeguard your animals, and ensure they do not harm my creations. Dejected, Epimetheus lowered his head, cradling a grand feline adorned in striped garments. Very well, brother, he replied. And irked Prometheus sought Athena's assistance to oversee Epimetheus, while Joel found a vantage point, sitting quietly to observe Prometheus's creation of humanity. The sacred soil mingled with ethereal spring water, and one by one, figures resembling humans slowly took shape from Prometheus's meticulous hands. Torso, limbs, then eyes and noses. Soon, a batch of small clay figures emerged, yet they merely stood vacantly, devoid of thought or soul, mere flesh and blood crafted from divine earth. They remained as they were, little clay figures, lacking the most vital essence. What was it? Prometheus turned to Athena, the goddess of benevolent wisdom. My dearest friend, Prometheus is in need of your assistance. The wise Athena, aptly named for her intellect, was well aware of what the little clay beings lacked. With a smile, she nodded. For the sake of friendship and the grandeur of creation, I am willing to lend my aid. With a breath infused with divine power, Athena bestowed wisdom and spirit upon the little clay figures. Their eyes sparkled with life, transforming from their previous dullness into vibrant expressions. However, as they attempted to communicate, a cacophony of incoherent sounds emerged. Their eyes, pure and innocent, reflected their earnestness as they bowed before Prometheus and Athena. Despite their newfound wisdom, they lacked fundamental knowledge. Prometheus sighed, "I must trouble you once more, Athena." His authority paled in comparison to hers, lacking many essential divine attributes. Fortunately, he had a true friend in Athena. "Fear not, for I shall accompany you in imparting knowledge of survival to humanity during this time." Athena gazed upon the newly awakened beings, their souls a pristine white. The fervent faith they expressed in her bestowed power radiated warmth, akin to a soothing bath in a hot spring. Humanity was indeed a remarkable creation, possessing unique traits that captivated the gods, regardless of their inherent strength or weakness. Even the mighty king of the gods could not escape this truth. Chapter 46. Harvest and decision days passed as Prometheus and Athena imparted the knowledge of survival to humanity. During this period, Joel also resided among the humans, whose physical prowess paled in comparison to the fierce beasts created by Epimetheus. In an effort to compensate for their inherent deficiencies, Prometheus exerted immense effort. He borrowed fragments of various blessings from the beasts: courage, strength, speed, agility, and the understanding of good and evil, channeling them into the hearts of humanity. The heart is the closest vessel to the soul. Wisdom enabled humanity to learn swiftly and master various skills, including imitation, cooperation, foraging, and, crucially, hunting. Hunting was a grand collective endeavor, where 20 to 30 individuals would encircle a robust white bull, exerting tremendous effort. The cost of their success was steep. 1 life was lost, 2 were gravely injured, and 5 sustained minor wounds before they finally triumphed over the bull. Amidst the jubilant cheers of their hard-won victory, Prometheus remained troubled by the toll it had taken. The fragility of humanity's physical form was alarming. The effort required to hunt such powerful creatures, armed with sharp horns, was exorbitant. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they faced their own extinction. In the realm of humanity, each individual is but a Promethean creation of male essence, rendering each loss of life a poignant sorrow for Prometheus. "We have succeeded," exulted a group of vigorous, youthful men as they proudly presented a bull before Prometheus, akin to children showcasing their growth to their parents, their eyes bright and sincere. Yet, this sight deepened Prometheus's melancholy. These were his own creations, nurtured and guided through their formative years, still so young and innocent. They adorned themselves merely with leaves and lived in a state of simplicity and rawness. Even the fruits of their arduous endeavors, earned through struggle and sacrifice, were relegated solely to offerings for the divine. Prometheus, with a gentle demeanor, did not even glance at the bull on the ground, but instead inquired warmly, "Have you mastered the agricultural techniques I imparted to you? For it is only that which they cultivate themselves that truly belongs to them." The young men, struggling to divert their gaze from the bull, swallowed hard before responding, "We have learned well. The cultivated land is sown with seeds. Yet, we are uncertain when they will blossom and bear fruit, for our hunger has persisted for many days." The thought of the grains demonstrated by the goddess Athena, transformed into flour to create numerous sustenances, made their stomachs grumble audibly. Prometheus, with a benevolent smile, beckoned, "Follow me. All the fruits of the earth are gifts from the goddess of harvest, the most kind and generous of deities. Let us offer our prayers for sustenance and express our gratitude for her bounties." He led his children to the edge of the fields, where they intoned blessings, their voices rising in a hymn praising the goddess and extolling the virtues of food. Upon the completion of their heartfelt supplication, the blessings from Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, descended upon them. Divine power infused the newly cultivated fields. Sparkling golden light scattered across the terrain, and verdancy burgeoned and thrived. As the young humans marveled at the astonishing speed with which their seeds matured, delicate stalks, bending gracefully, bore an abundance of fruit. Praise the goddess. Hail to the generosity of the harvest, and reverence to the beautiful goddess. In the fields, a vast expanse of golden wheat stood, heavy and ripe, more dazzling than the most resplendent gold. This was the miraculous gift bestowed by the goddess of agriculture. "Well," young Joel exclaimed in wonder, as he absorbed the knowledge alongside humanity following Prometheus and Athena. Although this knowledge may hold little value for him, for the fragile human beings, The ability to sustain themselves securely in their dwelling far outweighed the perils of hunting. This modest harvest enhanced their food reserves, a vital contribution to the continuity of human life. The bounty from a single harvest was sufficient to sustain them through a prolonged period of stability and peace. Joel perceived the emotions of humanity, joy, contentment, and a devout reverence towards the divine. In these moments, they appeared as innocent as children, unencumbered by the complexities of adult thoughts. This revelation led Joel to understand why the deities held such a profound affection for humankind, never relinquishing their bond with this species. It was not solely their resemblance to the gods that endeared them, but rather their superior wisdom and dexterity, even in the absence of foresight. Joel still perceives the potential within humanity. Perhaps their future is not confined to their current frailty. Perhaps they will evolve into beings of remarkable resilience and strength. Yet, the gifts of fate are inscribed with fairness. Humanity must endure trials of tribulation. Allow me to witness how far you can journey. Joel instinctively felt that humanity, in its current generation, was not the existence the world most urgently required. The advancement of the world necessitated diverse impetus, and the divine tirelessly labored for this cause. With Zeus himself grappling with frustration, it was solely in humanity that a glimmer of hope could be discerned. Yet the future of this race undoubtedly promised to be fraught with challenges. However, Prometheus, engrossed in the leadership of human survival, remained oblivious to this truth. Perhaps fate had obscured the prophet's vision. Athena shook her head at Joel. The little one had no choice but to relinquish the thought of offering a warning. For even if he spoke, what was destined to occur would inevitably transpire. Fate and time never paused for anyone. Well, we can only bear witness. The companionship and shared memories of this moment are indeed a rare experience. Do not be disheartened, you are still young. Athena's words offered little solace to Joel, who puffed up his cheeks. He was certainly not young. Nevertheless, he was one of the primordial deities, although his exterior might not reflect it. He was still an elder among the gods, yet everyone regarded him as a child, filled only with affection, devoid of reverence. Joel, filled with indignation, was unable to inflict any harm. Instead, the delicate, rosy complexion of the young girl emboldened Athena, who daringly reached out to caress Joel's soft, tender face. The sensation was delightful, so wonderfully soft. Ever since Prometheus had guided humanity to a bountiful harvest, he had ascended to the status of an unofficial leader among the human race. Even the worship of the gods could not diminish Prometheus's esteemed position in the hearts of mankind. Upon the completion of the altar, constructed from bleached bones, lay the primordial fire, preserved from the destruction wrought by natural lightning upon vegetation, carefully utilized to incinerate the fatty bones of a cow's leg. The deities forbade any beings other than themselves from wielding the sacred fire, particularly humans, for flames held immense power that Zeus was reluctant to bestow upon mankind. Thus, humanity could only utilize a single spark of fire granted by the thunder after it had bestowed life upon the world. Despite their meticulous preservation efforts, the spark gradually diminished in potency, becoming increasingly feeble, merely sufficient to ignite the divine flame for ritualistic offerings, unable to serve any other purpose. From the hands of Prometheus, the once vigorous humanity faced starvation and despair, their bodies withering. The gods on Mount Olympus experienced neither aging nor the pains of mortality, eternally reveling in feasts brimming with endless delights. Only humans, who toiled ceaselessly for their sustenance, offered their most cherished resources to the indifferent deities, seeking their favor and returning the spoils of victory to the sacrificial rites. Such a reality seemed unjust. To the gods, it may have appeared as a reward. Yet to Prometheus, it was an oppressive and inequitable circumstance. Humanity, his progeny, suffered grievously. In comparison to the divine beings endowed with formidable powers, the golden and silver races had received far greater blessings, while the bronze humans were left with nothing. Unable to bear the sight of his own creations in agony, Prometheus made a bold decision. Chapter 47. Audacious theft of celestial fire. The sacred fire blazed brightly. Humanity reverently gathered, kneeling before the altar, while Prometheus stood at the forefront. Upon the altar lay two bundles of offerings. One was a whole cow, wrapped in its hide, and the other, a bulging collection of entrails. One of these was designated for the gods, while the other was a gift for humanity. Rise, Prometheus proclaimed with fervor. Esteemed king of the gods, Zeus, sovereign of heaven and earth, embodiment of justice, I, Prometheus, present to you, alongside the newly fashioned humanity, our most sincere reverence and exalted worship. You reign over both gods and mortals, upholding the cosmic order and bestowing light and hope upon all beings. Your wisdom, courage, and justice resonate deeply within our hearts. becoming our everlasting faith. In this solemn moment, we present to you the most precious gift, symbolizing our admiration and gratitude. Humanity shall forever remember your benevolence, upholding justice, seeking truth, and contributing to the advancement of the world. After a lengthy eulogy, Prometheus understood that the final test had arrived. He took a deep breath, appearing remarkably composed. O great King of the gods, please accept our most sincere homage. May your divine grace always accompany humanity. With great fervor, he offered his tribute. The sacred flames blazed brightly as the gods gathered, curiously observing Prometheus and humankind on the earth below. Hera, seemingly indifferent, brushed past Athena, but was instead captivated by the little creature beside her, unaware of the changing expression on Zeus's face, from initial satisfaction to a looming darkness. With fury concealed in his eyes, unspoken, Zeus had not anticipated that, in the presence of the gods, Prometheus would audaciously mock him. His divine power shrouded his gaze as he looked upon the towering mound of meat he had chosen. Beneath the hides lay heaps of white bones, while the entrails of another beast were stuffed full of flesh. While Zeus, as the king of the gods, was not in one of such trivialities, he felt profoundly deceived. Bound by the presence of the other deities, he could not erupt in anger, fearing the loss of face. He resolved to seek an opportunity for retribution. Prometheus, who had granted him such audacity? Did his foresight lead him to arrogance, or had he been too lenient with these titans? The depths of Zeus's eyes concealed his emotions as he reached out a massive hand toward the layer of suet encasing the bones. Prometheus was taken aback. He realized his ruse had been discovered by the king of the gods, cold sweat trickling down his back and forehead. Yet, he could neither stop nor delay the inevitable. As the thick, white suet was stripped away, the stark white bones lay exposed, scattered across the ground. The gods gasped in shock. Zeus feigned a sudden realization of his folly, angrily proclaiming, O son of Iapetus, Prometheus, is this the offering you present to the great king of the gods on behalf of humanity? At this moment, he refrained from mentioning his own choice, attributing the fault solely to Prometheus's presumptuousness. Aware that the frail humans could not withstand the wrath of the king, who had annihilated the previous silver race, he hastily knelt in reverence. O great Father of heaven, please forgive your people. They are born weak and ignorant. All is my own doing. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me. I am willing to bear it all. Bear it all? Observing Prometheus's deep concern for humanity, Zeus reflected that his initial decision to send him to create mankind was indeed astute. He began to calculate how he could exploit humanity to ultimately ensnare Prometheus. The seer possessed the ability to foresee the future, and he had drawn too close to Athena. Zeus, disregarding the anxious demeanor of Athena beneath the altar, enacted his own punishment. From this moment forth, I shall withdraw my protection from humanity. Olympus shall no longer bestow upon mortals the spark of fire. You shall be confronted with endless darkness and cold, deprived of the sun's illuminating grace, and thunderbolts shall punish all blasphemers, unless you can discover new salvation. Humanity shall dwell perpetually beneath my wrath. The voice of the king of gods resonated like thunder, leaving Prometheus's ears ringing. No, Zeus, you cannot. He understood profoundly that without the spark, human existence would become increasingly arduous, beset by the twin adversities of hunger and cold. He had resolved hunger, only to confront the harsher chill, a survival environment more brutal than the primitive. Regret enveloped Prometheus. After Zeus reclaimed all sparks of fire, warmth and light also retreated from humanity. Prometheus sank to the ground, lost in thought. Athena sighed, realizing she could no longer offer assistance to Prometheus and mankind. For the supreme deity had decreed that the gods were forbidden from rendering aid. I am sorry, Prometheus. Olympus summons the gods to return. Joel and I must depart. Prometheus rallied his spirit. It is of no consequence. This is the price I pay for my display of wisdom. I shall find a way to remedy this plight. That is reassuring. I know you are resilient, and perhaps your wisdom will guide you through this tribulation. Athena embraced her friend one last time before ascending to Olympus with Joel, treading upon clouds. Only Prometheus remained, alongside the reverent humanity. My apologies, everyone. Facing the people. Prometheus felt an even deeper shame. Ultimately, it was his error, and they should not have to bear the burden. Prometheus, all that we possess is a gift from you. Our understanding of the world has been imparted by you. You have taught us to worship the deities and seek their protection, and we have adhered to that. Though the spark has been taken from us, we believe you shall enable us to reclaim everything once more. People comfort Prometheus, their eyes reflecting an unwavering trust in him. Even when the divine snatched away the spark of fire, the light in their gazes remained undiminished. For their faith endures. Prometheus feels the most sincere emotions of his creations. Whether faced with the oppression of Zeus or the beings he breathed life into, he yearns to do something for humanity. Following the confusion of beef and bones, Prometheus undertakes another audacious act. He stealthily conceals a dry, elongated fennel stalk in the path traversed daily by the sun god. As Helios drives his chariot across the sky, Prometheus seizes the opportunity to brush the fennel against the wheels, and soon, a plume of black smoke rises from the top. With tiny sparks igniting slowly at his gentle breath, his eyes reflect a radiant red glow, more fervent and splendid than the sun itself. With this, humanity need no longer fear the darkness and cold. The great prophet returns to humankind with the stolen spark of fire, and the people joyously circle around him. In the days of punishment meted out by the King of Gods, amidst the long, hopeless darkness and chill, humanity cooks food with fire, warding off the cold and warming themselves, while also using fire to drive away life-threatening beasts. The power of primal flames is formidable. Yet, with the spark of fire, even the frail human can easily wield this power, once the exclusive domain of the gods. In their hearts, the status of the divine becomes obscured, as something special quietly takes root deep within, perhaps to blossom one day in the future. The three fates residing on Mount Olympus, busy with their tasks, gaze at the long threads of destiny in their hands while observing the favored race of fate. In the eyes of destiny, there is no distinction between gods and humans. They are simply too occupied to pause. The wheel of time rolls on. Zeus eventually discovers Prometheus's actions. In the darkness, the lively flames of humanity, in defiance of his divine edict, cannot be concealed. Prometheus, how dare you? Chapter 48, Punishment and Judgment. Prometheus was tasked with the creation of mankind, serving as both a trial for the deity known for his prophetic abilities and a means for Zeus to find an opportunity to replace the Titan gods of Olympus with his own progeny. After all, the Titans had once reigned as the previous generation's rulers of the cosmos, wielding formidable power, and Zeus could not fully place his trust in them. In this trial, Prometheus faltered, and his two acts of deception incited the wrath of the king of the gods. The curse from Uranus, the father of the sky, foretold that the king would be overthrown by his own son. In a bid to evade this fate, Cronus devoured all of Zeus's siblings. Only by the mercy of their mother, Rhea, did Zeus escape this grim destiny. As prophesied, upon maturing, Zeus possessed the mighty ability to wield thunder and lightning. With the wise counsel of Métis, he devised a plan to rescue his siblings using a purgative potion. Alongside his brothers and sisters, he allied with the gods discontented with Cronus's tyrannical reign to usurp him. However, the curse of the Sky Father lingered as a historical specter. Zeus, feeling uneasy, summoned Prometheus to employ his prophetic powers. Prometheus's foretelling revealed that a new marriage would herald Zeus's downfall. The first child born to him and his wife would possess strength akin to his own, while the second son would ultimately overthrow him. To avert the prophecy from materializing, Zeus resorted to drastic measures by swallowing his pregnant wife Métis, thereby preventing the birth of their first child. However, this act did not eliminate the looming threat of the prophecy. Enraged by Zeus's callousness, Métis fought back from within, causing Zeus to suffer incessant headaches. She even attempted to cleave her way out of his skull in a bid to alleviate the pain, until Athena, fully armed, emerged from the crown of Zeus's head. Inheriting the divine wisdom of Métis, coupled with extraordinary martial prowess, thus becoming the formidable goddess of both wisdom and war. This marked the genesis of the deity associated with wisdom and warfare. The birth of Athena was an event Zeus could not thwart, fortunately not aligning with the prophecy of a son destined to overthrow him. Nonetheless, it made Zeus acutely aware of future threats. Subsequently, he wed Hera, drawn by her divine essence and unwavering fidelity to marriage and family. In this manner, Zeus successfully circumvented Prometheus's prophecy, solidifying his dominion. In stark contrast to the present, Métis resides within Zeus, lacking freedom, yet every decision he makes carries a fragment of her essence, somewhat satisfying her fervor for power. Seated upon his throne, Zeus's gaze resembled a tempestuous sky, fraught with brewing storms. Métis, I must concede that in certain respects, you are correct. Olympus requires stability, and I shall endeavor to cultivate offspring to succeed the divine ranks. Patriarchy reigns supreme, and heirs shall surround me. I shall be the father of gods, exalted and unparalleled. In the silent grandeur of the hall, no response echoed the king of gods' declaration. Instead, deep within the recesses of Zeus's consciousness, a graceful figure smiled gently, her violet eyes gleaming with the light of wisdom, reflecting an ardent thirst for power. Indeed, my most esteemed sovereign. On Mount Olympus, Athena returned with Joel. As they touched down, the imposing figure of Hephaestus gradually approached. His rugged visage did not conform to the aesthetic standards of the gods. Yet his well-defined and robust physique stirred the goddess's heart. Alas, he was already wed and remained steadfastly loyal to his spouse. For a time, male deities like the god of fire, Hephaestus, garnered admiration from the goddesses. Subsequently, many who indulged in such experiences discovered an ineffable allure, granting these rough-hewn men a newfound appeal, with Hephaestus leading the charge. In whispers, they even conferred upon him a peculiar form of reverence. However, upon hearing the nature of this worship, Hephaestus's expression darkened considerably, instilling a sense of trepidation among the other gods. The sight of his sullen demeanor caused them to keep their distance, save for the goddesses who had developed a taste for the unconventional, who would blush and feel bashful. In any case, even the art of forging, which Hephaestus cherished above all, had become tedious within his temple, leaving him to rhythmically strike his anvil, producing a series of metallic clangs. On the 166th day of Joel's absence, thoughts of him lingered. Suddenly, Hephaestus cast aside his forging hammer, his eyes gleaming with recognition. He sensed it, the essence of Joel, the fire god and master craftsman, Hephaestus, whose mature and serious visage had been graced with a flicker of vivacity. Hastily departed from his workshop, neglecting even to close the door. He traversed the path in search. At last, near the palace of Athena, he beheld the slowly descending clouds and the figure he had yearned for day and night. "Welcome back, Joel." Hephaestus extended his hand. He never doubted the profound connection he shared with Joel, for their bond was unbreakable. Indeed, this was the truth. As Joel descended, he immediately rushed towards Hephaestus, igniting a pang of jealousy within Athena's heart, yet she found herself powerless to intervene. After all, on Mount Olympus, Joel had firmly established that Hephaestus was his true kin, far closer than any other deity. "Have you missed me, Hephaestus? Oh, how I long for you." Joel skillfully nestled into Hephaestus's embrace, showering him with affectionate words and sweet nothings, his clingy demeanor thoroughly delighting the god of fire and craftsmanship. "I desire you so dearly," he confessed, a hint of guilt flickering within him as he reveled in the underworld. To compensate, he tenderly cupped Hephaestus's face and planted a soft kiss, reminiscent of their childhood days. Hephaestus felt a wave of reassurance wash over him as he lifted Joel, allowing him to perch upon his powerful arm, seemingly intending to return to his palace. Athena, standing nearby, furrowed her elegant brows, feeling slighted by the disregard shown to her, an affront to a goddess, contemplating whether to seize this opportunity to reclaim the young one. She gazed upon her resplendent temple, which shone brilliantly under the divine light, rivaling even that of the god of fire. Eager to act, Athena momentarily forgot that all the palaces of the higher deities on Mount Olympus were crafted by Hephaestus himself. As she prepared to call out to Hephaestus, the thunderous voice of the king of the gods resonated from the heavens. "Titan deity, son of Iapetus, Prometheus, you have unlawfully stolen the fire of the heavens and misled humanity. I, Zeus, the sovereign of the gods, shall impartially judge your transgressions." Athena gasped in horror, realizing the gravity of the situation. Prometheus was truly facing punishment this time. The voice of the god king continued to echo, "Prometheus, as a deity, you have flouted divine law and forsaken morality by stealing heavenly fire to bestow upon mankind. You ignited the flames of knowledge, granting humanity a glimpse into the divine realm, thereby challenging the authority of the gods. To maintain the order between the divine and mortal realms, I now decree the most severe punishment upon you." The heavens rumbled with ominous intensity. Heavenly thunder accompanied the voice of the divine king, pronouncing judgment upon Prometheus for his transgressions and enumerating the ensuing punishments. Firstly, an eagle shall be bound to your shoulders, incessantly pecking at your liver. Each time your liver is devoured, it shall regenerate anew. This agony will accompany you throughout your existence, rendering you unable to escape the shadow of death. Secondly, you shall be exiled to a distant mountain, where you will endure the torments of cold, hunger, and solitude, never to return to your homeland or reunite with loved ones. Thirdly, a tablet shall be placed before you, reflecting the sins you have committed. The images upon this tablet will eternally haunt you, preventing you from forgetting your past misdeeds and constantly reminding you of your unacceptability in the eyes of the gods. Fourthly, beneath your feet, a flame shall be ignited that never extinguishes, symbolizing the calamities you have inflicted upon humanity. This inferno will burn perpetually, conveying the wrath of the divine. When the agony becomes unbearable and you attempt to flee, the flames will obstruct your path, ensnaring you in the fate of punishment. Fifthly, upon your demise, your soul will endure eternal torment in the depths of hell, suffering relentlessly until the cycle of rebirth concludes and karmic retribution is fulfilled. Prometheus, Your offenses have incited the ire of the deities. This punishment is intended to instill within you the recognition of your errors and to ensure you pay the price for your actions. May you find repentance in this torment. Come to revere the divine and adhere to celestial laws. Now, let the punishment commence. The executioner is Hephaestus, chapter 49, the execution task. Joel's eyes widened as the divine decree of Zeus drifted before Hephaestus. To his astonishment, the chosen executor was none other than Hephaestus himself. Athena opened her mouth, poised to speak, yet she quickly realized that her position restrained her, ultimately resigning to silence as she watched Hephaestus depart from Mount Olympus towards the realm of mortals. Initially, Hephaestus intended for Joel to return to the palace alone or perhaps to visit Aphrodite. However, Joel was resolute. He clung tightly to Hephaestus's arm, declaring, "I refuse to go back. I wish to accompany you." Such obstinacy often invites reprimand, yet who could blame him, nurtured as he was by their collective affection? With a resigned sigh, Hephaestus acquiesced, embracing Joel as they journeyed together to the human settlement. The flames upon the altar blazed fiercely. Prometheus did not flee. Although humanity knew they could not withstand the deities, they chose to follow Prometheus nonetheless, refusing to distance themselves. In this light, Prometheus's willingness to defy the king of the gods for the sake of humanity was, after all, within the realm of reason. Joel descended from Hephaestus, observing Prometheus, who was calmly shackled, his hands and legs adorned with the fetters of the damned. Hephaestus, acknowledging Prometheus's prior care for Joel and admiring his courage, grasped the chains. "I apologize. What is destined will inevitably come to pass the moment one makes a decision and acts upon it." Prometheus had foreseen this very scene. Yet, he turned to gaze at the humans behind him, resembling lost lambs devoid of their leader, bewildered and directionless. Sigh. Prometheus exhaled heavily. Though he had bestowed upon humanity the gift of fire, the rapid pace of their development left them insufficient time to cultivate the courage to confront the divine. Nevertheless, he held faith in humanity's continual progress. Regrettably, he would not witness that day, the moment when humankind would no longer require the gods, a time free of injustice. Filled with unity, friendliness, and joyous harmony, a world even the deities would yearn for. A surge of intense emotion compelled Joel to scrutinize Prometheus throughout their journey. Sensing that he understood his fate, aware of everything, yet still chose this path. Like a moth drawn to a flame, his resolve remained unwavering. Was it worth it? To exchange one's freedom for an elusive future, the prophetic Prometheus, what visions have you beheld? What truths have you concealed? Until the sin-laden Prometheus was escorted by Hephaestus to the summit of the mountain, where unyielding chains bound him mercilessly. A majestic eagle circled above, a reminder of the divine king's punishment for the god of prophecy, undoubtedly serving as another executor. Its keen gaze fixated on Prometheus's chest. With a powerful flap of its wings, the eagle descended, its sharp talons tearing through flesh, blood spraying forth. With unrelenting ferocity, it pecked down, seizing the bloody liver and consuming it. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, Prometheus endured excruciating pain, unwilling to reveal his weakness and vulnerability. This was his choice, since evasion was futile. He could only accept his fate with composure. Of course, Joel's eyes were shielded by Hephaestus, as such a gruesome spectacle was unsuitable for the young one. "Joel, Prometheus has begun to face his punishment. We must take our leave." "All right. I understand I cannot witness what follows." Joel remained composed, refraining from any display of distress as Hephaestus cradled him and soared back to Mount Olympus. The intricate web of schemes, machinations, and the ongoing struggle between Zeus and Prometheus lingered in the air. Hephaestus, in truth, wished to shield Joel from such entanglements. However, the young one was determined to accompany him. He felt powerless to refuse, though his acquiescence was limited. Upon their arrival at Mount Olympus, as soon as they touched down, Hephaestus' ostensibly well-meaning son approached with the fervor of a creature sensing a scent. "Joel, Joel, Joel," he bellowed thrice, anxious that someone might not hear him. Here. Joel found himself at a loss before this individual, who, in terms of lineage, was merely the offspring of Hephaestus, his grandson. On another note, both Eros and his elder counterpart shared an exceptionally close bond. Regardless of the perspective one might adopt, Joel could not overlook Eros. Consequently, Hephaestus silently observed as his newly acquired little Joel was whisked away. What a splendid son he had! His Eros rubbed his arms together, sensing an unexpected chill in the air. Was there someone who wished to strike him? In the absence of Joel on the divine mountain, the mischievous little god of love, Eros, found himself resorting to teasing the deities. Aside from the 12 supreme gods who overshadowed him, He playfully provoked various gods, accumulating an unknown number of grudges against him. Habitually disregarding the consequences, Eros eagerly brandished his little golden arrows of love, pointing them towards his hair. "Joel, look, I have grown stronger." After a long separation, the diminutive god appeared to have matured, his once radiant golden locks now tinged with a delicate pink. The shimmering hue of his hair accentuated his dainty and innocent visage. Unfortunately, the gods who had been subjected to his antics had become immune to his charm, seeing beyond his exterior to the impish nature within. He resembled a mischievous child. Yet this impishness was shielded by an indifferent father and a fiercely protective mother, both of whom held esteemed positions among the 12 supreme gods. Truly, he was not someone to be trifled with. Joel discerned certain phenomena. Within Eros, the divine power of desire had grown increasingly potent, to the extent that golden tresses were suffused with a delicate hue of love's pink. In a moment of reverie, it seemed as though the shadow of his brother Eros lingered nearby. Joel was joyfully embraced by the little Cupid, showing no signs of resistance. Their affectionate demeanor eliciting a poignant reaction from Hermes, who flew in and felt his eyes welling with emotion. Ignoring Cupid's disdainful gaze, he eagerly approached and enveloped Joel in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Our precious little one has returned. Allow me to shower you with affection. It has truly been far too long." Joel the cat declined. "Oh, Hermes, you are being too forceful. You are nearly turning my face crimson with your kisses." In the embrace of Hermes, Joel voiced his discontent, while the little god of love eagerly awaited this moment to launch a righteous rebuke. Indeed, Hermes displayed a lack of decorum, emerging from some obscure corner, failing even to maintain the most basic cleanliness, thus tarnishing our beloved Joel. How outrageous! As he spoke, he unabashedly attempted to reclaim Joel, his actions far from subtle. Eros and Hermes each grasped one of Joel's arms, and sensing the imminent onset of conflict, Joel became aware of the impending crisis. With quick wit, he inquired, "Hermes, is there a reason for your presence here? Please divert their attention." Hermes smacked his forehead, realizing, "Ah yes, I am here to summon the fire god to the temple. His Majesty, the king of the gods, has a task for him." Joel furrowed his brow. Another task from Hephaestus? Why does Zeus seem so intent on burdening Hephaestus? He is quite unwilling. Indeed, one does not feel the same concern for offspring that are not one's own. Joel observed Hermes as he sought out Hephaestus. He yearned to pursue. Yet it was evident that he could not match the speed of Hermes, the herald of the gods, who possessed a pair of divine sandals that enabled swift flight. It was futile. He simply could not catch up. Silly Joel, he thought. Their destination is the temple. We can simply wait for them there. Eros, with his delicate wings gently fluttering behind him, exuded an air of calm indifference, starkly contrasting with Joel's anxious demeanor. Ah, indeed. Joel halted, observing Eros's demeanor increasingly reminiscent of his elder brother. His heart brimmed with wicked thoughts of usurpation. He lifted his chin, feigning arrogance. "Eros, come down and carry me to the temple." Chapter 50. The creation of the divine box. Upon their arrival at the temple, the gods had already gathered. Hermes and Hephaestus were present as well, evidently quicker on their feet than Eros. A hint of disdain flickered in Joel's mind. Eros, infuriated, felt the feathers on his diminutive wings bristle. Hermes is the messenger of the gods. Speed is essential, is it not? It's a miracle I even made it in time. He justified himself, adding, "Moreover, our timing is impeccable. The main event has only just commenced." However, this irritable little deity nearly drew the attention of all the gods. Joel swiftly placed a hand over his mouth. "Shoo." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Eros endeavored to blink in compliance, signaling his intent to behave. Joel finally withdrew his hand. The two little ones, believing they were well concealed, were oblivious to the fact that most of the gods' attention was focused on young Joel, who, upon witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of amusement in his eyes. At last, a deity was capable of dealing with the little love god. This was indeed delightful. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. The king of the gods gripped his scepter, a violet gem of thunder pulsating with ferocious energy, resonating with the surrounding power of lightning, enhancing the majesty of the god-king in the hearts of all. Esteemed deities, Prometheus has brazenly defied my command, challenging the divine authority over humanity. While humans are innocent, they have reaped immense benefits from this defiance. Yet, every benefit comes at a cost. Prometheus has sacrificed his freedom and endured torment. What say you, mortals? Having previously annihilated the silver race with justification, Zeus could not hastily decide upon another act of destruction. The thoughts of the gods swirled among them. Athena was the first to speak. The new humans have yet to mature. They remain tender and innocent. Why not present them with a trial? Should they succeed, they shall attain growth. The wisdom of the goddess resonated with reason, and the assembly of gods collectively agreed. Even Zeus nodded with approval, for such an outstanding goddess was his daughter. Since we are in accord, I shall grant humanity an opportunity. Let Hephaestus create the first woman for humankind. She shall determine the fate of this new generation of humans, declared the king of the gods. It was then that Joel comprehended the true intent behind Zeus's summons of Hephaestus. Indeed, when it comes to creation, no deity could rival the exquisite craftsmanship of Hephaestus. Even the one-eyed giants, renowned for their forging skills, could not match his artistry and aesthetics that aligned with the god's ideals. Within the temple, the fire god, upon receiving the command from the king of the gods, leisurely molded a figure from clay imbued with divine power. Gradually, an extraordinarily exquisite and beautiful woman took shape beneath his hands, save for her eyes, yet to be sculpted. The king of the gods discerned that once those eyes were completed, this mortal woman would truly come to life. He gestured for the gods to bestow their blessings. I name her Pandora. She is a gift from the gods to humanity, a test for mankind. Wise Athena, in accordance with the king's wishes, proclaimed, in the name of wisdom, I grant Pandora intellect and cunning. Hera cast a glance at Zeus, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she spoke. In the name of the protector of families, should Pandora establish a household, may she be blessed with a devoted and trustworthy husband. May her marriage be a joyful one. I hope this innocent woman finds some solace in this scheme, lest it be too tragic. Aphrodite, with keen interest, regarded Pandora's visage, noting a resemblance to her own. Then, in the name of beauty, I bestow upon Pandora unparalleled allure and charm, such that no man can escape her enchantment. As her blessing was uttered, the resemblance intensified. And Aphrodite, caressing her own stunning countenance, laughed radiantly, causing the surrounding male deities to flush with embarrassment. The air was thick with the scent of desire. Aphrodite, contain your irresistible charm. This is no time for frivolity. Hera seized the opportunity, unhesitatingly rebuking the goddess of beauty, a rebuke that no divine being could counter. Zeus, turning his gaze away, adopted a demeanor of solemnity, observing with a composed yet authoritative presence. Humph. Aphrodite retracted her divine power, recognizing that opposing Hera was an unwise choice. Beauty has never been synonymous with foolishness. Understanding the right moment and subtly enticing others is the deadliest of arts. Subsequently, Hephaestus adorned Pandora with garments that would forever remain pristine, unyielding to heat or cold, along with exquisite jewelry, which Athena herself draped upon her. Hermes granted Pandora the gift of eloquence, enabling her to influence thought and judgment with her articulate speech. One by one, the gods bestowed their blessings. Finally, Zeus concluded, thus, I grant Pandora an insatiable curiosity. Curiosity is the essence of humanity, allowing them the freedom to explore the unknown, fostering creativity and evolution. Yet, it must be noted that the most crucial law of the world is balance. Their exploration will lead to evolution, but the journey will not always be smooth, with both good and ill outcomes, contingent upon fortune. Upon concluding his words, Zeus gestured for Hephaestus to bestow the final touch upon Pandora. As her eyes were intricately carved, her alabaster skin emanated a subtle blush. Thus, the exquisite beauty, sculpted from clay, was brought to life. She blinked her crystalline eyes, crossing her hands over her chest in a gesture of reverence, a memory bestowed upon her by the divine, a recollection of the great deities, the supreme king, and the queen of the gods. Though seemingly obedient and polite, her lively gaze sparkled with curiosity as she furtively admired the countenances of the gods, satisfying her insatiable inquisitiveness. Such audacity was noteworthy. However, it was precisely what Zeus desired. Rarely was he captivated by Pandora's radiant beauty. Pandora, he declared, you are entrusted with the duty to oversee humanity. I grant you a magical box, yet you are forbidden from opening it without permission. Upon receiving the intricately engraved dark purple box, her curiosity stirred within her, yet the formidable presence of the king instilled a sense of trepidation that kept her impulses at bay. Zeus nodded in satisfaction and addressed Hermes. Take her to the mortal realm as a gift from the gods. This shall also serve as an opportunity for humankind. Yes, my esteemed sovereign. Meanwhile, high upon the frigid Caucasus Mountains, Prometheus endured his punishment. Heavy chains sank deeply into his flesh, the edges fraying and turning pale, as the stark contrast of dried dark brown and fresh red stained his bare abdomen. Day after day, year after year, He faced the relentless torment of having his liver devoured by the divine eagle, only to await its regeneration and subsequent consumption once more. Yet, he preferred to endure this agony rather than submit to the king of the gods, not from fear, but from the conviction that surrender would render him a complete vassal of Zeus, along with humanity's fate. Even in the pursuit of justice, should one relinquish their stance, the scales would inevitably tip in favor of one side. The flames symbolized enlightenment and civilization. Humanity could not dwell in darkness and ignorance forever. This race possessed immense potential for growth, as he had witnessed. The fire of civilization was eternal. A spark could ignite a conflagration. Suddenly, amidst his physical torment and visions of a foreseen future, Prometheus beheld a torrential downpour unleashing a deluge that submerged the entirety of the mortal realm. The flames extinguished, and humanity perished alongside them. With a start, Prometheus opened his eyes, shock evident upon his face, his gentle and scholarly countenance now pale. Zeus, why do you refuse to spare humanity? Chapter 51. Love and Offspring. At this moment, upon the treacherous heights of the Caucasus, Epimetheus visited Prometheus. Witnessing the suffering of his brother, tears streamed down his face. Brother, I have come to see you. To behold your torment weighs heavily upon my heart. Prometheus managed to force a faint smile, addressing his brother. Fear not, dear sibling, for I harbor no regrets regarding my actions. However, as the leader of humanity, it is imperative that you remain ever vigilant of Olympus. Remember, never accept gifts from the gods. Such gifts herald great misfortune. Epimetheus, lacking the foresight and wisdom of his elder brother, often found himself oblivious to impending dangers, though he was generally inclined to heed Prometheus's counsel. History would prove that Prometheus was invariably correct. Rest assured, brother, Epimetheus earnestly replied, I shall remember your words and will not accept any gifts from that realm. Yet, despite his brother's assurances, a sense of unease lingered in Prometheus's heart. Suddenly, a piercing cry of an eagle echoed through the air. Not wishing to burden his brother with his own torment, Prometheus urged, Epimetheus, return swiftly. Remember, you must not accept gifts from the gods. With a heavy heart, Epimetheus departed under Prometheus's insistence, leaving behind his tormented brother and stepping into the vibrant world of humanity. The faint scent of warmth and life separated the two realms. Upon returning to the mortal world, Epimetheus encountered Hermes, who arrived with the enchanting Pandora. Epimetheus, your timing is impeccable, Hermes greeted him, oblivious to the coldness etched on Epimetheus's face and the simmering hatred in his eyes. Yet, a single glance from Epimetheus captivated Hermes, as he found himself utterly entranced by the flawless beauty of the woman beside Hermes. Pandora embodied both innocence and allure, curiously observing Epimetheus. Instinctively aware that he was her destined counterpart, an invisible connection blossomed between them, a fateful bond orchestrated by the heavens. Hermes, pleased, silently celebrated his success. With a cheerful demeanor, he proclaimed, Greetings, Epimetheus. The gods have recognized humanity's need for companionship and have graciously sent you a wife. Her name is Pandora. What do you think? Is she not beautiful? Hermes, dismissing any pretense, sensed the unspoken admiration in Epimetheus's gaze. However, Epimetheus paid little heed to Hermes's words. His thoughts consumed by Pandora's presence, even finding Hermes's presence a nuisance. Very well, Hermes conceded, you two may enjoy your time together, but do not linger too long. Unwilling to remain an obstacle amidst the sugary pink atmosphere, Hermes turned and soared into the sky. Upon Mount Olympus, the diminutive god of love sensed that the divine power he had imbued in Pandora had been activated. He joyfully danced upon the ground, exclaiming, Ah! I knew no one could escape my divine influence. The allure of love. Joel lay upon the tender green grass, eyes closed, savoring the gentle breeze and the faint fragrance of blossoms. As the fervor of excitement subsided, Eros longed to return to Joel's side, yearning for intimacy. Hephaestus approached, his gaze averted from the nominally favored child. With gentle care, he lifted Joel, striving to avoid disturbing the slumbering little one. Left alone, Eros stood in place, irate, brandishing his golden arrows in futile gestures. In the realm of mortals, a sanctuary for humanity, Epimetheus and Pandora swiftly fell into the throes of love, and he took her as his wife. Enraptured by the sweetness of affection, Epimetheus had cast aside Prometheus's warnings, spending his days leading humanity in labor and his nights in tender embrace with Pandora. Meanwhile, Pandora gradually acclimated to life among mortals, sharing a deep bond with Epimetheus. With her intellect and curiosity for life, she crafted useful tools, earning her esteem among humanity revered and trusted alongside Epimetheus. Yet, beneath the veneer of happiness lay a lurking peril, perceptible to Prometheus atop the Caucasus Mountains. During this time, Epimetheus, ensnared by the sweetness of love, had neglected to visit his brother. Only belatedly did he realize the implications of his choices. May you not rue them in the days to come. The ominous specter of a dreadful deluge and the despair of encroaching darkness loomed ahead. Caw! The divine eagle returned. Prometheus clenched his eyes shut, gritting his teeth, his body trembling as he endured excruciating pain. That which cannot defeat me shall ultimately fortify me. Zeus, I shall await the day your divine authority wanes. Danger approaches. Yet Epimetheus remains utterly oblivious, convinced that he has heeded Prometheus's warnings and refrained from accepting the divine gift. Pandora, his beloved wife, has become the center of his world. With her by his side, he is compelled to venture into the wilderness daily, hunting and foraging to provide the most sumptuous sustenance for her. Though he endures the harsh elements, the thought of returning to his gentle and beautiful wife fills him with vigor, making his toil increasingly ardent. This blessing from family invigorates him. Soon, Pandora is with child, destined to bear Epimetheus's offspring as the first woman in existence. Prior to this, the world was solely populated by male deities, goddesses, and men. During the Age of Gold, humanity lived in bliss akin to the gods, free from suffering and sorrow. They passed away joyfully, their souls transforming into guardians of the earth rather than descending into the shadowy realm of the underworld. Subsequently, a new generation of humans emerged, dining alongside the gods and sharing in the bounty of nature. However, as time progressed into the Silver Age, humanity grew increasingly arrogant, disrespecting the divine and audaciously aspiring to usurp their place. They believed themselves no different from the gods, save for their inability to wield divine powers. Disheartened, the deities withdrew from the earth, with the gods residing atop the ethereal Olympus while mankind remained on the bounteous earth below. It was not until Zeus, in his wrath, annihilated the silver race that a new generation of humanity arose from the hands of Prometheus. Now, with the advent of Pandora, the first woman, a new edict for procreation is established, that offspring shall arise from the union of man and woman. Humanity is now to perpetuate its own lineage. Immersed in bliss, Epimetheus remains unaware of the impending peril. The gift of Pandora, bestowed by the gods, is akin to poison cloaked in sweetness, rendering him unsuspecting of the danger that lurks. By the time calamity strikes, it will be irrevocable. Before fate turns, they remain a pair of ordinary, affectionate spouses. Pandora gives birth to a lovely daughter named Pyra. Chapter 52. Curiosity and Taboo. Pandora is an exceedingly beautiful, yet fragile woman, her delicacy preventing her from laboring alongside the man. Thus, most often, it is Epimetheus and his companions who toil diligently, hunting and farming to ensure that Pandora may enjoy delectable meals. Their labor is willingly bestowed, for a mere smile from Pandora is enough to captivate their hearts. Epimetheus revels in the honor and pride of manhood, not to mention the joy of having a daughter who is both adorable and well-behaved. Pyra holds her father in deep reverence and possesses a profound attachment to her mother. As she matures, she learns to emulate her father's unconditional obedience towards her mother, secretly vowing to care for her mother devotedly in the future. The harmonious atmosphere of their household allows Pandora to live in increasing tranquility, her life resembling a still lake, devoid of the passion and tumult of yesteryears. Yet, as time flows on, an insatiable curiosity stirs within her, an unquenchable desire for exploration. She recalls the enigmatic box brought from Olympus, a forbidden artifact that Zeus had sternly forbade her from opening. As the years pass, the prohibition seems to fade into the distance. She resolves to steal a brief glance, convinced that such a fleeting moment could hardly unleash any calamity. Once this thought arises, it is as if ensnared by a spell, impossible to dispel. As night falls and she prepares for slumber, Pandora finds herself restless, tossing and turning, until Epimetheus envelopes her in his embrace. "My beautiful wife, what troubles you?" Pandora leans against Epimetheus's sturdy and reassuring chest, confiding her distress. "Darling, may I open the box?" Upon hearing the mention of the box, a gift from Zeus, Epimetheus suddenly recalls Prometheus's warning. His countenance grows solemn. "My wife, since the king of the gods has advised you against opening the box, you must heed his counsel. It is unwise to open it. We do not know what lies within. The potential for danger is unpredictable." Pandora buries her face in Epimetheus's embrace, her expression one of reluctance. She is displeased with her husband's words. "How can I not open something meant for me? What if it contains rare treasures, or beautiful blessings. To refrain from looking would be a grave misfortune. In defiance, Pandora remains motionless. Epimetheus, believing she has abandoned the thought, holds his soft wife and drifts into sleep. In the darkness, none can resist the lullaby of Hypnos, and soon Pandora too succumbs to slumber. In her dreams, she sits clad in splendid garments upon a golden throne, her husband and daughter attending to her. Below the throne, men present a wooden platter covered with a crimson cloth. When the cloth is lifted, a dazzling light emerges, the shimmer of treasures glinting. When Pandora awakens, Epimetheus has already departed for work, and their daughter Pyrrha has gone to play with Prometheus' son. Leaving her alone in the house, sitting upon the bed, Pandora twirls a lock of her long hair around her fingers, reflecting her tumultuous thoughts. Her beautiful eyes gaze vacantly into a corner. The sun god Helios drives his chariot from east to west, and the light gradually wanes. The Hesperides, in the twilight, prepare to grace the sky with beautiful crimson hues before nightfall. The laborers outside hurry home to rest before darkness descends. Realizing that if she does not make a decision soon, time will slip away, Pandora presses her hand against her wildly beating heart. Barefoot, she approaches the enigmatic box. With a swift motion, she reaches out. Whoosh, whoosh. Dark and gray, the forces of misfortune and calamity spill forth, sending a shiver through Pandora's heart, prompting her to hastily attempt to close the box. With her eyes shut, she does not see that the only remaining light within the box is a faint golden glow, the last vestige of hope. She has sealed away hope with her own hands. Meanwhile, the sky, which should have reflected the resplendent crimson clouds, had turned ominous and overcast due to the calamity. Epimetheus, wielding a hoe, led the way, accompanied by his daughter Pyrrha and his nephew Deucalion, with others trailing behind. After a long day of labor, they were drenched in sweat, their faces illuminated by the hopeful anticipation of a bountiful harvest. However, before joy could arrive, misfortune hastened ahead. The atmosphere shifted ominously. From the direction of their dwelling, an alarming realization struck Epimetheus, Pandora, anxious for his wife who remained alone at home. He exclaimed and quickened his pace toward their abode, with Pyrrha following closely behind. Deucalion and the others trailed behind them. Bang! The makeshift wooden door was forcefully kicked open by Epimetheus, his gaze darting around in search of Pandora. "Where are you, Pandora?" he called. In a corner, Pandora crouched, possessing a body forged by divine power, yet sensing the foreboding aura of the fleeing entities. Even her naivety could discern that they were not benevolent beings. In despair, she wept. Witnessing the once confident and beautiful Pandora in such distress pierced Epimetheus' heart. He approached and embraced her gently, soothingly saying, "Hush, do not cry. What has transpired?" He comforted her with clarity and reason, recounting the events that had unfolded. Returning to her husband's reassuring embrace, Pandora steadied her emotions, sobbing as she pointed to a nearby box. "It was not intentional. I merely wished to take a glance. But the contents escaped, and I could not capture them. They fled too swiftly." Epimetheus furrowed his brow. As the brother of a sage, he was simply slow to react, grasping the implications only after the events had unfolded. Zeus's gift? The box was indeed perilous. This must be what Prometheus warned him about. Initially, he had been infatuated with Pandora, believing he had received a living woman rather than a mere lifeless object. A gift from the gods. After all, how could Pandora, so delicate and harmless, pose any threat to humanity? Today's event struck him like a slap to the face, illuminating Zeus's cunning plan that had ensnared him here. As he gazed at his pitiable wife, he could not bear to cast blame upon her. Love and compassion overwhelmed his heart. "It is all right, Pandora," he said, gently caressing her soft cheek with his fingertip, tenderly wiping away her tears. "Do not weep. No matter what happens, I shall face it alongside you." Pandora lifted her head, her affection for her husband deepening with each moment. Yet, alas, reality did not permit this pair of lovers to enjoy a tranquil, blissful life. Suddenly, a scream from outside the house startled both of them. It was Pyrrha's voice. They rushed outside, only to find the sky shrouded in twilight, where orange evening clouds intertwined with ominous black mist, casting a faint crimson light that struck every human present. Under the protection of Deucalion, Pyrrha remained unscathed, yet she was still frightened by the frenzied and volatile humans around her. Upon seeing Epimetheus and Pandora, Pyrrha seemed to discover a pillar of strength within her. Father, Mother. Chapter 53. A plea for help. The great flood. Pyrrha dashed to her parents' side, bringing Deucalion along, as she witnessed the deranged crowd brandishing weapons charging towards them. Epimetheus seized one man by the arm, effortlessly lifting and hurling him aside, clearing a path. His brow furrowed as he surveyed the chaotic scene. Deucalion, take Pyra to the Caucasus Mountains to seek your father's aid. Deucalion hesitated. But, uncle, what will happen to you and auntie? Epimetheus and Pandora exchanged a knowing glance. Determination reflected in their eyes. This calamity is our fault. Pandora and I will remain here to manage the situation. I hope you will cherish Pyra. She is our only daughter. Pyra seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, tears streaming down her face. Father, mother, I don't want to leave you. Pandora embraced her daughter as she leaped into her arms, gently stroking her head. Dear child, you must heed your brother's words. The mistakes I made require me to stay and atone. You are still young, with a long life ahead. She pushed Pyra towards Deucalion, burying her face in her husband's embrace, overwhelmed with sorrow and fear. The people around them had succumbed to madness, becoming impulsive, irritable, and devoid of the initial tranquility. All of this was a consequence of their own actions. She felt guilty, dragging her husband into this turmoil. Pandora, how could you be so foolish? Go. Leave swiftly to find your brother Prometheus. He will guide you on the right path. Epimetheus understood that the unfortunate error was not solely Pandora's fault but also his own. He had neglected his brother's warning. Had he been prepared, none of this would have transpired. A gift from the gods. The deities on Mount Olympus must be watching. What could he do to salvage the situation? Despair seemed to engulf Epimetheus, his mood darkening into a melancholic state. Pandora sensed a familiar energy emanating from him, that which she had inadvertently released before. Anxiously, she grasped his arm. Epimetheus. The sound of his wife's voice roused Epimetheus. After all, he was a true deity. And in an instant, he realized he had allowed his emotions to dominate him. If even he could be swayed, how much more so the ordinary humans? He pressed his lips together, once again felling the human who rushed toward him, fiercely protecting his wife. Pandora, we must prepare for the worst. The God King once annihilated the previous generation of silver-skinned humans due to the wretchedness of the mortal realm. It seems we are destined to repeat history. Only now do I fully comprehend everything. If Pandora is indeed a trial for humanity, then we have unequivocally failed, and the outcome is all too evident. Epimetheus, often slow-witted and disinclined to think, had relied on his elder brother for everything. However, now that he had established a family with a wife and child, he had achieved a measure of growth. The world was shrouded in despair, suffering, sorrow, and disease, leaving no soul untouched. Calamity swept through, continually growing in ferocity. It stirred the distant Olympus, awakening all the deities residing upon its heights, for the mortal realm was but a dominion of the gods, with the supreme ruler being Zeus. He sat upon his throne, gazing into the divine mirror that reflected all that transpired in the human world, his blue eyes deep with gravity. Ladies and gentlemen, cast your votes. Prometheus, pierced by cold chains through his shoulder blades upon the Caucasus Mountains, beheld the anguish and disaster confronting humanity, feeling powerless and sighing with resignation. At last, he found himself at this juncture. Could fate truly be altered? The wind howled, yet no one answered him. Ironically, amidst the treacherous heights, the executioner eagle remained his eternal companion. Father, save humanity. Deucalion approached Prometheus with Pyrrha, witnessing his great father endure such torment, a pang of anguish striking his heart. But he was weak, inferior even to the subordinate gods, let alone capable of rescuing his father. Even he, after Prometheus had been punished by Zeus, lived under the protection of his uncle Epimetheus. Prometheus sighed. At this point, there is no salvation. This was Zeus's trap for humanity, Deucalion. Flee. Take Pyrrha and construct a great vessel to depart from here, heading towards the east where the sun rises. Remember, no matter how reluctant you may be, the faith and devotion to the gods must never wane. I care not what means you employ. You too are humanity's last hope. Deucalion stared incredulously at his father, whose towering form remained steadfast, undaunted by the torment he endured, still holding on to his dignity and pride. Yet, the once handsome visage was now marked by the passage of time. A beard adorned his face, and though his wise eyes were weary, their glimmer had not dimmed. Hurry. You and Pyrrha must stay together. Go eastward, in search of the miracle of life. Deucalion stifled his tears as he grasped Pyrrha's hand and turned to leave. In contrast to the formidable power wielded by the gods who governed the great laws, his strength felt insignificantly small. Humanity, too, appeared utterly incapable of resistance. Concerned for Deucalion's state of mind, his brother Pyrrha steadfastly followed, determined not to be a hindrance. I am fine. Let us return and relay Father's words to Uncle. We must complete the ship before divine retribution descends. Though the reason for building the vessel eluded him, Deucalion had unwavering faith in his father's wisdom. As the son of a prophet, he possessed keen insight, discerning from Prometheus's words the impending divine punishment, humanity's last glimmer of hope. Perhaps in the end, only the two of them would remain. Reflecting on the demise of the Silver Race, Deucalion recalled the cataclysmic actions of the deities. That was the true calamity, a realization he did not misjudge. On Olympus, the gods convened. The wind howled with fury, the sea roared, and the sky swirled with ominous clouds while the cries of humanity echoed in despair. Lightning slithered like a serpent through the darkened heavens, the immense force of divine power surging mercilessly. The results of the vote were revealed. The goddess Themis sighed softly. Despite her compassion for the human race, which, like the gods, was fraught with tribulations, she could not alter Zeus's will nor the decisions of the pantheon. Then, Themis, you shall announce the decree, Zeus directed. The weight of divine expectation upon her. Unfazed, the goddess, her eyes veiled by a white shroud to shield them from the chaos of the world, spoke with a voice devoid of emotion. The desires of humanity disrupt order and balance, unleashing relentless calamities. They must confront the consequences of their actions as a warning. The waters of annihilation shall descend upon the earth, cleansing all sin. The gods bear witness. May all beings on earth restrain their desires and respect nature and order for sustainable existence. The exalted king of the gods nodded. I bear witness. A thunderous roar erupted as blinding lightning rent the heavens from the earth, striking true upon humanity. Poseidon, long restrained, awaited upon the surface of the sea. As the thunder crashed, a glimmer ignited in his eyes, and he flung the reins from his hand, his trident aimed directly at humanity's abode. Oh, floods! Come forth and wreak havoc with me. Humanity, I am upon you. Chapter 54. The Ark of Salvation. Father, Uncle said just that. Deucalion exclaimed as he returned to the human encampment with Pyrrha. Spotting their parents evading the frenzied attacks of the crowd, Pyrrha hurried forward to recount Prometheus's words. Epimetheus pondered. A great ship, hope? At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. The resounding thunderbolt struck down, inflicting no harm upon anyone, but rather serving as a message and command. The earth quaked relentlessly, and a tempestuous wind arose from unknown origins, corresponding to the four wind deities, who responded to the edict of the divine king. With their utmost celestial powers, they unleashed destruction upon the mortal realm. Among them, Boreas, the god of the north wind, exhibited the most reckless fervor. He had grown weary of his confinement in the desolate north. The land lay barren, with even the vegetation sparse and feeble. Unlike his three brethren, who roamed freely in the most bountiful regions, Boreas was not troubled by scarcity but rather by inequality. Now, liberated from restraint, he was determined to wreak havoc to his heart's content. Torrential rain poured down, bowing the crops in the fields and even burying them beneath the soil. Epimetheus was taken aback. Everyone, flee. The humans, who had been hurling accusations at one another, suddenly grasped the peril at hand and scrambled to escape. Yet under the influence of malevolent thoughts, they were unwilling to lag behind. In their frantic flight, they pulled at those around them, igniting a new round of disputes. Epimetheus, however, could not concern himself with them. His wife and child were his priority, and thus he harbored his own selfish desires. The sound of crashing waves resonated like the onset of a cataclysm, akin to a tsunami or a landslide. Beneath this apocalyptic calamity, Epimetheus made a choice. He pushed his wife towards their daughter. Pyrrha, take care of your mother. Epimetheus, what are you doing? Pandora felt a foreboding sense of dread, ignoring her daughter's pleas. She desperately sought to return to her husband's side, but events unfolded too swiftly. Epimetheus's voice was laden with sorrow, reluctance, and profound guilt. I have failed to fulfill my brother's charge to protect humanity. Yet my wife and child should not perish in this disaster. I, Epimetheus, am willing to atone for my sins and beseech a chance for my family to survive. Let the gods bear witness. I am the last hope for salvation. With that, his divine power transformed his body, and his towering form morphed into a colossal vessel, standing tall. No, Pandora cried out in heart-wrenching despair. Yet she could no longer summon her husband back, for her own missteps had led to this calamity. She pressed her body against the hard hull of the ship, choking back tears. You promised to be with me forever, Epimetheus. My mistake should be atoned for by me alone. Do not bear this burden. Are you a fool? Reflecting on the cherished past, from the moment of their encounter to the intertwining of hands that forged a family, and subsequently the nurturing of their love's offspring. Before the fateful box was opened, Pandora existed in a state of blissful ignorance, for her husband devoted everything to her. Even amidst the calamity she had unwittingly brought upon them. Emotions are reciprocal. Epimetheus loved Pandora deeply, and she reciprocated in kind. I shall not allow you to depart alone. We shall remain together forever, never depart, Pandora tenderly declared. Meanwhile, Pyrrha was still reeling from the tragic news of her father transforming into a colossal vessel. And in the blink of an eye, her mother's form began to disintegrate, seemingly reverting to a primal state. Divine power enveloped the grand ship. Pandora became the sail, an indispensable component of the vessel, providing both propulsion and direction. Father, mother. The grim tidings came in relentless waves, nearly overwhelming Pyrrha to the point of fainting. At the critical moment, as the cataclysmic deluge surged forth, Deucalion swiftly grasped Pyrrha and led her into the ship's cabin. The merciless flood devoured all in its path. While Poseidon, commanding the divine chariot upon the waters, wielded his trident, compelling the flood waters to encroach upon more terrestrial realms. As this was a decree of divine retribution, the gods bore witness, and the laws of nature augmented the force of judgment and annihilation. Gaia, the mother of earth, remained ensconced in her temple, bound by the laws. Rendered impotent in her fury, witnessing her majesty being usurped, her rage palpable, time became an indistinct blur. When the ominous clouds finally parted, a shaft of sunlight pierced through the heavens, dispelling the malevolence and restoring tranquility to the afflicted land. Before one's eyes lay an expanse of boundless blue ocean, devoid of any semblance of terrestrial refuge. The divine punishment had passed, yet Poseidon was reluctant to relinquish the land he had seized, lacking the divine authority and dominion over the earth. Ultimately, the flood would recede of its own accord. On Mount Olympus, Athena gazed downward, lost in contemplation. I see it. A youthful voice interrupted her reverie. Turning her gaze, she beheld Joel, who was busily gnawing on a fruit. His face was exquisitely delicate, buried within the large fruit, leaving him with a mouthful of pulp. What? Athena's expression softened. The little one exuded a tenderness that was disarming, whether from his lineage, his uniquely charming visage, or the absence of any power that might threaten the gods. Among the divine assembly, every aspect towards Joel was imbued with a spirit of goodwill. He was the cherished child of the gods, a revered symbol of fortune and nobility. Joel swallowed the sweet, crisp fruit flesh and leaned closer. Speaking in a conspiratorial tone, I witnessed the last item Athena placed into the box. Athena paused, startled. Then she observed Joel covering his mouth and, in a hushed voice, declared, I promise not to tell Zeus. I shall keep it a secret. She responded with a radiant smile. All right, it shall remain a secret. A secret? What sort of secret? The little god of love, Eros, flitted over with his fluttering wings, holding a golden arrow of love, idly wandering about. It seemed he was in search of an unfortunate target for practice. Joel had no intention of sharing this intriguing piece of information with Eros. He promptly shifted the conversation to divert attention. Didn't you previously accompany someone to witness the realm of mortals? What brings you back? Upon mentioning this, Eros displayed a look of regret. All humanity has perished, leaving only the offspring of Prometheus and Epimetheus. It is a rare occurrence for genuine emotions to flourish among mortals. Yet they could not be preserved. Both Epimetheus and Pandora are gone as well. Otherwise, I believe my endeavor to establish a temple and cultivate faith would not have been in vain. Alas, the deluge rendered it all futile. Upon hearing this, Joel and Athena exchanged a knowing smile, a secret shared only between them. The boundless ocean stretched before them, a grand vessel floating upon its surface. The sails billowed in the wind, lending stability to the ship's voyage on this rare day of splendid weather. Hidden within the cabin, Deucalion sensed the ship's steadiness and climbed to the deck with Pyrrha. The sun bathed them in warmth, dispelling the dampness and chill, while snowy seabirds skimmed the water, occasionally catching fish for a delightful meal. Some would perch upon the ship, resting momentarily and curiously observing the bipeds. Pyrrha, are you well? Do not worry, brother. I am fine, Pyrrha replied, smiling at Deucalion. Yet, as her gaze fell upon the billowing sails, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Father, mother. With concern, Deucalion grasped Pyrrha's hand. Do not be disheartened. You have me. I shall always remain by your side, just like uncle and aunt. Brother? Pyrrha felt a shift in her emotions under Deucalion's gaze, a sensation she could not quite articulate. Indeed, they drifted upon the sea, encountering no signs of human life. While a few animals remained fortunate survivors, it appeared this calamity targeted only humanity. These creatures hailed from their father Epimetheus, and Pyrrha felt a pang of compassion. Brother, let us take them with us. Deucalion nodded. Very well. Thus, they nestled together with a group of animals, adrift on the ship in the vast ocean for quite some time. Until one fateful day, Pyrrha uncovered a beautifully crafted box. Deucalion, puzzled, remarked, "Isn't this aunt's precious box? I have watched her preserve it with care for years, yet she never opened it." Pyrrha replied, "I brought it with me when we left. It felt important for us to have. Can it be opened?" Pyrrha nodded, "Yes." Pandora's curiosity had been passed down to her daughter, casting a reflection upon future generations. The sails swayed, producing a rustling sound that seemed to echo sorrow. Unbeknownst to Pyrrha, the very box she held was the catalyst for the ensuing calamity. And she opened it. A warm, pale golden light emerged from the box, settling in the palm of Pyrrha's hand. The soul man and woman gazed at it with intrigue. "What are you?" The light offered no reply but divided into two, each fragment entering the hearts of Pyrrha and Deucalion, filling them with warmth, conviction, and a hopeful anticipation for the future. They believed that the hardships would pass and that tomorrow would surely be brighter. Later, as they navigated their course, the siblings finally beheld an island woven with hues of brown and green. The bond between the brother and sister grew ever stronger as they found solace in each other's company aboard the vessel. Recently, they had pledged their vows to the grand ship Epimetheus and its sails, Pandora. They had become a married couple, bound to each other in life and death. Now, upon sighting land, this newlywed pair was overwhelmed with joy. The animals surrounding them emitted jubilant cries, signifying the arrival of a new habitat, a territory, and sustenance. Upon reaching the shore, the creatures rushed to greet the couple, nuzzling against them before swiftly darting into the forest in search of suitable nests for their new lives. As for Deucalion and Pyrrha, hand in hand, they cautiously explored the unknown terrain, characterized by towering mountains, bubbling streams, and lush vegetation, all imbued with the fragrance of ripe fruits. The young couple was immensely satisfied, yet the vast expanse of land felt eerily silent, devoid of the bustling warmth of their once vibrant family. "What shall we do now, Deucalion?" Pyrrha's heart was unsettled, her inquiry prompting deep contemplation from Deucalion. Both were offspring of the divine. Though not gods in the truest sense, they were destined to endure for a long time. Their father had spoken of them as humanity's hope, underscoring their critical importance to mankind. Clenching his fist before his heart, Deucalion suggested, "Let us pray to the just goddess Themis, beseeching her to guide our path." Pyrrha mimicked Deucalion's actions, and together they prayed, their fervent devotion forging a connection with the goddess's will, allowing their pleas to be felt. The voice of Themis echoed ethereally, devoid of emotion. "Deucalion, Pyrrha, your parents have paid the price for their transgressions, and now you are the last survivors, bound by fate. The balance of destiny shall bestow upon you fortune, rekindling the vitality of your race." As they exchanged bewildered glances, the goddess continued to impart her guidance. "Veil your heads, shed your garments, and cast your mother's bones behind you." "Noble goddess, I implore your forgiveness," Pyrrha replied anxiously. "I cannot desecrate my mother's remains, nor offend her spirit." "Fear not, Pyrrha," Deucalion reassured her, gripping her hand gently. "I believe the words of the divine must hold profound significance. Remember, the earth is the mother of all. Perhaps the goddess intends for us to cast stones behind us." Pyrrha found wisdom in her husband's words, yet she questioned, "But will this truly suffice? Whether it will succeed, we shall only discover through action. Come." Deucalion picked up stones and placed them in his wife's embrace, covering her head with his cloak. And he did the same for himself. Thus, Deucalion and Pyrrha, each cradling a pile of stones and shrouded in fabric, stepped forward, discarding the stones behind them. As each stone struck the ground, it elongated and transformed into vibrant, flesh and blood human beings. The distinction was clear. Behind Deucalion stood men, while women followed Pyrrha. The people revered Deucalion and Pyrrha as their progenitors. Humanity flourished on the land known as Phocis, just as the primordial Epimetheus and Pandora, akin to Deucalion and Pyrrha. Strong and industrious men coupled with skilled and meticulous women, giving rise to generations anew. Deucalion, endowed with wisdom, understood that for humanity to thrive peacefully, unwavering devotion to the divine was paramount, fostering unity among all to withstand the perils of nature. After conferring with Pyrrha, they established cities and temples. And to better govern the populace, he ascended as the king of humanity, following in the footsteps of his father Prometheus. He led his people in the worship of the gods, heralding a new chapter in a great era. As humanity flourished on Earth, their civilization unwittingly advanced. Simultaneously, the deities on Mount Olympus collectively sensed an augmentation of their divine powers, fueled by the fervent faith emanating from the mortal realm. The establishment of families amplified Hera's dominion, while the hearths of homes drew the curious gaze of the goddess Hestia, and the refinement of laws enhanced the god king's control over the divine assembly. Zeus, seated upon his throne, nodded in satisfaction. This was the world he envisioned. After several trials, humanity finally embodied his most cherished ideals, devout, sincere. Lacking the might to rival the gods, yet brimming with unwavering faith. Faith serves as the bridge connecting mortals to the divine, enabling a significant amplification of the gods' powers. Only Jor, who had yet to illuminate his divine essence, remained untouched by such faith, having only once experienced it before Zeus, and never truly felt its presence again. With arms crossed and an expression of discontent, he lamented, "Why am I excluded? Am I not unique?" The clanging ceased. Hephaestus wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, ceasing his forging to console young Jor, saying, "Do not be disheartened. I have crafted a gift for you." A gift? Joel leapt down from the storage countertop and dashed to Hephaestus, clasping his thigh with a joyful embrace. "What gift is this?" Hephaestus responded with a gentle smile, producing a gleaming crystal vial that sparkled as it was placed into his hands. Joel beheld the twinkling starlight within. With a starlit bottle forged from the essence of faith, he opened a portal for wishes, promising to be by your side in an instant. Thus, there was no longer any fear of Joel venturing into realms beyond his reach. Indeed, faith proved to be quite a valuable asset. With excitement sparkling in his eyes, Joel exclaimed, "Hephaestus, you are the best. I adore you." Chapter 56, Mockery and Revenge. Following a series of setbacks and transformations, humanity now garnered the satisfaction of the gods. They toiled diligently, offering the finest sustenance as tributes to the deities, and on days of sacrifice, united their strength to present the rarest of game as offerings. This was a testament to their reverence and devotion. Thus, for centuries, humans coexisted harmoniously with the divine, leading to rapid prosperity and development as the primitive evolved into civilization. Granting the gods ample amusement. Whoosh! A target stood upon a floating cloud, moving slowly, yet despite this, the little god of love, Eros, found himself unable to hit it. He had intended to showcase his prowess to Joel, but having failed to strike even a single target, his mood began to sour. Joel did not mock his dear friend. Instead, he offered encouragement to Eros. "Eros, you can certainly do it. Just put in a little more effort." The heartfelt support from his companion filled Eros with determination as he lifted his golden arrow and aimed for the target. Whoosh! Eros almost hit the bullseye, only to have his arrow deflected by another, unfamiliar arrow that pierced the target with precision, inciting Eros's frustration. "Who is it? Which scoundrel has thwarted my efforts? How infuriating." "Ha! Little Eros, you, as a mere child, should refrain from playing with dangerous things. Your arrow resembles a toy. Do you really wish to learn how to hit the target?" A cloud drifted by, revealing Apollo, the radiant god of light and prophecy, the most handsome among the deities. He, alongside his twin sister, the huntress Artemis, was born of the goddess Leto. However, after enduring various perilous schemes orchestrated by Hera upon their return to Mount Olympus, Leto chose to retreat from the world, rarely seen thereafter, perhaps wishing to sever ties with Zeus. Nonetheless, as the god of light, Apollo was highly favored by Zeus, and his sister Artemis remained the most cherished daughter of the king of the gods. The siblings' powers were aligned with the sun and the moon. Zeus had long intended to transfer the most significant positions among the Olympian gods to his offspring. This led to the tragic tale of Phaeton, who secretly drove the chariot of the sun to his demise, the details of which remain elusive. Ultimately, Helios, the sun god, not only endured the agony of losing his son, but also relinquished his divine position to Apollo, who took on the role for the sake of survival. His sister, Selene, the moon goddess, too, yielded her divine status, while Eos, the goddess of dawn, discerned Zeus's machinations and followed suit. Thus, upon completing the transfer of power, the three deities sought refuge in a secluded mountain. Apollo ascended as the new luminary of Olympus, basking in newfound glory, emboldened to mock the little god of love, who had three chief deities supporting him from the shadows. Perhaps in a moment of excessive joy, he could not restrain himself. With a playful toss of his golden curls, he said, "Little Joel, instead of playing with Eros, who cannot even hit the target, why not join me or Artemis in our temple? While our arrows may not always find their mark, they certainly won't stray as far as Eros's do." Eros could not bear to listen any longer. He raised his golden arrow, pointing its tip at Apollo in indignation. "Are you challenging me to a duel?" "A duel?" Apollo descended from the cloud and approached Eros. He bent down, placing a hand atop Eros's head, then straightened up and shook his head, sincerely suggesting, "When the day comes that you reach my shoulder, I may consider playing with you." But for now, little Eros, you must understand that monopolizing Joel is not right. Having spoken, disregarding Eros's utterly darkened expression, Apollo smiled radiantly at Joel. Little Joel, you are most welcome to visit my temple. Whether it be for hunting, art, or civilization, none can offer greater intrigue than my domain. In the face of this invitation, Joel smiled slyly. Bright Apollo, do you possess the gift of storytelling? Apollo extended a white feather as a token. Indeed, I am the guardian of civilization. The world is replete with fascinating tales, and I shall play for you when the time comes. Music, too, holds great allure. With the intention of seduction achieved, Apollo observed Eros nearly exploding with fury and sensed it was time to take his leave. He waved gracefully to Joel and departed with an elegant yet swift demeanor, his retreat suggesting he was not entirely unafraid of Eros after all. Joel's smile radiated ever more brilliantly. However, Eros mistakenly believed that Joel had been lured away by the flamboyant Apollo, which ignited a fierce irritation within him. He tightened his grip on the bow and arrow, and in a fit of anger, aimed and released a shot directed at Apollo. The arrow, imbued with nearly half of his divine power, soared through the heavens and astonishingly struck Apollo in the back. The immense force generated by the impact sent the unsuspecting Apollo tumbling from the clouds. Oh dear! The two little ones hurried over and peered down through the gap in the clouds, only to find the height overwhelming, rendering everything below indistinct. Joel asked with concern. That looked quite painful. Is Apollo all right? Eros, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied, perhaps. The two little ones exchanged glances, rendered speechless by the weight of the moment. Yet, Joel's worry lingered. If something were to happen to Apollo, his little companion might be subjected to a rather unpleasant fate. Surely, he would end up crying and pleading to sleep alongside him. Little Eros was indeed a restless sleeper, resembling a cephalopod, every time they shared a bed. Joel nearly suffocated from the boy's restless movements, dispelling any dreadful thoughts. Joel grasped Eros's hand as they soared beneath the clouds, intent on retrieving the fallen Apollo. Meanwhile, the young Eros, blushing and grinning foolishly at Joel's gesture, remained oblivious to Apollo's predicament. The latter, having pierced through several layers of clouds, plummeted to the earthly grass below. Losing consciousness upon impact, the love-infused golden arrow belonging to Eros had already transformed into divine power, subtly merging with Apollo's essence. According to the laws of enchantment, he would fall in love with the first human he beheld. This affection would persist until it dissipated or until Eros employed a lead arrow to counteract its magic. Yet, the mischievous young god was not one to easily forgive those who offended him. Otherwise, he would not be the notorious troublemaker of Olympus, eliciting exasperation from the deities. Before Joel and Eros could return, the river god's daughter, Daphne, frolicked amidst the mountains and wetlands, her eyes as clear as spring water and her skin smooth and radiant, exuding a pearlescent glow. Elegant and beautiful, she rivaled the goddesses of Olympus. On this particular day, she dashed through the forest as usual, for the huntress goddess had instilled in her a love for speed and agility. Only the swiftest of nymphs could venture into the woods to partake in the games organized by the goddess. Resolute in preserving her purity and serving the goddess, Daphne would not let this opportunity slip by. She frolicked near her father's river in the forest, when suddenly, something appeared to fall from the sky. Was it a humanoid figure? The benevolent Daphne harbored a sense of unease. She ventured forth, unaware that such a decision would ultimately jeopardize her very existence. Chapter 57, Confession and Entanglement. The dazzlingly handsome youth lay languidly upon the grass, his appearance somewhat disheveled. Yet, this did not diminish his allure, rather, it imparted a fragile quality that rendered him all the more endearing. Excluded from this sentiment was Daphne, who merely perceived the striking beauty of the young god without harboring any thoughts of affection. She had vowed to remain a pure maiden, dedicated to a life free from marriage. In this realm, from its primordial beginnings to the present, the young god, relying on his robust physique and formidable strength, often compelled the goddesses to partake in actions against their will. It has been demonstrated that those of exceptional beauty, regardless of gender, are susceptible to the perils of chastity. For when the deities are driven by desire, they disregard all conventions. Indeed, it seems that power is the ultimate arbiter of all rules. To evade disturbance, Daphne sought refuge under the auspices of the huntress goddess Artemis. Only the legendary trio of maiden deities possessed the capacity to shield her. Otherwise, even if she were to fortuitously ascend to divinity, the threat of abduction loomed unless she became an auxiliary deity to a higher god. Yet, the goddess Hestia was rarely seen, and Athena favored the wise. Thus, Daphne's only opportunity for interaction lay with Artemis. in pursuit of her aspirations. She tirelessly trained amidst mountains and marshes until, not long ago, she finally attained the requisite qualifications. If she triumphed in the competition, she would secure a place by Artemis's side. Indeed, she was an exceptionally remarkable goddess. Should she be granted the chance to ignite the divine flame, she might attain a revered status among the gods. At that moment, Daphne remained oblivious to the impending events that would unfold. She gently shook the unconscious young god, urging him to awaken. Wake up. It was precisely at this moment that the handsome Apollo stirred, his vision initially blurred before swiftly clarifying. Upon beholding the enchanting maiden before him, a wave of impulse surged within him, compelling him to act. "Oh, beautiful girl, what is your name?" Daphne sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. Maintaining her composure, she nodded politely. "I am Daphne. Now that you are awake, I shall take my leave." Even in Daphne's absence, the young god could have easily composed himself. However, it was his innate kindness that prevented her from simply walking away. She had never entertained thoughts of gratitude. Yet, as she turned to depart, Apollo's heart became tumultuous, and in a moment of desperation, he grasped her hand. "My dear, do you believe in love at first sight? I never did until I encountered you. Daphne, your beauty shines like the light, instilling in me a deep reverence. Your grace flows like the wind, making it impossible for me to resist. I have fallen for you at first sight, and I am willing to chase you with all the fervor in my heart, to accompany you in every moment. Will you marry me?" From the moment he seized her hand, Daphne sensed an ominous foreboding, which only intensified as Apollo uttered a cascade of sweet nothings. Had she been a fairy enamored with love, she might have been moved. However, she was unfortunately fated to encounter Daphne. The little god of love, Eros, along with Joel, arrived just in time to witness Apollo brazenly attempting to claim the goddess before the public eye. Eros, aware that Joel disapproved of such audacious behavior from the deity, seized the opportunity to exact revenge on Apollo. He drew his bow of love, fitted it with a lead arrow, and aimed directly at Daphne's back. Releasing the arrow with a swift whoosh, the shot struck true, a feat of accuracy unparalleled. Even Eros himself could not fathom the reason behind it. Under the influence of the lead arrow, Daphne, already displeased, found her heart brimming with disdain for Apollo, compounded by her ignorance of his divine identity. Yet, she felt it was of no consequence. "I beg your pardon, my lord. I am but a humble daughter of a river god and unworthy of being your companion," she declared resolutely, seizing the moment when Apollo was distracted to withdraw her hand and swiftly turn away. Apollo, taken aback by the abrupt rejection, had never anticipated such a response. On Olympus, his visage had always been met with favor. Moreover, he was one of the 12 principal deities. Thus, he momentarily stood in stunned silence. As Daphne seized the opportunity to escape, Apollo instinctively reached out, but grasped nothing but air. Watching her retreating figure, his heart felt an unsettling emptiness. The enchantment of love rendered him unwilling to concede, while his divine pride forbade him from retreating. Before him stretched the vast expanse of the field, with the beautiful goddess sprinting ahead and the handsome god pursuing her from behind. He meandered through the woods with an air of nonchalance, convinced that Daphne would inevitably relent, always appearing in her vicinity. Whether casually reclining against a tree while twirling his curls or perched on a branch strumming his harp and singing melodious tunes that captivated not only the birds but also Daphne. However, upon recognizing him as Apollo, her countenance darkened, and she turned to leave. Time and again, Apollo extended his hand, only to be met with the goddess's retreating figure, as if she were a viper evading his touch. For several days, not only the woodland spirits, but also the curious Eros and Joel observed Apollo's forlorn pursuit of his beloved. They witnessed his despondent and wretched state. Joel, feeling a twinge of reluctance, remarked, "Isn't this rather unkind? Perhaps, Eros, you could bestow upon Apollo a leaden arrow?" Eros, scratching his short, golden-pink hair, replied, "Alas, I find myself powerless. When love has intertwined itself within one's heart, even a leaden arrow cannot diminish the authenticity of such affection." Huh? Joel was taken aback. Has Apollo truly fallen in love so swiftly? It has only been a mere 1 or 2 days since their first encounter. Is love truly so effortlessly attained? Eros cupped Joel's face and inquired, "What are you pondering?" Indeed, love is a magnificent sentiment. Yet often what we deem as love at first sight is merely a superficial attraction. Were Daphne's beauty to be even slightly less remarkable, one wonders if Apollo would remain so fervently devoted. He shrugged, remarking, "On Mount Olympus, Apollo's romantic entanglements are no fewer than those of Zeus, the king of the gods. Joel shot a glare at Eros, pulling away the hands that were playfully pinching his face. Words are one thing, but please refrain from meddling with my visage. Eros, with heart sparkling in his eyes, leaned in closer. Oh dear, who could resist our dear little Joel? The most adorable child of Olympus? I simply cannot help myself. Do stay still. Joel turned Eros's face away and said, let us continue to follow Apollo and Daphne. Poor Daphne is bound to be driven to madness by Apollo. In the realm of emotional perception, Joel was not outmatched by Eros. He could sense that Daphne's psychological defenses were waning, fearing that the innocent goddess might inadvertently provoke the wrath of a deity. Such occurrences were not uncommon on Mount Olympus. The gods, intent on preserving their majesty, would inflict punishment upon those who showed disrespect. Hera had dealt with countless of Zeus's lovers, merely for being seen in his company. Yet, the innocence of nymphs and goddesses was of little consequence. Eros, indifferent, trailed behind Joel, finding the gossip far less engaging than the company of his dear friend. Since Joel wished to observe, he would accompany him. Chapter 58, Laurel and Heartache. Indeed, Joel's foreboding proved accurate. Daphne's patience was waning, particularly with the impending competition. While she remained entangled in Apollo's relentless pursuit, considering the goddess's fundamental demand for purity from all her followers, Daphne was increasingly anxious about her potential disqualification. Although Apollo was undeniably exceptional, he was not suited for her. From the very beginning, Daphne was acutely aware of her desires. To become ensnared by Apollo would mean he could abandon her at will, potentially adding to his own reputation as a seducer. But what about her? What was she to do? Daphne refused to become like those forsaken goddesses, unwilling to be regarded by the male deities as mere objects of their whims. Moreover, while Apollo professed his love, true affection should entail respect for her choices. Such entanglement was far from love. Daphne felt overwhelmed as days passed. It was now the 9th day since she first encountered Apollo. Every time she stepped outside, the rustling leaves instilled fear that Apollo might be lurking nearby. Her once vibrant beauty now appeared dulled, reflecting her despondency. At this very moment, Apollo's melodious strains resonated in the air. To others, it was the most enchanting music. Yet to Daphne, it felt like a devil's dirge. Terrified, she fled, but the music followed her like a shadow, teasing her as if she were mere prey. Ah! Daphne screamed and ran frantically, seeking escape from the haunting melodies, desperate to evade Apollo. Confused and perplexed, Apollo could not comprehend Daphne's turmoil. As one of the 12 Olympian gods, his divine power was boundless. He could pursue her tirelessly for 9 days and nights, awaiting her love. For the first time, he devoted himself so earnestly to a goddess, feeling an intense passion burning within him. Yet, Daphne's rejection filled him with sorrow, prompting him to question his own allure. Nevertheless, through the flowers and grass spirits that betrayed Daphne's whereabouts, he became aware that his charm still lingered. This only deepened his confusion. Why would Daphne refuse to accept him? Even the most reserved of goddesses would surely feel a flicker of emotion in response to such devoted courtship. Like the radiant sun, the handsome deity, with a hint of melancholy in his eyes, softly saying, "My beloved, when will you truly open your heart to me? My love for you simmers like molten lava within my soul. My heart beats with fervor for you, like a tempestuous storm. Why have you yet to perceive it?" Daphne tightly covered her ears, attempting to block the intrusion of those haunting melodies and songs. Yet, like relentless phantoms, they seeped through her fingers, burrowing into her consciousness. For Daphne, this sound was both torment and temptation, stirring a tumult of emotions within her heart. It seemed as though her feelings were manipulated by the music, compelling her to open her heart to Apollo, while deep down, she resisted this sensation of being controlled. A profound aversion welled within her, a repulsion so intense that she would rather choose self-sacrifice than succumb to any external will. Ultimately, she fled to the end of the road, only to discover a wide river obstructing her path, severing her escape. In despair, Daphne lost her sanity. She knelt by the riverbank, humbly pleading, "O river, my father Pontius, please save your daughter. I refuse to be a mere appendage to any god, even if it means relinquishing everything." A sigh emanated from the waters. The river god, though lesser in stature than Apollo, could assist his daughter in another manner, albeit at a great cost. "My daughter, are you truly willing to forsake all you possess, never to regret?" "Yes, I am." Daphne caught sight of Apollo approaching in the distance, and in a moment of panic, she disregarded all consequences, determined to escape his presence. "Very well, as you wish." The river god's divine power enveloped Daphne. Apollo seemed to sense something amiss and quickened his pace, eager to reach her side. But at the moment he extended his hand, Daphne's exquisite form elongated and twisted rapidly, transforming into a tall laurel tree. Her tender skin became rough bark. Her beautiful long hair rustled as leaves. The delicate visage that Apollo cherished morphed into the coarse patterns of the tree's trunk. Only then did Apollo truly comprehend that the beautiful Daphne did not love him. His actions had caused her distress. She was even willing to sacrifice her freedom to become a tree rather than be with him. Daphne resented him. Apollo pressed his hand to his heart, where a dull ache throbbed, as if being gnawed by countless ants. Leaning against the laurel tree that once was Daphne, he retrieved his golden lyre. A mournful melody flowed from his fingertips. Stripped of its sugary embellishments, Apollo's music, once settled, resonated with profound emotional depth. With tear-filled eyes, Joel lamented, "Oh, poor Daphne. How unfortunate she is." Eros discreetly concealed his golden arrow, wary of provoking Joel's suspicion that he was the instigator. After all, losing his companionship would be undesirable. As for Apollo, he was the one who had genuinely succumbed to love. This was not a concern for Eros. In the realm of love, the one who falls first is destined to lose, and even Eros cannot contravene the laws of affection. Curiously, it was evident that Apollo's infatuation with Daphne had initially stemmed from the effects of the love arrow. Yet, at what point had he truly fallen for her? Even Apollo remained uncertain of the answer as he sat beside the laurel tree, gazing at the cyclical dance of day and night. The melodies of music attracted numerous birds, which proceeded to build their nest in the branches of the laurel tree, though Apollo contemplated shooing them away. The memory of Daphne's disdain led him to relinquish the thought in solitude. Standing before the laurel tree, he whispered, "I am aware of your contempt for me. Yet I must confess my love for you. I speak the truth." His golden, cascading locks shimmered brilliantly, while his azure eyes reflected profound emotion and sorrow. Apollo recognized that in his long divine existence, it may be arduous to encounter another like Daphne, who could so deeply stir his heart. To ensure that Daphne would not fade from his memory, he fashioned a crown from the laurel's leaves, crafted a lyre from its trunk, adorned his weapons with its blossoms, and bestowed blessings upon the laurel tree for eternal youth. Thus, in the ages to come, the laurel tree would remain evergreen, standing as a testament to Apollo's love and blessings for the goddess Daphne. Meanwhile, Apollo languished in the heartache of unrequited love. While Artemis welcomed the divine messenger Hermes into her realm, she waved away the ocean nymphs who perpetually accompanied her and maintained her hunting attire, inquiring with curiosity, "Hermes, what brings you to my forest? Is there a matter from Zeus that requires my attention?" As the most cherished daughter of Zeus, Artemis possesses an unparalleled beauty of eternal youth. Her title rivals that of her brother Apollo, and due to the king of gods' favoritism, she enjoys numerous privileges. For instance, whenever she makes a request, Zeus readily acquiesces, allowing her to remain forever chaste and free. Besides being one of the few Valkyries alongside Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare, she is revered as a protector of both land and islands, with 30 cities dedicated to her worship in the mortal realm. As a father, Zeus has bestowed upon her countless favors. Hermes, fully aware of Zeus's affection for Artemis, holds a profound respect for the goddess. Beautiful and youthful Artemis, I suspect you are unaware that Apollo has encountered misfortune. Chapter 59, Provocation and Intrusion in the Grand Scheme of the Cosmos, the Sun and Moon. The most primordial celestial bodies are of utmost significance. They govern the passage of time and the flourishing of all living things. Mastery over these divine forces ensures invincibility. With the sun and moon suspended in the heavens, their inexhaustible power flows ceaselessly. Thus, Zeus resorted to the tale of Phaeton to compel the sun god Helios to relinquish his divine essence. The moon goddess Selene was also part of this scheme, given the harmonious bond shared by the siblings of sun, moon, and stars. With Prometheus as a cautionary tale, even the Titans occupying prominent positions on Olympus grew anxious, seeking refuge behind the righteous Themis, one of Zeus's earliest consorts, with whom he fathered the three fates. To return to the matter at hand, Hermes' visit was prompted by Zeus's directive. As the messenger of the gods, he serves as the king's eyes and voice. Apollo, the heir to the sun god's throne, has been notably absent from his duties, which is quite concerning. Despite Apollo having attained the divine essence of the sun, the genuine rising and setting of the sun depend entirely on borrowing Helios' chariot. To harness the sun god's power more effectively, Apollo must navigate the divine chariot across the heavens, ensuring the stability of the world's operations. However, at present, Apollo languishes in sorrow over Daphne, resulting in 3 consecutive months of dreary rain. The floods, a manifestation of Poseidon's ambitious designs, further complicate matters. Having listened to Hermes' account, Artemis comprehended the gravity of the situation. Upon learning that the root of this turmoil stemmed from Apollo's derision towards Eros, she felt a mix of frustration towards her troublesome brother and concern for his current plight. I shall restore Apollo to his former self. You may return to Zeus and assure him not to worry. Artemis bore her bow upon her back, and after Hermes had departed, a throng of more than 20 exquisite and pure nymphs rushed forth to attend to her attire. Among them, the most enchanting was a nymph named Callisto, whose beauty was as pristine as a flower blossoming in a tranquil pond. She held her goddess in the highest esteem, revering her with a gentle wisdom and an intuitive understanding. Artemis cherished Callisto dearly and appointed her as an assistant. As they parted ways, Artemis imparted a singular piece of advice to Callisto to remain vigilant in the forest and await her return. I shall heed your command, my dearest goddess, Callisto replied. With grace and poise, Artemis mounted her steed, exuding a splendor that rivaled any male deity, as evidenced by the adoring gazes of the nymphs, Callisto included. She placed her hand upon her heart, which raced with fervor as she pledged her unwavering loyalty to her goddess, encompassing both soul and body, solely to remain by her side eternally. Beneath the luminous moonlight, the silvery glow enveloped Callisto, draping her in a delicate veil that enhanced her ethereal beauty. In the heavens above, an unseen gaze lingered upon the earthly beauty, captivated and unable to look away. Darkness concealed all that was beautiful, yet desire began to fester. When the first month passed without the sun's emergence, Eros felt a twinge of unease. By the second and third months, his apprehension deepened. Particularly troubling was the newly appointed sun god, Apollo, who seemed mired in the melancholy of unrequited love. To err on the side of caution, Eros persuaded his companion, Joel, to depart from the marshes and return to Mount Olympus. As the two descended from the clouds, they were unexpectedly intercepted by Artemis, clad in her hunting attire. The huntress, a timeless embodiment of youth and vitality, possessed a maturity of mind that belied her youthful appearance. Grasping Eros, she fixed him with a piercing gaze that exuded an air of danger. Little Eros, where do you think you are running off to? Ah, Artemis, what a coincidence to encounter you here, Eros replied, his forced smile faltering into a grimace, clearly aware of her formidable reputation. Without hesitation, Artemis confiscated Eros' bow and arrows of love. Joel raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, casting a beseeching glance. His diminutive form struggled to capture prey larger than himself, let alone contend with a goddess of formidable prowess. Take care, my dear friend, Artemis declared forthrightly. Eros, I care not for the quarrel between you and Apollo, however. Zeus has commanded that you must restore Apollo to his former self. It was evident she had already visited the laurel tree, whether through persuasion or force. Neither approach had proven effective on Apollo. Thus, she sought Eros, for matters of love necessitate the intervention of the appropriate deity. Eros appeared troubled. Wait. Think carefully before you speak. At some point, Artemis had drawn her bow, the sharp arrowheads glinting with a frigid light. Trembling, Eros stammered. I have conceived of a solution that should remedy Apollo's plight. With a smile, Artemis lowered her bow. How obedient of you. Pray tell, what is your plan? Utilizing the waters of the moonlight spring and the lost flower, combined with my divine power, we can concoct a potion of forgetfulness, enabling him to forget the love that torments him. I possess a lost flower. We need only procure the moonlight spring water to create it. It is said that bathing in the waters of the moonlight spring restores a woman's purity, yet this miraculous spring is exceedingly rare. If memory serves, there is a spring within the hunting forest. Artemis chuckled. Is that all? The moonlight spring water is plentiful in my domain. Come. I shall oversee your preparation of the elixir. With that, she grasped Erospil, binding him to her white steed, leaving only Joel unscathed. Cradled in Artemis' embrace, they mounted the horse together. Let us return to the hunting forest, she softly urged. Eros, sprawled across the horse's back, pouted. These siblings were not benevolent deities, both intent on whisking away his cherished friend. Oh, dear friend, do not be deceived. The moonlight shimmered, seemingly gentle yet devoid of warmth. A beautiful fairy leaned against a stone, beside the legendary magical spring, yet she did not dare to touch it. Under normal circumstances, she would have the privilege to interact with the waters, as the goddess was particularly generous towards her followers. But now, ugh! She covered her mouth as a wave of nausea surged in her stomach, tears unbidden streaming down her cheeks. Who goes there? A rustling in the grass startled the sorrowful fairy, prompting her to leap up, clutching a sharp wooden spear tightly. Who is there? Callisto. It is I, Artemis replied, surprised to find her most beloved handmaiden still awake at such an hour. Though she answered without concern, Callisto did not lower her spear, instead demanding sternly, "Are you truly a goddess?" Artemis, perplexed, replied, "Who else could possibly claim to be Artemis?" Chapter 60. Expulsion of the impure, made in the name of a deity, possesses a singularity, as long as one utters the true name. The owner of that name can hear it, unless the counterpart holds a higher rank. Yet, what being could possibly surpass Artemis in rank, idly masquerading as her? Such a thought is unfathomable. Having confirmed that the Artemis before her is indeed the goddess she serves, Callisto stepped forward in excitement, only to halt just before making contact. Grasping the hem of her gown, she appeared deeply conflicted. The goddess, Artemis, had already sensed Callisto's distress and reproached her sharply. "What has transpired, Callisto? Speak. Forgive me, goddess." Unable to bear the weight of her own turmoil any longer, Callisto buried her face in her hands and wept. However, her sorrowful demeanor did not sway Artemis, whose emotions remained unyieldingly composed. Yet, after probing with divine power into the events surrounding Callisto, even the normally serene Artemis could not suppress her fury. How could you? She had not anticipated that during her absence, Callisto would dare to engage in such indiscretions. Artemis held chastity in the highest regard, being one of the renowned trio of virgin goddesses. Her principles were unwavering. Even her affection for Callisto would not compel her to breach her own tenets. "Depart, Callisto." Artemis withdrew all affection, and at the moment she realized Callisto's loss of purity, even speaking to her was a gesture of unwarranted mercy. Callisto could endure anything, save for the thought of leaving. Her adoration for her goddess was profound, yet the heart of her goddess was as unyielding as stone. "Leave my forest, Callisto." Artemis, observing Callisto's lingering hesitation, felt a surge of impatience. "Do not compel me to take further action." It was clear that Artemis was resolute in her decision to expel Callisto, the unfortunate girl bereft of her beloved goddess. With deep reverence, she bowed in farewell to Artemis, then took her leave step by step. Retreating from the confines of Artemis's domain, yet still harboring a flicker of hope in her heart. Ultimately, she chose to dwell in a nearby grove, just outside the hunting forest, where Callisto constructed a small wooden cabin. Each day, she gazed longingly at the hunting grounds, lost in reverie of the joyful days spent with her goddess. Thus, Callisto's departure marked the beginning of her solitude. Joel gazed upon Artemis's face, still shrouded in an icy demeanor, perplexed by her stance. "You are well aware that there are other reasons behind Callisto's plight. Why deny her a chance?" "A chance?" Artemis scoffed, recalling the time when she, along with Apollo and their mother, faced relentless persecution from the goddess. She had unleashed the monstrous python upon us. Who offered us a chance then? Such opportunities are never bestowed by others. One must seize them for oneself. It was only after Apollo vanquished Python that we could ascend to Mount Olympus, and Callisto's path is no different. Clearly, Artemis was privy to the identity of the one who had stripped Callisto of her purity. The implications of certain virtues were understood among them without the need for grandiloquence. Artemis fetched a ladle of moonlit spring water for Eros, her tone laced with a chilling threat. "You have 3 days. Understood?" "Yes, yes." Eros nodded vigorously. Indeed. None of these vengeful goddesses were to be trifled with. In stark contrast, his own mother was truly gentle. Joel was taken aback, reluctant to remind Eros of the dismal state in which he was utterly exhausted from being commanded by Aphrodite. It was the first time Joel witnessed a deity, chaos no less, appearing so fatigued. With just a few words, one could compel others to willingly offer their all. Each of the 12 Olympians had undoubtedly earned their esteemed titles. On the morning of the 3rd day, Eros finally succeeded in concocting the potion of forgetfulness. He initially intended to deliver it to Artemis and then leave with Joel. However, he was met with an unyielding assertion from Artemis. "You shall accompany me to find Apollo. Only when the potion takes effect will I allow you to depart." Eros, displeased, retorted, "Do you doubt the efficacy of my potion?" "No," she replied, "but as its creator, you must demonstrate its utility. Should it prove ineffective, I shall have to detain you again." Shaking her head, Artemis responded, "That would be far too troublesome." Eros's wings drooped, mirroring his current state of mind. "Very well, let's proceed." It seemed that in the future, he would have to engage in clandestine dealings, as this was far too passive for his liking. After they had traversed a short distance, Eros furrowed his brow. "Where is Joel?" Artemis nudged Eros. "Little Joel is my guest. Once Apollo is restored to his former self, I shall personally escort you both back to Mount Olympus. Now, hurry along. Must you act so ungraciously, goddess? My mother would never be so blunt." The sounds of their bickering gradually faded into the distance. Joel squinted his eyes in delight. "How vivacious they are. Has Eros truly forgotten that the relationship between Aphrodite and the three virgin goddesses is far from amicable? To dare mention Aphrodite in the presence of Artemis is indeed a display of remarkable audacity, which I greatly admire. During his days in the hunting forest, Joel found himself exceedingly comfortable, as those enchanting nymphs held a profound affection for the little deity, channeling their adoration for the goddess towards him. They offered him delectable fruits, sweet nectar, and serenaded him with exquisite melodies. In essence, all the pleasures once relished by Artemis during her absence were now entirely Joel's. It is indeed difficult to escape the allure of such tender indulgence. Joel, amidst the enchanting presence of beautiful fairies, floated in a reverie, utterly oblivious to the plight of his dear friend Eros. Until one fateful day, when a fairy returned from beyond the forest, her countenance marred by sorrow, as if burdened by a perplexing dilemma. "And Dora, what has transpired?" Joel believed he had received considerable care from the fairies and now, witnessing their struggles, wished to extend his assistance. However, his appearance was so endearing that he hardly resembled a deity of formidable power. Thus, the fairy Andorra did not place her hopes on Joel, yet she was willing to share the circumstances. In truth, it pertained to Callisto. I had previously pursued my quarry to the outskirts and had caught sight of her. Joel's benign disposition rendered Ando defenseless, further compounded by her own discovery of a secret that beckoned for companionship. Like a torrent of spilled beans, she divulged her observations. Callisto's belly was notably swollen, suggesting the possibility of pregnancy. Joel exclaimed, "Pregnant? Indeed, indeed." And Dora continued, "We were initially perplexed as to why the goddess's most favored assistant would be cast aside. But it turns out this is the truth. My, how audacious Callisto must be. No, that cannot be right. Among all the sisters, she is the most devoted to the goddess. She would never willingly relinquish her purity. After all, we have shared a bond for quite some time." And Dora, well acquainted with Callisto's character, emerged from her shock with newfound clarity. "Damn it, it must be some wild god from nowhere. Poor Callisto. No. I must alert the sisters to remain vigilant and guard against all unfamiliar visitors from the forest." Joel watched as Ando hurriedly ran off to confer with the fairies, his gaze drifting toward the hunting forest on the opposite side. His small face bore a serious expression, deep in thought. Chapter 61. Punishment and Adoption. In a quaint wooden cabin nestled within the neighboring woods, Callisto skillfully wove fabric from plant fibers, her hands deftly shaping the delicate threads. Surrounding her were heaps of silk, half of which had been transformed into soft, smooth cloth, a craft once dedicated to sewing garments for the goddess, now repurposed for a new life. She gently caressed her rounded belly, her eyes brimming with affection. "Grow quickly, my child." After being cast aside by the goddess, Callisto struggled to grapple with the stark contrast of her new reality. Abandoned even by her beloved deity, she felt engulfed by despair. Yet, as her belly swelled, it reminded her that she was not alone. She had a little one of her own. Innocent lives should never be forsaken. Callisto found renewed strength, diverting the love she once held for the goddess toward the unborn child. Suddenly, life felt less burdensome. However, the capricious hand of fate often arrives unbidden. Unbeknownst to her, Callisto had been deceived by a goddess transformed by Zeus, losing her purity in the process. Now, she had become a target of Hera, who sought to eliminate her. Before this, her heart was filled with love for her child, sustaining her hopes for the future. Perhaps fate was not so cruel. Yet, destiny remains unchanged, irrespective of circumstances. On a stormy night, Callisto successfully gave birth to a boy, naming him Arcus. However, on the very night she welcomed him into the world, she had yet to embrace her child when the wooden door was violently kicked open. The majestic and stunning queen of the gods appeared. Hera gazed at the still beautiful, albeit pale, Callisto, who looked pitiful and frail. She smiled wickedly. "What a lovely beauty you are." Startled by Hera's imposing presence, Callisto weakly inquired, "Esteemed goddess, may I ask what brings you here?" Before she could finish her sentence, Hera, growing impatient, reached out, her divine power enveloping Callisto. Her fair skin sprouted coarse fur. Her slender arms became robust, her elongated fingers morphed into sharp claws, and her pink lips twisted into a fearsome snarl, to prevent her from calling for help. Hera silenced Callisto, leaving her only able to emit muffled cries. The once serene beauty, akin to a flower in still water, had been utterly transformed into a monstrous beast, a brutish, savage bear. Hera clapped her hands in delight. "Huh? I refuse to believe that Zeus could still find you appetizing. Go ahead and indulge in your newfound form." Upon achieving her objectives, She felt a sense of comfort, yet suddenly, a little creature in the bed began to wail inconsolably. Hera furrowed her brow and exclaimed, crying, "Your mother has merely transformed into a bear. She has not perished. If you continue to weep, I shall cast you to the wolves." The infant continued to cry. Hera, unable to endure the cacophony, hastily departed before her burgeoning compassion and maternal instinct could overwhelm her. The baby's cries persisted. Beside the bed stood the tearful bear, transformed into a grotesque and fearsome beast, yet her affection for the child remained unchanged. She longed to embrace her offspring, softly cooing, "Do not cry, do not cry. Our Arcus is the most adorable and well-behaved." However, instead of a hand, what extended was a rough paw. Callisto feared that she might inadvertently harm her child and could only stand at the bedside, uncertain of how to proceed. The louder the child cried, the more her heart ached. The astute Callisto had already surmised the identity of the visitor, for the escapades of the god king Zeus were well known. And she had anticipated that this day would eventually arrive, albeit sooner than she had expected. In a state of fluster, Callisto twitched her ears, sensing someone approaching. Could it be that Hera had returned? She gazed deeply at her Arcus, as though she sought to etch the child into the very depths of her heart and soul. Then, she exited the dwelling and quietly concealed herself within the nearby bushes, ensuring her form was thoroughly obscured. The voices she had previously heard had arrived, Andromeda and Joel. Is Callista residing here? Andromeda surveyed the humble wooden cabin, which was quite ordinary and still adorned with thatched roofing, and noted that the front door had vanished. Her brow furrowed in concern. How tragic. Before following the goddess Artemis, the nymphs each possessed their own small domain of wetland, and some even held the status of mortal nobility. While their standard of living may not have been exceedingly opulent, Callisto's thatched cabin was undeniably plain, bordering on unsightly. The contrast to her previous life was stark, a chasm between heaven and earth. Joel had already heard the cries of the child. He cast a glance at the bushes and tugged at Anders' sleeve. "Let us not linger. We must enter swiftly. A child is in distress." The fairies, having distanced themselves from the mundane world for many years, were rather indifferent to the plight of younglings. Following the goddess, they had been bestowed with the blessing of eternal youth. The concept of life and death was known solely through the hunt. Yet, among them, only Callisto was able to accompany the goddess in her pursuits, which was indeed a lamentable circumstance. Ander, pulling her scattered thoughts together, stepped into the abode alongside Joel. In the presence of the goddess, how could there be but one little one? She approached and cradled the infant, who, with a hoarse wail, soon succumbed to slumber in Ander's warm embrace. What of little Joel? Ander, still an unwed and innocent maiden, felt hesitant to move with the baby in her arms. For Callisto was nowhere to be seen, and she was left in uncertainty regarding her whereabouts. Joel approached to examine the infant, whose wrinkled visage paled in comparison to his own captivating features. He proposed, perhaps we should entrust him to a nearby hunter for fostering. Once he matures and acquires the means to protect himself, we can reveal the truth of his lineage. Andorra, in her naivety, inquired, his lineage? Little Joel, do you know who his father is? Mention of this ignited the fragile fairy's eyes with fiery indignation. The wretched scoundrel has sullied Callisto, and in doing so, condemned us all to the goddess's wrath, robbing us of even more freedom. Were it not for him, how could Callisto, cough. Joel was nearly startled by Andwa's words. It was one thing for him to receive scorn, as Zeus might not take it to heart. However, should he learn that a little fairy had insulted him, Andwa would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Let us hasten to send the little one away. Surely something has befallen Callisto, leaving him here. With urgency, they sought to resolve matters before Artemis returned. It then dawned on Andwa that she had slipped away unnoticed, leaving no room for further contemplation. She and Joel found a nearby hunter at the foot of the mountain and, invoking the name of the goddess Leto, requested that he take an Arcus. Of course, it was Joel who borrowed Leto's name, for only he dared to act in the name of the revered mother of the deities Artemis and Apollo, the goddess of Olympus, who seldom ventured from her abode, sensed her name being invoked and observed Joel's actions. Her silence was an implicit consent. For immortal beings, time held no significance. Soon, Eros and Althea deceived Apollo into drinking the waters of forgetfulness, and the effects were remarkable. Although Apollo still remembered Daphne, the sorrow in his heart had dissipated. Instead, upon encountering another enchanting maiden, his affections were reignited. The sun rose anew, and life resumed its flourishing course. With the dilemma resolved, Artemis returned to her forest alongside Eros. Upon her arrival, she embraced Joel, denying Eros any opportunity for intimacy with his dear friend. Witnessing Artemis whisk away his Joel, Eros stamped his foot in frustration. Artemis, return Joel to me. Chapter 62, Constellations, Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. 15 years have passed. Joel and Eros lingered in the hunting forest of Artemis, indulging in the pleasures it offered. Their presence was primarily prompted by an invitation from Artemis, as well as a desire to ascertain the fate of Callisto and her son. Consequently, Joel acquiesced to Artemis's request to remain in the forest. As for Eros, he was unwilling to allow his dear friend to be beguiled by Artemis, stubbornly refusing to leave and shamelessly partaking in the festivities. Artemis, at a loss with the little god of love, could only admonish him not to misuse his arrows of love, after which she paid him little heed. 15 years passed in a delightful routine of song and dance, filled with leisure and joy. Joel's favorite companion was Artemis's sacred deer, which would accompany him during every hunt, completely oblivious to its mistress. These were also the days when Artemis had the most success in her pursuits when it came time to feast. The deer would eagerly present the roasted meat prepared by Artemis, nudging it toward Joel with its large, glistening eyes. Upon receiving the morsel, Joel would emit a joyful cry, his voice resonating with delight, while a disgruntled Eros, feeling pushed aside, reached for his bow and arrows. Yet, Eros retracted his hand, instead plopping down beside the deer and lifting the food, delicately arranged on clean leaves. Joel, I have roasted some fruits for you. Thank you. Joel's eyes sparkled with delight. The roasted fruits possessed a sweetness and richness that were distinctly different from their raw counterparts. He relished them. Artemis sighed. For the little god of love she often observed on Mount Olympus was nothing short of a mischievous troublemaker, with only Aphrodite capable of reining him in. Now it seemed there was another contender in Joel. Given the circumstances, it was likely that even Aphrodite's presence would not alter his course. She remained steadfast in her attempts to persuade others to depart. Eros, the goddess of beauty, has sent you 6 messages and even dispatched a parrot to berate me. She remarked, Are you truly not returning? Eros offered her no glance, declaring, I shall return, alongside Joel, without a doubt. Artemis scoffed, Very well. Should that parrot speak out of turn again, I will not only pluck its feathers, but also roast it to provide a feast for Joel. A feast? How splendid. Joel ate with great delight, oblivious to the tension between the two. His ears only perked up at the mention of an additional meal, to which he joyfully responded. Eros shot a glare at Artemis. The ugly parrot was indeed their mother's new favorite, and should he roast the wretched creature, he would surely find himself facing his mother's wrath upon returning. Malicious Artemis, I see your ill intentions. To the gods, time is but a fleeting moment. Yet for a mortal infant, it is sufficient for him to grow into a 15-year-old youth. The deities, by virtue of their dominion over the rules, exist in symbiosis with the principles they embody. From another dimension, they are the very manifestations of these laws. While their progeny must endure myriad trials to awaken their divine essence amidst peril, touching upon the possibility of wielding such power. Alternatively, they may receive the authority of the rules as a gift from mighty gods, ascending to divine status, albeit with limited potential. Just and fair Themis upholds justice and order, refusing to entertain any form of unearned privilege. Even Zeus, the king of the gods, must ensure that his demigod offspring undergo trials and achieve feats of creativity or contribution to the world if they are to ascend to true divinity. The gods bear witness to their glory, allowing them to ascend Olympus, thus becoming true deities. Hence, the young Arcus, possessing merely the blood of the gods, can barely be deemed a demigod. Fortunate is he, endowed with the gifts of his lineage. With striking good looks and nimble prowess, he is an exceptional hunter. On this day, he ventured into the forest as usual, successfully capturing 3 rabbits to adorn his waist, contemplating that he had amassed enough for dinner. As he prepared to return home, a rustle from the nearby underbrush caught his attention, followed by a shadow darting past. His eyes lit up with excitement. A stag. The antlers were a worthy trophy, the hide could be fashioned into boots, and the most precious of all was the meat and blood, an invaluable source of nourishment. Arcus skillfully pursued, his speed matching that of the stag ahead, yet he could not shake the feeling that the creature was leading him. Was it merely an illusion? He soon cast aside his doubts as the stag came to a halt. No hunter could resist the allure of such an imminent prize. Just as he knocked an arrow to slay the magnificent beast, the stag turned its head, casting a sidelong glance at him. Its mouth twisted in what appeared to be a smile. How peculiar! Yet his actions were swifter than his thoughts, and with a swift motion, an arrow was loosed. Unfortunately, it failed to find its mark. A look of disappointment flashed across AKA's eyes, and soon he lost sight of his target, prompting him to hastily pursue. At that moment, a formidable brown bear emerged, and upon seeing him, the creature's eyes sparkled with surprise. However, in his terror, AKA's was consumed by fear. He unsheathed the sharp wooden spear he bore, intending to pierce the bear's chest as it approached. Ah! The handsome youth could never have fathomed that the fearsome bear charging towards him was none other than his long-lost mother, Callisto, whom he had not seen in 15 years. Transformed into a bear by Hera, she had wandered alone through the forest, utilizing her once-cherished hunting knowledge to clumsily capture prey, all the while yearning for her son. Countless nights were spent in anguish, pondering what transgressions had led her to such suffering. Initially, her only desire had been to accompany and follow her goddess. Was it her yearning for the divine that had resulted in such cruel punishment? Yet, what fault lay in pure affection? Tormented by these questions, Callisto found herself ensnared in a cycle of guilt and self-reproach. Despite daily reflections on her perceived shortcomings, she remained oblivious to the nature of her wrongs. Were it not for her son as a source of concern, she might have succumbed to madness. Upon their unexpected reunion, she recognized him at once. The youth before her was none other than her beloved AKA's. Callisto refrained from pondering how he had come to be here, lost in the overwhelming emotions of the moment. Deep within the forest, where human footprints are seldom found, an abnormality lurked. She approached with joyous anticipation, only to be met by a sharp spear. Poised to pierce her very abdomen, Callisto stood utterly defenseless, just as the tragic scene of a mother and child about to turn upon one another was about to unfold. A gentle sigh echoed from the heavens, as if reluctant to witness such a moment. Divine power descended before calamity could strike. Zeus, who had been watching the mother and son, transformed Arcus into a bear, the reasons for which remained unclear. The bear-like Arcus recognized the great bear as his biological mother and approached with a mix of curiosity and delight. At last, the mother and son embraced. Yet, reality is not a fairy tale, and time does not pause for such moments. The sound of barking broke the silence. A hunter, Arcus' adoptive father, led by 2 hunting dogs, worried by Arcus' prolonged absence, sought to track him down. However, the hunter only beheld the great bear and the small bear, failing to see Arcus' form. In a sudden surge of rage that clouded his judgment, he concluded that Arcus had been devoured by the bear. Consumed by hatred, the hunter resolved to slay the 2 bears before him. Observing this, Zeus swiftly transformed Callisto and her son into constellations to evade the hunter's pursuit. Unbeknownst to him, Hera was also watching the scene unfold, not solely fixated on the great and small bears. Ah, Zeus, I have caught you once more. You wish to protect them? I think not. Divine power descended upon the hunter and his dogs, transforming them into constellations as they relentlessly pursued the great bear and her cub. Zeus, realizing Hera's presence, hurriedly departed, abandoning the bears to flee alone. Hera, gazing at the constellations above, snorted in disdain. She ventured to the boundless sea, summoning Poseidon, the king of the ocean with her divine might. The azure waves surged, crashing melodiously. The sea god, clad in resplendent armor, displayed a robust chest beneath his open attire, marked with faint, suggestive pink traces. Hera, what brings you to disturb me? Poseidon's expression darkened, clearly displeased by the interruption. As one could tell that if anyone other than Hera stood before him, they would surely learn the consequences of offending the Sea King. Hera held little affection for Poseidon, considering him akin to Zeus, yet she knew that one must not be overly formal when requesting a favor. Supreme of the seas, my brother, I come seeking your assistance, and in return, I shall unconditionally offer my aid in a future endeavor. Poseidon blinked his alluring eyes. What favor do you require? Hera pointed towards the great and small bear constellations in the sky. I implore you to bar them from your realm, within the domain of the ocean, including the heavens. Their presence must not be permitted. And this is what you deem a significant matter? Poseidon was well aware that it was yet again Zeus who had been caught in Hera's web. How pitiful it was for the king of the gods to constantly hide from his wife. He elegantly nodded, his heart secretly reveling in the misfortune of others. As you wish. Henceforth, the constellations would rise in the east and set in the west, for during that period, they all retreated to the sea to rest. Only Ursa Major and Ursa Minor were excluded from this respite due to the maritime decree. Chapter 63, The God of Wine and Matters of Zeus. Ah, Joel? Do you know? Eros flitted his wings as he dashed into the forge of Hephaestus, navigating the space as if it were his own abode. In truth, he was hardly acquainted with his nominal father, Hephaestus. There were no fragrant blossoms, nor sweet fruits, only flames, metals, and various shards of stone. Despite his greater fondness for the former, Joel preferred to linger in the forge. Thus, each time Eros came to seek him, he had to take a lengthy detour, and each was content in their own way. At this moment, they had returned to Mount Olympus. Joel rested his head upon the exquisitely crafted crystal figurine of a small horse and, swaying slightly, inquired, "What fresh gossip do we have? Has Zeus once again deceived some unfortunate maiden, only to be caught by Hera? By the way, if a child were to survive, what would become of them?" Eros replied, "You have said it all. What more is there for me to add?" Joel covered his mouth, though the gaps between his fingers proved utterly ineffective. "You speak. I shall remain silent." Eros observed his compliant demeanor and skillfully retrieved a small stool from the pile of toys beside him. "There exists a land known as Thebes." Eros paused. "Are you aware of it?" Joel shook his head honestly. "I don't know." Eros fell silent, gently cradling Joel's face and ruffling it affectionately. "If you don't know, then remain silent and listen to me. It is said that the king of Thebes had a daughter named Semele, who was exceedingly beautiful. One day, as Zeus surveyed the earth, he was captivated by Semele bathing in a river, her beauty enchanting him. He transformed into a mortal to court her, and they shared a passionate love. Zeus cherished her deeply, prioritizing his visits to her over his divine duties, leaving even Hera without a chance to see him. Eventually, Semele became pregnant, causing Zeus to neglect his responsibilities further, choosing instead to dwell among mortals. However, Hera discovered this affair and, consumed by jealousy of the mortal Semele and resentment towards Zeus's neglect, sought the aid of my beloved mother to acquire a magical golden girdle of love. With the girdle's enchantment, she reignited Zeus's affection for her, luring him back to Mount Olympus. Hera then disguised herself as Semele's closest confidant, sowing seeds of doubt regarding Zeus's true identity. When Zeus returned to visit Semele, she presented her demands. Joel blinked, and Eros blinked in return. He gently nudged Eros's shoulder, urging him, "Do continue. The tale has been interrupted midway. Do you wish to be punished?" Joel raised his fist in a threatening manner. In Eros's eyes, there was only endearment. He playfully teased little Joel, and indeed, it brought him great joy. Semele's request was to behold the divine form of Zeus. It is well understood that the true essence of a deity manifests alongside the power of the loss. Even though Semele possessed divine blood, she remained mortal. After her earnest pleas, Zeus, concerned for the safety of the child within her, reluctantly acquiesced to Semele's desire. At the moment Zeus revealed his true form, Semele, unable to gaze upon the deity, was consumed by flames and thunder. On the eve of her demise, Zeus extracted the newly formed child from her womb and sewed it into his own thigh to continue its gestation. Eros narrowed his eyes slightly and, with an inexplicable tone, remarked, "That child is none other than the present god of wine, Dionysus, who emerged from Zeus's thigh." He later ascended to divine status by creating wine, thus securing his place among the 12 Olympian deities. Indeed, those are the 12 Olympians, a rank I do not possess. After all that was said, the final statement revealed Eros's true sentiment. Joel finally understood why Eros had sought him out to discuss the god of wine. It was, after all, jealousy. Joel recalled something. If memory serves correctly, the queen of Thebes was the goddess of harmony, Harmonia, who was also of the lineage of Aphrodite and Ares. Hush. Eros quickly rushed over to cover Joel's mouth, uttering such words in the palace of the god of fire, who was nominally his father. What if Hephaestus were to become enraged? He might not be able to strike at his mother or Ares, but he could very well turn around and deliver a fierce beating to himself. Some truths are better left unspoken. Joel chuckled as he playfully patted Eros's hand, saying, "I shall refrain from speaking further. Let go. Is that for real?" After Eros released Joel, he promised not to speak of Harmonia. However, discussing King Cadmus of Thebes seems permissible. When mentioning Cadmus, one cannot overlook his sister Europa, another maiden favored by Zeus. Initially, Europa was a princess of Phoenicia, cherished by her family and surrounded by attentive friends. The young maidens often gathered to collect blossoms, yet Europa's beauty surpassed that of the flowers, capturing Zeus's gaze instantaneously. Fearing that the princess might reject him and wary of Hera's interference, the cunning Zeus transformed himself into a magnificent bull with lustrous golden fur and delicately curved horns, appearing gentle and endearing, thus attracting the maidens. Europa, captivated by the extraordinary bull, felt an irresistible affection for it, since it was merely a bull, docile and obedient. The young Europa, filled with curiosity, eagerly climbed onto its broad back. Unbeknownst to her, this innocent act would irrevocably alter her fate. The bull, having achieved its objective, carried Europa away from the realm of Phoenicia toward distant lands, leaving her no time to comprehend her situation. Suddenly, the bull plunged into the ocean, swimming toward the horizon. The poor princess, overwhelmed with despair, found herself surrounded by water, the vast blue sea instilling panic within her. Clinging tightly to the bull's back and grasping its golden horns, she surrendered to the creature's guidance toward an unknown shore. Upon reaching land, Europa dismounted from the bull, only to be astonished as it transformed into a handsome man. He proclaimed himself the Lord of Crete, expressing his desire for the princess to marry him, assuring her protection. Surrounded by unfamiliar scenery and lacking any allies, Europa had no choice but to acquiesce. Eventually, she would learn that the bull that had abducted her and the man claiming to be the Lord of Crete was, in fact, Zeus, the king of the gods. Realizing his true identity, Europa resigned herself to her fate. She bore Zeus 3 sons, 2 of whom were destined to become judges of the underworld, awaiting their roles after death. To commemorate this love affair, Zeus elevated the form of the golden bull into the heavens, becoming the constellation Taurus. In summary, Zeus has a penchant for such pursuits, and rarely does he fail to claim the beauty he desires. Joel reflected on their relationship. Semele's father was the brother of Europa, which made Europa Semele's aunt. Thus, Zeus certainly had a way with things. Eros gently swatted Joel's deliberately propped chin, feigning contemplation. Children should not be tainted by sordid matters. Treat Zeus's affairs as mere tales. There is no need for deep inquiry or excessive contemplation. When Eros adopted a serious demeanor, Joel felt even more acutely the aura of his elder brother. He clasped his hands behind his back, bowing his head in submission. Understood. Chapter 64. The Festival. Revelry. The obedient little one softened Eros's heart. He took Joel's hand. The festival dedicated to Zeus is approaching, and it is said to be a grand spectacle where all the gods shall convene. Even the wine god we previously gossiped about will be in attendance. He relished wandering among mortals, embodying the spirit of revelry, and is most renowned for the divine wine crafted by Dionysus, which the gods proclaim to be unparalleled. The mention of food piqued interest. Joel's eyes sparkled with excitement. The banquet would undoubtedly feature exquisite wines and delicacies, which meant we would indulge in the legendary divine nectar. Eros sensed that the others would likely prevent them from partaking in the wine, causing him to feel a twinge of anxiety. Yet, Joel's sparkling gaze was irresistible. Of course, I assure you, there will be a portion reserved for you. Eros patted his chest, relishing the affection Joel expressed due to his excitement, while secretly contemplating that even if it meant stealing or snatching, he would ensure Joel received his share. This wine was theirs for the taking. The annual grand festival was a tribute to the king of the gods, Zeus. The earthly monarch had already prepared offerings, leading healthy white cattle and sheep to the altar, awaiting divine acceptance. To our great and esteemed god king, Zeus. Alas, the people rejoiced, for on this day they could indulge in their desires, as heaven and earth rejoiced together. Showered with the blessings of the divine, the crops flourished, transitioning from bloom to harvest in a fleeting moment. The great Zeus bestowed upon humanity's king the sacred water capable of curing all ailments, but only on this day. On Mount Olympus, a similar atmosphere of celebration prevailed. The banquet was more splendid and grand than ever, laden with countless delectable delicacies. Joel and Eros, adorned in exquisite new garments, seamlessly blended into the pantheon of deities sharing their aesthetic, traversing the realms solely in pursuit of the legendary nectar of fine wine. Joel strained to catch a whiff of the scent, while Eros lay crouched beneath the table. What are you smelling? Grapes. Joel concentrated on discerning the taste of the grapes through his sense of smell, disregarding the usual fruity aroma and specifically seeking that peculiar scent of fermented fruit. This resided within Eros's realm of ignorance, as he had never tasted wine, let alone the nectar of Dionysus. However, can wine truly be equated with the taste of grapes? It seemed plausible. Unable to bear Joel's struggle, Eros mimicked a puppy, sniffing the air in pursuit of the grape fragrance. As for the outcome, his lack of focus led him astray. In a moment of distraction, he found himself beneath a rather unkempt deity, replete with sweat and foul feet. Ugh! Overwhelmed by the stench, Eros fled from beneath the table, only to collide with Hermes. Eros, what are you doing here? Where's little Joel? As a rival, Eros, upon hearing Hermes inquire about Joel, scowled and remained silent. Hermes raised an eyebrow, remarking, "This little rascal needs a lesson." He grasped Eros by the scruff, lifting him off the ground, leaving Eros to shout indignantly, "You jerk, Hermes! Let me go? Not until you tell me where Joel is." Now a youthful god, Hermes sported a small beard, At this stage, he had experienced the pleasures of love and fatherhood, yet retained the playful spirit of youth. Faced with the mischievous little god who persistently interrupted his meetings with Joel, it was unclear whether Hermes acted out of vengeance or merely to tease. Using his height and strength, he easily hoisted the still childlike Eros, engaging in such undignified antics. Truly, he was the most cunning thief of Olympus. A god of trickery with an audacious demeanor. Unbeknownst to them, Joel was blissfully unaware of the discord between the two gods. He had become adept at evading the gaze of deities, especially since he possessed a divine artifact crafted by Hephaestus, designed to obscure his presence. With his keen sense of smell, he had identified the distinct aroma of fermentation among the myriad scents. It bore a resemblance to the grape jam concocted by Demeter, yet was richer and more robust in flavor. Tap, tap. A delicate hand emerged from beneath the table, reaching for the surface above. While the gods reveled in the joy of the banquet, oblivious to the little one's presence. Only Dionysus, the focal point of the gathering, presided over the raucous festivities. A lone figure of clarity amidst the chaos. Adorned with a crown woven from ivy, he held a staff embellished with ivy and grape leaves. Draped in leopard skin and secured with a fox pelt symbolizing rebirth, his countenance flushed from the effects of wine. His eyes reflected a delicate balance of lucidity and intoxication. In the midst of the revelry, Dionysus commanded the emotions of all the deities present. It was an experience of utmost madness, exquisite pleasure, and exhilarating thrill. Oh, a little one, he mused, a gentle smile gracing his lips. His strikingly handsome visage captivated all, igniting a flicker of interest within him. At such a tender age, was this child merely capable of indulging in wine? Because of uncertainty, curiosity flourishes. Dionysus allowed Joel to take the golden wine jug from the table, leaving an imprint of his essence upon the very concept of wine. As long as Joel partook of the drink, the state of his being could be perceived by the god of wine. A glass was raised to his lips and consumed. His fair neck arched back, and the delicate Adam's apple glided down, appearing particularly enticing. The deities encircling Dionysus gazed intently, their eyes fixed, and they too followed suit, swallowing in unison. Both body and spirit were parched, eagerly surrendering to the next revelry. Joel, cradling a flask of golden liquor, had evidently discovered the lagging Eros. And although he had successfully procured the wine for himself, he did not forget his companion. Despite his lack of navigational skills, he possessed an exceptional ability to locate others, accurately pinpointing his target amidst the chaotic revelry of the gods. However, how had Eros fallen into the clutches of Hermes? With Hermes having matured into a handsome youth, Joel deemed him unworthy of companionship. The secret of their drinking must not be divulged to outsiders, prompting Joel to grasp the hem of Hermes' robe. "Little Joel, what troubles you?" Hermes inquired, his spirits lifted upon seeing the charming figure, carelessly tossing Eros aside as if his presence were an annoyance. Eros, observing this, felt an overwhelming urge to strike him with a golden arrow, perhaps accompanied by a mermaid centaur. Ah, such whims. Joel gently urged Eros to behave. As was their unspoken understanding, whenever it came time for mischief, they would feign innocence. Eros fell silent, taking the items Joel had given him to slip away. Waiting until Joel had dispatched Hermes, the two little ones met at their usual spot, diligently ensuring that no other deities were present. They gazed with excitement at the golden wine jug resting between them. Eros shared a large bowl with Joel, filling it with a clear, deep purple liquid. The aroma of the wine wafted through the air, prompting both to inhale deeply. "How delightful!" Eros exclaimed, admiring Joel's impressive knack for finding treasures. Even before tasting, he felt a slight intoxication, while Joel's cheeks flushed with anticipation. "Come on, let us drink swiftly and discover the true flavor of this legendary divine wine." With no experienced deities to supervise, the two boldly shared the divine nectar. The initial tartness gradually gave way to a sweetness unlike any fruit juice, revealing a complexity of flavors. One bowl followed another. The small jug, crafted by Hephaestus, had an internal expansion mechanism, its true capacity sufficient for at least a barrel. Had it not been for Dionysus's tacit approval, no deity would have dared to take possession of such a golden vessel. Once Dionysus had dealt with the throngs of eager gods and goddesses, he sensed the lingering trace of his wine. To his astonishment, he discovered that the jug had been completely emptied by the little ones. Suddenly, his previously hazy thoughts sharpened with an unsettling premonition. Pushing through the frenzied crowd, Dionysus followed the trail left by the wine, only to arrive at a scene devoid of the two mischievous figures, finding instead the abandoned golden jug, two overturned bowls, and a cloud layer with a significant breach. Dionysus exclaimed. "So they were sitting atop the clouds drinking, were they? This is disastrous." while the little ones remain oblivious. The other gods are acutely aware. Those 12 golden jugs were divine artifacts gifted to me by Hephaestus, meant for revelry, each bearing my mark. Without my permission, none could touch them. Now, with the two missing, their guardians will undoubtedly demand an explanation. Since the creation of divine wine, Dionysus has perpetually dwelled in a state of mild inebriation, never before experiencing such clarity as in this moment. He felt an overwhelming tension. Turning around, he beheld Aphrodite, resplendent in her delicate pink and white rose gown, embodying exquisite beauty. She appeared fragile yet enchanting, her immense divine power coalescing beside her, poised to confront the god of wine. Though silent, Hephaestus grasped his forging hammer, a tool that also served as a weapon. The couple had never been so united in their external stance. Dionysus wore a pained expression, astonished and dismayed, realizing that an inevitable confrontation awaited him. As esteemed deities, their sudden departure drew the attention of many gods. Zeus, perplexed, inquired, "What is the purpose of your gathering around the god of wine, god of fire and craftsmanship, goddess of love and beauty?" In that moment of attention directed towards the couple, Dionysus raised his hand and cried out, "Father, save me." Rewinding time to when the two young ones were concealed within the clouds, indulging in wine, Eros and Joel, each taking turns, swiftly depleted an entire flask. Originally, they sought to savor the layered flavors and the divine essence within the wine that stirred their emotions. Ultimately, however, they became intoxicated, their consciousness gradually fading into a haze. Joel shook his head, striving to regain his clarity. "Eros, have you noticed how the sky seems to be spinning?" Whoosh whoosh, receiving no response from his companion. He discerned Eros's position. The little god of love had already succumbed to slumber on the ground. From the looks of it, he appeared to be quite at ease. Joel swayed his body as he gradually approached Eros, initially intending to recline beside him. However, his feet felt exceedingly light, and he failed to notice as he tumbled directly onto Eros. This fall sent the divine power sustaining the clouds and the remnants of his consciousness spiraling away. Whoosh, whoosh. The two little ones plummeted from the cloud, descending rapidly. The cold, unyielding wind transformed into blades, cutting against their bodies with an excruciating sensation, yet both were inebriated, their bodies languid and paralyzed by divine energy. Unaware of the impending danger, they continued to slumber amidst their descent. Hypnos could not rouse the little one, no matter how hard he tried. In the realm of dreams, he anxiously paced, knowing that while deities cannot be slain, they can still meet their demise through reckless actions. Did he need to have his brother Thanatos prepare to escort little Joel back to the underworld? He pondered this dilemma, contemplating the potential repercussions from their parents, which proved to be quite troublesome. Fortunately, the protective measures set by several deities for Joel took effect as a pink mark appeared on his forehead, transforming into radiant light that enveloped Eros. Instantaneously awakened, Eros, still dazed by the situation, instinctively fluttered his wings and flew towards the falling Joel, catching him in midair. Though he had not fully regained his strength, he lacked the power to lift Joel and soar away. His body felt weak, rendering him unable to exert much force. Just as they were about to collide with Gaia's solid surface, Eros felt a surge of fear. For the safety of both himself and Joel, he spread his enlarged wings and enveloped them tightly, channeling whatever divine power he could muster to shield them. He hoped the impact would not be too painful. Eros lamented, "QAQ, does anyone understand? Waking up to an aerial drop without an emergency landing. What a tragic affair this is." Bang! A mountaintop was pierced through. The force of the falling objects was evident, creating a vast mushroom cloud and causing tremors on the ground, alarming the nearby kingdoms. The king, startled, dispatched individuals to investigate the situation at the flattened mountaintop. Having safely landed, Eros retracted his wings, which had cocooned both him and Joel, gently shaking them off. Soft feathers floated down like snowflakes. The commotion stirred Joel from his slumber slightly. He rubbed his eyes and asked, "Eros, where are we?" Eros gazed at the divine crater he had created in the earth, silently pleading with the benevolent goddess of the land for forgiveness, hoping she would overlook his blunder. Yet, it seemed the true recipient of his plea should be the primordial mountain Urea, renowned for heeding the Earth Mother's words. Thus directing his supplications there was not in vain. Despite his thoughts wandering, Eros did not neglect to respond to Joel, saying, "We have arrived in the mortal realm." The mortal realm? Joel remained in a deep slumber, oblivious to the perilous journey that had transpired. His mind was clouded and disoriented, as he clearly failed to comprehend the connection between his sudden descent from the heavens to the mortal realm. Had he, perhaps, fallen from the skies due to a slumber too profound? Eros, observing Joel's bewildered state, recognized that the young deity had yet to awaken fully and could only helplessly grasp his hand. Their divine powers were waning, making it impossible to summon a cloud for support. They had to traverse the earth on foot instead, with his wings folded neatly behind him. Eros rendered them invisible to avoid drawing attention in the mortal world. However, they appeared as a 5-year-old boy and one of merely 3, both possessing exquisitely delicate features and adorned in lavish attire. One might boldly speculate that they were either the offspring of nobility or beings beyond human comprehension. The common folk, wary of approaching, covertly observed from behind closed doors, peering through cracks to catch a glimpse, as Eros and Joel were not deities accustomed to mingling among mortals. Their unfamiliarity with human society soon attracted the attention of a royal envoy dispatched to investigate. This individual, like others, pondered the identity of the 2 young ones but dared not intrude, fearing the grave consequences of inciting divine wrath. The tale of Prometheus served as a cautionary example. Having witnessed the tragic unfolding of events, the reverence that Deucalion and Pyrrha once held for the gods had been passed down to the new generation of humanity birthed from their union. Might they be the ones? The king clasped his hands in prayer toward the heavens, symbolizing the lofty Olympus, the abode of the gods. Thanks to Zeus's benevolence, numerous offspring roamed among mortals, these demigods possessing unparalleled gifts, thereby narrowing the chasm between humanity and divinity. Your Majesty, this is merely a humble conjecture. It may not be true, the envoy knelt, hesitant to jump to conclusions, fearing the king's wrath should he err. Such occurrences were not uncommon. In the eyes of the gods, life held little value. And to the highest echelons of mortal society, the king and nobility, it was equally insignificant. The king, discerning the cautious thoughts of those around him, scoffed softly. He was no tyrant given to senseless slaughter, merely a god among men. Among the well-known deities, aside from the love god Eros, who else could take the form of a child? Curiosity ignited within the king, compelling him to venture forth and witness the phenomenon for himself. Chapter 66. The Curse of Thebes. As they traversed the desolate outskirts, passing dilapidated villages and tightly shut doors, the inhabitants seemed unwilling to behold their presence. Yet, the 2 young ones, acutely attuned to emotions, sensed that the villagers' reluctance stemmed from fear. Joel consciously embraced his role as a guiding elder, and as soon as he regained his strength, he hastened a few steps ahead. Eros, unable to comprehend the young one's elder mentality, trailed behind to safeguard Joel, remaining vigilant for any impending dangers. Upon reaching the city of this nation, Joel, who was leading the way, abruptly halted. "Why are we not entering?" Eros inquired with a hint of confusion, noticing that Joel had remained still for quite some time. Joel furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss in this kingdom, though he remained uncertain and wished to observe further. As the king in search of the divine emerged, he encountered 2 small figures standing dazedly before the city gates. Were they truly deities? The king's imagination conjured images of gods who were exalted and distant, accepting offerings from mortals yet remaining elusive. In reality, aside from the occasional tales of the god king Zeus transforming into a human to wander among men, most stories revolved around his notorious escapades. Then there was Dionysus, the god of wine, who relished in traversing the earth, inciting joyous revelries wherever he roamed, closely associated with the kingdom of Thebes. The kingdom of Thebes, once known as the kingdom of Camea, revered Apollo, the god of the sun and light, as its principal deity. Under Apollo's divine guidance, the prince Cadmus departed from Phoenicia to establish Thebes. Tragically, the princess Semele, bearing a divine child, met an untimely demise, leading to the birth of the wine god. The royal family of Thebes seemed perpetually ensnared in the grip of fate, leaving one to ponder whether this was a blessing or a curse. Yet, each twist of destiny bore its own rationale. Upon seeing the king, Joel finally grasped the source of the pervasive gloom he had sensed while gazing at the city. It was indeed under a curse. "Noble guests," the king proclaimed, "I am Laius of Thebes, and I extend to you a warm welcome to our kingdom. Might I have the honor of inviting you into the royal city?" Eros remained silent, his focus solely on Joel's peculiar behavior. For mere mortals held little significance in his eyes. Joel pondered that a city dedicated to Apollo would surely possess the divine power of the god. If he were to enter, he would undoubtedly be discovered, having the rare opportunity to descend to the mortal realm after such a long absence. He thought it best to frolic in the earthly delights with Eros instead. As for the city, he decided against entering. Joel spoke slowly yet resolutely, to evade the curse. The focus must be on your child. You must remember, if you wish to be kind, always be kind to him. If you choose to abandon him, do so without hesitation. Each word struck like a hammer against Laios's heart, imbued with a chilling divinity. It was as if he could see through life and death, through destiny itself. Though merely a 3-year-old child, the aura emanating from him left Laios in a state of astonishment. He yearned to clarify the meaning behind those words. Yet Joel, wielding divine power, vanished with Eros before the eyes of the multitude. Laios searched in vain for a long time, ultimately resigning himself to return to the palace in despair. He pondered the words of the minor deity, recalling the son he had forsaken. Indeed, Laios had once fathered a child. Initially disinterested in the queen and never contemplating an affair, it was merely the consequence of one drunken night that led to the unforeseen. What should not have occurred had already transpired. Later, when the queen bore a prince, a prophecy from the oracle foretold that the child would one day slay his father and marry his mother. Resolute, Laios abandoned the child in the wilderness. Though he did not directly take his son's life, he pierced the infant's ankle, convinced that the helpless babe would not survive alone in the wild and would surely be devoured by beasts. Now it seemed that the child might still be alive. A wave of anxiety washed over Laios. He immediately dispatched messengers to seek out the whereabouts of that long-lost child. At this moment, Joel and Eros have relocated to another place. Oh, quick, run, run. Even during the relocation, Joel did not relent, pulling Eros along as they sprinted several kilometers before finally pausing for a rest. Joel, when did you acquire the gift of prophecy? Eros, who spent every day with Joel, was astonished to discover that his companion possessed such an extraordinary skill, leaving him feeling utterly unfamiliar with Joel. His spirits remained persistently low. Joel whispered, I lack the ability to foresee. Then what of the words you just uttered? Eros inquired. Joel elucidated to him. The name itself is indicative. Have you truly forgotten the previous gossip surrounding the tale of Pelops? As Eros pondered, Joel offered a gentle reminder. With the index of names in mind, Eros unearthed the relevant events from his memory. Speaking of Pelops, one must journey back to a distant past when Tantalus, a mortal son of Zeus, existed. Despite possessing the divine bloodline, he lacked any semblance of divine power, existing merely as an ordinary man, unable to attain the immortality granted to the gods. Zeus held an extraordinary affection for this son, which earned Tantalus immense respect from the deities. He enjoyed privileges that mere mortals could not fathom, dining at the same table as the king of the gods, unburdened by the constraints of divine discourse. This bestowed upon Tantalus a sense of uniqueness. Frequently, he would relay the conversations and secrets of the gods to his earthly companions, seeking to elicit envy and admiration, thus soothing his own heart. It is often said that those favored exhibit reckless confidence. Over time, the gods' indulgence only fostered Tantalus's arrogance and hubris. At some point, he succumbed to greed, harboring resentment towards the divine, even resorting to theft of divine treasures to gift to his mortal friends. Zeus observed all of Tantalus's actions, yet, out of paternal affection, refrained from imposing any punishment. It was not until Tantalus, to test the omniscience of the gods, heinously murdered his own son Pelops, preparing him as a feast for the king of the gods and the other deities, that the gravity of his transgressions was fully realized. The very thought of this act sent a chill through Eros. The resemblance between humans and gods was negligible, and the notion of consuming one's own kin was utterly revolting. Fortunately, on that fateful day, he was preoccupied with Joel and did not attend the banquet, leaving only the mother goddess to partake. Upon her return, Aphrodite's typically radiant visage appeared unexpectedly pallid and devoid of luster. Only later did Eros learn of the events that transpired. Out of fear, he sought Joel's companionship for an entire year, and only then did his spirits begin to lift. It was indeed a harrowing tale. Even the gods found it terrifying. Tantalus's cruelty was unfathomable. Thankfully, the great and wise king of the gods, Zeus, saw through Tantalus's treachery, though Demeter, in her distraction, unwittingly consumed a piece of his shoulder. The gods looked on coldly as Tantalus sowed his own ruin. In a furious retribution, Zeus condemned Tantalus to suffer eternally in the underworld, devoid of all that he desired. Conversely, his slain son Pelops was resurrected through the collective intervention of the gods, reborn under their protection, and emerged radiant, captivating even Poseidon, the lord of the seas. Poseidon lavished affection upon Pelops, yet Zeus's wrath remained unappeased, leading him to cast Pelops down to the mortal realm, where he wandered into the kingdom of Pisa in Elis. Under Poseidon's covert guardianship, Pelops triumphed in a contest to win the hand of the princess, thus becoming the new king of Pisa. To commemorate this event, Later generations instituted the Olympic Games, a celebration of athletic prowess that eventually reached Mount Olympus, becoming a newfound delight among the gods. Eros mused, Pelops, Laius. How could I have forgotten? Laius abducted Chrysippus, the beloved youngest son of Pelops, due to a scheme orchestrated by his wife and 3 sons, which ultimately led to Chrysippus's demise. Enraged, Pelops cursed all those involved in the murder of Chrysippus and also cursed Laius, proclaiming that he would be slain by his own son. Thus, the origin of the curse was revealed. Upon discovering the truth, Eros was exceedingly delighted, his bright eyes gazing at Joel like a pet seeking praise. Joel praised and tiptoed to touch his head. Chapter 67. Guidance escaped to avoid being seen by humans. Joel produced the exquisite toys crafted by Hephaestus, artifacts invisible to the naked eye. 2 platinum bracelets were affixed to the wrist of both Joel and Eros. Curiously, Eros engaged in a series of peculiar antics before a human, all of which went unnoticed. He raised his hand, displaying an expression of delight. Such a device, devoid of divine power, would elude the detection of other deities, rendering it an exceptionally practical tool for amusement in the mortal realm. Joel proudly proclaimed, indeed, when it comes to products from Hephaestus, they are undoubtedly of the finest quality. It is only natural to take pride in such excellence. Joel, too, cannot escape the common tendency. He is eager for all those he encounters to be aware of the merits of his beloved offspring. However, Eros, by virtue of his status, is regarded as a younger counterpart. Joel displayed a few of Hephaestus's creations but chose not to continue further, not out of any meanness. Rather, Hephaestus had explicitly stated that any gifts he bestowed upon Joel must be cherished and preserved. Having made such a promise to his dear companion, it was imperative to uphold it. This is the essence of integrity. Eros, however, was indifferent to such matters. If the father of gods was miserly, so be it. For whatever Joel possessed, he could equally partake in. He indulged in secret pleasures unseen by others. As boredom began to creep in, Eros picked up a blade of grass and held it between his teeth, reclining with his hands behind his head as he ambled backward. Joel, where shall our next destination be? There are still numerous beasts lurking upon the earth. Zeus intends to select some heroic offspring to vanquish these monsters, striving to achieve divine recognition through the witness of the gods. What trials do you suppose he will devise? Such was the monotonous routine of the deities, preoccupied with their own joy and leisure while engaging in idle gossip, observing the adventures of the heroes. As Joel was about to respond to Eros, another question arose within him. Did you hear a sound? Sound. Eros listened intently, even augmenting his perception with divine power. A mournful melody drifted through the air, its sorrowful and despairing emotions compelling living beings to weep, and even Eros's eyes glistened with tears. He lifted his gaze and was taken aback. Joel, too, shared the same plight. The 2 young ones, with reddened eyes, searched tearfully for the source of the haunting music. Such a heart-wrenching sound could only stem from an immense suffering that had been endured. Joel inhaled deeply and spoke in a resonant voice. Eros nodded, acknowledging that both skill and emotion could rival Apollo. Yet he felt an inexplicable familiarity. Who could it be? Beneath a grand tree, a handsome man cradled a golden harp, his melancholic melodies causing the flora around him to droop as if weeping in unison. At first glance, he bore a striking resemblance to Apollo, who once rested beneath a laurel tree, but as they approached, Eros recognized the sorrowful musician, Orpheus, the son of Apollo and the muse of poetry, endowed with extraordinary musical talent, rivaling that of Apollo himself. How could Orpheus, who had once basked in glory at the feast of the gods due to his musical prowess, now appear in such a desolate state? Leaning against the great tree, Orpheus remained undistracted by the arrival of Eros and Joel, plucking the strings of his harp in solitude. Enveloped in his own sorrow, no one could penetrate his realm of grief, nor could he emerge from it. Eros circled around Orpheus, the palpable sadness affecting both him and Joel. He needed to uncover the cause of this lamentation. Hey, little sprite, do you know why Orpheus has succumbed to this state of near despair? He resembles a heartbroken Apollo, indeed. No wonder they are father and son. Joel observed the flower and plant spirits on the ground, their tears having rendered them parched. He gently watered them with a pitcher filled with fresh water. The invigorating essence of the water nourished the flora, and the joy of revival allowed them to emerge from their endless sorrow. The spirit, with a graceful gesture, placed its right hand upon its heart in reverence. O esteemed deity, it began. Orpheus is engulfed in grief due to the tragic loss of his beloved as he journeys to the banquet of the gods. His wife, Eurydice, has tragically succumbed to a venomous serpent-esque bite, descending into the realm of the dead. There is no greater agony in this world than the separation of lovers by death. Moved by Orpheus's profound love for his wife, Eros devised a plan. "Orpheus," he said, "if you remain ensnared in your sorrow, you shall never reclaim Eurydice from the mortal plane." The melancholic strains of the lyre ceased, and only then did Orpheus turn his gaze towards Eros. "Eros, is it truly you? Do you possess a means to resurrect Eurydice?" He rose, hastening towards Eros, his eyes gleaming with an almost unbearable hope. A means? Indeed. Eros, the mischievous cherub of Olympus, was well acquainted with the myriad secrets of the gods. Through Joel's connections, he had fortuitously acquired valuable information regarding the underworld. Deeply touched by Orpheus's genuine affection for his wife, Eros enlightened him. "Your music, having moved me, can also traverse the depths of the underworld with the profoundest sorrow and longing. However, you must remember that only sincerity can stir the hearts of the indifferent. If Hades is swayed by your melodies, he shall reveal to you the way to lead Eurydice back from his dominion." The seemingly indifferent Hades possessed a tender core, a fact that Eros recognized. Otherwise, he would not have aimed his golden arrow of love at the lord of the underworld. Alas, Eros had initially wished to pair Hades with a gentle and beautiful queen of the underworld, only to discover that the latter was already bound to another. Consequently, Eros found himself blacklisted by the realm of the dead. The moment he set foot in Hades' territory, he would be relentlessly pursued. Joel admired Eros for his audacity, daring to set his sights on Hades. Did he not realize that Hades was under the protection of the mighty Titan, Tartarus? Eros caught the teasing glance from Joel beside him and turned his face away. How could he possibly know such things? It was not he who shared a close relationship with Hades and the Titan. Mischief in the underworld was utterly unfeasible. Those deities of the dead truly could be ruthless. Eros felt a pang of fear, indeed. Little did they know that Eros had a history with the realm of the dead. Orpheus, now filled with hope for the salvation of his beloved, shook off his despondency. He first groomed himself meticulously and then resolutely made his way toward the entrance to the underworld. Of course, he sought the guidance of Joel to find the path. On the earth, only the ferrymen of souls and the gods of the underworld could unlock the gates of hell. Joel possesses the privilege to open the gates at any moment. Observing Orpheus stepping through the gates of hell onto the lands of the underworld, Eros feels a twinge of curiosity. "Joel, are you not intrigued by Orpheus's ability to bring his wife back to the realm of the living?" In Joel's hand lay a raspberry bestowed by the little sprite, half consumed, with juices dribbling from the corner of his mouth. Not curious. He discerned Eros's reckless intentions stirring beneath the surface, coldly declining the invitation. Often, when Eros posed a question, he did not require a response, for the clear daylight had transformed into a somber gray overcast. Joel placed the remaining half of the raspberry into his mouth, which he had previously reserved for Eros. Now, it was gone. That scoundrel Eros had the audacity to pull himself in at the very moment the gates of hell were about to close. Joel experienced a fleeting moment reminiscent of the time he became entangled with Thanatos. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The issue lies with Eros, who bears a death warrant from the underworld. Suddenly, in the darkness, a multitude of crimson eyes flicker open. These are the creatures peculiar to the nether realm, having caught the scent of the sinner. In the underworld, traitorous souls become a veritable buffet for these beasts. Once captured, they are fair game. An overwhelming wave of ecstasy, malice, and hunger surges forth. This is Eros's first venture into this realm after being placed on the blacklist and marked for extermination, and the sensation is anything but auspicious. "Joel, I was wrong. Save me." Eros pleads. In my curiosity, I offered myself up. Eros, you are truly courting disaster. Come with me." Joel was disinclined to heed Eros's reflections. For once in the safety period, Eros would inevitably revert to old habits, much like a cat, curious and uncontrollable. It was a reckless dance, yet familiar to him. Fortunately, Joel had spent a considerable amount of time in the underworld, acquiring knowledge of shortcuts and safe havens. He led Eros through winding paths, deliberately avoiding the river Styx, recalling a hidden trail that could lead them back to the mortal realm. No matter how many times he traversed the underworld's routes, they appeared unchanged to Joel. However, as he meandered, he ultimately succeeded in confounding himself. Eros timidly interjected, "Dearest Joe, we've passed this spot for the 17th time. Joel, this is not the right way. Let us take another route." Eros helplessly gazed up at the sky. "I was mistaken, truly." Chapter 68. The Slave, Return to the Earth. "Joel, Are you certain this path is correct? Eros, exhausted from running, felt his manifested wings weakly fluttering. He pondered whether he could fly in the heights of the underworld. Heaven forbid he ascends only to be struck down like a mere bird. Joel was utterly disoriented as he ran, biting his fingertips, confronted by several seemingly identical paths. Well, should we? Perhaps we should just keep running. The monster is closing in, Eros exclaimed. Joel? Hurry, run. In his haste, Joel stumbled, causing Eros to tumble alongside him, wasting precious moments. The monsters closed in. One was a being closely associated with darkness, the other an outcast sinner. A colossal beast with a diminutive brain. They were utterly incapable of discerning what was edible and what was not, their gaping maws filled with sharp teeth, exuding a foul stench. Joel tightly pinched his nose, contemplating that if the monster were to bite down, he would unleash the small bomb given to him by Hephaestus and obliterate all the beasts. Eros, in a state of turmoil, retrieved his golden arrow of love, yet felt that aiming it at the monster would be a lamentable waste. At that moment, a sorrowful and poignant melody filled the air, resonating with longing and affection, touching the hearts of all who listened. The eyes of the two little ones brimmed with tears once more. Joel observed that the monsters appeared to be engulfed in sorrow, lying on the ground as if mourning the hardships of their existence. There was also a profound sadness in their perpetual inability to satiate their hunger. Seizing the opportunity, Joel made his escape, exclaiming, "I'm off." To his astonishment, Orpheus proved to be remarkably formidable, having traversed the path to the very vicinity of Hades' palace without encountering any obstacles. Should Hades be inclined to grant him a chance to bring the deceased back to the realm of the living, the challenges and pressures of defying the established order would be considerable. It all hinged on Orpheus's ability to persist. Eros interjected, "My dear Joel, this marks the 53rd iteration." The repetition of this same route compelled Joel to retract his foot the moment he took a step, veering instead onto an alternate path. Eros coldly noted, 69th time. They had lost count of how many paths they had traversed. Eros mused that even if there were shortcuts, navigating the intricate maze of the underworld meant that anyone who successfully emerged back onto the earth would indeed be extraordinarily fortunate. During the countless repetitions, Eros observed that the paths themselves seemed to shift. Thus, it was no wonder that Joel struggled to find his bearings. Here. Yes, this is the place. After 665 erroneous choices, at last, on the 666th attempt, he stumbled upon a sense of unfamiliarity. This very sense of novelty brought Joel to tears of joy, for apart from the correct path, he had traversed every other route innumerable times. Eros, after careful observation, confirmed. Indeed, this is an untraveled way. Let us venture forth, for the beasts outside have already regained their strength. We must not find ourselves trapped along the way. Joel nodded. Indeed, this road stretches on endlessly, and the two little ones have walked for quite some time without reaching the end. Tired, they have decided to pause for a moment of respite. In Joel's realm, food is in abundant supply. Whenever fatigue sets in, they find solace in each other's embrace. Wrapped in a small blanket, and upon awakening, they continue their journey. Their divine strength is utilized to preserve their physical well-being, shielding them from the encroaching dampness, darkness, and chill of their surroundings, as well as from the solitude that envelopes them. They are companions in this shared existence. At last, Joel inhaled the fragrant scent of earth, a stark contrast to the oppressive stillness of the underworld, embodying the essence of life. Eros, it seems we have returned to the embrace of the earth. In Egypt, by the banks of the Nile, a man's body was tightly wrapped in white linen, leaving only his sun-kissed hands and feet exposed, glimmering softly. He raced eagerly along the banks of the Mother River, pursued by soldiers wielding sharp weapons, tasked with capturing the son of calamity who had fled. As the primary sacrificial offering to the deities, he would face a fiery fate at the altar of the temple upon his return. What a fortunate lad he was. Merely a humble slave, yet he had become a gift to the gods solely due to his extraordinary eyes. The people of Egypt held an ardent faith in their deities, believing that death was merely a gateway to rebirth rather than an end to existence. Here, a rich culture of death thrived, where the realms of the afterlife and mortality, often shunned elsewhere, were revered as the highest beliefs. From the royal city of Thebes to the banks of the Nile, the man's feet scarcely paused. He crossed the desert, evading both the army and the royal citadel, eluding the gaze of his pursuers. The relentless sun god, Ra, blazed down upon the earth, and the scorching air parched his throat, akin to the arid sands of the desert, leaving him to find fleeting respite in the cold winds of night. The day's heat compelled him to quicken his pace, lest he be recaptured. Days and nights of ceaseless flight had rendered him exceedingly weak beneath the linen. His eyes brimmed with exhaustion. Yet, deep within, his yearning for life was as resilient as the reeds along the banks of the Nile. At last, he reached the river that nourished all of Egypt. He could barely drink a sip of the cool waters before his pursuers arrived, fully aware that capture meant certain death. While many believed in the possibility of rebirth after death, such hope was typically reserved for the exalted pharaohs, deemed as offspring of the divine and protected by the gods. As for him, he was nothing. A slave, the lowest tier in Egyptian society, devoid of rights, subject to the whims of purchase and sale. A mere object whose sacrifice would signify little more than a loss of property for his master. Who would care? Everyone prided themselves on their sacrifices for the nobility, the pharaohs, and the lofty gods, yet the man refused to yield to fate. Even the lowliest ant possesses a will to survive, so too did he. The distance between him and his pursuers had narrowed significantly. His path forward was obstructed by another group of soldiers who had taken a detour, trapping him between two forces. The man remained silent, allowing the soldiers to assume he had surrendered. One of them jeered, "Slave, your legs are rather long. You certainly know how to run. Causing us to traverse the desert and sacrificing a few of our poor brothers in the process." The man's eyes, shrouded beneath a white cloth, concealed his true emotions. His heartbeat quickened, for he was acutely aware that capture was not an option. His freedom and life hinged on the fleeting moments ahead. As soldiers approached, intent on apprehending and binding him, he suddenly erupted into action, dispatching several of them with powerful blows. In response, the soldiers brandished their spears and short swords at him. Although the priest had ordered his capture alive, the prevailing circumstances dictated that as long as he drew breath, they would succeed. The man clenched his fists tightly, bracing himself for the impending assault. Tension thickened in the air, and then, without warning, the ground nearby trembled and collapsed, revealing a gaping chasm. A winged child emerged from the abyss, dragging a smaller child with him, landing gracefully on the ground. Seizing the moment of distraction among the soldiers, the man attempted to flee, only to be seized by a vigilant soldier who pierced his arm with a spear. Eros urgently covered Joel's eyes. Wishing to shield him from the gruesome sight, he turned back, his voice laced with anger. "What are you doing? Do you not see there are children here?" The soldier replied, "Apologies, esteemed guest. We are soldiers of the Ptolemaic dynasty of Egypt, in pursuit of an escaping slave." They perceived the child's extraordinary nature. Momentarily baffled by his identity, and Eros's wings instilled a sense of awe within the soldiers. Yet, as the words left their lips, communication faltered. Eros's expression shifted to one of confusion as he utilized his divine power to transform their speech into a language he could comprehend. Egyptian? The river beside them must be the Nile. Long ago, when Typhon had attacked, he, along with his mother and the other gods, had scattered across the mortal realm to evade Typhon's venomous flames. His mother had bound him with a golden belt, and they had transformed into two fish, hiding in the depths of the Nile to escape peril. However, familiarity with Egypt was one matter. Startling Joel was another. Eros's brow furrowed, his eyes still ablaze with unspent fury. Joel restrained the furious Eros, advising him, "It is quite all right. I am not a fragile little child. So please do not be angry. Very well, let your will prevail." Eros was easily appeased, requiring only a single word from Joel. The attention then shifted to the man who was surrounded. Joel inquired with curiosity, "A slave?" "I am not," the man firmly retorted, "for reasons unknown." He was unwilling to acknowledge before the child that he was a humble servant. It seemed that doing so would render him unworthy of gazing into the eyes of this child. The child's exquisite appearance was far beyond that of a mere mortal. Was he, perhaps, a divine being? Chapter 69. The Heterochromatic Eye. Ptolemy Eye. Joel remained indifferent to whether the man was a slave. In his eyes, all humanity is equal, devoid of any remarkable distinction. He gently placed his hand upon the man's wounded arm. A radiant light flashed, and the injury instantly healed. The skin smooth and unmarred, save for the remnants of blood at the edges, leaving no trace of the former wound. This miraculous scene was nothing short of a divine miracle. The soldiers surrounding them witnessed this extraordinary event, laying down their weapons and bowing in reverence. The man mimicked the rituals of the priest he remembered, expressing his gratitude to the diminutive deity. Unlike his fellow Greeks, who held a more profound reverence for the divine, the man felt a deep sense of appreciation for this deity who had aided him. In that moment, he glimpsed a future that sparkled like the stars, and he bowed his head in submission to this recognized divine presence. The soldiers escorted the man back to the city. Driven by pure curiosity, Joel observed this human settlement. starkly different from the regions of Greece. The deities revered by the inhabitants bore some resemblance to those of Olympus, yet possessed their own distinctive characteristics. The hierarchical social structure of Egypt resembled a pyramid, with the pharaoh at the apex, wielding absolute power and making all critical decisions. Following him were the priests, responsible for religious duties, officials occupying various positions, then the military tasked with defense and warfare, succeeded by the artisans, merchants, and farmers who facilitated production and sustenance. At the very bottom lay the slaves. The ancient sun god Ra had been supplanted by the god Ammonius, who now presided as the chief deity, commanding the forces of the sun and light. The Nile River Valley flourished with abundant water, resulting in lush vegetation, while areas beyond this source transformed into arid deserts. By day, the sun relentlessly scorched the earth, and by night, the biting cold rendered the atmosphere akin to that of a harsh winter. The tinkling of camel bells resonated with each step as Joel and Eros rode atop a camel. Accompanying soldiers dragged along a man referred to as a slave. Traversing through swirling sands, they paused to rest behind a wind-sheltered rise. The soldiers aspired to offer their finest provisions to the gods. However, when Joel retrieved a lavish feast and succulent fruits from his spatial artifact, they marveled in their hearts, acknowledging the greatness of the divine. Everyone partook in the meal, save for the man in the corner, who, as a slave, was deemed unworthy of such sustenance. Yet, Joel felt a peculiar connection with him and approached, offering a bowl of clear water. "For you." The soldier's eyes gleamed, perceiving it as divine water capable of curing ailments, and they secretly wished to be favored by the deity. "Thank you for your generosity," the man replied, half kneeling to accept the water from Joel's hands. As he unveiled the white cloth that had shrouded his head, an unexpectedly handsome visage emerged, captivating all. Most striking were his mismatched eyes, one a vibrant jade green and the other a deep cerulean, harmoniously contrasting to create an extraordinary beauty. Joel was taken aback by the color of his eyes, recalling the soldier's assertion that he was a slave. It puzzled him. After all, should such a unique existence not be regarded as a divine gift by humanity? "Your eyes are truly beautiful." Upon finishing his drink, the man found the sweet taste more exquisite than that of the Nile, instantly rejuvenating him. It seemed this was no ordinary water. Suddenly hearing Joel's compliment, he slightly pursed his lips, a faint blush emerging on his stern and serious visage. Eros sensed an unusual emotion blossoming and, feeling displeased, pulled Joel back into his embrace. "Human, do not covet what does not belong to you." The man lowered his head, falling into silence. Due to Joel's attention towards him, the soldiers no longer disregarded or targeted him, and thus, their party returned to the city of Thebes. "Pharaoh Ptolemy, I received news," mentioning that a runaway sacrificial slave had been successfully captured and returned. Instances of slaves fleeing were rare in Egyptian history, and he could hardly believe such an event occurred during his reign, which seemed to challenge his authority. As to how to handle the situation, he decided to set it aside for the time being. More pressing was another piece of information. 2 childlike deities had appeared by the Nile, and according to soldiers' reports, they had witnessed miracles. After the glorious reign of the great Alexander the Great, Ptolemy I ascended to power, hailing from Greece. Among the deities, could the winged child not be the fabled son of the goddess of love and beauty, Eros? What was he doing in Egypt? Deities typically refrained from interfering in human political affairs, and Greek gods were more concerned with their own interests. After becoming the pharaoh of Egypt, Ptolemy I endeavored to integrate Greek culture into Egyptian civilization, choosing Thebes as his capital and maintaining trade relations with Greek Thebes. The sudden appearance of deities stirred Ptolemy I's thoughts, reminiscent of the oracle of Apollo, the god of the sun and light. He believed he would establish a great legacy within the Nile civilization. What could be the connection? Ptolemy I speculated on various conspiracy theories in his mind. Yet none held water. If the deities truly viewed humanity as mere playthings, lacking the might of legendary heroes, it would be challenging to resist their whims. Each situation required careful consideration. Ptolemy I intended to personally meet the 2 child deities who had manifested among mortals. Were they truly just children? Upon their meeting, all those conspiracy theories crumbled, not to mention Joel's youthful appearance at merely 3 years old. The somewhat older Eros gazed curiously and innocently at the royal city of Thebes. The 2 of them were not idle in the chariot. Joel continuously retrieved toys from the ether, engaging in carefree play with Eros, resembling an ordinary child at play. "Welcome to Thebes, Egypt, esteemed guests. I am Pharaoh Ptolemy I, but you may also call me Soter," he graciously introduced himself, having once interacted with the divine in Greece. He found the gods of that realm more commonly woven into earthly tales and responsive to their devotees. Thus, he perceived the Greek deities as capricious, save for those who incited discord and strife. The benevolent gods generally maintained neutrality, often exhibiting kindness towards humanity, seamlessly blending into the fabric of society, sometimes causing mortals to forget their divine nature. For instance, the goddess Athena safeguarded the city of Athens, occasionally serving as an arbiter of decisions, crafting laws for its inhabitants. Hermes, in turn, watched over travelers, merchants, and even thieves, while Demeter tended to the realm of agriculture, generously bestowing bountiful harvests upon those who prayed with sincerity. Observing the other's adept use of Greek, Eros, with a hint of defiance, retorted, "You speak Egyptian, I shall master it." The gods invariably possessed abilities beyond the grasp of mortals. Joel, clutching the fruit of the cactus, bit into it and exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed." Eros, now coming to a realization, responded, "You can speak Egyptian without the need for divine power transformation?" Joel gazed at him in confusion. "Is it merely Egyptian? Is it truly that difficult?" Eros, with an impassive expression, curled his lips in a faint smirk. Chapter 70, Indulgence, the god Ammonius in due course. The two young deities took residence within the pharaoh's palace. They dined from exquisite vessels crafted from gold and silver, adorned with intricate engravings of lotuses and suns, symbols of purity and eternity. To align with local customs, they donned Egyptian attire. Joel wore a robe fashioned from fine linen, vibrant in hue and embellished with golden threads and gemstones. The garment bore embroidery of the falcon god and the cobra goddess, embodying protection and divine power. Eros, on the other hand, draped himself in a linen cloak of red and blue stripes, symbolizing order and vitality. Furthermore, they were pampered by attentive servants, meticulously selected and trained to meet every task with the highest standards, from preparing meals for the two deities to arranging their garments and quarters. Within a mere few days, Joel and Eros became enraptured by this luxurious lifestyle. As Ptolemy, I exhibited immense kindness, striving to fulfill their every desire. The two young gods indulged in a life of decadence, to the point where they hesitated to return to Mount Olympus. Eros reclined on his bed, relishing the adept massage from a servant, while his eyes caught sight of Joel, engrossed in an aromatic feast of roasted meats and sweet grapes, thoroughly enjoying himself. Occasionally, a servant would present freshly squeezed juices and delightful honey. Eros felt a twinge of concern. What would he do if Joel were unwilling to return? If Joel chose to stay, he would not depart either. Yet would their mother goddess come seeking them in person? Eros did not doubt Aphrodite's ability to locate him. For in Egypt, she held her own divine position as the goddess of love and beauty, Hathor. She presided over love, beauty, abundance, dance, music, and fertility. Often depicted with cow horns and a solar disk, her sacred representation being the figure. Thus, Joel, when shall we return? Eros inquired. Return? Where to? Joel appeared somewhat bewildered. This statement caused Eros's eyes to widen. Are you not returning to Mount Olympus? Ah, so it is to Mount Olympus we shall return. Joel finished the sweet melon in his hand and lifted a glass of tart grape juice. Of course I shall return. However, Eros, have you not noticed something? Joel approached Eros and offered him a half-consumed glass of grape juice. What? Eros inquired, perplexed. Joel spoke earnestly. The temples of Egypt resonate with a familiar divine energy, and I am convinced that the deities here are undoubtedly connected to those of Olympus. Moreover, they are gods with whom they are well acquainted. Among those discerned by Joel are Zeus, Hera, Demeter, Apollo, and Aphrodite. The authority is intricate, yet the main thread is distinctly clear. The faith of Egypt converges within the standing temples, and Joel instinctively senses that secrets of the Egyptian gods lie hidden therein. How infuriating it is that the gods come to Egypt for leisure without him. Eros suddenly grasped the situation. Seizing the grape juice from Joel's hand and downing it in one gulp, then let us venture to the temple and uncover the truth. He became animated. Mother has left behind a legacy of faith in Egypt. We shall directly seek out the temple of the goddess Hathor. If she still possesses a divine manifestation, it would perfectly enable us to relay our current predicament back home. Considering how long it has been since leaving Mount Olympus, Mother must be exceedingly worried, as well as Hephaestus, who cherishes Joel dearly. Eros felt a shiver run down his spine, an unsettling premonition that upon their return, he would undoubtedly face punishment, even though the indulgence in wine was a shared mischief between them. He couldn't help but implore Joel, "You must protect me when we return." With unwavering confidence, Joel patted his chest and reassured Eros, "Rest assured, I shall." The plan to investigate the temple had yet to be set into motion. Recently, After attending to the accumulated affairs of state, Ptolemy, I would often visit the palace where the young deity resided. Observing Joel joyfully savoring his meals brought him immense pleasure, as such simple moments provided a rare sense of relaxation. Thus, he found himself inclined to bestow even more gifts upon Joel. Once or twice was acceptable. But when it became a pattern, Eros grew displeased, always intervening whenever Ptolemy I attempted to draw near to Joel. He made it abundantly clear through his actions that Joel was his dearest friend, resolutely forbidding anyone from encroaching upon that bond, save for those he could not best. Ptolemy, I felt a pang of disappointment, for he longed to experience the nurturing instincts of a caregiver, yet not even his own children evoked such feelings within him. Only with Joel did he sense a flicker of paternal affection. Alas, Eros remained immovable. Ptolemy, I had heard whispers of the young god of love possessing a golden arrow capable of inciting uncontrollable passion in others. He was determined not to provoke Eros, lest he be struck by such an arrow himself, especially as the supreme ruler of his nation. Ptolemy, I was not one to act impulsively. He always exercised great restraint when it came to matters of the heart. If he were to harbor the most fervent love, it would be the ambition to see the Ptolemaic dynasty he founded flourish and grow in strength. Such is the most noble aspiration of a ruler. Joel, my friend, how fares your life within the palace? Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to voice them, within the bounds of my ability. I shall strive to fulfill your requests. Ptolemy I's words resonated with the authority of a king, as the founding pharaoh of Egypt. The entirety of the Ptolemaic dynasty was his to command. Joel shook his head. You have already given enough, Soter, my friend, in gratitude for your warm hospitality. He produced a circular artifact. This item could shield you from a single life-threatening crisis, as long as you silently recited Hephaestus's name 3 times. Unfortunately, Joel was unable to directly receive his own divine essence unless face-to-face. He could only create a protective talisman by using Hephaestus's artifact and his faith combined. After all, deities cannot arbitrarily disrupt the established laws of the world, unless they are their fervent devotees or dedicated priests. The gifts of immortality and eternal youth bestowed by Zeus upon humanity are rewards for those who share a profound connection with the divine or for heroes who have triumphed over great adversities and vanquished monsters. Within the confines of these established rules, this was all Joel could offer. Ptolemy I held no ulterior motives in his kindness towards Joel. Yet he would not refuse the small deity's sentiments. Thank you, Joel. Hey. Eros interjected, separating the two. Speak as you will, but maintain your distance, understood? Ptolemy I smiled, realizing that Eros wished to keep a respectful space between himself and Joel. It appeared that deities were not as aloof as one might presume. They too possess their own emotions. My most esteemed master, the high priest, seeks an audience. A servant prostrated on the ground to convey the message, causing the smile on Ptolemy I's face to vanish, replaced by a solemn demeanor. As a servant of the gods, the high priest typically did not venture outside the temple. His special visit to this palace likely pertained to the 2 minor deities. Ptolemy I raised his hand to signal, let him enter. The servant respectfully withdrew. O great sovereign of the dynasty, embodiment of the sun, your radiance illuminates every corner of Egypt. Your reign has brought prosperity and peace. I, Amontu, extend my sincerest reverence to you. Ptolemy I inquired calmly, what is the matter? The high priest Amontu replied, the glorious Amon has decreed that the 2 deities be welcomed into the temple. The high priest's heart brimmed with fervent faith towards the divine. After all, this was his sacred duty. Beyond the deities, all the people still adhered to the will of the great pharaoh. For each pharaoh is a child and embodiment of the gods, as well as the eternal faith of the Egyptian people. Regarding the matter of visiting the temple, Ptolemy I could not make a decision for Joel and the others. Although he was unaware of Joel's specific divine role, he knew that Eros's parents held esteemed positions among the 12 principal deities. Thus, he entrusted the choice to Joel, demonstrating his profound trust in him while simultaneously harboring a sense of curiosity. Was Amon's divine manifestation perhaps intended for the minor deities? Chapter 71. The Temple of Divine Mysteries. With a heart filled with affection for Joel, Ptolemy I escorted the 2 young deities to the temple square before parting ways. Beneath the radiant sunlight, the shadows of Joel and Eros elongated between the towering stone columns as they entered the sacred temple. Their footsteps echoed resoundingly in the vast hall, heralding their arrival to the slumbering gods. The interior of the temple was adorned with exquisite murals and carvings narrating ancient myths and legends. Joel and Eros traversed through the rich tapestry of Egyptian history, experiencing a distinct style unlike that of Greece. He gently traced his fingers over the inscriptions etched into the walls. Joel gazed intently, causing Eros, who silently followed behind, to feel a pang of jealousy in his heart. "Joel, do you not care for me at all?" "Huh?" Joel turned his head, his eyes brimming with innocence. "What is wrong with me?" Eros seized the opportunity to grasp his dear friend's warm hand, seeking solace and support. "The power of the Mother Goddess is near. When the time comes for reprimand, you promised you would protect me." Joel couldn't help but smile subtly, gently tapping his shoulder while soothingly saying, "Do not worry. Do not fear." Eros occasionally displayed a childlike demeanor, which transported Joel back to the youthful days of Hephaestus. Back then, he too would comfort young Hephaestus in a similar manner. However, those years were fleeting. Once Hephaestus learned to walk independently, it was Joel who found himself in need of comfort. Those memories were indeed quite nostalgic. Eros found it difficult to meet Joel's gaze, as the youthful innocence on his cherubic face radiated a benevolent expression. The contrast was overwhelming. With a swift motion, he grasped Joel and soared directly into the temple. Upon the altar stood the monumental statue of the god Ammonius. He sat majestically upon his throne, his posture upright, head held high, and gaze fixed forward. In his hands, he held a scepter and a whip, symbols of dominion and power, adorned with a crown featuring outstretched wings, signifying protection and divine strength. Ammonius Ra, the principal solar deity of Egypt, represented the amalgamation of the old and new solar gods, holding an unparalleled status. Even the pharaoh would bow before his statue. Yet the undaunted Eros, having ascended, set Joel down. He examined the god Ammonius, channeling divine energy to sense any extraordinary attributes. For he harbored a sense of discontent regarding his mother goddess Hathor's position being overshadowed by the solar god Ammonius. Joel discerned something. He desired to thwart Eros's impudent behavior. Yet he was a moment too late. Eros's divine power struck the statue of Ammon, a layer of golden radiance enveloping the figure, rebounding Eros's force. "Be careful. This time." Joel reacted swiftly, pulling Eros to his side, evading the ricocheted assault. Eros's expression soured as he brandished his golden arrow of love towards the statue of Ammon, exclaiming, "What is this? TSK, Eros, you remain as tempestuous as ever." The tone was melodious, akin to the sound of a lute, with a hint of languor. As the golden divine light peeled away from the statue of Ammon, it was indeed the true Ammon awakening. Yet Eros, recognizing the familiar voice, identified Ammon. "Pretentious Apollo. What new game are you playing?" Laughter erupted from Ammon, joyous and liberating. As his form shifted, the resplendent attire woven from gold and gems transformed into a soft, comfortable robe, shimmering with the hues of sunlight. With radiant golden locks and emotive azure eyes, Apollo, the most handsome of the Olympian deities, made a stunning entrance, only to be met with Eros's disdainful humph. Joel stifled a chuckle. Despite Eros's constant dissatisfaction with Apollo, he secretly yearned for Apollo's physique and appearance. After all, the god of love must possess a corresponding allure to match his esteemed title. To put it plainly, it was jealousy. "What are you laughing about? Care to explain the game you and Joel have been playing behind my back?" Among the deities, there exists a distinction between childlike and adult forms. The gods in their youthful guise are regarded as child gods, symbolizing a state of immaturity that necessitates protection, thus limiting their participation in the games of their adult counterparts. In the past, Hermes would join Joel and Eros in their playful pursuits, but as he matured into an adult form, he began to partake in the revelries of the mature gods. Due to humanity's veneration of love, Eros's divine power enabled him to grow. However, Joel, for reasons unique to him, remained unable to mature. Reluctant to let him feel isolated, Eros suppressed his own power, choosing instead to remain alongside Joel as a child god. Naturally, Eros relished the privilege of cradling Joel to sleep each night, sharing quaint tales of the other gods, a cherished ritual that was uniquely theirs. The other deities could only look on with envy, for after all, the softness of a youthful cherub is undeniably adorable. The long-standing animosity between Apollo and Eros stemmed from many grievances, including Apollo's most tragic love, Daphne, which was a gift from Eros himself. Unfortunately, under Aphrodite's directives, Apollo was compelled to descend alone into Egypt, enduring Eros's arrogance. He chose to disregard Eros and gently reminded, "Little Joel, Hephaestus says you must remember to use the Faith Star bottle to report your safety. Do not forget." Joel nodded heavily, his heart racing with anxiety. It was unfortunate that he had enjoyed himself too much with Eros earlier and had completely forgotten to contact Hephaestus first. Although Hephaestus had never expressed anger towards him, Joel still felt a twinge of fear. When Hephaestus was upset, he would wear a stern expression and cease communication. Apollo, intending to instill a bit of trepidation in the two youngsters as a minor reprimand, had no intention of prolonging their teasing, especially with several others observing. Ahem. Let us return to the matter at hand. Apollo cleared his throat and began to elucidate the situation in Greece and Egypt. During his survey of the realms, Zeus discovered a land that had given rise to a new civilization, prompting the gods to investigate further. They learned that the people of Egypt held an exceptionally fervent belief in the divine, leading Zeus to leave behind a fragment of his divine essence as a vessel for harvesting their faith. Upon hearing this, Joel was struck by a new perplexity. I have heard Soter recount tales of the Egyptian deities, revealing significant distinctions in their relationship with the Greek gods, as well as the classifications of authority and priesthood. On Mount Olympus, Zeus embodies the sky and reigns as the king of the gods. However, in Egypt, the supreme deity is the sun god Ammonius-Ra. Apollo, are you the king of the gods? Apollo, taken aback, swiftly scooped up Joel and covered his mouth. My little ancestor, you must not speak such words recklessly. The gods are watching us. Joel blinked, and with a glance, he assured Apollo, who then hesitantly lowered his hand. The father god was somewhat petty, having always harbored a fear of being overshadowed by his son. If such thoughts were to reach his ears, Apollo would be in peril. Fearing that Joel might utter something alarming, Apollo fervently clarified, the gods distribute their divine power as a means of transforming faith, enabling them to promptly observe the conditions of Egypt. However, the power of their avatars is insufficient to perform miracles and attract greater worship. Thus, it is not uncommon for gods of relevant authority to descend and assist their devotees, thereby solidifying their presence in the hearts of the people. Once faith reaches a significant threshold, the principal deity will allocate a substantial portion of this power, leaving the remainder as remuneration for the gods who come to serve. Joel suddenly understood and expressed his realization. So, you are in service to Zeus, simply put, a mere errand runner. Apollo paused, sensing something amiss. Eros, beside him, burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Errand running Apollo, well stated by Joel. Chapter 72. The priest binding the exclusive in the tranquil temple. Only the echoes of Eros's laughter reverberated. Apollo gazed at him with an impassive expression, forcing a stiff smile, when a thought struck him. With a mischievous glint, he declared, Aphrodite has instructed a certain deity to tidy up and prepare for a reprimand. It is said that the branches of the white rose garden have been twisted into whips by divine power. Oh, how tragic. As for the identity of this certain deity, he refrained from revealing it, for the other two present were already well aware. Eros's laughter ceased, replaced by a tearful expression of despair. Could it be that the mother goddess was truly coming? Woe is me. Joel, save me. Joel discerned the distress signal from his companion, initially intending to offer comfort, but was halted by Apollo. Joel, Hephaestus is quite irate. A single remark cast a shadow over Joel, visibly affecting his mood with a sense of despondency. Eros pushed Apollo aside, casting a disdainful glance. If you cannot articulate, it would be best to remain silent. Hephaestus has always been kind to Joel and would certainly not impose any penalties upon him. After all that has been said, have you yet disclosed your purpose for coming here? Merely to run errands? Apollo pressed down on Eros's head, observing his animated gestures, which slightly lifted his spirits. As the current chief deity of Egypt, he was naturally here to deliver a divine proclamation and convey messages to both of you. Recently, there has been a resurgence of excitement among mortals. Do not return too late, as you may miss out on the happenings. The tantalizing hint of gossip caused the two youngsters to perk up, gravitating towards Apollo. What excitement! You will discover it upon your return. Apollo kept them in suspense, seemingly eager to ensure they would not miss the opulent life awaiting them in the Egyptian palace. Joel and Eros exchanged a glance. Akin to donkeys tantalized by a dangling carrot, their hearts brimming with insatiable curiosity about the bustling festivities. Yet, Apollo withheld any revelation, his serene smile dispersing his divine aura. And as his figure faded, the statue once again plunged into silence. The two youths, successfully ensnared by intrigue, absent-mindedly exited the temple, stepping through the entrance of the passageway. Clad in white robes, the priests knelt respectfully on either side, offering their exalted reverence upon their emergence. Joel casually glanced around and suddenly redirected his gaze, spotting a familiar figure. It was you. The handsome man, with striking eyes of blue and green, stood prominently among the ranks of the priests. Joel greeted the man with surprise, who was adorned in the garb of a novice priest, his mismatched eyes shimmering with delight. He bowed his head in reverence, seemingly intent on kissing Joel's instep. However, he was halted by a golden bow and arrow, as Eros smirked maliciously, his gaze unmistakably taunting. The man, undeterred by the affront, gracefully performed a deep bow. I, Joel Lee, extend my salutations to the divine presence. May your radiance endure eternally. Joel tilted his head in confusion, pondering, Joel Lee? Has he ascended to become a deity in Egypt, yet remains unaware of it? The name Lee evidently bore the surname of the principal deity he served, indicating that he was a devoted priest dedicated solely to this divine entity. Standing face to face, enveloped in a fervent aura of faith, the zealous and loyal energy radiating from Lee warmed Joel's spirit. Lee responded to Joel, "The king has constructed a temple in your honor and appointed me as your priest. I have now joined the priesthood, diligently striving to learn how to fulfill my duties as a worthy servant." He earnestly beseeched the divine being for the chance to follow and serve. Deep within, Lee felt a twinge of anxiety. The leap from the status of a slave to that of a priest was a chasm too vast. While he could assure his unwavering faith in the minor deity, a sense of inferiority lingered in his heart. Thankfully, of course, in Joel's clear feline gaze, brilliance sparkled, and his smile blossomed like a flower. Vibrant and full of life, you are indeed my first priest. I look forward to your guidance, Joel Lee. In my name, I bestow upon you my surname. This sentiment was profoundly delightful for Joel. At the moment he acknowledged Lee's identity, an invisible bond intertwined their fates. As long as Joel wished, he could manifest his consciousness upon Lee, a privilege exclusive to the high priest, signifying the divine favor. Among all the priests present, none had ever been so cherished by the deity. They dared not raise their eyes to behold the divine visage. Within their hearts, they harbored deep envy for Lee, this fortunate one, were it not for their ignorance of the divine authority held by the two young deities. They too would aspire to serve as the priests of these celestial beings. Such immense divine power was truly formidable. I, the deity, forgive our sins. All external temptations are but tests from the gods. We must preserve the purity of our faith in the divine. Joel remained unaware that his affection for Lee had already caused the faith of many priests to waver. For the first time, he possessed his own priest. Harnessing the power of belief along with the treasures bestowed by Hephaestus, discreetly placed upon Lee. Sensing the unfamiliar weight upon him, Lee noticed his diminutive deity winking at him. Subsequently, he departed from the temple, escorted back to the palace by the king's servants. Several priests approached, eager to foster a connection with the newcomer whom they had once dismissed. However, Lee swiftly retreated into the sanctuary of his little god, immersing himself in cultivation. The priests sighed, resigned to the notion that their lack of divine favor stemmed from their insufficient faith. They resolved to devote themselves to their practice, aspiring to become the next favored priest of the deity. Upon returning to the palace, Ptolemy I arrived punctually, indicating that he had been closely monitoring the movements of Joel and Eros. Joel greeted him with a benevolent smile. "Sire, I am aware that you have erected a temple for me." Ptolemy I inquired with a grin. "Have you gone to see it?" Joel shook his head and replied obediently. "Not at all, but I did see my priest." "What made you think of having Lee as my priest?" Ptolemy I instructed his servant to present a platter of fruits, knowing well Joel's fondness for them. As soon as the fruit basket arrived, Joel's gaze was irresistibly drawn to it, causing Ptolemy I to stifle a laugh. "The person you saved, I believe you will find him quite appealing, for his eyes are truly exceptional, are they not?" Although Joel was unsure how he realized his affection for Lee, he did not deny it. "Well, thank you for granting me such an exceptional priest. However, I am still quite unfamiliar with the divine descent in this unfamiliar realm." Joel had yet to embark on such an endeavor. He would likely need to return and seek wisdom from those revered deities. At last, Ptolemy I seized a moment of distraction from Eros and gently placed his hand upon Joel's head. The soft, dark hair was just as he had envisioned. He murmured, "It matters not. I have never sought to attain everything through divine power. What I desire is to conquer on my own, for therein lies the greatest glory." In that instant, Joel beheld in Ptolemy the confident demeanor of a true sovereign. How resplendent! Of course, the destructive influence of Eros was inevitable, albeit delayed. He was unwilling to relinquish his companion to another, especially not to mortals. They were most likely to corrupt the innocence of young Joel, and he must remain vigilant. "Joel, we are here to bid farewell." Ah, indeed. Joel was so engrossed in his meal that he momentarily forgot the pressing matters at hand. Ptolemy I felt a twinge of sadness. "Are you truly leaving?" In this poignant moment, Joel sensed the profound solitude that enveloped Ptolemy I. For this formidable pharaoh, Such an emotion was difficult to fathom. He presided over the vast Egyptian dynasty, with his subjects bowing in reverence, paying him homage. Yet, even amid such supreme authority, loneliness lingered like an indelible shadow, casting a pall over his heart. Joel embraced Ptolemy, eyes leg with enthusiasm. "Soter, my friend, there is no need for sorrow at our parting. I shall return to seek counsel from other deities on how to bestow divine power upon the temple. As a bond between us, do not forget to pay your respects." He mischievously winked, adding, "Perhaps if the mood strikes, I might bestow upon you a sense of joy as well." The endearing Joel had a way of healing all negative emotions. Ptolemy, smiling, lifted him up and playfully rubbed his cheek against Joel's, provoking the ire of Eros, who glared with an air of danger. As the golden arrows of love were poised to take flight, Ptolemy had already returned Joel to Eros's side, pressing down on the eager arrow. Eros looked on with a hint of regret. "Ptolemy, do you not realize you have missed the opportunity to attain true love?" Ptolemy glanced at the palace, where the servants, though merely fair in appearance, elicited only a smile and silence from him. The day of parting had inevitably arrived. On this day, Ptolemy stood at the gates of the royal city, where the people of Egypt bowed their heads in reverent prayer, bidding farewell to the little deity. Behind Ptolemy, two chief priests led the procession. One was the high priest of Ammonius, and the other, the high priest of Joel. Blessed by the gods, the latter rose to prominence, surpassing many to become the disciple of the high priest of Ammonius, destined to be the next high priest. This transformation from a lowly slave to an esteemed priest inspired envy among the common folk, who longed to seize such legendary status. "Joel, I can accompany you no further," Ptolemy declared. "I wish you a safe journey ahead, and I shall pray for you in the temple." Joel and Eros rode together on a single camel, adorned in exquisite embroidered garments crafted by the royal palace. Under the radiant sun, they shimmered brilliantly. "Soter," they proclaimed, "we are indeed deities. You must believe in our power." Joel waved his hand behind him, bidding farewell with the hope of a future reunion. Eros, ever eager, urged the camel onward. Yet, the creature was renowned for its endurance rather than its swiftness. Faced with this predicament, Eros resorted to divine intervention to aid the camel, leaving one to ponder whether it was he who was hastening the journey or the camel itself. "Eros, does this not tire you?" Joel cradled the pomegranate, affectionately referred to as the ruby, savoring its sweet and tangy flavor, which caused him to squint with delight. As he departed from the kingdom, his space was brimming with treasures bestowed by Ptolemy, predominantly comprising various fruits and delicacies. Additionally, there were garments meticulously tailored for Joel, each exuding the unique style of Egypt. During this period, their journey took them from Thebes in Greece to Thebes in Egypt. Although they encountered a few challenges in the underworld, they otherwise reveled in their adventure. It is no wonder that Dionysus relishes traveling far and wide, for each region possesses its own distinct style and legendary tales, offering far more intrigue than the unchanging pleasures of Olympus. Once they had distanced themselves from Thebes, Eros finally relaxed his vigilance, having been concerned that Ptolemy might attempt to retain Joel. Now, he could breathe easily. A fierce wind howled, swirling blinding clouds of yellow sand, leaving Eros no time to quell the tempest with divine power. An unknown force suddenly surged forth, unseating them from their camels. As the storm abated, the air was thick with a chilling scent of blood, causing an unsettling shiver to run down their spines. Joel and Eros struggled to open their eyes, only to find a grotesque creature blocking their path. This beast, adorned with the wings of an eagle and the body of a lion, bore a terrifying visage reminiscent of a human, with a gaping moss-stained crimson as it devoured something. Blood dripped from the corners of its mouth, and a severed camel's tail dangled grotesquely from its jaws. Eros stood protectively in front of Joel, confronting the creature with the question, "Who are you? Why have you consumed our camel?" The creature grinned menacingly, replying, "Guess." Eros pondered the situation. If the creature were a deity of battle, it would have already charged forth to engage in combat. However, uncertainty regarding the creature's strength loomed large, compounded by the necessity to safeguard Joel. He contemplated employing his love's golden arrows, yet there were no other beings nearby to distract the monster. As Eros wrestled with his thoughts, Joel recognized the creature. In a hushed voice, he informed Eros, "That is the Sphinx, a beast of human and lion form, notorious in Greece for its penchant for devouring humans." Upon hearing of the creature's carnivorous nature, Eros felt a tightening in his chest. "What shall we do? Should we immediately summon Hephaestus? Or perhaps Ares would suffice? At the very least, we need a formidable deity." Eros was acutely aware of his own limitations. He excelled in causing mischief and swaying emotions, yet combat was not his forte. Have you ever encountered love that resorts to violence? Joel pondered in silence, realizing that summoning assistance would be futile. However, he recalled that Sauter had once mentioned that in Egypt, the Sphinx was not a man-eating monster, but rather a symbol of guardianship and wisdom. Moreover, it had only preyed upon camels and had not launched an assault against the two of them. Joel boldly lifted his gaze to meet the eyes that sparkled with cunning and wisdom, attempting to discern the intentions of the enigmatic creature. The Sphinx was evidently taken aback by Joel's bravery. It had anticipated the young deity would be reduced to tears. It was instead confronted with such unwavering resolve. This very courage was a virtue that the Sphinx held in high regard. Although it did not consume mortals, it still menacingly threatened the two youthful deities. Riddles are a test of wisdom. Do you possess the audacity to accept my challenge? As the people of Egypt were protected by their revered deities, the Sphinx, as their guardian, could not recklessly harm them. Finally, the two foreign deities had arrived. The Sphinx could hardly contain its excitement, rushing in without ascertaining whether they had formidable backing. It merely wished to pose a riddle. What was amiss with that? As for the camels, those creatures were abundant. At worst, it could offer them a handful as compensation. After all, no one could deter it from its riddle game. The Sphinx extended its sharp foreclaw, adopting the fiercest expression as it declared, "Should you fail to answer, I shall devour you." With their tender flesh, they would surely be far tastier than the camels just mentioned. Eros, tense and poised to unleash his divine power to flee with Joel, was aware that doing so would leave him weakened for an extended period. Joel discerned the true intentions of the Sphinx, reassuring Eros with gentle words, "Do not worry, all shall be well." Typically, Eros could effortlessly perceive the Sphinx's fierce facade through the veil of emotion. Yet the circumstances had shifted, the role of protector had transformed. Joel stepped forward and addressed the Sphinx, proclaiming, "I accept your challenge, but you must swear by the great Amon. Once we decipher the riddle, you must allow us to depart without any hindrance." Joel had indeed encountered the cunning of other deities. Hermes had deceived Hera on more than one occasion. To safeguard against any misfortune, he compelled the Sphinx to swear an oath to the god Amon, affirming that all vows invoking a deity's name would be witnessed by the divine. This served as a means to alert Apollo of impending peril. The Sphinx, believing it had intimidated the two lesser deities, nodded in satisfaction. "Of course, I, the Sphinx of enchantment, swear by the greatest god of Egypt, Amon." With that, the Sphinx added, "Shall I pose my riddle now?" Its politeness seemed somewhat misplaced. Joel, disinclined to expose the truth, simply remarked, "Ask away." Despite standing before a formidable creature, his petite stature exuded an undeniable aura, moving Eros behind him to the brink of tears. "Ah, my dear brother." Chapter 74, Riddles and the Summoning of Typhon in the Azure Sky. The pristine white clouds stood out vividly, while fine grains of sand danced in the wind, sparkling under the sun like fleeting reflections. The Sphinx swayed its tail, its gaze filled with intrigue as it observed the audacious little one daring to confront it. "Listen closely. Ponder earnestly, and provide your answer. I am quite serious," it intoned with a deep voice, issuing another warning. "What possesses feet yet cannot walk, has hands yet cannot touch?" While Eros remained lost in thought, Joel swiftly articulated the answer: "A shadow." For a shadow is merely an extension of light, devoid of tangible limbs, incapable of walking or grasping objects. The amusement in the Sphinx's eyes faded, replaced by a grave demeanor. "What runs swiftly by day, but cannot stand still at night?" Joel confidently replied, "The sun." At that moment, the Sphinx's tail ceased its restless motion, its retracted wings involuntarily half unfolded, and its golden eyes fixated intently upon Joel. "What possesses wings yet cannot soar, has eyes yet cannot perceive, and bears a mouth yet cannot utter a word?" Joel fell silent for a moment, and the Sphinx, believing that he had finally been rendered speechless, narrowed its eyes in satisfaction. However, the statue, indeed? Joel chuckled mischievously, causing the fur of the Sphinx to bristle slightly. "How do you know?" it inquired, feeling no sense of accomplishment in puzzling the little deity. It was rather tedious. As its mind whirled, it turned to glance at Eros, who was gazing adoringly at Joel. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in the Sphinx's eyes. "You have passed, but your companion must also answer correctly to escape." With that, the Sphinx raised its paw and lunged towards Eros. Joel would naturally not stand idly by while it threatened his companion right before his eyes. In this perilous moment, a flash of brilliance illuminated his mind. Joel recalled his covenant with Typhon, summoning his pet with remarkable ease. He closed his eyes, channeling his divine power to sense its presence. "Arise, my companion, Lord of Calamity, Typhon." With a thunderous roar, the very fabric of reality shifted. A shroud of gray mist and toxic fumes enveloped the surroundings as Typhon emerged, supplanting the yellow sands and claiming dominion over the arena. A profound duality of pressure, stemming from both rank and lineage, descended upon the scene. The Sphinx, overwhelmed, cowered upon the ground, its tail tucked and wings sprawled in fear as it emitted a whimper. Joel, with a note of concern, cautioned, "Typhon, reign in your power, do not corrupt nature." With a roar, Typhon retracted his encroaching influence, causing the mists and toxic vapors to dissipate, allowing the stagnant sands to flow once more. Yet, the Sphinx remained sprawled upon the desert floor, its once resplendent and glossy coat now marred by coarse grains, having lost its former majesty. Eros mocked it, exclaiming, "Serves you right." Then, scampering over to Joel. Emboldened by their connection, he daringly reached out to touch Typhon. The scales were frigid and somewhat prickly. Upon withdrawing his hand, Eros discovered that his fair palm had turned a deep shade of purple, having been afflicted by the lethal venom inherent in Typhon's essence. As the contractor of Typhon, Joel possessed immunity to toxins. He grasped Eros's hand with great concern, exclaiming, "Typhon, roar, reckless child." Typhon's emerald eyes glanced at Eros before utilizing his power to absorb the venom. Eros's hand regained its healthy hue. Astonished, he opened and closed his hand, feeling no trace of discomfort. Overjoyed, he embraced Joel, saying, "Joe, you are truly remarkable." Joel found himself helplessly embraced by Eros. After being nudged several times, he finally pushed away the persistent figure. "Well, our trusty camel is gone, so we must return on Typhon. I will ensure Typhon controls his powers, so you need not fear the rules that bind him." Eros nodded eagerly. Typhon lowered both of his heads, allowing Joel and Eros to mount him. As for the Sphinx lying motionless on the ground, Joel made no command. He couldn't be bothered to glance at it, and simply glided away. Once Typhon took off, the pressure eased. The feigning Sphinx cautiously extracted itself from the sands and swiftly scurried away, too fearful to fly lest it be devoured in a single gulp. A shroud of mist enveloped them, as an invisible force lifted Typhon's immense form, granting him the ability to soar briefly at low altitudes. They journeyed westward, a shadow looming overhead that sent tremors through every creature in the realm, compelling them to steer clear of Typhon's path. They arrived at the waters of the Mediterranean and the Aegean Sea. Before the vast, boundless ocean, Typhon resembled a remarkably stable airship, gliding gracefully above the sea surface. With a flick of his tail, he splashed great plumes of water, all to entice the two little beings seated on his tail, playfully splashing their feet in the sea. Joel was successfully captivated, his gaze drawn to the source of the sound. The large creature, adorned in a striking black and white pattern, emerged, its small eyes locking with Joel's in a display of apparent delight. With a few playful chirps, it showcased a delightful performance of leaping across the surface of the water, proving to be quite entertaining. Joel clapped joyfully, encouraging the black and white creature, which became even more spirited as it rolled across the surface of the sea. As it danced and leaped, it inadvertently collided with Typhon, who lazily extended a single head. The creature blinked its eyes in surprise. With a startled cry, it fled in fear. It seemed that Typhon's intimidating presence remained formidable, despite having deliberately restrained its aura earlier, only to encounter such an impulsive being. It was not until Typhon's fearsome dragon had emerged that the creature realized the object soaring above the ocean was not merely a colossal mountain, but a terrifying beast. However, Joel noticed the frightened black and white creature trailing behind them at a distance, seemingly unwilling to give up. It was small and utterly adorable. The creature, with its striking black and white form, boldly rolled closer while Typhon remained still. At the slightest movement, it would dart away, clearly playful yet inexperienced. This creature was not a humanoid being, but rather a type of ocean spirit, surrounded by the essence of water. Eros generously allowed it to capture Joel's attention, as he no longer had the privilege of being close to Joel at all times. It mattered little to him. The vast sea was alive with creatures retreating, while the ocean nymph concealed herself in a hidden corner, observing discreetly. Only the black and white creature continued to follow. When Joel glanced over, it rolled energetically, puffing and puffing in its effort. Eros frowned, noting Joel's excessive focus on the creature. Though he wasn't concerned about losing affection, he still felt a twinge of annoyance. Before we depart, Orpheus has already ventured deep into the underworld. I wonder if he will succeed in bringing his wife back. And what will become of the cursed king of Thebes? The allure of gossip held an undeniable charm for Joel. Eros took pride in his cleverness as he saw Joel's attention return to him. A strange force approached from the depths of the sea, accompanied by a gentle call, "Angela, where are you?" Chapter 75. Faith. Eros. The surface of the sea churned violently, waves crashing and splashing. A beautiful sea nymph rose from the water, her long hair cascading like rolling waves, her bright eyes sparkling with wisdom and mystery. She wore an elegant gown woven from seaweed and pearls, adorned with patterns of starfish and shells, exuding grace and confidence. A palpable aura of compassion and care for marine life surrounded her, as if the very power of the ocean gathered at her side. One glance was enough to sense her extraordinary lineage. She gently caressed the approaching black and white creature, while the formidable typhon loomed ahead, casting a shadow that sent many marine beings into a panic, fleeing to the depths of the ocean. Had it not been for her search for the orca Angela, this sea nymph would not have surfaced so readily. She gazed up at the colossal being. The pressure it exerted was beyond words. As she was momentarily intimidated by Typhon's imposing presence, Eros inquired, "Who are you?" The visage of the little god of love was described in the annals along the shores of the Aegean Sea, in the temple of Aphrodite, with clear symbols of golden arrows and wings. The sea nymph gracefully bowed, "I am Thetis, daughter of Nereus, honored to meet you, Lord Eros. And this must be the young Prince Joel, as delightful as the legends portray." In the legends, Eros and Joel are inseparable. Yet today they unexpectedly encountered one another upon the vast sea. The enchanting Thetis radiated an aura of acceptance and tranquility, which endeared her to Joel. While all creatures shunned Typhon, the seemingly fragile Thetis approached, seemingly unperturbed. Was she not afraid? Fear? Certainly. The notoriety of the Lord of Calamities is known among the gods. "I am but a humble sea nymph, utterly powerless against the might of the harbinger of disaster." Yet, Thetis smiled as she gently patted the orca beside her. "This child has an inherent penchant for play and often strays from the herd. I have come to find it. Hoping that Ungra has not caused you any distress or trouble." With a keen intellect, Ungra understood Thetis' words, emitting a couple of sounds that seemed to express discontent. Its small eyes gazed timidly at Joel, filled with longing, yearning to draw closer, yet held back by trepidation, its tail flicking nervously. Eros was taken aback by the orca-like sea spirit's unyielding interest in Joel, tightening his grip on his golden arrow. Should the foolish sea spirit dare to overstep, he could make it experience the profound agony of unrequited love. Alas, the hero found himself without recourse. Joel harbored a fascination for the orca, beckoning with his hand, which prompted Angela to excitedly depart from Thetis and approach Joel. Typhon, being attuned to his young master's desires, lowered his tail near the water's surface, allowing Joel to bridge the gap and touch the soft head of Angela with a mere outstretched hand. Cool and slick, Angela joyfully blew bubbles. Ah! Nestled against the adorable creature, warm and soft, Angela was undoubtedly the happiest sea spirit in the ocean, despite the absence of a face, rendering the display of expressions impossible. Joel perceived a semblance of a smile upon the black and white behemoth, a true gift, similar to dolphins yet significantly larger in size. This creature bore a mouth filled with sharp teeth. What appeared as a round and cuddly being was, in reality, a perilous predator of the sea, with a particular fondness for shark liver. Joel lacked the ability to see beyond appearances and playfully teased the spirit of the ocean for a brief moment before nearing the shore. He gently patted Angela's head. "It is time to return, little one." A soft whimper escaped Angela, reluctant to part ways. However, Joel and Eros were bound for Mount Olympus, and their encounter had been a beautiful serendipity. Thetis comforted, "If destiny allows, we shall meet again. Homeward now, Angela." The head bobbing on the surface of the sea watched as Joel receded into the distance, a forlorn cry echoing in the elongated whale's song. Her little darling was gone. They were nearing the domain of Olympus. Eros slumbered peacefully beside him, while Joel remained engrossed in studying the contract concerning Typhon. Upon the contract's completion, he discovered that he seemed to possess a space to accommodate pets. Yet, at that time, Typhon needed to recuperate. In the grand design of fate, Chaos, his father, had imparted knowledge to Joel regarding the utilization of this space, though he had not delved into the specifics. Now, during their journey, he pondered the matter. Joel recalled that he possessed a space of his own and intended to explore the peculiarities of this realm capable of harboring living beings. Upon his first glimpse, he was overwhelmed by an all-encompassing sense of faith. Joel was astonished to find that his domain had quietly expanded, evolving into a vast ecological sphere that seemed to subtly connect with a certain part of the earth. As he governed this space, an unceasing flow of faith emanated from it, coursing toward his being, filling him with an exhilarating sensation. Jorge was unable to fully comprehend the situation. His entire being flushed with a crimson hue, and Tafong, feeling uneasy, halted abruptly. However, its massive form proved to be a hindrance in addressing Jorge's condition promptly. A surge of pink divine energy flickered. Eros, immersed in slumber, suddenly jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. He lifted Jorge with a mixture of concern and a hint of exasperation, as if ready to reprimand the child for his reckless actions. How could one dare to meddle without understanding the peril? Despite his anger, the little one must be saved. Delay would only result in Jorge being overwhelmed by the surging divine power. This miracle had been painstakingly stabilized by the 5 primordial deities and successfully salvaged. Desire to create. Desire to destroy. Divine energy extraction. Eros pressed his hand against Jorge's form. Due to Jorge's peculiar nature, his divine essence remained dormant for an extended period. And the burgeoning divine energy, confined within his body, could only surge violently, seeking an outlet or vessel. Eros now served as a transitional conduit. The accumulated divine power, transformed from pure faith, flowed into Eros, coalescing into delicate heart patterns at the corners of his eyes. Eros's youthful form underwent a remarkable transformation, almost instantaneously morphing from that of a child into an appearance straddling adolescence and young adulthood. His flowing pink hair cascaded to the ground, his exquisite visage ethereal, and his bare skin more delicate than pearls, causing the surrounding flora to shyly close their leaves and petals. By this time, Jorge's body temperature had returned to a normal threshold as Eros touched his skin. Excellent, it no longer burns. The time is not yet ripe, Jorge. You have a long journey ahead. Grow swiftly, for in the future, you shall be the hope we leave behind. In a state of bewilderment, Joel seemed to glimpse the presence of his brother Eros, enveloped in a comforting sensation of safety and warmth. He drowsily half-opened his eyes. Eros, brother? The mark of affection faded, and Eros's form returned to its original size. Upon witnessing Joel's frail appearance, he became flustered and at a loss for words. Joel? What has happened to you? Chapter 76. Education Space. Seeing Eros on the verge of tears, Joel managed to muster a semblance of strength. He offered a reassuring smile. I am fine, Eros. Please do not be overly anxious. Yet the frailty in his voice was undeniable. Eros embraced Joel, his eyes and nose swiftly reddening. Are you in pain? I can channel divine power to you. No. Joel's transformation into his current state is a direct consequence of the surge in divine power. Previously, he had an excess of divine energy siphoned away by Eros. But now his body has reached a state of saturation. Should Eros choose to return the divine power, Joel might even lose the strength to speak as he approaches the vicinity of Mount Olympus. If Hephaestus were to find out, one can only imagine the extent of his fury. Joel dared not. Eros was momentarily stunned by Joel's roar, a look of grievance on his face. Yet his beautiful eyes were filled with concern as they fixated on Joel. He was worried about his well-being, appearing somewhat pitiable and forlorn. Joel felt a pang of sympathy for his companion. He opened his arms and said, Then embrace me, for your embrace shall alleviate my distress. Eros dutifully wrapped his arms around Joel as Typhon continued his journey along the path to Mount Olympus. No deity or ethereal being dared to obstruct the Lord of Catastrophe. And silence reigned in the wake of Typhon's passage. The most unwelcome reality had finally arrived. Hephaestus and Aphrodite, this couple, had reached an unspoken understanding, both wearing expressions of profound detachment. Joel and Eros dismounted from Typhon, approaching them with a sense of trepidation. The divine couple, Hephaestus and the mother goddess, remained silent, gazing at the two young ones as time passed by. Joel gradually inched closer. Oh, Hephaestus did not refuse. Joel's eyes sparkled brightly as he boldly reached out to tug at Hephaestus's garment. Despite the irritation simmering within him, Hephaestus found himself unable to scold the young one, allowing the child's antics to unfold. Just look at him, so pitiable, having journeyed from Greece to Egypt, enduring countless hardships along the way. In his heart, Hephaestus conjured various justifications for Joel's behavior, his expression softening slightly. Eros, witnessing Joel's success, yearned to replicate it. However, no matter how stern Aphrodite appeared, she remained undeniably beautiful. She nearly burst into laughter at Eros's foolish attempt to imitate Joel. Silly child. You are not Joel. Why attempt to be coy? With a swift motion, Aphrodite swatted Eros's hand away, cautioning him to keep his new dress unblemished. Harboring her own frustrations, Aphrodite offered Joel a graceful smile. Her tone gentle and considerate. Now that you are back, you should rest promptly. The hearth god and the god of agriculture have sent over a plethora of newly crafted delicacies. As for Eros, I shall take him with me." Without allowing for a rebuttal, she seized Eros by the ear, eliciting a pained cry from him. "Oh, mother goddess, it hurts." Aphrodite turned a deaf ear to his plea, dragging Eros towards the temple of love. The pitiful sight of her companion stirred a pang of sympathy within Joel, prompting him to quietly inquire, "Did Apollo mention that Aphrodite fashioned the rose stems into a vine whip?" Hephaestus nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, that was my handiwork." Joel could foresee the dire fate awaiting Eros, while Aphrodite merely gazed tenderly. Yet the impending doom of the great conch within the confines of their realm remained vividly imprinted in his mind. A twinge of concern crept into him. Surely, Eros would be unharmed, right? He had promised to safeguard Eros, and a mix of guilt and unease washed over him. For he himself was in a precarious state. Rather than fretting over another, it would be wiser to attend to his own well-being. Hephaestus extended his strong arms, gently lifting Joel and steadily making his way toward the temple of the fire god. Sensing something amiss with Joel, he resolved to return to the temple for a thorough examination. Lost in contemplation, Hephaestus's expression grew grave, inciting a wave of panic within Joel. Could it be that Hephaestus had finally resolved to impart a lesson to him? In the past, during their misadventures with Eros, Hephaestus had never donned such a serious demeanor. Nor had it lingered for long. Joel felt an impending sense of danger. Why the distressed expression? Hephaestus adeptly placed Joel upon a soft cushion, observing his almost tearful demeanor. "What ails you? Let me see." He anxiously turned Joel over, inspecting him thoroughly. Joel, dazed, could sense Hephaestus's concern. "So, you are not punishing yourself?" Realizing the misunderstanding, Joel blushed and replied, "I am fine, Hephaestus. See, I am well." To demonstrate, he stood and leaped. However, Hephaestus had already discerned the issue plaguing him, and his expression darkened once more. "A surge of divine power, what has transpired within you?" Hephaestus, well-versed in the control of strength and accustomed to forging, knew that just a fraction more could lead to explosive consequences. Joel felt akin to overfilled material. The thought of such peril befalling Joel in the absence of an attack left Hephaestus deeply saddened. "You do not utilize the starry bottle I gifted you. Nor do you seek me even in danger. Joel, you have changed. You were not like this before." Hephaestus's voice trembled, echoing a hint of his childhood, leaving Joel momentarily disoriented. In the past, the times when Hephaestus would call out for him were filled with Joel's incessant chatter as his beloved nurtured one. Hephaestus had always fretted over any potential harm or injury, consumed with worry. Surely, Hephaestus harbored similar sentiments. "Alas, I feel rather despicable." Joel had not comforted anyone for quite some time, and now he found himself awkwardly drawing closer to Hephaestus, his expression fraught with urgency. "I truly am fine. Please check again." Hephaestus, however, paid him no mind, consumed by a silent sorrow that only deepened Joel's feelings of guilt. "By the way, I possess a space capable of harboring living beings, filled with an abundance of faith. Hephaestus, would you help me study it?" At the mention of this, Hephaestus finally acknowledged him. "A space for living beings? Let me take a look." Time and space are profoundly mysterious and potent forces. The former god of time and space, Kronos, was forcibly subdued by Zeus along with all his siblings and was barely defeated, imprisoned in the abyss. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that time and space hold great mystery and power. Unfortunately, Kronos was too preoccupied with maintaining his dominion to fully comprehend and utilize his intrinsic authority. With Joel's complete trust, Hephaestus employed his divine power to investigate. The marks of the 5 primordial gods covertly monitored the intruder, but fortunately, his intention was solely to perform an examination. This space. Hephaestus furrowed his brow, sensing an intense life force accompanied by a remarkably warm energy. "Joel, could you possibly expand the permissions of this space?" "Certainly." Upon confirmation, he recognized that this was indeed a vibrant space. It was uncertain whether this was due to Joel simultaneously possessing the divine powers of the 5 primordial deities, but the space within him appeared to be influenced, exhibiting potential for growth and the propagation of life. This meant that if it continued to develop, given time, Joel's space could evolve into a self-sustaining small world. Although Joel himself lacked divinity and could not enhance his power through a profound understanding of the laws, the gradual perfection of the small world's principles and the formation of natural cycles would unfold over time. Joel will possess an entire world. Chapter 77, Dreamscape, the Tree of Life. Truly astonishing. A marvel of craftsmanship, akin to a miracle, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. Hephaestus could scarcely believe such a realm could exist. After a moment of awe, Hephaestus earnestly cautioned Joel, "This space must never be revealed to any deity. I shall forge for you artifacts to contain excess faith and divine power. Not even I should be privy to the circumstances of this space in the future. Do you understand? Humanity seeks the precious and the unique, and so do the gods." Presently, Joel enjoys the favor of 5 primordial deities, which shields him from the interests of the gods, rendering him the most beloved talisman of Mount Olympus. However, now that the primordial deities have dispersed their powers, they are left with only their essence to sustain the world, most of them slipping into a deep slumber, including the once vibrant Earth Mother, Gaia, whose activity has waned. This has ignited Zeus's desire for dominion over the earth. Across the sea, Poseidon unabashedly harbors ambitions of expansion, relentlessly engaging with various female entities, all to sire the most formidable offspring to fight on his behalf. The vigor of the king of gods and the sea god remains undiminished, with tales of his romantic escapades abounding, while the affairs of other deities pale in comparison as primal desires unfold everywhere. Hephaestus has exerted countless efforts to safeguard Joel's pure spirit, crafting numerous artifacts merely to shield him from such influences. Most of the toys on Joel possessed a shielding function, and Eros instinctively kept Joel away from those locations. For this reason, Hephaestus did not impede Eros's closeness to Joel. Over an extended period, he could not always keep a watchful eye, which caused him distress. The faith of humanity could grant the gods greater authority and divine power, since you have not joined. There is no need for you to engage further. I am unaware of the sources of those beliefs within your realm. However, Joel, please do not give me cause for concern." Hephaestus spoke with a tone of sorrow, which prompted deep reflection on Joel's part regarding his mistakes. How could he allow Hephaestus to worry? "I promise to obey. I will do whatever you ask." For this, Joel fervently vowed, and a fleeting glimmer of amusement appeared in Hephaestus's eyes. He was hooked. "Very well, you shall study diligently within the palace, and I will impart to you an understanding of the laws. Now that you possess faith, you may also reshape your internal space. Joel, I eagerly anticipate your growth." Joel the cat stared in astonishment. "What is this? What are we learning? I never anticipated you to be such a Hephaestus." In the dense forest, towering green trees stand as the heart of this ecological realm, their majestic forms reflected upon the crystal-clear surface of the lake. Leaves, falling gently with the breeze, create ripples on the water's surface, while tiny fairies dance in the wind, atop the trees, and across the grass, their bodies aglow with a soft luminescence. The paths they traverse are imbued with traces of light, creating an ethereal and enchanting scene. As the fairies alight upon the small island at the lake's center, the moment their toes touch the ground, their silhouettes elongate. The diminutive sprites transform into exquisite maidens. They gather reverently around the great tree, offering their heartfelt praise. "You are the extension of life, the sanctuary of our kin. We salute you and express our gratitude for the hope and miracles of existence you bestow upon us. May your branches and leaves forever flourish. We extol you." Mother Tree of Life, our maternal figure. The Tree of Life awakens from its prolonged slumber, having been embraced by the benevolence of hope. It receives the favor of the divine, thus unlocking the wisdom of the spirit. Emerging from the brink of death and despair, it relentlessly grows into a colossal tree. Upon attaining the divine essence and power of life, it nourishes all living beings with its own sacred strength. The lake, formed from the waters of clouds and rain, flourishes under the protection of a benevolent river deity, resulting in this pristine body of water, filled with gratitude. It acknowledges the divine for granting it the ability to exist independently. However, faith can never fully reclaim the initial affection of the divine. The Tree of Life lacks the capacity for locomotion, rendering it unable to leave this ecological sphere in pursuit of its deity, a lamentable reality. At the moment the fairies rouse it from slumber, the Tree of Life seems to sense the flow of faith, along with the sacred warmth of the divine's breath. This newfound awareness stirs within it excitement and exhilaration, prompting it to shorten its period of dormancy, hoping for a day when it may once again encounter the divine. O Divine One, O Divine Essence, I humbly yearn for the privilege of meeting you. In my childhood, you rescued me from death, pulling me from the realm of shadows with kindness and warmth, granting me rebirth through divine power, allowing life to bloom in the desolate land. If it were possible, I would willingly offer all my faith, solely for the chance to encounter you once more. The incessant chatter in my ears caused Joel, lost in slumber, to furrow his brow, and his sleeping form instinctively waved a hand. In his dream, Hypnos was playfully engaging with Joel, his unhood visage radiating brilliance. With his striking platinum locks and softly golden eyes, he mirrored his brother Thanatos, the two embodying the duality of gold and silver, identical in appearance yet contrasting in temperament. In stark contrast to the aloof Thanatos, the god of sleep exudes vivacity, relishing the opportunity to wander through the vast realms of dreams. As the deity capable of conjuring 3,000 dreams, Hypnos is inherently restless, serving as the foremost purveyor of gossip in the tales shared with Joel. Ah, how noisy it is! Joel covered his ears, while Hypnos, lacking Joel's acute perception, approached him. All that could be heard were fragmented murmurs, akin to someone softly whispering a prayer. Joel lacks divinity and is incapable of embracing faith, a truth well known to Hypnos. Yet, the current scene appears to resemble a fervent supplication from the masses to the divine. Hypnos, the god of sleep, intended to caution the young one. However, Joel's essence flickered momentarily, causing this dreamscape to begin its collapse. Hypnos silently lamented the situation, realizing that events were unfolding too rapidly. By the time he employed his divine power to reinforce this realm of dreams, it was already too late. The figure of Joel has vanished without a trace. Hypnos, Morphus, Phantasos, Icarus. The dreams tremble as formless deities emerge from the surrounding space. They are the leaders of the 3,000 dreams. Father, Hypnos inquired in a low voice, where has Joel gone? Although he wields dominion over slumber, in this dreamscape crafted for Joel, the true authority lies with the 3,000 dreams. Regardless, Joel's disappearance is not his fault. He requires a scapegoat. Morpheus and the others remain oblivious to their esteemed father's sinister inclinations. He respectfully responds, the young prince has yet to awaken. Drawn into another dream by a mysterious force, Phantasos interjects, we lack the necessary authority to trace the young prince's precise location. Icarus adds, hence, we are also unaware. Knock. Knock, knock. Hypnos rapped 3 times. You are utterly foolish. You cannot accomplish such a trivial task. If you do not improve your efforts, I shall make you all work overtime. Thus, the dreams of the world today. The 3 dream deities finally comprehend their father's intent. Sighing inwardly as they acquiesce, we shall bear the burden entirely. May the blessings of slumber endure eternally. And where has our beloved Joel wandered? His consciousness drifts aimlessly. He gracefully glides through myriad dream bubbles of varying sizes and vibrant hues, pursuing the essence of faith, ultimately merging into a bubble radiating a verdant glow. The songs of birds intertwine with the fragrance of blossoms, while the lake, crystal clear, reflects the surrounding scenery. Most striking is the grand tree at the heart of the lake. It towers into the clouds, its lush branches and leaves safeguarding the entire ecosystem, providing a sanctuary for all living beings. Yet beyond this ecosystem, unquenchable lightning and fire abound, a struggle between the forces of destruction and the revival of life. Death and rebirth, in stark defiance of nature's laws. O Divine. Chapter 78. Divine Essence and Guidance. Though the tree of life has awakened its divine essence and gained dominion over growth and reproduction, its influence remains confined to this natural ecological sphere. This is the result of years of relentless effort and gradual expansion. However, beyond this ecological domain, the forces of annihilation far surpass what the tree of life can withstand. They resemble lambs nurtured by death, struggling in vain against the inexorable fate of destruction. In such dire circumstances, Joel descended into this realm through a dream, fortunate to share a profound bond with the tree of life, alongside a long-established faith. His dreams were able to exert a modicum of influence upon reality. In the void, the chaotic entity Chaos cast a watchful gaze. And upon realizing it was Joel's fortuitous moment, it smiled gently, shielding the child from the scrutiny of the divine king. Under the protection of the winds, Joel descended gracefully, standing before the tree of life. A sense of familiarity washed over him, prompting him to inquire, have we met before? The tree of life trembled with excitement, shedding its leaves in a cascade. My God! Its exhilaration was palpable as leaves fell like coins, soon carpeting the ground in a delicate layer. Joel pressed his lips together gently, cautiously approaching and placing his hand upon the trunk of the tree. Instantly, a delicate green luminescence emanated from his fingertips, and as the light flowed, memories began to materialize before his eyes. He beheld the cataclysmic thunder, witnessed the extinction of humanity, and observed a resilient sprout of green emerging from the scorched earth. So it was you. Joel finally revealed a smile. For the once diminutive green sprout had blossomed into something magnificent. His heart brimmed with solace, feeling that the divine power he once bestowed upon the tree of life had not been in vain. At that moment, Joel suddenly realized his connection with the tree of life, which re-established itself after he gazed upon his memories. The bond between them rekindled, and faith along with divine radiance surged within him. Despite searching his body in vain for a vessel to hold this divinity, these forces refused to relent, continuously seeking the space that was Joel. These energies rushed toward him like fish drawn to bait, eagerly flooding in, while Joel's internal space absorbed and refined them. Once unable to receive faith, Joel discovered that he could now seamlessly connect with it, embracing the wishes of his followers. Furthermore, the Tree of Life had become his first deity. His internal space began to expand, accommodating the ceaseless influx of power. In his consciousness, the image of the Tree of Life grew ever clearer, resembling an ancient sage, quietly observing and safeguarding him, bestowing upon him boundless vitality. He could now perceive the pulsations of the world more profoundly, understanding the cycles of growth and decay in all things. The prayers of his followers transformed from distant, broken signals into gifts tenderly offered with sincerity and anticipation. Fortunately, Joel's body had finally begun to mature. His once soft black hair lengthened, and his dark eyes sparkled with a hint of emerald green, ultimately settling into the size of a 5-year-old. Of course, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that he had attained divinity. Joel gasped, covering his mouth in astonishment. The transformations within him failed to capture his attention. Instead, it was the diamond-shaped, deep green divine emblem that emanated a rich radiance of life, quietly nestled within his being. The Tree of Life could not comprehend why its deity was stirred. In its perception, the divinity that bestowed upon it existence and hope was the most magnificent and esteemed entity in this realm. Furthermore, the authority over growth and reproduction that resided within it had significantly augmented with the awakening of the God of Life. There was no need to fear being engulfed by the forces of annihilation. As the dawn approached, it was time for the dream to awaken. Joel's power has experienced a qualitative leap, and he left a message for the Tree of Life. Until we meet again. The Tree of Life, unable to act independently, gazed longingly at the vanishing figure of the deity. Will we meet again? As dawn broke, darkness receded, and daylight emerged. Joel stood before the full-length mirror, gazing at his reflection with an endearing grin. I have attained divinity, I have grown taller, he exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. His exuberance caught the attention of Hephaestus, who entered the room with curiosity at Joel's sudden excitement. The mirror reflected his figure. Joel? Joel turned around and dashed forward like the wind, embracing Hephaestus's thigh, lifting his face with sparkling eyes. Hephaestus, I have grown taller. Joel's white garment, imbued with verdant hues, radiates vitality and exuberance, a true manifestation of life. His feline eyes, large and luminous, reflect a profound emerald green, revealing a thriving essence. The dominion of life holds immense power. Only when the divine essence awakens to grasp the authority of the laws can tangible transformation occur. Hephaestus remained unaware of how Joel achieved this. Yet it did not diminish his joy for him. However, amidst his happiness, new concerns arose. With Joel's mastery of formidable powers, it seemed unlikely he could continue to be as carefree on Mount Olympus as before. For potent deities often find themselves entangled in matters of hierarchy. Zeus's desire to usurp the divine positions belonging to the Titans, wielding paternal and marital authority, serves as the most effective means to subjugate progeny and goddesses. Joel, who does not fall into this category, may become an object of trepidation for others. Hephaestus, burdened by his thoughts, sensed the tremor of the green leaves through Joel's emotional awareness. He inquired with confusion, Hephaestus, are you not happy for me? Hephaestus replied gravely, it is not that I am not pleased for you. I rejoice in your achievements, yet I also harbor concerns. Joel, perplexed, inquired, why the concern? Hephaestus did not directly respond to this question. Instead, he asked, are you enjoying your time on Mount Olympus? Joel replied with a warm smile, of course. Everyone has been very kind to me. Hephaestus prompted him to ponder, what if you were to discover that, upon acquiring great divine power, their kindness might wane, or even turn to malice? For Joel, who possessed a keen sensitivity to emotions, the distinction between sincerity and deception was readily apparent. Hephaestus feared the thought of causing Joel distress. However, this inquiry was quite simple for Joel, who placed his hand gently upon the head of the crouching Hephaestus. I care only for you few. The preferences and animosities of other deities hold no significance for me. Would Hephaestus ever treat me poorly? Hephaestus met Joel's gaze, as if transported back to the day he was cast aside by Hera. It was Joel's nurturing that had allowed him to flourish, filling his heart with warmth. Of course not. He bowed his head to his little deity. Blood ties may impose a natural constraint, yet our bond transcends that tenuous connection. Joel, you are my treasure. Chapter 79, the continuation of the story as Hephaestus had anticipated. Joel has attained the divine essence of life, astonishing all the deities of Olympus. The term life encompasses a vast significance, akin to the very essence of the primordial five gods. Any being that comes into existence is inherently a manifestation of life. However, Joel's divine essence of life remains rather nascent, currently possessing only the subsidiary powers of sustaining vitality, accelerating the growth of flora, and safeguarding a verdant ecological oasis. For the divine essence of life to truly embody its title, it must gather a greater array of life-related powers, thereby fostering its growth and revealing its immense potential. Were it already a mature divine essence, even Zeus would find it difficult to resist coveting it. Fortunately, such a stage has not yet been reached. Joel's status is sufficient to quell Zeus's ambitions. The five great deities remain dormant rather than vanished, until Zeus comprehends the specific circumstances surrounding the primordial five. He will refrain from hasty actions. However, his attitude toward Joel has shifted from indifference to concern. At present, Joel cannot freely wander among the divine mountains. For the king of the gods has decreed that the young one's ascension must not be disturbed. This edict effectively curtails Joel's interactions with the deities, leaving him in solitude, idle and contemplative at home. Joel did not wish to seek unnecessary trouble. Rather, he preferred to devote his time to a thorough exploration of his own domain. "Joel, I've come to play. Come out quickly." Eros flapped his wings and darted into the grand hall, calling out excitedly like a little bird before even catching sight of Joel, amidst a heap of toys. Joel peered out and said, "Eros, I am here. Did not Zeus issue a decree? How is it that you still approach?" Eros flew over, responding, "Zeus did not explicitly forbid visits to the forge of Hephaestus, and besides, Hephaestus is my father. Is it wrong for me to return home?" "Indeed, a compelling argument." Joel smiled as he embraced Eros, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. "You are truly wonderful," he said. Eros's face flushed with a rosy hue, rendering him momentarily speechless. However, he had made a new observation. "How have you grown taller?" Joel stepped back, a smile gracing his lips as he spun around. "With divinity now within my grasp, I shall wield the authority over life itself, allowing me to grow akin to everyone else. However, the elements encompassed by life are manifold. In order to attain a complete divinity, I must exert considerable effort for an extended period. The essence of the god of life is not merely the privileges bestowed by divinity, but also the fulfillment of one's divine duties, contributing to the world to receive substantial returns. In this regard, the deities establish faith among mortals to enhance their performance, while those gods lacking such faith, like the deities of the underworld, must diligently strive to achieve results themselves. Their efforts often go unrecognized, despite their hard work. Joel contemplated the prospect of becoming yet another busy worker, a beautiful embodiment of life's essence, and suddenly the allure dimmed. Eros, unwilling to witness Joel succumb to despondency, leaned closer and whispered in his ear. This intimate and enigmatic gesture made Joel feel a surge of tension. "Do you recall Orpheus and Laius? I have gathered information about them, beginning with Orpheus. On that fateful journey to the underworld, he moved the Lord of the Dead with his music. Hades informed Orpheus that in order to resurrect his beloved wife, he must bring Eurydice back from the underworld to the surface. But he must not look back along the way." Joel furrowed his brow and inquired, "And then what? Did he turn back?" Eros, with an expression of reproach mingled with sorrow, replied, "Indeed, at the final moment, overwhelmed by the call of Eurydice. He could no longer bear the anguish of separation and yearned to embrace his wife. Alas, that very turn caused Eurydice to be once more ensnared by the laws of the underworld. Our initial guidance was rendered futile, and we nearly fell victim to the ferocious beasts of the underworld, who would have regarded us as mere morsels." Joel harbored no regrets regarding the assistance he once rendered. It is merely lamentable that a sincere affection was severed by the chasm between life and death. And what of Laius? Eros's gaze was imbued with an inscrutable meaning. Seemingly tinged with mockery, Laius had borne witness to the curse that enveloped him. In his role as tutor to Chrysippus, he had lured the young boy, consequently incurring the wrath of Pelops, who cursed him to be slain by his own son. Subsequently, he and the queen welcomed a son into the world. The prophecy foretold that this child would one day slay his father and wed his mother. In a desperate attempt to thwart the prophecy, Laius abandoned the infant in a desolate wilderness, hoping that wild beasts would consume him. Fortuitously, the child was discovered by a shepherd and subsequently adopted by the king of a neighboring realm, who named him Oedipus. Upon reaching adulthood, Oedipus, troubled by the oracle's words and determined to prevent the prophecy from unfolding, departed from his adoptive parents to wander, ultimately arriving in the land of Thebes. Joel recalled the curse that plagued Laius, and, intertwined with the prophecy of Oedipus, his heart grew heavy. The initial counsel proved futile. The game of fate was a predetermined path from which none could escape, leaving only the option to traverse the narrative. The tale of Eros continued to unfold. At this juncture, a sphinx arrived in Thebes, demanding riddles of humanity, with dire consequences for those unable to provide the correct answers, death at its claws. In a quest to find a resolution to the sphinx's enigma, Laius encountered Oedipus along the way, leading to a fierce altercation. Unbeknownst to him, Oedipus inadvertently killed Laius, his biological father. Subsequently, upon arriving in the capital, he unraveled the riddle of the sphinx, liberating Thebes, and the populace heralded him as their new king. In accordance with tradition, the new monarch was to wed the widow of the former king and inherit all that belonged to him. Thus, Oedipus and his mother, unbeknownst to either, bore 2 sons and 2 daughters. At this point, Joel surmised Oedipus's tragic fate, since Zeus ascended as the sovereign of the gods. The world had transitioned from primal chaos to a semblance of order. The patricidal and incestuous acts of Oedipus starkly violated the ethical tenets of humanity, rendering them unforgivable sins. Even Eros felt a tinge of pity for Oedipus, a hero who should have basked in glory, yet remained ensnared by the whims of fate. A plague and famine besieged Thebes, prompting Oedipus to seek divine insight into the relentless calamities. The oracle of the temple revealed to him the divine truth. Upon discovering that the roots of his misfortunes lay within himself, Oedipus was struck with horror as he realized that the very fate he sought to evade had come to fruition. His mother, overwhelmed by shame, took her own life. In despair, Oedipus blinded himself and publicly confessed his transgressions, pleading for the forgiveness of his people, ultimately bequeathing the throne to his uncle Creon. He also sought a grave for his equally unfortunate mother, believing that his sins rendered him unworthy to tread upon this land, and thus he voluntarily exiled himself, departing from Thebes. Thus, the tale concludes. Joel embodies the fragility and tumult of human existence, yet Eros admonishes, Joel, we must not meddle in the destinies of humankind, for they are intricately woven by the Moirai. If you wish to effect change, it can only be through heeding faith and following the guidance of oracles. The position of the divine is indeed singular. Joel was momentarily speechless, as Eros began to discern his thoughts with increasing clarity. He lowered his head. I haven't done anything. It was not a lack of desire, but rather an inability. Joel had been so well protected by the gods that he had yet to be touched by the coldness of divinity. When he worried about Daphne, when he focused on Callisto, and when he fostered Arcus with the fairy Andromeda, it was not that he did not wish to act, but rather that he was powerless to do so. Without having awakened his divine essence, he could only traverse the skies on clouds, calling out to his siblings and relying on his defenses. What great deeds could one expect from a little one who could not even wield transformation magic? Indeed, power forms the foundation of strength, with the attainment of divine status. Even one's courage swells considerably. Eros widened his eyes, warning him, do not act recklessly. Zeus has begun to regard you with apprehension. Regardless of your views on the fates of others, you are forbidden from taking unilateral action. It was rare for him to exhibit such ferocity, leaving Joel momentarily stunned, only to hear Eros muttering softly, at the very least, take me with you. Should any misfortune befall us, we can share the consequences, lest I be left alone. Chapter 80. Apology and Invitation. Eros. Joel was profoundly moved, truly a testament to the bond of friendship he shared. Eros, blushing, allowed Joel to lean on him, a gesture he often extended to Joel. However, now that Joel had grown to a similar height, Eros felt somewhat uneasy, longing for the days when he could cradle Joel in his arms. Should he grow another 2 years? As the brothers engaged in their emotional interplay, a divine presence made an unwarranted entrance, leaving behind a trail imbued with the fragrance of blossoms and the sweetness of ripened fruit, with vines flourishing naturally. Most deities possess a fragment of the essence of life, such as Dionysus with his vines, symbolizing prosperity and rebirth. This is also what Zeus feared regarding Joel's awakening as a life deity, concerned that he might one day evolve into the true sovereign of life. A word spoken can bring forth life or death. What a terrifying authority that is. To this day, no god has truly mastered the entirety of existence. Dionysus gazed at the pair before him, those mischievous little ones who had subjected him to their combined antics. A dull ache seemed to resonate within him. Yet, recalling his purpose, he met Joel's clear, cat-like gaze and blinked. The words he intended to utter remained unspoken. Hephaestus emerged from his workshop, forcefully obstructing Dionysus's line of sight. His eyes brimming with warning. Maintaining his composure, Dionysus appeared casually elegant. "Mighty Hephaestus, I have come to extend an invitation to Joel and Eros to partake in the revelry. As a gesture of goodwill following our last encounter, revelry is the domain of the wine god, where he could draw strength. Yet prosperity and rebirth are also within his purview." It was said that Joel had awakened the essence of life, and Dionysus pondered whether he could leverage this connection to delve into deeper laws. Such an endeavor would not only replenish his own authority over the life aspect of his vines, but also allow Joel to gather the prosperity and rebirth that the wine god commanded, constituting a fair exchange. Joel emerged from behind Hephaestus, and by lineage, those present were all his juniors. He posed a singular question: "Are you not afraid of Zeus?" Dionysus responded with a gentle smile: "My father would never deny his most beloved son the opportunity for strength, as long as I steadfastly support the reign of the great god king, born from Zeus, who had sewn him into his thigh and delivered him at full term." Dionysus was not spared the persecution of Hera. Fortunately, he was rescued by the forest goddesses, and as he matured, he harnessed his own abilities to invent the cultivation of grapes and the art of winemaking. He imparted this knowledge to humanity, reveling in the joy and ecstasy that wine bestowed upon his followers. The divine status of the god of wine was an honor that Dionysus earned through his own endeavors and his impact on the advancement of civilization. With such merit, he ascended to the rank of the 12 Olympian gods, earning the admiration and respect of his divine peers. Joel grasped Hephaestus's fingers tenderly. As offspring of deities, the distinction between affection and indifference was strikingly apparent. He felt a profound compassion for his beloved Hephaestus. Hephaestus, perplexed by Joel's sudden paternal demeanor, inquired with his gaze, "Shall we proceed?" Joel had heard tales of the Bacchanalian revelries, notorious for their indulgence. The previous festival hosted by Zeus had been a solemn divine banquet, devoid of the exuberance characteristic of Bacchus's merriment. Having already savored the nectar of the vine, how could he possibly forego the Bacchanalian festivities? The absence of persuasion from Hephaestus signified that he was free to attend, and without a moment's hesitation, Joel made his choice: to go. As a parting gesture, Hephaestus specifically cautioned Eros, instructing him to avoid anything that should not be seen and to keep a vigilant eye, ensuring that Dionysus did not lead Joel astray. Eros assured his commitment to the task, for such duties were well within his expertise. Joel and Eros followed Dionysus down the paths of Olympus, their footsteps echoing in the stillness of the mountain trail. On the throne of the gods sat Zeus, his gaze piercing through the clouds, resting upon the distant horizon. His cerulean eyes shimmered with a complex radiance, embodying a yearning for power intertwined with an acceptance of fate. Life, the earth, the primordial deities, an unparalleled dominion of might. When shall I truly master all, transcending everything? It is somewhat ironic that Zeus, wielding the divine essence of the king of gods, remained subject to the whims of destiny. Reflecting upon his ascent to the rank of supreme deity, he believed it to be the fruit of his own endeavors, yet upon occupying this exalted position, he discerned that all was preordained. The proud Zeus, reluctant to concede to fate, found himself ensnared in its grasp. The sudden emergence of love, the burgeoning offspring, and the increasing distance from his wife. "Métis, what do you believe are the odds of my acquiring the essence of life from the little one?" The goddess's voice remained steadfastly calm. "Minimal." Zeus frowned in displeasure. "What if the little one were to align with me? What chances would I possess?" Métis reasoned. Hephaestus and Eros could afford the little one a 70% chance, with 30% being the primordial deity's restraint. The mother of the earth has embarked upon new endeavors, indicating that the primordial deities have not entirely succumbed to slumber. In light of this, it is evident that should Zeus seek to exert force, he would find it impossible. Alas, Zeus wearily closed his eyes. "It seems I require more formidable offspring, and must implore the ancient ones to foretell the choices of my children as mothers." The autumn air was crisp, heralding a season of bountiful harvests. Golden sunlight bathed the fields, waves of grain rolled gently, and fruits hung heavily upon the branches. The realm rejoiced in the delights of abundance, as praises and worship of the agricultural deity permeated every corner. "Mother of abundance, Demeter, you are the guardian of the harvest. Your blessings nourish every crevice of the earth like the tide. Under your protection, the land flourishes and all life thrives. You are our hope, our faith. We offer our gratitude to the bounteous goddess, singing your praises and extending our prayers, hoping for another year of plentiful harvests." Joel followed Dionysus through the cultivated fields. witnessing the vibrant and industrious spirit of the harvest season, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Above the golden wheat fields, ethereal points of light, invisible to the human eye, coalesced into the form of a goddess. This was none other than Demeter, the deity being celebrated by the people. She scattered the golden ears of wheat in all directions, as faith and divine power infused the flora and the earth, bestowing the goddess's blessings. Without a doubt, the coming year promised a bountiful harvest. She stood at a distance from Joel and his companions, raising the golden wheat to wave at him. The golden lights began to approach, akin to blessings that integrated into Joel's very being. Thus, under the auspices of the life-giving deity, the bounty of the harvest was assured, the land became fertile, and the ability to nurture life emerged, enabling the flourishing of flora and fauna while maintaining ecological balance. Joel gazed at Demeter. She merely smiled gently, her figure dissolving into light, bestowing blessings upon every patch of earth. "What's the matter, Joe?" Earlier, neither Eros nor Dionysus had noticed Demeter's arrival. Joel's heart raced with excitement, yet he feigned indifference. "It's nothing," he said, shaking his head. "I apologize, Eros. I did not intend to withhold this from you." The fact that Demeter has concealed herself from others signifies her desire for privacy, reflecting on the goddess of harvest during her time on Mount Olympus. It was evident that despite her immense faith and power, she led a life of gentle tranquility, coexisting harmoniously with her daughter, Persephone. The seed of Persephone embodies the essence of grain. As she descends into the underworld, the seeds lie dormant in the darkness. When she returns to the earth, Demeter's strength awakens those seeds, bringing forth the revival of nature. Eros once contemplated finding a wife for Hades, and it was none other than Persephone. Her youthful beauty captivated the male deities, who constantly sought opportunities to bask in her presence, rivaling even the allure of Aphrodite. Demeter, disapproving of the male god's incessant pursuits of her daughter, concealed Persephone within a hidden cave. Unbeknownst to her, Eros happened upon her while wandering. He mused that a goddess adored by the gods would be the perfect match for Hades as his queen of the underworld. Furthermore, Persephone personified spring, making her an ideal companion to enhance the environment of the underworld. Acting on impulse, Eros deliberately guided Persephone to pick daffodils along the path of Hades, the lord of the underworld. The daffodil is the sacred flower of the underworld. Concealed in the shadows, Eros awaited the arrival of Hades in his divine chariot, and with a single arrow, struck the heart of Hades, causing him to instantly fall in love with Persephone. As for the outcome, Chapter 81, Revelry and Ritual, details a smooth process but a tragic conclusion. The infatuated Hades, captivated by Persephone at first sight, abducted her to the underworld. However, upon returning, the enchantment of Eros's love arrow appeared to be countered by an equally potent force. Hades regained his composure, yet whenever he faced Persephone, his affection surged uncontrollably. To shield himself from this overwhelming emotion, he placed Persephone in the Elysian fields. Eventually, Persephone's powers fortuitously fulfilled a crucial element of the underworld's laws. She embodied the fragility of life and the inevitability of death, as well as the immortality and eternity of existence. After unwittingly consuming a pomegranate from the underworld, she became irrevocably bound to it. The underworld spontaneously birthed the divine persona of the queen, causing turmoil throughout its endless abyss. It was Hades himself who ventured to the temple of the abyss, not knowing what price he paid to quell its wrath. Subsequently, the path for Hades to traverse the earth was sealed, and he became a recluse. Although Persephone bore the title of queen, she merely held a nominal role in its affairs. When Demeter threatened to withhold her daughter, vowing to render the earth barren, Zeus and Hades struck a deal. Persephone would spend a quarter of the year in the underworld, marking the onset of winter, a season steeped in Demeter's profound sorrow for her daughter. Upon her return, life would awaken anew. Thus, the cycle of existence commenced anew, and the three goddesses of the seasons invited Persephone to join them as the embodiment of winter. Ultimately, Eros issued a relentless pursuit in the underworld, and even the pleas of Joel proved futile. The past was too painful to recall, bearing witness to the abyss, which lingered on the fringes of the world, teetering on the brink of madness. Eros has developed a profound understanding of their relationship. He truly deserves the suffering he endures. Unbeknownst to his companion's inner thoughts, Eros gathers flowers in the fields, imitating the fairies as he weaves garlands. With deft fingers, he intertwines delicate plant stems into resilient bracelets, adorned with an array of vibrant wildflowers. Seizing a moment while Joel is distracted, he takes his companion's hand and adorns it with the bracelet, filling his heart with sweetness. However, this bliss is short-lived as Dionysus halts, signaling their arrival at their destination. The power of emotion envelopes Eros as he positions himself in front of Joel, seemingly shielding his friend from the unknown influences ahead. As the god of love, he is acutely sensitive to passion. And the thought that Joel shares this sensitivity drives him to yearn to whisk Joel away immediately. Dionysus, wielding his divine power to stave off emotional turmoil, apologetically remarks, "My apologies, I had forgotten that you two are still youthful deities." He embodies revelry and exuberance, yet remains an individual apart, surrounded by fervent admirers and those eager for intimate encounters. Once one steps into the realm of festivity, all emotions are under the dominion of Dionysus. Hence, he is also the officiant of rites of passage, and it is indeed remiss of him to forget the presence of the two young ones, Joel and Eros. Humph. A note of discontent laces Eros' voice as he sharply treads upon Dionysus' foot, expressing his frustration through this simple, albeit crude, act. Yet at that moment, an ominous sensation sweeps over him. His spine stiffens as if a chilling breeze has passed, raising every hair on his body. Eros quickly lifts his gaze, scanning the crowd until it rests upon the distant priestesses of Dionysus. Their eyes blaze with fervent devotion, ready to rend apart anything that might tarnish the sanctity of their revered god. Yet, Eros, as a guest of the divine, places them in a precarious predicament. Caught between frenzy and composure, their rationality feels as though it is a taut string, poised to snap at any moment. Joel discerned the tumultuous emotions swirling around him and swiftly took action, summoning Eros back to his side. His divine power enveloped the surroundings like a gentle spring breeze, infused with the refreshing essence of life, delicately caressing every being and guiding their frayed sanity back to tranquility. As Joel's influence spread, the once raucous revelry gradually succumbed to a serene calm. Dionysus was astonished to witness a remarkable equilibrium between madness and reason within his own dominion. Indeed, inviting you here was a fortuitous decision, Dionysus mused with a smile, yet Joel regarded him with a frosty demeanor. Remembering the prior disrespect and the subsequent impoliteness of the priestess, Joel was engulfed in fury. Eros, seizing the moment, clung to Joel's arm and, with his lifetime of acting prowess, portrayed an image of pitiable innocence. In days gone by, he would have refrained from shooting his arrows of love indiscriminately, having been audacious behind Joel's back. Dionysus too had once been struck by an arrow, courtesy of a robust centaur chief. Thus, who could ascertain whether his actions were deliberate retaliation? Very well, I beg your pardon, may His Highness Joel, the god of life, forgive my transgressions. And may the god of love absolve humanity's missteps. In atonement, I am willing to present a golden wine jug brimming with exquisite wine. Dionysus, still in need of Joel's strength, was reluctant to foster enmity at this juncture. Otherwise, this endeavor would be in vain. Upon sensing Joel's interest, Eros, aware of his fondness for the aroma of wine, promptly interjected, I shall take two. The 12 golden jugs contained the finest wines, crafted by Dionysus himself, a remarkable collection of his very own concoctions. Each jug was filled with the most delectable wine, selected once a year, and now Eros boldly requested two. This request precisely aligned with Dionysus's willingness to yield, suggesting that Eros had anticipated this moment well in advance. Joel could not contain himself and shouted, 3. He received 2 pairs of astonished gazes, and his face flushed. Oh dear, how impulsive. Yet Dionysus merely smiled indulgently, his demeanor towards Joel markedly different from that he reserved for Eros. Very well, 3 it is. However, while moderate drinking can indeed relax the mind and body, excessive indulgence is ill-advised. Let us not find ourselves tumbling from the clouds. The gentle breeze caressed, lifting the chestnut strands of hair slightly, while those deep green eyes concealed an intoxicating charm, reminiscent of rich wine, causing one's spirit to sway. Eros clenched his fists in frustration. How shameless. Fortunately, Joel was not ensnared by Dionysus's allure. He was not one to be swayed by mere appearances. Let us proceed to the matter at hand. Dionysus swept his long hair back and led Joel to the central altar. This revelry was a tribute to the god of wine, where devoted followers presented offerings, humbly kneeling at the base of the altar. As a circle of candles around the altar was lit, pure and vibrant wine flowed from the barrels, and the people leaned in to partake, the heady aroma gradually warming their bodies and clouding their minds. The sounds of various instruments joined in, and reason was cast aside as they immersed themselves in the joyous abandon of intoxication. Oh, Dionysus, master of dreams, you weave a tapestry of intertwined joys and sorrows with your divine wine, allowing us to find the wings of freedom amidst the revelry. under your shelter. We may briefly linger in a state of blissful inebriation, reluctant to awaken. Oh, god of wine, your altar is a sanctuary for the heart. Here, we speak not of toil, but of laughter. May your cup overflow, and your feasts remain ever vibrant. Dionysus, you are both the deity of wine and the eternal embodiment of revelry. As the sacred words of the ritual echoed, they soared towards the altar of Dionysus, invoking the mysterious powers of sacrifice that would bestow upon the faithful the divine gifts of the wine god. The senses of the devotees heightened, creativity surged, and harmony flourished among them. The natural world, too, was blessed, with vines thriving and creatures growing gentler. Dionysus closed his eyes, reveling in the sensation of power coursing through him, capturing the essence of life inherent in authority. Nature was bountiful, life persisted, crops were safeguarded, and prosperity renewed. The divine essence of Joel encompasses the myriad facets of life, and upon the culmination of this collection, it enriches the very fabric of the laws of existence. Dionysus finds himself with a profound comprehension of these laws, wielding a purer and more potent authority. With his objectives fulfilled, he stands to gain immeasurably. Chapter 82. Death and the Lyre. Thank you, Joel. The joy of life is distinct from the madness of revelry. It brings forth beauty and tranquility, as if possessing the miraculous ability to heal wounds. The god of wine once struggled to maintain his composure amidst extreme frenzy, yet now, endowed with newfound authority, he is able to preserve clarity even in chaos, no longer enslaved by his emotions. This indeed is a wondrous sensation. As a result, Joel received a promotion, and with the expansion of his authority, the divine essence of the life master became increasingly perfected. A look of contentment graced his visage. No need for formality. We have all attained what we desired, have we not? With matters of significance concluded, Joel intended to indulge in the authentic revelry of the god of wine. However, Eros continuously diverted him, denying Joel the opportunity to partake. Dionysus sat nearby, observing the playful antics of the two youngsters as if witnessing a performance, all the while holding a platter of fruits neatly sliced and offered by his devoted followers. Joel yearned to breach Eros's blockade. The sweet fragrance of fruit wafted through the air, causing his nostrils to quiver as his gaze frequently drifted towards Dionysus. Eros felt a surge of frustration, nearly succumbing to his volatile nature, contemplating whether to choose him or not. A loud crash echoed, the sound of an object being hurled. In the distance, a throng of people encircled the scene, their exuberance and frenzied emotions casting a shadow of unease over both Joel and Eros. What transpired? Dionysus cast a cold glance, first employing his divine powers to soothe the two youngsters. Being the sole adult deity present, it was his duty to safeguard them. Do not be drawn to the commotion. The turmoil subsided swiftly, yet blood stained the earth, a viscous liquid saturating the surroundings, leaving the floor tinged with an indelible crimson hue, and madness flickering in the eyes of the onlookers. Wine was poured over the dismembered corpses, each droplet resembling tears of sorrow. Green shoots emerged from the sanguine puddles, transforming into slender vines, weaving an inescapable web. Joel recognized the dismembered figure of the one who had once been Orpheus, the son of Apollo. The musical prodigy Orpheus had retreated into a shell of desolation following the death of his beloved wife. Once, he had fought alongside heroes, aiding Jason in the quest for the Golden Fleece. His melodies once danced with the notes of hope, guiding the likes of Theseus and Perseus. Yet now, the brilliance and confidence of Orpheus had faded into obscurity. In the wake of his wife's loss, his world was shrouded in an ineffable sorrow, especially poignant given how fleetingly close he had been to hope. The genius who once captivated the gods had, at last, withered away amidst the baksheesh revelry, torn apart by the wrathful, frenzied priestesses. Oh, Joel. Joel resolutely avoided the interference of Dionysus and Eros, for it was his will. To grow up, one must confront everything, both the good and the bad. Dionysus, in a state of turmoil, watched as Joel approached the lifeless form of Orpheus, urging, "Will you not intervene?" Eros, his gaze unwavering, retorted with irritation, "This is not solely your fault. Intoxication can cloud judgment, and heightened emotions often lead to explosive reactions. Perhaps it is time for some self-reflection." At that moment, Joel had already reached Orpheus's side. Though driven by tumultuous emotions, the priestesses were unwilling to harm the god of life, especially such a tender and fragile young being. Joel gazed upon the bewildered soul and spoke, "Orpheus, I possess the power to restore you to life. Resurrection is the most fervent desire of the deceased." Yet, Orpheus declined. "Dear deity, I appreciate your kindness, but perhaps death is the most fitting fate for me. I yearn profoundly for Eurydice. He was a demigod, inheriting the musical gifts of Apollo, if he so chose. He could attain the divine essence of music through trials and become an immortal god. However, with immortality comes the eternal separation from his beloved wife. For the underworld is the final resting place of the departed. By rejecting the invitation from the god of wine, he had already grasped his destiny. For partaking in the revelry implied an acceptance of its chaotic indulgence. He wished to avoid debauchery and betrayal of his deceased spouse. If he must choose, he would rather embrace death, for it might still afford him the chance to be reunited with his wife. A chill wind swept through. The breath of death ushering in the presence of the Grim Reaper, clad once more in the black cloak reminiscent of their initial encounter. Joel's sorrow for Orpheus's tragic demise transformed into joy upon the sight of a familiar face, Thanatos. It has been quite some time. Why have you not changed your attire? Thanatos paused, then gazed down at Joel. Young one, your words are rather presumptuous. I possess countless cloaks just like this one, all crafted from the clouds of night collected by Hypnos. He spoke with an air of arrogance, yet his hands remained in constant motion, deftly pulling up Orpheus's soul with a gentle tug of the chain. Ah, what a miserable end, he remarked. Come, our brilliant musician. With a wave, Thanatos and Joel departed, leaving behind a scene drenched in blood. Joel suddenly lost interest in the revelry. A person who values reason above all else would not relish the numbing of their senses by intoxicating libations. Nor would they find pleasure in the chaotic indulgence of the scene, even if it symbolizes a liberation from all constraints. Thank you for your hospitality, Dionysus. But I believe that Eros and I shall take our leave from this place. Joel beheld the priestess as she cradled the severed head of Orpheus, reverently placing it upon the lyre. In her eyes flickered an obsession, an adoration, and a profound resentment born of unattainable love. For Orpheus, upon his return from the underworld, remained ensnared by the memory of his deceased wife, spurning the affections of all women who sought his favor, including the priestesses themselves. During the Bacchanalia, amidst this revelry, chaos and violence ensued, culminating in the tragic dismemberment of Orpheus, a dire consequence of inciting the wrath of women. Dionysus chose not to intervene. The priestesses were mere mortals, and the divine must not meddle in the destinies of humankind. There lay yet another fundamental reason. Recently, Joel learned of the contention between Apollo and Dionysus for the allegiance of believers. Orpheus, being the son of Apollo, stands as the most devoted of Apollo's followers. Dionysus, in his reckless abandon, possesses no justification to rescue his rival. He embodies a spirit of unrestrained freedom, starkly contrasting with the order and reason represented by Apollo. It is indeed a lamentable circumstance that I must now devote time to absorbing the faith of the Bacchanalia. Hence, I cannot accompany you further. However, wherever the vine flourishes, you may summon me at any time. Dionysus bestowed upon Joel a vine as a token of their connection. Watching their receding figures, a sense of disquiet washed over him. Today, having witnessed these events, he would undoubtedly face retribution from Hephaestus. Despite his formidable divine powers, he is not inherently a warrior. In solitary combat, he would find himself at a disadvantage. After bidding farewell to the god of wine, Joel and Eros departed from the Bakshik festival hand in hand. As they descended the hillside, a stark contrast emerged between the serene tranquility below and the vibrant revelry above. The gentle babbling of a brook accompanied them, and suddenly, a melodious voice graced their ears, an enchanting sound emanating from the head of Orpheus. The harp floated upon the water's surface, its strings resonating autonomously, devoid of any human touch. The music reverberated through the air, penetrating the very souls of all existence. Blossoms unfurled by the riverbank, and the beasts ceased their hunting, captivated by the enchanting power of the melody. Orpheus's head drifted alongside the harp, his voice and the harp's notes intertwined in perfect harmony, conjuring an unprecedented symphony of beauty. This music soothed the creatures of the earth, evoking deep emotion even among the celestial deities. When the harp ultimately sailed from the river's end into the sea, the gods felt an overwhelming sense of loss. They implored Zeus, the king of the gods, to hang the harp in the heavens as a tribute to Orpheus's music. Thus, Zeus suspended the harp in the sky, transforming it into the constellation Lyra, eternally shimmering in the celestial expanse. Chapter 83. Mermaid Weather Forecast. Witnessing the harp's transformation into the constellation Lyra, Joel had reason to speculate that the demise of Orpheus may have been subtly orchestrated by Zeus. All in pursuit of the celestial powers, he beheld the enchanting sirens rising from the depths of the sea, resting upon a great stone, gazing vacantly at the constellation Lyra. In the days of yore, heroes sought the golden fleece, only to be intercepted by the sirens, who had the ability to manipulate minds and beguile travelers. It was Orpheus who intervened, using his exquisite music to enchant the melodious sirens. What a tragic fate for such a genius musician. A demigod with a life still full of promise, yet he departed for the underworld far too soon. The sirens still yearned for another glimpse of that prodigy. On the shore, Joel curiously gazed at the siren's tail, long and powerful, with broad fins resembling delicate gossamer. The iridescent scales shimmered under the moonlight, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Eros, is this a male mermaid? He had only encountered descriptions of sirens in books, predators of the sea who bewitch passing sailors with their celestial melodies, luring them to their doom before devouring them after rescuing them from the depths. In truth, they were originally the daughters of river gods, possessing alluring bodies and wings akin to birds. After losing a musical contest against the muses, they were stripped of their wings and transformed into mermaids. Yet, even among mermaids, there exists a distinction between the sexes. Male mermaids are strikingly handsome, they're elongated, opulent tails more likely to attract female attention and secure mating rights. In contrast, females are resplendent and elegant, with stronger and more robust tails, primarily venturing out to hunt. The male's tail fin, while aesthetically pleasing, lacks the strength of the female S. This accounts for the legend that most mermaids are female. Eros, born on Mount Olympus, had a mother, Aphrodite, who resided in the Aegean Sea, and thus he often vacationed with her at temples along its shores. He was somewhat familiar with mermaids. After all, Poseidon was always surrounded by a retinue of mermaid guardians, whose unremarkable appearances belied their ferocity in battle. The truly beautiful creatures are the treasures of the ocean. Most deities of the sea are depicted with the bodies of humans and tails of fish, as was the ancient sea god Nereus. To maintain his dominion, Poseidon adopted the noble fish-tailed form, and from then on, the human body with a fish tail and a trident became the emblem of the ruler of the seas. Indeed, that is a male mermaid, he declared confidently, sensing a hint of familiarity in the atmosphere. Suddenly, with a splash, the mermaid wielded a trident, summoning colossal waves that surged towards Joel and Eros. The mermaid looked at Joel. You bear the blessing of the Father God. You are a friend welcomed by the sea. And you, Eros, mischievous little sprite, how dare you wander the ocean alone without being by the side of Her Highness Aphrodite? Aren't you afraid of the trouble your trickster sea god might bring upon you? Eros recognized the identity of the mermaid and flapped his wings, hovering at eye level with her. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be Triton, son of Poseidon. How many domains have you conquered after all your efforts? As the rightful king of the seas, do not let yourself be overshadowed by illegitimate offspring. The tone drips with sarcasm, piercing straight to the heart. Triton, with ears reminiscent of fish fins, displays a handsome visage marred by fury, as water swirls around the low-grade replica of a divine trident he wields, ever poised to confront his adversaries. Eros, equally unyielding, has long readied his golden arrows of love, should an attack be launched. The divine power of these arrows could inflict upon Triton the bewildering folly of love. The sea is replete with monstrous creatures. Given Eros' notorious history of playfully mocking the gods, his unsavory reputation is quite understandable. Joel believed that if a confrontation were to ensue, their strengths would likely be evenly matched. Triton's divine power was slightly superior to that of an ordinary deity, being of royal lineage and augmented by the combat prowess of the sea god, Eros. To be candid, love is hardly a means for conflict, and Joel had no desire to witness the overwhelming spectacle of the oceanic horde. It was far too exhilarating and decidedly unfriendly towards him. Return, Eros. With a single command, the diminutive god of love glared fiercely at Triton, muttering, "Consider yourself fortunate." While remaining vigilant against a potential assault from the merfolk, he swiftly returned to Joel's side. "What troubles you, my dearest Joel?" Triton clicked his tongue in amusement, remarking, "Even the little devil has moments of obedience." As the water level abruptly fell, he scrutinized Joel with curiosity. "I am Triton. Could you possibly be the renowned Prince Joel?" It appears the tales of the little prince being perpetually accompanied by a mischievous spirit are indeed true. Having such a follower must be quite a headache, I presume? Joel, upon hearing the other party merely disparaging Eros, did not feel anger, but rather responded with calmness. Eros is not merely a follower. He is my dear friend. I am Joel, pleased to make your acquaintance, Triton. Observing his earnest demeanor, Triton reined in his jest, sensing that trifling in front of a minor deity lacked propriety. A pang of jealousy stirred within him at the thought of Eros possessing a true friend, a companion. Memories of thrilling adventures alongside heroes flooded his mind: trust, camaraderie, and valor. In the fiercely competitive realm of oceanic deities, such virtues were exceedingly rare. Moreover, the sovereign of the sea cared solely for begetting mightier progeny, relegating Triton to a position of mediocrity. The ocean was divided into two factions, the descendants of the ancient sea god Nereus and those of Poseidon. This was a period of transition between old and new regimes. Among these powerful offspring of the sea gods, neither side was willing to yield, engaging in fierce battles for dominion over the waters. The pressure on Triton, as a royal heir, was immense. Thus, he had joined the Sirens in their trials against Eros, initially seeking a respite for himself. Little did he anticipate being captivated by Orpheus's music, subsequently longing for another encounter with the musical prodigy. Yet, the constellation Lyra, glittering in the night sky, foretold that his dreams would remain unfulfilled. Eros mischievously curled his lip. "Triton, I sense it. Your love is tinged with bitterness. Is it the Lyra that has stirred your heart?" He did not overlook the mermaid's gaze toward the constellation, a blend of nostalgia and affection shimmering within it. Triton tightened his grip on his weapon. "Do you seek a duel?" The two adversaries, as irreconcilable as water and fire, could ignite fury and conflict with mere words. It appeared they had not been without grievances in the past. As the embodiment of emotions, Eros perceived that Triton was nearing his breaking point. He refrained from further provoking his rival, merely shrugging and leaning against Joel. For he understood that Joel, possessing the friendship of the ocean, was undoubtedly his finest protector in these waters. Triton was supremely vexed by Eros's insolence, yet regrettably, Joel's presence restrained him from taking action. "I apologize, young prince. It was my discourtesy. It is this scoundrel Eros who has dampened the occasion, preventing me from properly hosting you." Among deities, relationships were of utmost importance. Should Triton win Joel's favor, it would enhance his chances in the struggle for power over the sea. All the gods were aware of this. Prince Joel is the most cherished younger brother of the original 5 deities. The primordial ocean, Oceanus, and the ancient sea, Pontus, are both sons of the Earth Mother. When the Sky Father distanced himself from the world, hanging amidst the cosmic Milky Way, the Earth Mother ascended as the supreme deity among the pantheon of gods. Thus, Joel's support is of utmost significance. Joel did not ponder too deeply, assuming that Triton's apology stemmed from mere courtesy. He pinched Eros's arm as a warning before responding to Triton, "It's quite all right." Eros, who enjoyed a bit of mischief, hoped the young prince would not take offense. They had merely come to witness the conclusion of the harp, intending to leave shortly thereafter. The implication was clear: they planned to depart soon. Wait. Triton felt a surge of urgency within, still wishing to garner Joel's support. However, upon seeing Eros turn and make a face, he was nearly driven to exasperation. At that moment, the briny sea breeze howled past, causing Triton's splendid ear fins to flutter gently. As the guardian of the ocean and harbinger of weather, he sensed the impending tumult brought forth by the sea, realizing a fierce storm was about to descend. Triton's duty was to protect marine life and guide human vessels through the tumultuous waves, ensuring their safety. Faced with a choice, he reluctantly relinquished his pursuit of Joel. He summoned the waves and leapt into the ocean, advancing towards the approaching storm. Chapter 84. Storm and madness. The sky was shrouded in heavy clouds, with fierce winds ravaging the sea, raising tumultuous waves that foretold impending disaster. Rain cascaded like a waterfall, battering the churning surface of the ocean, while lightning danced amidst the dark clouds, illuminating the waters, followed swiftly by deafening thunder. The entire ocean plunged into gloom. Flocks of seabirds flapped their wings in panic, and schools of fish writhed and scattered in a bid to evade the looming threat. A large ship struggled to navigate through the tumultuous waters. The captain gripped the helm tightly, anxiety swelling within him as he faced the treacherous weather. The first mate's expression turned grave. It appeared they were about to confront an exceptionally violent storm. The captain, maintaining his composure, commanded, "Prepare everyone. Only through unity can we weather this peril." "Aye, Captain." The first mate hurried to relay the orders, while the captain kept his gaze fixed ahead. As the storm intensified, the vessel swayed perilously amidst the towering waves. The captain clutched the helm with unwavering resolve, steering the ship to remain on its safe course, when suddenly, a massive wave crashed against the ship, drenching everyone aboard in a salty deluge. "Blast it!" The captain, in a fit of rage, cast aside his hat as the towering waves skewed the ship off its intended course, leading them into uncharted waters. The unknown, ever fraught with peril, loomed before them. In the heavens, the formidable god of the winds, Boreas, adorned with a pair of wings of gales, howled mercilessly across the boundless sea. Where he passed, the tempestuous winds whipped the waters into a frenzy, blending the clouds of the sky with the depths of the ocean, creating chaos even for the most adept swimmers of the deep. To Boreas, all of this was but a mere game. As the god of the north wind, Boreas reigned supreme among his four brother deities, wielding immense power. He even commanded the authority of storms, capable of conjuring ferocious gales and titanic waves at a whim, subjecting all marine life to brutal trials. These tribulations were orchestrated by fate itself. To survive in the vast ocean, one must endure hardships and tribulations rather than sail smoothly. The strength of the deities is not solely derived from faith but from the influence and contributions they impart upon the world through their dominion. O Boreas, king of the northern winds, let your wings unfurl. May the gusts stir the waves and disrupt the tranquility between heaven and earth, delivering more souls as offerings to the underworld. Boreas reveled in the intoxicating sensation of his overwhelming power, the ability to shape everything with a mere thought. However, a competing force from the ocean rose up to resist his tempest, inciting Boreas's displeasure. His eyes, concealed within the heart of the storm, fixated on the audacious sea deity. The tempest he unleashed was a divine rite sanctioned by Zeus. Any disruption was a challenge to the majesty of the Lord of Storms. Rain poured relentlessly, and the storm roared. The north wind, the tempest, the most formidable of all winds, ruthlessly sent everything back to the embrace of the underworld. He had rampaged through the northern wastelands for years, and the desolation and chill had forged his indifferent nature. Perhaps the warmth he had left was reserved only for his brothers and the small beings he had once encountered. Whether they would meet again remained uncertain. As the tsunami ravaged, mercilessly devouring all life, Triton exerted every ounce of his strength, even drawing upon the powers bequeathed to him by his father, Poseidon, to rescue the trapped marine creatures from the heart of the storm. Schools of fish, sea turtles, and seabirds encircled the prince of the sea, their bodies brushing against Triton, conveying boundless gratitude. A tender expression flickered in Triton's eyes. Hasten away from here, seek a safe refuge. A wise dolphin was chosen as the leader, guiding the marine creatures to safety. It gently kissed Triton's tail, then led the group towards a secure harbor. Triton watched as they safely drifted away, turning his gaze towards the grand ship swaying amidst the waves. The humans, with a flick of their tails, swam towards the vessel. In the area untouched by the tempest of Boreas, the ship appeared lonely and helpless, at the mercy of the ocean's whims. The captain exerted every effort to steer the ship, while the sailors united in tightening the sails. Despite knowing they could not contend with the ocean's might, they persevered in their struggle for survival. They shouted in unison, "Hee-ho!" Thud. The sound caused the first mate to blanch, and he anxiously inquired if the ship had run aground, which would be dire news. The captain's large hand struck the helm. "Do not panic. First, check the situation. Do not frighten yourselves." In moments of tension, humans are prone to error. Even if they were destined to succumb to the ocean's wrath, they must not relinquish hope in their final moments. A loud clap resonated as the ship was battered. The captain noticed that while the storm raged on, the vessel had stabilized, as if some unseen force was aiding them. Striding towards the source of the sound, he looked down to see a striking man partially submerged in the water. The captain realized the truth and bowed respectfully. "Esteemed guardian of the sea, I am Nikos, a mariner of Athens. Please grant us your guidance to escape this calamity. We are eternally grateful." Triton nodded in response. "Humans, I shall use my divine power to carve a stable path for you. Once the Lord of Storms departs, you may continue your voyage. Now follow me." With Triton's assistance, the ship successfully navigated away from the storm's grip. All aboard expressed their gratitude to the sea prince Triton and paid homage to the ocean's sovereign, Poseidon. Triton turned back to gaze at Boreas, who had yet to depart, his brow furrowed. The storm should not linger for so long. What has the wind got up to? The vast ocean, a realm where storms unleash their unbridled fury. He relished in the terror instilled in all creatures of the sea, showcasing his formidable might. And when the mood struck him, Boreas uncorked a bottle, entering a state of indulgence. The divine wine of Dionysus was a flavor he could not savor enough, so he resorted to mere ale to satisfy his cravings. Drinking heartily was the standard for valiant deities. Unbeknownst to him, he imbibed too much, losing track of time, still dancing wildly upon the surface of the sea. The power of the tempest was boundless and terrifying, showing no signs of abating. Triton knew he could not delay any longer. He must put an end to the storm's rampage. The coastline had been engulfed by water, creeping towards the shallows, nearing the sacred grounds of Aphrodite's temple and the majestic domain of Poseidon. Amidst the effects of the wine, Boreas continued to sway and twist when suddenly his divine power was impeded, causing him to grow impatient. Nothing could hinder the freedom of the wind. With a thunderous roar, he amplified his divine energy, drawing Triton into the eye of the storm, while the ocean's inhabitants mournfully cried out. Chapter 85, The Rescue of the Sea Queen Wind, Tear Everything Asunder. Boreas coldly observed as the mermaid fell into the eye of the tempest, his rationality diminished by intoxication, his emotions spiraling into madness. He disregarded the identity of the intruder, only wishing to rend apart those who dared encroach upon his domain. Though a god cannot be slain, he could certainly inflict upon his foe a loss of bodily parts. For having trespassed into his realm, there would be a price to pay. Triton felt a chilling dread as the malice of the wind god bore down upon him. The storm transformed into a razor-sharp blade, swirling winds capable of reducing any creature to mere pulp. Yet, he had no retreat. A deep, resonant conch shell echoed through the waters. The authority over this domain had shifted to another deity's power. The wind calmed, and the waves ceased. Boreas, infuriated, searched the skies. Who had dared to control the wind? The tempest would not be subdued. A fluffy cloud drifted lazily into view. Boreas, it has been ages since we last met. You've grown rather irritable. It was I who did this. Do you wish to fight? Joel and Eros stood aloft, with the former grasping a grand seashell in his hand. It was the power of this seashell that quelled the tempest and the crashing waves, possessing a fragment of dominion over the vast ocean. This was a unique ability bestowed upon the offspring of the ancient sea god Nereus. A flicker of longing appeared in Triton's eyes. However, the seashell remained in Joel's possession, something beyond his reach for the time being. Boreas, initially perplexed, soon expressed delight. Joel, how have you come here? I recall you were always at Hephaestus's, making it difficult to even catch a glimpse of you. Joel blushed as Hephaestus and Aphrodite remarked that the gods harbored ill intentions, prompting him to decline all invitations from the divine. After attaining godhood, the deities refrained from disturbing him. However, it now appeared that he had misinterpreted their motives. Perhaps the gods were not averse to engaging with him. Eros sensed an ominous turn of events, fully aware of the machinations of his mother and Hephaestus, and even approving of their actions. The innocent young Joel must not be tainted by the gods. They were determined to safeguard his pure heart. Truth be told, not all gods are benevolent. Each possesses their own capricious temperament, with some delighting in the torment of mortals as they witness their demise. Take Dionysus, for instance. This fellow revels in wandering among humans. And upon returning to his homeland of Thebes, his cousin, King Pentheus, denied his divine identity and slandered his mother. In a fit of rage, Dionysus cursed Pentheus' mother to madness, leading her to slay her own son. Divinity is indifferent, while humanity is fraught with complexities. The gods uphold their dignity. And both his mother and Hephaestus were reluctant to allow the gentle-natured Joel to be sullied by cruelty. Thus, they concealed the truth from him, rejecting the gods' overtures. Now, the loquacious Boreas had unveiled this secret, prompting Eros to avert his gaze from Joel as he called out loudly. We were about to depart. Yet it was your tempestuous winds that caused such turmoil, drenching us in seawater as we approached the shore. Later, when Joel returned the beached fish to the sea, they came to observe the situation. Boreas, how long will your tempest endure? The marine creatures are on the brink of extinction due to your blustering. Do a good deed and grant them a chance to survive. Joel detected the scent of wine emanating from Boreas and brandished a vine. O god of wine, Dionysus, please dispel the madness of Boreas and restore reason. The purity was lacking in its essence. The flavor of the wheat beer dissipated entirely, leaving Boreas with a bland taste in his mouth, his eyelids drooping in acknowledgement of his folly. All right, I shall depart, he declared. Seizing the moment, while the little god of love was caught off guard, Boreas hoisted Joel onto his shoulder, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, north wind, we are off. Eros, facing a formidable foe, furiously flapped his wings in pursuit behind them. Boreas, you trickster, return Joel to me. Because Joel found Eros' flying speed insufficient compared to Hermes. Eros had diligently trained to enhance his own speed. The north wind, bearing Joel, soared away, while Eros remained close behind, the gap between them failing to widen. The sea finally regained its tranquility. Triton surveyed the disheveled surface of the ocean, helplessly tending to the aftermath, his thoughts lingering on the powerful artifact of the sea in Joel's possession, mistakenly believing it could command the ocean. Upon his return to the underwater palace, he found a beautiful woman adorned in splendid garments seated upon the throne, her deep blue hair cascading to her ankles, her elongated fishtail languidly swaying. She was Amphitrite, the queen of the sea. The daughter of the old sea god, she had captivated Poseidon at first glance, leading him to pursue her passionately until she succumbed to his advances while riding on the back of a dolphin, which later ascended to the stars as a constellation. What commotion had stirred upon the sea? Triton swam closer, adopting a humble and affectionate demeanor as he nestled beside Amphitrite. Mother, the Lord of Storms has become intoxicated and has thrown the sea into chaos. The King of Gods has granted him dominion over the tempests, effectively stripping us of our control over the ocean. His voice brimmed with grievance. Amphitrite lifted his chin, her laughter light. How old are you now? Still resorting to motherly complaints? Triton buried his face against her side, remaining silent. Instead, it was Poseidon, who had been lurking in the shadows, who emerged. Zeus meddles too much. The ocean is our domain, and the storms upon it should be our prerogative. His eyes gleamed with a calculating light as he pondered how to wrest control of the storm from others. Amphitrite, brushing her son's hair, refused to cast a glance at Poseidon. From which sea nymph did you descend this time? You reek. Do not approach. Poseidon retorted, before I came here, I had to shed several layers of skin. Enjoying the unfolding drama, Triton looked up and said, I saw a large seashell in Joel's possession that can briefly control the sea. It bears a striking resemblance to the essence of my mother. Amphitrite raised an eyebrow. Those that resonate with my essence and possess control over the ocean are few. Most reside within the ocean's domain or near the depths. Only Nereides remains untraceable. She scoffed coldly. That child was once the apple of his father's eye, granted vast domains and authority over the sea, only to be seized by that wretched individual. I had thought he was hidden away, yet he has fallen into the hands of that little prince, becoming a mere conch shell. Though her mocking words seemed directed at Nereus, her gaze was unmistakably aimed at Poseidon. The Sea King, well aware of his shortcomings, slinked away in shame. Humph. Amphitrite lowered her hand, resuming her languid demeanor. Enough of the past. Poseidon will find a way to reclaim the dominion over the tempestuous seas. As for you, diligently fulfill your divine duties. I shall not allow those unsightly bastards to occupy the realm of the ocean. Do you understand? Triton shivered, bowing his head yes. Boreas, cease your pursuits. Eros flapped his wings vigorously, chasing the northern wind. That detestable wind god had stolen his dearest friend. He was determined to reclaim him personally. Chapter 86, The Contest of Handsome Men. Boreas' wind wings embodied the might of the northern gales, soaring through the skies with a grace that surpassed even that of Eros. Under Joel's meticulous care, he remained unscathed by the onslaught of the wind, which merely transformed the surroundings into a blur of fleeting images. He clutched tightly to Boreas' hair. Boreas, slow down. I feel a bit dizzy. Just as the words left his lips, Eros, overwhelmed by the excessive speed, lost control and was sent tumbling into a thicket of lush greenery. He landed awkwardly, sitting back with his golden hair adorned with tiny green leaves, and after shaking his head, he managed to rise to his feet. North Wind, you are being quite excessive. Boreas dismissed the little god's indignation and, with genuine concern, inquired, Joel, how are you feeling? Eros, momentarily forgetting his own disarray, hovered anxiously around Joel, asking, what happened? Joel, are you all right? Joel felt a warm sense of being cared for, his heart aglow. Yet he also felt a twinge of embarrassment for causing concern among others due to his condition. I'm simply unaccustomed to such swift flights. I feel much better now. So there is no need for worry. Eros patted his chest and sighed with relief. That is a relief. You nearly frightened me just now. Joel, with a smile, gently removed the leaves from Eros' head and tidied his tousled hair. This tender and harmonious scene made Boreas feel like an unnecessary presence. He was displeased. Boreas was accustomed to solitude, never reflecting on his own actions or seeking the reasons within himself. Having quelled the tempest of the sea, he still bore the responsibilities of the north. Though the winds were free, they carried their own duties. Joel, until next time. I hope Eros will not be an inescapable shadow. When we meet again, I shall take you to find the east wind, Eros, who has journeyed through Egypt and Babylon lands unlike Greece. Eros was about to unleash a curse. The north wind moved swiftly, eluding all traces, operating at a completely different level compared to before. Joel chuckled softly, eliciting a deeply resentful expression from Eros. When did you become acquainted with that oaf? Have you forsaken me for new companionship? Very well. If that is the case, I shall accompany you every day to see what else you have been concealing from me. Joel sighed, pondering whether it might be you who is the new friend. I have long been acquainted with the clumsy giant. Let us not dwell on Eros' state of disarray. At this moment, they find themselves amidst a lush forest, where distant sounds of commotion echo. The two little ones exchanged glances, setting off in search of the source of the noise. Quick, quick, let us run. Sapphira, Sheila, and Dora, Joriel, charged forth. The forest nymphs stood by, cheering for the fairies competing in the center of the path. Their divine master presided as the judge of the contest. Sitting quietly upon a wooden stump adorned with delicate vines, the untamed essence of nature infused with a touch of ethereal elegance. Joel only recognized one of them. The goddess of the hunt, Artemis, while the other strikingly handsome man appeared unfamiliar. Was it Artemis and Adonis? Joel inquired, do you know him? Eros nodded, indeed. His name is Adonis. It is said that he is the offspring of the king of Cyprus and his exquisite daughter, possessing unparalleled beauty from the moment of his birth. He is the most beautiful flower amidst love and sin, ardently sought after by women, and even the mother goddess is utterly enchanted by him, as is Persephone, who serves in the realm of the underworld. Upon hearing the latest gossip, Joel's eyes sparkled with delight, twinkling like stars in the night sky, utterly charming. He stroked his chin, carefully examining Adonis's features. His exquisite, flower-like visage rendered all else pale in comparison. If Orpheus's talent is a rarity among mortals, then Adonis's beauty is an exceptional treasure. Even among the deities of Mount Olympus, he would undoubtedly hold a distinguished place. However, in this world, the title of the most beautiful undoubtedly belongs to Eros. In Joel's heart, the beauty and stature of his brother Eros remained unshaken. However, what he said led to a misunderstanding with Eros beside him. Eros covered his face, feeling overwhelmed and unsure of how to face Joel. How embarrassing, he thought. Who is hiding? Come out. With a swift whoosh, an arrow struck deep into the wood, narrowly missing the heads of the two little ones. Joel raised his hand and exclaimed, Al, it is I and Eros. Upon seeing the two young ones, Artemis withdrew her bow and arrow, astonished, and inquired, What brings you back to my forest? Since the incident involving the waters of forgetfulness, Eros had been particularly vigilant in guarding Joel against Artemis. She usually relished the freedom of hunting in her own woods and seldom ventured to Olympus. After several thwarted attempts to arrange meetings, she had discerned Hephaestus's intentions and ceased her pursuit. Therefore, encountering Joel now was indeed a delightful surprise. As for Zeus's decree, it held little weight for her and Dionysus, favored children of the divine. Adonis politely greeted, I am Adonis, and it is a privilege to meet the fabled young prince. Meanwhile, Eros stood nearby. During this period, Adonis had been the object of fervent declarations from goddesses, and in the presence of the son of a goddess, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Eros chuckled and remarked, Mother is mother, and I am I. Let us keep matters distinct. Hephaestus, my father, has yet to descend to the underworld, so you cannot assume the role of my stepfather. This quip elicited laughter from those present, observing Adonis's untainted smile. Joel seemed to comprehend why Aphrodite was so captivated by the god of vegetation. When not smiling, Adonis possessed a beauty akin to a flower. When he smiled, it was fleeting like a blooming night flower, exquisitely rare and unforgettable. Moreover, he appeared to be of a more reserved nature, especially in contrast to the often overly sentimental gods of Olympus. Such a demeanor was indeed a rare gem. Yet, as a maiden goddess, Artemis should be impervious to the allure of Adonis's beauty, should she not? Joel, with a curious and obedient demeanor, inquired, Al, what are you and Adonis engaged in? Eros, casting his gaze back and forth between them, interjected, Your hunting grounds are not situated in this location. Artemis smiled, her eyes reflecting her passion for the hunt, and replied, Joel, Adonis and I are merely partaking in a hunting contest. As fellow enthusiasts of the chase, we decided to involve the accompanying nymphs as well. The victor will earn the privilege of hunting alongside us. Hunting is not merely a means of procuring sustenance, it embodies courage, skill, and perseverance, serving as a conduit for deepening the bonds of friendship and spiritual purification between heroes and deities. It also signifies Artemis's dominion over nature and her conquest of wild beasts, while her territory stands as a symbol of power, akin to the reverence for purity. Artemis refuses to submit to the male gods. She yearns for freedom and seeks to prove that she is no less capable than her male counterparts. Joel found the competitive nature of the hunt to be quite intriguing. With his newfound divinity, he could wield a greater array of magical arts. His yearning for competition was stirred, and he resolved, I too shall partake. Chapter 87. Wild Boar. The sorrow of roses. Eros chimed in, Me too. Artemis, exasperated, pressed his hand down, saying, You are forbidden from using the golden arrows of love. I shall have the fairies craft 2 smaller bows. She was reluctant to confront the chaos of the forest. If Eros were to act recklessly, what if one of his arrows strayed and struck a fairy? Such exquisite creatures must not be sullied by beasts. The golden arrows of love are far too perilous. With a disgruntled sigh, Eros relinquished the golden arrow and accepted the two smaller bows, handing one to Joel. Artemis's deer approached. The once tiny fawn had matured into a robust and graceful creature, adorned with a pair of bright, expressive eyes. Joel embraced the approaching deer head, saying, "Leo, it has been an age since we last met. You have grown." Yet, it was not Leo. Artemis gently caressed the deer's sleek, supple fur, remarking, "The lifespan of a deer is but a mere decade or so." Leo persevered for 32 years before succumbing to old age. This is but his great-great-grandson, named Luca. He bears an uncanny resemblance to Leo. Perhaps it is as if Leo has returned, waiting for you. When Joel departed from the forest, Leo too lost his vitality, which is why she wished to extend an invitation to Joel. However, Hephaestus was far too cautious. Joel was profoundly moved by Artemis's words as he locked eyes with Luca. Those dark, luminous eyes seemed to bear a familiar resemblance. The call of the stag echoed, expressing an unusual intimacy towards Joel. Unlike humans, when flora and fauna perish, their souls do not transcend their corporeal forms to venture into the realm of the afterlife. Their demise is a natural cycle, a return to nature, merging seamlessly with the cosmos. In theory, the concept of reincarnation does not exist. Yet, in that fleeting moment of connection, Joel seemed to embrace the notion of Leo's reincarnation, whether it be truth or illusion, that unfamiliar yet familiar sensation. He bestowed blessings, granting you an immortal soul. Should your corporeal form perish, your spirit would ascend to my side. A pale green mark settled in the stag's eye, where faintly, a fawn could be seen leaping in joyous circles. Joel smiled. "Oh, you can't blame me for wanting to compete for the fawn, can you?" Artemis and Adonis were left in astonishment. This blessing of life seemed to transcend both time and space, uncovering Luca's previous existence, akin to a miracle. It also revealed to her the immense power and authority that Joel wielded, explaining why it unsettled Zeus. She hoped they would not become adversaries. She had no desire to confront the charming young Joel. The competition commenced. They entered the free hunting phase. As Artemis watched Luca depart with Joel, she felt her status as the goddess of the hunt was in jeopardy. Her gaze sharpened. "Let us begin as well." Adonis nodded, taking his trained hunting dogs to seek out prey based on his experience. The beautiful nymphs followed suit. Time slipped away as Joel once again lost track of his quarry, while Eros languidly floated behind him. For reasons unknown, the stag Luca only seemed to bond with Joel, displaying an unusual aversion to Eros's presence. Whenever Eros approached, Luca would lift his legs, seemingly ready to bolt at any moment. Thus, Eros could only hover near Joel, gritting his teeth as he watched Luca carry Joel. Convinced that Luca was indeed the reincarnation of Leo, the insufferable little fawn. "Joel, there's a rabbit over there." Whoosh. "Joel, there's a wild chicken." Whoosh. "Joel, be careful. There's a snake." Joel was taken by surprise and was knocked down by Eros. It turned out that a serpent was flicking its tongue above his head. Realizing the vast disparity between the two, the snake, startled, slithered away along the branches. Joel sighed. "Eros, we are gods, unafraid of poison." Eros, with a mixture of amusement and resignation in his feline eyes, replied, "After such a long time, why have you not ventured out to hunt? It appears that together we possess but a single rabbit, destined for the bottom." Eros climbed off Joel, wearing a foolish grin. "I was just worried about you getting bitten and momentarily forgot. You are well aware of my archery skills. I can strike love with my golden arrows. However, Artemis restricts my use of the arrows of love. Thus, I must rely on you, Joel." Joel clenched his fist, resolutely declaring, "Let us press on, Eros, Luca, in pursuit of our next target." Unfortunately, fortune did not favor them thereafter. The prey they encountered often managed to elude Joel's arrows. It was not due to a lack of skill in archery on Joel's part, but rather the winding path they traversed. The surrounding thickets and towering wild grasses compounded their challenges. After half a day of exertion, they found themselves thoroughly exhausted, their initial enthusiasm dwindling into a state of muddled despair. Luca knelt upon the ground, while Joel leaned against him, and Eros reclined against Joel. Eros mockingly taunted Luca, who responded with a soft snort, seemingly imitating Eros in a playful act of mockery. Eros's expression turned a shade of green with irritation. Joel, delighted by the unfolding drama, sought to reassure his companion before Eros's duel with Luca. "What grievance do you hold against Luca? You are After all, a deity, my esteemed god of love. Eros's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, his face cradled in his hands as he beamed with joy. Joel's words resonated with him profoundly. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed, prompting both Joel and Eros to rise, sensing the palpable mix of anger and despair in the air. Luca, bleeding insistently, motioned for them to climb onto his back. The unusual circumstances left no room for hesitation regarding Eros. With a swift gallop, Luca carried the two little ones to the scene of the incident, where the lush greenery and towering trees stood in stark contrast to the ravaged turf, akin to a gash marred upon the Mother Earth's exquisite skin. Joel and his companions arrived just in time to witness an enormous wild boar collide with Adonis. The creature's tusks had plunged deeply into his abdomen, rendering him vulnerable. The boar's eyes glowed a fierce crimson as it held Adonis firmly, denying him any chance of resistance. Eros and Joel united their strength to vanquish the beast, which cast a final, defiant glare at Eros before succumbing to its fate, its eyes remaining wide open in death. The ground was stained with a gruesome array of blood. Joel sought to heal Adonis, only to discover an irreversible curse lingering upon the wound. The blood flowed too swiftly, and even divine power could not halt it. The astute little deity had already discerned that this was an act of murder. Eros recalled the moment before the wild boar's demise, deep in thought. At that moment, as Adonis hovered on the brink of death, Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, rushed to his side. Her attire was disheveled, clearly a testament to her haste, and she pressed her face against Adonis' lifeless form, attempting to awaken his spirit with her divine essence. Yet, all her efforts proved futile. Like a gentle breeze brushing over stagnant waters, failing to stir even a ripple, Aphrodite's beauty waned, and as Adonis drew his last breath, the goddess wept in profound sorrow. My beloved, why have you so cruelly departed from me? I once urged you to forsake the hunt, for fate would render it your demise. My youthful lover. Once you are gone, love fades like a fleeting dream. Why is fate so unjust to me? Why must I confront the tragedy of love? Each lamentation and question from Aphrodite failed to revive Adonis's gaze, reminiscent of the goddess's own rejection met with his indifference. The difference now lay in the fact that Adonis's enchanting eyes had become lifeless, his rosy lips devoid of luster, and the marks of affection upon his skin gradually faded. All beauty vanished under the shadow of death. Tears from the goddess mingled with Adonis's blood as they fell to the ground, giving rise to exquisite yet sorrowful blossoms. From her tears sprouted white roses, while from his blood blossomed silvery lilies. The white roses, stained with blood, transformed into crimson blooms, each petal narrating the goddess's despairing love and sorrow. The thorns symbolized inner anguish, while their fragrance expressed endless longing. As one of the 12 Olympian deities, the embodiment of love and beauty, Aphrodite roamed freely through the divine realm, yet she could never attain her beloved. In her rivalry with Persephone, Adonis's aversion to the darkness of the underworld ultimately led Aphrodite to win his heart. However, just when she believed she could remain eternally with her lover, fate dealt her a crushing blow. Now, Aphrodite was consumed by the madness of losing her beloved. She traced the cursed marks upon Adonis's abdomen, her face contorted with rage. In the name of love, let curses descend upon the world, filling all love with suspicion, fear, and sorrow. If I cannot find solace, then neither shall you. Chapter 88. The Seed of Flowers, the Elven King. Kind Joel, you are the sovereign of life, bearing the prayers of love and beauty. I beseech you to bestow your mercy, allowing my beloved to be reborn. Aphrodite regarded Joel as her last hope, yearning for him to reverse the cruel hand of fate. However, Joel's words shattered her illusion. The curse from fate cannot be undone. I am truly sorry, Aphrodite, but I am unable to fulfill your wish. To revive the dead is the ultimate dominion of life. Perhaps it possesses the power to grant the continuation of existence, yet Adonis has irrevocably succumbed to death. His soul has departed from its corporeal vessel. Even if the body were to be sustained, his spirit could not return. What perplexed Joel the most was the absence of death's aura surrounding Adonis. With curiosity, he knelt down and reached out to touch the silver lotus blooming amidst the blood. The pristine and beautiful petals quivered slightly, and a glimmer of light flowed into him from his fingertips. Joel, he is presently preoccupied and lacks the time to contemplate the changes. Aphrodite has already departed, making her way to Mount Olympus in search of Zeus, the king of the gods, hoping to devise a means to rescue her love. After all, Zeus and Hades are brothers. Perhaps he possesses a solution to reunite her with her beloved, much like the case of Persephone. Artemis emerged with the same sorrowful fairies, deliberately avoiding a meeting with Aphrodite. Their relationship has never been harmonious, and she fears that Aphrodite might direct her grief over Adonis's demise towards her. Ultimately, they are merely friends who share a mutual passion for hunting. Artemis mourned the loss of Adonis, for the world has lost yet another exceptional hunter. This sorrow allowed her to tolerate the fairies' lamentations for Adonis. Handsome Adonis, you emerged from the murtree of sin and beauty, captivating the world with your visage. Yet your heart remained indifferent to love. Your fervor lay in the hunt. The grotesque wild boar has brought an untimely end to your flower-like fragility. May you rest in peace, in a realm adorned with silver lotuses, flourishing with the essence of spring. May the world show mercy, granting you a return to the land of the living. Joel, what troubles you? You seem preoccupied ever since you emerged from the forest. Eros noticed Joel's distraction as he resumed his journey, having observed him wandering without focus. He passed by several exquisite berries without seeing Joel pause, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Joel looked up in bewilderment, colliding with Eros, whose thoughts were entirely absorbed in the unique space within himself. This sudden impact felt as though he had been jolted from a dream back into reality, bathed in the warm and profound glow of the setting sun. Eros's dark hair radiated a comforting warmth, while his feline-like eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky. Eros, how is it that you tower over me yet again? Joel stood with his hands on his hips, gazing intently at his companion, a look of reproach upon his face. How could you grow taller in secret? We were nearly the same height not long ago. Eros chuckled softly, patting the top of his head as if to offer comfort, an unconscious display of affection. Because I wish to protect you. There is so much that an adult deity can accomplish. He yearned to mature and explore the vastness of the world while cherishing every moment of growing up alongside Joel. He was willing to remain by Joel's side through the journey of growth, for no matter how the future may unfold, their friendship would remain steadfast and unwavering. Joel's ears tinged with a subtle blush, barely discernible in the embrace of the orange twilight, as he awkwardly averted his gaze. Consider yourself acquitted. Let us proceed. This evening, we shall gaze upon the stars upon the verdant grass, for the nearby forest belongs to Artemis, where no monsters dare to tread. As night descended, they reclined side by side on the expansive hillside, beneath them the soft grass and fragrant wildflowers. The diminutive Typhon lay nearby, keeping vigil for the two young deities. As the curtain of night unfurled and the sky twinkled with stars, Hypnos dutifully bestowed tranquility upon the earth, while Joel and Eros succumbed to drowsiness, exchanging soft goodnights. Gradually, they drifted into slumber, embarking on a journey to the realm of dreams. In the dreamscape, the god of sleep, Hypnos, had just found Joel when he witnessed the little one's figure vanish before him, a scene hauntingly familiar, leaving not a trace behind. In the void of existence, Joel's consciousness swirled amidst emerald specks, akin to a resplendent galaxy, brimming with enigmatic vitality. He crouched in the emptiness, firmly grasping the seed of life bestowed by Athena. Adhering to the directives that emanated from his soul, he intricately intertwined the seed with the life tree, infusing it with the essence of life's energy alongside the vast power of faith. Lo, a radiant aura of divine vitality encircled the seed, prompting it to flourish with remarkable speed. The trunk rose tall and robust, its crown expanding into lush magnificence. The amalgamation of the seed of life and the life tree heralded a transcendence from the realm of existence, an evolution of the divine life tree. Oh my God! The divine life tree rejoiced, touched by the unexpected call from a deity long absent, who had graciously offered a precious seed to aid in its evolution. How profoundly moving. My God must truly love me. Joel gazed upward at the colossal divine tree, his small mouth agape, a visage of astonishment adorning his features. Realizing that seeds could indeed flourish, he extracted another seed from his own being. The life divine tree, with its incomprehensibly vast form, was rendered immobile. It could only watch helplessly as its beloved deity buried the seed beside it. Furthermore, it witnessed the divine being nurturing that enchanting yet loathsome seed with the essence of life and the power of faith. A profound belief in being the cherished offspring of the deity shattered, as the divine tree's verdant leaves began to yellow and fall. It was, in fact, descending into a state of despondency. Joel was enveloped in a profound sorrow, for the bond he shared with the other was far more intense than the grief he felt in the presence of Aphrodite. With an impassive demeanor, he approached. A gentle tap resounded as he lightly struck the trunk of the tree. In an instant, the leaves of the divine tree transitioned from a state of yellowing and decay to a vibrant, lush green, and the atmosphere transformed into one of joy. Oh my deity, let us embrace. Joel closed off his spiritual perception feeling a slight disdain for the sticky and imposing exterior of the sacred tree, which seemed incongruous. He paid no heed to the exuberant tree and continued to observe the seeds of flowers cultivated in the same manner. The energy that had surged into his body when he first touched the silver lotus flower now revealed its seeds to him only after his consciousness entered this space. In accordance with its demands, the seeds absorbed the divine life force and faith, growing into an elegant and upright white bud. Yet he wondered, why does it not bloom? Curious, Joel reached out to touch the tip of the flower bud. In that fleeting moment, the blossom suddenly unfurled, its translucent wings glimmering as they spread wide. Soaring forth from the heart of the flower, the figure descended before Joel, instantly growing in stature. Silvery hair cascaded down, and his gray-green eyes bore a tranquil demeanor. His strikingly handsome features were nothing short of breathtaking, with a mark of the silver lotus adorning his brow, bestowing an air of sanctity and coolness. The silver lotus fairy king, Adonis, has graced our presence. Chapter 89. Passing echoes how extraordinary, a fairy king emerging from the flower. Joel was startled, his feline eyes widening in shock. Adonis, what are you doing in my domain? The cold, crystalline gaze of Adonis softened as he placed a hand upon his chest and executed a half-bow. Most exalted and magnificent lord of life, it is you who bestowed upon me existence, granting me the miracle of revival. Now, as the king of the silver lotus fairies, I stand as your most devoted servant. Born of the divine realm. Joel was taken aback. Where did this divine realm come from? Is this not my realm of existence? It is undeniably his own creation. Yet so much remains unclear. Could it be that even space harbors its own secrets? During his seclusion in the fire god temple, there was no discernible anomaly within Joel's inner space. Despite acquiring a wealth of knowledge and embedding those insights as experience within the small realm, he perceived no change whatsoever. Now, in a moment of revelation, he realized that the small space had never ceased its operation. Could it be that it had been diligently laboring in silence? Since its existence has been unveiled, there is no need for concealment. The verdant galaxy of life encircled Joel, exuding an atmosphere of intimacy and joy in silence. The information of the space was entirely laid bare to Joel. It turned out that this realm was a manifestation of Joel's divine essence, nurtured by the primordial gods who, with their own origins, fostered the divine embryo that enabled Joel's successful emergence. However, due to Joel's lack of chaotic sustenance and inherent deficiencies, the divine essence remained dormant within him. It was only later, upon forging a bond with the tree of life, that immense faith energy began to flow, gradually awakening the divine essence, alongside the natural spirit race cultivated by the tree of life and the pure faith of Joel. As Joel's knowledge expanded, the life space stabilized, allowing for greater exertion of the powers of life. Now, with the tree of life evolving into the divine tree of life, the realm is poised for further stable development. With a few more divine beings under his command, the transformation of the life space into a divine kingdom is imminent. The resurrection of Adonis is intrinsically linked to the space, thus granting him a measure of authority and understanding. The space is evolving towards a divine kingdom. You are the entirety of the world. While this notion is beautiful in theory, its execution proves to be arduous. Joel gazed at him with a hint of melancholy, pondering. Where shall I seek the divine spirit? From the moment of their birth, every deity and mortal has had their fate intricately woven, with only the original 5 gods and Joel himself existing outside this tapestry of destiny. Regardless of desire or reluctance, resistance or submission, none can elude the grasp of fate. Even Hades, the lord of the underworld, was struck by the golden arrow of love. Had it not been for the intervention of his brother, Thanatos, Persephone might well have become the true queen of the underworld. To ensure Hades' escape, Thanatos succumbed to an eternal slumber. Thus, in Joel's quest to subdue a divine spirit, he must seek one who has already departed from life and has not traversed to the realm of the dead. Joel suddenly realized, I sense no aura of death, nor did I perceive your soul. It appears you have hidden away within my realm. Adonis's eyes curved with amusement as he couldn't help but lift Joel into his embrace. The little one quickly unraveled the complexities of the situation, his expression delightfully animated, which brought joy to Adonis. Though he was indeed the deity, Adonis found it impossible to harbor any reverence for the might of a god when faced with the diminutive figure of Joel. Instead, like the sacred tree, he yearned for a closer bond with the divine. You are the primordial essence of life. From the earth, all things arise. The night and darkness offer rest to the departed, providing them with a sanctuary, while the abyss confines all malevolence. You bestow vitality upon all creation. Adonis spoke with rare tenderness. The divine realm is the manifestation of your divinity, As your faithful servants, we shall fight with unwavering resolve for you. And when you are in need, we shall undoubtedly stand by your side." Joel rested his head on Adonis's shoulder, letting out a gentle sigh. Another one has been added. He had promised Hephaestus that he would call upon the celestial bottle in times of trouble, and now Adonis echoed the same sentiment. If he were to gather more divine beings, he feared that his summons on the battlefield would resemble a legion. The very thought was daunting. Would Zeus perceive him as a usurper? The petty-minded rulers of the pantheon, upon ascending to power, as the night receded from the earth. Dawn broke alongside the morning light, illuminating the world anew, revitalizing all living things, heralding the beginning of a fresh day. Joel stretched lazily, his crop top riding up to reveal a glimpse of his fair, delicate abdomen. Eros felt a tingling desire and reached out his hand. Joel, with a smile, evaded the question, inquiring, "Why are your hands so cold?" Eros gestured towards the verdant grass beside him, adorned with mist and droplets, a creation of the enchanting nymphs. These ethereal beings, embodiments of nature, are omnipresent. At the break of dawn, they tenderly caress the earth, their divine essence mingling with the vapor to form glistening pearls that cascade from the tips of the blades. The potency of water nourishes the soil, rejuvenating the visage of the Earth Mother. Little did anyone know that the dew, which nourished the Earth Mother, was playfully employed by Eros to tease Joel, his soft and warm belly providing an exquisite sensation. Joel, ever the obedient one, found himself in a moment of mischief with Eros. As Eros relaxed, Joel grasped the soft flesh at his waist and twisted it, eliciting a delightful sting that was utterly intoxicating. Eros pouted and withdrew his troublesome hand, and in exchange, Joel released his grip, a precarious trade-off, resulting in a resounding defeat. As they continued their journey, Eros adopted a quiet and docile demeanor, evidently chastened by the lesson learned. The memory of that sensation still fresh. In contrast, Joel's spirits remained high. While foraging for berries, he hummed a cheerful melody, the echoes of which resonated in the distance. Joel halted his steps, straining to listen. Was not that familiar melody the very tune he had just been humming? What could this mean? Joel was perplexed, and Eros exhibited a similar sense of bewilderment. "I am uncertain. Let us investigate," he suggested. Given Joel's previous experiences, Eros ascended into the air to ascertain the navigability of their route before gracefully descending to lead the way. They swiftly arrived at the source of the ethereal sounds. Before them lay a profound valley, where the sunlight pierced through the tenuous clouds, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the rugged terrain. The echoes reverberating between the cliffs were at times distinctly audible, yet at other moments, they became indistinct. Joel softly uttered a bewildered ah. The series of ah echoed melodiously throughout the valley, instilling a sense of trepidation within Joel, compelling him to involuntarily take a step backward, as he alertly inquired aloud, "Who is mimicking my speech?" "I am speaking." Joel could not comprehend why that elusive voice chose to echo his words. Such an act struck him as both impolite and presumptuous. Alone, with his arms crossed, he appeared somewhat irked. At that moment, Eros suddenly recalled the rumors he had heard earlier. He leaned closer to Joel's ear and softly elucidated, "She may be an echo." Joel listened intently. Zeus and the nymphs of the forest were frolicking together when Hera discovered them. In order to buy time for the nymphs to escape, the nymph Echo engaged Hera in continuous conversation. Eventually, Hera punished Echo, depriving her of the ability to speak freely, leaving her only capable of repeating the last 3 words spoken by others. One day, Echo fell in love with the handsome son of the river god, Narcissus. She followed him relentlessly, yet the arrogant Narcissus found her presence irksome and questioned her intentions. Overwhelmed by Narcissus's indifference and her inability to express her love, Echo felt a deep sense of shame and fled into the depths of the forest's secluded valley. In her melancholy, she transformed into an echo. As for Narcissus, having wounded Echo's heart, he faced the wrath of the vengeful goddess, destined to never attain the love he desired. Ultimately, he succumbed to despair and longing, leading to his demise. Eros, aware of Joel's fascination with these tales, endeavored to recall. "I remember the fate of Narcissus. He fell in love with his own reflection in the water, drowned, and was transformed into a daffodil. It should be nearby. Shall we take a look?" "Yes." Chapter 90. The Pool of Transformation. After extensive searching, they finally came upon a tranquil pool, where they discovered a graceful daffodil. Its slender yet resilient stem stood proudly above the water's surface. Delicate green leaves swayed gently, whispering to their own reflections, while the pure white petals bowed, entranced by their self-admiration upon the water's gleam. Narcissus, the daffodil, reaped the bitter fruits of his disdain for love, yet he seemed to revel in the consequence. Joel gently disturbed the water's surface, causing the reflections to scatter, and the daffodil swayed slightly as if expressing its discontent. Yet the soul slumbering within the daffodil instinctively adhered to its nature, drifting towards Joel, a manifestation of an irresistible yearning for life. Eros, oblivious to this, assumed Joel was merely fascinated by the transformed Narcissus, yet he held no interest in the self-absorbed flower, his gaze wandering aimlessly. He noticed something peculiar behind the pond. A flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind. Joel detected his hesitation. What is it? Eros pointed to a corner of the pond. Joel, look there. Doesn't it seem like something is concealed? There was a small waterfall, its waters cascading like a curtain, uninterrupted. Without a careful inspection, one might miss any anomaly. The little ones approached it. Only upon closer proximity did they discern that the waterfall-esque curtain was somewhat shallower in the center, faintly revealing a glimmer of light behind it. This piqued their curiosity, igniting a desire to uncover the secrets hidden beyond the water's veil. I shall fly over to take a look. Eros instructed Joel to remain in place, flapping his wings as he soared past, his head piercing through the water curtain. Joel, there is a cave. He emerged, his hair dampened by the rushing water, and returned to Joel, who used divine power to dry Eros off. With a charming smile, Eros proclaimed, I will take you inside. Beyond the waterfall lay a natural cavern, the rock smoothed by subterranean waters, exhibiting graceful curves. Joel raised his hand, and a faint source of light ascended with his movement, casting a delicate glow ahead. The spacious tunnel stretched into the depths, brimming with the allure of the unknown and the mysterious. He had already traveled a considerable distance. The sound of the waterfall was no longer distinct. The space had transformed into a serene silence, where even the sound of breathing could be distinctly heard. Drip. It was the sound of liquid falling. Joel and Eros grasped their sharp weapons, ever prepared to summon Typhon and Adonis, regardless of whether the deities could be vanquished. They would not gamble their safety against the whims of fate, for even the Moirai cannot command their own destinies. As per Joel's knowledge, the monsters imprisoned in the abyss possessed the power to bring down gods, until a beam of light pierced through the encroaching darkness ahead, leading them into a vast expanse. At the center lay a spring, beneath an open aperture above. The rhythmic dripping they heard was the sound of water droplets condensing from the sharp stalactites. Come closer. Haste is of the essence. An intangible force seemed to beckon them, rendering Joel and Eros dizzy as the surroundings became blurred. Tiny ripples danced upon the water's surface, reflecting their anxious yet anticipatory visages. The smiles mirrored in the water appeared sinister and perilous, as though inviting them from another realm. Come, join me, they softly called, and irresistibly, Joel and Eros took step after step towards the spring. Thud, thud. The sound of their heartbeats merged with the splashes of water. The two young ones were suddenly engulfed by an emerging whirlpool, drawing them deep into its embrace. When the whirlpool finally calmed, the reflections on the water's surface revealed a grand estate. At the pinnacle of Mount Olympus, the three fates wove the destinies of humanity in their daily toil. Before them lay an endless tapestry interlaced with the fates of countless lives. Yet, at this moment, the once tranquil and silent threads of fate abruptly snapped, as if violently torn by an unseen force. Clotho gripped her spindle tightly, her gaze revealing unprecedented concern. Lachesis and Atropos sensed the ominous presence as well, their faces betraying tension. The three exchanged glances, each witnessing the panic reflected in the other's eyes. This was an unprecedented upheaval. Clotho spoke softly, her voice trembling. The threads of fate have never been severed. This signifies that someone has intruded upon the fountain of destiny. Atropos interjected, her tone resolute and unyielding. We must act without delay. Lachesis bent to gather the scattered threads, her eyes unable to mask their worry. Sister, can we mend these threads? Clotho slowly shook her head. This is not merely a matter of repair. If the intruder does not depart, even if we reweave the threads, the tapestry of fate will be irrevocably marred. Atropos, clutching her scissors, gazed with determination. We must seek assistance. Only the great goddess of night can aid us in reaching those forbidden realms. Three goddesses reached a consensus, aware that although they wielded the divine authority of fate, they were not its masters. Yet, the shifting tides of destiny had stirred their divine roles, compelling them to take action. Descending from Mount Olympus, they traversed countless temples, ultimately arriving in the darkness of the underworld, in search of that eternal night. Meanwhile, as Tartarus lay in slumber, unknown variables stirred in the depths of the abyss. Kronos, imprisoned beneath the lightless void, his body marred by punishment, began to tremble with the awakening of a mysterious force. In the profound sea of time, he felt invigorated. Each deep foray into its essence amplified his strength. Sensing the resurgence of a long-lost divine power, an endless joy surged within Kronos. Even though his physical form bore the scars of his torment, he could not suppress the ecstasy that coursed through him. Ha ha ha, I am the rightful sovereign of this world. He proclaimed, his laughter reverberating through the abyss, echoing his thirst for power and the return of his confidence. He issued a provocative declaration to Zeus. The son who usurped his throne, I am poised to return to this world, to show you what true power entails. His eyes sparkled with cunning and resolve. And within his heart, he had already envisioned the glorious reclamation of his throne. In that moment, Zeus, you too shall experience the suffering I once endured. Kronos' words brimmed with resentment and determination, a manifestation of his yearning for revenge and the desire to vindicate his past humiliations. Suddenly, a tremendous roar reverberated from the depths of the abyss, the growl of an unknown beast. They relentlessly sought to break free from their cavernous prison. Kronos understood that these monsters harbored a power potent enough to rival or even vanquish the gods. If he could harness this strength, Kronos' heart raced. A glimmer of greed and ambition flickering in his eyes. This would be the key to his resurgence. Chapter 91. Nurturing Alcaeus in the ancient kingdom of Thebes. The first cry of a newborn heralded the arrival of Alcaeus, the offspring of Alcmene and the divine king Zeus. Alcmene, the granddaughter of Perseus, bore within her veins the glory of heroes. The birth of Alcaeus was accompanied by Zeus's blessings and expectations. He proclaimed to the gods that this descendant of Perseus would one day rule the mighty Mycenae and subjugate other lineages. However, the queen of the gods, Hera, consumed by jealousy and anger at Zeus's favoritism towards his illegitimate child, enacted a cunning scheme. She infused Alcmene's labor with a spell of prolongation, causing the agony of childbirth to stretch into infinity. When Alcmene finally delivered Alcaeus, her heart was laden with fear and trepidation. She understood that Hera would not relent easily. In a bid to protect her child, Alcmene made a heart-wrenching decision. She placed Alcaeus in a sturdy basket, cleverly concealing his identity with straw, and set him amidst a field ablaze with wildflowers. She allowed him to drift along, guided by the whims of fate. In that sun-kissed meadow, where wildflowers bloomed in abundance, the air was saturated with nature's fragrance. Suddenly, the space twisted into a vortex. White feathers coalesced into a cocoon. When the danger dissipated, large white wings unfurled slowly, revealing two little ones hidden within. Are you all right? Eros asked, steadying Joel as he anxiously checked on him. Joel rubbed his forehead and reassured, do not worry. I am fine, just... He glanced around. Where are we now? Upon confirming that Joel was safe, Eros's worries evaporated. As for their current whereabouts for Eros, any place became inconsequential as long as Joel was by his side. Amidst the tranquility, a sharp, powerful wail shattered the silence. Joel immediately scanned the meadow. There is a child's cry. Eros joined him in the search. However, before long, Joel grasped Eros's hand and enveloped them both in his enlarged black cloak. Eros inquired with a glance. Joel pointed ahead, where the figures of Hera and Athena could be seen. Hera was incensed over the affair concerning Alcmene. As the protector of marriage and family, she was perpetually subjected to Zeus's betrayals. She pondered how long she must endure this plight. Yet the thought of relinquishing her status and power as queen of the gods was intolerable. The divine remained eternally youthful, while she could concede defeat to Aphrodite. It irked her deeply that mere mortals, not even remotely as beautiful as the goddesses, could capture Zeus's affections. The comparison between the goddesses of Olympus and the human beauties was infuriating. Cursed Zeus, my ruthless husband. Athena, accompanying her, dared not speak, for she had brought Hera to the field at Zeus's behest and felt perplexed by this arrangement. It was not until the wailing cries attracted the attention of the two goddesses that they followed the sound. Athena discovered a basket covered in straw and cautiously peeled it back. It was a child. The infant was fair and beautiful, evoking Athena's compassion as she cradled him. Her child, how did you come to be here? Were you forsaken? Hera frowned, reminded of Zeus's illegitimate offspring that seemed to emerge one after another. Her heart sank. The child's cries grew louder, testing the patience of the two goddesses. Athena surmised that the infant was likely hungry, having no idea how long he had been outside. She addressed Hera, noble queen, I implore you to bestow mercy upon this child. He is so small. If he could partake of your generous milk, he would surely thrive. And we need not worry about his demise from hunger. As a virgin goddess, Athena was devoid of nurturing milk and could only turn to the maternal and fertile Hera for assistance. Although the infant's cries annoyed Hera, her maternal instincts were stirred. And after a brief hesitation, she accepted the child from Athena's hands. She lifted her garments and nourished the human infant. Hera's milk possessed miraculous properties, bestowing strength upon the child, who eagerly grasped the soft offering. The vigor of his sucking was so intense that Hera nearly cast him aside. Her exquisite face contorted with anger and embarrassment. "Cursed Zeus, wretched child. Athena, you may handle this. I shall take my leave." Hera hastily departed upon her cloud. Athena shook her head and picked up the infant from the ground. Truly, this child, nourished by Hera's milk, seemed unscathed by the fall. His cherubic face now flushed and peacefully asleep. This region belonged to Thebes, and the child, Hera, and the nurturing were all part of Zeus's grand design, which Athena's wisdom allowed her to comprehend fully. She loathed the sensation of deceit, yet felt compelled to comply with Zeus's intentions. Poor queen. With a soft sigh, Athena cradled the child and made her way to the estate of the hero Amphitryon, who had wed the beautiful princess after retrieving livestock for the king of Mycenae. Alas! He had accidentally slain his father-in-law and fled to Thebes with his wife, seeking refuge from his uncle, King Creon. However, he bore the burden of avenging his wife's brother. And during his military campaign, Zeus seized the opportunity, leading to the birth of Alcides. Athena perceived the innocence of the child and resolved to return him. Upon her arrival, Amphitryon and his wife, Alcmene, welcomed her with reverence for the chief deity. Amphitryon bowed, proclaiming, "Praise wisdom. Thebes shines even brighter with your presence." Alcmene gazed at the child in Athena's arms with uncertainty, yet dared not speak further with her husband beside her. Athena's gaze was laden with significance. "I found this child in the fields and hope to entrust him to you for nurturing. Perhaps he may one day become a hero. After all, he has partaken of Hera's milk. This young lad is destined for greatness." Amphitryon signaled with his eyes, and Alcmene accepted the child, recognizing the familiar features that no mother could mistake. "He is Alcides." The joy of reclaiming her lost son overwhelmed her. Should this be fate's decree, she would no longer consider abandoning him. After Athena departed from Thebes, Joel and Eros arrived at Amphitryon's estate, adorned with artifacts that rendered them invisible to human eyes. Initially, they moved stealthily, but soon they strode boldly. As Eros wreaked havoc, taking advantage of his unseen status, he rummaged about, causing bottles and jars in the corners to shift from their places, instilling panic among the servants who believed they were haunted by escaped spirits from the underworld. In their alarm, they summoned various priests to offer blessings, exorcisms, and purifications with holy water, depleting their supplies without a trace of hesitation. It was not until Joel intervened, urging Eros to cease his antics, that tranquility was restored to the estate. Meanwhile, the fortunate little Alcides was growing day by day, already displaying extraordinary strength from a tender age as he damaged his cradle and bed with his tiny hands. Joel and Eros have discovered that they find themselves within a timeline of the past, as Eros realizes that his powers are being suppressed. The same version of oneself cannot meet, for such an encounter would lead to the collapse of their own laws. However, both Eros, as deities of love, can sense each other's presence, while Joel cannot. At this moment, he has yet to grasp the dominion over life and is thus unable to perceive his other self. They are acutely aware of the repercussions of disrupting the timeline. Meddling with fate invites the wrath of time itself. Consequently, they tread cautiously, meticulously concealing their tracks and refraining from any unnecessary actions. The silver lining is that the gods have not been attentive to their whereabouts during this period, allowing the two to remain hidden. The downside, however, is their ongoing failure to discover a means to return. Must they seek out the Morai of fate? As night descends, the two find themselves in Alcides' chamber. Joel appears listless, while Eros tirelessly endeavors to uplift his spirits, though to no avail. In their fervent quest to find a way back, they remain oblivious to the fact that they are being subtly guided to remain close to Alcides. In truth, fate has already orchestrated everything. Chapter 92. Assassination. The two serpents. Upon returning to Mount Olympus, Hera massages the place where she was bitten, growing increasingly uneasy with her thoughts. Where did that child truly come from? With her mind laden with doubt, she promptly dispatches her spies to investigate. While awaiting their reports, a beautiful green peacock tenderly rests beside her. Sensing Hera's discontent, the peacock unfurls its magnificent plumage, the iridescent feathers shimmering vibrantly, with the most astonishing feature being the eye-like patterns that adorn them. Each one is vividly lifelike, resembling actual eyes. As Hera gazes upon the peacock's beauty, her mood lightens slightly, only to be followed by the recollection of the sorrowful tale behind the peacock's existence, her eyes reflecting a hint of compassion. "You have endured much." The peacock, favored by Hera, once did not possess its resplendent plumage. This transformation occurred when Zeus, in yet another encounter with his lover, the river god's daughter Io, turned her into a white heifer just as Hera arrived. Enraged by Zeus's deceit, Hera seized the heifer and entrusted it to the watchful gaze of the hundred-eyed giant Argus. Unbeknownst to Hera, Zeus enlisted Hermes to rescue the heifer. Hermes, the messenger of Zeus, procured a flute from the god of sleep and played a lullaby that lulled Argus into slumber. As the giant closed all his eyes, Hermes swiftly ended his life. To evade Hera's wrath, Hermes placed Argus's eyes upon the peacock, endowing it with its magnificent feathers, hoping that such beauty would earn Hera's forgiveness. However, Hera perceived this as a provocation. While she admired the peacock's splendid transformation, it could not assuage her anger over the loss of a loyal servant and the sting of betrayal. Aware that Hermes had liberated Io, she sent a gadfly to torment the heifer, driving her into a frenzy. Ultimately, Io fled across the world, collapsing by the banks of the Nile. Zeus, witnessing her tragic state, pleaded for her, vowing to the river of the underworld that he would cease pursuing the unfortunate maiden. His earnest vow softened Hera's heart, and she relinquished her punishment of Io. The heifer was restored to her youthful beauty. Yet, Zeus fathered a son, Epiphus, with Io, who became king of Egypt. Hera, watching Zeus's machinations with disdain, orchestrated the abduction of Epiphus. Subsequently, Io embarked on a long journey to reclaim her son, aided by Zeus along the way. Eventually, she found Epiphus and returned to Egypt, where she became a revered queen. Their reign brought great contributions to Egypt, earning them the love and respect of the people, culminating in the establishment of temples in their honor after their passing. However, Io, displaying wisdom, willingly relinquished her divine status to join the retinue of Hera, seeking refuge in Egypt as the guardian goddess Isis, while her son became the protector of kingship, Horus. The birth of Egyptian mythology necessitated a mortal presence to reap the faith of believers for the gods of Olympus. Thus, Hera finally set aside her grievances against Io. As time flowed like a gentle breeze, memories faded like mist. Hera caressed her visage, still retaining its breathtaking beauty, yet found it difficult to recall her original form. In that moment, she felt a pang of envy for her sister, Hestia, the goddess of the hearth. Hestia's grace and beauty had captivated the fervent pursuits of both Apollo and Poseidon, yet she chose neither. Instead, Hestia embraced her independence as a virgin goddess. Unshackled by the bonds of romantic entanglements, evading the shackles of emotion, and maintaining her clarity and serenity. Even Hera, at times, found herself entranced by Hestia's beauty. Yet Hestia maintained a tranquil demeanor towards all deities. The sacred fire burned brightly. Solitude, it seemed, held its own merits, especially considering the chaos of Hera's own marriage. The divine messenger she dispatched returned with disheartening news. Hera's fury ignited, her eyes widening in anger like those of an enraged bull. How infuriating! Athena, you too conspired with Zeus to deceive me. What fields, what children? That is merely Zeus's illegitimate offspring, and yet you coax her into nurturing the child. Hera's eyes burned crimson with fury, her dignity and pride as the queen of the gods trampled underfoot by those traitors and deceivers. Yet she is the queen. She cannot weep. She must not. Gulping, the peacock shed crystalline tears, shimmering like diamonds, mourning for its wronged mistress, its radiant plumage dimmed. Those who have humiliated me shall certainly not go unpunished. Night fell in Alcides' chamber. The weary handmaids leaned against the pillars and walls, their breaths deep and even, ensnared in the realm of dreams. Suddenly, two robust, vibrantly patterned serpents slithered forth from the shadows of the courtyard. Their skins glimmered with a metallic sheen under the faint moonlight, their scarlet tongues flickering through the air as they inexorably approached Alcides' small bed. Beside him, Eros stood vigilant, gripping his sharp sword, his gaze alert and poised to strike at a moment's notice. Upon witnessing the two serpents, Joel was suddenly reminded of a tale once recounted by Hypnos. He grasped Eros tightly, signaling him to refrain from any rash actions and to observe the unfolding events. In this timeline, Alcides undeniably stood as the central figure, later captivating the attention of the gods. Even Hypnos from the underworld found himself intrigued by this mortal. Joel meticulously analyzed Eros, his gaze fixed upon the two magnificent serpents. While he was certain that this marked the inception of Heracles' legendary trials, unease lingered within him. After all, the present-day Heracles was but an infant. They had intruded upon each other's timelines, and the potential for unforeseen events loomed ominously. Eros, however, was less perturbed than Joel anticipated. He observed the serpents while reminiscing about the demigod. Heracles was a rather taciturn youth, able to retain his composure in the face of the allure of the goddess. resisting the siren call of love and beauty with remarkable fortitude. Isn't he the deity who often lurked in the shadows, secretly observing you? Eros recalled. He remembered that the demigod's wife was Hebe, the daughter of Hera, who had once faced Hera's disdain and coldness. Perhaps a shared experience of rejection fueled their bond. Hephaestus, on the other hand, enjoyed a more amicable relationship with Heracles. Aside from sharing his beloved Joel, there seemed to exist a unique understanding between them. Just then, the serpents coiled their bodies, their slitted eyes fixated on the outstretched hand of the youthful Heracles. Like an arrow, they lunged forth. Whoosh. Chapter 93, The Demigod's Dream. Joel and Eros dashed out, but contrary to their expectations of a baby bitten by a snake, the infant revealed a toothless grin, with two small arms. He toppled one snake after another. He grasped the serpents and, like toys, brought them crashing together, leaving the two venomous creatures dazed. The snakes flicked their tongues out at an angle. Wow, impressive. Eros marveled, for this was indeed the future Hercules, displaying such formidable strength even in infancy. If he were to grow, he would undoubtedly compose new legends. The two venomous snakes lost their ability to move, yet the baby did not relent. With his chubby little paws, he squished them into a ball and then sent them flying with a playful slap. The entire spectacle was witnessed in awe. Joel could no longer suppress the concerns that churned within him, and he took Eros by the hand, approaching to observe more closely. He gently prodded Alcetus's arm, the touch yielding a soft, yielding indentation. Such slender arms, how could they summon strength? Even the arms of deities of battle exhibit pronounced muscular definition. Athena herself possesses well-defined curves, often seen competing in short sleeves upon the divine mountain. Joel curiously poked at the infant, feeling the rigidity of his form. Yet, little Alcetus, despite his tender age, possessed an astonishing strength, far surpassing the idle Joel and Eros. As a refreshing and comforting aura approached, the small Alcetus smiled, narrowing his eyes. And with a gentle wave of his tiny hand, grasped Joel's fingers within his palm. Eros, intrigued, attempted to poke the little one, pondering whether he could perceive their presence. However, as he reached out, he was swiftly rebuffed. Little Alcetus pouted, clutching Joel's hand with a whimper, as if to report some misdeed. Eros's expression gradually twisted, exclaiming, "Hey, you little rascal." Joel, witnessing his friend's misfortune, could not help but chuckle. Typically, such expressions adorned the faces of the gods, but now, it was little Alcetus who reversed the roles. Ah, how delightful. Little Alcetus joined in the laughter, seemingly mocking Eros. Eros's countenance gradually morphed into one of madness as he extended his wicked hands toward Alcetus's chubby cheeks. With a swift tug, oh dear, the child's eyes widened in shock. And despite Joel's attempts at soothing him, nothing seemed to quell his distress. The piercing wails echoed through the courtyard, awakening the maidens who had been ensnared in the realm of dreams by the god of sleep, creating a lively uproar in the yard. Realizing his blunder, Eros clung to Joel in a corner, devoid of any self-reflection, reveling instead in the triumph of reclaiming his dear friend. No one, not even a little child, was permitted to take Joel away. This was Eros's unwavering principle. Thus, Joel resignedly allowed him to embrace him, for after all, he was his closest companion, deserving of affection. Alcmene, cradling her child, commanded the soldiers to deal with the two venomous serpents lurking outside, her gaze tinged with fear. Hera. It must be Hera's doing. My poor Alcetus. You guardians of the little master have failed. Summon some more astute maidens to ensure Alcetus' safety from now on. Do you understand? Yes, my lady. Little Alcetus was nestled in Alcmene's embrace, leaning against her shoulder, casting a glance towards the corner where Joel and Eros were concealed, his delicate brows furrowing momentarily before relaxing. His tiny hand waved as if to greet them. Ah, how charming. Joel waved at him as well. Little Alcetus became even more spirited, his body swaying vigorously. And Alcmene nearly struggled to hold on to the boy. Eros was once again engulfed in his previous bewilderment. Can this little rascal truly see us? Joel pondered with his fist resting against his chin. Perseus, the son of Zeus, possessed divine blood, and now his granddaughter had borne a child with Zeus. The divine essence of Alcetus must be exceedingly potent, especially since he has also partaken of the goddess's milk. Even a demigod's physique could rival that of an ordinary woodland nymph. Eros acknowledged the validity of this assertion. It was no wonder he had been chosen as an exemplar of demigod heroes. Yet, must we always follow this young scion? Even before he could walk, he was already vying for Joel's attention. What chaos would ensue when he grew older? The gods cannot directly intervene with mortals. This is an edict of Olympus. The oracles may be cryptic, yet they must not be disregarded. Eros fretted, but was calmed by Joel's reassurances. Worry not. Since we cannot depart, let us accompany him on his journey of heroism. He is the only being who ascended to divinity through his own merit. Are you truly not intrigued? Eros sighed, conceding, very well, I wish to see how he navigates his trials. Hera shall not permit his unimpeded growth. Indeed, as Eros had predicted, young Alcides encountered myriad dangers even in infancy, including but not limited to falls from great heights, or charges, frenzied women, and venomous attacks. Despite possessing immense strength, the infant Alcides would tire. After all, the night is a time when living beings instinctively seek rest. Hypnos, acting on Hera's command, ensnared Alcides in a web of nightmares, ensuring that his days were spent depleting his physical vigor and his nights robbing him of mental fortitude. In an unexpected twist, Hypnos encountered Joel within the realm of dreams. Draped in a cloak woven from shadows akin to that of the god of death, he leaned closer, his platinum locks cascading around him. Look what I have discovered. 2 little Joels, treasures of the world, and 2 little Eros, nightmares incarnate. With a flourish of divine power, he conjured a throne, resting his hands in a casual manner, yet his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Pray tell, what brings you here? Eros rolled his eyes, attempting to deflect the inquiry. We are here for no particular reason. In his hand, a golden arrow began to coalesce. With a swift motion, he released the arrow, which dissipated upon contact with Hypnos and reappeared behind Eros. Hypnos effortlessly lifted Eros, having anticipated his move. The golden arrow of the little love deity not only ignites a fervent instinct for primal reproduction within living beings but also plunges the struck into a state of rational disarray, where emotions reign supreme, ensnaring them in their own fantasies. Love's desires are intangible and elusive, offering little defense against their onslaught. Fortunately, dreams belong to the realm of Hypnos, and with Eros's current prowess, he poses no significant threat. However, Eros is not alone. As Hypnos lowers his gaze, he meets a pair of shimmering eyes, glistening like jewels. Their cat-like pupils deep and luminous, piercing the soul. The corners of Hypnos's mouth falter. Joel, release me. Why does this little one always favor clinging to one's leg? It was particularly amusing to see Joel clinging to Thanatos in the past, but now, as he finds himself in the same predicament, his previously stable emotions begin to waver. Joel sees the opportunity to throw himself upon Hypnos, while Eros deftly liberated himself from the constraints. Their level of coordination suggested that this was not their first encounter. O revered god of sleep, since you have discovered us, we can only confess. Chapter 94. Heroes in Growth. Hypnos gently pressed his forehead, seemingly enduring some form of distress. The predicament you find yourselves in is indeed vexing. Time and fate lie beyond my dominion. To the best of my knowledge, even the Moirai, who govern destiny, are incapable of extricating you from the whirlpool of time. Joel appeared somewhat anxious. What shall we do? He exclaimed. The timeline cannot accommodate 2 coexisting life forms. If their existence remains undiscovered, it may be manageable. However, should more deities become aware of them, the recognition of the laws will intervene. If they fail to return to the correct timeline for an extended period, there is a significant possibility that they may merge with their own selves. Dreams are peculiar, existing in a realm between reality and illusion. They belong to a different dimensional space, birthing countless possibilities. In the past, present, and future, Hypnos has encountered his dimensional phantoms on numerous occasions, but these encounters were fleeting, leaving no room for interaction. Hypnos tapped his fingers against the armrest of his throne, producing a crisp sound. Let me ponder. The issues you face may perhaps be resolved by the eternal night. Destiny is birthed in the embrace of darkness. I shall devise a means to awaken the mother goddess. Until then, little Joel, you and Eros must keep yourselves hidden. Joel obediently nodded, Oh. The resounding crow of the rooster heralded the dawn, signifying the commencement of a new day. As Hypnos gently dispersed the dream, he swiftly caressed Joel's cheek. The sensation still delightful. Until we meet again, after indulging in the future Joel, I shall also embrace the present Joel. The allure of the dream world truly captivates the soul. Upon awakening from his slumber, Joel opened his eyes to find himself face to face with Eros's playful advance. Eros tilted his head, questioning, why come so close? With a hint of grievance, he pouted, You grow fond of the god of sleep, but neglect me. And it makes me upset. Joel, my dear companion is indeed delightful, yet rather delicate. With a sense of helplessness, he reached out to embrace Eros, seeking comfort. Alas, he truly embodies the essence of a devoted elder. Eros, with a playful expression, acknowledged the fleeting nature of human infancy. Once Alcides took his first steps at the tender age of 1, Eros felt a constant knot of anxiety in his throat. Joel, Joel. The voice of Alcides resonated with clarity in the tranquil room as he adeptly crawled down from the bed, his little legs determinedly racing towards Joel. In the face of Eros's watchful gaze, Alcides dove into Joel's embrace. "Stay close," he implored, his dependence on Joel mirroring that of a child yearning for his mother. Finding solace in the ever-present warmth of Joel's essence, Alcmene's union with Zeus was a deception, as Zeus transformed into Amphitryon. When the true king returned, the truth was unveiled, and they could only accept this reality in silence. On the day Alcmene gave birth, not only did Alcides enter the world, but he was joined by another child, Iphicles. Consequently, they initially chose to send Alcides away to avert Hera's wrath. However, now witnessing Alcides' ability to withstand Hera's petty retributions, Alcmene's attention towards him has gradually waned. Despite being his biological mother, her time spent with Alcides is far eclipsed by that of Joel and Eros. Joel, from the very beginning, resisted the urge to intervene. Yet as time progressed, he began to develop feelings. Whenever Alcides tumbled from the shelf, he could not help but catch the little one. To prevent Joel from stepping in, Eros started to closely monitor every small movement of Alcides, always rescuing him just before danger struck. In Alcides' heart, Joel was irreplaceable. "Do not take Joel away. He is mine," Eros exclaimed, pulling the little one from Joel's embrace and issuing a stern warning. Alcides, tilting his head in confusion, queried, "Mine?" Eros, feeling provoked, jumped up in exasperation. "He is not yours. Joel is mine." Alcides' eyes lit up with excitement as he declared, "Jojo, mine." Eros, in a fit of frustration, retorted, "You fool." Meanwhile, Joel, who had transformed from the contender into a mere bystander, could only sigh helplessly. As an elder, he picked up 3 small blankets, positioned himself in the center, and distributed one to each of them. "Enough of the bickering. It's time for you both to sleep." Joel observed the 2 children, still eager to quarrel, and raised his voice, "If you do not behave, I shall not play with you." Instantly, the 2 little ones became obedient, as if the earlier dispute had never occurred. The atmosphere in the room returned to tranquility once more. Days passed by, and Alcides grew day by day. Despite not being the biological son of Amphitryon, as an adopted child and a scion of the divine, Amphitryon summoned renowned tutors to instruct him, hoping to cultivate a hero. While Alcides engaged in his studies, Joel harbored concerns that Zeus might be watching his anticipated son from the heavens. He took it upon himself to pray alongside Eros, saying, "O my omnipresent father, I beseech you to protect your most beloved little son and his companion Eros, shielding us from the gaze of the gods. Regardless of the changes in time and space, what remains eternal is the primordial chaos, which has long transcended all." After considerable effort, it received the humble petition of the young son. Amidst the chaos, it smiled benevolently. Eros's ears twitched, for he could hardly believe his senses. Had his ancient and esteemed father truly responded to him? In order to ascertain this revelation, he disregarded Joel's objections and hastened to the revered temple of Apollo in Thebes. There, before the divine effigy, he consumed the offerings. Observing that the divine power within the statue remained dormant, he returned with exhilaration to share this joyous news with Joel. However, he was promptly seized by his companions, who admonished him sternly, forbidding any future transgressions. Eros, seeking to placate Joel, offered to massage his shoulders and presented fruits from the temple as a token of goodwill. "Joel, this is for our future. Adventure is essential. And by not allowing you to accompany me, I am merely ensuring a safeguard. Should misfortune befall me, you would be there to rescue me. This is my unwavering trust in you." Suddenly, Joel's anger dissipated. Eros presented his arguments with such logic that rebuttal was impossible. How infuriating. Where had he acquired such knowledge? Eros flashed a grin. Naturally, it was from Alcides. Amphitryon had enlisted renowned heroes from various lands to serve as instructors for Alcides, imparting a myriad of skills upon him: driving chariots, archery, wrestling, singing, playing instruments, engaging in combat fully armed, and literacy. From an early age, Alcides exhibited remarkable talent and aptitude, swiftly mastering whatever he undertook, and after completing each task, he would eagerly rush to Joel, seeking praise. As he matured, he became increasingly aware that Joel's existence must remain a secret from all, leading to their interactions being conducted in hushed tones. Nevertheless, Eros remained discontented. With Alcides growing taller and stronger, he could now carry Joel around with ease, blessed by chaos. As long as neither Joel nor Eros revealed their true identities, the gods remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 95, The Judge, exile under such rigorous tutelage, Alcides flourished, earning accolades from most of his heroic instructors. Yet, there was one exception, the irascible Linus, who taught Alcides about knowledge and music. As Orpheus' brother and the inventor of rhythm and melody, Linus found Alcides' progress in these subjects woefully inadequate compared to his prowess in wrestling and archery. This temperamental teacher would often resort to reprimands and punishments, having chastised Alcides on numerous occasions. However, having long been enveloped in Joel's life essence, Alcides was generally patient. But on that fateful day, something inexplicable transpired. As Linus expressed his frustration over Alcides' learning pace and delivered yet another harsh punishment, Alcides, unable to contain his fury, seized a nearby harp and hurled it at Linus's head. The latter collapsed instantly, lifeless. The entire incident unfolded in the blink of an eye, and from a distance, a maid caught sight of the spreading blood, her horrified scream piercing the air. Meanwhile, Alcides, filled with panic and regret for his actions, was soon branded a murderer. Before long, the illustrious Alcides found himself shackled and taken to court for judgment. Joel, accompanied by Eros, remained steadfastly by his side, ensuring that Alcides would not succumb to emotional turmoil during this trial. The gaze of the gods was fixed upon the Athenian court, where the honorable judge Rhadamanthus presided. He and his brother Minos had once ruled the island of Crete, and, upon their demise, ascended to become two of the three great judges of the underworld. Minos was tasked with the judgment of thoughts, Rhadamanthus with the judgment of words, while the third judge, Eros, was responsible for the judgment of deeds. All were sons of Zeus. The judgment of souls was absolute. Unlike their earthly existence, the souls subjected to judgment after death could neither conceal their transgressions nor offer justifications. Their sins were weighed with impartiality, and the judges determined their ultimate fate. When disagreements arose between Rhadamanthus and Eros, it was Minos who rendered the final decision. Now, in light of the highly publicized crime of murder committed by Alcides, a descendant of Apollo, the trial entailed the involvement of two major deities' progeny. Humanity had specifically sought the assistance of Athena, thereby inviting the underworld's judge Rhadamanthus to preside over this case. The solemn courtroom, adorned with the emblem of justice, a scale, stood behind the judge, impartially observing all. Alcides, do you offer any defense for your transgressions? Your words and actions will serve as evidence. For justice shall scrutinize all, ensuring that no sinner escapes retribution while also safeguarding the innocent from wrongful condemnation. When Joel was taken away by Alcides, he had long been poring over legal texts. Thank heavens, although Alcides did not take his studies seriously, Joel and Eros were far from idle. They often took it upon themselves to discreetly supplement Alcides' education, striving to ensure that even if he could not keep pace, he would at least pass. Now, confronted by the formidable presence of the judge, Joel and Eros offered counsel to Alcides, assuring him that actions taken in self-defense are legally permissible. They encouraged him to speak boldly in his own defense, despite the averted gazes of his adoptive parents. Empowered by their support, Alcides took a deep breath to steady himself. Lord Rhadamanthus, I acknowledge that I caused the unintended harm to Linus, and I am profoundly grieved and remorseful for this. Linus was once my mentor, to whom I held great respect, yet his brutal actions inflicted enduring suffering upon me. He not only insulted me in the classroom, but also punished me after lessons. On that fateful day, he unjustly attacked me once more, and I felt my life was in jeopardy, leading me to act in desperation for self-defense. I implore the court to consider my right to defend myself. In any civilized legal system, individuals possess the right to protect themselves from harm. I did not initiate the attack. Rather, I defended myself when I was assaulted. I hope the court can comprehend my predicament and adjudicate this case justly in accordance with the law. Thus, I present my defense. In this hallowed court, Lord Rhadamanthus scrutinized everything with his discerning judgment. Alcides, with his consistent character, successfully defended himself and was ultimately acquitted. Although this outcome elicited a flicker of dissatisfaction in Amphitrion's eyes, he managed to restrain his emotions and expressed his views in this solemn setting. While Alcides acted in self-defense, the life of Linus could not be restored. Consequently, I have resolved to exile him to Mount Cadarin, where care for the herds that require tending serves as a tribute to life and a caution regarding this incident. His decision was undoubtedly justifiable. Lord Rhadamanthus turned his gaze towards the young Alcides. Are you willing to accept your adoptive father's decision? This matter pertained to familial affairs. Yet Alcides' composure and courage inspired Lord Rhadamanthus to grant the youth the right to choose. I accept. Alcides bore no concern regarding his exile. For even stripped of noble status, he possessed exceptional combat skills and divine power sufficient to face the challenges of survival. Moreover, He believed that Joel would continue to accompany him. As Alcaeus departed the court, Amphitryon had prepared a bundle for him, feigning utmost concern while, in truth, he could hardly contain his eagerness for the son of Zeus to depart. Clutching the heavy bundle, Alcaeus stood in a desolate forest, feeling particularly despondent. Jojo, I have lost my esteemed status and can no longer provide you with delightful food and fruits. Will you still choose to accompany me? Eros immediately became alert. Perceiving that Joel was captivated by Alcestis's demeanor, stirred by a sense of pity, the dark-haired, blue-eyed youth, with his striking handsomeness, exhibited a melancholic expression, particularly when he stood alone, cradling his bundle, starkly contrasting with the surrounding silence of the forest. Joel grasped the corner of Alcestis's garment, his face alight with a broad smile. We follow you not for your status, Alcestis, but for the journey ahead. I look forward to your guidance. Alcestis returned the smile. I, too, look forward to your counsel. If only Eros, who was glaring fiercely at him from the side, were not present, alas. When would he be able to outshine Eros and become Joel's closest companion? In the forests of Mount Caterius, Alcestis was growing stronger each day, his robust frame radiating extraordinary power. He often hoisted Joel onto his shoulders, wandering through the woods in search of delectable wild fruits. Meanwhile, Eros had mastered the art of baking bread and busied himself in the little wooden cabin, preparing sumptuous meals for his beloved Joel. When Joel and the others returned, Eros greeted them with a cheerful smile. Welcome home. Alcestis, the imposing figure, had long since grown accustomed to Eros's disregard for him. After all, he often ignored Eros as well, indulging in their mutual jests. As Eros meticulously sliced the bread for Joel, Alcestis washed the gathered berries, simmering them with honey to create a sweet jam. Yet, no amount of care Eros poured into Joel could rival the allure of a spoonful of Alcestis's jam, which left Eros fuming as he snapped his wooden knife in frustration. How careless of him. Chapter 96, The Onset of Trials. Thus, Joel and Eros accompanied Alcestis through his tumultuous adolescence. As the legendary hero foretold in prophecies, Alcestis was anything but ordinary. He had tasted the divine milk as an infant, faced venomous serpents, and evaded numerous perils. Even when exiled to Mount Caterius, his military acumen and skills in archery and javelin throwing were unmatched. He personally vanquished a ferocious lion, skinning it to fashion a cloak draped over his shoulders, the lion's head serving as a helmet. And he uprooted a sturdy ash tree to create a formidable club. Any beast that displeased him would meet its end at his hands, which he then brought back to enrich Joel's meals. Gradually, the attention of the gods became increasingly focused on him. Joel and Eros concealed themselves in silence, to the extent that even Alcestis seldom detected their presence. He had always believed that it was Eros's misguided notion to avoid seeing Joel in his company. However, as his mind matured, he came to understand that Joel and his companions were evading the watchful eyes of the gods, instinctively erasing any traces of their existence. Whenever the opportunity arose, Jojo was determined to seize what was rightfully his. Subsequently, Hermes presented a gleaming sword, Apollo bestowed a bow and arrows, Hephaestus delivered a suit of golden armor, and Athena provided a complete ensemble of garments. That night, silence enveloped the world. Alcestis, having crafted a small secret door for the wooden cabin, heard a knock that roused him from his slumber. He leaped from his bed, neglecting to don his shoes, and opened the hidden door to reveal a rotund figure cloaked in black. As the cloak was lifted, the silhouettes of two children emerged. Joel emerged from Eros's embrace, exclaiming, "Greetings, Alcestis. It has been far too long. We have brought you some exquisite wine from the nearby warehouse left by the god of wine." Eros brushed off the leaves clinging to him, adding, "We narrowly escaped the clutches of those mad women. Fortunately, we were swift." Inside Alcestis's wooden cabin, Joel retrieved several barrels of fine wine from the space, presenting them as a gift for the journey that lay ahead, arranging them neatly within the abode. "Tonight, we shall not depart until we are thoroughly inebriated." Joel's voice resonated with grandeur. He exchanged greetings with Hypnos, and under the cloak of night, their gathering remained untouched by the interference of the gods. On this extraordinary evening, Alcaeus could cast aside all restraints and revel in the moment. Eros skillfully set the table, and soon Joel unveiled a splendid array of delicacies as the three of them took their places in the prepared room. They indulged in a delightful night of camaraderie and merriment, when the sun's rays filtered through the curtains, illuminating Alcaeus's sleeping face the following day. He awoke to find the cottage immaculate, as if the previous night's festivities had merely been a fleeting dream. A twinge of melancholy stirred within Alcaeus, yet he quickly rallied, for he was on the cusp of embarking on his own legendary journey. He yearned to make Joel proud. Alceus was acutely aware that both Joel and Eros were likely watching over him in silence from nearby. So he concealed his inner vulnerability and set forth on his monumental quest. He would vanquish vile beasts, slay brigands, and rescue princesses. The tales of valor and heroism refused to dwell in the realm of the mundane, and Alceus's name began to echo among the people. Alceus had truly come of age. Joel propped his chin on his hand, gazing at the valor of Alceus on the battlefield. The child he once guarded had matured, establishing his own legacy. Reminiscent of the legendary Heracles, from a mere child to a formidable hero capable of dispatching wild boars and bison with ease, he stood tall, basking in the admiration and reverence of the people, a romance that belonged to men. Yet, these glories and legends were experiences Joel could never partake in. For he was not a deity of war. The beasts held him in compassion, and the natural laws often shielded him, even if he were to tumble from a precipice. A gentle breeze would tenderly guide him back to safety. Human life is so fleeting. If one cannot ascend to divinity, the greatest joy lies in navigating a tranquil existence, ultimately allowing the soul to return to the underworld. Eros, resting his hand beneath his head, reclined beside Joel, his legs elegantly crossed. To gain the acknowledgement of the gods upon Olympus, he must endure further trials. The outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion. Alceus triumphed and was to embark for the next destination. Come, rise swiftly. As Alceus departed, Joel urged Eros to follow, their black cloaks billowing in the wind. When the path became treacherous, Eros would lift Joel into the air, ensuring they kept pace regardless of whether the skies were clear or stormy, quietly trailing behind Alceus, unseen. Whenever Alceus sustained injuries, small creatures would present him with healing herbs, softening his gaze, and a smile would break upon his resolute face, filling his heart with warmth. Such days continued until Alceus returned to Thebes, where he faced a formidable enemy invasion. On the battlefield, he vanquished the enemy king, not only liberating Thebes from tributes, but also reversing the tide of war, achieving the remarkable feat of securing tribute from his adversaries. King Creon betrothed his daughter Megara to Alceus, and they established a family, blessed with children. However, it had been a long time since Alceus received any word from Joel or Eros. In Thebes, with its 7 gates, Alceus possessed his own estate and servants, his name renowned, and his family life blissful. Yet, in moments of solitude, he often found himself lingering by a small door he had set aside, lost in thought. Megara, accompanied by their 3 sons, observed her husband's behavior with curiosity. Whenever Alceus encountered their inquisitive glances, he would embrace his wife and children with a smile, saying, "Life encompasses not only adventure and success, but also bread and joy. Come, I shall bake you some bread." Once, on a branch of a great tree, 2 exquisitely beautiful children sat side by side. "Joel, why don't you go out and meet the little ones? They have been waiting for our arrival." Eros, sensing the emotions, understood that Joel harbored a familial affection for Alceus. Yet, after Alceus achieved renown and settled into a life of comfort, Joel resolutely refrained from appearing. Deep down, he still held a sense of longing, did he not? Joel rested his head upon Eros' shoulder. "You once spoke to me of the impending trials that await Alceus. Themis, in her pursuit of fairness, veils her eyes. Yet true impartiality is unattainable when selfishness exists. I fear my own weakness, and I dread the possibility of your being ensnared by my plight." Thus, he chooses to distance himself, as though he never existed, leaving behind a lingering sense of regret. The divine and the mortal should not forge excessive ties. Their presence in this timeline is merely a happenstance, and perhaps at some juncture, they shall depart. It is better for Alceus to acclimatize to such days early on, remaining uninvolved in his grand saga of heroism. Time will gradually erode all. Eros' voice was gentle, akin to a soothing balm. "Do not worry. I shall remain by your side. The gods are immortal. We are free from the sorrows and grief of humanity. Wherever you are, there I shall be." Chapter 97, Service, 12 Tasks Thunderward. A terrifying bolt of lightning cleaved the night sky, its resounding crash striking fear into the hearts of all mortals. In that moment of suffocating dread, all living beings upon the earth trembled, believing it to be the wrath of Zeus, the king of the gods. Though unaware of the reason for his fury, habit compelled them to pause their endeavors and beseech the heavens. "O supreme Zeus, we implore you to quell your anger. Let your divine light illuminate the world and inspire reverence among all creatures." Upon his throne, Zeus wielded his thunderous scepter, his gaze sharp as lightning, furiously directed at Hera. "You wretched harpy." His voice echoed through the vast temple, accompanied by thunderclaps and dark clouds that weighed heavily on the atmosphere, as if even the heavens quaked in response to his rage. Hera raised her head, resembling a magnificent swan. Proud and disdainful as she retorted, "Is it merely a mortal's blood that provokes such a loss of composure in our king? Can your lightning not cleanse the world's sins?" Her voice, like a chill wind sweeping through a desolate valley, brimmed with derision and indifference, possessing a share of dominion over the storms. She was unafraid of this seemingly fierce thunderbolt. A glimmer of challenge sparkled in her eyes, her lips curling slightly, as if she reveled in Zeus's torment. Zeus was nearly undone by Hera's insolence, for he had personally chosen the hero representing Alcaeus. In a fit of madness, spurred by Hera's chaos, she had tragically slain her own 3 sons, including the son of her half-brother, Iphicles, who also fell victim to this calamitous tragedy. His heart swelled with fury and regret. He could not fathom why Hera would so cruelly treat an innocent hero. "Hera, you seek to utterly destroy Alcaeus." Observing the king's remorse, seemingly mourning for his unfortunate son, Hera's heart swirled with a tumultuous blend of love and hatred, birthing a perverse delight within her. "Ah, Zeus, this day is yours to bear. Weep and mourn. Just as I do each time I learn of your treachery." Zeus lowered his gaze, coldly pronouncing judgment, as the queen of the gods, repeatedly meddling with mortals. "Your punishment is to be confined to the temple, barred from interfering with Alcaeus's forthcoming trials." Apollo, the handsome deity, stepped forth, bowing in deference. Zeus commanded, "I decree that you bestow a divine oracle upon Alcaeus. He must serve Eurystheus, and by accomplishing 12 monumental feats, he shall attain eternal divinity." My original plan was to allow Alcaeus to soar effortlessly, yet fate has never been kind. A hero must endure arduous trials. Only after overcoming them does his spirit emerge more resilient and radiant. Your will shall be obeyed. Apollo accepted the command and set forth to proclaim the oracle. On that tempestuous night, a figure stumbled toward the temple, his once ebony hair now streaked with gray, and his handsome visage etched with the ravages of time. His once clear blue eyes had lost their former brilliance. 2 shadows lurked in the darkness, quietly trailing behind, anxious for Alcaeus's well-being. Yet as they neared the temple, they could not reveal themselves, instead silently guarding Alcaeus. With a resounding thud, Alcaeus collapsed at the temple's entrance. This fall momentarily restored clarity to his already muddled mind. He gazed up at the resplendent statue of Apollo, memories of his tragically lost son and nephew flooding his thoughts. Grief and sorrow filled his chest, his eyes brimming with confusion and a desperate yearning for assistance. "Apollo, great deity, I stand before you, bereft of all I once held dear. I was once a hero, yet now I am adrift, uncertain of my purpose. I have slain my own son, a transgression too grievous for a father to bear. I beseech your guidance. How must I confront this cruel reality and continue my existence?" Alcaeus clung to hope like a drowning man to a lifeline, fully aware of its potential futility, yet unwilling to relinquish his last glimmer of faith. "Oh, tragic hero, Alcaeus." A deep and magnetic voice resounded through the night, revealing an irresistible authority. "Your past is replete with glory and valor, yet like the storms of life, you have faced setbacks and failures. Nevertheless, this does not signify the end of your tale. Destiny beckons you. You must journey to Mycenae and heed the commands of your cousin, Eurystheus. Accomplish 12 great feats, and you shall transcend your mortal form, achieving immortality. The gods watch, witnessing your every endeavor. Go forth, Alcaeus, and let your actions testify to your resolve and courage." To descend from the esteemed status of a revered hero to serve as a mere servant to a weak and petty king is indeed a profound humiliation. Yet, reflecting upon the blood that stains his hands, Alcaeus bowed his head in despair. "I must heed the divine guidance and journey towards Mycenae. Humanity cannot defy the will of the gods, nor can it evade the relentless pursuit of fate." The fleeting joys, from possession to loss, returned to haunt Alcaeus, evoking the bitter pangs of unattainable desires. "Jojo, I miss you." Clang. A subtle sound, nearly imperceptible beneath the cover of the thunderstorm. Eros tightly grasped Joel's hand as they concealed themselves in the shadows of a dim corner, their hearts pounding like drums, on the verge of bursting from their chests. This marked their first encounter with divinity in the tangible world, a moment so fraught with tension that it rendered them nearly breathless. Fortunately, Apollo's renowned hearing appeared dulled, as he seemed oblivious to their presence. Joel was acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation, having nearly revealed himself in a moment of desperation. He clung tightly to Eros, curling into a quiet, obedient ball. "Do not worry. Everything will be all right. This is but a trial of Alcaeus," he reassured himself. Eros gently nuzzled Joel's cheek, endeavoring to comfort him. Joel's mood gradually eased. Perhaps he had been overly anxious about this burgeoning hero, despite having agreed not to intervene. His emotions proved uncontrollable. Joel had learned from Hypnos that the souls of the sons of Alcides had been sent to the Elysian fields. There, they would attain true happiness and joy, free from the agonies of the earthly realm. However, Alcides remained unaware. He was still mired in the sin of filicide. And even the power of the god of sleep could not grant him a single night of peace, as nightmares incessantly tormented him. Far away in Mycenae, Eurystheus learned that Alcides, having received the divine oracle, was approaching his lands, fearing that the hero's renown and prestige might encroach upon his own dominion. He commanded his subordinates to convey orders. Thus, Alcides received his inaugural task, to slay the Nemean lion. This beast, a monstrous offspring of Typhon and the Gorgon Echidna, was colossal beyond measure, with skin as impenetrable as iron, and claws as sharp as daggers, having devoured countless victims. Initially, Alcides took refuge in the shadows, loosing arrows from a distance, only to witness his triple volley of arrows ricochet harmlessly off the lion's formidable hide. The monstrous lion, having detected Alcides, erupted with a fearsome roar as its wild mane flared outwards. It charged forth, shattering the massive rock that concealed Alcides with a single swipe, forcing him to roll away swiftly to confront the colossal beast. The lion's eyes glinted with a chilling malice and voracious hunger, fixating on Alcides' powerful form. Drool dripping steadily to the ground. It harbored but one thought. This man would surely be a worthy challenge. Brave as a lion, forward he charged. Chapter 98. The water serpent. The task in progress. Years prior, Alcides had slain a lion on Mount Cithaeron, fashioning its hide into a cloak and helmet. This ensemble bore witness to his valor and strength, becoming a symbol of his youthful exploits. However, after settling in Thebes and establishing a family, the lion's attire became merely a relic. As time flowed on, gray streaked Alcides' temples, yet the flame of heroism still blazed in his heart. Now, once again facing a lion of unparalleled ferocity, Alcides felt no fear. Rather, he experienced a resurgence of youthful vigor, his strength reaching its zenith. Come forth. With his robust arms, he delivered a powerful punch to the lion's jaw in the fleeting moment of its attack. The lion let out a pained howl, tears instantly streaming from its eyes. Acknowledging the rare opportunity, Alcides, recognizing the lion's formidable size, clamped his arms roughly around its neck, enduring its desperate struggles. He tightened his grip with unwavering strength. After a prolonged struggle, the lion gradually succumbed, and once he confirmed its demise, Alcides struck its head several more times with his hefty club, ensuring it lay motionless. Only then did he truly believe the beast was dead. The battle declared over. He hoisted the lion's lifeless body upon his shoulders and made his way toward the gates of Mycenae. The towering figure of the man, bearing the weight of the colossal lion, exuded an aura of intimidation that mere mortals could scarcely withstand. The instinct of life is to aspire toward strength. Alcides' valor inspired awe and admiration among all, as they followed in the footsteps of the hero, offering their highest tributes. The deities resided high above, while the hero stood within reach. In the palace, Eurystheus, upon hearing of Alcides' return with the lion's carcass, was filled with trepidation at the thought of his power and renown, desperately attempting to prevent him from approaching the city gates. Peering timidly over the city wall, Eurystheus quickly withdrew his gaze and proclaimed the next task, to slay the Lernaean Hydra. Coldly issuing the command, he turned away, reiterating his order that Alcides must not be permitted entry. Alcides scoffed lightly, dismissing Eurystheus' cowardice. He carried the lion back to Nemea, where he offered it as a sacrifice to Zeus and established the Nemean Games in honor of his first great achievement. The sacred flame ignited, blazing brightly. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth and protector of the sacred fire, bestowed her blessings like warm sunlight, illuminating the hearts of all and dispelling darkness and fear. In a corner, Joel gazed at the warm flames, reminiscing about the blessings bestowed upon him by the goddess Hestia. He reached out to capture the flickering tongues of fire. The glow enveloped the nearby lion's spirit, guiding it to merge with Joel's essence. This phenomenon occurred due to the vibrant life force radiating from Joel, representing the most fundamental yearning of all living beings. Joel withdrew his hand, a shy smile gracing his lips as he feigned that nothing had transpired. In the glow of the flames, the beautiful depths of his feline eyes mirrored the figure of Eros. The surroundings buzzed with noise. Joel was alone. Eros was stirred by this realization, his cheeks flushed with excitement as he instinctively grasped Joel's hand once more. His gaze fell upon the distant figure of Alcides. Surrounded by jubilant admirers, a sense of pride swelling within him. You still have a long way to go, little brat. The Lernaean Hydra was a monstrous serpent with 9 heads, one of the offspring of Typhon and Echidna, known for its savage temperament and a penchant for bloodshed. It was also accompanied by a gigantic crab that aided in its malevolence. Alcides engaged in a strenuous battle with the serpent, upon severing one of its 8 heads. It would regenerate almost instantaneously, for its defining trait was its immortal heads. During this fierce confrontation, he enlisted the help of his nephew Iolaus, who cauterized the necks of the severed heads with torches to impede their regrowth. The massive crab met its end under Alcides' crushing foot. When the Lernaean Hydra finally succumbed, Alcides used a boulder to pin down the undying heads, then dissected the serpent's corpse to extract venom from its toxic gallbladder for his Eros. As the serpent's poison was incurable, he returned home, elated with his spoils. Joel followed behind, passing the location where Alcides suppressed the serpent's head. Yet he had yet to take any action. The serpent's head had ceased to thrive. It merged with the spirit of the giant crab and entered into his being. Joel, you are being deceitful. Due to the irregularity of the timeline, he dares not enter his own domain to assess the situation, wearing a peculiar expression. He continues to trail behind Alcides, for the next task is to pursue the red deer of the Carinaean forest. Joel gazed in astonishment at Alcides, who dared to target Artemis's beloved deer, his heart racing with concern for the child he had cherished since infancy. He fervently hoped that Artemis would not resort to her wrath, for she held a particular fondness for her wild deer. His thoughts manifested all too quickly. Artemis galloped forth on her golden horned stag, her expression a tempest of fury as she leveled her arrow at Alcides. Human, do you not realize this is my deer? Wounding it is an affront to me. Unless you provide a clear explanation, I shall not grant you my forgiveness. The fervent goddess of freedom, Artemis, embodied both the untamed spirit of youth and the cool, gentle radiance of the moon. Even when confronted by the malice of one who harmed her cherished companion, she was willing to offer a chance for explanation, a stark contrast to her earlier indifference when dismissing Callisto. Perhaps her rationality was the cause. Oh, great daughter of Leto, I am compelled to act thus. The gods have commanded that I serve Eurystheus, and the Ceryneian hind is the task bestowed upon me, a duty I must fulfill. Alcides replied with respect and decorum. This revelation triggered a memory for the goddess, far removed from Olympus. Indeed, there was such a matter. Zeus awaited a mighty demigod son to complete his mission and ascend to divinity, sending a warning to the gods of Titan lineage. He had sired enough demigods, many of whom were exceptional, scattered across the lands, holding sway in various realms. Even the 3 judges of the underworld were sons of Zeus. In that case, I shall pardon you, merely as a gesture of Zeus's support, but let there be no next time. Artemis declared, retracting her bow and arrow. Her gaze shifted to a distant corner, yet found nothing amiss. She affectionately patted the stag's head. The deer responded with a resonant call, and they turned away. Behind a thicket, Joel and Eros huddled tightly in their dark cloaks, waiting for the outside world to quiet before cautiously peeking out. Fortunately, they had remained undetected. Artemis was far too perceptive. Eros nodded in agreement. Indeed, as siblings sharing the same parentage, Apollo is utterly useless. A look of perplexity flickered in Joel's eyes. Your tranquility suggests a lack of concern for Apollo. Why then do you persist in drawing comparisons with him? He swore it was merely curiosity. Eros's golden locks took on an increasingly rosy hue as he shrugged. Among the myriad deities, Apollo is undoubtedly the most vain. While I harbor no great animosity towards him, there exists a minor grievance. The specifics, however, remain a secret. Should Joel wish to uncover them, perhaps a kiss would suffice. He leaned in, presenting his delicate, blushing cheek. Joel disdainfully pushed away. I'm sorry, but I have no interest. I'm leaving. Chapter 99, The Call of the Giant Antaeus. The 4th task, The Wild Boar of Erymanthus. The 5th task, The Cattle of Augeas. The 6th task, The Birds of Lake Stymphalus. The 7th task, The Bull of Crete. The 8th task, The Man-Eating Mares of Diomedes. The 9th task, The Girdle of the Amazon Queen. The 10th task, The Cattle of Geryon. While undertaking these tasks, Heracles eliminated various monstrous threats and malevolent beings across the globe. These labors, decreed by Eurystheus, served as trials set forth by the gods to test Heracles, and thus, they have become renowned in the annals of his many heroic deeds, celebrated by people far and wide. The heat of the sun was oppressive, and the journey to the distant Isle of Erythea was arduous. With each completed labor, Heracles received divine boons that significantly augmented his strength. Although he did not ascend to godhood, his power was formidable enough to instill fear in the hearts of deities. Each successive triumph only intensified his temper, leading him to draw his bow against Helios, the sun god, compelling him to steer his chariot far from Heracles. Helios, in turn, lent Heracles a colossal cup for his maritime ventures. How remarkable it was that a principal deity would seek to appease the son of Zeus, a mere demigod. Helios' pride had waned, rendered timid upon reuniting with his son, Phaeton. In his concerns, he merely wished for the well-being of his offspring. With the giant cup in hand, Heracles traversed the vast seas, vanquishing Geryon and transporting the cattle across the ocean. However, upon his arduous return, Hera unleashed a gadfly, causing the herd to dwindle by half. Thus, Heracles was presented with his 11th task, the golden apples of the Hesperides. To procure the golden apples, one must seek the garden of the Hesperides, a realm shrouded in mystery and unknown to mortals. A benevolent river nymph advised him to consult the ancient sea god Nereus. Consequently, Heracles set forth into the ocean in search of the legendary Old Man of the Sea. Joel gazed at the ever-morphing Nereus, the walrus, the otter, the manatee, and the sea cucumber. A splendid showcase of marine life. Regardless of how he transformed, he was firmly ensnared by Alcaeus, an ancient god of the sea, trapped by a demigod. Nereus, do not be so absurd. Joel could hardly bear to witness the spectacle. While Eros seemed to relish every moment, no wonder the gods took such delight in watching heroes embark on their quests. It truly was an exhilarating experience. They discerned the old sea god's amusement, as well as that of the other deities along the way. It was evident that they possessed the power to vanquish the monsters themselves, yet preferred to delegate the labor to the heroes. Thus, they orchestrated the tasks, enjoying the performance while guiding the heroes, all the while reaping a bountiful harvest of faith and rewards bestowed by the world, everything meticulously arranged. Joel felt that his days spent with Eros in the divine treasury had caused him to miss out on countless wonders. Furthermore, who claimed that the gods possessed but a single treasury? Contemplating this notion stirred a delightful curiosity within his mind. Joel could not suppress the urge to scratch his head as he observed Nereus still playfully engaging with Heracles, his spirits somewhat dampened. From the depths of his realm, he produced a conch shell. The mournful notes of the conch reverberated across the vast expanse of the ocean. Nereus, feigning exhaustion as Heracles captured him, ceased his struggles, his aura heavy with despondency. The sea fell into a hushed silence. With a sigh of resignation, Nereus remarked, "Son of Zeus, congratulations on your capture of me. If you seek the garden of the Hesperides, you must traverse the oceans to find the one who dwells on high and calls your name. He will reveal the path to you." After Heracles departed, the ancient sea god gazed blankly at the surface of the water, murmuring, "Nereides, my child, may you find peace." As Heracles continued his voyage across the ocean, he arrived upon the shores of Libya in search of provisions. There, he encountered the giant Antaeus, a monstrous being who delighted in wrestling and slaying wayfarers. Each time someone succumbed to his formidable strength, he would use their bones to construct a temple for the sea god Poseidon, high above the clouds. Joel gazed upon the scene below, gently nudging Eros as he murmured, "Do you perceive the essence of the earth and sea intertwined within that giant?" Eros, languidly opening his eyes, glanced downward and soon recognized the colossal figure. "Oh, that is Antaeus," he remarked, "the offspring of Poseidon and Gaia, inherently embodying the fragrances of both land and ocean." Joel was somewhat taken aback. Noticing his reaction, Eros resolved to elucidate the matter with sincerity. "We must comprehend that the deities personify the natural laws and progress of the world. Our existence is to foster the advancement of this realm. The duty of the Earth Mother is to procreate, while the union of sea and land serves to enhance the diversity of the world. Even the monsters represent a trial of the survival capabilities of living beings. Thus, all of this is entirely natural." Joel fell into contemplation. Is it so? Eros, pleased with his successful persuasion, sought to prevent Joel from becoming ensnared in this dilemma. "Look, Alcides is on the verge of defeat." Indeed, Antaeus proved to be the beloved son of the Earth Mother. As Alcides faced Antaeus, the strength he so proudly possessed did not dominate in this confrontation. With the passage of time, his muscles glistened with salty sweat from the fierce combat, and his stamina gradually waned. This cannot continue. Alcides recognized the necessity for a strategic shift. He observed that Antaeus' feet remained firmly rooted to the ground. A thought flickered in his mind. Perhaps this was the source of his opponent's strength. "Come now, press on." Provoked, Antaeus charged furiously at Alcides, his feet deeply anchored in the earth, drawing boundless power from it. He surged forward like a raging bull. The moment was ripe. Alcides seized the opportunity, gripping Antaeus' shoulders tightly, utilizing his extraordinary strength to lift his opponent overhead, severing his connection with the ground. With that, Antaeus' strength began to diminish, and as his power waned, Alcides swiftly encircled his neck with his arms, twisting forcefully to conclude the battle. Antaeus' spirit, infused with the essence of the earth and the moisture of the atmosphere, slowly drifted towards Joel. Eros, having already noticed the situation and assured that no danger would befall his companion, chose to refrain from further intervention. Joel found himself in a predicament. He had no intention of competing with the underworld for souls. Fortunately, these spirits were not recorded on the death list. Otherwise, once exposed to Hypnos, they would likely fall prey to Thanatos. Souls marked by the death list cannot escape the relentless pursuit of the Grim Reaper, no matter where they may try to hide. Having vanquished Antaeus, Alcides set forth on his journey once more. As he drifted toward the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, he heard the words of Nereus, who spoke of someone calling from the high mountains. He diligently identified the location. It was the Caucasus Mountains. Chapter 100. The rescue of the centaur sage. Joel gazed upward at the towering mountains, where a shadowy figure was faintly discernible at the summit. Prometheus, how long have you been imprisoned here? Eros urged the clouds to ascend, quicker than Alcides could climb with his own strength, reaching the mountaintop ahead. To disguise their clouds, he had even torn a few dark clouds to color his own. The effect was apparent. Neither mortals nor deities noticed the plump little cloud blending into the ever-gloomy mass that had never known a sunny day. Are you the one mentioned by Nereus? The one who knows the fate of the golden apple? Alcides stared at the mysterious deity bound to the Caucasus. His chest was rent, with his liver slowly regenerating. The god's hair and beard were in disarray, fatigue etched across his countenance, yet his eyes sparkled with an indomitable light, like an eternal flame. Indeed, I am Prometheus. He coughed. Upon hearing this name, a profound respect welled up in Alcides for the deity before him. Esteemed Prometheus, I have long heard of your great deeds. You bestowed fire upon humanity, granting us the brilliance of strength and civilization. Though I am the son of Zeus, I believe you should not endure such cruel punishment. A hero must confront adversity and challenge without retreat. Pray tell, how may I assist you? Prometheus's plight caused Alcides to forget his quest for the golden apple. His sole desire now was to rescue the great deity who had given hope and warmth to humanity. Above them, a divine eagle circled, its gaze piercing, its powerful talons radiating a chilling light. Alcides felt no fear. Is it this creature that has brought you such torment? Without waiting for Prometheus's response, he deftly drew his bow, knocking an arrow with practiced ease. Having faced countless battles, he was adept at swiftly dispatching monsters. With a whoosh, the arrow flew, slicing through the air with a sharp sound. The divine eagle, which had tormented Prometheus for centuries, remained oblivious until its final breath. Unaware it had been slain by the son of the king of gods. Were it able to speak, it would likely have cursed in its last moments. What a dreadful task this is. Prometheus appeared somewhat perplexed, still unaccustomed to the young hero's impatience. Alcides then attempted to forcefully break the chains binding Prometheus. But the moment the chains shattered, they miraculously reformed. Prometheus gently explained, these chains are the work of Hephaestus, designed solely to restrict the freedom of deities. Thus, unless another god takes my place, I cannot free myself from these bonds. With a resounding thud, Alcides struck the massive rock in frustration, leaving a deep imprint of his fist. Is there truly no way to resolve this? He lamented. Having vanquished the divine eagle, he was unwilling to cease his endeavors. Prometheus gazed upon the young hero, his eyes brimming with the affectionate warmth akin to that of an elder towards a beloved nephew. He wished to console Alcides. Yet as a seer, he discerned a figure slowly approaching. It was Chiron, the centaur. Prometheus murmured, directing his gaze towards the distant silhouette. Alcides. A voice echoed through the wind. Alcides lifted his head in surprise and responded, Master? A tall figure, half man and half horse, gradually drew near. And Alcides instantly recognized his mentor, Chiron. The centaur race was notorious for their lechery and debauchery, yet Chiron, despite his outward resemblance to his kin, was not truly of their lineage. He was a descendant of the former god king Cronus, belonging to a lineage far more noble and unique, distinct from his brethren. Chiron was exceptional, possessing vast knowledge and serving as the tutor to many heroes, Alcides among them, with dark golden hair adorned by a crown of vine. He bore striking features, his deep-set eyes glimmering with wisdom, though his complexion was pallid. Alcides, I am in tremendous pain, and knowing you would traverse the Caucasus, I sought you out to ask for relief. Renowned as a sage celebrated for his wisdom and kindness, Chiron could easily deduce Alcides' journey and the unfolding events surrounding him. Upon seeing the wound on Chiron's leg, Alcides bowed his head in sincere apology. Master, I am truly sorry. During a prior mission, he had pursued a band of centaur bandits, and in a moment of misfortune, his poisoned arrow had inadvertently struck Chiron. Due to the immortality of the gods, Chiron was compelled to endure the agony of the venom daily, ultimately leading him to seek Alcaeus personally. Chiron did not reproach his pupil. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Prometheus. His keen insight allowed him to grasp the challenges that Alcaeus and Prometheus currently faced. "Allow me to take the place of Prometheus," he stated. In response to their astonished expressions, Chiron's voice remained calm and resolute. "Prometheus yearns for freedom, and I seek relief. Let me substitute for Prometheus, for it is a mutually beneficial arrangement." Alcides opened his mouth, poised to utter something, yet upon encountering his teacher's eyes, brimming with unwavering resolve and determination, his words were swallowed back with great effort. Chiron's expression conveyed not only the long-endured pain but also an ardent desire for liberation. Realizing he could not alter the will of the other, Alcides took a deep breath, nodded vigorously, and set about fulfilling his teacher's wishes. Under Prometheus's expectant gaze, he let out a mighty shout, his muscles taut, and once again shattered the chains that bound him. Chiron swiftly completed the exchange with Prometheus, with a resounding click. The chains locked once more, yet Chiron's gaze transformed into an extraordinary tranquility. The flames of the earth raged fiercely, igniting his divine form. Nevertheless, amidst the inferno, an unprecedented serenity graced his countenance. This was the conclusion he had chosen for himself, a painful yet noble release. "Depart, Prometheus," Chiron's voice resonated amidst the flames, imbued with a resolute finality. "The king of the gods will inevitably discover your plight. His authority is not to be defied. However, you may bind a stone from the Caucasus with chains, feigning continued captivity, thus preserving the dignity of the king, for therein lies your ultimate freedom." Prometheus heeded Chiron's counsel and conveyed to Alcides the news that to successfully acquire the golden apples, he must enlist the aid of the titanic Atlas, who holds up the heavens. Having spoken, he bid farewell to Alcides and journeyed to the world's edge, seeking refuge by the distant shores of the vast ocean. The Father of the heavens, far removed in the cosmos, had lost his dominion over the world. The Mother Earth's authority had fragmented, leaving only the primal instinct of procreation. The sea was under the domain of Poseidon, yet he and Prometheus shared no bond. And the shadowy realms of the underworld were a territory he wished to avoid. After much contemplation, he realized that only the primordial ocean deity could offer him protection, shielding him from Zeus's wrath once more. Atop the mountain, Joel and his companions observed the unfolding events as Charon made his entrance, embodying a striking blend of grace and strength. It was quite remarkable. Yet, Eros found him oddly familiar. After a prolonged moment of reflection, he finally unearthed a fragment from the recesses of his memory. Wasn't he the one who had been ensnared by the golden arrow and entangled with Dionysus? Joel's eyes widened with excitement. What? A story? He loves stories. Chapter 101. The Celestial Support. Golden apples. Eros merely uttered a casual remark, only to notice the sparkle in Joel's eyes, realizing he had misspoken and inadvertently piqued his friend's interest. Although he cherished the joy on his companion's face, he pondered whether it was truly appropriate to share such tales. "All right then, Eros, I wish to hear it." It was indeed a breach of decorum. Joel, with his cherubic face cradled in his hands, drew near, leaving Eros with no choice but to acquiesce. Clearing his throat, Eros began. Unable to resist the urge to recount, Dionysus roamed the earth, leaving behind a cellar of wine in every region he visited. Noticing your fondness for his exquisite wines, I sought to explore his cellar for any remnants or perhaps some newly crafted elixirs. However, I inadvertently caught his attention. In my haste, my golden arrow struck the wine god, and coincidentally, I also hit Chiron. Upon their meeting, their emotions ignited in an instant. At this juncture, Eros puffed out his chest with pride. As the god of love, it is my duty to foster the blossoming of affection. Hence I stealthily withdrew to grant them a moment of solitude. And what transpired afterward? Well, Dionysus has since been seeking me out in vexation. He must have been quite flustered. Eros refrained from elaborating on the nature of the wine god's tribulations at the hands of the centaur. He felt it prudent not to corrupt young Joel's innocence, for those pure, untainted eyes filled him with a sense of guilt. Joel observed Eros, who chose to remain silent, and patted his own belly, experiencing a sense of satisfaction akin to having savored a sweet melon. Departing from the gathering of dark clouds, the small white cloud gently carried the two little deities, drifting towards the farthest reaches of the world. Here, the colossal Atlas, son of Iapetus and brother to Prometheus, once a titan under the command of Cronus, now stood as the tireless pillar of the heavens. He bore the vast celestial dome upon his shoulders, firmly rooted to the earth, unwavering in his resolve to eternally uphold the sky and the land, preventing their fateful convergence. The sheer magnitude of his form left the two young ones in awe. Eros, having been born after the Titanomachy, found himself captivated by such a giant, while Joel, during the tumult of the Titan War, had still been immersed in the sea of desire, intrigued by the presence of such a Titan. The Olympian deities did not possess the inherent colossal stature of the Titans. However, they could momentarily harness divine power to achieve a temporary gigantism, an act that demanded significant energy. Thus, they seldom maintained this enlarged state. Over the years, it was only during Typhon's tumultuous uprising on Mount Olympus that Joel had the opportunity to witness such grandeur. Now, confronted with the towering figure of Atlas, he felt as though he was gazing into infinity. How astonishingly high! The small white cloud leisurely ascended, while Alcaeus also arrived at this westernmost land. Initially, he failed to spot Atlas, mistakenly believing he had yet to reach the extreme west. However, nearing the boundary of the vast ocean, Alcaeus stood at the edge, furrowed brows betraying his concern. Yet, he could not allow adversity to deter him. Raising his hands to his mouth, Alcaeus called out with a resounding voice, "Might I inquire if the great Atlas is present here?" The power imbued in his shout reverberated, stirring waves into a frenzy. A number of water sprites, startled by the sudden commotion, emerged from the depths, peering at the desolate western expanse. Who dared disturb this tranquility? A head with two legs. A biped. The surface of the water erupted in a cacophony. For many years, they had never encountered a human. They had only heard tales from distant relatives about humans sailing the seas, small creatures with two legs, quite adorable. So, this is what they look like? The unexpected ruckus, a rare occurrence in these ancient lands, roused Atlas from his slumber. Who dares to create such a disturbance? His voice boomed like thunder, resonating and causing the ocean's surface to roil. The timid sprites, peeking at Alcaeus, hastily retreated to the ocean's depths. Only a solitary turtle, with a hard shell, remained on a rock, calmly observing the unfolding events, contemplating that if the happenings proved amusing enough, it would have delightful tales to share in the waters henceforth. Alcaeus, still unable to locate Atlas, anchored his colossal vessel beside the immense cylindrical mountain and tentatively inquired, "Are you the great Atlas?" Atlas squinted, observing for quite some time before finally discerning the minuscule human, no larger than an ant. During the era of Cronus, humanity existed as a race, characterized by their profound reverence for the divine, offering all they possessed in devotion and faith, thereby earning the favor of the gods. Now, under Zeus's reign, the persistence of mankind was indeed remarkable. He mused, only to detect a distasteful aura emanating from the tiny human. Atlas had long departed from the realm of the gods. Birds flying from afar brought him tidings of the world below, and the solitude of his existence drove him to madness. Only by forcing himself into slumber could he beseech the dream deity for a pleasant dream. His loneliness was overwhelming. "From whence do you come? What do you seek from me?" Atlas, on rare occasion, spoke gently, exercising patience in his inquiry. Alcaeus then grasped that it was not his inability to locate Atlas, but rather the sheer magnitude of the being before him that obscured his full form. The cylindrical mountain beside him was but a fragment of Atlas's colossal body, truly awe-inspiring. "I am the hero Alcaeus. I have heard that you know the whereabouts of the golden apples. O mighty Atlas, I implore you to assist me," Alcaeus earnestly declared, only to be met with a derisive snicker. "Golden apples? Indeed, I know their location. You must have heard it from Prometheus, who delights in meddling. Humph, my cowardly brother, who sought refuge with Zeus, ultimately shares my fate of captivity." Having not conversed with anyone for an extensive period, Atlas found himself unable to restrain his words. After all, the gods were not so selflessly benevolent. There was a subtlety in his tone. "The Hesperides, the three goddesses of dusk, are my daughters. I could procure the golden apples directly, but what compels me to grant you such a favor? What will you offer in return?" Alcaeus recognized that Atlas was negotiating terms. He was not merely a brute devoid of intellect. "Almighty Atlas, I am willing to bear the burden of holding up the sky, thus granting you the freedom to retrieve the golden apples." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "Is that so? Are you truly willing to assist me in sustaining the heavens?" God knows how long Atlas had remained in this place, punished by Zeus since the defeat in the Titanomachy. Freedom seemed an unattainable dream, despite his dominion over such a vast expanse. Alcaeus's eyes glimmered. The urgency of Atlas suggested he had longed for escape. Consider this task accepted. Chapter 102. The rogue and the wit. As Alcides harnessed his divine power to enlarge, he took hold of the heavens from Atlas. The immense pressure caused his shoulders to sag, and his breath grew labored. The burden of supporting the sky was an insurmountable challenge for any mortal. With great effort, he focused his resolve and steadied the tilting firmament. In stark contrast, Atlas felt the lifelong weight lift from him, and he erupted into joyous laughter. The taste of freedom was a long-lost delight. Observing Atlas exulting over the ocean, Alcides, with a heavy heart, reminded him, "Do not forget our agreement." Atlas had intended to kick a nearby stone in playful jest, but halted just before contact. The sea turtle, retreating into its shell, swiftly unfurled its limbs. Splashing into the water. "I'm off," it exclaimed. "Of course," Atlas replied with a hearty grin. "You wait here. I shan't be long." In the distant and secluded westernmost lands resided the three goddesses of dusk, guardians of the golden apple tree, a realm often likened to Eden in legend. Gleaming Egil, crimson-hued Erythea, in twilight Hespera represented the changing hues of sunset. Each day, the shifting clouds of dusk were their artistic creations, even amidst life's tranquil routine. They basked in the warmth of the red twilight, savoring the serenity it bestowed. With the Titan War concluded, their father bore the punishment of holding up the sky, while their siblings faded into the background, following the powerful Olympian deities. The three sisters were entrusted with the sacred duty of safeguarding the golden apple, a gift from Gaia during the marriage of Zeus and Hera, symbolizing eternal youth and enduring authority. Despite familial discord, every divine union was a testament to the world, and the Earth Mother bestowed her sincerest blessings. Regrettably, this marriage, envied by the gods, ultimately became a shackle. Aside from fulfilling their divine responsibilities, the three goddesses led a carefree existence on their respective islands, relishing the ordinary and embracing the simplicity of life. However, this tranquil routine was soon disrupted. The guardian dragon, Ladon, appeared before them, battered and bruised, with scales missing and one wing partially broken. With a roar, Ladon diminished his size to that of a man, his rotund belly protruding prominently. He approached the three sisters, gesturing animatedly with his short forelimbs, before turning away to reveal his damaged wing. Tears welled in his large eyes, recounting his grievances. "Who understands?" he lamented. "I was peacefully slumbering, only to be ambushed. A mighty dragon reduced to this pitiful state. It is utterly disgraceful." Egil inspected Ladon's wings, her gentle and delicate face marred by a frown. "You have been grievously harmed. Strangers have arrived on the island. Sisters, be cautious." Hespera Retosa raised her hand and struck. Ladon howled in disbelief at the ruthless woman before him. "Is it truly so dire? Forgive me. I merely wish to inquire why you did not summon us in your time of need, O magnificent dragon," she chided. Ladon curled up, clutching his belly. Eurytia pulled her sister back. "Ladon has suffered enough. Do not torment him further. We must see to the golden apples." Hespera Retosa recalled their duty to guard the golden apples. "Indeed, sisters, let us not allow anyone to steal the golden apples, lest we be compelled to yield to the offspring of the God King. That cannot be allowed." Their powers were already waning. They relied on the daily offerings of the sunset to maintain their divine status. Having relinquished his divinity, Helios had lost control over his authority, now reduced to a mere symbol. If not for the unity of the siblings, they would be at risk of being usurped by more powerful deities. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the three goddesses hurried toward the location of the golden apple tree, unaware that those who had ambushed Ladon were already awaiting their arrival. The powder of the sleep herb dispersed, and Egil felt dizzy. She grasped her sisters, urging, "Do not approach. We must flee." Alas, her warning came too late. Crack, crack, crack. One by one, the three goddesses collapsed. Atlas emerged from the shadows, his mouth and nose covered with a cloth dampened by seawater. He surveyed the slumbering goddesses and sighed, "My daughters, you have been too careless. Thus, the golden apple shall belong to me." He laughed heartily as he successfully plucked the golden apples from the tree. Atlas did not spare another glance at the tree. Power and wealth paled in comparison to his freedom. He was meant to return to exchange with Alceus. Yet, gazing at the figure bearing the heavens, he hesitated, seeing a reflection of his former self. Alceus, having endured so much, discerned Atlas' reluctance to return, but the sky continued to bear its weight. He feigned ignorance. "Great God, it is your turn." Atlas stepped back, no? Under the puzzled gaze of the demigod hero, this long-revered deity felt his cheeks flush. However, he had yet to fully relish his newfound freedom from the burdens of the heavens. Atlas placed the bag containing the golden apples onto Alceus' belt. "I have procured the golden apples for you, fulfilling our agreement. However, having finally attained my freedom, I must entrust the heavens to you, young one. Alceus gasped in shock. Wait, is there anything else? Atlas was eager to venture forth and behold the world under Zeus' dominion, yearning to rescue the Titan deities imprisoned in the abyss. Once the sovereigns of the world, they longed to reclaim their former glory and splendor. Clyde's, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, darted his eyes rapidly, evidently anxious to devise a plan. O Atlas, mighty God, your grandeur far surpasses mine. I am unprepared and doubt my ability to bear the weight of the heavens. Perhaps you might hold it momentarily while I seek a shoulder pad to better support the celestial dome. Atlas remained silent, and Clyde felt a pang of anxiety. Thankfully, it seemed his words had resonated. Very well, but only for a brief moment. Return swiftly. Clyde nodded earnestly, as Atlas took the heavens from Clyde's grasp. The latter fled without a hint of hesitation. O Atlas, bearer of the sky, I entrust this heavy burden to your capable hands. May fate allow us to meet again. Cursed be that cunning Clyde's. Their exchange left the two small beings atop the cloud in awe, realizing that such a game could be played. Remarkable indeed. Chapter 103. Cherishing the road to the underworld. Having secured the golden apple, Clyde's returned to Mycenae. Eurystheus, disinterested in the golden fruit, instructed him to deliver it to the altar of Athena. Ultimately, Athena sent the apple back to the Hesperides. Clyde's wore a gloomy expression, pondering the absurdity of his ordeal. The trials of the gods, how perplexing they were. His beloved nephew, Iolaus, lay quietly beside him, gentle and obedient. Yet, Clyde's grip was somewhat heavy, leaving red marks upon Iolaus' skin. My hero, do you carry a heavy heart? Though Clyde's encountered numerous romantic entanglements along his journey, Iolaus was different. Not only was he a cherished nephew, but also his longest companion, with his dark eyes exuding a feline laziness that always brought Clyde's a sense of familiar warmth. I am merely contemplating when this tumultuous journey will find its conclusion. The trials imposed by the gods have me racing across the world. While vanquishing monstrous foes elevates my renown, I still fail to grasp the significance of it all. Alcides found himself in an unusual state of confusion. Throughout his years of heroic adventures, he had both gained and lost much. As his stature rose, so too did the weight of the hopes placed upon him, obscuring his sense of direction. Iolaus, who had accompanied Alcides through most battles and even shared in some of his glorious exploits, could not fathom the inner turmoil of a revered hero who carried an unspoken regret deep within his heart. Time, as always, was relentless in its passage. Suddenly, Iolaus' rationality wavered. He blinked, his feline eyes brimming with compassion. Alcides, every hero experiences moments of uncertainty. You are not alone. What matters is to forge ahead and do what you believe is right. Your courage and strength have already attested to your worth. Do not forget. Your journey is for yourself, as well as for those who need your aid. Alcides was taken aback by Iolaus' words, lowering his gaze to meet those eyes, his heart fluttering unexpectedly. You. Iolaus blinked again, but the familiarity that Alcides had once pursued seemed to dissipate, leaving only a sense of monotony. Alcides? Alcides, unwilling to confront the coldness of Iolaus' gaze, hesitated. It's all right. The chariot of night will soon traverse the sky. Shall we sleep together tonight? Iolaus, entranced by Alcides' striking handsomeness, felt a dizzying warmth. All right. Once again, they found themselves hidden in the shadows. Eros, biting his handkerchief, glared at Alcides with disdain. That wretched boy. Why do you seek to counsel him, Joel? Hera intended to confound Alcides' mind, hoping to sway his resolve to abandon his heroic aspirations. Perhaps there was no harm in living as an ordinary man. Having observed Alcides' flirtations with beautiful men and women in every location they visited, and the numerous offspring he had sired, much like the capricious god-king, Hera was incensed. Even after all this, Alcides still yearned for his beloved Joel. It was enough to drive her to the brink of fury. Joel cherished Eros' ever-vibrant demeanor, which infused the world with a rich palette of colors. He tiptoed and gently tousled Eros' hair. Fear not. In my eyes, he has always remained that same child. And his affection for me is merely a reflection of childhood dependence. After all, we are both deities capable of perceiving emotions. You can discern the nuances of such feelings, can't you? Eros' eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Joel, you must understand, among the gods, aside from the three goddesses who have vowed to remain maidens, none of them are pure. Even those three goddesses have a plethora of admirers. Yet I, the pure-hearted god of love, recognize only you in my divine existence. Therefore, you must cherish me dearly, do you understand? Otherwise, I shall weep for you. The powerless threat elicited laughter from Joel, who covered his mouth, his eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. All right. Our little love god is the finest. To prevent your tears, I shall treasure you with utmost care. Despite the tone resembling that of a child being soothed. Eros's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, the pink hue spread across his ears and neck. As long as you know, in a state of disarray. The little love god found himself malleable before his companions, lacking any semblance of assertiveness. At long last, Alcetus faced his final task, to bring the three-headed canine of the underworld to the realm of the living. It seemed that Eurystheus was truly intent on ensuring that Alcetus did not return unscathed. As is widely known, the hellish creature Cerberus bore 3 fearsome heads. Its drool infused with lethal venom, and its body adorned with an array of venomous serpents, culminating in a dragon-like tail. With a ferocious temperament, it permitted no living soul to enter nor any spirit to escape. Yet, how one might access the underworld remained a conundrum. However, Zeus would not allow his heroic son to falter at this juncture. He dispatched Hermes as a guide to lead Alcetus to the path that would take him to the underworld. Along the way, Alcetus encountered the Gorgon Medusa, one of the famed sisters with serpentine hair, born of the sea's wrath, Phorcys, and the perilous Cedo. Ultimately, she met her demise at the hands of the hero Perseus, whose adventures with her severed head culminated in its placement upon the shield of the goddess Athena. Yet, in the underworld, she was but a shadow of her former self. Her eyes widened, seemingly eager to petrify another as she had in life, but when Alcetus struck with his sword, it meant nothingness. This was the distinction between the living and the dead. The chasm between life and death is not easily traversed. In the underworld, he also encountered Theseus and Pirithous, who conspired to pursue Persephone, the queen of the underworld. While Alcetus admired the audacity of his friends, he could not abandon them to their fates. Ultimately, he managed to rescue only Theseus, for Pirithous, in his ambition, found himself ensnared upon the throne of Hades. Unable to extricate himself, Alcetus recognized that Pirithous had offended the lord of the underworld, and thus was punished. After returning Theseus to the realm of the living, he resumed his mission. In the tranquil, dimly lit underworld, the handsome, pale king, even clad in a thin black robe, could not conceal his cold, imposing dignity. His deep blue eyes, tinged with violet, resembled an endless night, observing all with an eternal calm. Alcetus, having cast but a fleeting glance, felt an inexplicable pressure compel him to bow his head, as if another magnificent presence forbade him to gaze directly. Chapter 104. Reputation, the 12 labors complete. The exalted monarch of the underworld, Alcetus pays his respects to you, lauding your dominion over the realm of the dead. Hades' long lashes hung low, cloaked in an invisible force that enveloped him, rendering his breath stiflingly confined. Yet, with an outsider present, he found himself reluctant to act. The atmospheric pressure steadily diminished, as the unseen power transformed his robe into a regal cloak, while a gentle caress graced his cheek. Hades lifted his eyelids, his gaze ignited with a fiery tempest, intertwining hues of deep azure and vibrant violet, creating a captivating tapestry of color. This spectacle momentarily stilled the very essence of existence, plunging it into a profound silence. The lord of the underworld, momentarily believing that the disturbance had subsided, allowed his expression to soften. Unbeknownst to him, in the shadows, Joel, marked by the sigil of the primordial deity, observed with clarity the black mist that manifested the essence of the abyss. It enveloped the lord of the underworld from behind, emanating a staggering desire so potent that even Eros, unable to perceive the black mist, felt compelled to draw nearer to Joel. The blessings of chaos, which shrouded Joel and Eros in an illusion, could not deceive a primordial god. From within the black mist emerged a visage of striking beauty. With a finger raised to its lips, it gestured towards Joel, who, covering his mouth with both hands, nodded gently in understanding. The brothers had reached a silent accord. Joel concealed himself and Eros beneath a cloak, then stealthily led Eros in a different direction to escape. It appeared that Brother Tarl had rescinded the assassination order on Eros. Otherwise, their infiltration would have been impossible. As for what he had witnessed, he saw nothing at all. Standing outside the grand hall, Eros clutched his little golden arrow, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. After a considerable wait without detecting any imminent danger, he quietly inquired, "Joel, was that divine being just now associated with Hades? Surely, it cannot be mistaken." Such a paranoid and domineering demeanor was unmistakable, reminiscent of the time when a bride was sought for the lord of the underworld. The relentless pursuit from the depths of the underworld for millennia, thankfully. Joel was by my side during this chase. It was you who pulled me along. Joel no longer wishes to recall his disheveled past. Eros, for no particular reason, enjoys teasing for amusement. The divine Olympus, graced by Aphrodite, Hephaestus, and Ares, ensures he is not relentlessly pursued. Who would have thought he would still dare to confront Hades? Joel was taken aback by the news, and while it was one thing for Eros to be pursued, it was quite another to run away with him. Eros rubbed his nose and offered an awkward smile, realizing he had inadvertently spoken his innermost thoughts aloud. Hee, my dear Joe, you are my closest friend. True brethren in this world share both joy and adversity. We cannot escape this tradition. My affection for you knows no bounds. Joel pushed away the face that had come too close. Having you here is truly my blessing, isn't it? Alcides has been expelled? Sooner than I had anticipated. It seems that the two of them had hardly slipped away when Alcides was effortlessly thrust out from within. Joel stepped forward, reaching out to touch the barrier. It was solid, indeed a protective enchantment. Eros fluttered to Joel's side, pausing to gaze at the barrier with a teasing expression, exclaiming, "The deity certainly knows how to play." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Eros's eyes as he glanced at Joel, his cheeks flushing with an unexpected warmth. Before Joel could notice, Alcides prepared to depart. "We must follow swiftly," Eros exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Joel and flapping his wings as they pursued the hero toward the gates of the underworld. Meanwhile, Alcides understood that to lead the three-headed canine from the realm of the dead to the mortal world, he required the king of the underworld's consent. Though he greeted the king with utmost politeness, his heart raced, for he had yet to mention the matter of the three-headed dog. The king's response was curt and devoid of warmth, seemingly betraying an imperceptible weariness. "I understand. You are not permitted to wield weapons. Go." No sooner had the words left his lips than a force propelled Alcides from the grand hall. As he walked away, he contemplated the king's tone, a perplexing wave of confusion washing over him. The king was meant to be cold and resolute, yet there lingered an ineffable restraint in his speech. A new question arose within Alcides. Could even a god experience discomfort? With this uncertainty, he approached Cerberus, the three-headed dog, whose keen senses were piqued by the sin of the living. Woof, woof. The two heads glared at the central one, each vying for dominance. "Why must you always be so peculiar, traitor? Get out of here." The middle head whined, feeling unjustly treated. The internal strife subsided as they bared their formidable teeth, drool dripping onto the ground and producing wisps of white smoke, accompanied by the hissing sound of corrosion, a testament to their venom's potency. Alcides narrowed his eyes, steeling himself for confrontation, but Cerberus hesitated, recognizing the visitor. The three heads shared a moment of bewilderment. "Why are you here again?" They seemed to ponder, recalling how this individual had previously entered under Hermes' guidance, armed with a temporary pass. What could he possibly want now? Clad in armor and draped in a lion's pelt, Alcides flexed his muscular arms, his fists colliding with a resounding thud. He beckoned to Cerberus with a provocative gesture, the implication unmistakable. United in their fury for once, the three heads opened their jaws wide and barked in a cacophony of growls. Woof, woof, woof. The colossal body crashed forward. Alcides excelled at dealing with such mindless, brutish beasts. He seized the creature's neck, as the three heads attempted to bite him, yet were restrained by his overwhelming strength. Cerberus's tail writhed with life, attempting to strike, but Alcides thwarted it with his knee. The three-headed hound struggled fiercely, but ultimately, with its tail tucked, it howled in surrender, not for lack of effort, but due to the opponent's monstrous strength, which left marks around its neck, to prevent any feigned capitulation. Alcides secured Cerberus with a stout iron chain from his waist and led the hellhound back to the mortal realm. Upon encountering sunlight, the warm rays clashed with the creature's infernal aura, causing it to languidly extend its tongue, saliva dripping to the ground, where it soon birthed the toxic hellebore. Alcides completed his final task, earning his freedom, while Cerberus was ultimately returned to the underworld. As Cerberus was led towards Mycenae, onlookers gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide, before erupting into cheers. Alcides' renown reached its zenith, becoming the most celebrated hero wherever he ventured. Alas, such glory was fleeting. Hera would not permit Alcides to bask in happiness. She covertly unleashed a maddening curse upon him. In his frenzy, Alcides tragically slew his dear friend Iphitus. Later, seeking atonement, he was sold into slavery for 3 years to Queen Omphale of Lydia under the guidance of Hermes. Initially, the queen sought to humiliate this formidable hero, compelling him to don women's attire for her amusement. However, no matter how she tried to provoke him, Alcides deftly resolved each situation, leading the queen to secretly admire him, resulting in an intimate relationship and the birth of a son. Yet, as the 3-year term concluded, Alcides could not remain in one place. Bidding farewell to the queen, he set forth on his journey once more, soon to encounter his final wife, Deianira. Chapter 105. Garments. The hero's denouement in a contest against a river god. Alcides emerged victorious and successfully wed the exquisite Deianira. He yearned for a life of stability and tranquility. However, during a feast, he accidentally killed a serving boy. Though the king bore him no blame, Alcides felt a deep sense of shame and chose to wander with his wife, hoping to cultivate his spirit. Joel gazed upon the threads of fate that descended upon them, letting out a soft sigh. Alcides cannot escape his destiny. Eros nodded in agreement. Indeed. Everything has long been predetermined. The triumph of heroes is invariably accompanied by tragedy. The more arduous their journeys, the greater the rewards their accomplishments yield. Zeus, resolute in his intentions, seeks to elevate Alcides to divine status, even if it necessitates relinquishing certain advantages. Imploring the gods to facilitate his half-mortal son's journey and prevent him from meeting an untimely demise. The transformation from mortal flesh to divine essence is fraught with trials, and the final challenge is often the most excruciating. As the expedition loomed, Alcides donned the armor bestowed by the gods, wielding the divine sword. Strong and vigorous, he stood with unwavering spirit. He bid farewell to his wife, his gaze filled with deep affection, softly admonishing, "Deianira, await my return." In Deianira's heart, there lingered a profound reluctance to part ways, yet she could not hinder her hero from forging his own legacy. The noble aspiration to conquer distant lands was the domain of men. The Greeks took pride in the tales of deities and heroes, aspiring to emulate them. Thus, all Deianira could do was wait. As days turned into weeks, news relayed by the messenger of Heracles revealed that her husband had triumphed once more, filling her with pride for being wed to such a great hero. Yet, simultaneously, unease gnawed at her soul. It had been far too long since Heracles had returned. Despite his victories, he remained away. Deianira never doubted her husband's allure, for he had admirers of both genders. After their marriage, Heracles would bestow beautiful brides upon his close comrades and grant them considerable wealth, dismissing his lovers solely to assure Deianira's peace of mind. However, now he had been absent for years. The disquiet within Deianira led her to dark musings. She feared that her husband might divide his affections with another. The thought, whether of a man or a woman, filled her with anxiety. Hera, who had been quietly observing, sensed her opportunity had arisen, a smile gracing her graceful and exquisite visage. With a delicate touch of her alabaster fingers, Deianira, amidst her worry and trepidation, recalled her cherished keepsake. It was a single drop of blood from the centaur Nessus, given to her before his demise. During their flight, she and Heracles had encountered a great river, necessitating the assistance of the centaur. However, Heracles, confident in his prowess, insisted on crossing unaided. Yet, midway, the lascivious Nessus attempted to take advantage of her. Upon reaching the shore, in the ensuing struggle, Heracles shot him with an arrow. In his final moments, the centaur proclaimed, "Beautiful maiden, you are the one I cherished most, the last to be carried across the river. Therefore, you must bury my body as your duty. I shall leave you this final drop of blood. Guard it well. Should you apply it to your husband's garments, it shall ensure that his love remains solely yours. This is my most sincere blessing." Women are creatures of emotion, seemingly delicate yet possessing an inner resilience and intricacy. Eternal love holds immense allure for them. Deianira was uncertain of her own thoughts as she preserved that drop of blood in a vessel until this day, a secret even Heracles was unaware of. Ultimately, it was the sight of the captives brought back by Heracles' messenger that compelled her to contemplate using the blood. Among them was a woman of extraordinary beauty, rivaling her own. This exacerbated Deianira's insecurities, especially upon overhearing the messenger's casual remarks. The woman was a princess whom Heracles had once pursued fervently. However, after meeting the conditions set forth by King Eurytus of Oechalia, she had reneged on her promise to marry. In retaliation, Heracles gathered an army, besieged Oechalia, and killed the king and his princes, capturing the princess. Amidst the captives, the woman's beauty shone like a flawless pearl, setting her apart from the others. Deianira's heart twisted in anguish at the mere thought of her husband forsaking her for another. A tempest of sorrow, anger, and deep resentment surged within her. It was jealousy. She was consumed by jealousy. A melodic voice echoed in her mind, startling Deianira as she brandished a dagger into the air. Who speaks?" In response to her, there was only a chamber of silence, cold and desolate, contrasting sharply with another room where the captives were treated with care, causing Deianira to weep. She opened a box from the cabinet, and with a drop of blood combined with an enhancing potion, she soaked a splendid garment. Deianira had to concede that the unknown feminine voice was indeed correct. She was consumed by jealousy, and thus she unveiled her treasured possession, placing her hopes here, yearning for her husband to belong solely to her. During the time it took for the garment to dry, she refrained from seeking out the young maiden, much to the envoy's relief. Consequently, Deianira folded the clothing neatly and placed it back into the box, instructing the envoy to present it to Alcaeus when the time came. The envoy meticulously took note, yet unknowingly sowed the seeds of his own doom. Victorious in battle, the hero ignited flames to convey his triumph to the gods. Celebrating his achievements and the conquest of the land, Alcaeus prepared cattle and sheep for the sacrifices to the deities. On that day, the envoy delivered the garment, and he donned it unsuspectingly. Alas, it was a garment that, once adhered to him, felt as though it were searing metal, causing him excruciating pain. He descended into madness, violently slaying the sacrificial beasts, plunging the scene into chaos. He confronted Deianira's son, Hylas, kicking the envoy aside and seizing him by the collar to demand, "What have you done to the garment?" The envoy, trembling and cowering, replied, "Please believe me, my lady entrusted the garment to me, and I never opened the box until Alcaeus wore it. I swear to the gods." Hylas, witnessing his father writhing in agony, felt a pang of sorrow that twisted his heart, and in a fit of rage, he struck down the envoy. He stormed back home, seething with fury. Above in the heavens, the gods observed the unfolding events with cold indifference. Hera's eyes sparkled with the delight of revenge. Yet, she remained unaware that all the divine rulers were already informed. Still, he tacitly allowed his wife to act. Eros, concerned that the multitude of gods observing might provoke Joel into rashness for the sake of the mortal below, ensnared Joel with his own body, preventing him from departing. Joel, feeling helpless, was restrained by him. "I have no intention of striking. There is no need for such measures." Eros rested his chin in the crook of Joel's neck, regardless. "I shall not allow you to take action." How could he possibly let such an opportunity for intimacy slip away? Chapter 106. The Divine Encounter Crisis in Comparison. One brought upon their own burden. For the sake of his little loved god, Joel chose to turn a blind eye to the suffering of Alcides. Eros, with satisfaction, squinted his eyes while lying upon Joel, for dear Joel had not asked him to let go. "Ah, it hurts." "Why, Deianira?" Alcides writhed on the ground in agony, tearing at his clothing, which seemed to cling to him as if it were a part of his very being. Even the blade would only bring greater torment. Finally, he comprehended why Chiron, his mentor, had chosen to forsake himself to save Prometheus. The pain was unbearable. Hercules rushed back from his home, crying out, "Father, are you well?" Alcides forbade him from approaching, fearing that in his madness he might inadvertently harm his son. Struggling to speak, he uttered, "Hercules, my son, it is your wicked mother you must punish, for she is the cause of all this." At the mention of this, Hercules sorrowfully explained, "Father, mother was deceived by the centaur. The centaur you killed had tricked her, claiming that with its poisoned blood, she could win your soul love. Please, forgive her. She has already pierced her own heart with a blade due to her sins." "What?" Alcides exclaimed in disbelief. His wife, whom he sought to avenge, had preemptively departed. In a daze, he recalled the oracle delivered by Zeus, foretelling the end of his fate. "You shall meet your demise at the hands of the deceased." "Huh, huh, huh." Alcides laughed maniacally through his pain. "Oh, deities, why bestow upon me such a wretched fate from your lofty heights? Fate, oh, this damned fate." His voice was steeped in despair. The profound wounds to both body and spirit extinguished his desire for life. He could not fathom how, after enduring so much suffering and trial, he could succumb in such a manner. If his life were to cease here, Alcides did not wish it to be for such a ludicrous reason. His gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle. "Hercules, I am here, father." Hercules shivered, and then heard his noble hero father say, "I wish for you to bury me in flames. Let the fire that destroys all cleanse me of every sin and glory." Hercules stepped back in fear. "How could I commit patricide? That is a sin intolerable among mortals. Moreover, I have already lost my mother. Must I also lose my father?" Hercules found himself engulfed in confusion regarding his future. "Listen, Hercules, you must fulfill my dying wish, to carry me to Mount Ida alongside my loyal friends and ignite a pyre, allowing me to find my end within the flames. In the name of Father, I command you, hasten your actions. I can no longer endure this excruciating torment. Grant me release, for I forgive you for all you have done to me." Alcaeus, unwilling to continue conversing with Theseus, exerted his authority to compel his son to obey his final command. Theseus, left with no choice, along with those who had once fought alongside Alcaeus, bore the great hero to Mount Ida, witnessing his father consumed by fire. Tears of sorrow streamed down his face. For on that day, he lost both father and mother. The sacred flames roared with intensity, and the agony Alcaeus felt paled in comparison to the excruciating pain of venom eating away at his bones. Yet, in a paradoxical turn, Alcaeus found solace in the searing heat, even as his body was being incinerated, reduced to jerky, and then ash. Throughout this ordeal, Alcaeus maintained a demeanor of tranquility. However, he was ultimately bidding farewell to a lifetime of struggle, memories of the past flooding his mind. Lovers were merely vessels for emotion and flesh within his grand achievements. He dedicated his life to vanquishing malevolent beasts in the most vile of humanity, yet he wandered aimlessly due to the tragic misdeeds resulting in the loss of innocence. He was a hero, yet not a good husband or father to his wife and children. Alcaeus pondered deeply, eventually returning to memories of his carefree childhood days. Despite the academic burdens, always accompanied by a warm presence, this figure provided him with ample love and protection, granting him the strength to face all, even when he knew he was not the favored child in his mother's heart. Jojo, may I see you once more? As the campfire dwindled to embers. When the people sought to retrieve the bones of their hero for burial, they discovered nothing but emptiness. They knelt at the periphery, offering prayers, believing that the hero's remains had vanished because he had ascended to the heavens and become a deity. Above, the exalted and mighty king of the gods gazed with satisfaction upon his demigod son, who found solace within the flames. With a wave of his scepter, divine power enveloped Alcaeus, enabling him to endure the purifying blaze, shedding his mortal lineage and achieving a divine form. This transformation remained concealed from mortal eyes. It was only when Alcaeus successfully cast off his earthly shell, ascending to the celestial realm, that the people realized his bones were absent from the pyre. The handsome Hercules, adorned in resplendent armor and draped in a cloak fashioned from lion skin, wielded a scepter entwined with serpents, emblematic of his divinity, standing confidently. The radiant sun and clouds illuminated him further, while the newly ascended deity drew the attention of the gods, who marveled at his strength. This was the divine being that Zeus had labored to bring forth. Hera, standing aside, nearly ground her teeth in frustration, despite her cunning machinations. She inadvertently propelled him toward divinity, an outcome she had never wished to witness. Regrettably, all has been settled, and it is far too late. She must concede that her confrontation with Zeus ended in utter defeat. The mortal hero, Alcides, under the watchful eyes of the gods, ascended to the status of Hercules, a name signifying the glory of Hera or the hero of Hera. From infancy, the mighty Hercules shared an inseparable bond with the goddess Hera. Though he was not her biological son, he had partaken of Hera's milk, marking the inception of his legendary journey. It is unnecessary to elaborate on the grim countenance of Hera at this moment. Zeus decreed that he would wed their daughter, the goddess of youth, Hebe, thereby establishing a splendid union. As the handsome and formidable Hercules stood before her, the youthful Hebe felt a flush of embarrassment, retreating behind her mother, yet unable to resist stealing glances at him. Just as Hercules lifted his gaze, their eyes met. His, a deep shade of green tinged with darkness, exuding a refreshing and natural aura that brought him a long-forgotten sense of ease and familiarity. He did not oppose Zeus's decision and tacitly accepted the betrothal to Hebe. For the sake of her daughter, Hera begrudgingly acknowledged Hercules' new status, offering her blessing for their happiness in the name of marriage and family. She even summoned Aphrodite, bestowing upon Hebe the allure to captivate her husband, fervently wishing for their enduring love. In her preoccupation with her daughter's affairs, Hera momentarily set aside her grievances against Ganymede for usurping her daughter's position as cupbearer. This was precisely the outcome Zeus desired, as he embraced the beautiful, youth-like Ganymede and led him toward the clouded throne. Once a prince of Troy, he had been transformed into an eagle by Zeus, taken to the mountaintop to receive affection. Later, to shield Ganymede from Hera's wrath, Zeus appointed the beloved youth as cupbearer to serve the gods. As compensation, he was granted immortality and became the embodiment of the Aquarius constellation. The singular exception in this divine narrative is Ganymede, who, favored by Zeus, transitioned from mortal to an eternal deity, thus considered fortunate. All spoke of his good fortune, yet only Ganymede understood the helplessness of his predicament. Despite his divine status, his powers were minimal, and he could only cling to Zeus's favor for his own preservation. Hercules had become a deity, and logically, this timeline should have reached its conclusion. However, Joel and Eros awaited the passage of time's response in vain. hesitating to enter the inner sanctum of Mount Olympus. Zeus, as the sovereign, wielded absolute authority. Joel sat upon a cloud, exhaling a heavy sigh. Are we truly destined to remain trapped in this timeline for eternity? When will these days of evasion come to an end? Eros, though his and Joel's world seemed relatively pleasant, felt a pang of sorrow at Joel's distress. Alas, yet another deity sighing in despair. The little cloud aimlessly drifted with the wind, eventually settling in the lush forest near the divine mountain. By the clear stream, a pair of entwined figures basked in the sunlight, savoring the serene beauty. As the cloud drew nearer, the two little ones realized that the figures by the stream were, astonishingly, themselves. Chapter 107. Return the night falls. Eros' heart raced suddenly. They had meticulously avoided the gaze of the gods to escape being ensnared by the laws of time, thereby preventing themselves from being eternally trapped in the past. However, encountering their own selves posed an even greater peril. The cosmos forbids the existence of two identical deities within the same timeline. Should such an occurrence transpire, only one could remain. Either they would consume themselves, or they would be consumed by their counterpart, and now, it seemed too late to escape. Instinctively, Eros positioned himself before Joel, not only to avert the disaster of their encounter but also because, beneath the clouds, by that tranquil stream, lay a cherished memory he held dear. Sunlight warmly caressed Joel's face, allowing him to sleep peacefully in his dreams, while Eros found himself restless. He gently cradled his companion's delicate, fair face, drawing ever closer. This was a secret nestled within Eros' heart, one that Joel held no memory of, yet it was now being awakened at this most inopportune moment. The Eros upon the cloud felt a wave of shameful heat wash over him. He wished to conceal his transgression from his dear friend. Cursed timeline. How it fails to keep secrets. Yet Joel pondered little as his gaze was obstructed by Eros, who obscured his view of the sunlight dancing upon the river's surface, stirring a myriad of curious ripples. He could not help but wonder what exactly troubled Eros. Thus commenced their silent yet fervent contest. Joel was intimately familiar with every habit and movement of Eros, just as Eros was keenly aware of every nuance of Joel's thoughts and breaths. Their strategies were foretold by one another. In this contest, the divine power sustaining the cloud unexpectedly lost its equilibrium. With a resounding crack, two diminutive figures plummeted from the heavens, hurtling toward another version of themselves by the riverbank. Eros' pupils contracted sharply. He yearned to shield Joel once more. But it was too late. Their figures had already been laid bare to each other's gaze. The law of chaos proved effective against other deities. Yet it could not conceal them from the primordial gods, nor from themselves. The moment of their counterparts' encounter had arrived. In his slumber, Joel sensed a comforting and familiar essence, inextricably linked to him. Even the god of sleep could not keep him bound. He opened his eyes, and the entire world seemed to have pressed the pause button, plunging into profound silence. The sound of the river's flow vanished, the rustling of leaves ceased, and even time appeared to be suspended. Two Joels, two Eroses. Their gazes intersected in the air, as if the most ancient powers of the universe were colliding, or as if they were reflections of each other in a mirror, gazing and probing into one another. This was a pivotal moment. Their confrontation was not merely a contest of strength, but a fateful choice. Are you me? The law of chaos had lost its efficacy here. The past and present stood in juxtaposition, and the rules of the world momentarily faltered, spinning wildly. Joel and Eros changed their expressions, their forms becoming hazy and distorted, as if they were about to be absorbed by the entity before them. For it was in this realm that they were at a disadvantage. Unless they summoned their divine powers to resist, their true selves would be marked, leaving them forever trapped in the past. What should they do? The two little ones felt a surge of anxiety. The opposing Joel and Eros were equally unsettled. Having stepped out for a moment of respite, they were suddenly confronted with reflections of themselves, which, given their abilities, allowed them to speculate in other directions. The existence of parallel timelines was a fundamental tenet of the divine, and they were not so forgetful, yet the subsequent transformations they experienced prompted a more profound realization. Alas, the entity they faced was none other than their future selves. No one could predict what would transpire when the present and future converged, nor the ramifications of a disrupted timeline. The gravest consequence could be a chaotic reset, a return to the primordial state. Joel and Eros risked becoming the transgressors of time, eternally exiled from its flow, shunned by any universe. The thought was chilling. The more they pondered, the more fear engulfed them, prompting the two to embrace tightly and weep. The laws of existence began to waver, their primordial marks triggered. In the depths of the world, 5 primordial deities awakened simultaneously, swiftly seeking and locating their presence. Yet quicker still was the ink of absolute might. staining all existence, even darkening the fabric of time and space. The night had arrived. "You two certainly know how to create trouble for me." The voice, as cool and crystalline as shattered jade, resonated in the ears of the two Joels. Undoubtedly the most exquisite divine melody. A lifeline had come. She was here. Sister Nyx. Before the veil of night had fully descended, two small figures clung to her legs. Nyx gently tapped each little one's head with her fan, playfully chiding them. She cast a knowing glance at Eros, who was gazing longingly from afar. A subtle smile gracing her soft pink lips. "Has your little game not yet concluded?" The two Eroses exclaimed in unison. "Huh? A child without memories is hardly amusing." Nyx, undeterred by their antics, remembered her purpose for coming. She affectionately ruffled Joel's hair. "Fear not. You and your Eros should take a good rest. Sleep as if it were but a dream." Then, with precision, she gathered the Joel and Eros ensnared in the past. "We must return before they arrive. I, too, wish to avoid an encounter with them." Joel and Eros exhibited an extraordinary demeanor, eagerly anticipating that the grand night would transport them back to their original timeline. Nyx gently waved the fan in her hand, tracing elegant arcs through the air. With each flutter of the fan, the boundless night enveloped them layer by layer, drawing them away from the chaotic strands of time. The inky darkness that had painted everything gradually faded, dissipating like morning mist as time resumed its natural flow. By the riverside, the two little ones instinctively rubbed their sleepy eyes, as if awakening from a profound dream. Joel tilted his head in a dazed manner. "Eros, did something just happen? Did it?" Eros struggled to recall the events but ultimately conceded, "I cannot remember." The 5 primordial gods, who had finally arrived, received a message from their true forms in the darkness, gaining insight into the circumstances and relaying the information to the dark through their marital bond. He chuckled lightly. "That mischievous little one, it is time for a thorough replenishment of knowledge." The dark silently embraced his wife. Gaia, harboring secrets within, rushed over only to find that nothing had transpired, bidding farewell to her brothers before hastily departing. A swirl of pink mist, Eros gazed at his younger brother drawing close, feeling as if a tender shoot had been uprooted, even if the other was. Ultimately, the abyss made a decisive proclamation, instructing Joel to complete his studies in the realm of darkness. "Erebus, Nyx, you shall oversee this." Chapter 108. The tribe, calling the earth thud, thud. The two little ones tumbled and sprawled on the ground, stretching their limbs. They had finally returned. What a thrilling escapade. With the aid of the night goddess Nyx, they successfully navigated back to their timeline. The goddess gazed at the modest fountain of fate, effortlessly sealing its power with a flick of her star-studded fan. The descendants of the abyss emerged, reminding them that their journey was both a trial and a destined arrangement, urging them to exert greater effort henceforth. Joel gazed up at Nyx, inquiring, "Is something significant about to transpire?" The entities imprisoned within the abyss, aside from a few deeply sinful humans, were the ancient Titan gods. "Ah, and some creatures from other realms as well." He was astonished. Could it be? Nyx nodded, affirming Joel's speculation. "They come incessantly. And even Tartarus can merely confine them rather than expel them. The force of annihilation can only be purified through the laws of life." "Joel, my beloved brother, your growth must hasten, for I can offer no assistance in this regard. The understanding of the laws must be attained through one's own enlightenment." Joel propped himself up slightly, his head drooping. "All right, sister, I understand. No need to keep lecturing me." Nyx, amused by his response, playfully kneaded Joel's cheeks with both hands. "You've become quite bold. Daring to complain about my nagging, haven't you? How audacious." Joel quickly shook his head in denial. Even though such thoughts lingered in his mind, he could not allow them to manifest on his face. The kindness of his sister was a privilege meant solely for his brother Erebos. He could not withstand it. Eros wished to offer his assistance, yet he found himself firmly rooted in place by Nyx, respecting the bond of familial affection that existed between the siblings. How frustrating. This situation could not endure for long, as the dark mark upon Joel began to emit a radiant glow, and Nyx pressed down upon it. "Understood. I shall return immediately. Alas, there is a little jealous one waiting for me at home. My dear brother, we must part ways for now." Joel stifled a laugh and waved enthusiastically. "Sister, take care. You heartless one. Next time we meet, I shall not let you off so easily. And you there, make sure to protect our younger brother well." Eros nodded fervently, having chosen to disregard the tales of the goddess. As the night receded and his body regained mobility, Eros buried his head in Joel's embrace. "Joel, dear little Joel," he murmured, while Joel, adeptly comforting him despite Eros being significantly larger, replied, There, I'm here for you. However, they had been away for quite some time and needed to return to Olympus to prevent Hephaestus and Aphrodite from worrying. Although the celestial bottle could directly connect them to Hephaestus, they had fallen into a past timeline and were uncertain how long it had been. If too much time had elapsed, opening the celestial bottle now would undoubtedly summon an enraged Hephaestus. The thought of a furious Hephaestus was quite terrifying. Delaying the inevitable was preferable. Perhaps a display of affection could mitigate the impending punishment, even if it meant being confined to the palace for more study. Oh, the inescapable burden of learning. As night enveloped the world, all beings replenished the energy expended during the day. Joel stood upon the land of his own domain, his expression peculiar as he traversed the verdant path towards the tree of life. The divine tree swayed violently, exclaiming, "Oh my God!" Joel pressed his hand against the trunk of the tree, inquiring, "What is happening? Where has Adonis gone?" It turned out that the space was filled with silver lilies and daffodils, which had nearly claimed half of the territory. With Joel's keen sensitivity to life, he could discern the new life burgeoning within the flower buds. In astonishment, his pupils dilated sharply as he repeatedly verified, doubting whether his perception had faltered. Joel was enveloped in a haze of confusion. When did his deity acquire the ability to procreate? If memory serves correctly, both Adonis and Narcissus are male deities. Are they not? As his thoughts spiraled chaotically, scenes of the love-hate drama between the silver lotus and the daffodil unfolded in his mind. To vindicate himself, in the realm of the silver lotus, a singularly exquisite bud began to unfurl. Silvery hair flowed gracefully, and gray-green eyes sparkled like precious gems. The king of the silver lotus fairies, Adonis, made his elegant entrance. "O divine one, the silver lotus can pay homage to you. May your brilliance ever illuminate our path." Meanwhile, in the territory of the daffodil, a daffodil occupying the prime spot opened its petals. It revealed an extraordinarily handsome youth. With radiant golden curls and deep blue eyes brimming with affection, his exquisitely beautiful features were irresistibly alluring, ensnaring all who beheld him in a trance of desire. With such beauty, it was no wonder he fell in love with his own reflection. Joel gazed upon the ethereal and sanctified Adonis, then turned his attention to the dangerously alluring Narcissus. Were these two divine beauties truly his to possess? The sensation felt utterly surreal, akin to a reality beyond his grasp, one that even Aphrodite could not claim. "Is it possible that you are my deity?" Narcissus, characterized by his audacious nature, flitted to Joel's side, astonished to discover that his divine counterpart appeared as a mere 5-year-old child. In his past incarnation as a daffodil, he had been preoccupied with admiring his own reflection upon the water's surface, blissfully unaware of being taken away. It was only upon being reborn in a mysterious realm that he once again experienced the beauty of life. Realizing that the living version of himself was indeed the most exquisite, at least he could still touch it. "Ho, my little deity, your beauty rivals mine. I eagerly anticipate your future form." Narcissus whimsically attempted to lift Joel's chin, only to have his hand smacked away by Adonis. "Do not show disrespect to my god." The leaves of the sacred tree rustled, seemingly echoing Adonis's sentiment, to which Narcissus responded with a disdainful huff. "If he chooses not to touch, so be it." He was not one to be trifled with. He conjured a mirror to admire his own enchanting visage, his eyes filled with infatuation. "I am truly beautiful." Joel resolved to cease communication with Narcissus, for when Narcissus was enraptured by self-admiration, he became oblivious to all that lay beyond himself. Thus, he turned to Adonis and inquired, "How did the nascent lives within those buds come into being?" Adonis patiently elucidated, "As your divine being, we possess the power of procreation. We emulate the manner in which the tree of life engenders nature's spirits, thus creating our own floral kin. The lives nestled within these buds shall soon emerge." Joel approached a silver lotus with great interest, observing that the vitality it exuded was rather insufficient. If such a diminutive sprite were to be born under these circumstances, its development would likely be suboptimal. These beings belong to the divine clan and will ultimately become his most steadfast followers. An idea blossomed within Joel's heart. He closed his eyes and, utilizing the earthly mark bestowed upon him by Gaia, summoned the Mother of the Earth. "O benevolent and magnificent Mother of all creation, my beloved sister Gaia, your dear little brother Joel calls upon you. I beseech you to lend me your authority and grant me a land abundant with vibrant life. Dear sister, please respond to my plea." Chapter 109. The response. Elves and the sea. At that moment, in a distant realm of the earth, an unexpected visitor arrived at Gaia's temple, cloaked in black, their features obscured beneath the shadow of a hood. However, the familiar divine aura rendered the Earth Mother momentarily entranced. "Oh dear sister, please respond to my plea." Gaia felt the call from her little brother. A gentle smile gracing her face as she placed her hands together over her heart. "O power of the earth, respond to my beloved brother. He requires my guidance." The manifestation of the loss. Through the earthly mark, she connected with the primordial essence of the earth within Joel, enabling him to perceive the laws of the land and wield the power of the earth. This was a supreme authority belonging to the earth, coveted by the divine kings, now effortlessly bestowed upon Joel as a token of his sister's affection. How delightful! Upon receiving a response, Joel immediately wielded the freshly forged dominion of the earth. He surveyed the entire spatial arrangement, as the power of the earth radiated from his being, permeating the surroundings. With the earth as his foundation, he embraced the freedom of all living beings. The Earth Mother nurtured all things, and the cyclical vessels returned to the embrace of the earth. The divine power intricately wove itself, extending from the core of the earth to its surface, including the majestic peaks, all of which were inscribed within the dominion of the earth's authority, now housed within Joel's microcosm. Diligently, it absorbed knowledge, enriching itself while also ensuring to provide feedback to its divine master, thus utilizing the dominion of the earth. Joel discovered that the side branch of his divine life essence had blossomed into a principle nurtured by the earth. As Joel's breath became erratic, he couldn't help but think that if Sister Gaia were to appear at that moment, she would undoubtedly raise her hands and exclaim, "I have done nothing." His small face contorted in worry. This was a grave matter. Would Sister Gaia believe that she had usurped the authority of the earth? He did not dwell on this concern for long, for the earth within the space had already been meticulously formed. Flowers were taking root in the soil, and the flora thrived under the nurturing embrace of the rich earth. The buds had also taken on a fuller shape. Joel nodded in satisfaction. This was the fundamental principle he understood. No one should suffer, especially not the children. A glimmer of delight flickered in Adonis's otherwise indifferent eyes. Narcissus's gaze shifted away from the mirror, captivated by the scene before him, and he discreetly glanced at his diminutive deity. To his astonishment, he found himself compelled to acknowledge the brilliance before him. My unparalleled beauty seems to radiate even more magnificently. Stars of light adorned the vibrant blossoms. Nourished by the fertile earth, their leaves gently swaying as if paying homage to the exalted divine, the tree of life. Observing the deity's attention drawn to the two alluring fey royals, felt a twinge of envy. In response, it harnessed its own power to summon its kindred spirits. The nature sprites reborn from the land of desolation. Originally mere spirits of grass and wood, these beings had perished, their forms interred in the soil to nourish the next generation. A select few, endowed with wisdom and radiance, were gathered by the tree of life and nurtured anew. Upon their rebirth, they emerged as nature sprites, glowing with a soft golden and green luminescence, their translucent wings fluttering behind them, following the will of their mother tree. They gracefully descended beside the diminutive deity, akin to saints in reverent worship. Joel extended his palm, and a delicate, translucent sprite of pale gold perched gracefully within his grasp. Bowing with its hands crossed over its chest, it exuded both elegance and charm. At that moment, as if responding to an unseen call, the flower buds began to unfurl their petals. One by one, the floral sprites emerged from their blossoms, their resplendent wings unfurling in unison, all converging around the divine presence. Joel found himself encircled by a throng of ethereal beings. Radiance flickered incessantly, yet the deity at the heart of the world remained eternal, though devoid of light. It was through him that luminosity came into existence. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking, stirring the soul. So much so that even the two elven kings in the life tree, who initiated this spectacle, were taken by surprise. In the realm of the divine, the nature spirits began to chant an ode to life, with the flower spirits echoing in harmonious imitation, their voices growing ever louder. O exalted deity! All creation relies upon your glory. Life pulses in the rhythm of nature, and elements are birthed from their essence. You bestow vitality, nourishing every soul, igniting the flames of love and warming our spirits. Under your radiant light, we march forward with unwavering resolve, and beneath your protection, we revel in the joys of existence. O sovereign of life, we offer you our steadfast faith. May your brilliance endure through the ages. Joel's lips curled into an irrepressible smile, unable to contain his joy. The little fairies were so exuberant. They were singing praises to themselves. How delightful and endearing. The scene before him was far from over. After the hymn of life was sung, soft sobs emerged from Joel's being. Joel explored his own being, and in his hand materialized a resplendent seashell, its vibrant colors shimmering in the light. The large shell emitted a sound, dull yet resonant, evoking memories of a distant shoreline where waves relentlessly crashed against the coast, and storms swept across the surface of the sea. Joel could scarcely recall the visage of the little sea god from years past. Yet the yearning emanating from his miniature world was palpable. It craved the power of the conch. Cherishing this small realm, the deity hurled the conch skyward, where it hung aloft, radiating waves of energy. The miniature world began to absorb the marine laws contained within, seamlessly incorporating them into its own existing principles. Upon successfully unraveling the essence of the ocean, the small world blossomed with not only land and flora but also vast expanses of cerulean waters. As the conch descended into the sea, it elongated, revealing an exquisite merman deity. His bare upper body was flawless and pale, while his gray-blue locks cascaded over his chest, concealing his modesty. His ocean blue eyes were imbued with a melancholic and wistful gaze. The matching azure tail, adorned with delicate silver hues, sparkled with a subtle brilliance. Nereus. I have encountered my god. Oh, a mermaid. Joel trotted over to Nereides, his eyes sparkling with excitement. May I touch your tail? He inquired. Nereides paused for a moment, and then a radiant smile blossomed on his perfectly proportioned face, exuding a gentle warmth as vast as the sea. Of course, he replied, to facilitate Joel's exploration. He gracefully maneuvered to the shallows, exposing most of his magnificent form. His tail, supple and elongated, displayed an extraordinary hue. The broad fin at the base resembled ethereal gossamer, shimmering with iridescent luster. Truly, he was one of the ocean's most breathtaking creatures. It was simply exquisite. Joel was captivated by the mermaid's tail, and in that moment, the self-absorbed Narcissus set aside his mirror for the first time, his beautiful eyes meeting the cerulean depths of the sea. They engaged in a silent contest, entwined in an unending struggle. Adonis did not join the fray. Instead, he provided support to Narcissus with the floral spirits. With their backing, Narcissus stood tall, his aggressive beauty wreaking havoc. Ah, do you think you have allies? Nereus' expression remained unchanged as he flicked his tail under Joel's command. The waves surged forth, and lustrous bubbles, akin to pearls, were thrust upward. As the tide receded, those bubbles burst, revealing transparent blue sprites. They bore wings, fitting the ethereal form of spirits, though not in human shape, but rather in forms befitting the ocean, resembling whales such as the blue whale, orca, and humpback whale. The humpback whale, indeed the orca's fiercest rival, charged at the sight of its adversary, sending the orca hurtling toward Joel. The little creature, initially grumbling and ready to turn back to battle, found itself atop the small deity and suddenly softened. It slid into Joel's embrace, whimpering sweetly. The sound was as delicate as it was charming, and one could only imagine the flustered humpback whale beside them, while Nereus felt a twinge of regret for having summoned these oceanic sprites. For Joel had encountered even more extraordinary sea spirits, having ceased his playful tugging at the tail to instead caress the soft, gelatinous form of the little orca. Nereus mused, if only time could be rewound. Chapter 110. The flock the laurel joins and the ocean spirits basked in favor. The tree of life, Onidos and Narcissus, however, began to regard Nereus with suspicion, their gazes growing increasingly perilous. Nereus realized that he must coexist peacefully with these beings in the same space in the future. Thus he resolved to wield his control over the ocean spirits and attempt to summon them back. Joel's figure gradually faded away, departing from the realm of the miniature world. As dawn approached, the dream began to dissipate. Joel gradually opened his drowsy eyes, a sudden chill at the nape of his neck rousing him instantly. He turned his head and caught sight of Eros, who, with his hands clasped behind his back, feigned innocence. Yet the mischievous smirk at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. This scene was all too familiar to Joel. Each time he awakened from slumber in the wilderness, a performance of this nature would invariably unfold. Joel decided to play a little trick on him. He widened his eyes and stared unblinkingly at Eros, gradually filling his gaze with glistening tears. Eros became flustered, circling around Joel, and cautiously inquired, "Joe, are you crying?" Joel remained silent, allowing tears to gather in his eyes as he savored the coolness brought by the gentle breeze. His long eyelashes trembled softly, and at last, a crystalline tear slipped down his cheek. Eros, in a flurry of anxiety, exclaimed, "Joe, I was wrong. I shall never again deliberately touch you with my dew-soaked hands. Let us cease our weeping, for your tears bring me such heartache." He too wore a face teetering on the brink of tears, warm droplets swirling in his eyes. With both his nose and eyes tinged with red, Joel blinked, The prolonged moment of restraint had left his face chilled by the morning breeze. As he took a moment to gather himself and looked up, he discovered Eros in tears, occasionally hiccuping. "Oh, Joel, I can never bear this again. Will you please help me? I am so frightened. I cannot imagine life without you." Joel exerted considerable effort to stifle his laughter, although it was rather unseemly. Eros truly deserved it. He buried his head in Eros's embrace, leaving the little god of love unsure of where to place his nervous hands. Consequently, Joel erupted into hearty laughter, mistaking his companion's tension for tears. Eros remained rigid, hesitant to move until Joel composed himself and pulled away. "Will you be good from now on?" Joel inquired. Eros responded in a hushed voice, "I will be good." On their journey back to Mount Olympus, they traversed a serene woodland along a riverbank, where a majestic laurel tree stood tall. Numerous followers of Apollo nested within its branches. These birds, embodying the essence of light, included goldfinches, egrets, and swans. Among them, the most striking was an extraordinary white crow, its plumage as pure as snow, and its eyes gleaming with wisdom. This white crow was renowned for its eloquence, skillfully wielding language to win Apollo's favor and earn its place as the god's sacred bird. Not only was it the leader of the avian assembly, but it also frequently served as Apollo's messenger, conveying divine will and prophecies. Oh, praise the light and the sun. Noble little deities, sacred Coronis extends her most heartfelt greetings to you. The white crow removed its hat and performed an elegant, gentlemanly bow, its demeanor showcasing the very reasons behind its cherished status with Apollo. Joel nodded and, with a smile, inquired, "Coronis, shouldn't you be by Apollo's side?" The serious demeanor of the white crow instantly shattered upon hearing this question. It seemed to recall something. First, it glanced around and then soared towards Joel. Originally intending to perch upon Joel's frail shoulder, it found itself thwarted by Eros's vigilant gaze. Reluctantly, it settled on the outstretched arm of the little god of love, despite the delicate appendage appearing barely capable of bearing its weight. However, such trivialities were easily overlooked. The white crow covered its beak with its wings and, in a hushed tone laced with mystery, whispered, "Little deity, have you heard?" The air of gossip piqued Joel's interest, prompting him to lean closer to the white crow. Lowering his voice further, what transpired? The white crow, having found a confidant with whom to share its secret, sparkled with excitement in its eyes, momentarily forgetting Apollo's warnings, and began to divulge what it knew. A beautiful maiden from the mortal realm had confessed her affection to Apollo, and as their relationship blossomed, she turned and wed a mere mortal. They were married and even announced their union before an altar dedicated to Athena. Joel expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, is that true?" Indeed, who could have anticipated that the young maiden would forego the formidable Apollo in favor of pursuing happiness among mortals? I find her choice to be sagacious. After all, unless absolutely necessary, the union of divine and mortal often culminates in tragedy. One can only imagine the anguish when a mortal ages while their divine beloved remains forever youthful. It serves as a poignant reflection on the inequalities of existence. Joel unexpectedly found himself appreciating the insights of the white raven, which only served to enhance his fondness for it. He cast a glance at the sacred chalice nestled beneath the laurel tree, stroking his chin as he fell into contemplation. "Do you have any tasks assigned to you?" "I recall that it is the cup used by Apollo to hold the holy water." The white raven appeared somewhat perplexed. "The cup?" Following Joel's gaze, it spotted the chalice gleaming with golden light, and instantly, its feathers bristled. The cup. Realizing it had miscalculated the time, a wave of darkness enveloped the raven's heart. "This is dire. Apollo is still awaiting me." Gasping at the potential consequences, it urgently declared, "Dearest little deity, it seems I must bid you farewell for now. I shall return with more tales to share next time. Farewell." Joel waved his hand, bidding farewell to Clonis. He observed as the white raven, clutching the Holy Grail, hurried away amidst the curious gazes of the birds, making its way towards the tranquil laurel tree. "Poor girl, Daphne," Joel whispered softly, his hand delicately resting upon the trunk of the tree. A pure and innocent soul sensed the call of life, laboriously emerging from the confines of the tree that bound it, and then entering the body of the small deity. Eros was indifferent to everything else. His sole concern was ensuring Joel's safety, with all else falling beyond his sphere of attention. The gentle breeze, propelled by the wind spirits under the command of the god of winds, carried with it the essence of this harmonious flow. Joel and Eros finally returned to Mount Olympus. Awaiting them were Hephaestus and Aphrodite, who had sensed their presence and hurried over, creating a scene that felt all too familiar. Joel obediently approached Hephaestus, silently embracing his calf. An instinctual gesture by now. Eros noticed the thorny rose vine in the hands of the goddess and felt a tightening in his back. Yet he feigned nonchalance as he followed Joel. When he attempted to mimic the embrace of the leg, Aphrodite, who was awaiting an explanation from the little one, found herself both amused and exasperated by his behavior. Rubbing her temples, she reassured herself, "Wrinkles will come. Do not be angry. Remain calm." Observing her silence, she realized that if she did not speak soon, her beloved little one would follow little Joel back to the temple of Hephaestus. With a resounding crack, the vine struck the ground, causing Eros to halt abruptly, unable to evade the moment. His expression transitioned from one of bitterness to a smile. "Mother goddess, how delightful." Aphrodite teased, playfully lifting her long hair and raising an eyebrow. "You can actually see me? I thought your heart and eyes were solely for little Joel." Eros clenched his fists and replied earnestly, "The goddess must not slander me. It is you who occupies my gaze while my heart belongs to Joel." Aphrodite's smile vanished as she exchanged a serious glance with the little one. Eros stood undaunted. His sincere affection for his companion was evident to all the gods. As for the eventual outcome, the anguished cries echoing from Mount Olympus spoke volumes. Chapter 111. Development. A little howl learning. Once again, learning. There is no escape from it anywhere. In pursuit of acquiring more knowledge for the little world, Joel embraced Hephaestus, who had crafted a divine compendium capable of recording everything and perpetually updating itself, immersing himself in serene study within the temple of Hephaestus. Even when Eros came seeking him, he refrained from indulging in distractions. He had become a respectable deity with numerous subordinate gods, tasked with creating a better living environment for his expansive family. Amusement had to be set aside. The matters of importance took precedence. Each knowledge point within the compendium, upon mere contact, unveiled a plethora of interconnected details. The learning seemed endless, truly insatiable. As fatigue set in during his studies, Hephaestus entered with a platter of sliced fruits and noticed Joel, asleep at the small round table. The tall figure quietly draped a light blanket over the little deity and gazed silently for a moment before stepping back out. Joel's breathing was tranquil, and his consciousness delved into a realm of his own creation. The nature spirits transformed into human forms, shedding their wings while donning exquisite shapes. They adorned themselves in garments woven from plant fibers and leaves, exuding a refreshing and natural essence, their exposed skin etched with delicate lines. Their appearance radiated remarkable vigor, far removed from mere fragile beauty. The flower and sea sprites, diminutive in stature, surrounded their respective sovereigns, while the newly arrived laurel tree sprites resembled tiny saplings. Perhaps their king believed that such forms would offer greater protection. Daphne's long hair, embellished with branches and leaves of the laurel, remained as stunning as ever, though now it bore a serene sharpness, a contrast to her once vibrant youth. Upon Joel's arrival in this enchanted realm, all beings felt a collective resonance. As the great will, their sole deity, descended. Flowers bloomed in a fervent display. The spirits of the sacred tree offered their devout praises. The rhythm of the waves ebbed and flowed, while the sea sprites danced joyfully upon the surface. The little tree sprites clasped hands, nervously yet joyously presenting a swaying dance in homage to their exalted deity. Upon witnessing the grand spectacle before him, Joel felt a touch of embarrassment, as if the event had been orchestrated solely for his presence. "You may carry on with your festivities. I merely came to observe, and such formality is unnecessary." Narcissus hung the mirror at his waist, adorning himself with the exquisite daffodil, which revealed a portion of his pristine arm, unparalleled in beauty. "Dear deity, we undertake these rituals to bestow upon you the grandeur befitting the great Olympian, for our supreme god must not be outshone by the one atop Mount Olympus. Thus, these ceremonies are essential." Disregarding the divine image he was meant to uphold, Joel placed his hands on his hips and exclaimed, "But I simply do not like it." Sincerity is always a formidable weapon. Narcissus, upon receiving a fierce glare from the minor deity, was not struck with fear. Rather, it was the excessively enchanting, cat-like roundness of those eyes that left him disarmed. His face suddenly flushed crimson, and his confidence waned. "If you don't like it, then just don't. We understand." "You embarrassing fool, it is utterly mortifying to behold." Adonis gently pulled down the grand daffodil, inquiring, "We have taken note, my god. Are you here for an inspection?" Joel set his hands down, returning to his usual obedient demeanor. "Well then, let me take a look at Daphne." Upon hearing her name, Daphne stepped forward quietly, placing one hand over her heart and kneeling gracefully. "My god, In this small realm, there were no predatory male deities lurking, nor was there the omnipresent Apollo. She was reborn, and more importantly, she had acquired the precious gift of freedom. Daphne emerged as the queen of the laurel tree spirits, offering her most devout faith to her divine entity. Beneath her seemingly aloof and composed exterior lay a fervent and passionate heart devoted to her deity. Joel intuitively confronted a multitude of beliefs and affections within a miniature world, perhaps gaining insight into the benevolence that deities extend to their followers. They are indeed delightful devotees. In this moment, it kindled the rare compassion Joel held for the younger generation. Despite his diminutive stature, the affection of elders had never wavered. It was merely that. In the realm of reality, he was often the recipient of care, leaving his abundant love without an outlet. Now, facing his own followers and loved ones, it was as if withered leaves had encountered a spark, igniting instantaneously. Joel contemplated that once the concept of the divine realm was established, the priest from Egypt could also be brought over. The more he pondered, the more he felt that his little world was on the brink of a glorious future. With a magnificent divine kingdom, he envisioned himself as the most striking deity wherever he went, imagining himself towering at an impressive height of 2 meters and 80 centimeters. Joel's heart, too, ignited with fervor, and within his exquisite feline eyes lay 2 profound words: growth. With a newfound purpose, he strolled through his diminutive realm, observing and contemplating. The tree of life and the cluster of elven flowers symbolized the essence of flora, while the earth and sea flourished and the laurel tree took residence, reflecting the riverine mark bestowed by Daphne, the daughter of the river god. With the presence of plants, land, ocean, and freshwater domains, what more could be desired? The divine presence of his deity forbade companionship, leaving the elven kings to follow from a distance, their kin refraining from unrestrained laughter. Nevertheless, Joel remained tender and soft, radiating an infinite charm that embodied life itself. Gradually, the beings began to shed their inhibitions, frolicking joyfully within the small world. Yet, inadvertently or deliberately, they passed by their deity, yearning for his attention, a coveted honor and a source of pride to boast about among comrades. Alas, Joel remained ensnared in the whirlpool of his own thoughts, oblivious to the playful antics of the little ones. Had he been aware, he would have joined in their merriment, leaving behind the weighty matters of existence. What, indeed, was still lacking? Joel cradled his small face and gazed skyward. In contrast to the thriving earth, the heavens appeared rather desolate, adorned only by the verdant specks that punctuated the life-filled galaxy. Absent were the sun, the moon, and countless twinkling stars. Ah, indeed. What was missing was the sun's symbolism, the fluid passage of time shaped by the changing seasons. Joel opened his mind, and his spirits lifted. Yet for every problem he resolved, a multitude of new ones awaited him. For instance, from where would he derive the power of the laws governing the sun, moon, and stars? Should he seek the assistance of Apollo and Artemis? What rationale would he employ to barter for the energies of the sun and moon from them? Joel's gaze gradually became vacant. Awoo. He strolled through the blooms, inadvertently stumbling upon something soft that emitted a sound. Upon lowering his head, he discovered an adorable, fluffy little creature. With its dark nose and eyes, and a round head, it attempted to capture the surrounding daffodil spirits, only to be clumsily rebuffed by their innate water mirrors, rendering the scene endearingly awkward. Joel reminisced about the scent of the little bun, which was reminiscent of the Nemean lion that had been slain by Alcaeus. Joel lifted the little lion, exclaiming, "How have you become so diminutive?" Suddenly captured. The little lion folded its ears and emitted a low, menacing growl from its throat. Upon hearing Joel's voice and sensing the primal essence of life, its ears perked up. Moreover, it joyfully wagged its tail. If it were not being held, it would likely rub against the little deity with fervor. A wise creature knows how to curry favor. The little lion was bewildered by its resurrection in this unfamiliar realm, where it could not overpower any of the other beings. However, the memories bestowed by this miniature world revealed to it who truly held dominion here. It was none other than the little deity currently cradling it, fragrant and soft, longing for closeness. Chapter 112. Materials and rivalry for affection. Despite its diminutive stature, the little lion possessed considerable weight. A slight movement rendered Joel unable to lift it. When the little lion tumbled, it merely paused for a moment before turning and rubbing against the deity's feet. The little deity was indeed tender. Had it retained its original size, it could have devoured him in a single bite, delightfully crispy and utterly delectable. Joel was unaware of the audacious thoughts of the little lion. He crouched down, scratching his chin, while the little lion took the opportunity to lie on the ground, delighting in the moment with squinted eyes, even rolling and wriggling in joy. "Hisso, shameless little lion, how dare you be so adorable?" Hidden amidst the flowers was a small snake, which, like the little lion, was unexpectedly charming, with its large eyes and short, plump body. The snake's head also bore a delightful charm, adorned with 8 exquisite patterns around its neck. Joel, drawing a connection between his identity as a lion and the serpent before him, pondered whether the snake could possibly be the hydra slain by Alcedus. Tentatively, he uttered the name of the once feared serpent monster, Hydra. To his astonishment, the little serpent raised its head and replied, "His little deity, did you call for me?" Joel comprehended that the souls which had once inhabited his body had all been reincarnated as beings within a miniature world. Was it possible that there existed other creatures? Perhaps monsters and sprites, beyond just the lion and the serpent that had initially crossed over? As if to affirm his conjecture, a crab scuttled forth sideways, while 2 small dogs barked at one another with exuberance. Additionally, there was a diminutive figure, fond of engaging in wrestling matches with other beings, stripped of boundless strength. He could only stifle his grievances and, feeling wronged, would lay upon the ground to embrace his mother. The more malevolent entities were, paradoxically, diminished within this small world, achieving a certain degree of balance and justice. Joel found himself quite fond of this system. With a playful glint in his eyes, he praised, "Maintain it well." The verdant galaxy of life flowed, transforming into various delightful patterns, as if the consciousness of this miniature world sought to amuse its divine overseer. The night on Olympus is fleeting. As the abode of the gods, it does not adhere to the natural laws of the mortal realm. Spring prevails eternally, abundant and lush. As for the weather, each temple's domain differs, existing in accordance with the whims of the deities. Yet there exists a portion of each day that belongs to the night and the realm of dreams. Warm sunlight streamed through the transparent windows, coaxing Joel from his cozy cocoon. Stretching languidly, he opened his eyes to greet the arrival of a new day. Thud, thud. Joel nestled deeper into the blankets, creating a small mound, his voice muffled. "Please come in." Hephaestus, bearing a loaf of bread and fresh milk, gazed at the little bump on the bed, a smile breaking across his rugged and untamed visage. He stepped closer and gently patted. "Come out for breakfast." Joel popped his little head out, exclaiming, "Wow, Hephaestus, how did you find me?" Faced with Joel's still innocent gaze, Hephaestus fell into a moment of shameful silence before gently ruffling Joel's hair and soothingly replied, "Come out quickly. Today I shall take you on an adventure." Could it be true that the ever-busy Hephaestus was actually going to spend time with him? By chaos, is this really happening? Joel lifted the blanket and then embraced Hephaestus's waist. "Is it true?" Hephaestus lifted Joel and gently wiped the little one's face with floral water. "Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Clean yourself up. I shall take you to the workshop shortly." Joel laughed heartily, exclaiming with joy, "Hooray!" Hephaestus' workshop is an expansive space adorned with an open skylight, where streams of lava flow. It is as if he has transported the Molarara volcano here. After all the hammering and crafting, it reminds him of the volcanic crater from his childhood, evoking a sense of familiarity, even without active use. The comforting environment allows him to immerse himself and work more swiftly. Of course, for this particular project, the materials do not require such high temperatures as lava, lest they be ruined. Joel entered, hand in hand with Hephaestus, his gaze wandering all around. "What shall we play?" he inquired. Hephaestus led him to a transparent mound and produced a pair of gossamer gloves. "We shall mold dolls." "Yet," Joel replied, "but I do not see any sticky clay. How shall we create the dolls?" Joel's understanding of doll-making remains rooted in the myth of Prometheus, who fashioned humanity from clay. However, it seems that Hephaestus does not intend to create life here, as he prefers solitude in his workshop. Of course, Joel is an exception. Hephaestus gestures towards a transparent mound, stating, "With this, I shall combine sand and stone, subjecting them to the flames in a process of calcination, yielding materials capable of producing exquisite artifacts as clear as crystal. Allow me to share with you the joy of creation." At this moment, Joel had donned his gloves, which were exquisitely lightweight and offered no sensation of foreignness, fitting snugly and responsively. "Very well, I shall heed your words." The flowing magma cast a crimson glow throughout the entire workshop. Joel emulated the movements of Hephaestus, using his gloved hands to pluck a handful from the transparent mound. The material, originally crisp and rigid, softened in his grasp, allowing him to mold and shape it at will. It seemed the gloves were the catalyst for this transformation. Hephaestus guided him through the experience, and the astute Joel, learning intuitively, reveled in his playful antics from a corner. "What is this material called, Hephaestus?" he inquired. Hephaestus, engrossed in crafting a doll, responded without missing a beat. "The consciousness of the world has bestowed upon it the name glass, a substance that will soon become an indispensable part of human existence." "Wow, that's truly remarkable." Joel sighed and returned to his meticulous crafting process. When Hephaestus observed the array of expressions on Joel's creations, he suddenly realized that the young one had been unusually silent for quite some time. Was he truly that engrossed? Curiosity compelled him to glance in Joel's direction, only to be met with a disconcerting sight. "Joel, what is it?" Hephaestus inquired, his countenance darkening. "Just a moment, Hephaestus. Once I finish this, I will sculpt one for you." Joel, filled with ambition, remains undeterred by Hephaestus, though a sense of disappointment is inevitable. Ultimately, I am no longer the most significant offspring of Joel. That position is indeed glaring. Should I clandestinely orchestrate a fall? Dark thoughts flit through my mind. But mindful of Joel's sensitivity to emotions, Hephaestus swiftly regains his composure. In the grand scheme of things, Joel's happiness outweighs a fleeting dispute. However, when Eros joyfully seeks out Joel, he is met with Hephaestus's sullen countenance. "Greetings, Father Hephaestus," Eros exclaims, but Hephaestus remains silent, casting a heavy gaze upon him. Eros feels uncertain. Did he inadvertently offend the other? He has been quite well behaved, spending time in the Temple of Love. Reassured that he has not caused any trouble, he resumes his usual lively demeanor. "Is Joel available? I wish to play with him." For reasons unknown, Hephaestus seems even less pleased. He coldly responds, "No time. Eros, you've arrived." Chapter 113, The Gift of Little Black Coal. Despite Hephaestus's reluctance, the two little ones still huddle together warmly, with Eros having his own little companion. He can only apologize to Father Hephaestus with a giggle. "Joel, have you missed me lately?" "I have certainly missed you." Eros expresses his longing, chattering away. And for the first time, Hephaestus finds his fire temple to be quite noisy. Joel patiently listened, perhaps recalling the lengthy companionship they had shared in a previous timeline. Even though Eros was no longer the embodiment of his brother, he had grown accustomed to relying on him. The days apart felt like an eternity. "Ah, of course." Joel suddenly remembered. "I have prepared a gift for you." Eros's eyes sparkled, twinkling like tiny stars. "A gift? Regardless of what my Joel has bestowed, I shall cherish it dearly." He gestured dramatically into the void, declaring, "Whoever dares to touch it shall be pierced by the golden arrow of love." Joel approached, cradling a statue that was half his size, his steps somewhat unsteady, which caused a flutter of concern in Eros. "Let me carry that, Joel." "You sit down," he urged, swiftly stepping forward to take over the task of transporting the statue. His recent efforts to build strength had proven somewhat successful. It matters not if the object falls, but do ensure you do not injure yourself. It pains me to think of it. Hephaestus was busy manipulating metal strips with a clattering sound. Eros, resembling Zeus in his fondness for sweet words, would undoubtedly charm many beautiful gods and goddesses as he matured. He must keep a vigilant eye, ensuring that no one deceives Joel away. With Eros's assistance, Joel felt at ease. However, Eros seemed entirely indifferent to the object being lifted. He poked Eros's arm and inquired, "Aren't you going to take a look at the gift?" "Gift?" Eros asked, bewildered. "Where's the gift? Is this it?" Realizing that the statue he was lifting was indeed the gift, he began to examine it with newfound seriousness. It was as translucent as crystal, yet utterly pure, devoid of any impurities, depicting the playful little god of love in the act of shooting Eros. The intricate details included strands of hair tinted with a delicate shade of pink, while the base was fashioned in the shape of a cloud resembling a heart. "Is it beautiful?" When Joel posed his question, Eros had already cast a glance towards Hephaestus, which explained why, upon his arrival, the god of fire and craft bore an expression of displeasure. Joel did not receive Eros's feedback in a timely manner, which left him feeling a bit disheartened. "Did you not like what I sculpted?" Eros's hand trembled, and his movements became cautious. "Is this truly your creation? By the gods, could it be a jest from the god of sleep? Can I genuinely possess such bliss?" Eros felt a surge of emotion, if not for Hephaestus's presence nearby. He would have embraced Joel and showered him with affectionate kisses. He lamented that they were in the domain of the god of fire, vowing that next time he would surely coax Joel into his own temple of love. Joel nodded, affirming, "Indeed, if you dislike it, there is no need to force yourself." "Not at all. I adore it. I truly do." Eros could not resist, stealing a quick kiss under Hephaestus's intense gaze, which hinted at a desire for vengeance. "This gift is mine now. I shall treasure it dearly." He swiftly lifted the statue crafted by Joel's own hands and made his escape, fearing that if he lingered any longer, Hephaestus, in a fit of impulsive fury, might inadvertently shatter this precious offering. The fact that Hephaestus held such regard for the statue indicated that it was undoubtedly Joel's inaugural masterpiece. After all, it was the very first creation. Who could possibly resist such an irresistible temptation? Hephaestus felt a pang of regret in his heart. Eros had deprived him of the opportunity. Had that statue been broken in the hands of that insufferable brat, Joel would undoubtedly have been heartbroken. In such a case, he would have had justifiable grounds to temporarily distance himself from Eros. A melodious chime resonated, the sound of a wind chime crafted from transparent glass. Its notes crisp and clear, adorned with the sun, the moon, and a constellation of twinkling stars surrounding them. Joel gently tinkled the wind chimes, contemplating how to harness the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars. If it were the essence of the stars, he had a notion. Yet, the challenge lay with the two paramount celestial bodies, the sun and the moon. Their ascension and descent are intricately linked to the growth of all living things. Since time immemorial, the sun, moon, and various stars have constituted the fundamental elements of the primordial cosmos. The nobility of celestial deities resides in their ability to govern and control their respective celestial bodies. By fulfilling their divine duties, ensuring the sun's rise and fall, the moon's phases, in the movement of the stars, they maintain the cosmic order. In turn, they receive eternal divine power through the world's response. Thus, Zeus harbored thoughts regarding the power of celestial deities, substituting his offspring for the former Titan gods to seize this eternal divine strength. Furthermore, through the patriarchal order, he exerted control over all his children, solidifying the supreme authority of the God King. Joel aspires to harness the powers of the sun and the moon through contact with Apollo and Artemis, a challenging endeavor indeed. However, it is not entirely devoid of possibilities. If he can acquire creatures or sacred artifacts bearing the relevant solar and lunar sigils, through diligent efforts within the microcosm, he should be able to decipher their essence. Thus, how might I procure such items? As Joel began to ponder, an array of questions emerged, confirming that knowledge is indeed boundless, much like the endless journey of learning. Fortunately, the world always bestows its favor upon him. For how long had Joel been troubled without a care? The opportunity finally presented itself. With a sudden crash, a mysterious black object descended from the heavens, landing at the entrance of the temple of Hephaestus, while Joel was en route to the nearby temple of Eros. To facilitate the gathering of friends, Eros had relocated from the temple of Aphrodite and commissioned Hephaestus to construct the temple of Eros astutely. He had invited Joel to act as an overseer. Hephaestus, however, harbored regret for having once taken on the role of this troublesome boy's father and wished fervently to deter his visits. The youthful god of love, undeterred by concerns for his dignity, frequently approached under the pretense of filial devotion, yet his sole focus remained on Joel. Aphrodite, embodying love and beauty, chose to distance herself from the chaos, casting Eros aside to clandestinely rendezvous with her lover within the Temple of Beauty. Now, the enigmatic object obstructed Joel's path. He curiously prodded it with his finger, discovering it still warm and exuding the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. What could it be? Gasped. The dark object had drawn in air, yet expelled none. Joel sensed its potential for revival and infused it with a modicum of divine life force. However, the damage it had sustained appeared to stem from the wrath of another formidable deity, bearing the essence of the sun and light. Joel's heart quickened with vitality, prompting him to experiment with the possibility of extraction within his miniature realm, seeking to enhance its flexibility and attempting to supplement and compose independently. Driven by impulse, he set his companions aside, seizing the charred remains of a creature and ushering it into his small world. There, he unearthed a new rule of intrusion. As the celestial green luminescence of the galaxy, emblematic of life, writhed restlessly in the sky. Upon Joel's subsequent entrance, the tumultuous world regained its equilibrium. Drawing forth the attention of the elven monarchs, Joel raised his index finger to his lips, signaling silence. Do not disturb, he must concentrate on his task. The elven kings surrounded him, as Joel placed the small black coal beneath the sacred tree of life. He buried it in the soil imbued with the essence of life, then gently sprinkled water from the river of life upon it. O spirits of nature, awaken the hymn of life with your powers, and bestow new life upon this little one. The grand endeavor of resurrection demanded a sacred ritual to enhance the ambience. The elves began to sing the hymn of life, their voices rising and falling like a magnificent tide, while the tree of life harmoniously channeled its energy, causing the small world to stir. It incessantly drew vitality from the small black coal, weaving and reconstituting it. In the soil, the exterior of the small black coal gradually transformed. The darkness receded to reveal its original purity. Golden patterns adorned the newly grown feathers, imparting a divine aura. As the hymn of life concluded, the ground Joel had leveled cracked open, and a pristine, golden-tinged bird emerged from the earth. Chapter 114, The Divine Crow, A Lack of Vision. Its eyes sparkled with wisdom, the golden patterns on its wings shone like sunlight, and its long, graceful tail gently descended upon the branches of the tree of life. The entire scene was tranquil and harmonious, purifying the soul. In Joel's eyes, astonishment unfurled as the sacred bird, reborn, was finally free from the vexatious little deity of love. Joyfully, it soared towards its diminutive divine master, alighting upon Joel's shoulder with a grace so delicate that he scarcely felt its weight. With a gentle nuzzle against his cheek, the familiar scent allowed Joel to recognize the bird's identity. Caronus, how have you transformed into such a darkened visage? The resplendent white dove, Caronus, elegantly bowed with its wings. My beloved little deity, I thank you for bestowing upon me new life, allowing me to once again embrace the world. Once, I was heedless in my duties and was scorched by Apollo's solar flames, my beautiful white feathers reduced to ash as I faced the call of the underworld. Your arrival mirrors the beauty of our initial encounter, infusing me with vitality and hope. Henceforth, I shall be your sole messenger, the divine bird, Caronus. Since Apollo, the god of sun and light, had forsaken it, Caronus chose a worthy deity to whom it could devote its existence. Is not the kind-hearted and pure little deity more agreeable to serve than Apollo? Beautiful and benevolent, gentle and soft, praising Caronus for its wit and bravery. One might estimate it as the only sacred bird audacious enough to dismiss a superior. Therefore, it is essential to diligently cultivate the affection of this little deity. In terms of lineage, the little deity is indeed a pinnacle of Olympus. Joel felt a sense of disorientation. Had he truly acquired a messenger? Prior to awakening his divine essence, he was merely an unremarkable deity. The unfolding events resembled a wild stallion unbridled, galloping forth with relentless momentum. At this moment, the small world completed the analysis of the solar mark upon Caronus. As the embodiment of the sun and light, Apollo was not stingy regarding his messenger. Given that the original white crow bore the essence of the sun, Apollo aspired for it to evolve into a divine bird of the sun. Thus, he bestowed a fragment of solar mark upon it. Little did he know that the crow's innate talents remained dormant, inadvertently benefiting Joel instead. Through the searing flames of the sun god and the gifts of the deity of life, the white crow merged with the divine fire amidst death and rebirth, successfully evolving into the divine bird of the sun. The sky of the small world was drenched in sunlight, and all living beings basked in its warm embrace, rejuvenated and invigorated. Above the clouds, a golden-orange orb of light radiated warmth without scorching, as reliable and gentle as a minor deity. Caronus looked up, sensing a newfound ability to control the small orb of light, bestowing it with the gift of rebirth as a connection. Joel perceived her intentions and gently encouraged, "Go forth." With a slight shake of his shoulders, he propelled Caronus into the sky, her wings unfurling as she soared higher and higher. The golden feathers atop her head shimmered brilliantly, while her elongated tail feathers traced beautiful arcs across the heavens. From a slightly hoarse cry, her voice transformed into a melodious call, enveloped in golden radiance. As she ascended above the clouds, Caronus merged with the golden-orange orb of light. A fiercely blazing sun hung high in the sky, bestowing the small world with abundant warmth and illumination. Joel clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Caronus is truly remarkable." A beam of sunlight caressed the little deity, enveloping it in a gentle yet boundless affection, a privilege bestowed solely upon the diminutive divine. The sun's radiance reformed a celestial bird. While Caronus wielded the power of the sun in the heavens, its avatar returned to Joel's side as a messenger, preferring the role of the little deity's companion over that of the sun itself. When Eros once again sought Joel at the temple of the fire god, the white bird accompanying Joel was particularly irksome. He narrowed his eyes dangerously and inquired, "Joel, where did this bird come from?" Joel playfully teased Caronus, feeling a sense of embarrassment as if caught in a compromising situation. It was picked up from the doorway. "Do you not recognize it, Eros? It is indeed Caronus. Only the feathers are adorned with golden sun patterns, and it possesses golden plumage, yet the three exquisite long-tail feathers distinctly belong to that raven." Eros reached out and gently removed Caronus from Joel's grasp, their gazes locking in a manner both sharp and perilous. "What do you intend to do?" Caronus exclaimed. Eros smiled faintly. "What comes from a certain place must return there. Joel does not accept trifles. Moreover, I have heard that Apollo's white raven was punished for negligence and deceit. It appears this bird is not of good character. Joel, shall I assist you in returning it?" Joel contemplated that although Caronus had claimed the role of his messenger, she still bore the name of Apollo, rendering her position ambiguous in his service. It would be prudent to return her. After all, he could always request her back from Apollo. He nodded in agreement. Very well. Caronus, profoundly disheartened, lamented, "Oh, my little deity, will your affection truly fade away? After laboring so diligently to cultivate a small world for you, I have now fallen to the status of a mere gift." Yet, despite this turmoil, her fondness for him remained unwavering. "Ah, my dear Joel, you are indeed a creature in need of discipline." With a heart heavy with self-pity, Caronus ultimately accompanied Eros back to Apollo, for it was Joel's command. However, the once proud bird, now transformed into a servant of the little deity, bore the marks of her devotion both in body and spirit. Thus, O Apollo, god of the sun and light, once indifferent to my plight, now you seek to reclaim what you cannot have. Upon witnessing Caronus' splendid awakening, Apollo was filled with delight, envisioning her as a partner in his divine duties. Yet, Caronus remained aloof and disdainful. Even Apollo's fiery rebukes bore no threat to the divine bird in her current state. Left with no choice, Apollo sought to banish Caronus, hoping the harshness of the wilderness would lead her to reconsider. However, the beautiful solar deity soared away without a backward glance, wholly unperturbed. Little deity, Caronus has returned. Eros once again faced defeat, vexed as Caronus occupied a place on Joel's shoulder. Inwardly seething, he thought, "Arrogant Apollo, you are truly inept. You cannot even keep a small bird in check, despite your boasts of glory from years past. Truly, you are naught but a charlatan." Joel had not anticipated that before he could seek out Apollo, Caronus had already returned. Logically speaking, with Caronus' formidable powers, he should be assisting Apollo in managing the sun. Was it not a display of disregard for Apollo to let the raven depart so easily? Caronus nodded in agreement. Indeed, Apollo lacks discernment. It is the lesser deity who possesses the insight to recognize the raven's worth. Eros scoffed, suggesting, perhaps it is the bird's ineptitude that prompted Apollo's reluctance to retain it. "Joel, you must exercise caution." Caronus focused intently, as if gathering sunlight, and the air grew increasingly heated. Joel harbored suspicions that if left unchecked, a confrontation would inevitably ensue. The spectacle of the battle between Cupid and the little divine bird, with feathers fluttering gracefully, was undeniably captivating. Life was arduous, and Joel sighed deeply. He embraced Cupid, saying, "Eros, do not fret. You are my dearest companion." Eros, feeling deflated and flushed, hesitated before responding. "Very well, since you have interceded on behalf of that bird, I shall reluctantly permit it to remain." After all, no matter how fiercely they vied for affection, Joel's heart would undoubtedly place Eros among the top two. For he was uncertain whether he could ever surpass Hephaestus, whom Joel had cherished since childhood. Thus, he chose not to compete, but instead endeavored to gradually elevate his significance in Joel's heart, until he surpassed all the gods. The divine raven elegantly preened its feathers. "Cupid, the days ahead are plentiful. If you wish to cultivate intimacy with the little deity, you must first navigate through the raven's trial." Perhaps this was the very reason Hephaestus never opposed Caronus' inclusion. Sometimes, the path of non-competition is itself a form of contest. Chapter 115, Stars, Reflection. Joel borrowed a unique species of tree from Demeter, planting it within his own little realm, under the nurturing rays of the sun. Nurtured daily by Nyx, the divine tree soared towards the heavens, its lofty crown becoming a resting place for the weary divine raven. The fruits it bore were imbued with solar essence, providing sustenance for the raven. In its possession now was the kernel of the divine fruit, resembling grains of rice, glistening with an ethereal sheen, exquisite as a work of art, as it scattered upon the ground. The raven hopped on one leg, interacting playfully with Joel. Eros would occasionally mock from the sidelines, calling it raven leg. This period marked the return of Aphrodite to the sea of love for her rejuvenating bath, a time when several powerful goddesses possessed their own sanctuaries, allowing them to reclaim their youth and purity. Hera, too, had a lake of youth, and whenever she emerged from its waters, her beauty would be renewed. During such moments, Zeus would once again be captivated by her, forsaking all pursuits of infidelity, creating a time of unparalleled harmony upon Mount Olympus. As the child of the god of love and beauty, Eros was obliged to accompany Aphrodite back to her homeland for a few days. In the absence of the little love god, Nyx found the sky bluer, the clouds whiter, and life more carefree. After all, the tiny deity had but one companion in the outside world. Yet, her joy was short-lived, for it was during these rare, intimate moments of solitude with the little god that she truly cherished. Joel felt the mark that belonged to him being activated. a rare occurrence after such a long time. With a flick of his small hand, he recited the incantation for summoning. Light of life, bond of spirit. Heed the call of the covenant of beings, come forth, come forth. During this period, Joel pondered a singular question, with the sun present. Where was he to seek the moon? Perhaps it was the indulgence towards his youngest son, but the omnipresent chaos and the enigmatic fate always seemed to grant Joel's wishes. Particularly concerning the moon he so fervently desired. It approached, guided by the luminous thread of life. A small deer, radiating a bluish-green glow, bounded excitedly towards him. Its slender yet powerful form embodying grace. Each leap was incredibly agile, as if composing a melody of life, a gift for the most beloved little deity. Joel's eyes sparkled with surprise. Are you Leo or Luca? He inquired, receiving a gentle reply from the fawn. Yea. Joel understood the words of the fawn through the imprint, feeling both astonished and intrigued. You possess the memories of both Leo and Luca, yet remain uncertain of your own identity? The fawn nodded, nuzzling Joel's hand affectionately. The innocence and charm of the fawn endeared it to Joel, prompting him to make a decision on the spot. From now on, you shall be called Spirit of the Fawn, a guardian spirit belonging to you. The spirit of the fawn chirped joyfully, clearly delighted with the name bestowed upon it. Much to the chagrin of the neglected divine crow. With the departure of Eros, the arrival of the spirit of the fawn stirred excitement. Everyone, unlike the short-sighted Apollo, recognized the merit of the little deity, who even cradled the fawn. In order to defend our little deity, the divine crow requested to engage in battle. Oh, in response, the spirit of the fawn gently pushed the divine crow aside with its forelegs. Little bird, do not interfere. I wish to cuddle with the deity. Let me nuzzle your great fawn legs. The divine crow felt its dignity as a crow insulted and continuously called for Eros, yearning for the return of the irritating little god of love more than ever. During the absence of the little god, the divine crow and the spirit of the fawn clashed, with only the conveniently idle Hephaestus benefiting from the delay in their endeavors. A splendid opportunity lay before him. And he was not foolish. In this miniature world, the sun had risen, the moon had reclaimed its place, and now only the stars remained. Joel had long envisioned the stars, as his small world clandestinely ferried the souls of those creatures, allowing them to be reborn as monstrous spirits within his miniature realm. Though the souls had departed from their corporeal forms, the bonds that tethered them had never dissipated, and he sought to harness these connections. Joel could certainly aspire to harness the power of the stars. Yet, for now, this remains merely a concept, one that he must personally bring to fruition. The monstrous spirits have been assimilated into the small world, their innate ferocity and bloodlust diminished, leaving only loyalty and docility towards the minor deity. Additionally, under the oppressive reign of the beast king Typhon, Typhon's progeny have surrendered, rolling over and wagging their tails. The audacious little creature that dares to ride upon the back of King Typhon is not to be trifled with. The titans of the small world are mere subordinates to him, and even Typhon himself is but a steed, not to be provoked, indeed, as resistance proves futile. They have become increasingly obedient. In the cosmic expanse of the galaxy, Uranus laments his lost vulnerabilities, cursing his wretched son. Suddenly, he senses an unfamiliar presence encroaching upon his domain. With a scowl and a tempestuous glare, he exclaims, I have hidden myself away here. Why do you persist in pursuing me? How dare you seek to plunge the celestial firmament into primordial chaos? You shall be the scourge of the world. Who are you? Uranus's fury falters as he beholds a diminutive figure clad in a black cloak, so small that, without closer inspection, it resembles mere cosmic dust. After all, whether in the boundless heavens or the infinite earth, their offspring are the towering titans. The little black cloak is simply too minuscule, even as it stands before him. It is not through Uranus's sight that he perceives it, but rather through his divine senses, for the figure has fully encroached upon his territory. Uranus refrains from rash actions, deterred by the potent aura of chaos emanating from the stranger. Such a presence is not to be trifled with. The little cloak emits a faint voice, timidly inquiring, Excuse me, could you please direct me to the position of the constellations ascended by Zeus? It seems I am lost once again. Uranus, aware that he cannot harm the little cloak, responds with a glum demeanor. To the northeast. A silence ensues. Why do you not take your leave? Do not presume upon the protection of chaos to act so rudely. You ought to know that even my wife, the primordial goddess in her prime, could not withstand my might. And my usurping son, he merely snatched the throne through a cowardly ambush. Had I not been careless back then, this world, this sky, would reign supreme. The little cloak interjects, Could you please explain how to reach the northeastern direction? Uranus muses. Surely this little cloak is a deliberate provocation sent by Kronos. It must be. Curse Kronos. If I could return to the world, I would ensure you experience the taste of vulnerability. Amidst his inner tirades, the vast expanse of the galaxy conjures a marker, guiding the little cloak on its way. With an air of indifference, Uranus commands, "Follow that path." The little cloak bowed gracefully. "Thank you." The figure drifted away leisurely, fading into the distance until Uranus could no longer sense their presence. The once great and supreme lord of the skies let out a sigh of relief. At last, they had departed. The little rascal was indeed a handful. He suddenly recalled that his previously obedient children, while perhaps lacking in spirit, at least posed fewer questions and displayed no arrogance. Uranus began to reflect, had I truly been too harsh on them in the past? Chapter 116. The constellation of Sagittarius and wine. In this moment of self-reflection, the Father of the Heavens felt a fleeting surge of emotion, but it dissipated swiftly, leaving behind only lingering resentment toward his wayward offspring. The little cloak had long since vanished. Starlight accompanied his footsteps, heading northeast, continuing onward. Joel's face, concealed beneath the hood, was etched with a deep sense of anguish. He was perplexed, despite having discerned the constellation's direction upon the earth, once he ventured into the vast expanse of the universe. The celestial bodies, both the grand and the diminutive, appeared as pockmarked spheres. After a mere turn, he found himself utterly disoriented, the once enchanting illusions of the twinkling stars shattered. Yet, in pursuit of completing his diminutive world, he found himself compelled to embark on this journey. Joel clenched his fist, puffed out his chest, and with a spirited demeanor proclaimed, "Strive, struggle, advance." He resolutely followed the guiding light of the Milky Way, running forward. And the gentle breeze he generated surprisingly stirred up a whirlwind, diligently encasing the surrounding dust within a miniature vortex in the cosmos. Layer upon layer, a core gradually began to take shape. Joel remained oblivious to the unintentional impact he had caused. He traveled a great distance until he sensed the distant constellation's power resonating in harmony with the monstrous sprites of the small world. Eureka! The creatures felt the vigor of their corporeal forms, stirring restlessly. Most of those monsters, vanquished and slain by heroes, were descendants of Typhon. Typhon, the progeny of Gaia, the mother of Earth, was birthed from the fusion of the abyssal essence, which imbued these offspring with extraordinary strength, even in death. They were fortuitously elevated to constellations by Zeus, drawing upon the primordial essence of the cosmic firmament to sustain the world, thus enabling Zeus to fulfill his role as the sovereign of creation. With order restored, the divine king's status provided an unceasing flow of divine power, allowing him to uphold his authority and dominion. Through the connection between soul and body, Joel, merely by standing near the constellation, received the protection of starlight. As the constellation awakened, its power cascaded upon him, causing the celestial sea to stir momentarily, rousing Uranus and Zeus, who was surveying the realms from his watchtower. The ancient lord of the skies sensed his power being unleashed. Curse Cronus. Achu. In a concealed corner of the earth, the mother provided a sanctuary, a refuge from Zeus's watchful gaze. A figure clad in black conversed with his subordinates when suddenly he sneezed violently, tracing the causality back to the distant heavens. Falling into silence, lamenting the fortitude of the Heavenly Father. Such formidable energy remained, even in curses. A rumble echoed. The thunder cracked across the sky, a manifestation of Zeus's wrath, as he discovered that the power of the constellations he commanded had been stealthily usurped. In the place where lightning flashed, an eye coldly surveyed all realms and even ventured into the cosmos. Begone! Uranus was not one to be trifled with. Once a sovereign, even in confinement, he remained a presence that the gods dared not offend. The thunder had no recourse against the cosmic rivers of stars and could only retreat. In a corner of the earth, the figure in black quietly tightened his collar, striving to diminish his presence. Now was not the time to confront Olympus. Soon, very soon. Joel remained unaware that the brief encounter existed due to him. He meandered among the constellations, shifting in various directions to better absorb the power of the stars. Taurus, Zeus. Having stolen the golden bull transformed from Europa. Dolphin, Poseidon, having conquered the dolphin of Amphitrite. Cygnus, Zeus, who once transformed into a swan to draw near to the princess. And then, Joel reminisced about these constellations and their tales, and by the time the celestial power had fully charged, he found himself near Sagittarius. After taking Prometheus's place in punishment, Chiron, under the searing heat of the earth's fire, suffered damage to his divine form, and his immortal soul ascended to the heavens, becoming one of the 12 constellations. Sagittarius, indeed, is the archer among the 12 zodiac signs. The proximity of Joel, imbued with the essence of the sacred vine of Dionysus, awakened the soul of Chiron. Throughout his life, he maintained a chaste existence, yet once, under the golden arrow of the mischievous Cupid, he surrendered to the lavish beauty of the wine god. Since that moment, he has been unable to forget. However, the capricious god of wine, who flits between the genders, shunned the earnest pursuit of Chiron, ensuring that wherever Chiron roamed, the vine would not flourish. Now, with Joel's arrival, the fervent obsession for the wine god rekindled within Chiron's heart. He once again felt the impulse to seek out Dionysus, yearning to plunge into oblivion together. In the midst of earthly revelry, amidst the chaotic interplay of men and women, the altar bore witness to the drowsy gaze of Dionysus. Uninterested in the bold affections of both gods and mortals, he wielded his divine power to dispel all encroaching presences, lifting a golden goblet to his lips, crimson liquid cascading down the corners of his mouth. His perfectly shaped lips were full and vibrant, under the resplendent stars above. Dionysus pondered. Why did some stars seem particularly bright? What constellation was that? His servant reverently replied, Most esteemed deity, that is the noble sage, Chiron, in the form of Sagittarius. The centaur whinnied. Recalling the majestic form of the handsome centaur, Dionysus felt a subtle ache within, especially in a certain area behind him. The equine body was too grand. He could hardly bear it. Shaking his head, Dionysus resolved not to dwell on that night, dismissing it as a mere dream that had never transpired. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the wild feast seemed to have left him alone in solitude, a sudden alertness dispelling the intoxicated haze. Who was it? Dionysus discovered himself ensnared in a foreign realm. Escape was only possible by shattering the space or vanquishing its owner. Suddenly, warmth enveloped his back. He was embraced, and a deep, restrained voice murmured in his ear, Dionysus, may I possess you once more? Though phrased as a question, the intruder's hands disregarded Dionysus's will, exploring his exquisitely soft skin. Ah, the impudent centaur, who gave you the audacity to lay hands upon the god of revelry. A smile flickered in the centaur's eyes. You did not refuse. Dionysus remained silent. Indeed, he did not refuse. That night, it was not only Chiron who lingered on, but he too found great delight in the moment. The silence of the god of wine urged the centaur to indulge even further. They pressed closely against each other, their body temperatures rising, and even their breaths felt like waves of heat. The centaur poured rich, fragrant wine from a golden flask and then playfully bit down on Dionysus's lips. The wine did not intoxicate, but rather, it was the people who became enraptured. Under the gentle onslaught of the centaur, Dionysus obediently surrendered, perhaps only the deities of sleep and death, wandering the earth, bore witness to their intimate union. In the realm of Sagittarius, the formless dreams and the reaper of all, Thanatos, held no sway. Thanatos averted his gaze, focusing instead on his brother. Did you purposefully bring me here just to observe? Hypnos tugged at his cloak. What else can I do when my brother remains so oblivious? I cannot tell if it is intentional or not. Alas, I must take the initiative. Their arrival here was purely accidental. He merely sought to take his brother for a stroll and express his dissatisfaction, unaware that they would stumble upon the god of wine's secret. Though for him, it was not much of a secret. How tiresome. Rather than waste time, you could assist me in completing the tasks at hand. The human population grows, yet their lifespans dwindle. There was a profound resentment for work in Thanatos' gaze, especially since their superior was often whisked away by that great deity of the abyss, leaving the burdens of tasks to fall upon the few higher-ranking death gods. It was endless, utterly unmanageable. Hypnos recalled a lengthy list of deaths Thanatos had compiled, and his expression stiffened. However, for the sake of his brother, he resignedly bowed his head. Very well, then, overtime it is. Who else would pity my plight? Others experience the union of spirit and flesh, while I am burdened by countless tasks with no choice in the matter. What are you mumbling about? We have no time. Let us hurry. Coming. Wait for me, brother. Chapter 117. The competition at the Divine Mountain Arena after a circuitous journey through the cosmos. Joel felt quite pleased with himself, having acquired all that was necessary. The spirit of the faun had taken residence, officially becoming a part of this small world, with rules evolving continuously, drawing upon Joel's knowledge to flourish. All was thriving. Upon Eros' return, he discovered that beside his dear Joel, there was yet another creature vying for affection. He cast a wounded glance in protest. Joel instinctively disregarded his surroundings and eagerly rushed over to greet Eros, exclaiming, "Ah, Eros. You have finally returned. I've missed you so much." Eros was greatly pleased by Joel's enthusiasm, momentarily forgetting his intentions to confront him. Such occurrences, once or twice, can easily multiply, leaving Joel uncertain of his standing. He was well aware of all of Eros's vulnerabilities and could effortlessly manipulate the little god's emotions. Unbeknownst to him, however, his dear companion had already begun to exhibit a propensity towards a darker charm. Eros cradled Joel's face tenderly, planting a soft kiss. Joel tilted his head back, his face splashed with moisture. "It is said that your return was rather swift. Did not Aphrodite typically linger by the Aegean Sea for a full 9 days? How is it that you returned after only 7? Eros settled beside Joel, his expression far from cheerful. "Do not mention it. Poseidon seems to have gone mad, prohibiting the appearance of all deities save for those of the sea. On the 5th day, a mermaid from the ocean issued a warning to the handmaidens of the goddess. And by the 7th day, Poseidon surfaced, expelling us." Joel handed him a cup of floral dew, remarking, "Wouldn't Aphrodite be angered? The dignity of the supreme deity must not be infringed upon." Eros, in a state of discomfort, replied, "There is little we can do if she is enraged. The sea is Poseidon's domain, and neither my mother nor I are deities of combat, rendering us powerless against Poseidon. If captured, my mother despises the notion of disgrace." Joel furrowed his brow slightly, his expression mirroring that of Eros. Poseidon had once been exiled to construct the city of Troy for defying Zeus. Could it be that he harbored rebellious intentions once more? The ambitions of the sea god have always extended beyond mere dominion over the oceans. He covets the land, the sky, and the throne of the divine monarch. How insatiable his greed appears, in contrast to the tranquil realm of Hades. In light of this, Eros opted to retain his silence. The greatest defeat of the gods had indeed been at the hands of the lord of the underworld, rendering this formidable figure a taboo in matters of love. Aside from the one dwelling in the abyss, contact is fraught with peril. Fear not. The mother goddess will devise a means of retribution. As the most revered of deities, she need only convey her grievances to a few male gods, and valiant heroes will surely rise to champion her cause. Eros has never doubted the allure of the mother goddess. However, with companions at hand, he resolved to allow her to linger in the shadows for a time, assuring that once he matures and gains strength, vengeance will be his. For the dignity of love and beauty. Very well. Joel sensed that matters concerning Poseidon were far from straightforward. An instinctual warning stirred unease within him. However, the fresh tidings brought by Eros compelled him to cast aside these concerns, redirecting his focus towards the newfound excitement. It was said that Zeus was to host an Olympic Games open to all, with representatives from the underworld being the once glorious souls who had triumphed in past competitions. Regrettably, none of us could participate, as we had yet to reach adulthood. Excitement sparkled in Joel's eyes as he exclaimed, "This sounds utterly fascinating. I can have Hephaestus participate. What events are available? Will they adhere to the same standards as the previous games?" Eros pondered for a moment before responding, "This time it is different. It seems that any event with 2 or more participants can be registered. The venue will be in the Plaza of the Gods, and each event requires a referee. I have also heard that the goddess Themis is assembling a panel of judges. Oh, why is this lively spectacle not ours to partake in? Otherwise, if the 2 of us entered the prank competition, wouldn't we have the chance to playfully outwit the gods in broad daylight? On Mount Olympus, the only juvenile deities present were Eros and himself. Surely, the prohibition against underage deities participating stemmed from concerns over Eros's potential for unruliness. Joel considered himself quite obedient, believing that a lively competition would be incomplete without his presence. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he chuckled, suggesting that they should wait until the day of the sports event. Rarely bustling, Mount Olympus was abuzz with excitement for this competition aimed at fostering universal participation. The participants were representatives selected from various regions. Many seldom-seen deities emerged from their palaces, and although Zeus refrained from explicitly stating the rewards for the victors, the grandeur of the occasion implied that the king of the gods would not hesitate to bestow generous prizes upon the champions, be it youth, longevity, or the fulfillment of their deepest desires and the eminent prestige that accompanies victory. One by one, the participants registered their chosen events with Hermes. If a contender had 2 or more options, a formal competition could be established. Otherwise, they would be merged into existing events. The scene was a sea of humanity, and Hermes was busily attending to the throngs. Inquiring about a contest to determine whose beard was the longest, Hermes repeatedly asked, "Are you truly certain about this choice?" The registrant was an ancient tree spirit with skin as parched as bark, his lengthy beard trailing like a carpet, seemingly endless and age beyond reckoning. Hermes pondered, wondering if anyone would genuinely wish to partake in such a trivial competition. However, when a wave spirit approached, its head adorned with a large sphere encapsulating swimming fish, Hermes' eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, there were participants, though it appeared that their hair and beards were extensions of their very being. He decided to approve the event. This wave spirit sported long hair that resembled the undulating sea, so lengthy it could not be trimmed, thus it had been coiled into a large ball. It was a mystery how it had been selected as a representative. The world is vast and full of wonders. Through this registration experience, Hermes broadened his horizons, encountering the peculiarities of various regions. Even the Cyclopes and the Cendamanes arrived, and he did not find their appearances grotesque. Rather, he welcomed them with great enthusiasm. "Welcome to register. What events would you like to enter?" The Cyclopes and the Cendamanes were taken aback, for in their past experiences, they had only encountered astonishment and disdain. Never had they met someone as sincerely amiable as Hermes. The Cyclops clapped Hermes on the shoulder, declaring, "From now on, you shall be the best friend of the giants." The Centimines echoed, "Friend." Hermes forced a smile, his legs nearly engulfed by the earth, resilience serving as his faude. After registering the giants for their events, he struggled for quite some time to extricate his legs from the ground. Hardly had he taken a moment's respite when new participants arrived to enroll. The sun and moon alternated in their duties, yet Hermes toiled without pause. Even for a deity impervious to fatigue, prolonged exertion had rendered his spirit profoundly weary. "Hello, we are here to register." Without lifting his gaze, Hermes flatly inquired, "Name, event, and origin?" "I am AI Xiao Xiao, competing in athletics, hailing from the Aegean Sea." "I am Xiao Xiao AI, participating in the culinary contest, also from the Aegean Sea." Two individuals from the same place? Hermes raised his eyes. Before him stood two lanky figures, their appearances unremarkable, not resembling denizens of the goddess of love and beauty's realm. However, his recent experiences had taught him the folly of judging by appearances. The goddess cherished not only external beauty, but also the splendor of the soul. Perhaps these two possessed unique qualities. Please take your contestant badges at the appropriate time. Each of you will be accompanied by a little fairy to your resting point, and she will guide you through the subsequent events. Simply follow her instructions. "Very well. Thank you." Once the two emaciated figures departed, Hermes scrutinized their retreating silhouettes, sensing an inexplicable familiarity. Soon after, more participants arrived to register. Immersed in his duties, Hermes had long forgotten the earlier unease. Chapter 118. The contest of strength. As the registration period drew to a close, Hermes wiped the bitter sweat from his brow, relieved that it was finally over. It was undeniably more exhausting than delivering messages for the gods. The preliminary preparations have been completed, and this grand event is set to commence shortly, with each project accompanied by a fair judge. At the helm stands the goddess Themis, supported by the three judges of the underworld, while the assembly of judges resides high above, observing every competition. The king of the gods, Zeus, and the queen, Hera, are seated upon their thrones, keenly watching the contests, which include not only athletics, boxing, and discus throwing, but also chariot racing, an event that welcomes female participants. Beyond these standard competitions, there are various smaller events approved by Zeus himself to foster communal harmony and enhance the diversity of the games. These include, but are not limited to, contests of beard growth, culinary skills, beauty, agriculture, and winemaking. The myriad talents and interests of the participants create a spectacle so rich that it leaves the watching deities in awe, each exhibiting their unique charm. The major events commence first, with the athletics race currently underway, featuring competitors Hermes, AI Xiao Xiao, Chiron, and Boreas. The event is heralded by Hera's peacock, perched upon a platform. As the appointed time arrives, it raises its head and emits a sharp, resounding call. The sound pierces the air, unfurling its splendid feathers behind it, serving as a signal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The competitors, still in their starting positions, swiftly launch forward like bolts of lightning. The spectators outside the track catch only fleeting glimpses of their forms. Leading the charge is AI Xiao Xiao, closely followed by a human from the city-state of Sparta, the first to win 4 consecutive Olympic championships. Trailing behind them are Hermes, Chiron, and Boreas, the North Wind, all renowned for their speed, maintaining a steady pace, neither rushing nor revealing their full potential. as they approach the final lap. Nearing the finish line, AI Xiao Xiao senses the impending challenge. Outside the track, a voice cries out passionately, nearly shattering the sound barrier. AI, accelerate, go for it. Don't give them a chance, it's almost over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hermes surpassed AI Xiao Xiao, and Boreas also outpaced him, while Charon fell behind. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, AI Xiao Xiao drew upon the boundless strength provided by his inner emotions. A fleeting blush of pink shimmering at the corners of his eyes as his frail form surged forward. Charon, who had initially been a step ahead, was now drawn back. Hermes claimed first place, Boreas secured second, and AI Xiao Xiao seized third, edging out Charon by half a body length. Hermes adorned himself with a laurel wreath crown, holding a dazzling golden trophy, intricately engraved with the blessings and guardianship of the goddess of victory, Nike. Boreas, arms crossed, let out a disdainful huff. He had been just a step away from first place, unaware that Hermes still had hidden strength, a cunning messenger of the gods, a deceitful ancestor. The most discontented was undoubtedly AI Xiao Xiao. Had he not exhausted all his energy at the outset, he wouldn't have ended up so far behind. Clutching the wooden trophy, AI Xiao Xiao felt a sense of distaste and considered discarding it. But then little AI approached, eyes shimmering with desire. AI, may I touch it? Generously. AI Xiao Xiao handed it over. It's for you. Little AI's eyes crinkled with delight. It was his first encounter with a trophy, even if merely wooden. Yet, it mattered little. A wooden trophy still represented victory, imbued with blessings that would enhance their chances of success in future endeavors, proving that deities of conceptual domains could be remarkably powerful. Little AI, when does your competition begin? AI Xiao Xiao, feeling overlooked for not placing first or second, remained unperturbed, as long as little AI's heart was with him. It was merely disappointing to miss out on the adoration of little AI. Little AI, cradling the trophy, replied, "My competition will commence after your grand event concludes. There are too many participants, and the judges are overwhelmed. Hephaestus has signed up for wrestling. We can watch together." AI Xiao Xiao's gaze wandered. "I see. Wrestling doesn't start for a while. How about we take a stroll around the venue?" Little AI quickly grasped his friend's intent, though he did not object. He offered a piece of advice. "All right, but remember, the gods are watching. Exercise some restraint." "All right, I understand." With little AI's permission. AI Xiao Xiao's spirits lifted despite losing first place. The excitement of the competition was precisely what allowed him to thrive amidst the chaos, an exhilarating feeling indeed. A most honest competition unfolds, under the influence of a certain individual. As the atmosphere reaches its zenith, especially among competitors and adversaries of nearly equal strength, heroes regard one another with admiration. After several encounters, countless hearts awaken to the bloom of emotion. Perhaps once the contest concludes, they will experience a delightful encounter. Aphrodite, yet to commence her beauty contest, sits upon her throne of love and beauty. As a soft pink aura wafts across the arena, she reaches out, grasping this ethereal essence, and discovers two slender, unremarkable figures, seemingly lost in their own world. Restless little creatures. Divine power descends, cloaking this brazen air of passion, drawing the attention of Hera. Aphrodite displays a provocative smile, exuding charm and allure, causing the goddess to divert her gaze in frustration. Indeed, even Zeus finds himself captivated. A surge of electricity courses through the divine throne, inducing a tingling sensation. Zeus subtly shudders, withdrawing his gaze to share an awkward smile with his wife. "Let us observe the competition, shall we?" he declares. Humph. The wrestling match intensifies. With Hephaestus pitted against Ares in this round, rivalry ignites as the god of war faces his romantic adversary. Ares, the fervent suitor of Aphrodite, possesses formidable divine strength. While often lacking in reason, as the son of Hera and one of the 12 Olympians, he is indeed a well-regarded deity among the pantheon. His love for Aphrodite is genuine, pursued with relentless fervor, year after year, day after day, unwavering in his devotion, occasionally winning her favor and receiving a taste of beauty in return. However, Ares appears to have inherited jealousy from Hera whenever Aphrodite finds affection for another man. He resorts to sabotage, often resorting to clandestine actions against her lovers, which breeds discontent in the goddess of love and beauty towards the impulsive Ares. Gradually, their interactions diminish, though not entirely absent, for despite the god of war's lack of wisdom, his physical prowess remains impressive. One is the rightful husband of the goddess, while the other is her well-known paramour. Their confrontation is a rare spectacle among the 12 Olympians. Thus, a throng of onlookers gathers, a sea of dark figures, with lovebirds mingling amidst them. The atmosphere grows increasingly tense. Chapter 119. Wrestling in progress. The contest upon Olympus continues. In the wrestling arena, Ares wears a face of disdain and contempt. Lame. Despite being brothers born of the same parents, the god of war Ares found his beloved goddess stolen by Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship. This ignited an intense hatred within Ares, driving him to contemplate a deadly confrontation with Hephaestus. In the name of love and beauty, he sought to reclaim the goddess's affections. Yet, Hephaestus remained indifferent to Ares' provocations, treating him as a mere stranger. With his resentment unvented, Ares unleashed his fury upon countless lovers of Aphrodite. At times, he was overwhelmed with loathing, questioning why Hephaestus, also a deity, could not be vanquished. For deities are impervious to death, rendering Ares' ambushes futile. Furthermore, should he be caught in wrongdoing, Ares risked losing his beloved altogether. That insipid craftsman, that wretched cripple. The onlookers, filled with indignation, could not remain passive while Ares insulted one they considered family, for he was a figure they had nurtured. Yet, cloaked in disguises crafted from props and false identities, they could not reveal themselves. The diminutive god of love implored the young Ares to remain calm and avoid rash actions, assuring him that Hephaestus would surely teach the arrogant Ares a lesson. Although rumors swirled that the god of war was his biological father, from the perspective of their mother and as a companion, he naturally sided with Hephaestus. Furthermore, Ares was excessively brutal. If memory served, he had once slain Adonis, the former favorite of their mother, by embodying a wild boar. The young god of love was still seething with anger. He insulted Hephaestus. With a sigh, the diminutive god of love sought to soothe his emotions, suggesting that after the contest, they could confront Ares and avenge Hephaestus. Disrupting the competition would render the outcome null. And did he not wish to witness how Hephaestus would teach Ares a lesson? His reasoning was sound. The young god of love calmed down, especially as Hephaestus cast a gentle gaze toward him, offering solace to his elder. Hephaestus would surely triumph over Ares. Ares, merely uttering a curse, was met with the crowd's condemnation, as the young god of love's rallying cry was rather amusing. The amused spectators joined in the chant. And although it was a contest between two, Ares, the mighty god of war, found himself the subject of widespread skepticism. The proud and arrogant Ares turned crimson with fury, declaring, "Hephaestus, I will ensure your defeat." To this, Hephaestus assumed a stance, paying no heed to Ares' fierce words. His detached demeanor made Ares feel like a mere jester performing for the amusement of the crowd. The frenzied god of war, upon the first notes of the birdsong, surged towards Hephaestus with the utmost velocity and strength, akin to a once mighty wild boar charging fiercely. Hephaestus crossed his arms in defense. The battle had commenced, a confrontation between husband and lover, whose hands would ultimately grasp the coveted golden chalice. As the god of war, Ares' martial prowess far surpassed that of ordinary deities. Even the illustrious Heracles could not boast of assured victory. Hephaestus staggered back a few paces, perilously close to the edge. Yet he managed to regain his footing. The gentle breaths of love tightened with relief as they observed Hephaestus avoid elimination. What a close call. Ares sought to employ the same tactic to hurl Hephaestus out of the arena, but the latter was now prepared. This time, Ares' assault faltered, resulting in him being evaded by Hephaestus, who remained steadfast. Frustrated and agitated, Ares concentrated his power between his arms and fists, charging once more. This time, he exhibited cunning, realizing that if he maintained a relentless pursuit, Hephaestus would be unable to evade him easily and would have to confront him head-on. Given Hephaestus' years of forging, his strength was formidable. The two deities engaged earnestly, locked in a stalemate, as the gods witnessed the fire and craftsmanship of Hephaestus rivaling that of the war god Ares. Despite his physical limitations, his robust physique exuded a masculine allure that captivated the goddesses, while even the more delicately featured male deities began to cast their gaze upon Hephaestus. Love embraced love, basking in the intoxicating atmosphere of desire, lazily nuzzling against one another. Ares, keenly aware of Hephaestus's vulnerability, his legs, targeted this weakness with unrelenting strikes. Small Love trembled with fury, raising both hands near his mouth to shout, "Hephaestus, charge forth. Defeat the detestable Ares. You can do it." Remarkably, under the encouragement of Small Love, Hephaestus gradually began to turn the tide. The audience, ignited with fervor, joined in the chant, "Defeat the loathsome Ares. Hephaestus shall prevail." Upon the elevated platform, Hera was met with the mocking laughter of Aphrodite. "Behold, the child you abandoned is currently besting your favorite son. Nevertheless, regardless of who triumphed in the contest, the gods would merely marvel at Aphrodite's discerning eye. They had long forgotten that the goddess of love and beauty had once been coerced into wedlock with the god of fire and craftsmanship. Ultimately, Hephaestus seized the opportunity to claim victory as Ares was distracted by the shouts from the sidelines. Defeated, Ares sat despondently on the ground, unable to bear the weight of his loss, especially to an opponent like Hephaestus. However, the truth remained unaltered. The referee announced the result, and little Eros cheered, twirling and bouncing with delight. Upon exiting the arena, Hephaestus nonchalantly sidestepped little Eros, creating distance between them, and guided his own companion to the resting area, where other participants awaited their turn. Standing alongside the ordinary and unremarkable Eros, Hephaestus, who was often overlooked among the deities, appeared remarkably appealing. Now adorned with the aura of having vanquished Ares, his charisma blossomed, embodying the allure of a formidable god, stirring the hearts of both deities and mortals alike. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of desire. Yet, little Eros was not pleased, feeling possessive over his companion. Undeterred, he followed closely, intent on thwarting Hephaestus's scheme to distance them. When the mighty Heracles, distracted by the call of little Eros, was similarly dispatched from the arena by Hephaestus, he paid no mind to his defeat. Instead, his gaze settled on little Eros, only to be instinctively obstructed by the presence of his companion. Heracles felt an uncanny familiarity with the pair, though their ordinary appearances rendered them easily overlooked in a crowd. He approached them politely, inquiring, "Pardon me, but have we met before?" Little Eros fell silent, then hesitantly shook his head, just as Hephaestus arrived. Seemingly casually, he remarked, "They are my friends, younger than you. So you must be mistaken." With the skill of fabricating lies while keeping a straight face, little AI admired Hephaestus. However, the secret of returning to the past was known only to him and little AI. Upon this thought, his cheeks flushed, as the fade he wore went unnoticed by others. The ultimate victor of the wrestling match was Hephaestus, who placed the victor's olive wreath upon little AI's head, also bestowing upon her the golden trophy. This made little AI's teeth ache and her heart feel heavy. Hephaestus's affectionate care for the unremarkable little AI stirred envy among those enamored with the god of fire and forge. Little AI, feeling mischievous, casually urged a few deities into a frenzy. Many male and female gods began to entangle themselves with Hephaestus, causing little AI's eyes to sparkle. Seizing the chaos, she stealthily whisked little AI away. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the true victor is the one who laughs last. Chapter 120. Music. New rules. With the formal competition concluded, the champions had emerged. Most were deities from Olympus, alongside a few distinguished human heroes and elite sprites from various races. Overall, Zeus was quite satisfied with the outcomes of the games. Indeed, all the heroes gathered upon his sacred Mount Olympus. Participants were forbidden from utilizing their divine powers, relying solely on their physical strength, creating a relatively fair contest. Notably, each victor received an invitation from the gods, spanning the realms of Olympus, the sea, and the underworld. Zeus even offered the condition that joining would allow one to return to the mortal realm like a heroic spirit. Those who made significant contributions to the world could even become deities under the gods, freely choosing their patron deity. Talent abounded, with even two from the underworld participating. Poseidon sat impassively upon his throne, observing the proceedings. Following a dispute with the goddess of love and beauty, a decree from the god king was delivered. The cause of their quarrel stemmed from Poseidon's displeasure at witnessing Olympus deities, particularly when his legitimate son Triton was grievously injured by Zeus's son. Though the perpetrator's identity remained unverified, Zeus denied any wrongdoing. Poseidon found himself powerless to seek retribution, as each realm possessed its own governance, rendering them autonomous. However, should a serious issue arise, Zeus, as the god king, held the authority to summon both the Sea King and the Lord of the Underworld. In this athletic competition, victors could receive bountiful rewards supplied by Mount Olympus, including the potential to attain divine status among the gods. Poseidon envied Zeus, whose offspring were scattered across the earth, each ruling their own territories. He pondered whether a champion from his ocean could also gain entry into Olympus, or perhaps seize a fragment of earthly power. In doing so, he would have legitimate grounds to intervene in the affairs of the divine mountains and the mortal realm, rather than being shunted around the domain of the gods' beliefs. As the sovereign of the seas, he possessed little authority beyond his aquatic dominion. Merely one deity's sacred ground could easily displace his worship. Poseidon had grown weary of this. Consequently, he dispatched the elite of the ocean and even enlisted several formidable champions from other races to join the aquatic faction, with Zeus remaining non-committal. Poseidon's recruitment efforts became increasingly brazen, his enchanting, flirtatious eyes resembling the gentle waves of the sea. Under his gaze, some deities subtly flushed with embarrassment. However, the Sea King was presently preoccupied with scouting for talent, momentarily dismissing other concerns. The arena was brimming with exceptional individuals, all of whom were captivating. Under the covetous gaze of the oceanic sovereign, a variety of minor competitions commenced. The sound of flutes resonated, their melodious tones drifting in the wind, evoking a sense of transcendence, as if one had been purified. In this musical arena, the pastoral god Pan played a flute, the melody light and cheerful, instilling the essence of youthful vitality in all living beings. As the music swayed, in the distance, the radiant, golden-haired Apollo, his handsome visage striking, retrieved a harp entwined with laurel leaves, bestowing a gentle kiss upon it. With slender fingers, he plucked the strings, producing an elegant and emotive sound that stirred the hearts of all, oscillating between joy and sorrow, eclipsing Pan's carefree melody with its emotional complexity. Among the muses, the goddess presiding over music softly hummed, her enchanting voice transporting the souls into a realm of beautiful dreams, where serene smiles adorned their faces as they reveled in this musical feast. Little Love and Love Little were also entranced by the exquisite harmonies. Standing in a corner beside Hephaestus, whose typically serious demeanor momentarily relaxed. However, their enjoyment was short-lived. Midway through the performance, another flute's notes intruded. The player's skill undeniably refined, their emotional expression perfectly attuned. Yet, Little Love recognized the distinct sound of that flute. Panic-stricken, they covered Love Little's ears and cautioned Hephaestus, "Do not listen, quickly cover your ears." As Hephaestus complied, the onlookers around them collapsed one by one, before soon the sound of snoring resonated through the air. The three of them observed the arena, where competitors Pan, Apollo, and the muse of music also succumbed to drowsiness, leaving only a figure clad in a black cloak, wielding a silver flute, standing at the center of the venue, bearing the mark of the triumvirate of darkness. Little Love possessed immunity to all dark deities' powers, making them the first to discern the identity of this figure, as that melody reverberated through the heavens each night. "Ah, I have been discovered." The dark cloak swiftly appeared before the three of them, discerning their identities with a light chuckle. The god of fire and the god of craftsmen. Two unfamiliar visages, mere disguises, far inferior to my three beloved sons, wouldn't you agree? Little Joel and Eros. Joe, the diminutive love deity, gazed at him in bewilderment. "Hypnos, how did you discover our presence? Even Hermes failed to perceive us." Hypnos lightly tapped his forehead with a flute. "You are inseparable from the little god of love. And the atmosphere is saturated with desire, not to mention the presence of Hephaestus nearby. How could it be difficult to recognize you? It is well known that Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, prefers solitude. Even his wife, Aphrodite, does not spend the night in the forge. Only Joe is acknowledged as Hephaestus's family, reluctantly accompanied by Joe's good friend. Eros, with a hint of malice, remarked, "Didn't they say divine powers cannot be used in the competition? You've committed a foul." Hypnos shrugged. "Hypnosis is an innate talent of mine. Cheating is beneath me." After a brief exchange, the god of sleep approached the judge with a wicked grin, sending terrifying nightmares into the judge's dreamscape. The poor judge was jolted awake, only to hear Hypnos' soft yet ruthless voice. "Please announce the results, Judge." The judge replied, "The god of the underworld is indeed unpopular. He has not been wronged." The scales of justice confirmed that Hypnos' actions did not violate any rules, given that he was the only one awake among the contestants. Thus, the god of sleep emerged victorious in the music competition. Upon awakening, Apollo learned of this outcome, his once smooth hair bristling in anger. As the god of music, it was utterly ridiculous that he had lost the competition. Consequently, those endowed with divine abilities discovered how to unlock their talents, prompting the judges to hastily draft regulations prohibiting the use of divine powers or any supernatural forces from interfering with the competition. Hypnos returned to the underworld adorned with an olive wreath in the victorious golden cup, just in time to encounter Thanatos, who was heading out for work. He draped the cup over his brother. "Behold, the golden cup of victory. May your tasks conclude smoothly." This blessing was quite commendable. Thanatos accepted it, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "Care to join me for overtime?" Hypnos replied, "Wooden fellow." Chapter 121, Gluttony and the Outsider, the victor of the beauty contest, Aphrodite. was undeniably deserving of her title, as love and beauty were her very essence. Although among the goddesses, figures comparable to Aphrodite such as Hera and Hestia, as well as the goddess of justice, Themis, possessed beauty that was equally formidable. One cannot doubt Zeus's discerning eye. However, Aphrodite preferred to nurture her own domain rather than be merely a pitiable fish in a pond. In the contest of allure, she triumphed effortlessly, simultaneously elevating her reputation for love and beauty while amassing a wave of admiration, attracting more enamored souls to her realm. The various competitions unfolded one after another. When it came to the gluttony contest, which Joel had eagerly anticipated, he could hardly contain himself as he watched Hestia and Demeter skillfully prepare their culinary masterpieces. After what felt like an eternity, the moment he had been waiting for finally arrived. As the announcement of the competition's commencement echoed in the air, he surged forth like a tempest, akin to a flash of lightning, diving headfirst into the towering mountain of delicacies before him. Despite his slender frame, resembling a fragile sapling, the diminishing height of the food mound bore testament to his formidable prowess. Yet, despite his rapid pace, he found himself flanked by competitors equally swift, who were also voraciously devouring the heaps of culinary delights. Joel paused momentarily, witnessing the scene before him, and was so startled that he resumed his fervent eating, daring not to halt. To his left sat a diminutive, fluffy white creature, no larger than the palm of his hand, with elongated ears and an open mouth, voraciously consuming the food before it as if it were a black hole. Its round, sparkling eyes gazed at the equally swift competitor beside it, with a puffed-up body. Its mouth widened even further. Gobble, gobble, gobble. The rotund figure to Joel's right wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead, feeling fatigued after a prolonged absence from physical exertion. Yet, as the sovereign of gluttony, he would not shy away from this feast. A ferocious beast from the realm of Eastern mythology stood ready to compete with the diminutive deities of the local mythos. The food before them diminished rapidly, as the goddess Demeter and the hearth goddess Hestia wielded their divine powers to replenish the supplies without cease, just as Hypnos had surmised. Among the gods dwelled those of great wisdom, albeit their insights remained unspoken. As long as Eros did not incite any significant turmoil, they turned a blind eye to Joel's antics, silently indulging him. In the divine mountain, there were but two minors, Eros, who was best left unmentioned, and the amiable young Joel, who was cherished by the pantheon. The ancient edicts of the king of gods had begun to loosen, allowing deities eager to befriend young Joel to share a tacit understanding, outwardly distant, yet secretly cherishing every trace he left behind, every object he touched, and every garment he brushed against, almost wishing to preserve these tokens. Such adorable innocence could vanquish all. If this youthful creature possessed such extraordinary charm, one could only imagine the splendor he would embody upon maturation, rivaling even the goddess of love and beauty. They secretly anticipated his growth, yet Eros suddenly became apprehensive. Scanning his surroundings with unease, he sensed that nefarious entities lurked, intent on stealing away their beloved Joel. After 3 days and nights of endless endeavors, even the most inexhaustible activities must come to a close. With a flash of insight, Hestia generously offered her faith's power. The 3 remaining contenders in the contest finally ceased their fervent pace. With a satisfied sigh, they nestled together, backs against one another, patting their well-fed bellies. The plump fellow joyfully exclaimed, "It has been ages since I've felt this fullness. My time in this world has yielded some rewards." A white creature let out a chirp in agreement. Joel remained unaware that his exterior had lost its effectiveness. Adorned in his original skin, he curiously inquired, "This world? Are you guests from the outside realm?" He had yet to grasp the concepts of world barriers and invasion, only knowing that beyond his world lay a multitude of others, dimensions and multidimensional spaces. Guests? The plump boy's interest was piqued, and he turned to scrutinize the local innocent. The creature's eyes, reminiscent of a cat's, sparkled with clarity, while its delicate features exuded a vibrant essence, lively and natural. The boy found himself momentarily entranced. His rival appeared rather appealing, perhaps even comparable to the once celebrated morning star. He pondered whether the other would reminisce about the past upon seeing the little one. Yet, he could discern their differences. The little opponent radiated a gentler and softer aura, evoking feelings of hope and beauty in the world, so pure. A flicker of malice crossed his dark eyes. If he were to bring this little rival back and cause harm, would it weep? Such a beautiful being would surely look enchanting even in tears. Alas, the small white beast harbored a disdain for violent energies. Despite its ferocious lineage, it had long followed a sage, cultivating both heart and character, aspiring to attain the status of a celestial deity. It naturally favored an atmosphere of sanctity and beauty. This local divine being aligned perfectly with its desires. In its own world, such a clean and gentle little deity would undoubtedly be captured to serve as its caretaker. In a brief span, both adversaries harbored a multitude of thoughts. Joel remained entirely oblivious, perhaps due to the elevated status they both held, which shielded them from the perils of this alternate realm. They possessed an undeniable aura of concealment. Conversely, Eros sensed an anomaly. The pink mark at the corner of his eye materialized as he entered the arena, enveloping Joel in his embrace. Confronting the other two, his gaze revealed little emotion. Outsiders? The chubby one and the furry creature shuddered, as the palpable pressure from their adversary weighed heavily upon them. They had not anticipated such formidable beings existing in this otherworldly domain. Surely, they were on the brink of calamity. Joel tilted his head in confusion and asked, Eros, aren't they our guests? With a swift motion, Eros tapped Joel's forehead and replied, Oh, you silly child, where has all your knowledge gone? Joel pressed his forehead. Brother, after such great difficulty in seeing you, you actually struck yourself. Joel, filled with indignation, struggled to deny Eros's embrace. Eros's emotions were tangled. When did his little one become so delicate? It seemed that this fragment of divine power reincarnated was akin to a cherished offspring, leaving him no choice but to relent. Very well, it is my fault. I should not have laid hands upon you. Shall we not harbor any anger? Though his tone lacked sincerity, Joel was not truly upset. And he calmed down. Now, it was time to address the matter of the two outsiders. The chubby one raised his hand to speak. I have not committed any wrongdoing here. I have not disrupted the local rules. I merely came out to play, truly. How? The small white beast echoed in agreement. It was still a 10,000-year-old infant, merely seeking amusement. Who could have anticipated stumbling upon a vast world, riddled with powerful beings? It was unjust. It had done nothing but participated in a competition and perhaps indulged a bit too much in food. Slurp. Feeling hungry once more. Could it perhaps have a little more to eat? Puffed. Joel seemed to understand the little beast's words and could not help but chuckle. In this vast world, only exquisite cuisine must not be forsaken. I beseech you. Oh, little deity, you are truly something, beautiful in appearance and kind at heart. I adore you immensely. Eros forcefully turned Joel's face back. Look at me, do not glance at them. Chapter 122, News Lovers. Eros, embodying the form of a young boy, exuded an air of domineering royalty. Joel's face was pressed against his chest, his nose slightly sore from the contact. Well, this was his own brother. A companion of many years, so he endured it. Under the threat posed by two outsiders, a series of inequitable treaties were signed as an exchange. Should Joel ever venture into their realm, they were obliged to protect the little deity diligently, ensuring that no harm befell him, should any injury occur. Their world would be liable for recompense from its very essence. The rotund one, Beelzebub, and the small white creature, Taudai, merely out for a stroll. Thus pressed their handprints and signatures, formalizing a pact recognized by the worlds. They temporarily secured a passport to this realm. Furthermore, they brought news that a breach had formed in the barrier between worlds, presenting a significant threat. The marauders from beyond would surely catch the scent and approach. Driven by a desire to invade and annihilate, a presence universally detested and condemned by a world that prized peace and solitary development. Speaking of marauders, Joel contemplated the malevolent beasts imprisoned within the abyss. Did they possess the capacity to slay deities? I once witnessed the unfortunate death of a god of the underworld, devoured by these vile creatures, subsequently suppressed by Brother Tal in the depths of hell. It appeared to be located adjacent to the confinement of the Titan deities. Eros's essence still slumbers in the sea of desire. And those foul beasts had not emerged prior to his slumber. The 5 primordial gods safeguard the balance and evolution of the world. Yet they are constrained by the world's need for energy, continuously evolving and metamorphosing, leaving them no choice but to sleep. They must relinquish their power to sustain the world's functioning. This news is exceedingly dire for them, for the inherited memories contain records of inevitability, the emergence of invaders. For the world to ascend, it must engage in battle with these invaders, which will culminate in a monumental battlefield encompassing the entire realm. The 5 primordial gods, the highest existence, find themselves restricted from entering the fray. And the divine edict that deities cannot be slain threatens to shatter the very fabric of order in the face of destruction. It is precarious indeed. Brother Eros, is this matter truly grave? Joel, perceiving the gravity etched upon Eros's visage, became acutely aware of the perilous nature of their predicament. He simulated wisdom. Given the nature of the invasion, it was improbable that it would unfold with the amicability characteristic of Beelzebub and the gluttonous Leviathan. The unknown intruder possessed the lethal capability to vanquish deities, threatening to plunge the world into chaos and ruin. Yet, there is no cause for alarm. Solution shall emerge. The burden of survival rests heavily upon Eros, who hesitated to place such a weight upon the young one. However, he was cognizant of Nyx's intentions to wield the child as a trump card, compelling Joel to engage in relentless study. Nevertheless, the situation had not yet escalated to dire straits, warranting a tempered outlook. Their world, indeed, was not lacking in strength. Joel's furrowed brow was smoothed by Eros, who blinked, his long, thick eyelashes brushing against Eros's palm, evoking a delightful tickle, while the mark at the corner of his eye faded away. Now, Eros had assumed the form of the youthful god of love. In a bid to safeguard Joel's well-being, Eros had instilled within the young deity a remembrance of his purpose. And the little god understood both his identity and his mission to protect Joel. He nuzzled against Joel's cheek. Regardless of how circumstances may shift in the future, I shall remain by your side, Joel. I will ensure your safety without fail. Witnessing his profound concern for his own essence, Joel allowed Eros to nuzzle against him. Yet he implored, "Moderate your affection, Eros. I can scarcely breathe." Such excessive displays were overwhelming. Eros was increasingly resembling an overly clingy burr. Joel found it utterly impossible to evade him. With a slight puffiness in his cheeks, the deity understood that growth required certain opportunities. It was not merely a matter of wishing to grow. Eros remained fixated on gathering the essence of love. Once he comprehended the true nature of love, he would instantly mature. However, this notion held little relevance for Joel. His essence was life itself. What primordial conditions were necessary for life to flourish? Occasionally, he would harbor a fleeting resentment about his inability to grow, but such thoughts soon faded from his mind. Eventually, the athletic event would conclude splendidly. Joel and Beelzebub, who hails from the depths of hell, forged a delightful friendship with a diminutive glutton from the celestial realm. The trio would frequently venture to the temples of Demeter and Hestia, indulging in their sumptuous feasts. It was a rather carefree escapade, devoid of Eros's presence. Consequently, the little god of love found himself stationed at the thoroughfare of the goddess of agriculture and the goddess of the hearth, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his three companions. He paid no heed to Beelzebub's enigmatic grin and unceremoniously cast aside the small glutton who had nestled into Joel's embrace. Eros wrapped his arms around Joel's waist and exclaimed, "How fortuitous! Are you also heading to the temple of goddess Hestia? I just learned she has prepared fragrant, soft chestnut honey bread today. Let us go together." Joel let out a gentle sigh, realizing that his companion had firmly decided on him. However, the thought of abandoning his friend was simply unbearable. "All right, let us go together." Eros narrowed his eyes with a smile, casting a challenging glance at the two little fairies beside him. He thought to himself, indeed, Joel could not do without him. He was the beloved child of Joel. Having lost the title of music champion, Apollo was melancholic and chose not to linger on Mount Olympus. Besides his daily duty of ensuring the sun rose and set, he spent most of his time among mortals. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and his golden hair danced in the wind. Handsome Apollo, wherever he appeared, was a radiant focal point. As he strummed the strings of his lyre, his voice resonated with profound emotion and magnetism, humming exquisite melodies that enchanted all living beings. Among those captivated by his song was a young man who could not resist drawing closer. Apollo opened his eyes and locked gazes with the beautiful youth. As if both had been struck by Cupid's golden arrow, their hearts swelling with boundless tenderness. He fastened the lyre made from laurel branches at his waist and approached the young man, gently lifting a lock of his hair to inhale its delicate fragrance. "What is your name?" The youth's face flushed with shyness. "Jacinto." Apollo flashed a charming smile. "Your name is as beautiful as you are." "I am Apollo. May I have the honor of inviting you to accompany me on my travels?" Jacinto lowered his head and placed a hand on his chest. "I would be delighted." Handsome Apollo had found a cherished male lover among mortals, and no force could withstand the enchantment of love. From that day forth, Apollo spent most of his time in the company of his beloved, until one fateful day, Zephyrus, one of the four wind gods, arrived with great fervor, rushing towards the valley where Jacinto resided to see his beloved. Indeed, Jacinto was the object of Zephyrus's affection. Before Apollo's arrival, Zephyrus had fallen head over heels for Jacinto and had even subdued his own temper in pursuit of the young man's love. After years of effort, he finally opened Jacinto's heart and officially became his partner. However, each of the four wind gods had their own responsibilities. needing to conquer the world with their winds annually, tasks far beyond the capabilities of mere gentle breezes. Thus, Zephyrus and Jacinto had to part ways each year. Now, having completed his duties, he joyfully returned to reunite with his beloved, only to find him nestled in the arms of the golden-haired deity, shy and alluring, entirely unlike the proud and willful demeanor he once displayed before him. Release Jacinto. Apollo, do you also have a penchant for stealing lovers? Chapter 123, Zephyrus, Misfortune. Apollo let out a scoff as he discerned the fleeting glimmer in his beloved's eyes, surmising that there might have been a past entanglement between him and Zephyr. Yet, a full year elapsed before Zephyr's return. That evening, his beloved was exceedingly fervent, and Apollo doubted that Zephyr possessed the time and energy to fulfill the desires of Hyacinthus. He lifted his lover's chin, locking gazes with those captivating amber eyes, and tenderly whispered, "My dear, tell Zephyr, who is the object of your affection?" Enraptured by Apollo's enchanting blue gaze, Hyacinthus, in a daze, replied, "It is you, my beloved deity, Apollo." The previous gloom dissipated entirely. Apollo brushed his lips against the corner of Hyacinthus's mouth, saying, "Good boy. Zephyr, did you hear that? You are the true interloper. And intruding upon another's abode is an unethical act. Perhaps you should prepare to face the Athenian court. I would not mind accompanying you through the proceedings. If Chloris, whom you have stolen away, were to find out, I wonder if she would depart from your residence in a fit of rage." As a fellow deity, Apollo was well aware of Zephyr's romantic escapades, having snatched the goddess of the forest, Chloris, while fulfilling his own duties, causing her to blossom amidst her struggles. This garnered Zephyr acclaim, yet it was of little consequence, merely adding to his glory. Zephyr was struck at his vulnerable point by Apollo's words. He was reluctant to relinquish Chloris, especially after having worked so hard to win her back and persuade her to remain at his side. However, with Hyacinthus, he felt an acute sense of injustice. After pursuing the beautiful youth for so long, he was thwarted by a god's intervention. In a flash of inspiration, Zephyr devised a plan. "O Apollo, god of light and sun, you are the guardian of order and the upholder of justice and law. If that is the case, let us engage in a contest. Should you emerge victorious, I shall willingly concede my claim to Hyacinthus." Apollo recalled the music competition he had previously lost, his mood somewhat dampened. Yet, seeing Zephyr's smug demeanor, he arched an eyebrow. "What shall we compete in?" "Speed." Zephyr continued, "I have heard that you, Apollo, are as skilled in archery as your sister Artemis. Let us see whose arrow flies faster, yours or the speed of my wind." Apollo nodded in agreement. "Very well." They each took their positions at the designated starting point. Jacinto stood as the judge, his heart racing, for the mighty deities were competing for his affection. For a mere mortal, this was indeed a matter of great pride, as everyone knew that gods typically seize their beloveds without contest, rather than engaging in such a rivalry solely for the devotion of a mortal. Jacinto gazed tenderly into Apollo's eyes, brimming with infinite love, inciting an overwhelming hatred in Zephyros for Jacinto's cold indifference. From love arose resentment, which burgeoned into animosity. As the competition commenced, Zephyros, fueled by solitary courage, sought to prove to Jacinto that he was no lesser than Apollo, wishing to instill regret in Jacinto for his misguided choice. However, all fantasies came to a halt when an arrow pierced his shoulder, quivering lightly with its fletching. Apollo had long aimed for Zephyros's heart, and at the moment the contest began, both deities unleashed their strength. Before the west wind had traveled far, Apollo's arrow was already upon him. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a gust altered the arrow's trajectory, sparing his heart but embedding itself in his shoulder. Apollo chuckled lightly. "You have lost." Zephyros stood there, despondent, casting a lingering glance at Jacinto, who lay nestled in Apollo's embrace, his eyes filled with loathing as he departed in fury. The wind grew stronger, rustling the branches with a whispering sound, a contrast between tender affection and dark distortion. The west wind had lost the contest. The valley returned to a serene state, inhabited solely by Apollo and the youth he cherished, as they basked in a lengthy spell of blissful moments. Apollo even transformed into the visage of the golden-haired youth, entwined with his lover, an image that drove the secretly watching Zephyros to the brink of rage. The more he watched, the angrier he became. One day, as Apollo and Jacinto engaged in a discus throw, Zephyros sensed his opportunity had arrived. A gust of wind diverted Apollo's discus, sending it hurtling toward Jacinto's head. Apollo realized too late the impending danger. Jacinto faced his fate, struck down by the discus, collapsing to the ground, blood staining the grass. Even with Apollo's divine healing powers, he could not save his beloved youth. In the shadows, Zephyros smiled with satisfaction, riding the wind away from the sorrowful scene. Apollo remained by Jacinto's side, and though he was one of the powerful 12 Olympians, he could not resurrect the lost life. Yet, he could preserve the memory of the youth, ensuring he would not be forgotten by the world. Jacinto, my beloved, you shall bloom as a flower, flourishing with vibrant beauty each spring. Apollo strummed his lyre in mourning for the youth, the melancholic melodies serving as prayers for him, reflecting on how life might have been if they had only met for the first time. Olympus, the mountain of the gods. Joel was playfully pursued by Eros, only to encounter the sorrowful Apollo. He gazed at the purple flower in Apollo's hand, its elongated green leaves and funnel-shaped blossoms exuding an elegant uniqueness. Apollo, what flower is this? Upon seeing Joel, Apollo mustered a faint smile and replied, this is known as the hyacinth, also called hyacinthus. Joel felt the sorrow within him, aware that this flower must represent some lost love of Apollo. He recalled Daphne from the small world and was moved with compassion. Could you grant me the gift of this flower? Apollo gazed into Joel's eyes. The departed were gone, and he too wished not to dwell in the depths of sorrow. Very well. Joel accepted it, his voice gentle and filled with compassion. The hyacinth, a messenger swaying in the breeze, symbolizes the hope that you will one day discover your own worth and meaning, and no longer be ensnared by people and circumstances that hinder your freedom. Apollo chuckled softly, pinching Joel's fair cheeks. Little one, are you blaming me? Joel hummed. Dare you deny that you are not the origin of all causality? Calm yourself. Apollo, with a flourish of his long hair, revealed a visage radiant and resplendent. The beauty of love lies in the journey, whether it be sorrowful or joyous. It is merely a pursuit of mine. Worry not, little one. When you mature. His eyes sparkled as he scrutinized Joel's increasingly exquisite and luminous features. Unblemished and pure. Otherwise, Joel, do not even think about it. Eros, having not seen Joel in pursuit for some time, turned to find Apollo, this arrogant one, daring to entertain thoughts of Joel. In a flash, he surged forward with the swiftness of a race. Joel is mine. You best be on your way, or I shall summon Hephaestus to deal with you. Apollo pressed a hand atop Eros' head. You little imp. With that remark, both deities were incensed, and a divine raven, pure as snow and adorned with solar patterns, erupted forth. It exhaled the flames of the sun god. Ka. Apollo nearly found himself scorched by the approaching divine fire, dispersing it with his divine might, only to see the raven alight upon Joel's shoulder, both proud and disdainful. Do not bully my master. Recalling the days when the white raven would address him as the esteemed Lord Apollo, my beloved master, Apollo felt vexed. TCH. I shall take my leave. Joel is always welcome to visit my temple at any time. Away with you. Ka. Joel held the hyacinth, merely smiling in silence. Chapter 124, The Prophecy of Peleus' Love. In the depths of the ocean resided a beautiful nymph named Thetis, the daughter of Nereus and Doris. And among the 50 sea nymphs, she was the most virtuous and gentle. She inherited the foresight of her father, the ancient sea god Nereus. When faced with the pursuits of the king of gods, Zeus, and the sea god, Poseidon, Thetis prophesied that her offspring would surpass their father in strength, thus evading the advances of the two charismatic deities. Yet, her situation was hardly more favorable. Possessing beauty but lacking formidable divine power, she was plagued by anxiety, fearful of being claimed by one of them at any moment. Hence, she seldom ventured beyond the realm of the sea. When she did, it was only to the temple of fate, to listen to the teachings of the three fates, and occasionally to serve as an oracle, guiding mortals. The black and white sea sprite erupted in a spout of water, startling Thetis, who was basking in the sun upon the rocks. The lovely nymph extended her delicate white arms, encircling the sprite's head. Ungra, stop it. The orca, Ungra, paid no heed, frolicking around Thetis for quite some time. With a resigned expression, Thetis remarked, Do you remember Prince Joel? I am but a humble sea nymph, lacking the power to invite him to the sea. It would require a grand ceremony in the name of the ocean, but you know that is impossible. Ungra whimpered, its tail slapping the water before diving below the surface. Thetis could only wonder what mischief it would conjure next. Among all the sea sprites, Ingra was the most spirited, cherished by the ocean deities, leading to the little creature's unruly nature and penchant for wandering. When all fell silent, Thetis grew concerned that Ungra had run off again. Just as she contemplated diving into the sea to search, Ingra emerged, clutching a string of diamond bracelets. Thetis, both anxious and vexed, exclaimed, You rifled through my belongings. Do you wish to be confined? Unfazed, Ingra continued its antics, knowing full well that Thetis would never truly impose such a punishment. You take advantage of my affection for you. Thetis lightly tapped Ungra's head, reclaiming the diamond bracelets and adorning her wrist. Under the sunlight, the diamonds sparkled brilliantly. Ungra chirped beside her for an extended period, causing Thetis to widen her eyes in disbelief. You wish to invite Prince Joel to the sea by proposing my marriage? Ungra, is merely one side of me enough to make you forget? I have always been by your side. Thetis repeated emphatically, stressing her point. Yet, Ungra seemed oblivious, blinking its little eyes and asking, so, do you agree? Thetis sincerely feels as though she is merely a pet nurtured by the young prince, which is not a sentiment shared by other pets. Observing the beautiful sea nymph fall into silence, Angela pressed on. Well, you are to marry Perseus, so just agree. One to you? Thetis felt a headache coming on. Although Prince Joel was indeed exquisitely charming, she herself was not without merit. All right, I shall agree. But I must consult the Moirai and discuss the specific location with Perseus first. Angela exclaimed with joy, finally, I have a chance to meet the little deity. As she joyfully leaped through the sea, expressing her excitement, Thetis propped her chin on her hands, gazing at the horizon where the sea met the sky. Her thoughts drifting far away. Since Hercules rescued Prometheus from his plight, this prophet had taken refuge by the ocean's edge for safety, residing alongside Oceanus, the father of the gods, and the sea goddess Thetis. The ocean, a river belt encircling the universe, was the progenitor of all freshwater rivers. They represented neutral deities, yearning for peace and tranquility. Despite their immense power, they refrained from encroaching upon the world, neither aspiring to celestial heights nor greedy for more. Thus, the ocean's edge became a preferred sanctuary for many neutral deities. The primordial ocean, formed from the Mother Earth's depression collecting water, was a branch of the ocean. Over time, through the efforts of oceanic deities, several regions of the ocean were gradually claimed. The primordial sea, Pontus, and the 5 marine deities birthed by Mother Earth, Nereus. The benevolent sea, Thaumas, the wonder of the sea, Phorcys, the wrath of the sea, Ceto, the danger of the sea, and Eurbia, the power of the sea, perfected the laws of the ocean through their unions with other water deities. Thetis, endowed with prophetic gifts, learned from the Moirai of fate. Her mother, Doris, was the daughter of the oceanic couple, allowing her to occasionally visit her grandmother in the ocean. She later encountered Prometheus, who was being pursued by sharks. Thetis drove away the predators and befriended Prometheus, who later offered her counsel when she found herself coveted by Zeus and Poseidon, nearly falling into their hands. Dear Thetis, seeing your distress over the attentions of the king of gods and the sea, would you like me to offer you some advice as a friend? Perhaps having gained rare freedom and tranquility in the realm of the ocean, Prometheus appeared well-groomed, exuding a gentle and refined aura. His eyes bright with the light of wisdom and the brilliance of knowledge, emerging partially from the water. Thetis' hair floated like waves on the surface as she lifted her smooth, beautiful face. Wise Prometheus, now that we have reached this juncture, please do not make me ask repeatedly, what brilliant idea do you have? Prometheus, stifling a smile with his fist against his mouth, replied, use the future of your child. Thetis, their pursuit of you stems not only from your beauty, but more significantly from your identity as the beloved daughter of Nereus and the cherished granddaughter of Thetis. A figure of great status in both ocean and sea. They yearn to possess you, for you embody value. Thetis, momentarily perplexed, declared herself merely a humble sea nymph, asserting that many others surpass her in beauty and thus are more deserving of the king's ardent pursuit. If it were merely for the existence she represented, that would be a different matter altogether. A blush of indignation graced the lovely sea nymph's face. Such treatment of women was a testament to the arrogance of Zeus and Poseidon. When pursued once more by the two sovereigns, Thetis chose not to flee but instead invoked the protective oceanic barrier bestowed upon her by her grandmother, announcing, I prophesy that my future children shall be mightier than their forebears. Observing the ever-shifting expressions on the faces of the two kings, Thetis smiled subtly, as if reveling in her own triumph. Little did she anticipate that Zeus, upon returning, would grow increasingly discontented and unilaterally arrange for her to be paired with his grandson, the hero Peleus. No matter how Thetis altered her form, she found herself firmly grasped in the hands of Peleus, bereft of the strength to escape. Gazing at the youthful man before her, she suppressed her customary gentleness. Human hero, you have captured me. How do you intend to proceed? In her heart, she devised plans to retaliate fiercely should he dare to impose upon her. To her surprise, Peleus released her grip, his face flushing as he beheld Thetis's exquisite appearance. Beautiful nymph, please forgive my disrespect. The great king of the gods has tasked me with ensuring that the sea nymph does not escape. I obey the command of the divine monarch, yet I find no joy in witnessing your despondency. If I were to set you free, might you?" He seemed to gather his courage to utter the remaining words. "Smile at me? Smile?" Thetis was bewildered by Peleus's request. She managed to raise the corners of her mouth, yet he quickly lowered his gaze. He appeared rather foolish, lacking the charm of Ungra. Nevertheless, Thetis concealed her smile, genuine joy emanating from within her. "I am Thetis. Should you arrive at the sea, you may call upon my name." Eros's golden arrow is indeed devoid of reason. At a certain moment, it pierced the heart, rendering both men and women irrational. "Hey!" Thetis was nudged by Ungra, nearly losing her balance on the rocks. She intended to admonish Ungra for making untimely jests in the absence of preparation, but instead, she heard a resounding voice calling from afar. "Thetis." Chapter 125, The Wedding, the Golden Apple. "You little whale spirit." Thetis understood Ingra's reminder, tidying her disheveled hair as she glided toward the voice calling her. Perseus, aboard the small wooden vessel, extended his hand to assist Thetis as she attempted to climb aboard, unconcerned by the dampness that clung to her. The delicate sensation made his cheeks flush and his heart race, as he dared not meet Thetis's gaze, fearful of embarrassing himself. "Why won't you look at me?" Thetis gently lifted Perseus's chin, revealing her exquisite face reminiscent of a water lily, causing his countenance to turn a vivid crimson. The Thetis, with a playful smile. Thetis enveloped Perseus in a warm embrace, while Ingra, the party's unwelcome disruptor, playfully sprayed water at the hem of Thetis's dress from the small boat. "Oh dear. I understand. You have no patience whatsoever." Observing the tender interaction between his beloved and her pet, Perseus broke into a radiant smile. "Perseus, shall we discuss our wedding?" Suddenly, Perseus felt as though he had been scalded by hot water, his entire being aflame, his voice barely a whisper. The union of the granddaughter of the ocean god and the grandson of Zeus, blessed by the divine hand of the king of gods, along with their beautiful love story, captured the attention of the deities. The wedding was to take place on Mount Olympus, where the goddess Thetis graced the celebration to witness her granddaughter's happiness. The ocean god, ever watchful, remained close, wary of the chaotic relationships among the gods that left him uneasy about his wife's ventures. The sea deity Nereus and his wife Doris also attended, creating a lively atmosphere atop Olympus. Joel and Eros held hands, meandering through the banquet in search of the ocean's exquisite delicacies. There were translucent sea fish, their flavors delightful, whether savored raw or crafted into delectable dried fish with Hephaestus's assistance. However, as the most charming little deity atop the divine mountain, they found themselves the subject of many prying eyes among the gods. Eros expanded his wings, shielding them from those unwelcome gazes. Vexed by the persistent deity's intent on vying for Joel's attention, the bride, Thetis, sought Joel amidst the festivities, ignoring the ever-watchful Eros. Clad in a soft, pristine gown and adorned with white roses blessed by the goddess of love and beauty, she gracefully approached Joel. "Little prince, might we be fortunate enough to invite you to be our flower boy at our wedding?" Behind her stood Peleus, a man who invariably acceded to his beloved's wishes. Perhaps the very reason Thetis chose to be with him, a man of considerable merit, yet devoid of arrogance. Such a presence was rare in the realm of the gods. Yet, she would not bow her head and relinquish her own character. Joel concealed himself beneath Eros' wings, discreetly casting the food in his hand into his own space, and stealthily wiping his mouth with Eros' garment before making his appearance. What is the role of the flower girl, one might wonder? Thetis, due to her height, observed Joel's actions and, with a gentle smile, remarked, "As you clutch this bouquet, would you care to toss the flowers when I enter into matrimony? Is that permissible?" Joel was filled with curiosity about things he had never attempted, and it all seemed quite simple. He raised his hand, exclaiming, "I can do it." Eros eagerly followed closely behind his little companion, declaring, "I want to join too." Thetis was overjoyed, for her wedding was blessed by the goddess of love and beauty, and the little god of love would serve as the flower boy. More importantly, young Prince Joel was also willing to participate. She felt incredibly fortunate. With a heart full of anticipation for her marriage, she cheerfully said, "Of course, then I entrust the two of you with this task." She pressed her palms together in gratitude. Thetis handed a small water jar to Joel, who exclaimed, "What? Little deity, it's me." Joel observed the diminutive orca leaping and swirling within the confines of its tank. Despite its inability to navigate with clarity, its memory appeared quite commendable, as it swiftly recalled its associations with orcas. "Angela?" "Yes, Yes, it's me. Angela's exuberance, albeit somewhat cheap, left Tethys feeling that her past efforts had been in vain. This orca was indeed intended for the young prince's care, was it not? Angela's ability to vex the gentle Tethys was remarkable. It was evident that she would go to great lengths to remain close to the young deity, even if it meant switching caretakers. Yet, a faint smile graced Tethys's lips. Could you kindly keep an eye on Angela for me, dear prince? I fear it may be snatched away by a sea beast. I shall return to collect it once the wedding festivities conclude. No, I won't go. I won't go. Joel obediently nodded. All right. In her heart, Thetis was squealing with delight. What a good little prince. This was the very intention behind her nurturing of Ungra in the past. Who would have guessed that it would lead to such a troublesome outcome? The wedding ceremony was in full swing. Hera generously bestowed blessings upon each union, despite her own marriage being a complete disaster. Yet, in the face of the solemnity and sanctity of marriage, she embodied an exceedingly responsible goddess, safeguarding unions and protecting families, while detesting and severely punishing betrayers of marriage. Mount Olympus buzzed with the festivities of the wedding, with nearly all deities receiving invitations to the banquet. However, one goddess was conspicuously absent from the guest list. She was the embodiment of all disputes and conflicts, relishing in sowing discord and igniting quarrels among mortals. The goddess of strife and discord, Eros. Almost every place that yearned for happiness shunned her, as no one wished to witness her presence. Ironically, Eros possessed formidable divine power. Despite her penchant for mischief and incitement, she was always present on the crucial battlefields, effortlessly invoking the darker sides of beings. Relishing in a world rife with turmoil and strife, the power contained within the box granted to Pandora by Zeus had a portion derived from Eros. High above the clouds, her silver-gray hair shimmered like the cold light of the moon, and her gray eyes reflected a somber glow. Clad in a flowing black gown that absorbed the hues of the abyss, the intricate patterns upon her dress shifted continuously, mirroring the endless conflicts and discord she instigated. What a lively scene! The goddess's countenance bore a chilling smirk, as if mocking the rules and order of the world. How could a vibrant occasion lack the participation of discord? Since you have carelessly forgotten about me, surely a gift to you would not be too much to ask? She envisioned a delightful scene, her eyes glimmering with an unbounded love for chaos. The clouds quietly descended. Eris concealed herself in a secluded corner, casting a furtive glance at the banquet. Excellent. The gods were oblivious to her presence. Hee, happy wedding. With a glimmering golden apple, she stealthily placed it upon the table and gracefully retreated, lifting the hem of her gown. Who are you? I don't recall seeing you on the mountain. Chapter 126. The contest for the most beautiful apple. Eris suddenly froze, turning around to find a young deity scrutinizing her while clutching a water jar. Little Joel of Olympus, also the younger brother of the Mother of Night, was not so easily deceived. A hint of warmth graced Eris's smile as she elegantly lifted the sides of her gown in a courteous gesture. She had indeed met the young prince, not out of joy for Thetis's wedding, but rather to present a gift in celebration. When I gently blinked, I hope the young prince will safeguard my secret, at least until the conclusion of the wedding banquet. I assure you that intriguing events shall unfold thereafter, blossoming into a tapestry of discord and chaos, all of which are imbued with an alluring charm. Joel's confusion was elucidated as he beheld the unfamiliar woman before him. She was none other than Eris, the goddess of discord and strife. But why had she manifested in this very place? Her presence was often heralded by turmoil and warfare. Yet, amidst the divine assembly at the wedding feast, where deities such as Zeus and the oceanic deities were present, their immense power and stature should have been sufficient to quell any chaos incited by discord. As he pondered how Eris might instigate turmoil, Eros approached him, inquiring, Joe, why do you stand here? Joel gestured with his hand, inquiring, where is Eris? Eros furrowed his brow, realizing that the presence of discord would inevitably incite chaos. Even in the absence of any issues, she had a penchant for creating them. Eris reveled in mischief even more than he did. What was she doing here? This banquet might struggle to proceed smoothly. Perhaps we should find a place to hide for now? Joel shook his head. But we have already promised to let Tethys be the flower girl. Let us first assess the situation. Eros concurred. Very well, but exercise caution. If chaos truly ensues, stay close to me. At the very least, I can activate the divine power of the great Eros to safeguard you. After all, as entities of the same dimension, ensuring Joel's protection is of utmost importance. Indeed, Joel placed his hand in Eros's palm, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Eros, you are truly wonderful. Eros's petite face flushed, her demeanor becoming shy as she glanced around. As long as you know my worth, that is sufficient. Others are not deserving of such affection from me. Delicate white petals floated gracefully through the air. The two youthful deities of Olympus followed Thetis, traversing the lengthy marble floor, while the three goddesses of fate tinted the clouds with a soft blush at dusk. The golden threads of destiny hung like silken ribbons, and Themis, the embodiment of justice, adorned her golden scales with a pink bow. The goddess of love and beauty donned a gown of roses, bestowing each divine being with the gift of affection encapsulated in her roses, enabling them to earn the heartfelt devotion of their beloved. A flock of birds, led by the divine peacock and Caronus, arranged themselves in formation, bestowing blessings upon the newlyweds. Zeus's eyes flickered with a hint of regret at the thought of Thetis giving birth to offspring even more formidable than their forebears. Yet, that flicker of regret transformed into relief. He already had enough mighty progeny and did not require the addition of children more powerful than himself. The atmosphere atop the divine mountain was jubilant. Joel found himself subjected to the playful affections of numerous deities, inciting the ire of Eros, who nearly brandished his golden arrows of love to chastise the gods. Alas, the little flower child was bound to a designated position, leaving him to helplessly witness the treasures that were rightfully his being pilfered by the divine. Once the wedding banquet concluded, a mere embrace would not suffice. He yearned to share a slumber with Joel. Hera observed the newlyweds as they paid their respects, regardless of Zeus' actions. The only one who could stand alongside him and partake in the divine rituals was herself. She gently placed her hand upon Thetis' head, proclaiming, "I bestow upon you the blessing of a blissful marriage and a complete family." Following the blessings, the festivities commenced. However, this wedding was destined for unforeseen disruptions. Clotho, one of the fates, kindly reminded, "Thetis, have you forgotten to invite a significant deity to your wedding feast?" Thetis turned to Peleus, inquiring, "Whom have you overlooked?" Peleus struggled to recall, and after a moment of hesitation, confessed, "I instinctively shied away from this deity, for discord is an inevitable aspect of humanity." Thetis grew anxious. The goddess in question would surely not miss such a lively occasion, and it was uncertain whether she had arrived, bringing chaos unexpectedly. Athena's gaze fell upon a golden apple resting on the table. Her curiosity piqued. Who has placed this here? The golden apple was Gaia's most treasured gift, sourced from a singular golden apple tree located on the island watched over by the goddess of dusk. Its appearance at Thetis' wedding signaled the sin of conspiracy. Her eyes were drawn to the inscription, "For the fairest of goddesses." This phrase seemed to possess an enchanting power, ensnaring the wise Athena's attention. If she possessed this golden apple, would she not be declared the most beautiful goddess in the realm? Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, might not surpass her in allure, and often, powerful goddesses carried an air of pride. Moreover, beauty transcended mere appearance. An intelligent woman exuded her own charm. Confidently, Athena seized the golden apple, a smile gracing her countenance imbued with a hint of valor. "It is mine." "What do you mean? It is yours." Aphrodite sensed Athena's excitement, tinged with a hint of hostility towards her, as her captivating eyes narrowed slightly while she gracefully approached. Every movement radiated feminine allure. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the golden apple. "The most beautiful goddess? Surely, that title belongs to me." "Athena, do you truly believe you are the fairest of them all?" "Huh, what a jest." Aphrodite never doubted her own charm, possessing unwavering confidence in matters of love and beauty. Athena's expression transformed into one of danger. "Aphrodite, what did you just say? Why should I not be the most beautiful goddess? You, with your ample bosom and empty head." Aphrodite's smile had also frozen as she fixed her gaze upon Athena, a menacing aura enveloping her. She scrutinized her opponent from head to toe before letting out a cold snort. "At least I possess a bosom, unlike a certain goddess." How intriguing. Neither goddess was willing to yield, and the air was thick with the smoke of impending conflict, causing the surrounding deities to retreat in trepidation. Fearing the wrath of these powerful goddesses, who could be terrifying when provoked, they kept their distance. Their rivalry caught the attention of Hera. "What is it that you dispute? A gift for the fairest of them all? Since you have been bickering incessantly, it shall be mine, for I hold the highest position and possess the greatest authority." Hera's eyes sparkled with delight as she reached out to claim the golden apple, not for its worth, but for the inscription it bore. Athena and Aphrodite, each clutching the apple with one hand, united to face Hera, who now wore a serious expression, her regal presence intensifying. "What do you mean by this?" Chapter 127, The Choice. Who is the fairest? "It's mine. Mine. It belongs to me." The three goddesses' struggle turned the wedding feast into chaos, while Eros lounged nonchalantly above the clouds. Compete, quarrel, My gift is the most exquisite presence at this banquet, and discord will never be absent. Amidst the tumultuous celebration, Eros shielded Joel from the fray of the three goddesses, observing how they had become the focal point of the gathering. Their emotional fluctuations were peculiar. Were they under the influence of some unseen force? Joel nestled in Eros's embrace, peering out. Discord, the art of sowing dissent. Like words, it spreads through text, stirring the most sensitive areas of the goddesses' hearts, amplifying their emotions. Eros cradled Joel and soared into the clouds. The arrival of Eros could only spell trouble. His words faltered as he locked eyes with Eros above. The goddess's gray gaze bore into him, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. Little Cupid, I have heard your whispers. You seek to tarnish my reputation. As compensation, why not grant me little Joel for a few days of amusement? Eros tightened his grip and silently retreated. Not a chance. Eros chuckled, amused by his flustered demeanor. I jest. You know I wouldn't dare accept him. In the realm of the underworld, Joel held a prestigious position, bearing the marks of the three formidable overlords of the underworld. Should Eros dare to harm Joel, the three lords would be immediately alerted. Misdeeds must be conducted in secrecy. At the banquet, the three goddesses had reached Zeus, one a wife, another a daughter, and the last an object of fleeting desire. This was a predicament. Zeus, who do you deem the most beautiful goddess? Faced with the pressing inquiries of three stunning visages, Zeus had never felt more reluctant to endure the proximity of the divine. His gaze lingered upon Aphrodite. The most beautiful goddess should embody love and beauty. Zeus. Hera raised her voice, her gaze piercing. Think carefully before you answer. Zeus shuddered. His eyes filled with profound sentiment. The most beautiful goddess must possess unparalleled authority and noble stature. Zeus. Athena stepped forward. Unyielding. I contend that the most beautiful goddess should also possess supreme wisdom, capable of delivering feasible analyses and plans in any circumstance. Would you not agree? As the embodiment of wisdom and warfare, Athena had always been Zeus's most reliable confidant, guiding him to victory through her strategic insights. Thus, Zeus stroked his beard in acknowledgement. You speak true, Athena. Wisdom indeed symbolizes the essence of beauty. Aphrodite scoffed. They are all beautiful. To choose one who stands above the rest. Zeus. Hera would not allow him to evade. Indeed, there can be but one beauty. You must select from among us. Or do you wish to forfeit your choice altogether? Are we unworthy? Athena inquired, raising an eyebrow. The three goddesses advanced, while Zeus retreated, cold sweat trickling down his back. Glancing from left to right, his emotions were a tumultuous whirlpool. I choose. Whom? In his fluster, the wisdom of Métis illuminated his thoughts. He raised his hand. Stop. I know how to choose. As the three goddesses gazed at him with eager anticipation, it seemed that the reins of power had once again returned to his grasp, since each possessed their unique allure. The deities were unable to determine who among them was the fairest. Thus, why not allow a mere mortal to make the choice? This human, crafted with painstaking patience by the gods, may not fully comprehend the precise definitions of the three. Yet it is precisely this ignorance that renders him capable of making an impartial selection. In unison, the three goddesses exclaimed, A mortal? Athena pondered seriously. Indeed. This is a rather ingenious approach. Hera inquired, Whom do you intend to select? Aphrodite tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I have no objections. Observing their unanimous agreement, Zeus calmly continued, In the mortal realm of Troy, there exists a prince named Paris, abandoned due to a prophecy. He is renowned for his bravery and strength, embodying the qualities of a hero. Hera, brimming with impatience, interrupted the leisurely Zeus, asserting her authority. Why indulge in such lengthy discourse? Paris, is it? Hermes, swiftly go to the mortal realm and fetch this prince of Troy. Hermes did not act immediately but turned to Zeus, awaiting the nod of approval from the king of the gods. Once granted, he bowed slightly, placing his hand upon his chest. At your command, my noble goddess. The messenger of the gods then departed with haste. Joel rested his head upon Eros's shoulder and inquired, Do you believe that Paris, the mortal, can discern the most beautiful goddess? Eros gently brushed aside the locks of hair that veiled his eyes, replying, Joe, you must trust in the allure of the Divine Mother. There exists no mortal who can evade her enchantment. Joel comfortably squinted his eyes. Let us wait and see. It feels as though Eros will not allow this dispute to conclude so simply. The current pressure rests upon Paris, brought forth by Hermes. As he confronts three goddesses of distinct styles, cold sweat trickles down his back, akin to that of Zeus. Hera, wielding her divine power, conjured a crown and scepter. Along with a splendid cloak, draping them over Paris, while a multitude of mortals knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "Behold, the great king." Paris was momentarily taken aback. King? Who? Me? Clutching the crown and scepter, he revealed a foolish grin. He was the forsaken prince, possessing a claim to the throne. Upon discovering his true identity, he had indeed felt a pang of discontent, yet the seat of power felt distant, and there were no loyal factions of ministers to support him. The scenes that belonged solely to dreams, the allure of power captivated him. Hera, you are exceedingly cunning. Athena had not anticipated Hera's violation of the principles of fair competition, augmenting her own advantages. She produced a shield, inscribed with the victorious prowess of Nike. Addressing Paris, "If you select me, I shall bestow upon you unparalleled strength, invincibility in battle. You will become the mightiest warrior, revered and respected by all humanity, akin to those of legend. Embrace the life of a powerful hero." Paris envisioned himself as a legendary figure, embarking on quests to vanquish monsters, admired by all. That prospect seemed rather appealing. Aphrodite silently resented Hera and Athena's disregard for honorable conduct. She pushed her way past them to stand before Paris. "O Prince of Mortals," she called out in a voice steeped in allure, capturing his gaze as she noted his bashfulness in her presence. Aphrodite grasped his vulnerability, a smile curving her lips, exuding charm. "My hero, should you choose me, love and beauty shall grant you a breathtaking companion, rivaling even my own allure, who will be gentle and attentive towards you. I dare say, whether you become king or warrior, you shall never find a woman of such beauty to call your wife." With a delicate gesture, Aphrodite summoned an ethereal vision of an exquisitely beautiful woman beside Paris, her gaze tender and affectionate, reflecting Paris' image as if he were her entire world. Ensnared by beauty and tenderness, Paris contemplated that the goddess' words rang true. If he could possess such a companion, he would willingly forego being king or warrior. Observing Paris grasping the ethereal hand, Aphrodite seized the moment, proclaiming, "Then, you choose the fairest goddess, which is I. Am I correct?" Dazed, Paris replied, "Yes. Goddess of love and beauty, you are indeed the most beautiful of them all." The war ignited by the golden apple has come to an end. Hera ruthlessly dispelled the ethereal figures of women, her large eyes fixated on Paris as if fetching his image into her memory before she turned to depart. The atmosphere felt oppressive, foreboding a storm. Athena left behind a poignant remark, "You shall lament your choice. May you endure the consequences of your decision, be they favorable or adverse." The goddess of wisdom perceives all, yet harbors grudges. Her simple admonition is a testament to her benevolence. Aphrodite, as the ultimate victor, radiated an enchanting allure, captivating the hearts of men. "Paris, you shall attain all that you desire. In due time, I shall bestow upon you the fairest of women. And let Hermes escort you home, with love and beauty guiding your way." This banquet concluded with the competition for the most beautiful goddess. Thetis realized she had become a pawn of fate, clutching Peleus' arm, her complexion pale. How terrifying. Meanwhile, Eros displayed a triumphant expression to Joel. "See, I told you the mother goddess would never falter." Joel gazed towards the direction in which Hermes and Paris had departed, his heart laden with a sense of urgency and unease. The mortal realm of Troy might soon transform into a chaotic battleground. It was here that Eris had intended her scheme to unfold. "Joel, what occupies your thoughts?" Joel shook his head and candidly expressed his concerns. "I fear that Paris's choices may embroil Troy in turmoil, leading to yet another war among mortals. Each conflict claims countless lives, as human souls journey to the underworld, while the spirits and bodies of other beings become sustenance for the earth." Eros gazed into the distance. "Joe, we exist to enhance and evolve. The mortal realm has its own set of rules. However, when one encounters beings, whether human or otherwise, whom they admire, they may enlighten them to become their subordinates. The Hall of Heroes truly exists." Joel contemplated his own little world, perhaps capable of transforming these beings into loyal subjects. The tinge of sadness dissipated, and a relaxed smile graced his face. "Ah, I understand now." Eros embraced Joel, placing a gentle kiss on his cheek. The smiling Joel is truly the most endearing. Chapter 128. The Battle of Flames. The world is in a constant state of evolution. Aphrodite promised Paris the most beautiful woman, named Helen. She was the daughter born of Zeus, who transformed into a swan, and the queen of Sparta. Helen's beauty was renowned, and in her youth, the hero Theseus abducted her. The audacious Pirithous, having lost his chance to win Helen, devised a plan to seize Persephone, the queen of the underworld, only to be trapped in Hades for offending the god of the underworld. Now, Paris had set his sights on Helen's exquisite beauty. With Aphrodite's assistance, he won Helen's affection, and when the king of Sparta was away, Paris seized the opportunity to elope with her. In the hall of the gods, Zeus and Hera sat majestically upon their thrones. To their sides were Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and harvest, Poseidon, the ruler of the seas, Apollo, the god of the sun and light, and Artemis, the goddess of the moon and hunting, Dionysus, the god of revelry and drama, Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare, and Ares, the god of war and frenzy, were also in attendance. Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, and Hermes, the god of commerce and cunning, completed the assembly. These 12 deities wielded immense power over the forces of nature and human endeavors, their influence far surpassing that of ordinary gods. They enjoyed special privileges and honors upon the sacred mountain. Among them were unique entities such as Themis, representing justice and law, the Moirai, embodying fate and destiny, and Hestia, the goddess of hearth and home. Poseidon and Aphrodite exchanged glances, each turning away in mutual disdain. Joel sat in the embrace of Hephaestus, while Eros nestled beside Aphrodite, pushing all the fruits and honey before the goddess towards Joel. This trivial display provoked a bemused smile from Aphrodite. What? Am I unworthy of enjoying fresh fruits and honey? Eros's expression fluctuated. His actions of pushing the food did not cease, as he responded to the goddess while his gaze remained fixed on Joel. Oh, my beautiful mother. How could you doubt yourself? These fruits and honey are not to your taste. They perfectly suit Joel's preferences, so let them not go to waste. Aphrodite replied, Very well. You are the embodiment of the divine. Your word is law. Humph. Having invested so much, Joel is the very essence of life itself. Without a significant achievement to propel the world forward, he may forever maintain the guise of a mere child. A millennium, or even 10,000 years. I shall see how long you can endure. Love and desire are intertwined. The goddess curled her lips, her eyes revealing a subtle expression. Eros broke into a cold sweat. Believing he was stealthily inching closer to Joel, while Hephaestus cast his gaze downwards, subtly guiding Joel away. As Eros realized he was distancing himself further, he recalled that this meeting was a continuation of the previous Golden Apple incident, where the Trojan prince Paris abducted Helen, inciting the wrath of Menelaus, the king of Sparta. In his quest to reclaim his wife, he summoned his brother, the renowned hero Agamemnon, to lead the coalition forces. Agamemnon gathered the heroic companions who had once sworn oaths together, planning the siege of the city of Troy. However, Troy's guardians were Apollo, Aphrodite, and Ares. And due to Aphrodite's influence, Hephaestus also stood behind Troy. In contrast, the Greek coalition found support in Hera, Athena, and Zeus, with numerous deities rallying behind Troy. The king of the gods sought to prevent any singular dominance. According to the prophecies of fate, this war in Troy marked a significant juncture. Thus, he aligned himself with Hera in this instance. Zeus's choice eased Hera's expression. Regardless of his true intentions, at least in this circumstance, he had chosen her. And that was sufficient. Once the gods had established their positions, the celestial mirror of the divine hall synchronized with the earthly conflict in Troy. Joel gazed intently. Eros displayed no interest in warfare and had never observed Joel's prior fascination with it. What had been uncovered? Joel observed the advancing army, noting the encroachment upon the city with a solemnity that belied his youthful visage. This battle seemed to cast a shadow over him, as if an ominous presence lurked in the dark corners of reality. Yet, what he perceived was beyond the ken of the gods. Eros, filled with concern, inquired, Have you also been affected by the tumult of war and chaos? I fail to discern the shadows you mention. Nevertheless, he trusted his companion and pondered earnestly. It appeared that the war of Troy was being manipulated by a malevolent deity, an entity of which I remained unaware. Perhaps it heralded future peril. Aphrodite, eavesdropping on their exchange, nonchalantly raised her hand, declaring, It is merely a mortal conflict. The gods are merely playing their parts. You are but children. Do not fret over the games of the elder deities. Rest assured, all is well within our grasp. Eros gestured with his hands, stating, See, we are powerless to offer assistance. The gods are proud, imbued with unfaltering confidence. He leaned closer to Joel's ear, whispering, If you truly feel uneasy, we could clandestinely venture to the mortal realm to witness it firsthand. The reality there is far more exhilarating than any reflection in the heavens. Shall we? Joel was restless. Can I? Of course, if it's you, anything is possible. Eros glanced up at Hephaestus, who was intently focused on the impending war. Suspecting that he was oblivious to the unfolding plan, a mischievous glint flickered in his eyes. The scheme to entice Joel into their machinations was set in motion. In the realm of mortals, where the Greek coalition was stationed, Commander Agamemnon gazed into the distance, where invisible smoke began to rise, heralding the chaos of war. Have we invited Achilles? In Troy, there existed a valiant warrior named Hector, the brother of Paris, endowed with invincible prowess. The gods had foretold that only Thetis' son, Achilles, could vanquish Hector. Agamemnon scoffed at the notion, yet compelled by divine prophecy, he had no choice but to send for Achilles. However, Thetis had long known that her son was destined to perish in the forthcoming Trojan War. Thus, when Achilles was but a child, she took him to the river Styx, seeking to immerse him in its waters to wash away his mortal form and grant him immortality. This ritual, however, could not be witnessed by any soul. Tragically, just as Achilles was to be rendered invulnerable, Thetis' unusual actions caught the eye of Peleus, who had come to inquire out of concern. The long-cherished endeavor was thwarted. Thetis seethed with rage, further recognizing the inexorable nature of fate. Perhaps her actions were, in fact, a cog in the wheel of destiny. Commander, Achilles is on his way. Odysseus has sent word to reassure you. Agamemnon nodded, as long as he comes. On his stern visage lingered doubt regarding the conflict. After all, was it truly necessary to engage in battle over a mere woman? The involvement of their Mycenaean connections and resources felt exceedingly burdensome. Menelaus, privy to Agamemnon's contemplations, was resolute. Brother, Paris of Troy is an interloper. He has abducted my wife from among our ranks, openly challenging the prowess of Greek heroes. If he can take my wife, he could just as easily seize yours and your daughters. Agamemnon's brow furrowed in fury. He dares. For the honor of the Greek heroes, this battle shall not be averted. Even if the gods intervene, Troy's downfall is inevitable. Chapter 129. The hero Achilles. Due to his mother's apprehensions, Achilles disguised himself in women's attire, mingling among the daughters of a king on an island. Eventually, Odysseus and Diomedes, guided by the goddess Athena, arrived at this locale. With cunning, they sowed chaos, laying out spices, treasures, armor, and swords. As the turmoil erupted, the princesses fled with valuable spices and treasures, but one tall princess donned armor and wielded a sharp sword, stepping forth to choose combat. Odysseus and Diomedes cheered in delight. Achilles, we hope you will accept our invitation to join the campaign against Troy. They deceived Achilles. Yet he did not succumb to anger. Instead, he shed his feminine attire and embraced them warmly. I am elated to partake in this war, to proclaim our glory to the world in the name of heroes. In truth, he had long yearned to join the fray. However, the hindrance of his divine mother and the ominous prophecies of death compelled the valiant Achilles to confine himself within the palace, engaging in innocent games with the princesses. Now, with the arrival of the Greek coalition, he found but a pretext for liberation. As he traversed the path to Troy, soft cotton clouds languidly floated in the air, while Joel donned his diminutive black cloak. Eros, in an effort to synchronize with him, sought out the graces from Aphrodite, requesting that they fashion a piece of night's veil to tailor the black cloak, and, employing the divine power of Eros himself, imbued it with the ability to bewilder the gods. In another sense, this bore resemblance to Joel's divine garment that concealed his essence. One was an act of self-restraint, the other a bold initiative. Look, Eros, is that not the son of Thetis, a figure of paramount importance in the Trojan War? Joel lay upon the clouds, observing the landscape and the villages and fields of humanity below. Suddenly, he caught sight of several faces appearing within the celestial realm and immediately called for Eros. Indeed, it was them. However, Achilles was not of particular significance, merely a pawn in Zeus's desire to forge yet another heroic myth. Eros wandered throughout Mount Olympus, eavesdropping on a plethora of conversations, ultimately discerning the gods' perspectives on the mortal realm. War, it seemed, was merely a trivial pastime for their amusement, akin to a game of chess, where, to appear more fair, strength and victory were balanced in equal measure. Joel pressed his lips together, for the distance was not great, and he sensed the faint connection between himself and Achilles. After Thetis learned of her son's ultimate fate, in her despair, she approached Joel to seek his assistance. Subsequently, Joel bestowed upon her a leaf as a token. It is worth mentioning that I serve as an indirect guardian to Achilles, should he truly confront the specter of death. The leaf from the divine tree may very well offer him a chance for salvation. Eros, let us hasten our pace towards the battlefield, for the absence of those shadows unsettles my soul. Joel remained preoccupied with the thoughts of what he had previously witnessed, understanding the significance of his concern. Eros summoned divine power and advanced towards Troy. After a prolonged wait, Achilles finally arrived. Agamemnon, shaking off the gloom of recent days, embraced the young hero. "Welcome aboard. I hope you shall bring victory." Achilles pounded his chest with his fists, declaring, "Rest assured, I shall handle it." The Greek coalition's journey had not been smooth. They had long awaited the prophesied Achilles. Despite the turbulent winds disturbing their course, they ultimately overcame numerous challenges and reached Troy. At the gates of the city, the Trojan prince and warrior Hector led his forces. Doubting Achilles' prowess and lacking faith in his renowned heroes against Hector, Agamemnon permitted them to challenge Hector before Achilles took to the field. Regrettably, all attempts ended in failure. This string of continuous victories inflated Hector's confidence as he boasted at his city gates. "Ha ha ha, resilient grasshoppers, I shall watch how long you can endure." If battle were to ensue, he would gladly engage, for the realm of Troy was vast, its agricultural resources abundant, enabling prolonged self-sufficiency. As long as he could wear down the Greek coalition, those heroes would not stand a chance against him. The glory of past heroes ultimately belonged to Troy. In the end, Agamemnon had no choice but to heed the oracle's command and send Achilles to the battlefield. Clad in armor gifted by the gods at Thetis's wedding, and possessing the divine qualities bestowed upon him by Thetis, Achilles felt confident in securing victory, even against the valiant Hector. Unaware of Achilles' true identity, Hector laughed heartily at the sight of such a young hero daring to challenge him. "Is there no one left among the Greek forces? They send a mere child, perhaps still nursing." He puffed out his robust chest. "Shall I feed you, little one?" Achilles, gazing at the towering figure before him and hearing the taunting words, felt a flush of anger rise to his handsome, pale face. "How dare you? A hero should not be ridiculed. You shall wait to be defeated by Achilles and become the stepping stone of my renown." In the midst of this palpable tension, Hector and Achilles simultaneously charged forth in their chariots, while the remaining soldiers anxiously observed the duel between the two champions. Both were unparalleled heroes, nearly equal in strength and valor. Feeling the tingling sensation in his grip, Hector unexpectedly complimented, "I must admit, you possess considerable strength for one so young." Achilles grinned widely in response, "You are not lacking either." When the invincible warrior encounters a formidable adversary, the fervor for victory ignites a primal passion that courses through their veins, compelling them to clash with fervent intensity, their eyes ablaze with determination. Over the span of more than 100 rounds, they find themselves at an impasse. This stalemate endures for an entire 9 years, during which many heroes succumb to the embrace of the underworld. Achilles, amidst the machinations of others, gains profound insights, shedding the naivety of his earlier sincerity. As the specter of prolonged warfare looms, Apollo, the chief deity venerated by Troy, takes the initiative. His reasoning is sound. Achilles had once captured the daughter of Apollo's priest, who beseeched Agamemnon for her release with a substantial ransom, only to be met with scorn and dismissal. The priest then turns to Apollo, denouncing Agamemnon as transgressions. This marks the 10th year of war. In retaliation, Apollo unleashes a plague upon the Greek coalition, claiming many souls, largely due to Agamemnon's obstinacy. Upon learning the truth, Achilles is consumed by wrath and rallies the Greek forces to compel Agamemnon to return the priest's daughter. However, Agamemnon, in a fit of vengeance, seizes the accolades and rewards of the remaining heroes he had marginalized, as well as abducting Achilles' cherished concubine. Enraged, Achilles raises his sword, nearly striking down Agamemnon, only to be halted by the intervention of the goddess Athena. Though Athena comforts Achilles, assuring him that Agamemnon will pay dearly for his arrogance and cruelty, Achilles finds himself unable to endure the company of such a man any longer. In his fury, he departs, returning to the embrace of the sea, where he laments to his mother, Thetis. Ah, how the child feels wronged, having sought refuge in his mother's arms. Eros, intrigued by the mark left by Joel upon Achilles, closely observes how this young man has attracted such special treatment. It is worth noting that the privileges bestowed upon him were not even afforded to Heracles, who had been nurtured since childhood, inciting a deep envy within Eros. Joel gently caressed Eros's face, advising him to temper his schadenfreude as it was too overt. Achilles, after all, was quite pitiable. He had hoped to achieve immortal glory to bring joy to Thetis, only to encounter a commander ensnared by jealousy of his talents. Those valiant heroes who had shared in the adventures and forged legends together were marginalized and betrayed, their cunning insufficient to threaten Agamemnon's standing. Eros shook his head, remarking that Achilles was still too young, unaware that Agamemnon would eagerly wish for his departure. In terms of both renown and character, he could easily supplant Agamemnon. Suddenly, The tender reunion between mother and son was disrupted by the presence of a killer whale. Ingra had grown into a formidable orca. Yet, its rotund black and white form failed to evoke the imagery of a fierce predator. Thetis wiped the tears from her face and politely inquired, "Has Prince Joel descended?" The unremarkable cotton clouds drifted down from the heavens. Joel and Eros emerged from the cloak, revealing a smile capable of healing all negative emotions. "Hello, Thetis, greetings to you." Achilles. Chapter 130, Cruelty and Death. The moment he appeared, it was as if flowers blossomed and birds sang, banishing all misfortune. Only the rhythm of life brought ease and joy. This was Achilles' first encounter with the deity of life, the young Prince Joel, whom his mother had once mentioned. His petite form seemed to harbor immense energy, leaving an unforgettable impression as one experienced the essence of life, a state of beauty and tranquility. Thetis wore a gentle smile, her grip firm as she playfully swatted Ingra. With a resounding clap, the little black and white ball, feeling aggrieved, abandoned its caretaker and ventured beneath Joel's cloud. Its delicate demeanor bore little distinction from the innocent creatures of the sea. Joel deliberately lowered the clouds, reaching out to caress the gently curved lips of Angela. "Have you been obedient lately?" he inquired. Thetis, unreserved, interjected, "It only behaves in the presence of His Highness, with me. It's as if I am at its beck and call." How scandalous. The great orca and Thetis exchanged glances, a subtle spark of electricity crackling in the air, with faint flashes of light igniting. Despite being a mature man and a hero, Achilles displayed a youthful modesty and shyness before Joel, discreetly retreating behind the goddess. Hesitant to speak, Joel interposed himself between Thetis and Angela, gently gesturing to separate the two who were embroiled in a dispute. "All right, every time I arrive, it seems you both behave this way. Am I unwelcome? Shall I take my leave?" "No, please, don't." Thetis and Angela both turned their gaze towards Achilles. The tall and handsome man scratching the back of his head in a somewhat foolish manner, his sun-kissed skin radiating a captivating glow, an embodiment of masculine allure. Eros smirked. "Here comes another one." Joel harbored a slight obsession with the elders, a glimpse of which could be discerned from Hephaestus to Heracles. Now, with Achilles' situation unfolding, his heart grew heavy. Yet, Eros would not allow matters to languish. He leaned close to Joel's ear and whispered, "Joe, do not forget our true purpose. We have come in pursuit of shadows, and only you possess the vision to perceive them. Should we not depart?" With this interruption, Joel momentarily neglected the younger ones, bidding farewell to Thetis and the others. The little cotton clouds carried the two young deities away into the distance. Thetis, with a swift motion, playfully smacked her two offspring. "Stop gazing. The young prince has already left. If you have the ability, chase after him yourselves." Achilles beamed with a radiant smile, while Ingra blinked innocently. Faced with the charming onslaught of her children, Thetis found herself at a loss as the water swirled, retreating gracefully like a daughter of the sea. The clouds drifted gently overhead. Joel's gaze was intense, meticulously scanning every inch of land beneath the clouds. The breath of the Lord of Life resonated within the hearts of all living beings, prompting them to pause their labors and bow in reverence to the Lord of Life, a tribute to existence. The divine essence under Joel's dominion absorbed these devotions, and with a mere gesture, transformed its power into rain imbued with life-giving energy, bestowing it upon the creatures of existence. Those nourished by this sacred rain would experience a proportional enhancement of their lifespan. Eros remarked with a hint of envy. "While the gods regard precious faith as the wellspring of divine power, you, in your generosity, neither collect it nor keep it for yourself, but instead bestow it upon others. How magnanimous of you." Joel discerned the discontent in his companion and nestled closer, rubbing his cheek against the other. Having faith serves little purpose. Returning from whence one came is equally agreeable. Although they have all received my blessings, you are my closest confidant. Eros's gaze darkened. "Am I merely a confidant?" What did you say?" A gust of wind swept through, dispersing Eros's murmurs, leaving Joel unable to catch his words. Eros wrapped his arms around Joel. "Nothing. Just focus on the path ahead. We wouldn't want to stray again." He playfully concealed the fact that he had secretly matured a year and grown taller, solely to better hold Joel in his embrace. All right. They wandered through the heavens in their little cloud, relishing the day spent in each other's company. Yet, every journey must pause at certain waypoints. They have discovered us. Joel patted Eros on the arm, urging, "Over there, quickly pursue." "All right, hold on tight." Eros summoned the divine power of the gods, propelling forward at full speed, transforming all the scenery into mere phantoms retreating behind them. Joel was preoccupied, his gaze firmly fixed on the lurking shadows, uncertain of the forces that empowered them. It appeared that the shadows on the ground had discovered their presence. Could it be that they had been detected? If so, I could hardly be blamed. Agamemnon had refused to extend an olive branch to Achilles, prompting Zeus to reject the sacrifices of the Greek coalition, thus bestowing victory upon Troy. Yet, the conflict between them was far from over. The heroes, fueled by rising tempers, continued their fierce combat. Despite Agamemnon's attempts to sideline the illustrious champions, the gods intervened one by one, and Troy remained under siege. The tide of battle shifted with the death of Achilles' dear friend, Patroclus, who donned Achilles' armor in a bid to secure a swift victory. He led the troops to a temporary triumph. However, during the charge, he fell to Hector's blade, and the news reached Achilles. Enraged by the loss of his beloved companion, who once recognized Hector as a worthy adversary, he now found himself facing the very slayer of his friend, thirsting for vengeance. Hector, confronted by the enraged Achilles, found it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught. Once more, he raised his shield to deflect Achilles' ferocious attack, perplexed as he inquired, "Achilles, I merely vanquished an impostor. Why do you rage as though your lover has been stolen from you?" Achilles remained silent, yet the increasingly fierce assaults compelled Hector to realize the gravity of his situation. Helpless against the relentless fatigue from days of battle and the valiant prowess of the Greek coalition's hero, Ajax, Hector found himself unable to withstand the wrath of Achilles. Ultimately, he was pursued by Achilles, running thrice around the city before meeting his demise at the hands of the formidable warrior. In a fit of rage, Achilles dragged Hector's lifeless body back to the Greek camp, an act that served as a profound insult to a hero, leaving the aged King Priam of Troy with hair turned white from despair. In a desperate attempt to reclaim his son's remains, he ventured into the Greek encampment, where Achilles had already disgraced a mighty warrior but could not detain the king of Troy. This situation was inherently unjust, both in status and in conduct, a transgression of moral boundaries. He consented to allow the king to retrieve Hector's body. On the battlefield that followed, Achilles reached the zenith of his glory, his invincible valor eliciting fervent admiration from the Greek soldiers. However, concealed within the city, Paris, guided by Apollo, found the opportunity to pierce Achilles' vulnerable heel with an arrow, marking the ultimate failure of Thetis. This moment transformed into Achilles' downfall. As he fell, the world seemed to be drenched in crimson, save for a solitary green leaf upon his chest, cradling his soul as it ascended. As the hero most favored by the gods, chosen by Zeus for the pantheon of heroes, he commanded Thanatos to retrieve Achilles' spirit. Yet upon arrival, death could not locate Achilles' essence. Clanking his chains, he contemplated reporting back to Hades to avoid incurring the ire of the petty Zeus. The cold winds swept through, as the brutal war continued unabated. Chapter 131. Shadowed encirclement. The grand hall of Troy displayed Hector's corpse, enveloped in sorrow, with none more heartfelt than Helen, the catalyst of the war, whose emotions were raw and palpable. She wept beside Hector's body, lamenting, "Hector, brother of my husband, with your death, I find myself bereft of understanding in this world. All I receive is scorn, as if I were the harbinger of misfortune." Paris cowered in a corner, indifferent to his wife's plight, perhaps harboring a modicum of regret for the calamity his actions had wrought upon Troy. Yet, Hector's death reignited a flicker of hope within him, for he had lost a formidable rival. Helen's anger at his evasion intensified her already striking beauty. "Paris, love has rendered me blind. I forsook my rightful husband for you, yet received no respect in return. Only my brother Hector embraced me selflessly, while you feign ignorance. Such is the mark of cowardice." Helen's reproach caused Paris to avert his gaze. "My beautiful wife, do not be agitated. These events were not of my choosing, yet I assure you, I shall lead Troy to triumph over Greece, accompanied by the spirit of Hector." Helen, uncertain of Paris's words, gently lowered her gaze, uttering, "You would do well to fulfill your promises." This war consumed not only Troy but also the entirety of the Greek coalition. Soldiers lamented, and the populace felt unrest at the loss of their tranquil lives. Yet, as the most beautiful woman graced the city gates, Helen's unparalleled beauty drove the masses to madness. The heroes of the Greek forces found renewed vigor to besiege Troy, while the Trojans were unwilling to relinquish their divine beauty. On Mount Olympus, the gods convened within the grand hall, witnessing the unfolding conflict. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, retracted her hand that had bestowed Helen with allure and charm, smiling softly. "This war cannot be concluded so easily." What began as a rivalry among the goddesses had now morphed into a delightful engagement for the deities, who were reluctant to bring it to an end. Athena lightly tapped the armrest of her throne, remarking, "Aphrodite, do not be so smug. Greece still has the commander Philoctetes. Aphrodite, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, I am not boastful. It is you who seem concerned. Do not weep when you face defeat. Eros straightened her posture, declaring, let us observe. The wind howled past. As a cotton-like cloud raced across the sky, colliding chaotically, pursued by ominous black mist. Eros, with disheveled hair and a handsome visage marred by scars, bore traces of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Joel stood beside him, his eyes filled with concern yet hesitant to disturb Eros, who was hastening the clouds with divine power. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. While merely pursuing the shadow, they were confronted with a horrifying spectacle. The unidentified figure, accompanied by a terrifying beast, was brutally tearing apart a stranger deity, devouring him whole. This act shattered the very laws of immortality that governed the gods. Joel reacted swiftly, grasping Eros and turning sharply, run. Little did they know that the shadowy figure had already detected their presence, and the monstrous beast lunged toward them from above. In a bid to shield Joel, Eros bravely confronted the creature, sustaining injuries in the process. At that moment, the intangible desires seemed to be corroded by another force with the attribute of consumption. Eros was struck down in an instant. Joel is gradually expelling the corrosive harm with the authority of life. It is effective yet painfully slow. Eros, can you endure? The essence of primal desire lies dormant, and the divine power bestowed upon the young god Eros is scant. The final trump card is reserved for activating the primal desire and must not be used frivolously. The pursuing black mist possesses formidable power, at least on par with that of Zeus. Eros dares not to let his guard down. After all, he carries Joel with him. Faced with such circumstances, Joel laments his inability to protect Eros. The authority of life remains only partially under his control, and the divine power he has gathered seems devoid of offensive capabilities. The markings upon him suffice only for his own protection. Should true danger arise, he would undoubtedly be safe, but Eros's fate is uncertain. Moreover, it was Eros who shielded him from the recent peril. Joel grasped Eros's hand, tightening his hold slightly. Am I truly so useless? Before Eros could offer solace, Joel summoned Typhon, summoning forth the presence of calamity. The oppressive aura emanating from the Lord of Disaster halted the pursuing shadows. Yet they remained resolute in their pursuit of the two lesser deities, commanding their minions to block their escape. Each of these unknown entities was accompanied by a malevolent beast. Typhon, sensing the ominous atmosphere, twisted his 100 heads in agitation, perceiving a threat emanating from the shadows. Even Zeus could only subdue him by harnessing the collective might of the gods. Now, the familiar yet tainted stench from the adversary instinctively repulsed Typhon. With a roar, he unleashed a torrent of poisonous fire, engulfing the area in noxious fumes. The vile beasts, not to be outdone, mirrored his defiance, as embodiments of destruction. They were unwilling to relinquish their display of power, reminiscent of the fierce struggles within nature where only one side could prevail. Defeat meant annihilation. Typhon found himself besieged by the malevolent creatures, while the shadows and their minions surrounded Eros and Joel. Joel caressed the starry bottle pendant adorning his body. A look of anxiety etched upon his face. Oh no, he murmured, the space is sealed, rendering me unable to summon Hephaestus or convey any messages to Olympus. The shadowy figure let out a sinister chuckle. Ha ha ha, the legendary Prince Joel? You and the little god of love shall remain here. Eros positioned himself protectively in front of Joel, determined to shield him at all costs, for this was the sole conviction of his divine existence. Joel was acutely aware of the peril they now confronted. The situation in Typhon was equally dire. The malevolent beasts bore with them laws foreign to this realm, capable of inflicting significant harm upon Typhon. However, bearing the title of the Lord of Calamity, Typhon would not permit these vile creatures to challenge its authority. The battle raged fiercely, yet it could not extend its focus to Joel's predicament. What should be done? In Joel's heart, a sense of urgency prevailed. Had he known earlier that he should have insisted on learning the art of combat with Athena, even if her demeanor towards him was less than amiable, it would have been preferable to his current state of anxious uncertainty. Suddenly, an attack struck. Eros's eyes widened in alarm. Joel, my God, in this moment of crisis, the small world Joel carried conveyed the message of the divine peril to the spirits. Simultaneously, Narcissus, wielding the power of the water mirror, emerged alongside the protective forces of all nature spirits. Pure white blossoms unfurled to reveal their elegant golden stamens. The spirit king of the daffodils, Narcissus, stepped forth with a mirror in hand, raising it high as the protective energy enveloped both Joel and Eros. The shadowy assault was repelled by the mirror's reflective surface. Narcissus's complexion turned pale, and his breath became shallow, revealing the formidable strength of the recent attack. "My God, are you unscathed?" Joel shook his head and asked, "Narcissus, how are you faring?" Narcissus offered an awkward smile in response. "It is my first battle. I misjudged the situation and exerted too much force." It became clear that his frailty and pallor were not a result of the opponent's might. At that moment, Joel's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of escape, as he had been intently focused on finding a way out. Observing that the shadow was momentarily stunned by Narcissus's reflective abilities, he summoned Typhon, who descended upon him. Run swiftly. Chapter 132, The Wooden Horse. The city falls. The slender figure of Narcissus perched upon Joel's shoulder as Typhon accelerated with both Joel and Eros. The shadow and the monstrous beast relentlessly pursued them from behind. However, the confined space prevented Joel from breaking free for the time being. Eros, in frustration, struck the barrier with his hand. "Joel, should I harness the divine power of the great god?" "No, we must not." Joel grasped Eros's hand firmly. "It is not yet time. Your divine power serves to preserve your life. I do not wish to witness any misfortune befall you." Eros's eyes shimmered with tears. "Joel, with your words, even if I eventually return to the essence of the gods, I shall find joy in it." "You fool." Joel struck his forehead in exasperation, lamenting. "What time is it? Why are you still uttering such foolishness? Our paramount concern should be devising an escape. The abyss imprisoned otherworldly beasts possessing the power to slay deities. We must not fall into the clutches of the shadow." Eros, wearing a grim expression, responded, "But we currently lack the ability to breach the fabric of space, and we are unaware of which divine entity the shadow may represent." Joel was quite familiar with the authority of the gods, having once eavesdropped on their tales with his brother Eros in the Sea of Desire. It was not without significance, as it involved the power of space. Could it be him? Who could it be? Time was of the essence, and as the dark shadow drew near, the two little ones were at a loss. With nowhere to hide, their bodies drenched in sweat. "Follow me." A robust and gentle force enveloped them, merging them into the ground. The shadow pursued, while the beast sniffed around for the scent of the little deities. How strange. They should be in this direction. Yet where are Joel and the little god of love? Hurry and find them. Young Joel's identity and authority are crucial to our future dominion. Yes, in Troy, war raged fiercely. Paris had slain Achilles, and Troy had regained its former martial prowess, gradually embracing Paris as their leader. However, fortune did not smile for long. During a fierce battle, Paris was wounded by Philoctetes of the Greek coalition and fled back to the city seeking divine aid. Apollo informed him that only his original wife could save him. Thus, Paris sought her assistance, yet the heartbroken woman chose not to forgive him. Paris met his demise. Upon hearing this news, his original wife chose to follow him into death. Troy lost both of its princes but remained unconquered by the Greek forces. At this juncture, Odysseus devised a cunning plan. He left behind a grand wooden horse on the beach, causing the Greek fleet to retreat. The scouts of Troy reported that this horse was an offering to the goddess Athena, and that to destroy it would invoke her wrath. Nevertheless, the Trojans resolved to drag the horse into the city, hoping to receive the goddess's blessing. Unbeknownst to them, this was a ruse devised by the Greeks. That night, Greek soldiers emerged from the mechanism within the horse, opening the city gates to welcome their comrades, while the Trojans lay unsuspecting, lost in slumber. Thus, the Trojan War came to an end, the once glorious city of Troy reduced to ashes, becoming a mere legend of history. The gods reveled in their amusement. With the fall of Troy, they proudly showcased the schemes and strategies they had employed in the divine hall. Aphrodite, among the defeated, along with Apollo, wore expressions of discontent. Hephaestus, devoid of tasks, soon realized that he had not been in contact with Joel for quite some time. Furrowing his brow, he tentatively sought to reach out and locate him through their bond, yet there was no response for an extended period. He approached Aphrodite. "Can you reach Eros?" As a mother, Aphrodite could sense her child's condition. However, her mood was far from pleasant as she twirled the wine cup in her hand. What could be wrong with Eros? Use your divine power to sense him. Her expression suddenly shifted. "I cannot reach him, or rather, the connection has been severed." Hephaestus's countenance was far from pleasant. The two approached Zeus, with Aphrodite speaking first. "Zeus, Joel, and Eros have severed their connection with us. Please assist us in locating them." Before Zeus could respond, Hera, unable to contain herself, interjected, "What has happened to Joel?" "Zeus, you must utilize your divine vision to search the world." Zeus's expression shifted to one of perplexity. When did Hera become so concerned about Joel? Despite his doubts, his hands remained in motion. The Hall of the Gods fell into a sudden silence, with most deities expressing concern and anxiety over Joel's disappearance. For the first time in many years, they all directed their gaze towards Zeus. He envied the attention Joel received if he were to vanish one day. Perhaps he would not garner such divine interest as young Joel did. What they uncovered was shocking. While they had been preoccupied with the war at Troy, even personally commanding their forces against rival deities, they were oblivious to the escalating conflicts in the mortal realm. When had human warfare become so rampant? Shrouded in smoke and chaos, many of Zeus's heroic offspring had been slain by unknown forces. Corpses hung at the city gates, statues of the gods toppled, and some federations had been reduced to ghost towns. The land was drenched in blood. The gods seemed to have been rendered oblivious, lacking any awareness of the turmoil. Zeus reflected the grim reality of the mortal world through the celestial realm, stirring a sense of dread among the gods, many of whom were protectors of city-states. They rose abruptly, fury etched on their faces. Who dares to challenge the majesty of the divine? They demanded. Zeus, you must uncover the identity of this audacious individual. We shall personally eradicate those who blaspheme. Zeus, equally incensed, lamented the loss of many of his sons, who had been so diligently nurtured, now nearly wiped out in one fell swoop. How infuriating and abhorrent. Without the gods' urging, Zeus would not spare those who dared to challenge his authority. The immense gaze of the deity manifested amidst the clouds, scanning the heavens and every corner of the earth inch by inch. Even Poseidon's vast oceans and Oceanus's expansive seas were not exempt, nor was the realm of the underworld. Zeus issued commands to the three judges. As the heavens and the earth were meticulously searched by him, it was at this moment that the gods realized the magnitude of Zeus's formidable power. Each of the king of gods' romantic encounters was far from serendipitous. From the very beginning, he had been orchestrating his infiltration and dominion over the world. However, with the terrestrial forces diminished by more than half, it was only natural for his wrath to surface. Hera, gripping her scepter, narrowed her eyes in rare contemplation, remaining silent. While Hebe beside her set her wine cup down, casting her gaze towards her husband not far away. Heracles, inquiring about Aphrodite from Hephaestus and seeking news of Joel and Eros, had already become distracted, for women often hold their beloved in especially high regard. Currently, Hebe's heart was unsettled. The atmosphere within the Hall of the Gods was persistently somber. Chapter 133, The Beasts of Misery on the Earthly Realm. Putrid corpses lay strewn across desolate fields. Thanatos, wielding a chain of souls, had now exchanged it for a colossal scythe, as travel became fraught with peril. One misstep could invite a monstrous beast from the shadows, ready to strike down every passing deity. The divine law of immortality was rendered ineffective against these beasts. As they hailed from beyond the world, in distant lands, there existed a different kind of plunder and destruction. These creatures, through their inherent uniqueness, gradually consumed every deity they encountered. It remained uncertain what strategies Olympus would employ, for Lord Hades of the underworld wished for no losses among his subordinates, as that would only increase his burdens. Yet, such a desire was not shared by the denizens of the underworld. Initially, the beasts preyed upon the deities of the underworld. But later, for reasons unknown, they escaped and began hunting both the natural and cultural divinities upon the earth. They even destroyed the statues of the gods. And the humans who worshipped them were not spared from misfortune. Thanatos was willing to undertake missions because the tasks left in the underworld were far more numerous. In comparison, venturing to the earth, as long as one could evade the attacks of these beasts, would be a relatively easy endeavor. However, this also posed the risk of becoming a target for the beasts. A shadow lunged forth. Thanatos sidestepped, but black smoke emanated from his arm, where the beast's claws had grazed him. Frowning, he brandished his scythe, standing his ground against the beast. A chorus of growls echoed, howls that pierced the air. Several monstrous creatures emerged around them, their crimson eyes fixated on Thanatos, a ravenous hunger surging forth. Thanatos pressed his lips together. Soon, the beast lunged en masse. And having readied himself, Thanatos wielded his scythe with precision to eliminate them. To his dismay, the fallen beasts divided, giving rise to new ones as if by replication. Damn it, they have evolved. Realizing this, Thanatos ceased his futile exertions, intending to return to the underworld to report to his lord. However, the beasts, now viewing him as a delectable meal, would not relent. Their frenzied hunting had already drawn the vigilance of Olympus. Zeus decreed that the gods should steer clear of the monstrous entities. Their sustenance was no longer the buffet it once was. Both deities and nymphs concealed themselves within the essence of nature, no longer daring to reveal themselves. The beasts, unable to annihilate the essence of nature, sought to consume the deities, thereby devouring the very foundations of the laws. Thus, the fall of each deity signified the loss of a law from the world. When too many laws were absent, the order and balance of existence could no longer be maintained. At that point, the king of gods would be deemed unworthy. And the gods would slumber, leaving the world vulnerable to the total invasion or consumption by the entities represented by the beasts, a truly terrifying prospect. Thanatos did not dwell on such distant thoughts. He was presently ensnared in a predicament. Hypnos, aware of the mark he had left on Thanatos, sensed its activation. Without grasping the situation fully, he instantaneously transported himself to Thanatos' side, just as the beast lunged forward. Hypnos embraced Thanatos and dodged. The beast howled in frustration, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Hypnos' expression turned grave. A deity had granted the beast dominion over the space, aiming to obstruct their escape. Of course, the spatial blockade posed no threat to the dream-bound Hypnos. Only the essence of death remained here. If he were to flee, what would become of Thanatos? Brother, you must go. Thanatos realized he had become a burden to Hypnos and, without hesitation, resolved to let his brother escape first. Hypnos paused, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Brother, I cannot abandon you. If it comes to this, I shall accompany you in eternal slumber. After all, dreams are forever intertwined with death. Thanatos gazed into Hypnos' eyes, the radiant gold meeting the cold silver, and he gently caressed his brother's cheek. Closing his eyes, two small figures emerged from the earth. Eros covered Joel's eyes with his hand. Do not look. It will hurt your eyes. At the moment when the god of sleep and the god of death took notice, Joel and Eros dragged the two brothers of the underworld into the earth. Although they resided in the underworld, this was the first time the brothers traversed through the soil. The solid ground served as their protective barrier, and before they could discern their direction, they found themselves at the temple of the Earth Mother. Confronted with spatial confinement, the Earth Mother Gaia, however, could traverse all realms of the earth, including the underworld. Yet, the underworld bore the looming presence of Tartarus, a source of dread for Gaia. Marked forever by her previous clandestine nurturing of Typhon, which branded her as a target of annihilation by the abyss. Should Gaia step into the underworld, she would be ensnared by the depths. Thus, even if she were to encounter the abyss, Gaia was acutely aware that such an encounter would never unfold within the underworld. Upon arriving at the temple of the Earth Mother, Hypnos felt a temporary alleviation of his peril and, surprisingly, found a moment to jest. Joel, this time you actually did not stray off course. How rare. In truth, it was the mark of the earth guiding Joel. He was well aware that Hypnos would not utter kind words, out of camaraderie. He refrained from revealing that he was still caught up in the exhilaration from Thanatos' prior response. However, Eros was less than pleased. Only his own Joel could be teased by him, and he insisted that Hypnos should direct his jests towards his own kin. Hypnos, you must consider this. We were the ones who came to your rescue. Eros exclaimed, his impatience evident in contrast to Joel's calm demeanor. Hypnos waved his hands repeatedly. All right, all right. It is all my fault. Is that sufficient? Please forgive little Joel, the embodiment of life. Joel paid him no heed. He grasped the hem of Thanatos' robe, stating, I have come to heal your wounds. Endure a moment, for the ominous affliction must be eradicated. Thanatos' silver eyes revealed a gentleness. You have endured much, dear Joel. As Joel channeled his life energy to effect the healing, Hypnos inquired, how is it that you remain concealed here? Olympus has descended into chaos due to your absence. Had it not been for the subsequent events transpiring on Earth, Hephaestus and Aphrodite would have personally ventured forth to seek you both. Joel did not inquire about the events unfolding on Earth. During this period, no deity could comprehend the situation better than he and Eros, as they were merely striving for their own preservation. Had it not been for the presence of the god of death and the god of sleep nearby, Sister Gaia would have unequivocally forbidden Joel from venturing forth to rescue the two brothers. Eros had always been Joel's unwavering companion, following him wherever he went. After tending to Thanatos' wounds, Joel addressed Hypnos, stating, it is safer for Thanatos to remain here. We now require you to convey a message to Zeus and Hades. Kronos has escaped the abyss. He has forged an alliance with entities beyond our world, wielding dominion over vile beasts and powers such as spatial confinement. The gods must exercise utmost caution. Chapter 134. Fall Crisis. Rest assured, I comprehend, Hypnos replied, turning to Thanatos, brother, await my return. Indeed, Thanatos responded, handing him the chains forged from mithril and underworld stones designed to bind the souls of the departed. You traverse unseen. Do me the favor of completing a few tasks. Hypnos gasped. Even at this juncture, you still ponder tasks? I have never witnessed your fervor for work so deeply before. Thanatos sighed softly. Your Majesty keeps meticulous records. Whether one performs more or less, it is all noted. Should these tasks remain incomplete during this period, it will certainly be recorded and will double in the future. Hypnos fell silent, recognizing this was indeed a practice of His Majesty Hades. Often, he would be whisked away by the abyss during work hours, delegating tasks only when overwhelmed. However, managing the operations of the underworld, with the increasing number of departed souls, meant that it housed not solely the deceased, but also peculiar beastly souls. Judgments regarding sin and virtue, the ultimate fates of souls, and the exploration of the underworld's uncharted territories all demanded manpower, despite the distribution of responsibilities. His Majesty Hades had other matters requiring his direct attention. Thus he was judicious with his resources, ensuring that if one could handle a task, a second would not be summoned. Very well, I shall take my leave. Remember to think of me, or perhaps we shall meet in our dreams. Heh. Hypnos delightedly observed the flush on Thanatos' face before departing in satisfaction. As Thanatos regained his composure, he found himself gazing into Joel's bright, curious eyes. Thanatos, why do you blush at the thought of meeting in dreams? Thanatos' complexion deepened, reminiscent of springtime peach blossoms, radiating beauty. Eros pulled Joel back, advising, let not your curiosity wander where it ought not. We must now analyze our situation. Those vile beasts upon the earth must be eradicated. However, we have discovered that they seem capable of absorbing the laws through the consumption of deities, thus achieving an insidious effect. Thanatos and the two smaller beings settled cross-legged before the statue of the Earth Mother. It is true, he articulated, my powers of death cannot counteract this. I am unable to dispel that peculiar corrosive effect. Thus, I become susceptible to substantial harm, which presents a significant restraint for me. Joel rested his chin upon his fist. I discovered that the vitality of life could mend the wounds inflicted upon us, albeit at a rather sluggish pace. In due time, we shall seek the essence of life, perhaps testing the healing prowess of the natural deities, which might unveil a solution to our plight. Eros' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. What a splendid idea. Furthermore, with the assistance of the goddess Gaia, we can enlist Hypnos to convey messages among the gods, thus unraveling the intricate situation we currently face. In summary, the realm of the gods shall not be permitted to fall into the hands of outsiders. On Mount Olympus, the deities convened in a grand hall. Hephaestus, having received word from Hypnos regarding Joel, felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the temple of the earth goddess, but was halted by Aphrodite. You cannot assist Joel by going there now. Instead, you would only incite worry for the little one by placing yourself in peril from the ferocious beasts. Refrain from adding to the chaos and observe the situation further. Beauty can coexist with wisdom, Aphrodite mused. Recalling the gods torn asunder and devoured by the malevolent creatures in the celestial realm, though they were merely minor deities of nature. She felt a chilling glimpse of her own grotesque fate within the jaws of those beasts. Athena, unusually in agreement with Aphrodite, asserted, indeed, if we wish to bring young Joel back sooner, we must identify the weaknesses of these vile beasts, ideally capturing their leader directly. The world is undergoing a profound transformation. As deities perish, the laws of existence diminish, and areas at the fringes have already begun to dissolve into nothingness. Prometheus, hiding along the shores of the ocean, foresaw a more terrifying future and took the unprecedented step of approaching Mount Olympus, where Zeus summoned him, as if bygone grievances had been forgotten. He seamlessly continued Athena's thought. Kronos wields dominion over space. Given the current circumstances, his comprehension and control of spatial laws are exceedingly profound. Furthermore, the ferocious beasts are able to suppress the divine powers of the gods, while there exists a healing capability on the side of life. It does not possess the efficacy Hypnos suggested. I suspect only Prince Joel, who commands the essence of life, could stand against these creatures. Heracles, in frustration, retorted, are you implying that we, a multitude of gods, are outmatched by a mere child like Joel? Though his status is exalted, his powers are still limited. He has grown up in the guise of a cub, and the strength of the gods often correlates with their outward appearance. Prometheus, with an air of resignation, replied, that is not my intent, valiant Hercules. While I am unaware of the bond you share with young Joel, please trust that I do not seek to bully the weak. Time is of the essence. We must devise a means to halt the further encroachment upon our world. If more gods were to fall, it would not be long before none of us could exist, unless the primordial 5 deities awaken to save all. We face either the sacrifice of the gods to rouse the original chaos, resetting the world in time to zero, It shall be an exceedingly protracted duration. And the divinity reborn will no longer be the same. Cease your quarrels. All matters shall be decreed by the illustrious king of the gods, Zeus. There is little to be gained from such discord. Artemis was compelled to retreat to Mount Olympus, for her nymphs had vanished, and she found herself besieged by vile beasts. Although she could vanquish a few, she was unable to evade the onslaught of many. Thus, she fled back to the divine mountain in disarray. Her initial anger transforming into a sense of fortunate survival upon witnessing the dire plight of the gods reflected in the sky's mirror, adjacent to Artemis's domain. A formidable river god, whose divine power rivaled hers, was mercilessly torn asunder by the monstrous beasts. This was a deity who commanded several vast waterways, yet was utterly devoured by the vile creatures. The aftermath was dreadfully horrific. Now, the burden of questions and pressures had returned to Zeus, who inhaled deeply and gazed towards the celestial realm. Aware of his identity being uncovered, the figure beneath the black cloak no longer concealed himself. He cast aside his mantle, revealing a face with sharp angles, yet chillingly cold. A long scar traced from his brow to his cheek, lending him an air of ferocity. Kronos, the second king of the gods, father of Zeus, who had once devoured several of his siblings, was subsequently betrayed by his progeny and imprisoned in the abyss. After escaping the depths, he had concealed himself among mortals, awaiting his moment of vengeance, which had now finally arrived. He stood at the precipice of a cliff, seemingly aware that the gods were observing his actions. Facing the heavens, Kronos adopted an exceedingly arrogant demeanor. Ha ha ha, Zeus, I told you I would return. The throne of the divine has been yours for far too long. It is time for its rightful owner to reclaim it. Hear me, gods. Submit and surrender. Return to me my wayward offspring, and I, your king, shall grant you clemency, sparing you from being devoured by my minions. Chapter 135. Collaboration Memory Obliteration. The tyrannical former god-king has returned. If Uranus harbored trepidation towards his offspring, confining them within the womb of Gaia to prevent their birth, then Cronus, inheriting the jealousy and cruelty of the first god-king, further oppressed and controlled his siblings. He permitted no deity to possess power surpassing his own, otherwise they would face his wrath, perhaps even imprisonment in the abyss. The third god-king, Zeus, while also diminishing the power and authority of the Titans, at least publicly refrained from instigating persecution. Should the gods be given a choice, they would find Zeus's temperament and actions comparatively mild. Yet, under the current circumstances, Cronus wielded the weapon of malevolence, severely threatening the lives of the deities. All beings fear death, and gods are no exception. When one is assured of immortality, they may act with impunity, but the realization that they too could perish like mortals incites trepidation. As Zeus's gaze swept across the assembly, the gods retreated a step. Excluding the 12 principal deities, along with those inclined towards justice, courage, fearlessness, wisdom, and pride, they silently rallied behind Zeus, acutely aware that surrendering would not spare them from the brutality of the more vicious Cronus. It would merely render the opposition's capitulation easier, a tactic they had long since grown weary of in warfare. Prometheus returned to Zeus's faction, standing beside Athena, his wise and luminous eyes witnessing a landscape ravaged by conflict, littered with dismembered limbs. Monstrous beasts gnawed at the bodies of the gods, fighting for dominance. The world lay in ruins, even the cries of anguish rendered voiceless. He strained his eyes, seeking a glimmer of hope, but all he discerned was Cronus and his minions, emerging as formless shadows, relentlessly hunting the deities. The laws of the world were in constant decline, leading to the disappearance of weaker gods while even the mightiest faltered, their powers waning and forms disintegrating. In a distant corner of the world, a black hole expanded, and an unseen, elongated tongue emerged from its depths. With a mere lick, vast portions of the world were devoured. Prometheus watched in horror as the tongue was covered in an uncountable number of festering sores. The more he gazed, the more his thoughts spiraled into chaos, yet the foresight granted by divine power instilled in Prometheus a sense of impending doom. He swiftly severed his connection to divine perception. But it was too late. Athena was the first to notice her friend's distress. She reached out to touch Prometheus when suddenly her instinct screamed in warning. In the blink of an eye slap, Prometheus collapsed helplessly onto the ground, and the gods approached, yet none possessed the means to rouse him from his stupor. Apollo, the deity of healing, examined him for an extended period, but could not ascertain the cause of Prometheus's fainting. Athena, though disappointed, recognized that the most pressing concern was not Prometheus himself. She keenly sensed an impending crisis. With war looming, the seer must be silenced. Wisdom and strategy lay in the shadows, suggesting that Prometheus had encountered a particularly adverse situation. The adversary seemed to possess a means of transcending the barriers of time and space, directly pursuing Prometheus in the present moment. Zeus's scepter tapped upon the steps, betraying his own agitation. As the number of deities dwindled, the essence of the god-king began to emit warnings, while the world cried out in anguish for salvation. It threatened him that if he did not intervene, the world would be buried alongside him, returning to primordial chaos, perhaps with the god-king no longer in existence. At the moment of the god's indecision, the celestial realm shifted once more, revealing a majestic and beautiful goddess amidst the scattering of the 9 familiar muses. This goddess was besieged by a terrifying horde of vile beasts, each grotesque creature eluding her control over the rules, rendering her written power impotent against them. They symbolized destruction and annihilation. Despite her valiant efforts to fight, she merely bought precious time for the 9 muses to escape. Ultimately, she fell, and in her final moment, the 9 muses were transported back to Mount Olympus, sensing the sudden surge of authority within them. They huddled together, weeping. Memory, Mnemosyne. You have always demanded that we master our powers with profound depth, wielding our strengths flawlessly for the sake of the muses' survival. You sacrificed your life to create opportunities for us, yet we, your sisters, have lost you eternally. Memory, Mnemosyne, our mother. The continuous demise of the gods eroded the very fabric of the laws until this formidable goddess perished. The world, unable to bear the weight of despair, began to seek its own salvation. It refused to allow the potent memory and history to be devoured by the vile beasts and thus forcibly transferred its essence to the 9 daughters of Mnemosyne, who were also daughters of Zeus. As the destined god-king, Zeus could not falter, otherwise, the world would reset, becoming something both familiar and foreign, a fate it sought to avoid. Before the celestial realm, Zeus and the gods closed their eyes and bowed their heads in solemn tribute to the fallen great goddess. The significance of authority, much like memory, could fade away. Hence, the assembled deities realized that survival was far from guaranteed. Did they truly wish to confront such a formidable foe? Some gods tasted the bitter flavor of despair. Athena had donned her full battle armor, transforming the goddess of victory into a weapon in her grasp. What do you fear? In the annals of history, even before my birth, I held a profound reverence for the Titan War. The later battle against the giants revealed the valor of the gods, particularly instilling in me an immense admiration for Athena. Having once triumphed over Kronos, what fear should they harbor now? The ability to vanquish him once guarantees the potential for countless victories to follow. True warriors never shy away from conflict. Although Eros, the goddess of discord, revels in chaos and strife, she is also cognizant of boundaries, knowing that her actions bear no consequence. Yet, when faced with a common enemy, she sees the opportunity to bolster Athena's rallying cry, invigorating the spirits of the gods. Athena cast a glance at Eros, who nodded in agreement with the call to war, and Ares joined the fray, brandishing his weapon and bellowing. Let us strike Kronos back to the depths of hell, for the vengeance of the fallen gods. Huzzah! Strike him down. Revenge. Zeus and Hera naturally lent their support. And before long, Hestia, Demeter, Poseidon, and Hades had also arrived. Poseidon, wielding his trident, with his azure locks flowing, exclaimed, Zeus, in the end, you must rely on us. Hades, his collar tightly fastened, could not hide the crimson marks upon his neck, succinctly stated, in the face of peril to the world, I shall lend my strength. From the shadows of his shoulder, a dark mist spoke in a deep voice. Joel has devised a temporary method to shield against the encroaching beasts. Soon, the gods shall receive leaves from the divine tree, imbued with the protection of life, enabling them to combat the malevolent creatures. Zeus gazed quizzically at the dark mist hovering close to Hades' cheek. Who are you? Suddenly, a wave of gravitational pressure enveloped him. In an instant, Zeus comprehended the identity of the mist. He dared not meet Hades' gaze and cast a sweeping glance at his siblings. Laughing heartily, the battle cohort reunites. Let us unite our strengths and drive Kronos back to the realm where he rightfully belongs. Chapter 136. Deception and Chaos. Kronos' offensive was swifter than anticipated. He had inexplicably acquired a fragment of the Earth's dominion, facilitating his conquest of the terrestrial realm with alarming ease. Zeus wore a solemn expression, his eyes clouded with deep concern. Could it be that Mother Earth chose to aid Kronos, thus inciting this turmoil and sin? Athena, however, held a different view. The Earth is a benevolent mother. She may conjure Typhon to usurp power, but she would never assist an outsider in claiming our world. That is the boundary of a guardian and the original creator. Yet, as Athena directed her staff toward the reckless Kronos and his minions, chaos reigned, and the innocent suffered. How does one explain such phenomena? When Kronos fled to Earth, the goddess could not have been unaware. It was precisely the benevolent mother you speak of who sheltered him, leaving my divine sight bereft of clarity until we reap these bitter fruits. Regarding this matter, Athena cannot absolve the Mother Earth, for Zeus's words ring true. The temple of the gods has lost its former mirth and laughter. Olympus, once the heart's desire of myriad beings, is now shrouded in sorrow, devoid of its initial joy. Amidst this somber atmosphere, a thunderous shout reverberated, awakening the deities. Zeus, my despicable, treacherous son, come forth to meet your demise. The throne of the divine king must be returned to me. A tumult ensued within the grand hall. What has transpired? Has Cronus ascended? Aside from the more powerful and composed deities, the lesser gods and spirits momentarily faltered. However, those who chose to remain were not the kind to flee in the face of danger. They swiftly regained their composure and stood resolutely beside their respective deities, bracing for the impending confrontation. The joy that once belonged to Olympus shifted toward the approaching legion of Cronus. Behind the foremost figure, a multitude of sinister beasts trailed, each more fearsome than the last, their crimson eyes fixated hungrily upon the gods, drool dripping to the ground, darkening the earth beneath. Zeus tightened his grip on his scepter. Cronus, indeed, it is I, your great yet unfortunate father, returning to fulfill the unfinished business of the past. My children, you ought not to exist. With a flourish, Cronus drew back his cloak, revealing a familiar and exquisite visage. Zeus and his siblings gasped in astonishment. Mother! The figure was none other than Rhea, the goddess of time, the former queen, and the youngest daughter of Gaia. Time and space were destined to intertwine, their union promising the birth of powerful offspring to govern the world. Yet, Cronus, unwilling to relinquish his throne, devoured his progeny upon their birth, sparing only Zeus. It was Rhea's maternal love that allowed her to secretly send away her youngest son. As Zeus grew, he devised a cunning plan to force Cronus to regurgitate his siblings. And together they united their strengths to overthrow Cronus's reign, establishing a realm of greater order and justice. Now, Cronus returns from the abyss, seeking vengeance upon his once beloved offspring. His fierce gaze brimming with rage, and his monstrous minions bearing grotesque visages, filled with a bloodthirsty yearning. Zeus felt the weight of this tremendous pressure among his siblings. Hades bore the least burden, as the shadows swirling around him absorbed the strain. However, he dared not command the mighty deities to act, facing the formidable Cronus alone. Zeus bellowed, the defeated must accept the judgment of the victors. Cronus, you have disrupted the world's order and wrought great slaughter. Only the abyss is the fitting place for the penance of the guilty. Cronos' gaze was devoid of warmth, cold and unyielding. Sinners? Punished? Huh. Zeus, do you truly believe me to be a foolish deity swayed by your deceit? A mere puppet with a head, led astray by your temptations? During my time of escape, I have already set forth to execute those traitors. Behold, Rhea, my wife. Her current docile demeanor is the most trustworthy of existences. Cronos' large hand seized Rhea's shoulder, drawing her closer, and in that moment, her eyes remained unblinking, resembling a beautifully crafted marionette. Hera, with her bovine bright and enormous eyes, perceived the anomaly. Cronos, what have you done to our mother? What have I done? Cronos chuckled softly, stroking Rhea's head as one might a beloved pet. I merely removed her mind. Those seemingly casual words struck terror into the hearts of Zeus and his siblings, their mother subjected to such cruel measures. It was tantamount to their own humiliation. This time, they and Cronos would likely be locked in a deadly struggle, despite the supremacy of paternal authority. Cronos was utterly unworthy of their fatherly title. The deities supporting Zeus cried out from behind, "Defile our king and perish." Yet Cronos paid no heed to such scum. They were merely fodder to sustain his pets. The two divine kings stood, each backed by a throng of supporters, echoing the reverberations of the ancient titanomachy. But this time, within Cronos' legion, there existed no opposition to his will. As he unveiled his dark cloak, the familiar faces to Zeus were all rendered blank, resembling Rhea's vacant expression. They had all been stripped of their minds by Cronos. The brutality and savagery of Cronos instilled a profound dread among the gods. As their leader, Zeus could not display fear. Hera grasped his wrist, affirming, "Together." Indeed, a softness flickered in Zeus's eyes before he swiftly regained his composure and wisdom. He strategized. Let us commence with ranged attacks to test the waters, avoiding the jaws of the ferocious beasts. If necessary, we shall employ the protection granted by Joel. Yes, O great king of the gods. Poseidon and Hades each chose a direction to launch their assault, as the vast sea and the dark abyss spread ominously across Olympus. Once a realm of peace and joy, now engulfed in fierce combat against the invaders. Numerous deities perished, and the laws and powers converged upon those of shared origin. As the chaos of war drove the gods into a frenzy, fortunately, the monstrous beasts wielded by Kronos were not invulnerable. When the deities discovered they could indeed inflict damage upon these abominations, provided they carefully evaded localized spatial traps, they could hold their ground. Yet, Kronos would not allow this advantageous situation to slip away. He intertwined foreign powers into his being, becoming a chaotic entity, while simultaneously mastering the art of seduction. Seizing this opportunity, he used his divine strength and authority to manipulate and incite a deity who had grown increasingly powerful due to the death of their divine companions. This deity, wielding a weapon stained with the blood of the beasts, turned against their ally, thus overflowing with primal essence. The rush of newfound power intoxicated them, prompting them to slay several more deities of the same origin. In an instant, the battlefield descended into utter chaos. Chapter 137. Disqualification and Annihilation. Kronos was astonished by the effectiveness of his manipulative powers. He subtly incited two more deities, however, just as these two began to flourish. Eros and Hermes detected the ruse. One represented chaos and discord, while the other was the master of deception. After restoring order within their respective domains, they surveyed the turmoil unfolding before them. Though they could not address those already empowered, they swiftly severed the potential growth of the two new incitements, cautioning against shared origin and the risk of being exploited by Kronos. The Olympian deities grew wary, rendering Kronos unable to exploit the situation further. He glared fiercely at Eros and Hermes, then patted the head of the beast beside him, saying, "My dear, go devour those two who are thwarting my plans." Eros raised an eyebrow. "Oh, look, they're coming for me." Clouds billowed up from beneath her feet. The discordant goddess was a master of inciting conflict and moved effortlessly across the battlefield, her own power formidable. Each time the beast lunged, it failed to strike its target, its frustration boiling over as it turned to bite off the head of a nearby deity. Meanwhile, Hermes also engaged in a contest of speed, deftly maneuvering the monstrous beast in circles. Observing this scene, Kronos was infuriated and chose to abandon the skirmish with the two younger gods, deeming them insignificant compared to his grand appetite. His gaze shifted to Poseidon, who wielded a trident and summoned crashing waves. As Kronos' corpulent beasts surrounded the king of the sea, Poseidon glanced at Zeus, who was directing the gods in battle, and then at Hades, shrouded in impenetrable darkness, pondering if he alone bore the wounds of this world. The sovereign of the seas has fallen into silence. Yet this ruler of the ocean has earned his title through conquest. The sea and the ocean lie adjacent, while the progeny of ancient sea deities each claimed their territories. It was the first time Poseidon, in his capacity as the Sea King, approached the vast waters, a ruler devoid of genuine power. Subsequently, through the union with Amphitrite and the entanglements with the daughters of the ancient sea gods, he exerted pressure through paternal and marital authority, much like Zeus, enabling his offspring to supplant their predecessors. Only then could he reclaim dominion over the sea. The ferocious beasts posed no threat to Poseidon. With a mighty sweep of his trident, he summoned colossal waves that hurled the attacking creatures away, landing them squarely before Zeus. Sensing the impending danger, Zeus took a few steps back, eyes fixed upon the monstrous beings leaping from the ground and charging towards him. "Poseidon, you seek vengeance," he exclaimed, unable to believe that Poseidon had acted by mere accident. With an air of feigned innocence, Poseidon waved his hand. "My apologies, it was truly an oversight." Zeus cast a cold glare at him, and with a crack of thunder, he struck the malevolent beasts, reducing them to plumes of black smoke. In the ensuing chaos, he had no time to concern himself with Poseidon, but once the ordeal had concluded, one could only speculate whether he would bestow a grand gift upon Poseidon. Kronos, undeterred by his failed scheme, understood that a mere handful of vile creatures could not bring down Zeus and his allies. However, he had more than that at his disposal. The battlefield was far from over. The gods began to feel the weight of exhaustion. The years spent recklessly augmenting their divine power through the worship of mortals had finally borne fruit, revealing the detrimental consequences of their indifference and their penchant for revelry amidst turmoil. As humanity faced extinction, Olympus, deeply intertwined with the mortal realm, found itself cursed, a curse emanating from the very world itself. As guardians of humanity, they had failed to uphold their duty of protection, leaving no ember of hope before humanity's demise. This was a stark contrast to the beings created by Zeus, the former king of the gods, and his fellow deities. The current human race was crucial to the world's evolution and the progress of cultural laws, all imbued with meaning by humanity. Yet now Cronus, under the guise of assaulting Olympus, was ruthlessly eradicating all of humanity. Even Gaia, the Earth Mother, could not fathom the brutal and cold-hearted nature of her son. The land was ensnared by the curse born of the deceased beasts, a terrifying contagion that drove living beings to madness, ultimately leading to their self-destruction. The more beasts Olympus dispatched, the swifter humanity's annihilation progressed. At this juncture, Cronus' scheme reached fruition, and Olympus became, whether directly or indirectly, the harbinger of humanity's obliteration. All the while under the guise of humanity's innocence. When Zeus finally grasped the venomous intent of Cronus, it was already too late. His hand, poised with the scepter, faltered. His expression froze, and in that fleeting moment, his body and soul were suspended. The other gods mirrored his stillness. The dark mist enveloping Hades sought to rescue his partner. Yet it too suffered the backlash of the disqualification of the king, leaving much of its form ensnared. In sorrow, it brushed against its partner's face, then, guided by primal instincts, sought the sole glimmer of hope left behind by chaos for this day, their little brother, Joel. After toying with the gods for so long, Cronus finally stood ready to enact his plan. He approached Zeus, removing the latter's crown and scepter, before taking his place upon the lofty throne. Gazing down upon the petrified deities, who remained motionless like statues, lacking the subservience of his followers, Cronus sat atop the throne for an extended period, feeling an inexplicable void. At that moment, a few of the fierce beasts he had nurtured exchanged glances in the shadows. Howl! A prolonged wail erupted as the monstrous beings, wholly unrestrained by Cronus' control, collectively summoned the arrival of some enigmatic existence. Cronus felt a tightening sensation at the crown of his head. An immense threat heightened his vigilance. Yet the infusion of an unknown power had branded his body with the imprint of the other. Like a mere servant, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance. It was then that he comprehended the deception he had fallen victim to. Unfair. Your Excellency, Duke Eros, you promised to assist me in vanquishing the Olympian deities. Once the dominion was established, you required merely a division of the 3 layers of the world's essence, and all would conclude. Why? Cronus howled from a half-kneeling position, his voice laced with fury and despair. He had sacrificed so much, only to possess it fleetingly. Everything was but a fabrication spun by an outsider. No, he would not yield. Yet, the harshness of reality was undeniable. In the visions once foreseen by Prometheus, a thick, festering tongue lashed out, piercing through Cronus' form, siphoning the spatial essence birthed by this world. Bah! Such impure essence is distasteful, yet this world appears to harbor hope and miracles, truly a rarity. To obliterate hope is my favorite pastime. Let me seek it out. Where might it be? Chapter 138, Compassion and Vitality. The earth, thick and resilient, bore witness to the lament of life. The breath of destruction, upon encountering fresh existence, would mercilessly reap all in its path like a relentless scythe. Beep, beep. 2 leaves danced upon the ground, while the lurking monstrosities, patrolling the terrain, remained oblivious to the clandestine efforts of a snake and a rabbit, both hidden away underground with their eyes covered by the snake's tail. The little rabbit's trifurcate mouth quivered as it nestled closer to the warm emanation of a diminutive deity. The snake, momentarily shedding its instinct, gently flicked its tongue, wrapping its tail around the deity's wrist, silently expressing its elation at surviving the catastrophe. The present state of the earth is indeed terrifying. Joel bestowed upon them a thread of vitality, alleviating their struggles for sustenance for an extended period. Find a place to conceal yourselves. Go forth. The snake and the rabbit bid farewell to the small deity and slipped into the depths of the burrow. Eros, beside Joel, gently wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Joel, are these mere creatures truly worthy of your divine energy, expended one by one for their salvation? Moreover, you continuously nourish the plants of the earth with water imbued with divine essence. This region teeters on the brink of destruction and vitality. I fear it may reveal your presence. The previous atrocities committed by the beasts against humanity weighed heavily on Joel's conscience, for he had saved not a single soul. At that time, humans were the primary targets of the monstrous beasts, and the goddess Gaia did not permit Joel to confront such peril. In the temple of the Earth Mother, Joel is ensnared within the protective barrier of the earth, which was once a safeguard but has now become a constraint for the little one. Eros and Thanatos stand watch. Joel blinked with his lustrous cat-like eyes. My dear friend, the esteemed Grim Reaper, I implore you to release me. I promise merely to observe and shall not intervene. Eros, separated from Joel by a barrier, pressed his palm against it. Joe, it is not that I am unwilling to set you free, but the goddess's constraints are beyond our power to defy. Joel wore a sorrowful expression, lamenting, but humanity should not meet such a fate. They are far too innocent. Thanatos, indifferent to all save for those he held dear, could not fathom Joel's compassion. The deaths he had witnessed embodied a different kind of tranquility. In comparison, they merely lacked the sounds of laughter and the vibrancy of life. Death, in itself, was not as terrifying as it seemed. Yet, he understood that the scenes of the ferocity of beasts and the slaughter of the defenseless were indeed unsuitable for a young soul to witness. The usually indifferent harbinger of death seldom revealed tenderness. Death is but a facet of destiny. At least they would no longer confront further suffering and torment. Joel yearned to rescue the weak and the innocent, but as of now, his strength was insufficient. We would never allow you to take such risks unless you possess the power to crush all opposition. Eros had consistently played alongside Joel. Having observed the former version of him, compared to now, he seemed to possess much more softness, yet Eros did not believe that Joel's heart was truly so fragile. Throughout this time, he had been silently scrutinizing Joel, unable to suppress his own compassion and sorrow for living beings. What, indeed, had influenced him so profoundly? Joel remained oblivious to Eros's concerns regarding his efforts to liberate the creatures of this realm from the clutches of death. He offered Eros a warm smile, embracing vulnerability. Let the truth be laid bare, Eros. You have always shielded me in times of need, and I yearn to extend my aid to you as well. My actions bear significance. The essence of life lies in existence itself. I have heard the earth's lament. Sister Gaia, once so vocal, now remains silent. And I can feel her anguish as the malevolent beasts grow ever stronger. Joel's gaze fell into the distance as he placed a hand upon his heart. A look of unease crossing his face. Have you noticed that their might has risen alongside the passing of living beings, following humanity's demise? They have already imprinted themselves upon this world. It is merely a matter of time before they achieve total conquest. There is one sentiment Joel refrained from voicing. Yet the original few were acutely aware of it, the last hope for this world. Gaia, unwilling to confront the inevitable, kept Joel from venturing forth. As a being of the same essence, regarding Joel's future, they could foresee nothing. Rather than gamble on a slender thread of hope, it would be preferable to relish more moments spent with his younger brother. Without the contention of other siblings, Joel nestled quietly and obediently in his embrace. The heart of Gaia, once wounded by a brood of rebellious offspring, began to revive. The greater the affection, the more unbearable the potential for loss became. Residing within the temple, Gaia wove a small nest and blanket for Joel from the softest, finest threads, envisioning the delight of his brother's embrace. Warmth radiated from his eyes. However, this pleasant mood was short-lived as a tempestuous aura, tinged with the sin of blood, intruded upon his actions. Regretfully, Gaia set aside the thread. The consciousness, taking on a human form, journeyed to a place on earth where he was summoned, gazing upon his youngest son with eyes devoid of emotion. Perhaps after his youngest son had hollowed out the minds of his other offspring, Gaia ceased to regard the offspring he had birthed as anything but a monster, devoid of maternal love. Coincidentally, the latter held no feelings of filial affection towards his mother. Kronos leaned upon his scepter, addressing Gaia without an ounce of courtesy. My dear mother, how has your time been? I wonder where my little uncle currently resides? Gaia became alert. What is it that you seek? Nothing much. I have never formally met my little uncle. Now, ruling over Olympus. I have no desire to become the so-called king of the gods. Why not let Joel occupy that position? It would merely be a title, with all the benefits accruing to me while I handle the arduous tasks. What do you say? Kronos plainly articulated his intentions, even suggesting he would yield the position to Joel. Yet, Gaia understood that her power-hungry youngest son harbored no genuine goodwill. With humanity extinguished and the king of gods disqualified, the burdens of that position outweighed its benefits. Furthermore, why, all of a sudden, did Kronos take an interest in Joel? Gaia refrained from indulging in the worst conjectures regarding Kronos' thoughts. As his biological mother, she recognized that while Kronos' divine essence was not flawed, his presence felt unfamiliar. This strangeness was accompanied by an unsettling sense of threat. Reluctant to engage further with him, Gaia did not approach but instead remarked, "We shall speak of this another time. I must take my leave." The Earth Mother departed in haste. The regret in Kronos' eyes was palpable as he realized he could not draw closer. Alas, the essence of the Earth is far too vigilant. Later, a broad smile spread across his lips. Yet, it is the presence of challenges that imbues life with intrigue. Otherwise, succumbing effortlessly would hold no allure. The essence of the Earth conveys messages. Upon returning to the temple, Gaia's demeanor turned icy. Indeed, he was no longer Kronos. As for the whereabouts of his offspring and the events that transpired, Gaia remained indifferent, for all was a matter of personal choice. Whatever the consequences, one must bear them alone. Sister Gaia, a cheerful voice echoed, melting the chill that enveloped Gaia. He slightly crouched down to catch the exuberant Joel who leaped towards him. Casting a glance behind, he noticed Eros wearing an expression of displeasure. A smile graced Gaia's lips. The fact that he could bring discomfort to the god of desire delighted him, even if it was merely a fragment of divine essence reincarnated. Joel, nestled in Gaia's embrace, detected a repugnant scent, reminiscent of the earth yet more viscous and malevolent. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Sister Gaia, what troubles you?" Gaia replied gently, "I encountered an old acquaintance. We exchanged little, but what is it that concerns you?" Joel shook his head. "It's nothing, but your companion's aura feels rather off. You should exercise caution." His earnest demeanor was utterly endearing. Unable to restrain herself, Gaia instinctively pulled little Joel into her embrace, enveloping him in a space so dense that he struggled to breathe. Sister. Eros gritted his teeth and rushed over, inwardly cursing Gaia's shamelessness, desperately attempting to extricate Joel from her grasp. "Release my Joel." Yet, Gaia's formidable presence was beyond Eros's ability to shift. No matter how much the little god of love thrashed about, it proved futile. Ultimately, it was only when Gaia noticed Joel's discomfort that she relinquished her hold. Emerging from her embrace felt akin to a rebirth. Joel inhaled the crisp air, playfully teased by Gaia. "Do you still want a hug?" Joel quickly shook his head, insisting, No. He truly cannot bear it. Gaia straightened her posture, observing the two little ones who had once again become inseparable, enveloped in an atmosphere of constant intimacy. It was fortunate that little Joel did not find their companionship bothersome. A tendril of dark mist drifted closer, and the familiar aura caused Gaia's expression to shift dramatically. She hurriedly lifted the hem of her dress and sought refuge beside her statue. If the adversary were to launch an attack, she could still use the statue as a shield. In her panic, Gaia failed to recall that she was within her own domain, where the opponent's assaults would be significantly diminished, perhaps a reflection of their own insecurity. Joel's reaction differed markedly from Gaia's. A luminous spark ignited within his eyes, responding to the movements of the dark mist with an intimate and joyous affinity. Brother Tao. The dark mist transformed its shape, revealing a tall, striking figure adorned with obsidian hair and eyes, clad in nothing more than a simple black robe. An intangible pressure and aura of authority rendered it difficult to gaze directly upon him. Only Joel, the favored little one, felt no aversion. He rushed to the legs of the humanoid abyss and was effortlessly scooped up into its embrace. As for Gaia's bygone grievances, the abyss had not forgotten. Yet there were matters of greater significance at hand that allowed him to momentarily set aside old animosities. Joel. Joel lifted his small face, gazing up at the sharply defined jawline of the abyss. "Brother, is there anything you require my assistance with?" The profound sorrow conveyed was impossible to overlook. Joel was overtaken by sorrow. What about Hades? Ever since the revelation, the abyss's possessiveness over the lord of the underworld has been inseparable, akin to the bond between him and Eros. In no significant circumstance do they part ways. Tartarus understood that he could not afford the luxury of grief. The urgency to rescue his companion propelled him straight to the point. "You must come with me." Gaia, disregarding her fear, retorted, "No. Where are you taking Joel?" "Kronos is searching for him. There is no safe place in the skies or on the earth at this moment." Precisely, Tartarus met Gaia's gaze. The earth is Joel's domain. If life falters, this world will transform into a forbidden zone. We cannot allow our selfish desires to let him evade his responsibilities. Chaos may disregard everything, but Joel is our only hope. Do you wish to endure the torment of reincarnation once more? The abyss's Tartarus, with just a few words, shattered Gaia's defenses. The goddess of the earth swayed precariously, barely sustaining herself by clutching her own statue. Tears brimmed in her eyes. How could this be? Chaos, the primordial essence, represents both the genesis and the terminus of all existence. From this tumultuous void emerged the original 5 deities, who crafted the world. The essence of these 5 gods serves as the foundation and pillar of the universe. Subsequently, the earth birthed the sky, oceans, and mountains, nurturing all forms of life, while the night gave rise to the darker aspects of existence, maintaining equilibrium. Yet, all things are in constant flux. The merciless passage of time and the capriciousness of fate have accelerated the world's evolution, gradually overshadowing the natural deities with the might of conceptual gods. Eventually, The gods of nature succumbed to slumber, their strength increasingly dependent on the faith of humanity. In the end, the gods faded into oblivion as humanity thrived. Their civilization burgeoning with power that rivaled divine destruction, heralding a nightmare. Life dwindled, and nature lay in ruin. When the last sentient being perished amidst the cacophony of warfare, the skies wept acid rain that corroded all, while volcanoes unleashed their pent-up wrath accumulated over centuries. Even the seas revealed their ambitions, engulfing the land. Fate itself could no longer govern destiny. Chaos, having initiated all, also ushered in the end. Through cycles of creation and destruction, the five deities sealed away their emotions, mechanically fulfilling their duties as they observed the relentless toil of sentient beings, awaiting the return to the end and the dawn of a new era. Yet, within this epic of creation, an unexpected surprise emerged, a minuscule life form that had once not existed, bearing the greatest blessings and hopes of the original gods. Life seemed transformed by Joel's mere presence. The five deities began to embrace their own existence, attending to Joel's growth amidst their duties, reminiscent of memories long preserved. They encountered gods previously unknown and ventured down paths untrodden. Divinity ceased to be mundane. However, this era was fraught with peril as forces beyond the world loomed. Chaos imparted a divine decree to the original five deities to sustain this world and shatter the cycle of fate. They must empower Joel to wield the dominion over life itself. In confronting this challenge of authority, danger awaited them. They must learn to relinquish control. Joel discerned his significance from the conversation between his brother and sister, and his inner turmoil was validated. Yet, his spirits did not improve significantly. Even as a deity, he felt fear. No being exists without dread of death, unlike Thanatos, who understands that death leads to rebirth in the underworld. But what awaits deities after death? This is the first time Joel is engulfed by fear of an uncertain future, yet he does not choose to flee. The little one clutches Tartarus's collar. Trembling slightly from fear, yet he remains composed, behaving in a manner that makes the indifferent abyss feel it is bullied a child. Gaia would rather have the child cry and whine than be disobedient. The sorrow and guilt within her weigh heavily, making her reluctant to face the truth. Eros comprehends the situation as well. He struggles forward, intent on reclaiming Joel. On what grounds do you make decisions for Joel? You did not ask if he is willing. Nor did you consider his fears. Return my Joel to me. If you insist on taking him by force, we shall engage in a battle to the death. The child's clear voice intertwines with the adult's magnetic tone, a pink light swirling around them. At that moment, Eros's form elongates. Chapter 140. Confrontation. His choice. What an exquisite visage it is. Even the Creator's hand could not fabricate such delicate beauty. Every inch is perfectly balanced, naturally unique, and captivatingly graceful. The primal essence of love and desire, Eros. Merely standing there, he becomes an unforgettable landscape for all existence. Tartarus remains unaffected by him. Devoid of the gentle softness he usually extends to Joel. Instead, he regards Eros with utmost vigilance, more so than he does with the indifferent abyss. Love and desire are formless, and temperament is fickle. He has never underestimated the power of his brother Eros. Wow, brother Eros. Before the siblings. If one were to speak of the closest bond, it is undoubtedly with Eros. From birth to later development, love and desire have perpetually accompanied him. Had not the essence of love lain dormant, Joel's curiosity about the new world would have prompted him to venture forth. At such a moment, it is likely that Joel was still cradled in Eros's embrace. In recounting the tales of the gods, each time Eros manifested his form, Joel could not help but yearn for a hug from his older brother Eros. It had been an eternity since he last returned to the Sea of Desire. Having encountered difficulties in locating its entrance, at one point he feared that his brother Eros no longer wanted him, leaving Joel so forlorn that he wished to avoid even the sight of the little god of love. Fortunately, Eros was always attuned to Joel's emotions and could discern the little one's thoughts. In response, he would summon his divine power, transforming back into the familiar figure of his older brother Eros. Tender kisses, warm embraces, and gentle lullabies followed, fostering an atmosphere of intimacy and trust. This, in turn, incited a mixture of jealousy and envy within the little god of love towards his own essence, as those years of nurturing and companionship were moments he had never shared. He found himself helpless, compelled to shower even more affection upon Joel, secretly hoping that the young one would become utterly reliant on him. Now, as he gazed upon the appearance of his brother Eros, a sense of longing welled within him. Joel was eagerly yearning to escape the embrace of Tartarus and venture into the arms of Eros. Although Tartarus had found a cherished companion, It did not signify relinquishing his favorite brother. His hands were firmly clasped around Joel's waist, refusing to allow the mischievous little one to seek the embrace of desire. Was the abyss not sufficient? Eros, having awaited his beloved brother's arrival, grew impatient in silence, casting a lingering gaze toward the abyss. "Release my Joel." Tartarus and Eros exchanged glances, the former asserting, "By chaos, Joel belongs to us all." Eros blossomed into a smile, akin to a garden in full bloom. His exquisite beauty rendered the world seemingly suspended, ensnaring Joel within its allure, while the abyss remained vigilant. It tightened its grip on Joel, only to find him slipping away. The intangible essence of desire had stealthily approached, one hand resting upon the shoulder of the abyss, while the other extricated little Joel from its hold and drew him close. Eros cradled Joel and inhaled deeply. "Brother, mine." Beneath the dark robes of Tartarus, a fist clenched in frustration, longing to strike Eros, the embodiment of exquisite beauty, and shatter the enchantment. Regrettably, reason remained impervious to Eros's influence, as the emotions of the heart bound him, preventing any aggression towards the beautiful one. Tartarus acknowledged the undeniable complexity of his brother, the embodiment of desire. Eros emerged from Joel's presence, casting a provocative glance at Tartarus. "If you wish to take my brother, you must first contend with me." He pointed toward the heart of the abyss. "Had you once been the cold and unfeeling abyss, I might have faltered. But now that you possess emotion, all feelings and affections are under my dominion." Eros curled his fingers into a grasping motion. "My esteemed brother, you can no longer sever the chains of desire's control." A pang of anguish stirred within the abyss. Due to emotion, it experienced both pain and sweetness, a tormenting interplay. As it caressed its heart, Hades and Gaia, witnessing the plight of Tartarus, recoiled behind their statue in disbelief. The power of desire was indeed formidable. Over the years, Eros had remained remarkably discreet, reluctant to incite discord among his brothers, always bearing the burdens of responsibility himself. Joel embraced Eros's neck, nuzzling gently. "Brother Eros, please let me go. The world must not be destroyed. We must drive the invaders away. You will help me, won't you?" Eros, still engaged in an unseen struggle with Tartarus, felt the warm, soft touch and was momentarily taken aback. Then he heard Joel's words, a swirl of emotions flooding his heart. Yet, when he met those black feline eyes, misty with emotion, filled with fear yet resolutely unwavering, Eros's gaze softened with affection. He responded with a gentle nuzzle, his tone tender. "Very well, I shall accompany you. At the very least, allow me to be with you in your final moments." The deity's decision was not to be questioned by Thanatos, who watched them depart in the blink of an eye. A white mist emerged. Hypnos arrived, still unsteady when Thanatos grasped his hand. "Brother, the gods have taken Joel to confront Cronus. We must join them." For reasons unknown, unease crept into his heart. Even as he bore witness to death, he could not bear the thought of Joel facing that fate. The little one would surely be frightened, wouldn't he? While everyone speculated about Joel's fear, the reality of confronting it sent the world into a mournful whisper as malevolent beasts brazenly lied, frolicking with white skulls in their midst. Their harmony was utterly disconnected from the world itself. Wherever Joel tread, the withered blossoms gradually bloomed anew, and the parched brook began to flow once more. The larvae, hidden within their cocoons, summoned the courage to emerge, their shriveled wings unfurling gracefully. They danced in the air, seeking the essence of life. A butterfly alighted upon the tip of Joel's finger. "Take flight, little one. All shall be well." Joel gently raised his hand, and the butterflies took flight. Sensing the arrival of the sovereign of life, all the seemingly lifeless beings along the way awakened from their slumber. Flowers blossomed, grass turned verdant, and every creature emerged from the earth, following the deity of life, step by step, toward Olympus. The ferocious beasts eyed them hungrily. Yet their diet consisted solely of the divine incarnations of the laws of the universe. Ordinary beings were merely trifles to be nibbled on during idle moments, hardly worthy of their attention. However, the essence of life, the tender and delectable little deities, appeared to them as a sumptuous feast. One beast, unable to suppress its desire, drooled, only to retract its salivation, for their god forbade any harm to the little deities. Otherwise, they would have pounced long ago. The mirror of the sky upon Mount Olympus, originally intended to surveil the mortal realm's conflicts, had now been invaded, becoming a possession of the intruder. It was astonishing that what was once sought had now been delivered right to his doorstep. Kronos rubbed his chin, his wicked eyes brimming with a profound desire for the little deities. He could not help but reach out. as if yearning to penetrate the mirror of the sky and touch the bodies of the little deities. Hurry, come to me. I await you. Chapter 141. The Final Battle. Rising to the challenge upon arriving at the foot of Olympus, life forms and ferocious beasts trailed behind Joel. A rare peace existed between life and death. Yet, as Joel approached Olympus, the silent expanse ahead loomed like a great beast quietly opening its maw, waiting for him to step willingly into its depths. Nevertheless, Joel could not halt his advance. He chose to confront the challenge rather than retreat. And he was not alone in this struggle. Within his inner world, everyone was watching. At this juncture, Joel opened his small world to his siblings, who were now concealed within it. Thus, his pace did not falter. Since they would inevitably face this moment together, they would do so united. Let them fight to protect. The wind howled, the northern gales had ceased, yet the blessings of the wind god lingered with Joel. The sea was absent, but the echoes of conch shells resonated. The ebb and flow of the tides signified the ocean's guardianship. The sky was tranquil, yet whether sun, moon, or stars, each exerted their utmost to illuminate the path ahead for the little deities. Though we may not be physically present, we remain in companionship. Oh, dear little hope. You must come quickly. If you do not hurry, I shall be compelled to fetch you myself. Kronos' eyes brightened upon the sight of Joel entering the grand hall, and he descended from his throne. He did not hastily approach Joel. The proper rituals before savoring a delicacy could enhance the pleasure of the feast, making the experience all the more anticipated. Joel once beheld the vibrant visage of Kronos in the mirror of Desire's ocean. Despite his fervent obsession with power and his ruthless methods, there was no reflection of such terrifying malevolence in his eyes. You are not Kronos. Who are you? An intruder? Little Hope is unexpectedly astute. Kronos chuckled heartily, his face adorned with mockery and amusement. My dear, you are quite clever, were it not for our opposing stances. I would have considered taking you back as my little son to play with. I am the demon swamp-licking demon king, Duchess Ithris. Will you submit or engage me in battle? The identity of Kronos has become obsolete, as Ithris tore away her Phaeode, revealing a form reminiscent of a fleshy pillar, adorned with numerous small nodules seeping corrosive fluids. Upon those pustules were protrusions resembling tiny tongues, truly befitting of the name licking. In Joel's grasp lies a slender sword crafted from the trunk of the tree of life, imbued with formidable healing and vitality capabilities, its quality unparalleled and resilient. This weapon allows Joel to harness his divine powers to their fullest extent. He stands in confrontation with Alicia, small in stature yet gripping a 3-foot-long sword. His exquisitely serious visage perpetually alert to Alicia's impending strike. The sight amuses Alicia, who chuckles at the scene before her. Although life may restrain my abilities, you have yet to mature. Thus, the harm you can inflict upon me is exceedingly limited. However, since you have chosen to challenge me, Alicia's bulging, tumor-like eyes gleam with menace. I shall swiftly end your suffering. Dear little Hope, let us become one. With that, she vanishes, her forked tongue transforming into 2 sharp barbs aimed at Joel's petite form. The anticipated scenario of the diminutive deity being skewered does not unfold, for a green barrier materializes, neutralizing Alicia's assault. Behind Joel, the ethereal silhouette of a great tree emerges. Fight for our god. Alicia grins with bloodthirsty delight, licking her sharpened spikes, the scent of iron wafting through the air, her ferocity intensifying. Little Hope, what happened to our promised duel? Why have you summoned allies? This is hardly honorable. Do not blame me for what follows. Come forth, my darlings, seize the adorable one. A horde of vile beasts converges, encircling their battleground. Alicia is not devoid of confidence in claiming the diminutive deity. Rather, she fears that the prize she has long awaited might elude her grasp for unforeseen reasons. She is determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Joel cleaved through each malevolent beast that lunged toward him with a gleaming sword, while behind him, several fiends seized the opportune moment. A sudden ambush. Bang! A flash of silver light heralded the arrival of the resplendent Narcissus, leading the sprites of the daffodils. Each held a mirror that reflected light, deflecting the beast assaults. For our god we fight. In the unkind gaze of Eros, the guardians of nature unfurled their wings. The silver lily sprites wielded healing blooms, while the laurel tree sprites unleashed arrows upon their foes. There were also the ocean sprites, floating in midair, ensnaring the beast with bubbles, and even the once mighty lion and the hydra, the 9-headed beast. These monsters regained their original forms, emerging from the miniature world, making their first appearance since their resurrection. With each arrival, they cried out, "For our god we fight." Regardless of the number of malevolent creatures, the sprites were equally numerous, fortified by the presence of the Lord of Life. Even in death, They could be reborn within the small world, rejoining the fray. Elis, observing the tide of battle gradually shifting, withdrew her levity and jest, casting a grim look at the small deity heavily shielded within the protective circle. A malicious smile gracing her lips. Indeed, you are our nemesis. Oh, Hope, I should have devoured you from the very beginning, rather than granting you time to grow. How I have squandered so much time. With a swift motion, Elis's form grew colossal, her tongue darting from every direction with blinding speed, snatching the beasts towards her maw. That sharp, flower-like orifice. Open, then close. The beasts dwindled one by one, as Joel watched the invader, dubbed the Licking Demon King, skewering the fiends like kebabs. His power climbing ever higher. His true form was about to descend. Joel perceived the surge of power emanating from Alicia, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloping him, as if the very essence of this space had been marked by an entity of elevated stature. There was no time to intervene. Alicia had reached her complete form. The true embodiment of malevolence had arrived, the inherent corruption of her being exuded in intense pressure, leaving both the spirits' minds and bodies in a state of profound disquiet. Oh, my God! The elven kings instinctively gathered around Joel. With a mere flick of her tongue, Alicia unleashed an attack that swept away a significant number of Joel's elven companions, transforming them into mere morsels for her consumption, despite the protective embrace of the life tree's natural guardianship. There was no way to thwart Alicia's onslaught. To withstand such a being, one of equal stature was required. Joel pressed his lips together, brandishing his sword resolutely. Oh, my God! The anxious calls from the life tree and the elven kings echoed around him, yet they could not sway Joel's resolve. My friends, regardless of whether this encounter leads to life or death, I shall strive to protect you. Death is but a precursor to rebirth. May we meet again in the days to come. Joel surged forward, determined to prevent Ithris from further contaminating the world. Upon him appeared the abyss, the earth, darkness, night, and the ever-present longing of desire. Among the 6 primordial deities, 5 slumbered, safeguarding the world's equilibrium, for the original creator would not manifest until complete annihilation ensued. Accompanying Joel were the vestiges left by them, imbued with divine power capable of momentarily awakening the essence of consciousness. In a fleeting instant, it became a battlefield of the highest existence, beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings, as the world succumbed to a blinding aurora. Everything was obscured. Chapter 142. The conclusion mythos in the aftermath of battle, following the restoration of normalcy among Zeus and his kin. The Elven King led his people back to the primordial realm of the Tree of Life. Here, the remnants of destructive force had dissipated, revealing traces of the tree's flourishing, teeming with vitality and vigor. All had come to an end. Humanity had perished, the majority of deities were lost, and the laws of the world lay in disarray. Moreover, the 2 small figures that once roamed the sacred mountain were now utterly absent, as if they had never existed. Hephaestus, with a stern visage, shed tears as he resigned from the divine assembly before King Zeus. In the vastness of the world, he sought to find his younger elder. Accompanying him was Heracles. Zeus had already replaced his staff. The previous one, tainted by malevolence, had been destroyed. Although the gods had not witnessed the ultimate confrontation directly, they sensed the silence of the Lord of Life through the mournful cries of the world's laws, collectively honoring the great essence of life. The goddesses gazed vacantly at the mountain path. Occasionally, the fleeting silhouettes of minor deities would appear, yet whenever they rose to seek them, it proved to be mere figments of imagination. What remained was an emptiness that echoed profoundly. Had they permanently lost their most cherished treasures? On a grand shell-shaped bed, Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, rested her head upon her hand, her bare feet resting upon Ares. Her gaze was ethereal, as if she beheld her former lover, Adonis. Was it Joel who had saved him with the authority of life? Yet, her beloved, though revived, refused to meet her gaze. Was love truly so fragile, so ephemeral? A sense of melancholy enveloped Aphrodite. A heart-shaped pink crystal fell beside her, prompting her to withdraw from her sorrowful reverie. She playfully nudged Ares with her foot. Hey you! Leave. Ares, bewildered by the sudden temper of his goddess, nonetheless saw hope in Hephaestus's departure, believing he might have a chance to win her affection. Even if met with harsh words from the goddess, Ares felt a sweetness in the challenge, joyfully departing. However, he did not venture far. Standing vigil outside the temple of love and beauty, wary of any approaching creature, Aphrodite, preoccupied with the crystal in her arms, spoke softly. Eros? The crystal resonated with the voice of the cherubic Eros. Greetings, my cherished goddess. May you eternally embody youth and vitality, and may beauty remain your everlasting companion. Bestowed with the blessings and praises from the Lord of Desire, Aphrodite radiated with an enhanced allure. Her already enchanting visage glowing even brighter as she caressed one side of her face, her heart brimming with delight. Are you still speaking? Has Joel awakened? Eros's voice, now magnetic and tender, replied, not yet, but the response from the divine tree indicates it will be soon. Aphrodite recognized that Eros had reverted to his primal form of desire, despite being the child she had borne. She could jest with the cherub but dared not address the deity, hastily sending her well wishes before terminating the communication. Gazing at the crystal in her hand, Aphrodite sighed. Far away in the realm of the Tree of Life lay the grandest oasis amidst the boundless desolation of the desert. The fairies guarded the crystal coffin, while Eros remained by its side, his gaze never straying from his beloved brother within, though his form appeared as that of a 9-year-old child at times. The shadow of an adult flickered, a remnant of past battles. Yet, he was fortunate to still be alive. Once Zeus and the others recover, they will deliberate on creating humanity anew, he mused, having summoned Prometheus, Epimetheus, Pandora, and their descendants. It seemed they intended to relive the course of human history. However, none of that mattered now. Eros pressed his face against the cool surface of the crystal coffin, where little Joel remained in slumber. This specially crafted crystal coffin could sustain life, nourished by the divine tree and the creatures of all life, who utilized their essence to uphold the vitality of the Life Master. Initially, the gods had bestowed upon them hope and rebirth, and now they sought to reciprocate that gift. Faith flowed abundantly. Every living being expressed gratitude. Joe, awaken soon. I miss you dearly. The gods are contemplating relocating their domain to the cosmos, distancing themselves from the earthly realm to safeguard the fragile barriers of this world and prevent future invasions. The world has lost too many of its foundational laws and will require a long time to regenerate. It is shattered, and the deities are mending it piece by piece. Eros whispered to himself, do you not wish to come out and witness the commotion? Of course, I do. If you wish, awaken swiftly so we may go together. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot be apart from you. I desire only to be with you, understand? Eros's eyes widened in astonishment, his stunned expression revealing that he had yet to grasp the situation as Joel turned his head within the coffin, displaying a smile. I'm back, Eros exclaimed. Quick, open the coffin. In the bustling realm of humanity, a humble wandering poet approached, strumming his harp and reciting exquisite verses. The enchanting tales captivated passers-by, compelling them to pause and gather beneath the shade of a tree, entranced by the poet's compelling narratives. He spoke of the distant Mount Olympus, a paradise of the gods, where the mighty Zeus wielded fearsome thunderbolts to punish the wicked. His beautiful wife, Hera, stood by his side, while Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and harvest, was his sister. Poseidon, the ruler of the seas, was his brother, alongside Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Moreover, Apollo, the god of the sun and light, and Artemis, the goddess of the moon and hunting, were among Zeus's offspring. The poet possessed a melodious voice that harmonized beautifully with the enchanting melodies, captivating the audience. His tales did not solely revolve around deities. They also encompassed human heroes. The Iliad recounted the opulence of Troy and the war ignited by the quarrel of 3 goddesses over a golden apple, leading to Troy's downfall at the hands of the Greeks, who carried away all its wealth, transforming it into a legend of history. With a steady cadence, the poet continued. I also have the story of the Odyssey, which narrates the journey of the hero Odysseus, who, after the war, returned to his homeland. After enduring a decade of adventures and trials, he ultimately attained peace and happiness. The crowd was enamored with the poet's tales and inquired about his name. With a gentle smile, he replied, I am called Homer. With his name left behind, the poet resumed his harp, singing hymns in praise of the gods, his silhouette stretching in the setting sun, while only the beautiful melodies echoed across the earth and into the distant cosmos. The gods observed humanity, watching the poet depart. As Athena and Artemis exchanged whispers, I recall that it was your turn to visit the mortal realm. How did Apollo end up going? Artemis remarked, gazing at the reflection of the poet in the mirror, a smile gracing her lips, yet her eyes burned with fury. I was still preparing when Apollo slipped away. But it matters not. He will return soon, and I shall give him a good thrashing. With her fists clenched, she exuded an aura of formidable intensity. The gods silently withdrew, for the huntress Artemis was a fearsome presence. Countless celestial beasts had likely met their fate at the hands of the goddess, since the deities took residence in the cosmic expanse, now neighbors to Uranus, the father of heaven. No longer did the gods indulge in frivolities and idleness, solely engaging in procreation to produce mighty offspring. Instead, they partook in battles, honing their skills through combat. Having learned from the last invasion that led to their world being overrun, the gods now approached their training with sagacity and strategic oversight, leaving no room for complacency. Few deities could rival Athena in intellect. Those whose martial prowess surpassed hers could not match her wisdom. In essence, grief and humiliation come but once. As the world incessantly evolves, life is sustained among mortals while death is managed by the underworld. The divine lineage of Zeus diligently refines themselves within the vast cosmos, only donning human forms during festive occasions to traverse the earthly realm. They extol the virtues of the gods and celebrate the heroic journeys of mortals, ensuring that mythology remains a resplendent jewel in the tapestry of human culture, rich and enduring. As for the life-giving sovereign and his companion, the little god of love, they have assumed the role of overseers of humanity. They wander across mountains and plains, sometimes strolling through the cosmic skies, occasionally slipping into the underworld, and often trailing the divine as they take human form to observe the intriguing endeavors of mortals. The world is vast, and time stretches on endlessly. Joel and Eros clasped hands, pledging to traverse mountains and rivers together, never to part again. The end, Chapter 143, Epilogue 1. Awakening, the sky was clear and calm, and all creatures rested in slumber. A considerable amount of time had passed since that monumental battle. In the final moments, the world, in a desperate bid for self-preservation, placed the entirety of its will to survive in Joel's hands. A resolute gamble of ultimate sacrifice. Joel thus gained complete mastery over life, seizing the opportunity for growth, transforming from a mere creature into a being of exquisite beauty, as translucent and pure as glass. His long hair danced lightly, and the curvature of his round feline eyes elongated gracefully, possessing both the cunning agility of a cat and the enchanting allure inherent to a true beauty. Even in the embodiment of love and beauty, Eros could not conceal his own breathtaking charm. The heartbeat of attraction sparked in an instant. The stark contrast between pristine beauty and repugnant ugliness became apparent as Etheris's initial wariness of Joel morphed into an obsessive desire to obliterate such beauty. Yet, as the world's sole hope and the embodiment of the collective will to survive, Etheris experienced for the first time an awareness of limitations. Their power could not shatter the essence of beauty, nor could the tainting force lead the sovereign of life to ruin. In fact, it was Etheris who nearly fell victim to the other's purifying influence. In a moment of dire urgency, they made a swift decision to relinquish the majority of their power, sacrificing their tail to survive. Regardless of existence, as long as there is a yearning for life. All of this belonged to Joel's strength. He, too, possessed completeness, and as his true form remained unbound, Joel was free. He had no intention of granting Etheris a chance to start anew. The vast life force transcended time and space. As the spatial mark carried through the ages reclaimed the temporal authority devoured by Etheris, the divine mark of life upon Joel's brow bore the silver essence of time's dominion. With a single strike, akin to Alicia piercing Kronos, Joel returned the despair and fury of time to his adversary, even in the throes of desperation. As Alicia sealed the painstakingly unearthed portal to the world, the attack pierced through her form. In the tumultuous and cacophonous realm of magic, the Lord of the World was utterly vanquished, his essence dissipating into nothingness. Below, the demonic spirits knelt in fearful reverence, as the life-imbued force purified the malevolence that had plagued this land. The flower of life took root upon this soil, bringing tranquility and beauty amidst the chaos of evil. Far removed from the tumult of battle, cleansing the taint of rage and bloodshed, the beings of this world wept in bewilderment, realizing they had not been forsaken. Praise be to the Lord of all beings. Although the invaders were repelled, the world had nonetheless suffered a significant depletion of its primal energy. Joel yearned for the world to swiftly restore itself, channeling half of his essence to rejuvenate it before succumbing to slumber. Unexpectedly, the diminutive deity of love, accompanied by the form of a cherished friend, discovered the tree of life. The nature spirits sang hymns of praise, yet were powerless to awaken their sovereign. Adonis proposed a solution: to unite the powers of all the spirit kings to forge a crystal casket, sustaining the singular divinity with the essence of all life. This resolution garnered unanimous approval. The miniature world had already begun to take shape, with the tree of life and the spirit kings at the helm. Passage between this realm and the domain of the gods was possible. However, this small world remained the core of Joel's being. The tree and the spirit kings resolved to temporarily seal the gateway to this realm until our god awakens, implying that for an extended period, they would need to exist within the realm of the deities. In light of this predicament, the tree of life led them to its birthplace. A once ravaged land that Zeus had condemned, now transformed into a desolate desert. Eros vigilantly guarded Joel's crystal casket, akin to a lovesick suitor awaiting the awakening of his sleeping beauty. Day after day, year after year, he recounted tales he had gathered to Joel, reminiscent of their shared moments in times past. Everything seemed unchanged. The world had resumed its cycle of life, awaiting tranquility. My dear Joe, when shall you awaken? Eros greeted each new day with hope, longing for Joel's first gaze to fall solely upon him. The visits of the spirit kings were dismissed by the diminutive deity of love, fearing that any inadvertent mishap might result in Joel's first glance not being his alone. Despite the fact that the initial gaze held no extraordinary significance, Eros's feelings and possessiveness for Joel deepened, giving rise to sinister thoughts within his heart. He contemplated concealing Joel away, solely for himself, belonging only to him. Joe, if you do not awaken soon, I shall indulge my desires with you. My patience wanes. He pressed against the icy barrier of the crystal casket, the frigid sensation preserving the last vestiges of his sanity, teetering on the brink of madness. Joel has seized the opportunity for growth, yet the myriad of separated essences overwhelms him. In a bid for self-preservation, his body reverts to the size of a 5-year-old. He finds himself unable to contain the overwhelming affection he feels towards this youthful incarnation. At times, Eros perceives himself as somewhat depraved, yet he longs to embrace Joel. In this world, there exists no entity capable of exerting control over him. Even the essence of Eros is swayed by the emotions of the young god of love, leading to a burgeoning desire in his gaze towards his brother. Fortunately, a crystalline coffin serves as a barrier between them. The tree of life shudders, its leaves frequently scattered by the intense emotions of the Lord of Passion. It fears that, in time, it may become barren from the loss of its foliage. The denizens of life, subservient to the Lord of Passion, dare not voice their indignation, as the young god of love and Eros appear to share an extraordinary bond for reasons unknown. No longer merely a reincarnation of divine power, he is gradually merging with the Lord of Passion. Now, the Lord manifests in response to the intense emotions of the young god, embodying a striking juxtaposition of size, both watching over their beloved's awakening with fervent devotion. As time passes, the denizens of life have reluctantly come to accept their presence, primarily due to their inability to resist. This state of affairs persists until Joel awakens. Quick, open the coffin. A heart brimming with excitement, hands trembling. In that moment, as the elven kings unite to unveil the coffin, Eros can hardly contain himself as he rushes forward to embrace little Joel. The long-awaited moment has finally arrived. Joel had just awakened, his mind still somewhat hazy, yet his body adeptly embraced Eros. He instinctively nuzzled against his dear friend. Eros, how long have I been asleep? Eros's gaze was profound, his voice ethereal. It has been an eternity. If you do not awaken soon, I shall. Joel shuddered, sensing an aura of danger. He surveyed his surroundings, which appeared remarkably safe. What was amiss? Eros observed his actions, remaining closely by Joel's side ever since leading him out of the ominous crystal coffin, never straying even a step away. Joel shook his head, remarking, "It's nothing. Perhaps I'm just a tad sensitive." Eros, draped over Joel, replied with a subtle tone, "Oh, sensitive, you say? A bit of sensitivity can be quite beneficial." Chapter 144, Side Story 1, Observation. Having grown accustomed to his newfound powers, Joel began to embrace his transformed appearance following a replenishment of energy. He embodied the visage of a mature deity, adorned in a simple garment that accentuated his elongated and supple physique with graceful and fluid lines. His complexion radiated a rosy glow, standing beneath the trellis of grapevines. His attire fluttered gently as if yearning to dance with the breeze. Eros, dear brother? Joel slightly tilted his head, ensnared by the embrace of Eros, who bore the countenance of a mature deity, their bodies pressed together. A shiver coursed through his neck. Eros was uncomfortably close, though such proximity had not been uncommon in the past. Perhaps it was the change in appearance that rendered the sensation somewhat peculiar for Joel. Eros breathed softly against the nape of Joel's neck, feeling the tremors of his body, while his hand, subtly caressing Joel's slender waist, betrayed a restlessness. Yet, Joel appeared blissfully unaware of any dissonance. After all, had they not always shared such intimacy? But Eros, Joel pushed away the beautiful Eros, his face flushed, appearing slightly warmer than the previously normal rosy hue. Eros leaned against the trunk supporting the grapevines, arms crossed over his chest, a teasing glint in his eyes. His gaze towards Joel was unabashedly fervent. Joel averted his gaze from Eros's penetrating stare, still unaccustomed to this form of Eros. Furthermore, due to their fusion and symbiosis, he could hardly distinguish when Eros was his brother and when he was simply Eros. The sensations of shame and taboo surged within him. Joel was still unable to fully accept the situation, and Eros understood that Joel was prone to shyness. He averted his gaze, reverting to the form with which Joel was most familiar. With his long legs, he took a few steps forward and approached Joel. This familiar appearance helped to lower Joel's defenses, and he no longer flinched away. A smile danced in Eros's eyes. He knew that Joel's heart was the softest when it came to him. There was no need for haste. He would allow Joel to gradually acclimate before making his move. Soon enough, there would be rewards to savor. Joel failed to perceive Eros's sinister ambitions. His hand was ensnared by Eros, as two stunning figures strolled through the forest, while the woodland creatures discreetly observed from the shadows, as if it were a romantic rendezvous. Joel remains oblivious to the captivating allure of his adult visage. It is not the enchanting charm of Eros that enchants the senses, but rather a purity akin to the pale moonlight, an impression so profound that once seen, it is difficult to forget. The gods never anticipated that the young Joel, whom they had cherished as a mere cub, would blossom into such striking elegance in adulthood. Each encounter subtly shifts their initial perceptions, awakening primal desires within the gods, spurred by the presence of Eros. Had it not been for the departure from their primordial world, the gods might have brazenly snatched away what the original deity held most dear, a being cherished by the world itself, a bride they longed to claim. In the starry expanse above, Zeus peered through the celestial mirror, observing the tender moments shared between Eros and Joel. He shed his imposing, bearded demeanor, reverting to the youthful charm he once possessed. Hera approached, noticing the fervent spark in Zeus's eyes. She slammed her cup on the table, the sound jolting Zeus from his reverie, prompting him to close the celestial mirror. Hera, what brings you here? The king of the gods no longer needed to traverse the mortal realm personally. The heavens, earth, and humanity were all under divine surveillance, ensuring a balanced world. This system was born from the lessons learned from past calamities. Thus, should any trouble arise, the gods could swiftly be informed. While the celestial mirror remained an invaluable tool for observing mortal affairs and seeking places to manifest their avatars, Hera regarded Zeus with icy disdain. After years of mutual torment, her affection for this god of flowery words had long since faded. Time had eroded their emotions. Yet, one boundary remained unyielding. She would not permit Zeus to lay a finger on Joel. Great king of the gods, my husband, you may pursue anyone, but not Joel. Hera's stern warning echoed. He is a being we nurtured together. No matter what, he will always be that innocent cub. I will not allow you to act immorally. Zeus, recalling Joel's striking features, felt a twinge of longing, but with Hera present, he merely chuckled and waved dismissively. Where did your thoughts wander? How could I ever do such a thing? Little Joel is practically my elder. Hera snorted coldly. You best be sincere. Once she departed, Zeus reopened the celestial mirror, his gaze fixated on Joel, now more unabashed than ever. As for Hera's warning, when had he ever heeded such counsel? He had not anticipated Joel's remarkable transformation. How might he approach him now? Zeus pondered deeply, resting his chin in thought. Meanwhile, seated upon the grass, Eros, who had been tracing circles around Joel, suddenly sensed an intrusive gaze. He lifted his eyes to the sky, seemingly identifying the errant god-king peering down. Trying to steal him from me? The ethereal scent of pink desire silently pursued Zeus, who had yet to devise the most suitable approach. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld a constellation maiden entering with a platter of fruit. Her delicate and enchanting visage captivated him inexplicably. The heart of the king of gods raced fervently. He approached her, for Eros could effortlessly stir emotions in anyone, effortlessly neutralizing a potential rival. Content, he reclined on Joel's lap, his hair gently tousled by the breeze, evoking a subtle tickling sensation. With each breath, he inhaled Joel's fragrant essence. It was a languid and leisurely afternoon, with Eros lounging upon Joel like a great, pampered feline. In Joel's eyes, there resided a sense of indulgence towards his dear friend. However, the connection to the little world was not severed after Joel's awakening. The tree of life and the enchanted beings returned to their realm. To them, this little world was a divine kingdom of life, and indeed, their sole sanctuary. Joel's hand, which had been gently brushing through Eros's long hair, suddenly came to a halt. Eros, who had been savoring the moment with his eyes closed, opened them in surprise. "Why have you stopped?" Joel remarked that Narcissus had discovered a hollow by the pond, seemingly imbued with remnants of temporal forces. "I believe we must investigate it." Upon hearing the word pond, Eros was transported back to a journey he had once shared with Joel, where they were swept into the past. Meeting Joel's curious and restless gaze, he realized there was no escape from this adventure, and he sincerely hoped that no distractions would arise to divert Joel's attention. After all, he had yet to truly possess Joel. Despite his inner reluctance, he chose to follow closely behind Joel, for there was nothing that could separate them. Joel opened the portal to the small world, arriving directly at the location of Narcissus, who was gazing at his own reflection in a mirror. The daffodil's eyes burned with intensity as he turned his gaze towards Joel. Eros, his expression darkening, stepped forward to intervene. "What are you staring at?" Narcissus boldly replied, "Behold the beauty of my divine self." As he caressed his cheek, he sighed. "I have long foreseen that my divine form would be of unparalleled allure. Yet I did not anticipate that even my extraordinary appearance would pale in comparison. Nevertheless, it matters not. The beauty of my divine self shall be shared with the daffodil, in both glory and disgrace." Indeed, Narcissus remained true to himself, his confidence in his beauty unwavering. Chapter 145, Epilogue 1, The Princess. Joel was reluctant to engage in discussions about his appearance. Unless accompanied by Eros, he perpetually felt an unsettling insecurity, fearing that once the novelty wore off, he would revert to his former self. He found it exceedingly challenging to withstand the covetous gazes of the deities, as if he were an exquisite delicacy on display. How terrifying! "Narcissus, perhaps you should guide us to that void. It is peculiar that in a realm bearing my insignia of authority, other entities could manifest." Joel's perplexity remained unresolved until he confronted the small void, whereupon he reached out to touch it, only to be seized by Eros. "Let me," he exclaimed. "Oh." Joel obediently withdrew his hand, leaning against Eros's back, anxiously observing as Eros extended his divine power to sense the surroundings. "What do you see?" Joel urged, noticing Eros's silence. "Please tell me. I am so eager to understand the reason behind the emergence of the void. Eros, my dear brother." Eros squinted and smiled, playfully pointing to his own cheek, relishing in Joel's initiative and affection. "Very well." Joel blushed deeply, swiftly leaning in for a kiss, then gazing intently at Eros. Unbeknownst to him, he too possessed the ability to perceive the void. Meanwhile, Narcissus distanced himself from them, extracting a small mirror and becoming entranced by his own beauty, shunning the sourness of love, for the daffodil was the most exquisite existence. Eros, rewarded and filled with satisfaction, directly employed the knowledge acquired from the Lord of Desire to enlighten Joel. "Do you recall the temporal and spatial markings upon you?" Joel nodded, his wisdom guiding his thoughts. "Fixed upon the void. Do you mean to say it is transformed by the temporal imprints? If that is the case, we must embark on a journey. Fate does not alter without reason. The most significant point is that this imprint is calling out to him." Surprised by how quickly Joel deduced this, Eros felt a wave of frustration, having intended to showcase his knowledge. He was torn between delight at Joel's aptitude for learning and lamenting the loss of his own avenues for acquiring benefits. Nevertheless, he always hoped for Joel's development in a positive direction. "Let us proceed, my Joe." Eros inclined his body slightly, allowing Joel to lead the way. Reminiscent of a steward from the mortal realm, exuding an elegance intertwined with nobility, Joel covered his mouth. "Very well, my knight," with a hint of mischief. His figure vanished into the void that exuded an ethereal aura. Eros followed closely behind, yet unforeseen events often transpired. Upon entering the void, he found no trace of Joel. His gaze met only an expanse of emptiness. A surge of alarm coursed through Eros, his heart racing. "Joel!" Joel entered the void and discovered the fabric of time and space shifting around him. He wished to warn Eros, but it was too late. The space distorted, and he was transported to a garden. This appeared to be a private sanctuary, adorned with charming blossoms and meticulously trimmed shrubs shaped into exquisite forms. As Joel's figure materialized in the garden, both the flowers and foliage swayed their leaves in a warm greeting to the Lord of Life. The world, captivated by the soothing ambience, turned its gaze toward him, an experience both strange and familiar. Joel pressed his lips together, severing the world's gaze upon him with the authority of his very existence. He realized that this realm was one inhabited by deities, yet not the realm of deities he had known. Was it a parallel universe? The thought crossed his mind, and he understood that he must first isolate himself from any traces of his existence in this world, for if he were to be scrutinized, he would inevitably lay bare before the eyes of the gods. The dangers this world might pose to him remained yet undiscovered. Joel dared not be careless. He was still unaware of whose timeline he had intruded upon. The last time, it was Sister Nyx's who came to rescue him and Eros. This time, he sought to locate Eros and return together. He had already delved deeply into the authority of time and space. Joel firmly believed he could find his way home, provided he first located the lost Eros. Let me ponder where Eros might have fallen. Are you a deity? A timid voice emerged from behind him, startling Joel, who was astonished that he had failed to notice another presence. He turned to see a beautiful maiden clad in an elegantly simple yet regal court gown. Her small crown slightly askew, and her hair tousled, exuding a charming morning disarray. However, upon catching sight of Joel, her dreamy eyes transformed into clarity, followed by a profound astonishment. She clasped her hands together and, with utmost reverence, bowed at the feet of the magnificent deity. Only the supreme deity could possess such rare beauty among mortals. You must surely be a divine being. Princess Psyche, at your service. The self-proclaimed Princess Psyche possessed an extraordinarily beautiful visage, one that could rival even that of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Joel instantly perceived the marks of love and beauty upon her, yet this was not a blessing. Embracing the notion that every encounter is a fateful connection, Joel chose to remain and observe the unfolding events surrounding Psyche. On one hand, he beseeched the wind spirits to seek out the whereabouts of Eros, for he harbored doubts about his own navigational abilities. Psyche was delighted by the deity's presence, and she concealed this from the king, the queen, and her two elder sisters. Daily, she stealthily ventured into the garden, spending the entire day there. Her unusual behavior soon captured the king's attention. Among his three daughters, only the youngest was renowned for her unparalleled beauty, which incited the jealousy of the goddess of love and beauty, resulting in a curse. The king, wishing to spare his daughter from worry, kept this information hidden. However, as Psyche matured year after year, he remained troubled by the uncertainty of when the goddess's curse might manifest. Recently, Psyche had been frequenting the garden with increasing regularity. What was she doing there? The king instructed Psyche's two sisters to follow her discreetly, and they soon returned with alarming news. Father, we saw Psyche talking to herself in the garden. It was most peculiar. Do you think she has lost her mind? Indeed. The king, striking the ground with his scepter, rebuked his daughters. Nonsense. Psyche could not be mad. Yet, the daughters lacked the audacity to deceive him, and the king, though skeptical, believed their account of Psyche's soliloquies, while harboring another suspicion. Just because something is unseen does not mean it does not exist. Could it be the curse sent by the goddess? The king felt a profound sadness. My poor little daughter, your beauty has brought you misfortune. To whom can I pray? His realm was but a modest city-state, and the deities they worshipped could never compare to the supreme goddess of love and beauty. Oh, divine being, whoever you may be, please aid my little daughter. In the garden, Joel, who swung gently in the breeze alongside Psyche, perked up his ears. He heard the king's concerns for his daughter and, gazing at the lively and innocent Psyche, felt an inexplicable sense of protectiveness. Psyche noticed the deity had paused in their playful antics. She lifted her beautiful face and asked, Lord Joel, why have you stopped? The gentleness of the divine being emboldened the young princess, and in her eyes, Joel embodied the ultimate ideal of beauty, surpassing even the goddess of love and beauty. She adored him immensely. Joel summoned the wind to bring the little princess before him and advised, Psyche, as a repayment for your refuge, I shall aid you in times of trouble. The little princess nodded eagerly. O divine one, I shall indeed. In her heart, she pondered how she could possibly encounter any difficulties, for she believed her father would resolve all her woes. All she desired was for the deity to remain by her side and indulge her in play. Chapter 146, Epilogue 1, The Marriage Proposal Yet. The challenges the little princess confidently believed she would never face eventually arrived at her doorstep. The king found himself perplexed regarding the future of his youngest daughter. Fearing the wrath of the goddess of love and beauty, he ventured to Delphi to seek a divine oracle. He implored, O Apollo, god of the sun and light, I am troubled about the future of my daughter Psyche. I beseech the great deity for guidance. What manner of husband shall she wed? As a chief deity, Apollo held no fear of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. However, she was beloved by the male gods, making it unwise to offend her openly. Nevertheless, his curiosity compelled him to use his divine powers to prophesy. Upon glimpsing the vision, a hint of mischief flickered in his eyes. Even the mischievous rascal who perpetually staged comedic dramas of love would be ensnared by its complexities. Ha! Apollo's heart brimmed with delight, and he generously imparted the oracle. Your daughter Psyche shall wed a fearsome beast upon the mountain. If you wish for her safety, she must never behold the monster's visage. In his jovial mood, he emphasized the latter point, hoping that the human princess might grant the little rascal a deeper taste of love's tribulations, avenging the past grievances he had endured. The towering laurel tree stood resolutely by the riverbank. Apollo's heart had long since shed its former innocence. Unbeknownst to the king, Phoebus remained preoccupied with memories of yore as he returned home with the oracle, laden with concern. Amid the envious and jealous gazes of his other two daughters, Psyche joyously approached her returning father. Father, did you bring me a beautiful dress? The king gazed at his youngest daughter with affection, replying, Of course. You are my most beautiful daughter, a symbol of our nation's grace, and even the gods cannot resist your allure. Yet, this very beauty had drawn the goddess's ire. Seeing her father's brow furrow once more, Psyche anxiously inquired, Father, what troubles you so? Finally, the king ceased to conceal the truth. He revealed to his daughter, Your beauty has caused people to regard you as the embodiment of love and beauty, inciting the true goddess of love and beauty's wrath, for she is no longer venerated. I sought counsel at Delphi, and the oracle foretold that you shall marry a dreadful beast. This is the goddess's retribution. Upon hearing this grim news, Psyche stood in stunned silence, her mind grappling with the implication of being given to a creature that delighted in consuming humans. Did this not signify the end of her life? Father, can I not marry? Psyche, in her naivete, harbored a fervent hope, yet the king remained silent. This was not merely a matter of her marriage. The punishment from the divine loomed ominously, and should it be disregarded, it would not only endanger Psyche but also their entire realm. As a sovereign, he could not permit his daughter's desires to usher in such catastrophic consequences for his kingdom. Psyche's two elder sisters had already lowered their heads, stifling laughter. The king and his young daughter, however, were oblivious to their mockery as Psyche gently embraced her father before swiftly retreating. In her cherished garden, the breeze intertwined with the fragrance of blossoms and the soft sobs of the young princess. Oh, how splendid her form appeared amidst the blooms, the sunlight becoming more radiant in her presence as flowers blossomed in eager competition. She sought merely a fleeting glance of divine mercy. Little princess, why do you hide here weeping? Psyche choked back her tears. O divine one, I am merely anxious about my future. My father sought the oracle at Delphi, yet the prophecy decrees that I must wed a hideous beast. She approached Joel, bowing deeply. O esteemed one, please grant me guidance, that I may find solace. Even if it means serving as your humble maid, I would willingly accept. Joel lowered his gaze, his hand gently resting upon Psyche's head. Poor little princess, I once promised to repay your kindness in sheltering me, and now I find myself in a position to assist you. On the day you wed the monster, do visit the garden. I possess a means to help you evade the relentless grasp of fate. Of course, Joel inquired with utmost seriousness. You must ascertain within your heart whether you are truly unwilling to wed the monster, even if your fate does not end in tragedy. He had even made it abundantly clear that Psyche's union with the beast need not necessarily culminate in a dreadful outcome. However, in a nation that venerates beauty, Psyche had always taken great pride in her own appearance. Upon encountering the divine being, she could no longer bear the thought of associating with someone whose looks were inferior. Regardless of whether the monster indulged in cannibalism or treated her with kindness in the future, she resolutely declared, Indeed, my lord, I refuse. Unbeknownst to her, in Joel's eyes, the fateful bond entwined around her began to unravel. Joel sighed. Very well, since it is your choice. Remember to seek me out. Psyche nodded yes. A new turn of events had lifted her spirits, and she ceased her tears. Her cheerful demeanor drew forth venomous curses from her two sisters. Look at that pitiful creature, destined to marry a monster, yet still able to smile amidst her impending doom. Indeed, she only knows how to entice men, causing countless misfortunes just to catch a glimpse of her. Poor Psyche, lamentable Psyche, perhaps once she is devoured by the monster, we shall hold a memorial for her. Yes, a memorial indeed. Time swiftly passed, and the day of Psyche's wedding arrived. The sky was clear and unmarred by clouds. The procession of mournful faces prepared to bid farewell to the most beautiful princess, the goddess of the realm. In the final moments before her departure, Psyche turned to her father, the king, and said, Father, I am about to embark on a long journey, one from which I may never return. Please grant me one request. The king, filled with sorrow, replied, Speak, my daughter. At this juncture, how could I deny your wishes, save for the request to not marry? The light in Psyche's eyes dimmed. She forced a smile. I understand. I shall not be unreasonable. You have always been so indulgent of me. Before leaving, she wished to see her garden one last time, knowing she would never behold it again. The king was aware that Psyche had concealed a certain presence within the garden. Yet he chose not to reveal it. Were it not for such cruel fate, he would never willingly offer his most beautiful daughter to a monster as a bride. Accursed destiny, unyielding fate. When Psyche reappeared before the onlookers, her beauty seemed even more radiant, as though offering her to the monster was a desecration. A sense of shame enveloped the crowd, and they dared not gaze upon Princess Psyche as they once had, fearing that even a fleeting glance would be an affront to her dignity. The title of goddess among mortals was indeed well-deserved. Oh, Princess Psyche, you are humanity's treasure. We cannot defy fate and the divine will that compels us to surrender you to the monster. But, dear princess, fret not, do not fear. We have summoned the bravest warriors. Such a precious gem of humanity ought to be protected by humankind. The hideous monster does not deserve to possess the beauty of the world. Chapter 147, Epilogue 1. The wedding. The king and his guards escorted Psyche to the foot of a mountain, where the captain of the guards knelt before her. Oh, beautiful and pure princess, please be patient. We shall strive to find the mightiest warrior to rescue you from the clutches of the monster. Until then, do not relinquish any hope for survival. The king gazed upon his daughter, transformed into a being of unparalleled beauty, far beyond the realms of mortal existence. Rendered speechless by sorrow. In response, Psyche merely lifted her skirt, executed a graceful curtsy, and then resolutely ascended the mountain with measured steps. However, she had not ventured far when a gust of the western wind enveloped her, carrying her to the summit. The Zephyr, known as Eros, had a penchant for whisking away beauties, but on this occasion, he was tasked with escorting the princess to the mountaintop. It was indeed a pity that such exquisite beauty was thus squandered, yet he dared not offend the goddess of love and beauty, lest he wished to retain his own sweet romance. My apologies, your highness, he thought. Yet, upon encountering the princess, he sensed a familiar aura, a blessing of the winds, perhaps the powerful essence of his most formidable brother, Boreas. What could this mean? When had Boreas ever interacted with the princess? Would the mightiest of winds engage in battle with the deities of Olympus on her behalf? Although the strength of the west wind was modest, he possessed a voyeuristic curiosity. Knowing well that the gods were immortal, should Boreas face defeat, the wind's divine essence would flow into the other three winds, awaiting the opportune moment to awaken Boreas's seed once more. Zephyros resolved not to relay this information to Boreas, considering the possibility that Boreas might indeed clash with the gods of the mountain in the future. He would return to witness the spectacle. Off he went. The west wind. Psyche watched Zephyros depart, having sensed from the outset his mischievous intentions, remaining vigilant in case he might cast her from the heights. Fortunately, no calamity befell her, allowing her to preserve her identity and secrecy. Now, her gaze shifted towards the horizon, where, unbeknownst to her, a magnificent palace had materialized. Let me see what the monster looks like, she exclaimed. Achoo! Within the palace, Eros, awaiting the arrival of his target, suddenly felt a chill and let out a resounding sneeze. He rubbed his nose, his expression perplexed. What was this? Could deities, too, feel the cold like mortals? The temperature is not reflective of external changes. Hiss, a massive serpent, ensnared by divine power, flicks its tongue. This is the venomous creature prepared for Princess Psyche by the goddess of love and beauty. Eros, tasked with making the two fall in love through his Eros, has entered this realm. Due to the overwhelming divine force, he temporarily replaced the Eros of this world. In his role as the master of desire, he is destined to encounter Psyche, who, upon laying eyes on him, will instantly fall in love. This is the original fate of the god of love. Had Joel never appeared, it would have been the fate line that the little god of love was destined to traverse. Yet love often has its own sequence. Since the little god first encountered Joel, regardless of Psyche's presence, his heart remains loyal to his beloved Joel. In the tedium of waiting, Eros idly brandishes his golden arrow, pondering the manner in which he shall shoot it when the princess arrives, should it be like this or that. Just then, the beautiful princess enters, her attention entirely focused on the little god hidden behind the column, oblivious to the writhing serpent on the ground. Ordinarily, the little god from a parallel world would not be familiar to her, yet the divine aura surrounding him cannot be concealed. Upon being unexpectedly recognized, the little god feels a twinge of embarrassment, but in the next moment, he rushes to Psyche, eager to embrace her. However, their forms hinder the embrace. Joel, what has happened to you? Eros looks up, gazing at the extraordinarily beautiful Psyche. In seeing her visage, he finally comprehends why fate has arranged things thus. As the son of the goddess of love and beauty, his standards for beauty are exceedingly high, having been accustomed to his mother's divine allure, which far surpasses that of mortals. Upon encountering Psyche's breathtaking beauty, he is indeed entranced and curious, and curiosity marks the beginning of his descent. However, Eros pouts, Joel, you would look better if you returned to your original form. Despite Psyche possessing a beauty that rivals that of love and beauty itself, it pales in comparison to the pure vitality and essence of Joel. Such purity is an exquisite beauty, where any color seems a tarnish upon Joel. And only he can impart color to Joel. With a flicker of golden-green light, Joel transforms back into his true self, his long limbs enveloped in a flowing robe. Black hair cascading down, adorned with golden leaves at the sides. Gentle and approachable, he embodies the essence of nature. He playfully taps Eros on the forehead, saying, now, it's my turn to be taller than you. Eros grins mischievously, is that so? A pink aura envelopes them as Eros's wings expand, and his form shifts into that of the master of desire. He embraces Joel, lifting his chin, their gazes locking. No matter how we change, I will always be taller, and thus only I can hold you close. As Eros drew ever closer, Joel's Adam's apple bobbed, and he turned his head slightly, feeling Eros's softness pressed against his cheek. Eros nestled his head into the side of Joel's neck, a picture of grievance. Joel chuckled as he patted his back. All right. Let us discuss how you came to be here. I instructed the spirit of the wind to seek you for quite some time, yet it could not locate you. What role did you play in the events surrounding Psyche? His keen perception remained unwavering, striking directly at the heart of the matter. Eros inquired in a deep, resonant voice. Who is Psyche? Have you taken in another? Suddenly, Joel felt a slight itch in his teeth and gently bit Eros's shoulder, exclaiming, let us not stray from the subject. With a playful huff, Eros momentarily feigned annoyance before returning to his usual demeanor, unabashedly enveloping Joel in his embrace. He led him to a sumptuous couch within the palace to rest. Eros then recounted the circumstances of his arrival in this realm, temporarily assuming the role of the original little god of love, along with the intricate entanglements of the goddess of love and beauty and the princess, as well as the tasks assigned to him, leaving nothing unspoken. Joel propped his head on his hand, reclining on the soft couch, and inquired, what do you intend to do? He could discern that Eros would not easily extricate himself. Perhaps they were destined to traverse the intricate fate line of the little god of love in its entirety. Yet Psyche remained hidden in her garden. How would Eros manage to wed the princess and subsequently navigate the unfolding destiny? The mere thought of his companion embarking on the path of matrimony filled Joel with a sense of abandonment, leaving him somewhat despondent. Was it possible that he had grown overly reliant on Eros? Once Psyche became Eros's wife, how would he interact with her? Would he refer to her as sister-in-law? Joel was still pondering how one might address an elder brother's wife. Eros would not permit such idle thoughts to linger, for the pursuit had already proven quite arduous. Yet, was this not an opportunity in itself? He leaned down gently, pressing against Joel. Joe, we have unwittingly taken on the roles of the original god of love and his princess. Why not transform this pretense into genuine affection? Joel was taken aback. Huh? Eros blinked. Marry me. Chapter 148. Epilogue 1. In the dimly lit palace, the beauty lay sleeping on her bed. The little god of love, Eros, fluttered his wings and climbed into the princess's chamber, his small form slipping through the window. He reached the princess's bed. Moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the room. Eros raised his golden arrow of love, preparing to fulfill the task assigned by his mother, the goddess. However, as he aimed the golden arrow at the princess, the moonlight revealed her exquisite visage. She was truly captivating. Eros's eyes widened in awe, causing him to misfire the arrow. In a moment of panic, the little god inadvertently pointed the arrow upward. Just as it was about to fall, the princess, unbeknownst to him, had approached. The golden arrow fell, piercing the palms of their clasped hands. Desire began to bloom within Eros. Joel, you should not have come here. The golden arrow bears no lethal force, yet its power of love is something even the primordial gods cannot withstand. I have never wished to employ such a means against you, but now, by a twist of fate, the seemingly slumbering Joel had been observing Eros, curious about how the little god would fulfill his destined path. Who could have known the arrow would miss its mark? His body reacted faster than his consciousness, and he found himself beside Eros. both caught in the enchantment of the golden arrow. The essence of love intertwined, seemingly awakening the emotions that lay dormant within him. Joel awoke from his reverie, realizing that this was indeed love. Eros, who had long suppressed his desires for Joel, could no longer contain himself after being struck by the golden arrow. The effervescent god of love, with his stunning pink locks, carelessly discarded his bow and effortlessly lifted Joel, carrying him towards the grand bed. The moon, blushing with embarrassment, shyly concealed itself behind the clouds, casting a delicate glow, as if someone were peering in on their intimate moment. That night, the god of love and his beloved became utterly entwined. As sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated the grand bed, Joel's porcelain arms, previously exposed, retracted beneath the covers, nuzzling his face into the soft down pillow. A gentle voice interrupted the tranquility. "Joel, are you awake? I've prepared honeyed fruit juice and creamy pastries for you. Come, rise and do not linger in bed." Eros, bearing the breakfast, placed the meal on the counter, glancing at the still slumbering Joel with concern. "Did I hurt you with my fervor? You mustn't say such things." Joel lifted the covers and sat up. His bare torso was adorned with crimson marks, as if every inch of his skin had been meticulously treated to acquire such hues. Eros gazed intently at him, a sudden movement breaking the stillness. Joel wrapped himself in a blanket, exclaiming, "No peeking." Eros could not help but feel a twinge of regret, yet refrained from insisting, for he was the one to benefit. However, he gently urged, "Joe, it is time to rise. We are to embark on a journey of marital life." Joel whispered softly, "Who is your spouse?" Eros advanced menacingly, exuding an aura of danger. "Joe, you have exhausted me. It is too late to have second thoughts now." Joel widened his eyes, locking gazes with Eros. His long eyelashes fluttered gently, and in that moment, his eyes held a youthful roundness, reminiscent of a startled kitten. "It was clearly you who ambushed me when I was unprepared." Eros tilted his head slightly, inquiring, "So do you like it? After all, you were quite—" "Don't say it." Joel, in a fit of urgency, pressed his hand against Eros's mouth, only to be pulled into his embrace. "All right, my dear little wife." "It's time to rise," Eros declared, infusing Joel with assent. With the beauty nestled in his arms, Eros found it challenging to maintain composure. Yet, they were bound to follow the threads of fate and could not indulge in their desires recklessly. Thus, Eros endeavored to exercise restraint, mindful of the pressing matters that awaited them. There would be ample time ahead, once they had traversed the path of destiny. He could bring Joel home and fulfill every wish he harbored for him. The anticipation was indeed something to look forward to. Eros's affectionate address made Joel blush deeply. Yet soon he found himself in a predicament. In a moment of playful retaliation, Joel seized Eros's form. Eros instantly stiffened. "Joel." His voice was husky, laced with profound yearning. However, Joel was prepared. He conjured a garment with his divine powers and swiftly departed, leaving Eros seated on the bed, desire still simmering within him. Everything was now in order. Joel savored his delectable meal, casting furtive glances at Eros. It seemed as though Eros had endured some unspoken ordeal, appearing utterly fatigued and avoiding any eye contact with Joel throughout their time together. This behavior irked Joel. Just a moment ago, everything was well. And now he seemed to disdain my presence? Indeed, it appears that once something is acquired, it is no longer cherished. Eros felt a twitch at his temple. "Were you unaware of your own actions? Joel, you have strayed from the path." His tone was laced with a sense of grievance. He had endured much for Joel's sake, striving not to startle him, yet he found himself doubted in sincerity. What a pitiable Eros this was. Oh, but he belonged to Joel, so perhaps it mattered not. Joel's eyes curved with delight as Eros's demeanor proved to be quite amusing. It was fascinating to discover how trivial matters could be imbued with such charm. But how shall our fates unfold? When the conversation shifted to serious matters, Eros adopted a more solemn tone. According to the original fate, the little princess would encounter her two sisters, who had harbored jealousy towards her beauty since childhood. This time, with her sweet marriage and opulent palace, they would incite her to secretly glimpse her husband's visage out of envy. At this juncture, he resumed his theatrical performance. "And you, my dear wife, do not believe in the love of your husband. One fateful night, you raise a candle to steal a glance at my face. To your astonishment, your husband is not the hideous creature you imagined, but rather a strikingly handsome deity. As your heart swells with love and guilt, I awaken from the heat of your candle. The god of love, angered by his wife's disbelief, is consumed by sorrow, believing that if this love is not cherished, it is better to forsake it." At that moment, while Joel was engrossed in the tale, Eros stealthily approached him, taking his hand with fervor. He pressed a kiss upon the back of it, declaring, "Indeed, that is the original fate of the little god of love. I shall never relinquish you, my beloved wife." Joel attempted to withdraw his hand, yet found himself unable to do so, ensnared by Eros's penetrating gaze. Ultimately, he chose to relinquish his resistance, allowing Eros to grasp him firmly. However, Eros, the little princess, must have been discovered by now. Thus the roles of her two elder sisters will no longer be relevant. I have bestowed my blessings upon the little princess, safeguarding her journey towards acquiring the strength to govern her own life. In the future, she shall rise to become a revered queen, rather than merely a beautiful but fragile princess. Eros felt a flicker of annoyance within, with a momentary lapse of attention. Joel had begun to forge ties with entities unrelated to him. Yet, he took solace in the fact that he had fully claimed Joel, in every sense, past, present, and future. No force could sever their bond. The threads of fate merely served to ensure that the god of love possesses a companion worthy of him. The trials faced by the mortal princess were but a test, culminating in her attainment of immortality, allowing her to remain eternally by the side of her beloved deity. In this regard, Joel, you have already triumphed. Should Joel be compelled to endure the tribulations faced by the princess, Eros would be utterly discontent. Why should the flower he has tenderly nurtured be subjected to such hardships? Even if it were the decree of fate, he would not permit it. Morpheus, the personification of doom, would be powerless against his will. Chapter 149, Extra 1, The Abandonment of the Gods. Following Eros's formidable oath against fate, Joel spent an extended period of indulgence at the palace atop the mountain, nearly all of it languishing upon the grand bed in the sleeping chamber. It was truly unbearable for him, despite the fact that a divine body would not succumb to weariness from such pursuits. Yet, the daily indulgence was overwhelming. Joel felt that this was unacceptable. Then what do you wish to do? Eros nestled against Joel, affectionately nuzzling him. My dear Joel, your appearance, once returned, possesses a far greater allure than mine, for I am the master of desire. It is all too easy for me to discern their furtive glances upon you. He toyed with Joel's slender fingers, white and delicate, each joint distinctly defined. If we were still in the realm of primal desire, they would surely go to great lengths to reclaim you. However, in this present age, a spiritual love has evolved, bestowing upon desire a purity that transcends mere carnal urges, returning to a state that is untainted, pristine, and unblemished. Joel pinched his cheek with his other hand. What do you consider yourself now? Eros emitted a soft moan. His eyes narrowed in sheer enjoyment. I am, after all, the embodiment of primal desire. Thus, I wish to be close to you. This fellow had always been clingy since childhood. Joel found himself toppled over, his hand gliding through Eros's long hair. In a couple of days, we shall return. Do not think I am unaware. We could have left long ago. Even the threads of fate binding Psyche and the young god of love had already woven themselves around them. Joel had every reason to suspect that Eros had orchestrated this all along. This incident was merely a catalyst. Aware that he could not hide his intentions from Joel, Eros lamented the absence of quality time to deepen their bond. Upon their return, they would again be entangled with elves and gods alike. And there was also Hephaestus and Heracles, who stubbornly lingered in the realm of the tree of life, clinging to Joel's waist. Eros, in a fit of playful petulance, exclaimed, It's infuriating. It feels as if so many existences are vying for you, Joel. Why must you grow up? Joel retorted with irritation. Do you truly wish to engage in such activities with my younger self? Eros remained silent. Joel sensed something amiss. He lifted Eros's chin, his gaze unfocused, his face flushed. Eros, how audacious to even contemplate such things. Time dragged on, and the day of departure finally arrived. Along the way, Joel visited the city-state of Psyche, where the young princess ascended to the throne, fulfilling her dreams as a queen. Her beauty remained unblemished, her long hair elegantly pinned up, clad in masculine attire, draped in a cloak, with a sword at her side. Her regal demeanor exuded the essence of sovereignty. The deities once worshipped by the city had been cast aside, and now the principal god venerated was a stunning male figure. However, the statue's face was veiled, rendering it indistinct. Yet every supplicant could feel a profound peace within their hearts in the joy of existence. The clamor of life and sorrow receded far from themselves. Praise for life. Under the guidance of Queen Psyche, their city-state flourished with increasing strength. Although the men gazed upon the queen's beauty, they were tempered by her majesty and charisma. Their admiration transformed into reverence as they followed her, yearning for a brighter future. Before the altar of the divine, the noble queen bowed with devotion. Her gentleness supplanted by resolve, She understood that the moment she encountered the divine being in the garden, her fate had already been irrevocably altered. Life may be fleeting, yet she was profoundly content with her circumstances. Praise for life. Praise for my divine being. Above the clouds, two deities of unparalleled beauty resided. The one with pink hair embraced the one with black hair, whispering into their ear, "Praise for my divine being." Humph. Joel skillfully caressed him. As they prepared to return, he admonished himself not to be angered by trivial matters. After all, he preferred sweetness over bitterness. Eros, of course, would not allow minor losses to overshadow greater gains. No matter how beautiful or remarkable Psyche might be, she remained immortal, and even the prospect of becoming a lasting spirit could not alter that reality. Yet, he and Joel would make their way home. In a realm apart, Psyche would eternally await her divine counterpart. Nay, my dear Joel, the clouds drifted lazily, arriving at the world's most fragile juncture. Eureka! Eros spotted the familiar void and, cradling Joel, soared into the abyss, wings flapping, feathers cascading down. The air was infused with the energy of desire, dispersing throughout the forest. For an extended period, this place would witness a flourishing of life. Time to return home, Eros mused, eager to take Joel to the Sea of Passions, where they would be undisturbed by other entities. Alas, fate had other plans for them. Upon stepping into the void, they found themselves in a desolate expanse, the world shrouded in silence. An oppressive darkness enveloped them, teeming with negative emotions, devoid of even a hint of vitality. Joel, it seems we have stumbled into the wrong place again. Without Eros needing to elaborate, Joel discerned the strangeness of their surroundings. This world, once brimming with signs of prosperity, now appeared abandoned, and what was more despairing than Zeus's destruction was the utter oblivion, silent and unremarked, playing out the tale of death. No life could escape its grasp. As Joel dragged Eros onto the terrestrial realm of this world, the moment his toes touched the ground, it trembled slightly. As if in a struggle, yet swiftly succumbed once more, returning to its initial silence. Joel closed his eyes, extending his divine power to perceive and confirm whether this world was truly devoid of life. After a considerable duration, he opened his eyes. There were still traces of humanity's existence. I shall lead the way. Eros, take me there. As for the accuracy of his guidance, the essence of life would automatically chart the course through divine power, rendering any personal navigation unnecessary. Otherwise, they might remain lost for an interminable time. Eros understood Joel's apprehension and lifted him effortlessly, soaring along the path illuminated by a verdant glow. They circled halfway around the world before finally discovering the remaining humans. Though each bore an expression of numbness, their bodies were frail, their garments tattered. Upon witnessing the winged Eros and the striking Joel descend from the heavens, they asked no questions but immediately prostrated themselves. O most exalted and revered deity, sinful humanity implores your forgiveness. The beings who once sought to slay the gods have taken their own lives in atonement. You have punished us by withdrawing from the world, leading to the extinction of all life. Now, those who committed the act of divine murder have paid their debts, and the world has buried itself alongside its life. We beseech your mercy, grant us compassion, and bestow upon us the breath of life, that this world may rise anew, even if it requires the sacrifice of we, the last of the sinners. Joel gestured for Eros to release him. Once steady, he gazed upon the disheveled assembly before him. Their aura of decay was palpable, resonating with anguished cries. They yearned solely for complete liberation. Joel had no intention of accepting their sacrificial offering, yet he exuded an air of haughty disdain, looking down upon the lesser beings. In the astonished gaze of Eros, Joel inquired, "Are all of you truly present here? Insolent marauders, foolish humans. Do you comprehend the repercussions of deceiving the divine?" As his words echoed, the despondent individuals suddenly lifted their heads in unison, their vacant stares brimming with boundless animosity. A fusion of resentment that coalesced into a force capable of inflicting harm upon a deity. In a flash, a blinding light erupted. A sharp dagger was hurled towards Joel, and Eros, stricken with fear, rushed towards him with all his might. Chapter 150, Extra 1, The God Layer. A crisp sound rang out as Joel deflected the dagger's assault. He was no longer the powerless deity of the past. After his battle with Alicia, he had been captured by his siblings and subjected to rigorous training in martial arts. Adorned with weapons and artifacts crafted from the most precious materials by Hephaestus, he had grown formidable. Upon reaching maturity, the treasures bestowed upon him by the gods were countless, and Joel successfully parried the attack. The assailants' martial skills were commendable. After one strike was thwarted, they swiftly launched a series of attacks. Joel evaded with remarkable agility. When he realized that he could not prevail against Joel, the attacker shifted their focus directly onto Eros. Though the god of love was not adept in combat, he was resourceful. A cloud of pink mist enveloped the area, eroding his adversary's reason. His eyes momentarily glazed over but soon regained clarity as he continued his assault. It was astonishing that there existed humans capable of rivaling the divine. No wonder they could slay gods. Joel and Eros exchanged a glance, no longer holding back. One wielded the power of emotion, while the other, with sword in hand, simultaneously invoked divine strength to bind the assailant. The onlookers below felt a rising sense of urgency. They were merely ordinary humans, devoid of formidable powers, unable to offer any assistance in the unfolding conflict. "My king, be cautious." Suddenly, ethereal vines materialized, ensnaring the assailant's feet. Before the adversary could react, the vines exerted a powerful force, hoisting him upside down. They hung suspended above the clouds. Among the crowd below, a group of sorcerers stepped forward. They cut open their wrists, using their blood to inscribe a formation, and then encircled the sigil, reciting incantations. The assailant, now inverted, suddenly felt a surge of muscle. His garments tore apart, revealing bulging muscles radiating an aura of strength. Grasping the vines, he yanked with all his might, shattering the bindings that confined his feet. The green tendrils fell to the ground, where they were eagerly gathered by the people. As they observed the assailant's inclination to continue the battle, Joel brandished his sword and commanded, "Halt. I believe we can engage in a more peaceful negotiation. You stand no chance against me, nor can you contend with Eros." Joel spoke earnestly, his words accompanied by the visage of an ethereal beauty, as if to dissent from his sentiments would be an unforgivable transgression. Yet, the assailant did not forget the demeanor he had previously exhibited, aloof and indifferent to the plight of humanity. Such is the nature of divinity. In his eyes, a somber hue reflected the absence of clarity in his emotions. Nevertheless, his rational mind acknowledged the necessity of negotiation. Yet, there he sat, before a dilapidated long table. Joel and Eros sat side by side, their expressions varied yet each imbued with an undeniable authority. One of the table's legs was broken halfway, propped up by a pile of stones of nearly equal height, barely maintaining stability. The gaps between the stones exuded a sense of fragility and instability, as if mirroring the tense atmosphere above the table. The delineation was stark on either side. On one side were Joel and Eros, while on the other stood the assailant, More, along with all of humanity. The number of humans in this world was sparse, making them appear solitary in the vast, desolate plain. Joel understood in his heart. They were the last remnants of humanity in this world. "You are not the gods of our realm, are you?" Mori's voice was icy, his gaze betraying a deep-seated resentment and ruthless defiance towards the divine. Joel gently grasped Eros's hand, offering a calming reminder. "Do not rush. We agreed upon negotiation. So let us refrain from violence. I wish to gather some information." At this, Eros tempered his fury, a subtle tension flickering in his gaze. "Greetings, I am Joel, the god of life, and this is Eros, the god of love. We have inadvertently traversed a temporal tunnel and found ourselves in this realm." Joel's introduction was straightforward yet sincere. Murray offered a faint smile, his eyes devoid of warmth. "I am the king of humanity. You may call me Murray, a slayer of deities. I have vanquished 5 gods of our world, and out of fear, they collectively abandoned this realm." Murray's words dripped with irony and disdain for the divine. "You may be somewhat more formidable than those worthless deities. Given time and opportunity, even gods can fall." Eros's feathers bristled, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Joel swiftly intervened, gently reminding, "Calm down, Eros." The verdant essence, imbued with the divine power of life, permeated Eros's being, while Joel's presence offered a semblance of solace. The tumult of his emotions gradually subsided. Eros and Joel maintained their clasped hands, filled with unspoken regret. For in such a setting, intimacy was forbidden. Mori observed their interaction, lost in contemplation. It seemed even deities harbored such desires. He had assumed they were merely locusts indulging in self-indulgence, devoid of thought. Joel's gaze returned to Mori, his clear and beautiful visage adorned with a gentle smile, offering a soft warning, "Human, do not be disrespectful." Mori curbed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. "Divine being, you possess a rare wisdom, a virtue that our world's gods lack." His words conveyed a sense of admiration, yet concealed subtle mockery. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. We no longer possess precious treasures. What conditions must we meet to request your bestowal of vitality upon our world?" Mori's tone was direct and incisive. What was needed now was a transaction, not insincere civility. The human monarch had witnessed the fall and injustice of the deities, their control and plunder igniting his fury and resilience. Even the newly arrived divinity, seemingly powerful and beautiful, could not sway his resolve. For the sake of freedom and dignity, the human king wielded humanity's faith and his own lineage to cast a curse upon the gods, determined to slay them at any cost. When the divine fell from their pedestals, their blood soaked the earth, granting the world a fleeting respite. The young monarch lamented, "Gods are merely beings endowed with extraordinary power. If humanity can harness greater strength, then even the divine are not invincible." The survivors harbored an almost fervent belief in King Mori, whose existence had stripped away their last vestiges of reverence for the gods. Joel remained oblivious to the tribulations they had endured, yet he could sense the world's anticipation and yearning. Divine power roamed the earth, and the world appeared to weep in sorrow yet rejoice, as if extending a warm welcome to him. Struggling in desperation, the world regarded Joel as its final hope. "O deities of this foreign realm, I implore you to save me. There is yet an unborn child, and I do not wish to perish in vain. Despite having faced myriad adversities, I still long for my youngest to open their eyes to the world, to behold me." This is the most humble plea from the world itself. It yearns that its child not be deprived of the chance to be born. Once it was so powerful. Yet now it lies feeble, unable even to assure its own existence. The surviving humans perpetuate life through extraordinary means, yet the world itself is gradually fading away. When the world's consciousness fully returns to the void, all life within it shall be eternally interred, becoming inconspicuous dust in the cosmos. Chapter 151, Side Story 1. Birth freedom and will should never be shackled. Joel admired every warrior who dared to resist. Yet, this world, having suffered the collective withdrawal of its deities, had lost much of its essence, with only a small remnant nurturing new gods, hastening its decline. A pressing question arose. The king of humanity harbored profound disdain, even hatred, for the existence of gods. If Joel is to save this world, he must assist it in giving birth, for neither he nor Eros shall remain in this realm for long. Should a deity, embodying the essence of the world, fall victim to the god-slaying obsession of Mori, it would spell disaster. Joel fell into a deep contemplation. His silence led Murray to mistakenly believe that this deity was equally reluctant to offer anything of value. His gaze gradually transformed into a sharp blade, attempting to pierce through the divine's concealed thoughts. Eros unfurled his wings and enveloped his partner in an embrace. Joel was abruptly pulled from his thoughts, finding himself confronted by a scene charged with tension. "Wait a moment, what are your intentions?" Although Mori harbored a deep-seated desire for divine retribution, he maintained a measure of decorum and respect in the presence of this gentle and courteous deity. He inquired in a low voice, "Have you pondered for so long because you deem us unworthy of your intervention?" Though his words were laced with politeness, they carried an underlying threat. Joel parted the long feathers of Eros, revealing a pair of exceptionally beautiful and clear eyes. "Not so," he replied. "I have the power to bestow a glimmer of hope upon this world, allowing it to endure." Mori's gaze flickered slightly as he inquired, "What conditions do you desire?" Joel reassured Eros, prompting him to retract his wings, thereby re-entering the gaze of the onlookers. His beauty seemed incongruous with this realm, yet it possessed an exquisite allure. Were it not for the fact that the humans present were the most devoted followers of Mori, they might have succumbed to an adoration of life itself. This scene subtly reflected the unwavering conviction that Mori and his followers held regarding the slaying of gods. A daunting task indeed. Yet, Joel remained resolute, declaring, "You shall not interfere in my endeavor to save this world." Their yearning to rescue the world was not intended to reintroduce divinity. Nevertheless, the connection between this realm and the divine was profound, establishing a delicate equilibrium. The presence of gods was indispensable. Therefore, Joel must make prior adjustments. Should Mori's consent be withheld? If Mori were to refuse, very well. Joel tightly grasped Eros's hand, oblivious to the soft gasp that escaped him, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "You agreed?" The fervor in Eros's expression prompted a flicker of doubt in Mori's mind. Initially, he had perceived this otherworldly deity as somewhat inept at scheming. Yet at this moment, his certainty began to waver. "Is there a problem?" "No." Joel shook his head vehemently. "Absolutely no problem." He rubbed his hands together, exuding an air of someone poised to embark on a significant endeavor. "Then I shall commence. Eros, be vigilant and ensure that no one disturbs me." World consciousness. "Let us begin." "Thank you." With Joel's assistance, the world consciousness gathered strength within its form, a core thirstily absorbing energy, with the majority of that power emanating from Joel. Truly discerning, the world consciousness remarked, "Oh dear. Joel, what is the matter? Joel was on the brink of tears, lamenting that the minor deity had absorbed too much of his power and was on the verge of ascension, while he felt woefully unprepared. With the scant essence the world currently possessed, it was utterly impossible to sustain the minor deity's advancement into existence. In other words, Eros displayed a troubled expression. The deity was in distress during childbirth. Mori, unable to follow their conversation, interjected, "Distress during childbirth? Who is in distress? Has another deity emerged from somewhere? Hey, god of another world, I merely asked you to save the world. Please refrain from undertaking any unnecessary actions." Joel is currently disinclined to heed Murray's complaints. A person harboring prejudice against the divine, if aware of their actions, could very well emerge to create disturbances. Although the likelihood of success is slim, it would undoubtedly divert his attention. Joel turned to Eros and implored, "Brother, could you bestow upon me a modicum of primal power to restore balance? Just a smidgen, not too much." Eros, understanding the urgency of the situation, refrained from further inquiry and complied with Joel's request. The essence of desire intertwined with the essence of life, nurturing new existence within the world. Thump, thump, the rhythmic beating of hearts resonated throughout. All beings in the realm could distinctly sense that their deity was on the verge of manifestation. Mori's expression darkened. "Curse be it. What are you, god of another realm, scheming?" He had discerned that the deity from the foreign domain was cultivating a new divinity for the world. After much toil to rid themselves of those parasites, how could they allow this? Cease your outcry. The evolution of the world necessitates equilibrium. Both gods and humanity are indispensable. You are all integral to this realm. If you persist in your lamentations, this singular opportunity will slip through our fingers. In an effort to deter Murray from meddling, Joel deliberately sought to intimidate him, for his words bore an undeniable truth. This declaration halted Murray in his tracks. The restless crowd, stirred by the presence of their sovereign, found a semblance of stability as he stood as their unwavering pillar of strength. The will of King Murray became their shared conviction. Observing the stillness of their human monarch, Joel's focus shifted entirely to the nascent deity about to emerge. This divine being, imbued with the essence of both itself and Eros, though born of this world, belonged intrinsically to both it and Eros. "Little one, strive forth and hasten your arrival." Joel's gentle words were akin to a key. As the diminutive deity endeavored to ascend from the cosmic egg, first, a tiny hand punctured the protective membrane, followed by the emergence of a small, bald head. "Nana, Joel," he manifested divine power, enveloping the little one in a garment. Eros, with a tacit understanding, unfurled his wings to shield Joel and the youngling. Before long, the wings folded together. The little one, now clad in the garment, curled up in Joel's embrace, his large, watery eyes curiously surveying the world. When his gaze lingered upon Mori tensed, harboring no fondness for the divine. Yet, regarding this infant, even he acknowledged the innate instinct within all beings to protect the young, a trait etched into their very nature, save for those devoid of compassion. No heart could remain unmoved by a vulnerable child. Nana, the little one, nuzzled against Joel, but upon Eros leaning closer, he twitched his nose and sniffed. "Ah, a familiar and comforting scent. Also Nana. Wait, are there two Nanas?" The little one lifted his tiny face, glancing at Joel and then at Eros, his delicate brows furrowing slightly. Ultimately, he nestled back into Joel's embrace, finding solace in this particular Nana. Eros, amused by the youngling's reaction, gently prodded the child's little bottom. "Such a cheeky one. Even in his affection, he knows whom to favor." Joel raised an eyebrow. "Do you have an objection?" Eros shook his head. "No, absolutely not." The family of three enjoyed a harmonious moment together. However, a sense of discomfort lingered in Mori's heart. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "If I am not mistaken, this is the deity of our world, is it not?" Chapter 152. Side Story 1. The little one. The wind gently caressed the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. Joel's raven hair intertwined with Eros's soft pink locks, weaving the prelude of destiny. He tenderly cradled the little one, his movements gentle and cautious, fearful that a moment's carelessness might harm this fragile life. Eros possessed the power and memories of the Lord of Desire. As he gazed at the infant, memories of Joel's own vulnerability at birth surged within him. In those days, Joel was just as small. "I nurtured your growth with divine power, piece by piece." The youngling instinctively sought nourishment in its hunger, and Eros's cheeks flushed slightly as his hand softly brushed against his chest, as if savoring a cherished recollection. Joel felt an intimate connection with his emotions as the little cub nuzzled against him. For a fleeting moment, he experienced a pang of concern and swiftly lifted the cub into his arms. The cub, however, had not reached its intended goal. It blinked innocently with wide eyes, its chubby little hands instinctively brought to its mouth, initiating the act of sucking. Joel couldn't help but feel grateful. Fortunately, Nana. The little one reluctantly opened his small hands after leaving the warm embrace. Hug Me Eros was unwilling to let this little creature occupy his exclusive position, even though, in a sense, this child was the essence of both him and Joel. Allow me to hold him. You take a rest. He gently took the little one from Joel's hands, locking eyes for a brief moment before both turned their heads away, silently expressing their mutual disdain. Joel observed their interaction, a smile gracing his lips as he turned towards Mori, who was intently gazing at the cub. He realized that he could not eradicate the human king's prejudice against the divine, yet perhaps there existed an alternative means of amelioration. Mori, you are a warrior favored by fate, endowed with the capacity to slay deities. Consequently, your existence is rendered exceptional, destined to be a guardian of the world. Mori, however, maintained an inscrutable expression. Yet, within his gaze fixed upon Joel lay a seriousness that indicated he was earnestly listening to the narrative of the otherworldly deity. Joel entrusted the plan for dialogue with the frail consciousness of the world. Deities and humanity are the representatives of the equilibrium of existence, and henceforth, the offspring shall be responsible for managing the rise and fall of the world. You, in turn, shall be the guardian of the offspring, tasked with nurturing its growth. The extent of its development will ultimately reflect your own endeavors. After all, both I and Eros shall soon depart, unable to linger in this realm for long. Mori tightened his grip on the dagger, his gaze as profound as the ocean, concealing the truths within. Yet, before Joel and Eros, the turmoil within him and his yearning to draw closer to the offspring were laid bare. Perhaps it was the entanglement of fate, the last human sovereign, and the final deity. My heart, Mori's heart, was embroiled in a fierce struggle, torn between his animosity towards the divine and his compassion for the young one. Ultimately, he made a decision, reminiscent of the choice he made to slay a god. Thank you. This time, the human king inclined slightly before the otherworldly deity, conveying a gesture of respect and goodwill. His hatred for the divine had not yet reached a point where grievances were indistinguishable. A smirk played on Joel's lips. Eros, please hand the little one over to King Mori. They must grow accustomed to one another. Oh. Eros furrowed his brow. As he transferred the child to Mori, he hesitated, retracting the offering momentarily to deliver a stern warning. Regardless of your disdain or animosity towards the deities, you must not mistreat the child. Although we cannot remain, we shall take the little one with us. With that, he passed the child to Mori, as if relinquishing a burden, and joyfully enfolded Joel back into his embrace. Now, this was the feeling he sought. The child was once again entrusted to another, blinking innocently, while Mori remained rigid, utterly motionless. Joel, visibly anxious, urged, adjust your posture. Do not make the little one uncomfortable. Mori, with a furrowed brow, replied, I have never borne a son. I do not understand. Fortunately, the little one was no ordinary cub. Despite lacking the familiar scent of the nanas, he was a cherished child of the world, a direct descendant of the world's consciousness. And his disposition towards humanity was rather pleasant. With a lively little body, the cub seemed to regard Mori as his rocking chair, excitedly wriggling in his embrace. The human king, initially fraught with nervousness, gradually learned how to hold the cub steadily, his posture becoming increasingly adept. This reassured Joel's heart, and he found himself no longer troubled by the decision to entrust the cub's upbringing to Mori. After all, the human king was indeed quite dependable. Joel clapped his hands, expressing his satisfaction. You are performing admirably. Henceforth, I entrust the little one to you. Mori's attention was wholly captivated by the spirited young creature. He needed to concentrate on ensuring that the little one did not wander off while simultaneously allocating part of his focus to secure benefits for it. Shouldn't a name be bestowed upon it? A name serves as a symbol of existence. Should Joel choose to name the little one, a genuine connection would be established. Even across the vast distances that separate worlds, one could sense the little one's condition through its name, and in the future, the little one, endowed with sufficient power, could sense its own location. After Mori's divine slaying, he acquired knowledge that only deities possess. These sacred taboos, guarded by the gods, rendered Mori's movements as the god of blades increasingly fluid. The little creature nestled in his palm, destined to be his pupil. It was only fitting to seek some benefits from those two irresponsible fathers on its behalf. Joel harbored few thoughts. The evolution of the world necessitates opportunity. In the face of invasion, one can also assimilate certain principles from other realms to enrich oneself. Wisdom and inspiration flowed through his mind. As for the name, let it be John, for he inherits the bloodline of both myself and Eros. I bestow upon you the blessing of life. May you thrive eternally, and upon your demise. Return to the divine realm of existence. A gentle kiss was placed upon the forehead. John seemed to sense something amiss, his small face scrunching up as tears swirled. Nana. I want Nana. Maury clutched the now fidgeting little one tightly. Despite the child's diminutive size, he struggled to maintain his grip, nearly embarrassing himself in front of the deity of another realm. Eros sensed that the moment to depart had arrived. Unlike Joel's tender affections, his love was solely devoted to Joel. As he effortlessly lifted his beloved, he cast a seemingly casual glance at John. Take good care of the little one. He bears a mission of restoration for this world, awaiting the time when it can naturally renew itself. Once the child's purpose concludes, we shall return for him. Maury tightened his embrace around John. He is the deity of our world. Eros scoffed. Is this the moment you acknowledge the existence of your divinity? Yet, the little one is also the child of both Joel and me. As for whether he chooses to remain after his mission concludes, that will depend on the depth of his bond with you. Maury, through vanquishing deities, had acquired the gift of eternal life. As the mortal beings, unable to attain immortality, perished over generations, the human sovereign realized that only the young deity could remain by his side forever. Eros could foresee how events would unfold. Companionship may not equate to love, yet it undoubtedly harbors emotion. The question remains who will ultimately feel the most reluctant to part. That would be a tale for another time. Chapter 153, Extra 2, a mission leaving warnings and reminders for Maury. Eros pressed Joel's reluctant head back to his chest. Little John has his own responsibilities, just as you had your own choices in the past. Joe, do not allow unrelated matters to distract you from showering me with your affection. I wish for you to cherish me a bit more. His chin rested atop Joel's head. Nuzzling gently, Joel embraced Eros's waist, remaining still and obedient as they awaited the re-emergence of the void. At long last, they returned to the realm of the little world. Having stood vigil for an indeterminate number of days and nights, Narcissus had been long instructed by his beloved Adonis. He idly toyed with the waters at the pond's edge, causing ripples to arise and the void to materialize. The haggard figure of the daffodil immediately sprang to life. My God! His exclamation captured the attention of all the Fae and their kin who were present. A hymn of life resounded. The entirety of the little world welcomed the return of their deity. Joel emerged from Eros's embrace, yet he bore the unmistakable scent of the deity of love. The elven king glared furiously at Eros. Although he had anticipated this day, he had not expected that their revered divine would be utterly consumed by the god of love after such a fruitless journey. The thought alone was infuriating. Eros provocatively intertwined his fingers with Joel's, lifting his chin with an air of pride. From this moment forth, I shall be the companion of life. Please keep your distance from my beloved, lest I be compelled to express my displeasure. Joel covered his face, pondering what there was to boast about. Yet outwardly, he allowed the other to revel in his possession. Observing their affectionate display, the elven kings recognized that their deity had indeed been claimed by the god of love. Fortunately, the god of love had not taken on his own followers, rendering the situation akin to a gift freely given. They resolved to continue following their divine master, considering it a mere bonus. This thought brought them considerable comfort, although their respect and courtesy towards Eros remained unwavering. After all, the title of life as beloved must not be tarnished. By the way, my lord, the great tree has conveyed a message. An invitation has arrived from Olympus, requesting your presence at the Hall of Stars. Joel nodded, acknowledging, I understand. I shall go later. Is there anyone among you who wishes to venture into the cosmic expanse? The elven kings each took a step back. Although the present world had progressed into an era of civilization and decorum, one could not harbor excessive expectations regarding the moral standards of the deities, particularly as each elven king possessed remarkable beauty. Should they truly embark on a journey to the celestial realms, would they not become delectable morsels for the gods to savor? In unison, they turned their gazes towards Joel. Why does everyone look at me? Joel had yet to comprehend the situation when Eros, gazing upon his own captivating visage that stirred even his own heart, felt an overwhelming sense of impending crisis. He clung to Joel playfully, saying, My dear, you must not present yourself to the Hall of Stars in such a form. Instead, let us revert to our youthful appearances, evoking a sense of familiarity among the gods and alleviating their sense of guilt. Joel hesitated and remarked, it shouldn't be so exaggerated. Yet, he recalled the earlier encounters with the deities, particularly the male gods led by Zeus, who instantly communicated divine power. A verdant glow shimmered with a golden light. The familiar 5-year-old Joel emerged, suddenly transformed into his younger self, descending from the air and being embraced by Eros. This little Joel is undeniably the most adorable. Come, Give a kiss. Joel firmly rejected the advances. No, you seem like a creepy uncle. Eros, playfully teasing him, responded, everyone calls me brother, come on. Call me brother a few more times. Until this moment, Joel had never imagined that the word brother could evoke such embarrassment. He had always favored Eros. Yet this time he remained stubborn. After teasing young Joel for a while, Eros, seeing his reluctance and unwillingness to be put in a difficult position, regretfully pecked at Joel's chubby cheek. Enough of the antics, let us proceed to the Hall of Stars. With a flutter of wings, the playful Eros embraced young Joel, and together they ascended into the cosmic starry expanse, the Hall of Stars. The deities were seated, their gazes fixed upon the two young divinities entering. However, upon noticing Joel's lack of an adult divine form, a sense of disappointment washed over them all. Even Zeus's eyes reflected this regret. Hera, observing intently from the side, refrained from being overtly expressive. Ha ha ha. The elusive Lord of Life, how we have awaited your presence. Joel ascended to his divine throne, swinging his short legs as he inquired. Zeus, have you all been waiting for me with a task that requires my assistance? Indeed, there was a matter of significance at hand. Zeus found himself under the watchful gaze of Hera, who was particularly vigilant when it came to Joel. Her demeanor was akin to that of a volcano on the brink of eruption. It was uncertain when she had begun to take notice of Joel. Could it be that her maternal instincts had been stirred? Clearing his throat, Zeus instinctively reached for his long beard to speak, only to realize that he had reverted to his youthful appearance. Fortunately, the attention of the gods was, whether intentionally or not, directed towards Joel and Eros, sparing Zeus from an awkward predicament. Yet, he sensed that something was amiss. Why does Joel emanate such an aura of desire? O Zeus, the formidable power of Eros, the deity of love, ignites and proclaims existence. Let us not digress. What exactly is happening? Very well, you are the supreme deity, and your word is law. Zeus swallowed the inquiry regarding their relationship, banishing any inappropriate emotions before gradually elucidating the matter. Through the persistent efforts of all, the development of our world has grown increasingly robust, now connected to myriad realms. However, only the mythical world borders us. As the king of gods, I am in deliberation with the sovereigns of other realms. We must dispatch a deity of sufficient stature and authority to experience the powers of other mythologies. In exchange, as we learn from the systems of other worlds, our chosen deity can also bestow enhancements upon them, amongst all the gods. Only the young Joel is the most fitting candidate for this divine selection. Joel was astonished. To another world? How fortuitous. He has just returned from another realm. It appears that I am quite fated to traverse worlds. Ah, indeed. Suddenly, Joel recalled that his two dear friends, Tautai and Beelzebub, had also extended invitations for him to visit their realms, resulting in a rather busy yet intriguing schedule. A flicker of curiosity about the new worlds danced in his eyes. John's realm was still under reconstruction, and he had yet to experience its splendor. However, with Moray's formidable power, it was surely a vibrant world in its prime. All right, I shall go. Eros interjected eagerly, take me along. He would never abandon his beloved Joe. The thought of his cherished one being whisked away left him with nowhere to lament. Zeus nodded in agreement. Eros is indeed suitable, as you both are the only two primordial deities with the freedom to act. Your identities and powers serve as formidable assets among the pantheon. Thus, all the gods extended the utmost courtesy to the young deity. As you embark on this diplomatic mission to other realms, we entrust it to your esteemed hands. Chapter 154, Side Story 2, The Nine Songs. It is indeed the first time I have embarked on such a serious business trip. Joel and Eros possessed a passport to other worlds, and their first destination was the Nine Songs. As they traversed the undulating curtain of light, they arrived in an expansive realm, where even the mere act of placing their feet upon the ground allowed them to sense a vitality and richness that was entirely distinct from that of Mother Gaia. The two young ones, akin to country bumpkins, marveled at the wonders of this new world as they wandered, surrounded by an abundance of spiritual energy. Truly a land of vast resources and wealth. The immortal beings awaiting them had long been in anticipation. Fortunately, Joel and Eros manifested in the form of children, evoking an immediate sense of affection from the observing deities. Every expression of astonishment and joy in their eyes rendered the two adorable. Who would not cherish the admiration and fondness others held for the homeland that nurtured them? Ethereal mists and exquisitely crafted palaces adorned the landscape, bathed in a warm and resplendent golden light. Supreme and immortal, the Eastern Emperor exuded an aura of majesty. Enveloped in clouds, his countenance remained obscured. Yet he sat tall upon the yellow dragon of the 9 provinces, his dark robes billowing. The scene belonging to Joel and Eros unfurled amidst the clouds. What opinions do you hold regarding the foreign deities? The supreme deity spoke, as the radiant eastern lord nudged the drowsy lord of clouds, rousing him from his slumber, causing flashes of lightning and thunder to erupt. This commotion stirred the sleepy great and lesser deities of fate, as well as the couple, the Seong lords, whose gazes were laden with unspoken words. The river god set aside his game piece and raised his eyes to observe. Under the scrutiny of the gods, the irritable lord of clouds could not help but cover his face with his wide sleeves. Why do you all gaze at me? Listen to his majesty's words and pay me no mind. It was a rare sight to see him flustered. The slightly more restrained among the deities merely smiled subtly, while others laughed unabashedly, limited to those deities on amicable terms with the Lord of Clouds. If need be, they could settle their differences with a brawl once they exited the hall. The Eastern Lord sighed lightly, coming to his friend's aid. When guests arrive, they should be treated with courtesy, and the manner of hospitality ought to reflect the nature of the guests. The great and lesser deities of fate upheld justice, praising the sentiment. Well said. The other gods showed no opposition, their demeanor toward the foreign deities remaining neutral. Had it been any other divine beings, the assembly would likely have been far less welcoming. The Eastern Emperor tapped his fingers idly against the armrest, the soft sound leaving none able to discern his mood. His true visage never revealed. Yet, his overwhelming presence commanded respect, and none dared to deny his supreme identity. At that moment, within the clouds, Joel and Eros encountered a mountain spirit, engaging in friendly interaction, as all beasts yielded to them, turning into their furry companions. The Lord of Clouds, intrigued, leaned forward for a closer look, yet the Eastern Lord helplessly restrained him. But could the clouds truly be confined? Alas! With a light exclamation, the Lord of Clouds tumbled from his position, drawing the attention of the gods once more. How is it again you? The cloud monarch rose to his feet, caught in a dilemma of indecision, neither returning nor departing, his porcelain-like cheeks adorned with a delicate blush. It was the gracious Eastern Lord who stepped forward, gently guiding his friend back to his place. The esteemed status and character of the sun god commanded reverence from all present, and thus they averted their gazes, nodding politely in acknowledgement. Once seated again, the cloud monarch murmured a soft expression of gratitude. Thank you. Though the Eastern Lord remained silent, the mirth glimmering in his eyes betrayed his joyful disposition. In the midst of this celestial gathering stood a grand mountain, a testament to the majesty of the world. Joel and Eros were originally guided by a celestial being, but unexpectedly, halfway through their journey, the divine entity was inexplicably drawn away by some unknown force, leaving only Joel and Eros to navigate the vast mountains. They wandered for an extended period without finding their way out. Weary, Joel leaned against Eros's back, his fingers brushing against a pair of delicate wings, and in that moment, he suddenly recalled the truth. Actually, Eros, you could take me flying. Eros fell silent, seemingly lost in thought as he met Joel's gaze, his mind momentarily blank. He inadvertently uttered, we could also ride the clouds. Both of them fell into a mutual silence. Suddenly, a melodious laugh, like the tinkling of silver bells, broke the stillness, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Joel and Eros immediately became alert. A beautiful flower cat darted into view. Meow. Joel was taken aback. It was a cat. Meow. The flower raccoon tilted its head, cautiously approaching, embodying the essence of life, a manifestation of divine power. It bore a resemblance to its master, yet distinctly different. Meow. Suddenly, a large cat leaped forth, a crimson leopard. Despite its formidable appearance, its voice was even more feeble than that of the flower raccoon, a gentle meow. The divine essence of the master of life bestowed upon Joel an innate guardianship of nature, compelling living beings to gravitate towards him with an irresistible allure. He was the embodiment of life, the ultimate aspiration of all existence. Even in a different world, his essence remained unchanged, aligning closely with that of the great mountain sovereign. Her long hair was entwined with green branches, her features exquisite, and her deep green eyes gazed at Joel and his companions with a curious glint. Are you the esteemed guest from another realm, as spoken of by the Lord of the Clouds? She wore not the robes of ordinary folk, but a tunic crafted from various leaves, draped in vines, with a waist adorned by moss, her limbs long and graceful, a harmonious blend of beauty and wildness. A sense of intimacy blossomed within Joel's heart. Greetings, I am a deity from another realm, and my name is Joel. What do you call yourself? Name? Everyone refers to me as the mountain spirit. The mountain spirit smiled shyly. As I have yet to attain a formal status, I cannot be called a god. But I assure you, I possess remarkable abilities. Joel nodded in appreciation, acknowledging the formidable power of the mountains that resonated within her. The mountain spirit, flattered by his praise, brightened with joy and offered him the fragrant herbs she held in her hands. In our realm, these herbs are a commendation for those of noble character. I present them to you. In truth, she had been waiting for her beloved amidst the mountains for far too long, her heart once heavy with despair. Yet, the deities from another world appeared so endearing, with one possessing remarkable beauty, and with newfound friends, the mountain spirit naturally cast aside thoughts of her lover. She guided Joel and his companions to her sanctuary, where a multitude of cats surrounded them, creating an atmosphere of warmth and joy. The celestial being who had hurriedly departed returned to find the mountain spirit in the company of Joel and the others. Approaching with a furrowed brow, he bowed before them. My lady mountain spirit, it is my duty to serve the deities from the other realm. I implore you. Implore what? No need for such formalities, she retorted sharply. The mountain spirit then presented her treasured spiritual fruits and exquisite wine brewed by the monkeys of the mountains, turning to admonish the celestial being. You were tasked with guiding them, yet you fled midway. I have yet to hold you accountable for that. Little Joel could have been captured by a ferocious beast had he wandered alone. You, young celestial, shall surely face the wrath of the great god of fate. The great god of fate governs human lifespan, after all, and celestial beings are, essentially, human too. The celestial being felt a wave of shame wash over him. Trembling and rendered speechless, yet he dared not abandon his mission. If blame were to be assigned, it was to the vile nature of humanity that misled him. Witnessing the indifference of the great deities towards the god of another realm led him to mistakenly believe that they were of little significance, thus prompting his untimely departure to fulfill a friend's commitment. He had never anticipated the appearance of the mountain spirit. It was not that the celestial being lacked the ability to resist. Rather, the mountain spirit, despite her title, was a god without a formal epithet. Moreover, this mountain was known as Wushan. In her past life, the mountain spirit was the goddess of Wushan, who shared a close bond with the Lord of the Clouds from Yunmeng's. The celestial being could not afford to offend her. The outcome of this encounter was that he became their humble attendant, serving tea, slicing fruits, and offering refreshment. Such was the plight of their days. Joel himself embodies freedom and spontaneity. Eros primarily aligns with Joel's wishes, mainly to safeguard his beloved from being lured away by external deities. Everything else pales in comparison. Thus unfolds the time spent in the enchanting Wu Mountain. Joel witnessed the mountain spirit's ability to command the myriad beasts as she rode daily in her fragrant chariot. Observing her mount, the crimson leopard, alongside the floral cat, there was an air of regal authority reminiscent of a king surveying his realm. So much so that the mountain spirit completely forgot her elusive lover, spending her days with two small deities, amusing herself with the playful monkeys, leaving no room for melancholy or nostalgia. Indeed, she delighted in teasing the very monkeys that brewed her cherished wine. The esteemed mountain spirit extracted her libations directly from their lairs, instilling fear in the hearts of the monkeys of Wushan. This time, with Joel's aura as a beacon, she procured an ample supply of monkey wine, causing the monkeys to screech in a cacophony, yet they could not dampen the mountain spirit's buoyant spirits. Ha ha! The mountain spirit's hearty laughter startled a flock of birds, and a wisp of curling clouds drifted in. The crimson leopard and floral cat simultaneously twitched their ears. The mountain spirit gazed upwards. "O Lord of the Clouds, you have deigned to visit me in Wushan. Wait, no, you must be here for little Joel and his companions. Aren't you?" Adorned in ethereal garments, soft and light as a cloud, he possessed a striking visage and tranquil eyes, exuding an aura of transcendence. Little mountain spirit. His Majesty is entertaining guests. May I guide you back? The mountain spirit stared at him in astonishment, taken aback by his sudden courtesy, unfamiliar with such formality. Her response clumsy. Very well, very well. She leaped down from the crimson leopard and rushed to Joel's side, but was thwarted by the unexpectedly enlarged wings. The mountain spirit pouted. How stingy. Eros displayed a gentle smile, as if nothing had transpired, merely guarding Joel like a protective mother. Relenting. The mountain spirit abandoned her desire to embrace Joel, yet she could still promise to meet again. Joel, do come back to Wushan for another adventure. I shall continue to lead you to uncover the treasures hidden within the mountain caves. A gentleman honors his word, and a deity values their vows. Once promised, one must not renege. Joel waved his paw and replied, certainly. The Lord of the Clouds observed the mountain spirit's affection for Joel with a contemplative expression. Nonetheless, he was quite pleased with this little deity's visit, well-mannered and courteous, with a character that is pure and gentle. A truly admirable child. It was not uncommon for deities from other realms to visit. However, most were arrogant and extreme, often believing themselves to be the sovereigns of the vast universe, despite merely inhabiting a tiny corner of it. How absurd. As the clouds descended, the Lord of the Clouds kindly announced, "Esteemed guests, please, come in." Joel and Eros gracefully employed the etiquette they had recently mastered, clasping their hands together in gratitude. "Thank you, Divine One." The clouds ascended, drifting away into the vast sky. The mountain spirit pursued earnestly on the ground. "Joel, you must come to visit me. The expanse of Wushan is vast, yet it shall eventually come to an end." The mountain spirit halted, for ahead lay the domain of Xiangjuan and her consort, where the deities paused in their journey. From a distance, she gazed longingly at the departing minor deity, her heart heavy with a sense of loss. Just then, the lover she had long awaited finally arrived. She had anticipated a heartfelt exchange with the goddess, but to her dismay, the mountain spirit, with her flowing hair, mounted the crimson leopard and departed with the floral raccoon. The lover was left in bewilderment. In another place, Joel and Eros drifted upon the clouds, gliding through the heavens while gazing down at the breathtaking panorama of mountains and rivers. The verdant hills and crystal-clear waters were strikingly beautiful, in contrast to the enchanting splendor of their own world, with its majestic mountains and vast oceans. The scenery of the Nine Songs realm possessed an ethereal quality that transcended the ordinary. It was a simple existence, yet imbued with a profound sense of spiritual fulfillment. The land of Chu, rich in wetlands, often paid homage to humanity, offering sacrifices to the shaman and invoking the divine through dance. This is one of the distinctive features of the Nine Songs. Given the chance, I would gladly take you to witness it. In a fleeting glance, the Lord of Clouds observed Joel resting atop the cloud, and only by engaging with this child did he understand why the mountain spirits were so drawn to him. They were, after all, deities of nature, revering life itself, while Joel wielded the authority of existence, sheltered by the very essence of nature. Ordinary beings were merely aware of their inclinations, but these divine entities sensed the profound symbolism of Joel's essence. It was a rare treasure bestowed by Olympus. And in their contemplation of life, they could advance further in understanding. It was indeed imperative to extend a warm welcome to the young deity. Joel once again found himself in a realm of ignorance. What is a deity? He turned to Eros, the god of love, who merely shook his head. Unperturbed by the lack of answers, Joel approached the Lord of the Clouds, attempting to mimic his stance atop the clouds. This elicited a melodious song from the Cloud Lord. Riding the winds, I traverse the infinite, soaring through the clouds in search of freedom. Despite Joel's bewilderment regarding the meaning of the lyrics, Joel continued to clap joyfully, synchronizing with the rhythm of the Lord of the Clouds. Savoring the exhilarating sensation of soaring alongside the heavens, fully immersed in this emotional realm. It was truly magnificent. Eros, too, was swept away by their enthusiasm. He picked up the golden harp borrowed from Apollo and delicately strummed its strings, allowing a melody infused with love to flow forth. The Lord of the Clouds thus gained a deeper understanding of the world around him. At that moment, he finally recognized the loved deity who had silently protected Joel, having previously mistaken him for an ordinary guardian. Little did he know that this love god, like himself, was a figure of nobility, merely cloaked in humility. Or perhaps it was the case that in Eros' world, only Joel shone brightly, as he traversed the vastness of the universe. Even the clouds beneath his feet transformed in myriad ways, reflecting the journey ahead. Joel harbored concerns for a time, fearing that the other party was as inexperienced with the ethereal clouds as he was. However, it turned out that he had overthought the matter. The clouds were merely undergoing divine transformations. In truth, even if the clouds were to vanish, they would not plummet, for this realm allowed for flight amidst the air. Yet, possessing a mount would undoubtedly enhance their grandeur. Joel quietly covered his mouth, hiding behind Eros to evade the amused gaze of the Lord of Clouds. Oh, how embarrassing. Fortunately, at that moment, the celestial palace had arrived. Mist swirled around, with hues of white and gold enhancing the atmosphere of solemnity and sanctity. Upon stepping into the grand hall, an ethereal essence enveloped the space. The deities of the Nine Songs realm were reclined upon their cloud beds, some seated, others nestled. Yet only at the elevated central throne stood a dignified figure, whose invisible might proclaimed his identity, the supreme sovereign of the Nine Songs realm, the Eastern Emperor Tai. Joel and Eros slightly bowed their heads, placing their hands together before them, as their small legs took hesitant steps forward. Joel, Eros, we have had the honor of meeting His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor. Although such a posture of greeting was not explicitly required, Joel found it amusing and chose to adapt to the host's preferences, knowing he would be residing here for an extended period. Indeed, observing their somewhat unfamiliar yet thoroughly respectful demeanor, the gods felt an increased sense of goodwill. However, the Eastern Emperor remained inscrutable, his countenance and emotions obscured by the swirling mists. His voice, distant and detached, resonated. Guests from afar need not be overly formal. Henceforth, you may conduct yourselves according to your own customs. Joel comprehended this sentiment with great relief, finding it utterly delightful that he need not dissect the words for meaning. The Eastern Emperor truly was a magnificent deity. Yet, an unsettling sense of urgency enveloped Eros, who silently tugged at Joel's sleeve, saying, "Joel, I feel afraid." Joel clasped his hands together, assuring, "Fear not, for I am here." "Indeed, you are the best, Joel." Eros leaned languidly against Joel, the gods gazing upon his physique, which had grown several sizes larger than that of the little fellow. Within the palace, Chapter 156, Side Story 2. Eros was utterly indifferent to his own appearance. As long as he could assert his dominion, he was more than willing. Joel had grown accustomed to the situation, finding no particular revelations as he gazed into the round, feline eyes of the deities. With his traditional black hair and dark eyes, his exquisite, tender visage evoked an unparalleled sense of compassion. The assembled gods clasped their hands in greeting, and Joel promptly returned the gesture. Laughter erupted within the hall, dispelling the solemn atmosphere, leaving only a sense of ease and magnanimity. Lady Xiang, oblivious to Xiang Jun's sorrowful, tearful gaze, curiously observed the diminutive deity before her. It was somewhat foolish of them both, having initially agreed to confide in one another at the Northern River State in the early morning. However, Xiang Jun mistakenly remembered their meeting for evening, resulting in a prolonged and fruitless wait for the lovers. Their once joyous spirits were thoroughly marred, leading to a petty quarrel in which they cast aside the tokens of their affection into the water. While Lady Xiang declared her resolve to never reunite with Xiang Jun, she nonetheless commanded the boat to head north in search of her fickle partner, only to discover he had departed early that morning, leaving no trace. Disheartened, she returned to the north. Meanwhile, Xiang Jun had been waiting by the river, misinterpreting Lady Xiang's absence as mere diversion, consumed by sorrow and self-pity, tears streaming down his face. Upon finally lifting his gaze, he found Lady Xiang standing before him in the northern expanse. Though they reconciled and returned to their former state of affection, Lady Xiang occasionally found herself irked by Xiang Jun's obliviousness. Yet, each time he wept, her heart would soften, leading to a poignant sigh. "Oh, Lord Joel, please come forth." Joel beheld a resplendent goddess adorned with exquisite gems and jade beckoning him. She approached him slowly, and he endeavored to lift his gaze, wondering, "Is she calling for me? Lord Joel? What a majestic title." Lady Xiang, concealing her lips with her sleeve, happened to possess a fragrant herb that could enchant the river god. She delicately adorned Lord Joel with it, imbuing him with the gentle, rippling essence of the river's divine power. Joel discovered that the vanilla had transformed into an exquisite token, and he inquired with curiosity, "What is this?" "That is the divine order of the Xiang water," replied the handsome and slender male deity. "Should you traverse the realm of Xiang water, the river deities along your path shall bow in reverence, bestowing upon you the utmost honor." Upon uttering these words, his gaze drifted languidly towards the goddess, "My lady." The grace of the Xiang goddess diminished momentarily, akin to the ever-shifting nature of water. With her chin slightly raised and her brows adorned with pride, she disregarded the summons of the Xiang lord. Just moments ago, she had shown such tenderness towards the deities of another world. Did she now harbor disdain for him? Reflecting on this, the Xiang lord felt a wave of unjust sorrow wash over him. He dared not question her, channeling the energy of his water affinity into whimsical displays. Yearning for a mere glance from the goddess who resided in his heart, tears cascading silently down his cheeks, a picture of pitiable longing. Yet, his efforts bore fruit. Unable to witness his distress any longer, the Xiang goddess delicately hooked her finger into his garment, her divine power enveloping him, prompting the Xiang lord to reclaim his tears, a smile blossoming upon his face. Joel blinked, a gesture both remarkable and noteworthy. Eros silently committed it to memory, perhaps to be of use in the future. However, they were so engrossed in their ardent affections that they completely neglected to introduce themselves, prompting the river god to shake his head. Ah, the youth of today? Though he himself did not exhibit any signs of age, being an undeniably charming middle-aged figure with striking features and a composed demeanor. "I am the river god of the Yellow River. You may call me Bo. The tokens you received were bestowed by the goddess of Xiang River, Xiang Fu Rin, and the god of Xiang River, Xiang Jun. Over there, in silence, resides the great god of death, who governs human mortality, alongside the lesser god of life, who oversees human progeny. Beside the Lord of Clouds stands the Eastern Lord of Sunlight and Radiance. While it may seem that the deities of the 9 songs consist solely of these few, their divine power and authority are undeniably formidable. At least from Joel's perception, those within the Grand Hall rival the might of the 12 Olympian gods. Indeed, the Lord of Clouds could contend with Zeus and Hera, wielding the same dominion over thunder. This deity also governs clouds and harvests, embodying multiple roles within a single divinity. Yet, within the pantheon of the 9 songs, the gods lean more towards nature rather than deliberate control. Only in the presence of a shamanic ritual would they intervene according to their whims. Everything else is left to fate. The gesture of giving from Xiang Fu Ren prompted other deities to symbolically present their own offerings as well. Joel approached the imposing figure of the great deity. This silent and solemn god exuded an aura reminiscent of Hades from the underworld, yet imbued with an even greater chill and solitude. He sat there in quietude, as though separated from the world, where death reigned in its own realm, unacknowledged yet undeniably present. Joel felt a strange familiarity with this atmosphere. 3 of his 5 siblings resided in the depths of the underworld. Joel possesses the chains of Thanatos, crafted for the purpose of idleness. When flung towards the realm of death, they automatically ensnare all spirits, ensuring none escape. A gift for you. Among all deities, only the great god of death received this offering from little Joel. The once silent and serene deity has now become a focal point of attention. Yet his expression remains unchanged. Upon receiving the chains, he instantly comprehended their function. With a mere refinement, they would transform into a formidable artifact, showcasing the little deity's understanding of the grander world. In truth, he holds a modest fortune, emulating Lady Xiang. The great god of death bestowed upon little Joel a token, the edict of life and death. With this, one could confront malevolent spirits without fear. It could absorb the essence of death, converting it into a means of attack, for even malevolent beings, though not immortal, possess a finite lifespan. The encroachment of death would render them susceptible to the great god of death as harvest, integrating them into the realm of the afterlife as a punishment for offending little Joel. Additionally, it serves to connect the realms of life and death, granting the protection of the great god of death. The gods were astounded. Could it be that the great god of death has also succumbed to the charms of this little deity? The young god of death, depicted as a beautiful woman, bestows new life upon offspring, having long observed the appearance of Joel as young. At last, the little deity stands before her. She gazes at Eros. Ever vigilant by his side, though aware of their bond, she feels compelled to remind him, the young must be cherished, and one must not act immorally. The orchid serves as a conduit, ensuring that as long as Joel remains in his youthful form, all dangers to him shall be averted. This is the blessing and protection of the young god of death. Eros, feeling somewhat miffed, retorted, I was merely contemplating. I never intended to act. Why does everyone perceive me in such a light? The young god of death smiled and chose not to respond. Eros clenched his fists, relieved that he had accompanied Joel. Otherwise, the temptations of the outside world would surely have led him astray. These dazzling deities indeed possess something remarkable. In the days that followed, Joel displayed his dominion over life, as the Eastern Emperor granted access to the realm of 9 songs. While Joel communicated with the life force of the 9 songs world, the deities engaged in a harmonious union, contemplating the alignment of nature and life, their powers gradually increasing. Due to the protective mechanism established by the young god of death, Eros could no longer harbor any improper thoughts towards Joel's youthful form, yet he remained active on the line, testing the limits of that protection. Today, the god of love appeared particularly dejected. Chapter 157, Extra 2, Mountains and Seas. Owing to the care bestowed upon him by the deities of 9 songs, Joel also reciprocated to everyone, and once they had gleaned insights into the laws of life, each retreated into solitude. He traversed the lands of the 9 songs world alongside Eros, their presence gracing the fertile earth. Flowers bloomed in the wake of their passage, seemingly accompanying them in this manner. A butterfly alighted upon a blossom, gently fluttering its wings before ascending into the air, soaring toward Joel, as if offering guidance. Joel and Eros exchanged a glance, and the once radiant smile on the former's youthful visage faded into a serious expression. Is it peculiar? Should we follow? Eros inquired. The butterfly, persistent in its endeavor, continued to lead the way. although Joel struggled to comprehend its significance. An eerie aura that subtly permeated the air awakened the life and death command within him. Let us follow. Joel decided to first investigate the situation. The little butterfly danced gracefully. Joel and Eros pursued relentlessly until they reached the boundary where mountains meet the sea. Suddenly, they seemed to have traversed an invisible barrier, and the surrounding scenery transformed dramatically. Meanwhile, the supreme deity of the Nine Songs world, the Eastern Emperor, slowly opened his profound eyes. He transcended the barriers of time and space, focusing his gaze on the spot from which Joel and Eros had vanished. The mountains and seas appeared. Could it be that the special aura emanating from the young ones attracted the mysterious realm of mountains and seas? This legendary secret place had only revealed itself once during ancient wars, documented by the shamans and alchemists of various tribes. There was even a powerful being who emerged from the mountains and seas, merging their experiences with legends into a tome known as the Classic of Mountains and Seas. The peaks here are extraordinary, rich in resources. Joel and Eros had not ventured far when, upon the surface of the land, gold, jade, and gemstones shimmered resplendently under the sun. Even the stream was adorned with translucent crystals. Were such treasures to be placed among mortals, they would likely incite countless disputes, however. Perhaps not. Following these scattered riches deeper into the terrain, they stumbled upon an expansive deposit of gold and jade ores. It was truly astonishing. Joel marveled at the abundance of resources here, akin to a treasure trove. They gazed upward, where the peaks intertwined in the distance. One could only wonder if such wealth existed in all corners. Eros, shall we venture to explore? Curiosity stirred within Joel, while Eros spread his arms wide, and the little one joyfully nestled into his lover's embrace. Due to the constraints imposed by the lesser deity, Eros refrained from making grand gestures. It sufficed to let Joel take the initiative. Wrapping his arms around Eros's neck, Joel leaned in for a tender nuzzle, urging, "Hold me tightly, will you?" With a firm embrace, the god of love lifted his beloved into the sky. In unfamiliar territory, ascending was an obvious choice, yet he did not soar too high. Only enough to discern the surrounding landscape. The path wound through a secluded grove, littered with bizarrely shaped stones. Strange creatures lurked within the thorny thicket, baring their teeth in a menacing display to deter any intruders. As Joel and Eros approached, these creatures scurried away, and the tree trunks themselves shifted, hastily retreating. At that moment, Joel discerned that what he had thought were tree trunks were, in fact, enormous serpents. The consequences of unwittingly wandering into their midst would be dire. Sensing the divine aura emanating from Joel, the serpents dared not offend him and fled in haste. Disheartened, Joel and Eros stood still, contemplating their vast surroundings. Where mountains stretched endlessly before them, they were utterly lost, uncertain of their whereabouts and how to return. Eros, too, felt helpless. The divine essence he sensed was faint and elusive, and their emotions bore no resemblance to the serene nature of the deities from their homeland. Instead, this place was steeped in the feral laws of survival of the fittest. Joel spread his small hands and lamented, "What a predicament this is." Their troubles soon found a glimmer of hope as an ancient voice echoed down the path. "Oh, deities from distant lands, what perplexities trouble your minds? In our sacred mountain hall, it is rare for foreign gods to pass through." Joel and Eros glanced around, finding no sign of human presence, until the sound above drew their attention. A group of white monkeys clung to the trees, surrounding an elder monkey, despite its age. The old white monkey's eyes sparkled with wisdom and vitality, adorned with a crown woven from vines and fruit peels, and dressed in a human-like tunic. It held a staff in its hand. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that their physiques were considerably larger than those of ordinary monkeys. They were apes, not monkeys. "Who are you?" Eros asked, instinctively shielding Joel behind him. The peculiar white ape, resembling a human, formally clasped its hands together and spoke. "I am the venerable white ape king, leading my kind in the mountain palace. This realm is known as the Sea of Mountains. Might I presume that you, esteemed divine beings, hail from beyond the mountains?" Joel, filled with curiosity, inquired how such knowledge had been acquired. The white ape, seemingly devoid of any extraordinary attributes, merely imitated human gestures, lacking even a complete grasp of etiquette. At least Joel believed he had mastered it more thoroughly. Unbeknownst to the white ape king, the most endearing little deity was quietly comparing his own manners. The venerable elder, obeying the command of the mountain deity, came forth to lead the two esteemed guests to a meeting, urging them to follow. It was uncertain if the ape had become addicted to human imitation, yet he performed it with notable finesse. Intrigued, Joel leaned closer to Eros and whispered, "Let us follow and observe. The decree of life and death awaits." Should any misfortune befall us, we shall summon the great divine messenger. The deity had already communicated through divine power, assuring them that the realm of mountains and seas posed no immediate danger, allowing them to explore at leisure. Should any calamity arise, assistance would be rendered. Trusting in the divine association with death, Joel grew bolder, ready to charge forth. Eros, feeling a delightful warmth in his ears, nodded with a flushed face. They followed the white ape king deep into the mountains, where venomous snakes and strange creatures were scarce, yet the ground shimmered with golden treasures. Gold and jade appeared to be commonplace in this realm. The white ape king eventually halted, and Joel and Eros watched as he buried a fur-covered creature alongside a piece of jade, then offered a bowl of rice. Finally, he laid down a mat of white grass. Joel was perplexed. Was this a ritual of worship? Did the divine not require an altar, nor a shaman to perform a dance of supplication? His confusion was soon resolved. Wisps of azure smoke ascended, the sacrificial rites concluded, and the mountain deity accepted the offerings, subsequently revealing itself. The mountain god of Tangting possessed the body of a bird and the head of a dragon, with elongated eyes that lent it an unusual appearance, embodying both ferocity and tranquility. The deity from beyond the mountains? Although the mountain god had manifested, its lower body remained shrouded in blue smoke, lacking a complete form, allowing it to drift freely. Its voice was androgynous, indiscernible as pleasant or unpleasant. Joel nodded. The mountain deity showed no reverence towards him, nor did it seem to care. For in terms of hierarchy, the other was indeed superior. However, residing in the mountains and seas, the essence of the mountain was the foundation. As long as the mountain stood, the deity would endure. The mountain god exhibited neither respect nor disdain towards Joel and his companion, instead embodying a demeanor of tranquility and friendliness. The realm had long been devoid of external beings, so the arrival of these two minor deities was unexpected. "Ah, you bear the essence of the gluttonous beast. No wonder you have been invited," the mountain deity mused, narrowing its eyes as it inhaled the natural fragrance of life emanating from Joel, a veritable delicacy for a spirit of nature such as itself, almost addictive. Were it not for Joel being a distinguished guest of the mountains and seas, the deity would have entertained the notion of retaining the small god entirely. Chapter 158, Epilogue 2, Kunlun. The mountain deity's covetous gaze upon Joel incited Eros' ire. With wings unfurled, the god of love gathered his divine power. Yet, the mountain deity was not one to be swayed by such emotions, its cold, indifferent gaze fixated upon Eros. However, the power of desire wielded by the god of love possessed a terrifying capacity to strip away reason, rendering one a puppet. Irrespective of their capacity for emotion, even an unfeeling stone could succumb to madness or even self-destruction under the influence of such power. In a bid to protect Joel, Eros diligently sought to comprehend his authority. In the realm of the 9 songs, not only Joel but also Eros, who learned alongside him, experienced growth. Suddenly, the mountain deity appeared dazed, as if under an enchantment, completely devoid of self-awareness, akin to a marionette on strings. Whatever Eros desired, the deity would comply. Yet, the god of love merely intended to issue a warning, not to truly control such a formidable being as the mountain deity. When the mountain deity regained its senses, it regarded Eros with a newfound wariness. It was only at that moment that the mountain deity grasped the substantial reality of Eros' strength, capable of effortlessly subduing him. Joel did not impede Eros. Rather, he demonstrated the essence of harmonious dialogue through the mere display of his fists. Do not be deceived by his diminutive stature. He comprehends all of this. Thus, might the mountain god enlighten us on the nature of the invitation extended by the mountains and seas to guests? We have received no prior information, arriving here without cause. How shall we seek our way out? Out? The mountain god, perplexed, shook his wings. Those from the outside have exhausted every means to enter the realm of mountains and seas, yet you wish to depart. Or perhaps, he cautiously probed, you have not heard the legends surrounding the mountains and seas? Consequently, the mountain god was met with 2 pairs of bewildered gazes. Very well, he understood. The mountain god, with a sense of resignation, recalled how previous guests arrived with clear intentions, making their way toward Kunlun. Yet these 2 little ones were entirely oblivious to the existence of the mountains and seas. Should no one elucidate this to them, they might even forfeit the opportunity presented by this realm. In light of this, allow me to regale you with the tale. The mountains and seas constitute a uniquely self-sustaining world, adrift among the myriad realms, where only those of fate are granted a glimpse into its wonders. The treasures and riches pursued by humanity, gold, exquisite jade, coral, and agate, are readily found within the dominion of the mountains and seas. What sets it apart are the extraordinary creatures that dwell therein, capable of healing all ailments, whether pertaining to health, longevity, or the manipulation of the natural order, provided you possess the ability to extract them from this realm. Thereafter, you shall revel in an inexhaustible bounty of wealth and treasures. Joel listened intently as the mountain deity recounted tales of the mountains and seas. His focus was not on immortality or extraordinary powers, but rather on the fruits he had yet to taste and the exquisitely described delicacies of strange beasts. With a gurgle, he found himself salivating. The mountain god felt its wings pinned down, and upon glancing over, met Joel's sparkling gaze. Is it true that there are so many delectable treats in the realm of the Queen Mother of the West? Peaches of immortality, fire dates, and pear hybrids, delicious. Faced with Eros' lethal rays of death, the mountain deity's body stiffened. He yearned to retract his wings, but Joel held them firmly in place. Little deity, I beg for mercy. It seemed as if Joel had heard his internal cries, as he generously released the mountain god's wings. Yet, he immediately wrapped his arms around the deity's bird-like leg, shaking it vigorously. Truly, truly, the Queen Mother of the West is filled with delightful treats. The mountain god resolutely replied that, given his status, he was unworthy of the divine hospitality of the heavenly deity. However, with Eros' threatening demeanor looming, the mountain god could no longer afford to dwell on such concerns. Joel leaped into the embrace of Eros, exclaiming, Eros, did you hear that? There is an abundance of delectable treats at the Queen Mother's place. Shall we journey to Kunlun? Eros, with eyes brimming with tenderness, replied, certainly. Upon informing the two minor deities of the direction to Kunlun, the mountain deity wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved to finally depart. However, the scene unfolding within his heart was keenly observed by the White Ape King lurking in the shadows. The mountain deity, with a fierce glare, commanded, You have seen nothing. The White Ape King trembled and knelt, declaring, I saw nothing at all. Joel and Eros traversed westward, encountering a fearsome nine-tailed fox along their journey. Its appearance was strikingly beautiful, yet it bore a savage demeanor. With eyes as red as rubies, it bared sharp fangs and exhaled a foul stench, saliva dripping onto the ground. With a fierce howl, it lunged forward. Vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring the legs of the nine-tailed fox. Eros, drawing his bow, unleashed his golden arrow of love, only to notice another peculiar creature nearby, a nine-tailed, four-eared beast. The golden arrow soared like a meteor, piercing the heart of the nine-tailed fox, which then locked eyes with the four-eared creature, hearts aflame with desire. It bounded over, playfully entwining its nine tails around the other beast. The creature seemed perplexed. Eros stifled a laugh, covering his mouth as he embraced Joel and soared away. Quickly, let us flee. Joel perched upon Eros, observing the entwined tails of the two distant nine-tailed creatures. He tilted his head, realizing, so this is how the beasts express their affection. Ahem. Eros nearly veered off course, pressing Joel's head back into his embrace, admonishing, You mustn't be curious about everything. However, it wouldn't be out of the question for us to transform into beasts as well. Joel did not anticipate that merely glancing at Eros would provoke such a reaction, causing his face to flush with indignation. No, with a playful growl. He nipped at Eros' cheek, leaving a faint mark. Eros' cerulean eyes sparkled with mirth as he affectionately nudged Joel with his chin, exuding warmth and tenderness. They journeyed westward, traversing a realm inhabited by fantastical creatures, venomous serpents, peculiar insects, and an array of unfamiliar flora and fruits. Joel gazed intently at the fruit, his eyes ablaze with fervor. With a lavish display of the authority bestowed by life itself, he communicated with the plants, inquiring, Are you delicious? May I take a bite? The plants responded eagerly, Yes. Yes, yes. How delightful is our little deity. We welcome you in any manner. Some plants, fearing that the little deity might not approach, shook their branches and leaves even before Joel drew near, letting their ripe fruits tumble down. Oh, dear little deity, my fruits are exceptionally sweet, beloved by all living beings. They have been nibbled by insects, pecked by birds, and even favored by exotic beasts. Glimmering red and crystal clear, they resemble precious gems. My name is Shatang. Joel lifted the crimson fruit to his lips, savoring its sweetness and juiciness, accompanied by a distinctive fragrance, utterly delightful. Thank you, Shatang. Shatang replied, I'm delighted you enjoy it. Little deity, remember the name of Kunlun Shatang. Should fortune favor me and I transform into a spirit of flora, I shall present you with even more exquisite fruits. Joel embraced the crabapple tree, exclaiming, Indeed, it is a splendid tree. How I adore you. However, his affectionate gesture was thwarted by Eros, who intercepted him. causing Joel to collide with his form before being enveloped in his embrace. "Joel, you can only love me," Eros declared, steadfastly watching over him to prevent any possibility of seduction, a task that proved arduous. Fortunately, his every effort was met with reciprocation. Joel also embraced Eros, gently patting him. All right, I adore you, my dearest. However, wait a moment. It seems I have just overlooked something." Joel poked his head out and inquired, "Tang Tang, do you mean this is Kunlun Mountain? The Kunlun Mountain where the Queen Mother of the West resides?" Sha Tang swayed the branches and leaves, replying, Indeed. Kunlun is the sacred ground of the heavenly mighty deity. The Queen Mother of the West governs calamities and punishments. Yet she has always preferred to remain aloof from the outside world. Little deity, you must tread carefully and steer clear. Steer clear? Joel shook his head. No. I came specifically to find him. He gazed longingly at the lofty peaks of Kunlun, his eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for the legendary fruit. Delicious, I have arrived. Chapter 159, Epilogue 2, The Spirit Fruit. Although his intention was to taste the fruit, he was also undeniably intrigued by the mythical Queen Mother of the West of Kunlun. Joel listened to the description of the mountain deity and Sha Tang, who depicted the Queen Mother of the West as a formidable and fearsome celestial being. However, upon their first encounter, he found himself rendered speechless as he gazed upon the figure surrounded by enchanting azure birds. This individual possessed an elongated physique, rendering their gender indiscernible, clad in animal hide that accentuated their powerful, well-defined musculature. Their hair resembled the majestic mane of a lion, adorned with a jade emblem signifying their status. A black tail coiled around their waist, and a fierce mask resembling a wild beast, with eyes wide and mouth agape, adorned their face. The impact of this initial meeting was indescribable. Are you truly the Queen Mother of the West? Joel was so startled that he even forgot to include proper formalities. The regal and dignified image of the Queen Mother of the West he had envisioned was far from reality. The azure bird flanking her curiously observed the little deity, whose demeanor was one of both shyness and polite obligation. Amusing the azure bird, chirped the melodious birdsong eased Joel's anxiety, and he realized he had been disrespectful in the presence of a legendary goddess. Bowing with Eros, the god of life, Joel stood before the magnificent Queen Mother of the West, who had traversed mountains and seas. The sight of the two diminutive beings clasping their tiny hands in earnestness appeared peculiar, yet endearingly harmonious in the primordial age. The Queen Mother was undeniably powerful, and her temperament was not particularly gentle. However, she exhibited a hint of friendliness toward the two visiting deities. She removed her mask, revealing a stunningly radiant visage, with the resplendent sun behind her serving as a mere backdrop. The azure bird fluttered nearby, its flowing tail feathers adding an ethereal quality to her beauty. This was indeed a being of divine essence. The Queen Mother joyfully squinted her eyes. Aside from the pure and unblemished god of life, no other entity had ever prompted her to remove her mask, for both humans and beings alike were to be feared by her wrath. It was a rarity to encounter such courteousness from an outsider. Did the little deities wish to partake in the peaches of immortality? Her voice revealed no discernible emotion. Yet her commanding presence, reclining upon her stone throne adorned with animal hides, exuded an aura of authority. Eros felt a twinge of concern that Joel might inadvertently offend the goddess, for despite her exquisite beauty, her temperament was not to be trifled with. He gently tapped Joel's hand, hoping to provide a subtle reminder. However, upon hearing the mention of food, Joel could no longer contain himself and eagerly spilled forth his long-anticipated words like a cascade of beans. Yes. I heard from the mountain deity that besides the peaches of immortality, you also have the pair of exchange and the fire dates. The Queen Mother inquired. Which mountain does this mountain deity belong to? Joel, realizing something, covered his small mouth with his hands, his eyes wide with astonishment. Oh, great Mother of the West. Are there truly no fruits here? This contradicts the legends. A cold snort escaped the heart of the West. She pondered which mountain deity had taken it upon themselves to deceive a child with tales from the outside world. Should she catch them, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Understanding that there were no fruits to be found in the presence of the West Mother, Joel felt compelled not to disturb the deity's tranquil meditation. He grasped Eros's hand and, with a facade of righteous seriousness, declared, We have come unprepared and fear we might intrude upon your sacred silence. Thus, we shall take our leave. Look at young Joel. Indeed, he has begun to adopt the habit of using grandiloquent language, Eros thought in astonishment. Yet, he did not miss the message Joel conveyed, time to make an exit. However, Did they truly believe they could come and go as they pleased from the lair of the western queen of Kunlun? Chirp, chirp. The melodious song of birds filled the air, and two azure birds returned from their excursion, each clutching a large banana leaf in their beaks. Wrapped within the leaves were an abundance of sweet, enticing peaches, as well as pears and jujubes, all shimmering with an otherworldly light and exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Unlike anything of the mundane realm. Wow. Joel inhaled deeply, the rich fragrance of fruit enveloping him, its intense sweetness penetrating his senses. The Queen Mother of the West nodded, gesturing, "Behold, are these not the coveted peaches, pears, and jujubes you desire?" "Indeed, indeed. Oh, divine being, you are exceedingly generous." Joel had burrowed into the pile of fruits, clutching a peach as large as his head, indulging in its soft, sweet flesh. What a delightful peach. If this were not a flat peach, what could possibly be? At the very least, it was the most exquisite peach Joel had ever tasted, imbued with the essence of life, undoubtedly the flat peach spoken of by the mountain deity. The Queen Mother of the West observed Joel's enjoyment with a sense of relief. Indeed, he had passed the test. Her gaze shifted to the two azure birds. These birds, which had flown to the Queen Mother bringing fruits, bowed their heads and gracefully took flight, embarking on a journey to transplant 3 sacred plants to Kunlun. Thereafter, the Queen Mother would possess flat peaches, pears, and jujubes. Eros squatted nearby, and whenever Joel savored a delectable fruit, he would draw near to share the treat, their bond almost excluding anyone else. The Queen Mother felt as though she had acquired 2 pets, as she watched them take turns in their feast. A sense of drowsiness washed over her, drifting into a reverie. Clang, da-da. The sounds of horns and drums resonated, startling even the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Joel emerged from the fruits, his head popping up. What has happened? The Queen Mother rose from her stone seat. The azure birds grew larger, awaiting their master. The Queen Mother glanced at Eros, who was preparing to scoop up Joel to witness the commotion, then turned her gaze back to Joel. "Would you like to join?" "Indeed." Compared to Eros's embrace, Joel seemed to favor the great azure bird of the Queen Mother even more, leaving the god of love with a forlorn look behind him. Ultimately, he could not resist Joel's enthusiasm and joined him on the back of the great azure bird. The Queen Mother stood tall and graceful, her simple attire failing to conceal her majestic demeanor. The mask was already donned. Before the eyes of the world, she was the impartial and just deity of celestial punishment, harboring no emotions for anyone or anything. They hovered in the high clouds, their gaze descending. Below lay the battlefield of human tribes clashing with otherworldly beasts. In ancient times, humans formed tribes for warmth, uniting to mitigate the risks of nature and repel the incursions of supernatural creatures. Among them, the most esteemed was the tribal leader. Alongside the most revered, the shaman. The leader was typically the strongest and wisest warrior of the tribe, guiding his people through life and death struggles, ensuring their survival and prosperity upon the land. For millennia, this has been the way of humanity. Joel and Eros lay upon the back of the azure bird, quietly observing the fierce battles between humans and formidable beasts below. In the realm of Jug, shamans performed sacred dances to beseech divine favor, harnessing the power bestowed by deities to confront various threats to humanity. Yet, the response of the gods is capricious, fluctuating with their whims. The consequences are dire. Either the deities offer protection, allowing survival, or they remain indifferent, leaving humanity to face its demise. However, in the primal wilderness of the mountains and seas, the dynamics appear to differ significantly. Joel witnessed the valiant warriors of humanity stepping forth, unleashing a resounding roar that seemed to awaken an unknown force within them, causing their bodies to radiate with brilliance. With remarkable fervor, several of them charged towards the otherworldly beasts, astonishingly toppling one of the creatures. How did they achieve such a feat? Chapter 160, Epilogue 2, Totem. Great deity. Do humans possess extraordinary powers as well? Joel gazed up at the indifferent Queen Mother of the West, his eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Wondering if he had become addicted to learning, he possessed a profound curiosity and a relentless quest for understanding. A flicker of gentleness passed through the Queen Mother's gaze. Yet it was difficult to discern amidst the frigid winds high above. Take your time to search carefully. Very well. Joel obediently redirected his gaze towards the humans, carefully observing. While Eros joined in the watch, the vanquished beast displayed an unmistakable defiance. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed its innate ability, causing the surrounding ground to crack and become unbearably hot. This was indeed a calamity beast endowed with the attribute of drought. Several humans, caught unprepared, tragically succumbed to the emerging flames, leaving their comrades in mourning. Anger and resentment fueled their strength, rendering it even more ferocious. With newfound knowledge of the beast's attributes, the leader pointed his bony blade, immediately summoning a fresh wave of humans. They pounded their chests in fervor. Similar to their predecessors, they activated a latent power. Enveloped in swirling blue water elements, charging directly at the beast. The hatred born from their fallen comrades propelled their strength to new heights, exploiting the elemental weaknesses. This group of humans ultimately drained the beast of its vigor, and under the command of their leader, they pierced the creature's heart. In the end, they celebrated their triumph, with a dozen robust warriors hoisting the beast's lifeless body back home. For this night, and for a considerable time thereafter, they would be free from the worries of sustenance, as the lord of this region lay slain, rendering it a territory of humanity. Witness this glorious battle. Joel couldn't help but applaud humanity, surprised to witness such resilience in what he had deemed a fragile species, compared to the heroes of his own world. These individuals placed a greater emphasis on collaboration. The strength of the collective is boundless. Moreover, they possess an additional advantage. Joel had begun to discern a glimmer of understanding. His eyes sparkling with insight. The divine essence lies within the art that adorns their beings, does it not? Joel observed that whenever humans summoned their powers, the lines and patterns etched upon their bodies would glow, providing them with the energy necessary to confront the monstrous beasts. The Queen Mother of the West nodded, commending Joel's wisdom. Indeed, you are astute. The markings upon their skins serve as the source of their strength. The shamans of humanity possess the ability to commune with the forces of nature, should they fail to receive divine favor. They may still harness their own intellect to forge their unique power, thus carving out an alternative path for survival. What you witness is their most magnificent creation, the power of totems. Noticing Joel's earnest desire to learn, the Queen Mother generously imparted her knowledge, elaborating slowly. In the era of mountains and seas, although ancient humans revered deities, they did not regard them as their sole hope. Rather, it was the initial bearers of wisdom who, driven by curiosity and a quest for understanding, began to explore the world incrementally, particularly when confronted with the monstrous beings of the mountains and seas. The shamans of their tribes discovered that these creatures harbored a deep-seated fear of certain elements and symbols of nature. Consequently, they inscribed these symbols upon their bodies, marking the nascent source of power. As generations progressed, they even discerned that rivalries existed among the beasts themselves, droughts and floods, plagues and blessings. Upon uncovering these patterns, they sought ways to embody such powers, which eventually evolved into a veneration of strength. The designs you see, referred to as totems, originated from a shaman who, in his communion with benevolent divine beings, sought their assistance and carved the likeness of these creatures onto his body. Thus, a tribe dedicated itself to worshiping and nurturing this beast, enabling them to harness its strength, counter the opposing creatures, and ultimately repel or even vanquish those that threatened humanity, thereby securing a broader space for survival. Joel listened to the story, feeling a sense of familiarity. Is this not faith? Faith? The Queen Mother of the West pondered over the term and discovered its original meaning. It indeed elucidates human behavior. Little Joel, how about becoming my disciple? Eros approached and embraced Joel. Impossible. Joel is the sovereign of our world, and his existence is of paramount importance. How could he possibly be your disciple? In truth, our statuses are not dissimilar. The Queen Mother of the West snorted dismissively, yet your world is not particularly vast. The limits of the world represent the limits of divinities. Unlike our realms of mountains and seas, which are boundless and immeasurable, he was cold towards Eros, yet exceedingly amiable towards Joel. The grand deity shamelessly began to entice a child. Just become my disciple, and I shall provide you with all the spiritual fruits within Kunlun Mountain. No, all the fruits from the realms of mountains and seas that I can conquer, regardless of their nature. The great azure bird beneath them trembled slightly. My lord, when you boast, could you not consider me and the other two azure beings? You may be unconcerned, but the three of us are in dire straits, being relentlessly pursued. Joel was indeed deeply moved. However, he bore the celestial bottle upon his person and the decree of life and death at his waist. Should he acquiesce to the words of the Queen Mother of the West, he feared the emergence of Hephaestus, along with his sister Nyx, his brother Erebus, and brother Tartarus. Not to mention the primordial chaos, who might come forth to seize the rebellious child. Moreover, the Grand Minister had shown considerable regard for him, placing him in a dilemma. Thus, he could only smile shyly and remain silent, a demeanor that left the Queen Mother quite disheartened. The plan to recruit him had failed. The Lord of Life was not so easily swayed, being one of the pillars of the world. Yet, should there be a desire to sway him, it was not without means. The Queen Mother removed the jade ornament from her head. "Little Joel, this is your token for entry into the realm of mountains and seas. I shall bestow it upon you. Henceforth, should you wish to venture into this domain, you may call upon my name. The mountains and seas are subject to fate. But the gift of an identity symbol from a deity would undoubtedly incite envy from the outside world regarding Joel's fortune. Yet, the affinity one feels is often subjective. After all, not everyone possesses the beauty and charm that Joel, as a precious young being, exudes. Since Joel's arrival in Kunlun, the Queen Mother of the West, as the Master of the Mountains, had noticed an increase in the spiritual essence of Kunlun itself. Merely standing beside the little one allowed her to attain insights into the cosmos. In light of this, she felt compelled to offer her gratitude. Deities are not the kind to exploit opportunities for personal gain. In an unexpected turn of events, Joel found himself the bearer of a significant artifact. Eros clasped Joel's hand tightly as he accepted the jade ornament. Joel beamed with a radiant smile, expressing his gratitude to the deity. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the blue bird was struck by an object, losing its balance. Yet, due to years of flying experience, it tilted slightly and regained equilibrium. What transpired? The Queen Mother of the West utilized her divine power to create a barrier, stabilizing the blue bird outside the confines of the shield. Suspended in midair was a peculiar creature, resembling a plump sheep with a human face, its eyes positioned beneath its armpits, sharp tiger-like fangs, and claws akin to human hands. Its cries echoed like a wailing infant, yet its demeanor was ferocious, directed at Joel with gluttonous intent, yearning to devour him. This ferocious beast, known as Tautai, was drawn to the aura surrounding Joel. Only one could exist in the realm of mountains and seas. It sought to consume him to enhance its own power. Chapter 161, Epilogue 2, Tautai Roar. The Tautai of the mountains and seas was thwarted by the barrier erected by the Queen Mother of the West. Yet it would not relent, yearning to consume its kin to ascend further. This instinct was etched into the very fabric of its being. The creature, known for its insatiable appetite, was said to be so desperate that it would even devour itself when faced with starvation. Joel understood that this was his battlefield. Drawing forth a slender divine sword from the void, he addressed the Queen Mother of the West. "Great deity, allow me to venture forth and engage in combat. Given the presence of the gluttonous aura upon me, as stated by the Grand Commander of Fate, there exists a karmic bond that I must resolve with it." The diminutive Joel wielded the long sword with a courageous demeanor, his chin held high, exuding an air of indifference to all. Eros's azure eyes were filled with the image of Joel, the commanding little figure, whom he adored immensely. The Queen Mother of the West, being a deity of warfare herself, found it fortuitous that her prospective disciple possessed an unyielding spirit towards battle. Very well. The barrier is lifted. Joel's sword passed on clouds of cotton, closely pursued by Eros, while the gluttonous beast, with bared fangs, let out a fierce howl. The clash of sharp teeth and glistening swords resonated with a crisp sound. Eros, flying alongside, wielded the power of emotion to assist the glutton, only to find pink mist spreading forth. The creature's large nostrils twitched as it inhaled, then it frowned, opening its gaping maw to devour everything, as if a black hole resided within its belly. Joel summoned his divine power. Towering vines surged forth, only to be restrained by the claws of the gluttonous beast, which then proceeded to crunch and devour them. It truly seems that it consumes everything. Joel reminisced about his companion, another gluttonous creature, who was adorably fluffy and charming. Alas, words failed to encapsulate such delight. Curiosity found its fulfillment. Joel no longer held back. He brandished his sword horizontally, confronting the oncoming beast with unwavering focus on its throat. With a deft twist of his wrist, the blade aimed directly at the creature's jugular. The divine sword pierced the skin, and the ensuing bloodshed awakened the beast's insatiable thirst for carnage. It retaliated with frenzied aggression, its eyes beneath its armpits fixating intently on Joel's tender form, its fangs clashing against the divine blade. A long tongue lashed out, poised to make contact with Joel, only to be swiftly struck down by Eros, who deftly intervened. Disgusted by the viscous residue on his hand, he was unaware of the quantity of divine energy he had expended in cleansing it. He then utilized that divine power like explosives, hurling them at the beast. With a cacophony of explosions, the creature, unable to consume the divine energy orbs, absorbed them into its being. Its appetite grew more ravenous, driving it into an even greater frenzy. Joel's eyes sparkled with excitement, a splendid opportunity. The sword in his hand plunged into the eye of the gluttonous beast. With a piercing cry, the creature's eye burst, unleashing a cacophony of anguish. Eros, seizing the moment, transformed his golden arrow of love into a sword akin to Joel's. relentlessly thrusting it into the beast's form. Each strike summoned a torrential downpour of blood, and ultimately, the monstrous figure collapsed, plummeting from the sky. The swords in Joel and Eros' hands still dripped with blood, their concern lingering that the beast had not yet perished. They descended to investigate. It had not approached closely when chaos erupted in the space, a tremendous force pulling them into its grip. The azure bird descended with the Queen Mother of the West, revealing only a ground soaked in blood, devoid of any sight of Joel or the beast's carcass. A chilling wind swept through, amplifying the grotesque scene of carnage. Observe how I deftly manipulate the clouds and alter the sun, procuring similar delights from elsewhere. How? On a finely carved ebony table. Two fluffy little creatures with long ears hung adorably, their rosy faces brimming with innocence. One clutched a knife in its left paw and a fork in its right. A bib draped beneath its chin. The clinking of cutlery echoed as it eagerly anticipated the feast to come. Suddenly, a thud, thud, thud. Wow, is this my buffet? Why are there 2 additional servings? They appear remarkably familiar. Joel was abruptly snatched away by the divine powers of another world, still reeling from the disorientation of spatial transition. Suddenly, he felt a weight upon him. Unbeknownst to him, a furry creature had appeared. Well, Joel, my dear friend, you have finally come to visit my world. Look, I have already transformed. At this moment, Eros' presence became distinctly palpable. He observed the unfamiliar young creature, which bore a striking resemblance to Joel, with 2 long, drooping ears that, if not scrutinized closely, could easily be mistaken for mere adornments. The fluffiness of the creature reminded Eros of another being that often vied for Joel's attention, instantly dampening his spirits. Joel recognized his old companion. Is that you, little Tautai? Yes, it's me, brother Joel. Come here for a hug. In an effort to help Joel feel more at ease, Tautai transformed into its true form, a small white creature with long ears, soft and fluffy, revealing its essence. Now it was Joel's turn to take the initiative. Eros, feeling a surge of jealousy, was vexed that his friend, whom he had seen in years, was rekindling old memories. Despite his reluctance, he refused to let his selfish feelings bind Joel's freedom. Nevertheless, all of this was noted down in his little book, to be addressed later when they found themselves in a private space. Little did he know of Eros' intentions. Joel and the little glutton were together. You should revert to your human form. I didn't get a good look just now. All right. The glutton promptly transformed. Her long ears fluffy and soft to the touch, reminiscent of clouds. Joel, gently tugging at the ears of the gluttonous creature, inquired, in the past. You spoke of aspiring to become a celestial sovereign. Now that you have taken on a form, have you achieved that status? Though the glutton relished the closeness with Joel, its insatiable appetite prevailed, and it had already procured a knife and fork to slice into the flesh of its kin, chewing contentedly. Casting aside the utensils, it indulged directly with its mouth. Upon hearing Joel's question, it felt a pang of dismay, transforming its sorrow into a fervent desire to eat. Yet it did not forget to respond. Still striving, brave glutton, onward I go. I shall toil until I reach the rank of celestial sovereign. My gluttony shall be unparalleled throughout eternity, alas. It seemed as if the glutton viewed itself as the celestial sovereign. As it joyfully feasted, it was lifted by a figure clad in white garments, with a visage as refined as jade and silver hair elegantly tied up, exuding a cool and graceful aura akin to moonlight. With a slight, enigmatic smile, he asked, Little one, whom do you seek to vanquish? The little glutton still clutched a piece of meat, tucking both the morsel and its hand behind its back, presenting an innocent facade. O great celestial sovereign, what brings you to my humble abode? Such an esteemed visit warrants a notification, so I might extend my welcome. Its tiny mouth continued to chatter. Suddenly, it felt a chill as the celestial sovereign's icy fingers, wrapped in a moonlight-woven cloth, dabbed at the glutton's mouth. Such uncouth behavior while eating, rendering your splendid transformation a wasted endeavor. The little glutton's ears perked up in indignation, softly muttering, You are merely the icy crystal cinnamon of the moonzine star. Had I not been born a mere 100,000 years later, I might very well hold the position of celestial sovereign. The hand that wiped its mouth now pinched its chubby face, causing its rosy lips to pucker like a chick's beak. The celestial sovereign stifled a laugh, remarking, in truth, You are not a glutton, but rather a little chick from the Dijun family. With wide eyes, the glutton retorted, A glutton may be slain but cannot be insulted. If you continue to compare me to the chicks of the heavenly emperor, I shall truly run away from home. It clung to the celestial sovereign's face, pleading, My brother Joel is right beside us. Show some consideration, understand? The celestial sovereign, with a look of disdain, replied, You smear blood and grease all over my face, glutton. Do you seek punishment? As for Joel, the glutton's brother, he was intentionally ignored. The ungrateful little creature had wandered off somewhere, only to return incessantly calling out for Joel. From the moment it hatched, it had been nurtured by him, and later, when the demon realm invaded, it had slain several demon lords, only to have its egg taken by the sage of upper purity, who adopted it as a disciple. Finally, after a long wait for the sage to enter seclusion, Joel had managed to coax the little creature back, only to be met with its incessant chatter about another brother. The celestial sovereign was thoroughly vexed. Yet, there was nothing to be done about this little imp. As a guest, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, the celestial sovereign reluctantly turned his gaze back, only to realize something was amiss. How intriguing. The celestial sovereign squinted, observing the deity known as Joel and the one adorned with a pair of avian wings, seemingly bound as soulmates, their fates entwined across countless lifetimes. The bright crimson thread of destiny. He possessed a box within his chamber, brimming with them, intended to tether the perpetually wandering little glutton, though he had yet to employ them. In the lower celestial realm of moonlight, a guest has arrived. I humbly seek your understanding for any shortcomings in my hospitality. Joel sighed softly. The seemingly aloof celestial being before him harbored an unwavering vigilance within. The other world was enchanting, albeit laden with excessive decorum, and there were many words that eluded his comprehension. The gluttonous creature brusquely shoved aside the elegant celestial, proclaiming, "Allow my esteemed guest to entertain himself. You may attend to your own affairs." Turning to Joel, he radiated warmth, exclaiming, "Brother Joel, let us frolic." Chapter 162. Interlude 2. A display of pride ignoring the two dismal figures. The little glutton yearned to be close to his brother Joel, determined to forge ahead without impediment. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he seized Joel's hand and dashed outside. Eros interjected, his tone laced with mockery. "Oh, celestial of the moonlit realm, tend to your companion and ensure my little one is not led astray." Eros scoffed. Who is truly leading whom astray? Do not think I am oblivious to your intentions towards the glutton. It is perverse to harbor such thoughts about a juvenile. Though his affections were directed towards Joel, this did not deter the love god's double standards, which he unabashedly embraced. The moonlit celestial had never engaged in disputes, even against the glutton, preferring to suppress with strength. However, faced with Eros, he found himself akin to a scholar confronting a soldier, ultimately leaving in a fit of frustration. Eros followed suit, their mutual aim being to locate the little one who had scampered away. Yongu, the place where the sun rises, was home to the Fusang tree, which sheltered a multitude of fledglings, not merely chicks, but golden crows, with tiny heads and 3 tender claws, their bodies adorned with golden fluff. Only the eldest and second siblings had developed long feathers, while the others retained their juvenile wings. Chirping incessantly, a cacophony of fledglings filled the air. The elder golden crow shielded his head with his wings, seemingly attempting to escape the clamor of his younger siblings. It seems someone approaches. I detect the scent of the glutton, along with the delightful fragrance of fruits. The second golden crow cautiously approached his elder, seeking forgiveness for their raucousness. Though they shared the same mother, the firstborn had absorbed the son's essence more abundantly, thus maturing faster than the others, even speaking before them. The elder golden crow lowered his wings, using his spiritual sense to identify the unfamiliar presence, indeed confirming the sense of the glutton and fruit. What is occurring? The moonlit celestial's glutton has never shown interest in playing with us. Only my brothers seem fond of him. He huffed. What is appealing about a creature lacking golden plumage? Once the glutton successfully evaded the bothersome figures and fled with his beloved brother Joel, he suddenly found himself in an even more undesirable location. Recalling the incessant chirping of the little yellow chicks surrounding him. Overwhelmed, he exclaimed, "Brother Joel, there is no time for explanations. We must hasten our departure." However, Xiao Huangji was exceedingly well acquainted with its domain. Not only did the eldest and second brother detect the intruder, but the remaining Xiao Huangji also noticed. They excitedly fluttered out of their nests, eager to take flight even before their wings had fully developed. The eldest found himself in a greater predicament than Tao Dai, who feared that the Xiao Huangji might tumble and become little yellow pancakes. With no other choice, he expanded his form beneath the Fusang tree to catch the Xiao Huangji. One by one, 9 in total. But wait, where was the 10th? The elder Jinwu, observing Tao successfully catching his younger siblings, sighed in relief. Yet, as the elder with wings, he pondered why he too leaped down alongside his younger brothers. Truly a troublesome bunch. The elder Jinwu shook his fluffy posterior, which had yet to sprout tail feathers, puffed out his chest, and leaped from the branch. His wings unfurled, tracing a graceful arc through the air. He envisioned circling above Tautai's head a few times before descending in a noble and elegant manner. However, he forgot that this was his inaugural flight. Lacking the finesse in his launch, he was swept off course by the wind midway. Oh no, I veered off. Help, please. The beautiful arc he had intended transformed into a parabolic descent rather than the graceful glide he had envisioned. With 9 Xiaohuangji on Taotai, there was no way to assist. It appeared that the elder Jinwu was about to crash to the ground, potentially becoming a half-broken little chick. With a soft thud, the elder Jinwu covered his eyes with his wings, feeling no pain for a moment, surrounded by something soft and sweetly fragrant. He cautiously peeked up, only to be met with a charming and delicate visage that broke into a radiant smile, warming his little heart. Are you all right? The Xiaohuangji perched atop Taotai, who collectively held their breath for their elder brother, all exhaled in relief upon witnessing his rescue, choosing to remain nestled in the embrace of their savior. From initial misunderstanding to eventual comprehension, they swiftly accepted him as their elder brother within mere moments. The Xiaohuangji, resembling little mushrooms, bounced joyfully towards Joel, chirping incessantly. The raucous din, which would typically be bothersome, was met with Joel's experience in caring for younglings. He retrieved an abundance of spirit fruits from his space, freshly gathered from the mountains and seas. Consider it a welcoming gift. Later, when Eros and the Moonlight Immortal sought the whereabouts of the 2 little creatures and arrived at Yang Valley, they beheld Joel and Tauta sitting back to back, with the Xiaohuangji nestled upon them. The sunlight in Yang Valley was eternally abundant, casting a golden hue upon the young ones, creating an atmosphere of warmth and beauty. The fruits brought by Joel were imbued with an extraordinary vitality. Although the legendary appetite of the Taotai is well known, he had previously undergone cultivation under the guidance of a sage, who later helped him regulate his cravings with the Moonlight Immortal's influence. Now, despite his body's innate ability to devour everything, he experienced the sensation of satiety and obediently ceased his consumption. This was contingent upon the restrictions imposed by his sage master and the Moonlight Immortal, which he lacked the power to dispel. Thus, he could only gaze longingly at the fruits, clutching his small belly as he drifted into slumber. Suddenly awakened from his dreams, the Taotai, disregarding the small yellow creature hanging from him, produced an enormous mirror, seemingly activating it from an unknown source. Joel leaned in, inquiring, "What is this wondrous artifact?" As Taotai awaited the signal to be received on the other end, he expounded to Joel, "Your world underwent a closure and restructuring. After Beelzebub and I returned to our realm, we too were confined. Before departing, he gifted me this mirror, which enables communication between our 2 worlds. Regrettably, it can only be utilized once a year, and it had slipped my mind until now. Fortunately, with your presence, I thought to dial him and showcase this." Oh, ding. The signal is connected. On the other end, Beelzebub was nestled in his seat. Before him was a long table, flanked by similarly seated individuals, all clad in immaculate attire, yet uniformly donned in black combined with ruby accents, creating a striking visual contrast of red and black. "Taotai, you rascal, why are you suddenly calling?" Beelzebub exclaimed. "Wait. Hold on." In an instant, he transformed into a more familiar, plump figure to Joel, leaning closer to the mirror to confirm. "Joel, is that truly you?" The sight of him was unmistakable. Joel reminisced about the object that had previously been concealed beneath the black robe, resembling a lump of flesh. "What were you just now?" The portly gentleman, attired in a suit and adorned with a bow tie, plucked a small fork-like object from the adjacent individual, smoothing his glossy pompadour. "Ahem, we are convening. After all, a demon lord must exude an air of authority, wouldn't you agree?" Joel chose to remain silent. Authority is authority. Yet Beelzebub's previous demeanor was evidently one of disarray. Chapter 163, Extra 2, Hell. It is rather remarkable that Beelzebub has a friend. Beside him stands a gloomy beauty with long, flowing hair, pale skin, and elongated, expressive eyes that cast a shadow filled with a decadent elegance. He leaned closer to the mirror. His dark purple lips glistened with a crimson sheen, as if he had recently indulged in fresh blood. "Greetings, little friend of Beelzebub. I am Asmodeus. I can sense it. Yes, the fragrance of love and the vitality of life emanating from you. It is truly exquisite. Perhaps you might come here to play with me." Beelzebub charged forward without mercy. "Play? Why don't you amuse your own lovers? Do not disturb my guests, or we shall settle this with a contest. Let us see who excels more, gluttony or lust." Asmodeus twirled his long hair. "Beelzebub, you truly cannot take a joke." In response, Beelzebub adjusted his collar. "Never take a demon's words lightly. One can never discern the truth from falsehood." Engaging in such folly may lead you to wager your very soul. Just as the meeting was drawing to a close, Beelzebub elegantly gestured, placing a hand upon his chest. "Esteemed Lord Lucifer, I have a distinguished guest and must take my leave." Receiving a nod from the leader, he cradled the grand mirror, his small steps radiating joy, which stirred discomfort among the other demon lords. Since their fall from grace, they had long been stripped of true happiness. Even the serenity of past memories eluded them. Confronting reality, all felt but the weight of deception. How envious it was, being from the same faction, that Beelzebub could still find pure joy. Among the 7 lords of hell, Mammon, the only one of the great demons, suddenly spoke up. His words captivated not only Lucifer, the leader of the 7, but also the other demon lords, those who had descended into hell after losing their wings. "Greedy Mammon, what do you envy?" Leviathan, polishing his sleek dagger, an instrument of silent death and soul harvesting, asked. Mammon felt a tightening in his skin. He understood that without a reasonable explanation, the others would turn against him. Even though they were all peers among the 7, 6 of them were fallen angels, while he, a mere demon, stood apart. Even now, as rulers of hell, hierarchy and exclusion pervaded the air. Angels? Ah, Lucifer, the foremost of the 7 lords, once a resplendent morning star, his original sin being hubris. Mammon, with fingers adorned by an array of jewel-encrusted golden rings, wore a countenance of feigned amiability. I detected the scent of treasures upon the minor deity. Undoubtedly a favored one from another realm. How could you, kindred souls, not relish the light? Though betrayal lingered, the pursuit continued, inciting ire among the others. Mammon felt the sting of exclusion, now besieged by palpable threats, his corpulent form suddenly feeling diminutive and vulnerable. He silently embraced himself, retreating into silence. From the shadowed throne came a soft, measured sound, and an elegant yet somber voice spoke with deliberation, urging restraint among companions. Since they were guests invited by Beelzebub, they ought to extend courtesy, lest they disturb the peace. The fallen angelic kings held deep reverence for their sovereign, bowing with a hand to their chest in compliance. Yet, Mammon remained withdrawn upon his throne, disdainfully reflecting, having companions is commendable, yet one day I shall lead the demonic army to conquer broader realms. Angels are not but commodities and transactions. Unbeknownst to Beelzebub, the turmoil that would ensue in his absence loomed. He could hardly remain indifferent to the boast of gluttony. This mirror bore another purpose that had not been disclosed to gluttony. Under the latter's gaze, Beelzebub openly invited Joel to visit his realm, and the moment Joel acquiesced, a pact with the devil was sealed. The mirror engulfed Joel, but only Eros, entwined with his essence, was fortunate enough to accompany him, leaving gluttony seething in impotent fury. Growing in size as he lashed out at the mirror, which fortuitously collided with the moonlight fairy, Gluttony exclaimed, "Oh dear, I've caused a ruckus, what a mess." On the opposite side of the mirror, a lively chase unfolded. The typically elegant and aloof fairy revealed a spirited side, truly astonishing Joel. It was indeed a spectacle. Joel returned the mirror to Beelzebub and then embraced him in a long-awaited reunion. However, their normal interaction was hindered by Eros, who cast a disapproving gaze upon them. Beelzebub, in stark contrast, maintained an air of impeccable decorum, leaning upon his polished black wooden cane, tipping his top hat with a flourish. "Welcome to hell, where I, the Lord of Gluttony, shall be your guide." Imagine a portly gentleman amidst the dimly lit backdrop of the underworld, accompanied by the cawing of black crows, symbols of death. Indeed, the atmosphere was immediately palpable. Joel squinted and smiled. "All right, I shall observe the differences between your realm and our underworld." He expressed gratitude to Beelzebub for guiding him. Beelzebub tapped his staff against the ground. "No need for thanks. It is but a duty in light of the offerings you have bestowed upon the great Gluttony. It is my pleasure to serve you." The barren, dark terrain, the overcast sky, and the emaciated little demons gnawing on the skulls riddled with holes, all under Beelzebub's guidance, hurriedly burrowed into the earth. Their small eyes fixated on Eros's hair, which shimmered with a golden hue, a striking beauty that seemed utterly out of place in this infernal setting, rendering him an easy target. Joel noticed this and removed his cloak, handing it to Eros. "Put it on." Eros, perplexed, inquired, "Huh?" Yet, without hesitation, he donned Joel's cloak, enveloped by the essence of life itself. It was exceedingly comfortable. Simultaneously, Joel's presence permeated the land, a vibrant hope intertwined with precious life, igniting a deep desire within the small creatures, their eyes gleaming with an insatiable longing for possession. Just before the upheaval began, Beelzebub let out a disdainful snort, 2 pairs of broad, black wings unfurling from his back. The dominion of hell stirred. rousing several tiers of high-ranking demons who sought to investigate the situation, only to be quelled by Beelzebub's overwhelming aura. The creatures fled in panic. Their obsession with the beauty of life did not compel them to relinquish their current existence, even in the face of such formidable pressure. A few audacious little tails trailed behind stealthily. Joel's attention, however, was drawn to Beelzebub's wings. The symmetrical elegance of the feathers exuded a subtle discord. And despite holding back for an extended period, Joel could no longer contain himself. Beelzebub, what has become of your wings? Beelzebub shook his wings, as if he had not tended to them in ages. The wings in his hands were as dark as the unfathomable depths of hell. It seems I once possessed 3 pairs. I was once a mighty seraph, but alas, I fell and lost 1 pair. Now, only 2 pairs remain. Joel discerned the subtle melancholy in Beelzebub's seemingly indifferent demeanor and, driven by friendship, inquired, "May I touch it?" Beelzebub, slightly blushing, felt a contrast despite Joel sharing his dark hair and eyes. In stark contrast to their brooding shadows, Joel emanated the vitality and hope that hell could scarcely possess or retain. He cast his gaze downward, extending his wings with a valorous resolve. Go ahead, but be gentle. The wings, in truth, were a private part of him. Yet, Joel, as a true and kind friend, was far more endearing than the celestial beings with their white wings. Even when faced with the prospect of touching the power of those wings, he welcomed the opportunity. In Chapter 164, Extra 2, Wings, Beelzebub's generosity was indeed remarkable. The emotions of heartfelt friendship and sincerity felt utterly mismatched in our realm of hell. Was Beelzebub truly sincere? In the pandemonium of Satan's palace, also known as the Hall of Many Demons, Mammon meticulously orchestrated the excavation of countless treasures, erecting a sanctum dedicated to the demons of Satan. The name Satan symbolizes opposition. It embodies the adversaries of angels and collectively refers to the fallen angels. Presently, a single remark from Mammon stirred unrest. The 6 kings gathered, observing the interaction between Beelzebub and the 2 diminutive deities from another realm. They witnessed Beelzebub, willing to reveal his fallen wings for the sake of his friend. The 5 other fallen angel kings regarded Beelzebub with frigid gazes, scrutinizing the diminutive deities behind him, driven by curiosity to discern the nature of these otherworldly visitors. The small deities, with their dark hair and eyes and delicate, fair skin, symbolized life and hope, rendering them exceptionally rare in the dominion of hell. Their appearance was undeniably charming. Despite the demons' profound yearning for life, the darkness silently shielded the diminutive deities, underscoring their uniqueness. When Beelzebub consented to allow the small deity to touch his wings, Leviathan, embodying jealousy, could no longer remain passive. Beelzebub, why can you touch the beautiful? Asmodeus twirled a lock of hair around his fingers, his gaze fixated on the deity representing love and desire beside the small being. It became evident that love could be so openly expressed, and desire could also be pure and beautiful. The love from another realm was indeed dazzling. Could we shatter this beauty? After their fall, the fallen angels craved beauty yet could not endure its existence, their inherent destructive impulses intensifying, utterly uncontainable. It was perplexing how Beelzebub, as one of their kind, could endure such a contradiction. Friends, he mused, Satan needs no friends. They merely seek to ensnare souls, enveloping them in the abyss to relish all that is beautiful, merging it with themselves. A deep breath escaped as Lucifer's dragon, serving as a table, felt the king's hand tapping upon its rigid skull. Do not act without permission. His words commanded the attention of the other fallen angels. Mammon, unfazed, waved his raven feather fan, declaring, observe, if hell is not obliterated, then it ceases to be hell. The demons would undoubtedly take action. The fallen angels, their faces partially obscured by the fan, revealed crimson eyes that shimmered with the thrill of anticipation. The light of vitality, the reformation of severed limbs. Joel's hand rested upon the severed root of Beelzebub's wings, where the scars had faded into a mark emblematic of hell itself. A testament to the balance between wings and power. Stripped of his wings, Beelzebub had also forfeited a portion of his primordial strength. As the once pure angel fell from grace, one cannot fathom the arduous days endured in the depths of hell before ascending to the throne of the demon lord. It is reasonable to surmise that the journey was far from easy. Joel discovered that the wings were intricately connected to the source of power, embodying the darkness reminiscent of a fallen angel, entwined with curiosity, engaging in a negotiation with a consciousness belonging to the depths of hell. The other party inhaled deeply the essence of life. With reluctance, he unveiled his secrets, retrieving a small orb of primordial darkness. Here for you, delightful little deity. Joel, this adjective is utterly unnecessary. After traversing several realms and considering the intrinsic qualities of his essence, communicating with these seemingly lifeless entities of consciousness has become increasingly effortless. Requiring no assistance whatsoever, Joel marked the point of separation from Beelzebub. Henceforth, he should cherish these wings, for they have cost me many precious things. Beelzebub transitioned from confusion to astonishment as radiance emerged. The forces of darkness and life wove together a pair of resplendent wings. Yet, the pristine white wings, newly formed, began to bear the stains of blackness from the essence of the fallen. Instinctively, Beelzebub reached out, wishing to retain them. Alas, this matter, much like his own fall, was an irrevocable truth that could not revert to its original state, though neither of them harbored regrets. Cradling the wings he had once lost, Beelzebub wore a foolish grin. Thank you, little Joel. He paid little heed to the surge of power within him. With a timid inquiry, he asked, how much did it cost to reshape my wings? May I replenish your resources as a token of gratitude? Joel waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. All these are gifts from other realms, and with the assistance of your hell, it is not solely my merit. Consider them tokens of friendship. Eros stepped closer, allowing Joel to lean against him. Despite Joel's perpetual vitality, only Eros discerned his underlying fatigue. Beelzebub, the Lord of Flies, was not devoid of emotional intelligence. His 6 wings unfurled majestically, exuding an aura of divine supremacy. The denizens of hell bowed in reverence. As newcomers, you shall first rest in my palace, and I will subsequently arrange your itinerary for exploration. I assure you, you will feel entirely at home. He even thoughtfully prepared a lavish room for Joel and Eros, complete with a single bed. Eros cradled Joel as they ascended to the bed. Feeling a newfound acceptance towards Beelzebub, the little chubby fellow was quite agreeable. The scene faded to darkness. The 6 lords of hell fell into a contemplative silence. Ultimately, it was Belphegor who broke the stillness. That little deity could restore our wings. Your Highness, I Bel. Leviathan, in its second form, was a colossal sea beast, a ruthless sovereign of the abyss, embodying coldness and ferocity. He could not fathom the notion of gain without sacrifice. Who knew what price Beelzebub had paid? That small deity was clearly a symbol of light and order. What if it were a celestial envoy? The notion of competing with Satan for desire seemed absurd. Belphegor was unwilling to relent. That was power at stake. Initially, he had been indifferent, seated in his place, but upon witnessing Beelzebub's wings genuinely sprouting, he immediately straightened with excitement. He envisioned regaining the splendor of 6 wings. Otherwise, the once mightiest archangels, aside from Lord Lucifer, were nothing but pitiable 4-winged beings. Should a conflict arise with the opposing side, it would be embarrassing to reveal their wings. Thus, the pressure fell upon the decision-maker, Lucifer, who surveyed his subordinates, all eyes upon him. Very well. We shall wait for Beelzebub's return before making a decision. Yes. When Beelzebub received the summons, he rolled up the exploration map and placed it in a cabinet. Then, with his wings unfurled, he soared magnificently into the conference hall of the 10,000 demons. Greetings, everyone. Before he could land and compose himself, one of the demon lords seized a wing, tugging and pinching it playfully. Beelzebub's expression soured instantly, an unspoken sentiment overwhelming him. Do not touch my wings. Do you not possess any of your own? Huh. A group of ruffians laid their hands upon his wings, particularly focusing on the newly sprouted pair. Beelzebub immediately transformed into his second form. A mass of decaying flesh sprawled upon the ground. Those who cared not. Several demon lords took 3 steps back, distancing themselves from this repugnant source, the stench overwhelming. Chapter 165. Extra 2. The guide Gluttony, also known as Beelzebub, the Lord of Flies, embodies pestilence and filth, consuming all. However, this does not imply he is ignorant of what constitutes delectable flavors. In hell, most other sovereigns regard him with disdain, often avoiding him. Had it not been for their shared duties, given Beelzebub's formidable power, they would likely have shunned him altogether, leading him to a state of apathy. Day after day, he transformed into a pile of rotten flesh, indifferent to it all. Unexpectedly, during an interdimensional journey, he not only savored a meal that truly satisfied his hunger, but also made friends who did not scorn him. That exuberant gourmand could be counted among them. Now, Joel was even aiding him in restoring his wings. Beelzebub felt profoundly moved. Though he found himself in the depths of hell, his heart yearned for beauty, compelling him to ardently protect the best Joel in the world. While it is true that the demon lords looked down upon the decaying flesh, This was Beelzebub, adorned with 6 wings. After years in hell, they had succumbed to an obsession with strength, and as long as it could enhance their power, they could tolerate a bit of disdain. As Madonnas, with his gloved black hands, poked at the rotting mass, "Hey, Beelzebub, your highness is still here. Quickly regain your human form. Do not wait to become fodder for the dragon." Due to their relentless pursuit of strength, the creatures of hell had long mutated, their senses distorted. Yet their fixation on power remained unwavering. Thus, the demon dragon cared little for flavor. Rather, the mere opportunity to feast upon the flesh of a hell lord promised greater rewards. The demon dragon, prostrated beside Lucifer, instantly opened its eyes, its gaze fixed intensely upon the decaying flesh below. Beelzebub's flesh quivered, then elongated, returning to the form of a cherubic plumpness, clutching his belly tightly. He boldly declared, "Little Joel is my best friend. You are not to lay any schemes upon him, or else you shall be my adversary." In the past, he had drifted aimlessly. But now that his companion had arrived, he could no longer afford to languish. The demon lords of hell recognized the seriousness of Beelzebub's demeanor and ceased their jesting. They contemplated in silence whether it was worth antagonizing a minor deity from another world for the sake of a companion. As for keeping the minor deity indefinitely, they dared not entertain such thoughts. Their eyes were not blind, and they could see that the minor deity was protected by more than one world. If they truly sought to detain him, they would be inviting trouble from other realms. Before long, the mysteries surrounding the minor deity would be elucidated. Despite Beelzebub meticulously curating an array of sites for their travels, he eagerly sought out little Joel. Yet, one must wonder, were these demon lords merely too idle, seeking mischief? "Your Highness, are you not going to manage them?" Beelzebub's face flushed with anger, his meticulously styled hair now a disheveled mess. Yet, he sought the approval of the one in charge. With a slight smile, the depths of his ink-black, gold-flecked eyes reflected the faint brilliance of the morning star from long ago. That was the most exquisite existence in the world, the initial belief of all angels. Save for the Father. Beelzebub, feeling dejected, sighed. "Very well, let them follow if they wish." Meanwhile, on the other side, a splendid night unfolded. Hell, ablaze with the hues of the inferno, scorched every inch of land. However, the sanctuary Beelzebub had prepared for them was a rare haven of cleanliness and tranquility. Vast expanses of white spider lilies thrived there, said to be seeds brought from another pantheon. They awoke amidst warmth and tenderness. Joel gazed at the delicate and ethereal white blossoms, feeling a sudden inclination to tend to them. He rummaged through his realm to retrieve the remnants of the sacred spring water he had once bestowed upon the plants. With a watering can in hand, he hurried to greet the flowers. Every entity possesses a spirit, and the blossoms communicated in their own way as the young deity sprinkled the enchanted water upon their petals and leaves. The essence of the flowers seemed to awaken. Manifesting as a maiden clad in a flowing white gown, her long hair elegantly twisted into a casual yet exquisite bun, she offered a courteous bow to Joel. Without uttering a word, she vanished as Eros approached, her form dissolving into a myriad of shimmering lights. "Who was that just now?" Eros inquired, a pang of jealousy stirring within him, feeling aggrieved that Joel had once again forged a connection with an enigmatic being in his absence. Joel shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. Judging by their attire, they resembled ethereal beings from an Eastern pantheon. No sooner had he spoken than the voice of Beelzebub echoed from afar. "Joel, are you ready?" The two little ones looked up and beheld the 7 lords of hell, all present and accounted for. "What brings you here?" Joel's eyes reflected confusion. The entourage brought by Beelzebub was excessively extravagant, leading one to question whether they were indeed out for leisure rather than conflict. Beelzebub shrugged, stating, "They insisted on accompanying me. What can I do? I cannot contend with 6. With companions by his side, his arrogance swelled considerably, leaving little reverence for Lucifer. However, Lucifer was not one to be riled by such trivial matters. He stepped forward with a simple, casual motion, his personal charisma undeniable. Once the morning star, the vice lord of heaven, Lucifer, formerly known as Luciferial before his fall, was the highest-ranking seraph in heaven, serving as the archangel. His visage was as flawless as that of the Father, his divinity and radiance akin to the Almighty, making him the most cherished of God's creations. Yet, despite the past, whatever transpired, the archangel Luciferial, now the sovereign of hell, Lucifer, remains universally acknowledged for his perfection, regardless of his status. He is the quintessential leader. A minor deity from another realm. Eros stood beside Joel, confronting Asmodeus, embodying the dichotomy of radiant love and shadowy desire. He grasped Eros' hand and replied, Lucifer. The Lord of Demons simply calls me Joel. With a sweeping glance, Lucifer compelled Asmodeus to retreat reluctantly as several demon lords, led by Lucifer himself, formed an imposing formation, exuding an intimidating aura as if poised for battle. Yet, the sovereign of demons addressed Joel, saying, On this journey through the world, I shall be your navigator. May you find joy in your adventures, little Joel, from another realm. Beelzebub interjected, Wait a moment, my esteemed Lord Lucifer. Do you not wish to reflect on the words you have just uttered? You are so commendably eager to usurp my role. Subsequently, Beelzebub not only lost his position as the guide, but also had his meticulously prepared map confiscated, along with the lavish villa he had arranged for accommodations. Stripped of power, he became nothing more than a mere companion accompanying the Lord. The grand procession of the 7 rulers of hell was bound to stir the vigilance of those stationed in the mortal realm. Upon sensing the overwhelming demonic aura, the clergy within the churches initially believed they could claim the ensuing glory for themselves, aspiring to ascend to heaven. However, upon investigating the source of the malevolent presence, they were nearly frightened into retreat, for such formidable demons represented the pinnacle of hell's might, now manifesting in the mortal domain. As they kept watch, they hurried back to the church to summon the revered bishop, causing him considerable alarm. This matter was then relayed to the angels who communicate with the divine realm through prayer, ultimately reaching the heavenly abode. The pristine marble statue, with golden wings radiating light, heralded the arrival of the celestial angel, prompting the clergy to kneel in earnest prayer, extolling the omniscient and omnipotent deity. Among those present was the angel Michael, who descended with a sense of gravity. Only you have come down, Yahweh? Lucifer, aware that the arrival of the 7 demon lords would indeed rattle the heavens, surmised Michael's descent, yet was surprised by the latter's audacity to descend alone. The demon Satan, half closing his eyes, ominously whispered, Do you intend to challenge 7 alone? Are you not afraid we will rend you asunder and deliver your severed wings to heaven, igniting yet another world war? Michael, observing his adversaries, wore an expression of enduring resignation and serenity. Lucifer, has your prolonged stay in hell soured your temperament? He turned his gaze towards the demon lords behind Lucifer, focusing intently on Mammon. By divine decree, I am tasked with overseeing your endeavors in the mortal realm. The Almighty welcomes visitors from other worlds, and you must be the little deity from that realm, correct? Greetings. I am the Archangel Michael. As he retracted his holy light, Michael donned a waistcoat over his shirt, accentuating his graceful form and handsome visage, his golden hair elegantly tied back, exuding an air of nobility and grace. Joel sighed and imitated their etiquette, adapting to local customs, for he was not one to uphold the pride of a deity. Joel, the overseer of life, a proponent of peace, urged the archangels not to quarrel with his friends. In his words, he even regarded the Lord of Demons as a companion, a notion foreign to the infernal realm where the term friend had never graced the tongue. Michael was taken aback, offering a complex counsel. Satan is cunning. Do not be beguiled by the devil's rhetoric, Your Excellency. Beelzebub appeared distinctly displeased. Joel was clearly my guest. What is your business here? Let Lucifer be, but why does heaven intrude? Do you truly believe I, the Lord of Gluttony, lack temper? The corpulent monarch, brimming with ire, felt an overwhelming urge to unfurl his 6 wings and engage in combat with the archangel, his newly reshaped feathers bolstering his confidence, regardless of Michael's position as Lucifer's adversary. In the past, they were unable to prevail. The same holds true now. Calm down, Beelzebub. Do not let anger cloud your judgment. I am here. A breath of refreshing vitality soothed Beelzebub, who shot a covert glare at Samuel. Just you wait. Samuel's handsome visage flushed suddenly. He had not intended any malice, as it was Leviathan's instigation. Leviathan, who had been encouraging Samuel, had long since conspired with Asmodeus, deliberating over new creations while leaving the naive Samuel to bear the brunt of Beelzebub's wrath. One could only wonder how he had once successfully seduced Eve and stolen the forbidden fruit of Eden. The minor skirmish among the demon lords amused Michael, whose eyes sparkled with benevolence. They remained as lively as before, displaying such expressions, fearful that Lucifer might not perceive his aberration. Joel gazed upward at Michael's exquisite and refined visage, faintly illuminated by a radiant holy light. You seem not to be your true self. With sword in hand, Lucifer pointed its tip directly at Michael. After all these years, you still delight in the guise of divine descent. Is your concealment born from shame in facing us? His voice was tranquil yet underlined with resentment. The once explanatory Lucifer had long perished, leaving only the Lord of Hell, Lucifer, behind. Lucifer, Michael's voice resonated with duality. One tone was profoundly loving and gentle, capable of evoking tears from any creation born of divine hands, for they were granted the privilege to hear the voice of God. Now excluding the 7 lords of hell. As forsaken beings, their reunion with the divine felt exceedingly awkward. The holy light emanated from Michael's form, transforming him into a being of even greater beauty and perfection, ambiguous in gender, yet every inch embodied the essence of beauty. This splendor differed from that of Joel and Eros in their mature forms, representing the desires of all beings in this world. However, Lucifer remained unmoved. Once a companion of light, now the radiant brilliance only incited his psychological aversion. In this mortal realm, how shall we address you? Upon the release from divine intervention, the archangel Michael expressed his dissatisfaction towards the Dark Lord, Lucifer, having lingered in the depths of hell for so long. Have you forgotten the warmth of light that once shielded you? Lucifer, with an air of nonchalance, responded with a smirk, indeed. It has been so long in the shadows that I scarcely recall what light truly feels like. Michael's gaze hardened, and just as he was poised to act, the divine presence intervened, stating, in the realm of mortals, you shall address me as Yahweh. Unfazed by Lucifer's provocation, Yahweh turned his attention to Joel, who was quietly holding hands with Eros, eagerly watching the unfolding drama. The little one was thoroughly entertained. Suddenly, Yahweh's gaze fell upon them, and he playfully blinked, raising a hand in greeting. Hello? Regarding Joel and Eros, Yahweh treated them with equal regard, for in his eyes, all beings held equal value. Yet, he harbored a curiosity towards the visitors from another realm, recognizing the protective aura surrounding the young deity. As the great creator, he discerned their primordial identities. Noting a resemblance to himself, and the principles governing the development of other worlds inspired him greatly. To allow nature to take its course, permitting all things to operate autonomously, his eyes transcended time and space, bridging the past and the future, as the book of creation manifested, pages turning on their own. Viable solutions emerged. Yahweh's companion artifact provided insights into the feasibility of self-sustaining existence, revealing promising outcomes. Warmth flickered in his gaze. To my small guests, I extend my gratitude. Joel and Eros exchanged a puzzled glance, both bewildered by their apparent lack of wrongdoing. Yet Yahweh offered no explanation, merely acknowledging that they had introduced greater possibilities into his world. As the creator, he regarded all equally. Every being was a child of his. Naturally, this equality bore distinctions in appearance, for some, deemed unattractive, had been forgotten by their creator in the obscure corners of existence. However, he still held affection for angels, akin to his purest creations. Nonetheless, the creator felt a twinge of sorrow as his favorite child entered a rebellious phase, standing with companions in defiance of their father. Yet, he understood that Lucifer's fall was inevitable. All was orchestrated by him in the book of creation, so how could he blame the children who followed the prescribed path? Alas, Yahweh observed Lucifer, who seemed unwilling to share the same space, having shifted from a position of leadership before the demon king to lingering behind others, embodying a spirit of distance. Oh, the heart of an old father felt so cold. Lucifer sensed Yahweh's gaze, his body tensing, fearing that his inner disdain for the Almighty had been uncovered. Once filled with reverence for God, he now harbored nothing but disdain, oblivious to the veil that had clouded his heart, preventing him from seeing the hypocrisy behind the holy light. It was only when forced to rebel and driven by necessity in hell that he realized the glory of the heavenly kingdom bore no practical value. Uttering his name would only invite the harshest blows from the abyssal demons. Thus, he learned to be astute and changed his name. Yet, he remained bewildered by the enmity between father and son. Joel was still engaged in a whispered conversation with Eros when, suddenly, he felt a lightness in his body. He looked up to see the astonished expressions of the demon lords. What was happening? Then, it seemed as though someone had picked him up, and he soared into the heavens. Eros, filled with indignation, realized that the earlier lack of distinction in treatment was merely a ruse to lower their guard. Your divine games are truly elaborate, but why has he taken my Joel? Lucifer remained silent, equally perplexed, and turned his gaze towards the still-present Michael. Pray tell. During our absence from the kingdom of heaven, how has your deity transformed into what we see now? Could you elucidate this behavior, the child-stealing god? Satan excels at enticing mortals to act of their own volition rather than through overt theft, and the key point is that the victim remains nearby. Michael, Chapter 167. Side Story 2, The Kingdom of Heaven. The meticulous and upright Archangel Michael, confronted by the Lord of Hell, stood unflinchingly, speaking with righteous conviction. My lord has invited our small guest to the kingdom of heaven, and I shall escort him shortly. You need not worry for the safety of our small guest. In the name of Michael, I assure you, he shall remain unharmed." Lucifer grinned. How rare it is for the solemn archangel to offer assurances in front of Satan. Alas, your oaths hold no value in the eyes of the devil. We must ascertain the safety of young Joel. We have no faith in heaven or in the Lord. Silence enveloped them. Their gazes locked. Once comrades in arms, they now found themselves on opposing sides. A flicker of complexity appeared in Michael's eyes. "Lucifer, when shall your brilliance be restored? That resplendent light, we have not forgotten." "Enough." Lucifer's demeanor darkened. He mocked the archangel. "Hypocrites, I am weary of you angels, bound by rules. Unlike hell, where one can act freely according to their desires. How liberating." Suddenly, he scrutinized Michael from head to toe, his gaze piercing through the meticulously wrapped exterior. Michael instinctively stepped back, surprisingly refraining from rebuking Lucifer's rudeness. "We aim to ascend to the kingdom of heaven. You shall accompany us to retrieve young Joel. Otherwise, the wicked Satan shall spread the blame of child abduction across the world. It is impossible." Michael was aware of his deity's actions. However, as an angel, he was bound to uphold the Creator. Yet, Satan's propensity for temptation posed a risk. Should they venture forth and tarnish the divine name, it would incite turmoil and provide demons with an opportunity to stir unrest. Thus, Michael resolutely forbade it. Your Lord of Hell should not ascend to the kingdom of heaven, but he specifically referred to Eros. This one is also a guest. "I can lead the deities to the kingdom of heaven, so you need not rush. I shall ensure the safe return of both deities shortly." Lucifer clearly contemplated further jabs. But Eros could not wait. Besides, young Joel had been invited by Beelzebub. He too bore a responsibility. "Your Highness, perhaps it is best to allow Michael to take Eros to find Joel. I fear I cannot be of assistance." The chubby figure's eyes shimmered with urgency, a clear indication of his distress. "Very well, Michael, I hope you fulfill your promise." Lucifer, having collaborated with Michael for many years, was well aware of his true nature. However, for the sake of bravado, he decided to utter a few harsh words. Perhaps this was a rare moment of harmony amidst their divergent factions. Michael placed his right hand upon his chest, and behind him, a radiant light emerged, revealing his immaculate 6 wings. Feathers, imbued with divine power, drifted gracefully, one of which floated towards Lucifer's exquisitely crafted visage. With a gentle breath, he urged the angelic feather to retreat. This sacred essence, carrying purifying power, should keep its distance, lest it disturb my reign. Before departing from the mortal realm, Michael cast a deliberate glance at Lucifer, who seemed indifferent to him, a glance laden with unspoken emotion. Eros sensed this and turned his gaze towards the leaders of heaven and hell, his look profound. "Let us depart." Michael, disregarding Eros's inquisitive stare, unfurled his wings and soared into the sky. Eros, too, possessed a pair of pristine wings, complemented by his charming and innocent appearance. He masqueraded as a little angel, blending seamlessly. However, heaven did not harbor angels with such youthful visages. Even newly created angels bore adult forms. Once they became acquainted with their powers and participated in a few demon-cleansing missions, they would emerge as competent angels. We shall await our return in the 9th heaven, where the Lord gazes down upon the mortal realm from above. We represent both the light and the dark, guarding each layer of hell. If we linger too long in the human world, the guardian angels of the other layers of heaven will become restless. Lucifer surveyed the vibrant human world, lamenting, "Alas, it is a rare opportunity for all 7 of us to gather here, yet we cannot seize this vibrant land to take back with us." Previously, when the deity roamed the earth, the guardian angels had refrained from descending. The situation was different now, for the divine had returned. Engaging with mindless admirers would only squander the power of language. The mortal realm, a place where Mammon felt quite dissatisfied, having emerged without accomplishing anything. He recognized that the sanctity of heaven was ill-suited for demons. However, the realm of mortals, positioned in the middle ground, presented an optimal battlefield. It could accommodate both divinity and darkness, creating a rare chaotic environment that hinged upon superiority, which is precisely why the Satans favored the human realm. Possessing treasures without the means to secure them was tormenting for the greedy Mammon, as if countless ants were crawling within his heart. He called out to Baal, "Are you truly willing to relinquish this? The sustenance of the human world far surpasses that of hell." Suddenly, Baal shouted, "Mammon!" "What?" Mammon, puzzled by the unexpected call of his name, soon heard the subsequent words. "You must have no friends. How pitiful." After uttering this, Baal rejoined Lucifer's formidable entourage. leaving Mammon alone and abandoned. I have no friends? Mammon's expression remained stoic as he tugged at the corners of his mouth. Demons require no friends, only conquest. The realm of heaven is graced with 7 virtues. What concern is it of mine regarding the 7 deadly sins? Beelzebub, if you wish to refrain from thought, then do so. What need have you to lament the absence of friends? Such luxuries are superfluous to me, cursing all the way back to hell. Beelzebub was taken aback by Mammon's volubility, merely uttering, "Is it really necessary?" Far above, in the celestial heights, the Milky Way draped like a vast vessel. It stood in stark contrast to the imagined brilliance of the heavens. In the solitude of the divine, a space of boundless transformation exists. Here, Yahweh exercises his boundless imagination to fabricate all that is, to explore the worth of existence and the myriad contributions to this world. Countless creatures, unseen upon the earth, swim within this fantastical ocean of stars. A resplendent blue whale, embodying grace and beauty, glided forth, its mouth brushing against Joel's fingertips. In a magnificent cascade, it erupted into a shower of starlight, enveloping them both and instilling a profound sense of tranquility and joy. The splendor of the world converges in this ethereal realm. Joel closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the core of existence, feeling an intimate connection to the essence of the universe. It seemed as though he could hear every sound, carrying with him a profound gratitude toward the Creator. Birth and death were mere moments of arrival and departure, stripped bare, while the soul remained eternal. How is it? My paradise, is it not splendid? Yahweh delicately gestured, conjuring 2 crescent moons, one large and one small, inviting Joel to take a seat beside him. This celestial seating arrangement allowed them to float through this enigmatic realm. As Joel listened with rapt attention to Yahweh's joyous exposition of his creations, exuberantly exclaiming, "Marvelous." Yahweh was a creator with distinct thoughts, possessing a comprehensive experience of creation that differed entirely from Joel's own worldview, offering him abundant inspiration. Simultaneously, Joel's imagination ignited further creativity within Yahweh. Their interactions were free and open. Yahweh, inspired by Joel's fantasies, even molded novel creatures with his own hands, bouncy, elemental life forms without fixed shapes, their reproductive capabilities surpassing all. As they emerged, the entire space trembled. Alarmed, Yahweh swiftly clapped his hands, erasing the creation. Such life forms do not align with the laws of my realm. If they were to manifest, resources would be insufficient to sustain them. Let it be. Yet, he found himself intrigued by Joel's miniature world. Is it a divine kingdom within you? Yahweh pondered, contemplating the possibility of crafting a small world to nurture the recently conjured life forms, allowing them to flourish freely as he felt inspired to create various races in the future. A glimmer of light shone in his eyes, growing ever brighter. Chapter 168. Epilogue 2. Return here. Add a bit more. Take away just a smidgen. Wait, you've reduced too much. It should be like this. Unbeknownst to him, Joel, endowed with the authority of life, was drawn into the creative process alongside Yahweh. Surrounding them was a circle of fantastical beings, the resplendent winged insect tribe, the pale blue crystal dragon kin, tiny thumb people, and the life-death tribe, which played lullabies with closed eyes. Yahweh's creations initially emerged from spontaneous inspiration, leading to the chaotic dragon's appearance, which bore a semblance to his intent. Later, as he crafted angels in his own image, he discovered his penchant for beauty. Thus, subsequent creations at least met a standard of aesthetic appeal. As for those inherently flawed, they were the result of Yahweh's inadvertent missteps, and to compensate, he bestowed upon these beings other forms of grace. However, he envied the small world Joel possessed, capable of birthing races that resonated with Joel's desires, albeit the perfection therein could itself be a form of imperfection. Still, Yahweh felt a deep longing. Observing the imperfect form in his hands, he, upon meeting Joel's gaze, discarded it into the pool of reincarnation. As long as a soul inhabited the vessel, new life would spring forth, forgiving his earlier moment of distraction that led to its flaw. In contrast, the divine declared, "I shall grant you a favorable destiny, where all your wishes shall come to fruition." Yahweh, what have you cast aside? Joel is not so easily deceived, even when enveloped in the divine light of Yahweh. He can perceive the tension within the sacred glow. This typically indicates a wrongdoing. I have not. Before Joel, Yahweh does not exude the same solemnity as before creation. The old father bears a burden that is absent among companions. After countless years since the dawn of existence, he encounters a being of equal stature for the first time. How could he not be intrigued? As for the desires of Eros, divinity knows no gender nor affection. Thus, young Joel finds himself under scrutiny, for the authority of life and creation are intimately intertwined. Moreover, he may serve as a mentor, imparting wisdom and experience to the younger generation. For the first time, Yahweh abandons his supreme identity before creation, engaging in the act of child snatching. The earthly legends of children taken by the divine may evolve into tributes to those children. The pure soul of that child, taken by God, resides in the heavenly realm, attaining eternal bliss. Recognizing that any action he undertakes will be interpreted as praise by creation, Yahweh grows increasingly reticent, retreating to his own paradise, where he cradles the shells of souls. Eventually, the book of creation beckons him to labor. The world cannot exist solely in light. Darkness must also be acknowledged, leading to the orchestration of the fall of angels alongside the book of creation. However, it was inadvertently discovered by Lucifer. He assumed that the affection of God was a mere effet, that the angels of heaven dwelt in a realm of their own imagination, while only the battles of hell were genuine. Thus, the plan for the angels' descent progressed smoothly. Yet, Yahweh found himself with a cadre of rebellious children. Alas, the book of creation seems quite fond of Joel's essence, possessing a microcosm within itself. Its essence serves as the foundation of the grand universe. Thus Joel is, in fact, of the same tier as Yahweh, much like elders who take pleasure in guiding their youthful successors. The book of creation relayed Yahweh's past endeavors through words and animated illustrations for Joel's edification. While Yahweh lamented the challenges of his paternal role, Joel had already perused the entirety of Yahweh's creation narrative, including the tale of Lucifer's fall. He stifled a laugh, pondering whether our Creator had grown weary of crafting figurines and had begun to embody his true form, engaging in a tragicomedy of love and conflict with the children. The book of creation, who says otherwise? It is clear that there is fondness for those little ones, yet explanations are consistently withheld. It is as if it has no voice at all. It drives me to desperation. Book of creation, you slander my name. Do you not believe I shall inform the archangel, commanding the seraphim to obliterate you? Yahweh, at some point, had approached them, his half-squinted eyes filled with authority. As the God of creation, he possesses his own dignity. Yet the book of creation offers no respect. Its pages unfurl, revealing scenes of Yahweh clandestinely observing the children who had fallen into hell. Come now, if you possess the courage, sever me yourself. After all, I am your companion, and to do so would deplete your own primal power. Go ahead, if you dare, you pitiful deity. Yahweh, can this book be discarded? Joel embraced the book of Genesis, which yearned for a confrontation with Yahweh, and said, Please, refrain from your quarrels. Such behavior belies your dignity and stature. Imagine the embarrassment should the creations witness this, wouldn't it? Yahweh interjected, In my paradise, no creation may enter. At best, they may wait outside. Countless times, as I listened to the beings extolling my virtues, I found solace and slumber within the sanctuary. The divine light radiated from the heavens, and the angels, under the impression that their praises delighted me, expressed their admiration with even greater fervor, unceasingly, for days and nights on end. Joel fell into a brief silence. Yahweh often spoke of the rebellious lord of hell, yet he himself was not without fault. The implication of this statement, coupled with a palpable eagerness, suggested a long-standing desire to engage in conflict with the book of creation. Joel finds himself caught in a dilemma between restraint and indulgence. Fortunately, a savior arrives. The esteemed Lord Eros from another realm comes forth to welcome Joel's return. At this moment, Yahweh is too preoccupied to quarrel with the book of creation. Clutching the book, with disheveled long hair and a frail figure, he appears melancholic and solitary. Are you about to depart? Indeed. Joel was uncertain of Yahweh's next intentions and decided to remain steadfast amidst the unpredictability. It had been a considerable time since they departed from their own world, and it was time to return and visit friends and family. The absence of Eros left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Yahweh sighed, lamenting, In this world, I remain a solitary deity, accompanied only by an everlasting solitude. You still possess the power of creation, Joel reminded him. Unperturbed, Yahweh continued, No divine being can join me in the act of creation. What this world lacks is not companionship, but rather kindred spirits. Very well. It appears you seek companions who can engage in the game. The notion of creation does indeed hold a certain allure. Joel smiled, If you don't mind, you can come over in the future to play with the dolls together. This was precisely what Yahweh desired, and having attained his wish, he no longer held Joel back. With divine light, he guided Joel away. The small figure was gently transported out. Eros soared up and embraced him. Joel, you have been away from me for such a long time. Joel helplessly patted his head, acknowledging that after such a long absence, it was time to return home. Eros, having Joel, possessed the entirety of the world. Whatever his partner said was agreeable. Michael, realizing the nature of their relationship, pondered. But is such a bond of innocence tainted by original sin? Should it be judged or not? The archangel found himself in a quandary. Meanwhile, Lucifer, awaiting the arrival of the little deity in hell, received word from Michael that Joel and Eros had returned to their original world, while Beelzebub languished in his demonic palace. Weeping, the tears of Beelzebub nearly submerged Lucifer's palace, and feeling guilty, he contemplated retreating to the mortal realm. However, upon turning a corner, he encountered the archangel. In the underworld, as the mortal realm flourished, the realm of the dead became increasingly busy. The gods vacated the earthly plane, and the lifelines of all beings grew shorter. This was necessary to accommodate more lives and foster rapid development, generation after generation. Hades was compelled to open channels of communication with other underworlds, learning from one another how to construct a cyclical governing institution, as their staff of underworld deities was severely lacking. Hades had not rested for a month. His simple, solid black wooden desk was cluttered with official documents, and his hand trembled slightly as he held the papers. His pale skin contrasted starkly against the pure black collar of his robe. The simple black and white combination was strikingly captivating. He had intended to suppress his reactions while reviewing the documents, but the incessant sensations brushing against him proved too distracting. Indeed, there was no escaping it. Tartarus. The lights extinguished, black mist enveloped the lord of the underworld, intertwining with his silhouette in the darkness. When all settled, Hades's long hair cascaded down, and his demeanor shifted from cold and serious to languid. "My work. I scarcely know what I have accomplished," he murmured, his voice hoarse. The black mist transformed, and a tall, muscular man embraced him. "The underworld has taken in many earthly kings. They are the sons of Zeus, chosen for their fairness and integrity to assist you. You have not visited the abyss to accompany me for a month, so I have come myself. Hades, is your work truly more important than I?" Hades fell silent. He yearned to affirm this, but understood the perils of speaking his mind, opting instead for silence. Little did he know that the other had discerned his thoughts. With a slight itch, he rested upon Hades, playfully nibbling on a morsel of soft flesh. Humph, another round of mischief. Tartarus marked countless little red floral symbols upon Hades's form before finally embracing his partner to relish their tenderness. That inconsiderate little Joel had forgotten to return after his escapade. And Hades wondered how Eros managed him. Were they eloping? The very notion of elopement made Hades's gaze lift. "Do not speak carelessly. The little one knows his boundaries. I worry only about the unknown powers of other worlds and when they might return." Tartarus nudged Hades with his chin, a glimmer of brilliance sparkling in his dark eyes. "Shall we seek them out?" Hades pondered the notion of engaging with the otherworldly monarchs, a prospect that seemed rather nebulous. Perhaps a first-hand exploration would provide clarity. He nodded in agreement. Tartarus, under the impression that his companion shared a profound connection with him, approached the matter with a honeymooner's spirit, only to find himself relegated to the role of the underworld lord's diligent assistant. It appeared that work followed him wherever he ventured. When Joel returned to visit his elder siblings, all were present except for the king of the abyss, who was entwined in his own affairs. "Where has brother Tartarus gone?" Nyx inquired, her silk fan brushing against her lips. "He has ventured to another realm to accompany Hades on his explorations. Just look at the ever-growing multitude of souls amassed in the underworld. If this relentless influx continues, we may soon find the depths entirely filled." Joel surveyed the realm of the underworld, noting the abundance of souls present and the multiple passes he possessed to various worlds. Observing the boredom of his elder siblings, he pondered whether to invite his sister Nyx to join him in exploring another world, where the darkness held its own peculiar charm. His suggestion stirred a sense of excitement within Nyx. "To another world, the Hall of Stars," exclaimed Zeus, massaging his temples. "Speak up, who has fled this time?" Hermes began to count on his fingers, the deities of darkness and night, the abyss and Hades, the god of wine and Charon, Apollo and Artemis, Aphrodite and Hephaestus. With each name he uttered, Zeus's expression grew increasingly grim, until he finally sprang to his feet. "What? Hera has gone too." Hermes blinked innocently. "Indeed. If it weren't for my duty to deliver messages to you, I would have joined them as well." Zeus's azure gaze fixed on him, a smile creeping onto his lips that was more unsettling than reassuring, as thunder and lightning crackled around him. Sensing Zeus's growing ire, Hermes grasped his serpentine staff. "Oh. Before I arrived, I heard that several deities were planning to venture to another world for leisure. Zeus, I shall continue to gather intelligence for you. With a resounding crash, lightning struck, rousing Uranus from his slumber among the stars. "Ah, the young god simply cannot remain patient," he muttered, rolling over to resume his rest. Left amidst the starlight, Zeus seethed with rage. Were it not for his role as the king of the gods, which necessitated the stability of the cosmos, he would have. How infuriating. Hera, return. Deprived of Hera's watchful gaze, he found it impossible to see her, and his thoughts turned from revelry to agitation. He recalled the audacious mortals who once dared to pursue Hera. The very notion of her venturing into another world and attracting bold suitors ignited his fury. For an extended period, the storm clouds of thunder loomed ominously in the sky, a testament to the despondency of the god-king awaiting his queen's return. Synopsis: when the primordial chaos comprehended the laws of existence, the 5 foundational deities were born, marking the inception of the world. As the cosmos took shape, a small figure clad in a black cloak emerged from the sea of desire, embodying both a miracle and an unexpected occurrence as the youngest sibling among the primordial deities.